I am a fervent romantic, yet in the face of an apocalypse, my girlfriend thrust me into the abyss. She entwined her arm with that of a wealthy heir, seizing the resources I had fought tooth and nail to obtain, while I was mercilessly kicked into a horde of corpses. Just when despair enveloped me, a force emanating from the depths of my soul erupted unexpectedly. I awakened, and in a manner unparalleled. The heart of the fortification talent activated successfully. As the excruciating pain receded, a sense of control surged within me. I had become one of the rare individuals endowed with a talent in this catastrophic world. 7 days into the apocalypse, 80% of the global population had transformed into zombies, and among the remaining, only 1 in 10 survived. Only a first kill or extreme emotional trauma could potentially trigger a talent awakening. Previously, I had slain zombies with trepidation, but the betrayal by my girlfriend, Moreau, and the wealthy heir, Li Hao, who robbed me of my resources and trapped me among the undead, ignited an overwhelming hatred that catalyzed my awakening, resulting in an unprecedented level of talent. The information regarding my talent was instantly imprinted in my mind. The ability to bind vehicles and manipulate them with intent. To dismantle metal with bare hands for fortification points to upgrade vehicles, enhancing their defense, firepower, and mobility. As a mechanical engineering prodigy and automotive technician, this ability felt exquisitely tailored for the conception of a mobile war fortress. Suppressing the urge for vengeance against my enemies, I first dashed to the 3rd floor to lock the door, my gaze fixating on the steel frame of the dormitory bed. This shall be my starting point. Placing my right hand upon the steel bed, I sensed the iron transforming into a transparent model in my perception. With a mere thought, the steel frame silently disassembled within 15 seconds, radiating light that surged into my being. Decomposition successful. Acquired 15 fortification points. Proficiency 15. First decomposition reward, metal manipulation armament. I immediately attempted it. A matte coating enveloped my forearm, and when I struck a dented iron cabinet with a punch, it remained unscathed. Gazing at the remaining metal objects, my eyes blazed with determination. To survive, to grow stronger, and to make Li Hao and Ma Rou pay with my mobile fortress. He turned coldly towards the lower bunk, preparing to disassemble it when suddenly, a long, thick, powdery pink silicone cylinder rolled out from beneath the pillow, landing with a thud at Sumo's feet and bouncing twice. Scattered nearby were several torn packaging bags emblazoned with the words ultra-thin, floating persistent vibration. Sumo stared at the object, recalling how Ma Rou had once nestled in his embrace. Blushing as she whispered, Sumo, I want to save my most precious first time for our wedding night. Disgusting, utterly revolting. Sumo's voice was icy as he continued to dismantle the iron bed frame. Acquired 15 fortress points. Proficiency 15, current fortress heart level 1, 3100. Stamina consumption, minor. Iron wardrobe. Dismantle. Buzz. 8 seconds later, the main body of the wardrobe vanished, leaving a pile of clothing. Acquired 8 fortress points. Proficiency 8, current fortress heart level 1, 38,100. Stamina consumption, minor. Aluminum window frame. Dismantle. Buzz. The window frame disappeared, cold air rushing in. Acquired 5 fortress points. Proficiency 5, current fortress heart level 1, 43,100. Stamina consumption, minor. Door locks, hinges, iron basin racks. All the metallic items he could find became nourishment for Sumo. As the metal hanger dissolved beneath his grasp, the long-awaited upgrade notification finally arrived. Acquired 0, 5 fortress points. Proficiency 0, 5. Stamina consumption, minor. Fortress heart level up, 121,000. Metal control, dismantling speed increased by 20. New functions unlocked. Vehicle scan, active skill. Special modification, passive skill, upgraded. Sumo felt a surge of excitement and immediately checked the new functions. Vehicle scan, active skill. When you touch a vehicle, car, motorcycle, bicycle, etc., you can automatically obtain its basic information, model, condition, core component status. This ability aids in quickly assessing the vehicle's value and potential. Special modification, passive skill. Allows your fortress heart to identify information about special materials for use in vehicle modifications. Excellent. Sumo's eyes sparkled. This ability is crucial for him to locate and bind his initial vehicle. It would save a great deal of inspection time, especially in a perilous environment. As for special modification, it seemed to exist independently of the upgrades of the 5 major components. Sumo grew increasingly eager about the kind of mobile war fortress he could create. At that moment, aside from non-metallic debris, the dormitory contained no substantial metal. Sumo's fortress points remained at 102, while his proficiency was at 221-1000. A soft grumble from his stomach caused Sumo to frown slightly. Hungry so soon? He felt a twinge of surprise. He had just replenished his food and water, and logically, his physical reserves should not deplete so rapidly. It seemed this was the price of utilizing his talents. It appears one must conserve resources, particularly until a stable food source is located. Sumo immediately associated his hunger with the recent frequent use of his gifted abilities. Outside, the scratching and howling of zombies intensified. It was the perfect opportunity to test his skills and clear a path. He unlocked the door and forcefully pulled it open. With a roar, a tattered security zombie lunged in, propelled by inertia. Its menacing claws aimed directly at Sumo's face. Anticipating the attack, Sumo engaged his core, channeling power into his armored right arm, which swung like a heavy hammer. The impact was resounding. His fist struck the zombie's forehead with precision, causing its hardened skull to cave in and shatter. The creature emitted no sound, swiftly sent flying like a ragged sack, colliding with the corridor wall before crumpling to the ground, convulsing briefly before lying still. The entire encounter lasted no more than 3 seconds. While the power displayed was impressive, the energy expenditure was significant. Sumo panted lightly, quickly assessing the effectiveness of his skills. Engaging in close combat offered substantial advantages, but swift resolutions were imperative. It was crucial to secure a vehicle promptly to avoid unnecessary melee confrontations. The feeling of hunger intensified after the battle. Without lingering, he hurried downstairs towards the cafeteria. Due to the encroaching red mist, the humans had evacuated the area early, leaving behind only a few zombies. Indeed, as he cautiously approached the cafeteria, he beheld a scene of utter chaos. The main door had been violently breached, and the interior was a disarray of overturned tables and chairs. Only a few zombie corpses remained, alongside some contaminated, inedible food supplies. Damn it, not a morsel left to consume. Sumo couldn't help but curse under his breath as his stomach growled louder. With hopes dashed, his mood soured further. He could only place his hopes on the parking lot. His gaze shifted to the large outdoor parking area adjacent to the cafeteria. Numerous vehicles were parked there. Perhaps he might find some overlooked food within one of them. More importantly, he needed a vehicle. The situation in the parking lot was equally grim. Many car windows were shattered, doors ajar, clearly having been ransacked violently. Some vehicles had even collided, their bodies twisted and mangled. Vehicle scan. Sumo focused his mind and activated his newly unlocked ability. As he approached a relatively intact black vehicle, a stream of information flooded his mind. Vehicle, mid-sized city SUV. Status, severely damaged. Fuel tank, 5 out of 80 liters. Overall fuel consumption, 18 liters per 100 kilometers. Maximum speed, 180 kilometers per hour. Seating capacity, 5 people. Core components, engine, 6 piston rings broken. Cylinder walls scratched. The transmission exhibits slight oil seepage and gear wear. The chassis reveals deformation in the left front suspension. The vehicle body suffers structural damage to the front and pillars. Sumo couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, a wrecked car. Is the fuel tank empty? This is nothing short of a mobile coffin. He felt an overwhelming urge to commend the scanning function. If he possessed such an ability during repairs, effortlessly discerning all issues, he would have long since become a master mechanic. Why endure such frustration? Yet, despite his grumbling, the harsh reality loomed before him. At this juncture, he required a vehicle with clear criteria. 1. Durability. The apocalyptic environment is harsh, demanding a vehicle that can withstand wear and tear. Even if it breaks down, repairs should be relatively straightforward. 2. Fuel efficiency. Fuel is currently a scarce resource, making range critically important. 3. Ample space. Future upgrades and modifications should hold significant potential. He persevered, battling an intensifying hunger as he navigated the chaotic parking lot. A sedan, the chassis was damaged and the fuel tank leaked. An electric car, the engine was waterlogged and failed to start. An elderly person's vehicle, intact and fuel efficient, yet its space was too cramped, resembling a tin can. A Treasure Island off-road vehicle, in good condition with a half-full fuel tank, but its consumption was a staggering 25 liters per 100 kilometers. Sumo's lips twitched. What a gas guzzler. I can't afford that. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, his peripheral vision caught sight of a vehicle nestled in the corner closest to the wall. Surrounded by other cars, it appeared inconspicuous, even somewhat shabby. With its square body and unpretentious design, it was the quintessential national vehicle, Wuling Hongguang. Sumo paused momentarily. This car was so ordinary that it would instinctively be overlooked. Clinging to a final thread of hope, he approached the vehicle. Buzz. Information flooded in, and Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 4. The national vehicle start. Type, standard multi-purpose vehicle. Condition, battery discharged. Fuel tank, 25 liters out of 50 liters. Combined fuel consumption, 7 liters per 100 kilometers. Maximum speed, 140 kilometers per hour. Seating capacity, 7 people. Seats can be folded and removed. Core components, engine, operates well, with minor carbon buildup. Transmission, smooth gear shifts, no leaks. Chassis, structure intact, no deformation. Suspension normal. Bodywork intact, paint weathered, no structural damage. Wow, it truly is the national vehicle. Suemo nearly shouted in delight. It perfectly met all his requirements. Durability. The reputation of the national vehicle is well known in the automotive repair community, boasting a simple structure and ease of maintenance. Fuel efficiency. A consumption rate of just 7 liters. With 25 liters of fuel remaining, the theoretical range approaches 360 kilometers. Ample space, capable of transporting and carrying, with seats that can be detached and folded, offering immense potential for upgrades. As for the vehicle's condition, a discharged battery is a minor issue. As long as the essential components are healthy, it can be driven. Gazing at its unpretentious and somewhat rustic exterior, an intense brilliance sparkled in his eyes. What was this but a humble van? Clearly, it was the perfect embryo of a future mobile fortress of warfare. This was the one. Suemo inhaled deeply. His right hand caressed the hood, and the power of the fortress's heart began to surge. Binding successful. Absolute control over this vehicle secured, along with telekinetic manipulation capabilities. A subtle thought flickered in Sumo's mind. Unlock. With a click, the central locking mechanism of the van responded, popping open. The entire process unfolded silently. More practical than any keyless entry. He swung open the door, and a concoction of dust, engine oil, and a faint hint of tobacco wafted towards him. He promptly climbed into the driver's seat, swiftly assessing the interior. The decor was simple, even somewhat austere, yet comparatively clean. The steering wheel, gear shift, and dashboard exuded a raw industrial charm. The rear seats had been folded down, creating a substantial cargo space, filled with an assortment of tools, several dirt-streaked shovels, 2 large adjustable wrenches, bundles of nylon rope, and a canvas bag stuffed with various screws and nuts. There was even a small gasoline generator and a few empty fuel canisters. In one corner lay a toolbox. An engineering team's vehicle? No wonder it hadn't been looted. Suemo realized. Those panicked students and survivors were primarily after food, medicine, and weapons. Who would bother to haul away such cumbersome tools? This fortuitously benefited him. These tools held immense value in this apocalyptic world, especially for Suemo. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something beside the generator. There, prominently displayed, was a case of unopened 24-bottle mineral water. Adjacent to it lay a bulging plastic bag emblazoned with a supermarket logo. Suemo almost lunged forward, tearing open the plastic bag. More than 20 packets of braised beef instant noodles, several bags of pickled vegetables, and 2 packets of ham. There was even a compact portable induction cooker and a kettle. Fortune smiled upon him. This was truly a timely blessing. It seemed the engineering team often worked overtime, relying on the van for meals. He quickly twisted open 2 bottles of mineral water, gulping them down greedily. Next, he tore open a packet of instant noodles, crumbling the cake, and directly stuffed chunks into his mouth. After crunching through the dry noodles, he devoured 2 ham sausages. Only then did the gnawing hunger begin to abate, revitalizing him. Leaning back in the driver's seat, Suemo sighed contentedly. With water and food, his basic survival needs were momentarily secured. The people's divine vehicle, Ignite. From his pocket, he retrieved the phone that had run out of power and shut down. Finding the vehicle's charging port, he plugged in the data cable, and the screen quickly illuminated with a charging symbol. With his body replenished, his spirits revived significantly. Suemo finally found the time to focus and called up the vehicle modification panel. Current fortress points, 102. Upgrade options. Defense, armor enhancement level 1 consumes 100 points. Providing the vehicle with a layer of high-strength composite armor, slightly increasing physical defense. Mobility, engine boost level 1 consumes 300 points, marginally enhancing engine power and torque. Firepower, weapon mount level 1 consumes 500 points, unlocking a basic weapon mounting point. Survivability, life support system level 1 consumes 800 points, integrating a small air and water filtration system. Expansion, space folding level 1 consumes 1000 points, optimizing internal spatial structure to enhance space utilization. After scanning through these options, Suemo immediately made a decision. The other options were either too expensive or not cost-effective for the time being. Only the armor enhancement, level 1, was the most practical and urgent. With 102 points, he had just enough for 1 upgrade, leaving a little for operational funds. Confirm consumption of 100 fortress points to upgrade armor enhancement, level 1. Side effects. Increased vehicle weight. Fuel consumption raised by approximately 3,100. Upgrade time. 10 minutes. Countdown begins. The increase in fuel consumption was unexpected for Sumo. However, it seemed reasonable. It appeared he would need to make a trip to the gas station. Confirm. Buzz. A layer of dark golden shimmer instantly enveloped the entire van, as if countless tiny metal particles were flowing and reorganizing. A virtual 10-minute countdown hovered in the corner of Sumo's vision, 09590958, with the upgrade requiring time. Sumo could only wait. He idly picked up his charging phone. The screen lit up, showing that the battery had charged to 5. He casually tapped it open, curious to see if there were any new messages or map updates. It had been a week since the apocalypse began, and most areas were already without water and electricity. Logically, the satellites used for communication should have ceased functioning as well. Yet, the mobile signal had not only remained but appeared to be stronger than before. Moreover, a forum named Survivors Forum had automatically bypassed the anti-fraud center and downloaded itself onto every phone. This forum contained a wealth of strategy posts and map information. The content was unregulated, but the truth was mixed, requiring personal discernment. Sumo could now ascertain that it must be maintained by someone with an awakened talent, utilizing their skills to sustain Blue Star's network. He switched the forum directly to the Star City channel. Latest bulletin from Star City. The red mist is spreading eastward at a rate of 12 kilometers per day. All survivors are advised to evacuate immediately towards the eastern suburbs. BAM Brotherhood recruitment. Departure at 8 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. Coordinates. South gate of the old steel plant. Recruiting combat type ability users of level 1 and above. Fire and electricity enhancement preferred. The atmosphere within the team is harmonious, and all resources are allocated according to contributions. High-level superhumans are stationed at the air defense cave in the western suburbs, currently recruiting women aged 18 to 30 who have not yet given birth. Transgender individuals are also welcome to apply. A daily ration of 300 grams of bread will be provided. Initial verification requires sending unedited photos without any beautification. Those who do not meet the standard are kindly requested to withdraw. Is there a convoy heading to the Eastern District looking for passengers? My sister, 12 years old, and I have both awakened. I possess agility, while she can communicate with small animals. We only have half a bag of rice and seek the kindness of others to assist us. A bounty is placed on Shinyu. Male, 28 years old. Former representative of a pharmaceutical company. A reward of 1 bag of compressed biscuits and 1 bottle of mineral water will be given for information leading to his location. Capture him alive and deliver him to the Wolf Fong camp for a doubled reward. Sumo understands that in this world, the power of an individual is ultimately limited. Thus, he posts a recruitment notice on the forum. Mobile War Fortress recruitment. Superhumans and technical personnel are prioritized. Please bring proof of value. Compensation is based on labor. No idlers allowed, and refrain from unnecessary chatter. After clicking send, the post quickly sinks to the bottom, as such recruitment notices appear in abundance daily. At that moment, Sumo's phone suddenly vibrates. Startled, he realizes it has been a week since the apocalypse began, and this is the first time he has received a message from someone else. Opening the green bubble, he sees a beautiful woman's avatar flashing. Master Su. Are you there? Chapter 5. The beautiful doctor, Lin Yao. The person on the other end of the line is named Lin Yao, the same age as Sumo. Coming from a prestigious medical family, her parents are renowned professors. Raised in a rigorous academic environment, she possesses an independent and strong personality. Through her own efforts, she gained admission to a top medical school, pursuing a continuous path from Bachelor S to Master S to Doctorate. At a young age, she is already a key candidate at the Central Hospital of Star City. She is strikingly beautiful, naturally gifted, yet never ostentatious in her appearance. With a consistently light makeup, her skin is fair and delicate, and she exudes an air of scholarly elegance behind her glasses. Her figure is slender and proportionate, and her posture is upright due to her frequent time spent at the operating table. 6 months prior, her vehicle was undergoing maintenance at the place where Sumo worked. His meticulous craftsmanship and clear explanations left a profound impression on her, leading her to add him on WeChat for convenient vehicle inquiries. Over the months, their chat records are as pristine as a medical record. Master Su, the warning light is on, with a yellow label displaying a gear icon. What could be the issue? The transmission system is malfunctioning. A code reading is necessary for confirmation. Received, thank you. Their conversations have been limited to this. When the blood moon descended, she had just finished a surgery and was resting in an apartment near the hospital. As a doctor, she had stocked some food and mineral water at home. Like the majority, She believed that they only needed to endure a few days until an official rescue team would come to take them away. However, a week later, as supplies dwindled and no change was in sight, she learned from the Survivor Forum that the entire world order had utterly collapsed. Lin Yao finally realized that she was now trapped in an inescapable predicament. More terrifyingly, she could vaguely see the approaching crimson mist of death outside the window. During this time, she had attempted to venture out in search of supplies. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she witnessed a neighbor from the same floor being devoured by a horde of zombies, which frightened her back into her room, extinguishing any remaining hope. In her desperation, she tried to reach out to various survivor teams on a forum. The response was direct and crude, demanding that she send unfiltered photos of herself. It was painfully clear what their true intentions were. Without any supernatural abilities to rely upon, she comprehended that even if she were to join them, possessing medical skills would be of little use in unfamiliar groups. The likelihood was that she would be used up and discarded, reduced to a mere commodity or resource. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, her beauty had become a burden rather than an asset. In her moment of despair, with only a 2 battery left on her phone, she stumbled upon a post from Suemo. The words resonated with a familiar feeling. She recalled the young man from her WeChat who had left a reassuring impression on her. With a flicker of hope, she decided to send him a message. Just as Lin Yao began to doubt whether her call would ever connect, she heard a hesitant voice on the other end. Hello? Suemo hesitated for a moment before tapping the answer button. Lin Yao could hear the deep hum of an engine in the background. She forced herself to remain calm, quickly contemplating what leverage she could use to persuade him. From the post, it was evident that Suemo was seeking value. While she needed to prove her worth, beyond mere pity. Master Su, is that you? The convoy called Heart of the Fortress? It is I, came Sumo's reply, tinged with a hint of recognition, yet devoid of much emotion. Dr. Lin? His voice maintained a calmness that sent her heart racing. It's me, Lin Yao. I saw your recruitment information. I want to join. There was a silence on the other end for a few seconds before Sumo's steady voice returned. Since you've seen the post, let me ask you, have you awakened your abilities? His words were blunt, harsh, and devoid of any pleasantries. Lin Yao's heart sank instantly. Not yet. I don't dare to confront those monsters. She discerned the underlying implication in Sumo's tone. In this world where strength reigned supreme, what value did a doctor without abilities possess? She recalled the recruitment messages on the forum, noting that women without value were worth less than a box of supplies. Actually, I'm not unattractive. She uttered the humiliating words before her mind could intervene, her voice emerging hoarsely from her dry throat. Lin Yao herself was baffled by her own utterance. Suemo coldly interrupted her, his voice unwavering. You misunderstood my meaning. I only accept those who are useful, not mere ornaments. As for appearance, it can only serve as a supplementary advantage. Suemo was aware of Lin Yao's well-off background, noting her luxury car. Yet, she was still too young and likely had relied on family connections rather than possessing genuine skills. Especially the words of active dedication, once uttered, further solidified his perspective. It was clear. Lin Yao's voice was dry and faint, resigning herself to reality. Goodbye, Dr. Lin, came Sumo's voice, imbued with the impending conclusion of their conversation. Throughout her life, she had faced countless rejections. They claimed her beauty was a product of plastic surgery, that her academic success stemmed from cheating, and that her direct doctoral admission was due to an affair with the principal. She understood that once the call ended, only death awaited her. Thus, 20 years of pent-up rage erupted forth. Suemo. Wait, they all say I'm merely a pretty vase living off my looks? A fool relying on family connections? I am a direct doctoral student in clinical medicine at the Central Hospital of Star City. I have achieved first place in professional examinations for 3 consecutive years. It is not due to connections. It is not due to cheating. It is the result of my 4 hours of sleep each day, of my countless hours spent in the library and the operating room earning these high scores. I am intimately familiar with every muscle, every blood vessel, every skeletal connection in the human body. My worth lies on the operating table. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. Yet, the flames of her anger sustained her, transforming Suemo into a receptacle for her emotions. I have not enhanced my breasts. I have not undergone plastic surgery. I have not slept with the principal. I am still a virgin. Damn it. Are you satisfied now? After this lengthy outburst, she felt utterly drained, her back crashing heavily against the cold wall. The receiver only captured her fragmented sobs. It was such a disgraceful moment. Lin Yao had never felt so humiliated in her life. All the titles of school beauty and medical prodigy became mere jokes at this juncture. It was also the first time in her 20-plus years that she had uttered such vulgarities. Suddenly, Lin Yao spoke. Her voice laced with fatigue yet tinged with a surreal gratitude. Thank you. At least you are a good person for not hanging up on me while I was losing my mind. She forced a smile, yet it appeared more ghastly than a cry. She lacked the courage to face the potential mockery or pity from Suemo. Her fingers trembled as she prepared to press the red hang-up button. Let it end. Let everything come to a close. Send me the address. Sumo's voice rang out once more. A simple forward command, cold, clear, and unexpectedly piercing through the receiver. Lin Yao's finger froze just a centimeter from the screen. Her mind went blank, as if the pause button had been pressed. Did he just say what she thought he said? Send me the address. Did he agree? Lin Yao trembled all over, nearly dropping her phone. Acting on instinct, she hastily activated location sharing. Her gaze fixated on the small circle on the screen, indicating that her location was being sent. The circle began to spin, sending. However, just as the small circle was about to complete its cycle, the screen suddenly went dark. The glaring red battery icon has vanished completely, replaced by an enveloping silence as dark as night. The device has powered down. Chapter 6. Armor upgrade complete. Lin Yao stood frozen in place, her hand still clutching the phone, as if petrified. The sole source of illumination in the apartment had extinguished. Had he received her message? Panic swiftly engulfed her heart. The progress bar for sending seemed to linger just a fraction away from completion. Without an address, how could Suemo possibly locate her? Would he think she was toying with him? Would he abandon her for not receiving her message? The deathly stillness of the apartment consumed her. She had no phone, no food, only herself and this desolate room. Her only link to the outside world had been severed entirely. With a sudden burst of resolve, Lin Yao sprang to her feet. Her voice tinged with a near-obsessive determination. He must have received it. Surely, 6 months ago, he had delivered a vehicle to me. He had been to this complex. He must remember the place. This thought became her final pillar of support. No longer would she dwell on whether the phone was truly dead, nor would she remain mired in despair. The instinct for survival eclipsed all else. She dashed to her desk, utilizing the faint light from the window to frantically search through her belongings. Heavy medical tomes, practical trauma surgery, emergency medicine handbook, essentials of clinical pharmacology, along with a small first aid kit she had stashed in her nightstand. Inside were several epinephrine vials, potent antibiotics, a sterile suturing kit, and a tourniquet. Lin Yao resolved to organize these items. They were her testament to her worth. As long as Suemo arrived, as long as he could find this place, she could leverage these supplies and her knowledge to barter for the chance to survive. She packed the books and first aid kit tightly in her arms, closed the curtains, and slid down against the cold wall, sitting on the floor. In the darkness, her eyes widened, fixating on the door that separated her from the outside world. Yet her ears were attuned, straining to catch any unusual sounds from the street beyond the window. She needed to hear the engine of a vehicle. That was her only hope. Seeing the call disconnected, Suemo furrowed his brow. He dialed again, but there was no response. Was it mere coincidence that her phone had run out of battery? Or was it a meticulously crafted trap? Leaning back in the driver's seat, he instinctively analyzed various possibilities. In this apocalyptic world, human nature was treacherous, exploiting a woman's fragility and despair to ensnare her. Luring well-meaning survivors, or those with ulterior motives into a snare was not uncommon in the forums. Suemo was no fool, especially after being betrayed by Maruo once. His plans allowed no room for unnecessary risks or burdens. Yet Lin Yao's final outburst had rung with a startling authenticity. It struck precisely at his most pressing need, a competent, if not exceptional, physician. The innate talent of the Fortress of Heart endowed him with the boundless potential to construct a mobile bastion. However, the essence of this gift lies in the enhancement and modification of vehicles, external entities, mere tools. Yet he remained, at his core, a flesh-and-blood human. Faced with the ravenous bites of zombies, the treachery of his kind, and the corrosive effects of the environment, he was by no means invincible. An unexpected severe injury, coupled with infection, could spell the abrupt end to his nascent journey. Thus, a doctor well-versed in trauma care, familiar with pharmacology, and capable of saving lives in critical moments held value no less than that of a formidable combat-oriented talent. Lin Yao had not awakened her talent, likely due to not achieving her first kill. This indicated that she remained pure, with great plasticity. Suemo of Biyunyaju whispered the fragmented address Lin Yao had last provided. His fingers glided across his phone screen, retrieving the WeChat chat history. 6 months prior, Lin Yao's car had undergone extensive maintenance, necessitating a home delivery. The chat records clearly retained the address coordinates from that delivery, the entrance to the underground parking of Biyunyaju, Building 7. Indeed, it was there. The memory aligned, and the address was accurate. It seemed Lin Yao had not lied, at least not regarding this crucial information. Suemo accessed the map on his phone. The apartment was located in the southern district of Xingqing, not too far in a straight line from his current position. However, a glance out the car window revealed the desolate streets strewn with abandoned vehicles, collapsed billboards, and scattered debris blocking most thoroughfares. The navigation indicated a 30-minute journey? He chuckled resignedly. In this apocalypse, the roads were paved with peril. He estimated that it would take at least an hour, if not longer. Outside the window, the crimson sun was poised to dip below the horizon, casting an ever-deepening twilight. The pinned warning on the Survivor forum was etched deeply into everyone's consciousness. Warning: the nights of the apocalypse are the most active periods for zombies and mutated creatures. Although the tide of murderous fog has momentarily halted, the threats lurking in the shadows of the city far exceed those present during the day. Travel at night only if absolutely necessary. Nightfall was the true hunting ground. The ordinary zombies, sluggish in daylight, became extraordinarily ferocious and agile under the blood moon's influence. Even more terrifying were certain unknown mutated beings that roamed only in darkness. Their movements inscrutable and their abilities unfathomable. To embark now, traversing a chaotic urban landscape, was akin to throwing oneself into a vast meat grinder. At that moment, the countdown for the Vision upgrade reached 0. Armored enhancement, basic, upgrade complete. External defense of the vehicle enhanced. Vehicle weight increased by 15. Overall fuel consumption raised to 10,100. The dark, golden glow enveloping the van receded, revealing the completed upgraded body. Once plain and somewhat rustic, the national vehicle now shone with newfound brilliance. At this moment, a matte dark gray exterior enveloped the vehicle. This coating extended from the hood, doors, and windows to the roof, even covering the tires and chassis. While the overall silhouette remained unchanged, its demeanor appeared more grounded. Suemo lowered the car window and lightly tapped the door. The weight of it was remarkable. He redirected his attention to the vehicle before him, with a slight mental prompt. A semi-transparent information panel materialized in his view. Vehicle, standard multi-purpose automobile, heart of the fortress bound. Status: good, battery depleted. Fuel tank: 25 liters of 50 liters. Comprehensive fuel consumption: 10 liters per 100 kilometers. Core components: engine good. Transmission good. Chassis good. Upgrade status: armor enhancement, beginner. Fortress points, 2. He glanced at the upgrade panel nestled in the corner of his vision. Next to it, a transformation panel had appeared. Note: adding special materials, such as mutated biological cores, high-purity energy crystals, aberrant metals, etc., for vehicle modifications can enhance performance or unlock special attributes. It seemed this was the special modification unlocked after the heart of the fortress reached level 2. As for the special materials, indeed, there had been posts in the Survivor Forum's strategy section mentioning them. Certain elite zombies or mutated creatures, possessing abnormal forms and strange abilities, had a probability of dropping these special materials upon defeat. It appeared that previous encounters with zombies had been rather mundane. The few he had dispatched did not yield any unique items. It seemed that in order to acquire these materials, one must actively seek out those perilous entities. Suemo pondered over the fuel consumption of 10 liters per 100 kilometers. The increased weight of the vehicle would inevitably lead to greater consumption. Though there remained 25 liters of fuel in the tank, the urgency to find more fuel had become paramount. He recalled having spotted a sizable gas station not far off, conveniently located along the route to Biyunyaju. Given its relatively remote position, adjacent to a secondary road, it might not have been completely looted yet. Glancing at the time, he noted that nightfall was no more than 10 minutes away. It was perfectly on his way. Suemo made an immediate decision. The fortress required supplies, and the night demanded shelter. Stopping there seemed wise. The first practical test after the modifications would commence with this outing. Suemo engaged the gear, released the handbrake, and the national vehicle slowly rolled out of the parking lot. Buzz. Chapter 7. The fortress begins to show its edge. Suemo gripped the steering wheel tightly, his palms sweating. He was exhilarated, eager to discover the true quality of the fortress's armor enhancement. The road to the gas station served as the ideal proving ground. Just as he exited the school gates, two figures appeared ahead in his line of sight. Two wandering zombies appeared before him, clad in tattered work garments, their skin a ghastly gray, rotting away. The instant they heard the sound of the engine, their decayed heads snapped towards the van, and within their murky eyes ignited a ravenous hunger for living flesh. With a guttural roar, they lunged forward, their stiff limbs propelling them with a speed far surpassing that of ordinary zombies, charging towards the van without a moment's hesitation. Sumo's heart raced, his pupils constricting. During his days of fleeing, he had witnessed countless instances of vehicles colliding with zombies. Aside from those specially reinforced engineering vehicles or heavy trucks known for their sturdiness, ordinary cars fared poorly against these bone-like monsters. While it was common for zombies to be flung aside upon impact, they often left deep dents in the car's body, shattered windshields, and even ruptured radiators or deformed hoods. In this apocalyptic world, such damages could prove fatal. Come on. Suemo felt his heart leap to his throat. With a steely gaze, he did not slow down. Instead, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. He chose the most direct and brutal method of confrontation. There was no evasion, no finesse, only a raw clash of speed and power. Bang, bang. The dull thuds resonated, followed by the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. At the moment of impact, Suemo felt an immense force coursing through the steering wheel. The vehicle jolted violently, and then his vision was suddenly engulfed in darkness. It was not the dizziness of a collision, but rather a complete obfuscation of his view. Suemo slammed on the brakes. A grotesque mixture of dark red flesh, grayish brain matter, and unidentifiable yellow-green slime splattered across the windshield, reminiscent of crushed tomato sauce that instantly coated the entire glass. On the windshield wiper hung a bloodshot zombie eyeball, swaying with the vibrations of the car. Silence enveloped the interior, save for the low rumble of the engine. Taking a deep breath, Suemo activated the windshield wipers. Gradually, the filth was scraped away, and his vision began to clear. A low storefront came into view just a few dozen meters away, where two zombies were grotesquely embedded in the wall, as if squashed like insects. Their bodies had been nearly obliterated by the force of impact, their innards and tainted blood splattered across the weathered surface. In stark contrast, the front of his vehicle remained unscathed. The bumper was intact, and the windshield was also unharmed. The matte gray armor bore not a single scratch. The reinforcement of the armor was astonishing. He couldn't help but gasp in awe. The effects of merely a single level of defensive enhancement were nothing short of remarkable. The impact of ordinary zombies was akin to an egg striking a rock. If a mere 100 points of enhancement yielded such results, what would further enhancements unleash in terms of firepower, mobility, and survival? With a heart racing wildly, Suemo felt as though he had glimpsed the future. This unassuming national vehicle, under the enhancement and transformation of the heart of the fortress, was gradually evolving into a true steel behemoth, ready to roam freely in the apocalyptic landscape. No longer hesitating, he gripped the steering wheel firmly. The relatively compact body of the van was now exploiting its advantages to the fullest. It maneuvered like a serpent, forcing its way through the narrow gap formed by two overturned cars, grinding over shards of glass and debris as it sped toward the gas station. The route to the gas station proved to be tenfold worse than anticipated. Certain stretches were completely barricaded by collapsed billboards, power poles, and construction waste. Suemo was compelled to frequently detour, reverse, and seek new paths. Relying on his familiarity with the city's terrain, he navigated through the steel jungle with great difficulty. Along the way, 7 oblivious zombies attempted to impede his progress, yet the vehicle remained as sturdy as ever, showing no signs of even the slightest dent. With each successful collision, Suemo's confidence swelled dramatically. When the familiar red and white canopy of the gas station came into view, the last vestiges of crimson faded from the sky. A colossal and eerie blood moon silently emerged. The gas station lay in utter silence. Darkness was the true hunting ground of the apocalypse. Suemo slowly brought the vehicle to a stop in the shadows, a safe distance from the gas station entrance, and turned off the engine. Inside the van, a profound stillness enveloped them, broken only by the rhythmic blinking of the anti-theft light on the dashboard. The number of wandering zombies along the route had noticeably increased, staggering out from various shadowy corners and abandoned shops, aimlessly loitering in the streets. The faint echoes of inhuman howls resonated in the night, adding an unsettling atmosphere. Near the gas station, however, it seemed that only the wind could be heard. Suemo's taut nerves relaxed slightly. The safest course of action would be to remain in the vehicle until dawn. After all, with the heart of the fortress bolstering it, this van was akin to a miniature safe zone. Yet he understood that fortune favors the bold. Having just awakened his abilities, Suemo lagged far behind the strong ones on the forums. Moreover, his talents and skills required a substantial amount of resources to sustain. Fortune favors the bold. The daring thrive, while the timid perish. Resolutely, Suemo decided to exit the vehicle and assess the situation. A thunderous, terrifying roar erupted from several kilometers away, emanating from the direction of Star City University. Suemo swiftly turned his gaze toward the university. Bathed in the dim glow of the blood moon, he witnessed an unforgettable sight. An enormous silhouette, unfathomably colossal, began to rise from the ground of Star City University. This figure towered at least 30 stories high, reminiscent of a titan from ancient mythology. The terrifying silhouette slowly lifted its massive hand, reminiscent of a small mountain. With a thunderous crash, A dormitory building was instantly reduced to ruins beneath that colossal palm. Bricks and stones scattered, smoke billowing into the sky, resembling a miniature mushroom cloud. With just a single strike, a sturdy dormitory was transformed into a wasteland. Is this the horror of the apocalyptic night? He murmured to himself, his voice trembling with a hint of excitement he had not even realized. He forced himself to divert his gaze, redirecting his attention to the gas station before him. It remained relatively calm, yet it was certainly not a place for prolonged stay. The gas pumps, convenience store, and overturned fuel truck lay before him. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the glass door of the convenience store. In the faint light of the blood moon, he glimpsed the collapsed shelves within, littered with scattered packaging. A scene of utter chaos, which had become the norm. However, what captivated his attention was a faint orange glow near the cash register. It flickered momentarily, reminiscent of the special energy crystals mentioned in survivor forums, which were said to be dropped by elite mutated beings. Special materials. Sumo's heart raced. Modifying vehicles requires such unique materials, and here it was, right before his eyes. Yet, almost the instant he discovered the blue glow, a pair of eerie green eyes fixed intensely in his direction, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek that was anything but human. The creature had spotted him. Should he retreat or flee? Chapter 8. Special modification materials. At that moment, under the emergency lighting, a grotesque figure emerged. A gas station uniform barely clung to its grotesquely swollen body. Its left arm was entirely missing, replaced instead by a nearly 1 meter long fuel nozzle. Its entire form was coated in thick grime. The menacing aura exuded by this creature far surpassed that of the ordinary zombies that merely lunged to bite. Could it be an elite-level zombie? According to the forums, ordinary zombies often retained a humanoid form, while the more evolved elite zombies would specialize certain parts of their bodies, thereby gaining formidable strength. Just then, the fuel nozzle zombie sprang into action. It did not lunge directly at him. Instead, it abruptly raised its fuel nozzle arm. With a whoosh, a viscous black-red liquid shot forth like a high-pressure water gun, striking the car door on Sumo's side with pinpoint accuracy. The intense smell of gasoline enveloped the air. Sumo's pupils constricted. It was the smell of gasoline. He scarcely had time to contemplate, for at the end of the nozzle, a burst of blue electric sparks flickered. Instantly, a vibrant orange flame erupted from the gasoline-soaked area of the car door. The heat radiated through the door, causing the temperature inside the cabin to soar. Damn it! Sumo cursed under his breath, his heart racing. Although the enhanced armor provided decent physical protection, it was no match for the direct onslaught of flames. He had no knowledge of the armor's fire-resistant properties. Moreover, the confined space within the vehicle posed a significant risk should the fire spread or ignite the interior. Sumo would find himself a mere roasted carcass within a metal coffin. He could not remain in the car. He had to exit. With a swift mental shift, he made his decision. He activated the vehicle, engaged the gear, released the handbrake, and executed the actions in one fluid motion. He quickly reversed, escaping the reach of the flames. With a sudden application of the brakes, he simultaneously slammed on the accelerator. The tires screeched against the pavement, releasing plumes of smoke as he launched towards the fire-spewing zombie. The creature, caught off guard by this unexpected counterattack, momentarily faltered. Yet, being an elite zombie, its reflexes were not slow. It sharply pivoted its burning fuel nozzle towards the windshield. Sumo could almost feel the scorching wave of heat assaulting him. The searing blast engulfed the entire vehicle, obscuring his vision. Simultaneously, the fuel zombie appeared to take great satisfaction in its assault. A hint of cruel glee evident on its decayed, contorted face. Fortress Heart, open the door, Sumo commanded within his mind. Click, click. The locks on both doors sprang open instantaneously. Without hesitation, as the doors swung ajar, he rolled out from the driver's seat. The intense heat wave grazed his back, leaving a burning sensation in its wake. Almost concurrently, the national vehicle, propelled by inertia, broke through the fiery onslaught. The fortified front of the upgraded car collided solidly with the zombie's midsection. The sound of this impact was far from that of an ordinary zombie. This fuel zombie possessed a physical resilience that surpassed its kind. The immense force did not shatter it outright, but rather propelled it, along with a row of metal shelves behind it, forcefully into the convenience store. The fuel zombie was pinned against a load-bearing column, unable to move. Only its fuel nozzle flailed wildly, though the nozzle was deformed, significantly diminishing its spray capability. A golden opportunity. Sumo, gritting his teeth against the pain, rolled to his feet. The commotion was too great. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Extending his right hand, he grasped the fuel nozzle. The cold metallic texture inspired a bold idea. Metal manipulation. Decompose for me, Sumo silently chanted in his mind. The power of Fortress Heart surged through his arm. His willpower firmly locked onto the fuel nozzle. The thick, twisted arm began to disintegrate at an observable pace, starting from the nozzle tip as though melting under an invisible high temperature, breaking down into minuscule particles that Sumo absorbed. The gun barrel, along with the arm of the oil gun zombie, was entirely reduced to nothingness, leaving only a mangled, charred stump. Target engaged, oil gun, mutated metal, decomposition successful. Acquired 120 fortress points. Proficiency, 120, current fortress heart level, 2, 122, 1000. Stamina consumption, moderate. Acquired special material, flame iron shavings, elite grade. Sumo sensed that the current decomposition speed was significantly faster than before. The oil gun zombie emitted a pained and furious howl, its body struggling futilely amidst the ruins, with its only movable part, its head, incessantly reaching forward. Sumo's gaze was frigid, devoid of any compassion. His right arm was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of matte metallic sheen, the upgraded metal armor expanding its coverage area. "Wanna bite me? Let us see you try this." Sumo united his waist and legs, channeling his entire strength. His right fist struck fiercely into the distorted and enraged head. A simple yet forceful blow was followed by a sound reminiscent of a ripe watermelon bursting. The oil gun zombie's struggles ceased entirely, leaving only half of its body lodged in the rubble, twitching slightly. The battle was concluded. Sumo gasped heavily, dispelling the metallic armor. The successive actions had drained a considerable amount of his stamina and mental energy. He forced himself to regain his composure and approached the repulsive corpse. Suppressing a strong wave of nausea, he kicked away the shattered skull and filthy tissue. Indeed, deep within the cranial cavity, he discovered a crystalline fragment the size of a peanut. It was warm to the touch and emitted a palpable energy fluctuation, an elite-grade crystal core. Moreover, it was the most valuable fire type. Sumo recognized that this was a hard currency revered by survivors in the forums. Only by slaying elite-level zombies could one hope to obtain such a treasure. It was an essential energy source for crafting energy weapons, enhancing potions, and even powering certain devices. It was said that some exceptionally powerful endowed individuals could directly absorb energy from the crystal core to strengthen themselves. He would delve deeper into its properties when time permitted. His gaze then fell upon a piece of dark red metallic debris in his hand. It was as thin as a willow leaf, with irregular edges and fiery patterns. These were the flame-patterned iron shavings obtained from dismantling the oil gun arm. The metal was somewhat hot to the touch and significantly heavier than ordinary steel. Sensing the unique energy contained within, the fortress heart relayed more detailed information. Flame iron shavings, elite grade, contains trace amounts of special fire-type energy, exhibiting exceptional heat resistance and affinity for flames. Can be used for special modifications. Infused into armor, it can enhance fire resistance. Infused into engines, it can slightly improve combustion efficiency. What a remarkable find. Sumo felt a surge of joy. This perilous venture had proven worthwhile. Both the zombie crystal core and the flame iron shavings were invaluable materials, especially in the latter case, whether it pertains to integrating armor or upgrading the engine, holds significant implications. He meticulously stowed the crystal core and iron shavings into his close-fitting backpack. Upon completing these tasks, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. Coupled with the smoke he had inhaled earlier, he felt lightheaded and disoriented. Sumo swiftly returned to the vehicle, locking the doors with his mind. The exterior armor of the driver's side door was charred and blackened. Although the main structure of the armor remained intact, the surface coating had evidently suffered extensive damage, with signs of melting in certain areas. Fortunately, the fire had been extinguished. Sumo barely managed to park the car on a nearby patch of open ground before collapsing into the driver's seat, utterly drained. A fleeting thought of resting crossed his mind, and his head lolled to one side. Almost instantly, he fell into a deep slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed, and he remained in oblivion until a faint knocking sound echoed by his ear. Chapter 9. The Gentle Trap of the Apocalypse. Knock, 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 knock. Sumo was roused from his sleep by a persistent knocking sound. Someone was tapping on the glass of the driver's side window. Startled awake, he glanced outside to find the dawn breaking. The blood moon had vanished, and the red sun streamed through the windshield. Slightly tilting his head, he peered through the gap in the window. A stranger's face, that of a woman, was pressed against the glass. Her complexion was frighteningly pale, and her once pretty eyes were now swollen and red like ripe peaches. The thin shirt she wore had been brutally torn, exposing large swathes of her fair skin and delicate collarbone, even revealing the straps of her undergarments. Her voice, tinged with sobs, trembled as it filtered through the narrow opening. "Please, help me. Take me away from here. I'll do anything." Her frantic gaze swept across the interior of the car. Upon catching sight of Sumo's youthful yet remarkably composed face, she seemed momentarily taken aback. Then, with renewed urgency, she pounded on the window, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. "Please, I beg you. My boyfriend is injured. We are trapped. Only you can save us." As she wept, she instinctively tried to gather the torn collar of her shirt. This action, however, did not serve to conceal her vulnerability. Instead, it accentuated her alabaster skin, making it all the more tantalizing. Coupled with her tear-streaked visage, it was profoundly impactful for any normal man. Sumo's brows knitted subtly. In this apocalyptic world, a solitary woman, so disheveled yet alluring, knocking on an unfamiliar vehicle's door for help? It seemed too contrived, too familiar. It was a trap, exploiting the frailties of human nature, frequently discussed in forums. The betrayal by Maruo still lingered vividly in his mind. He would never again be so easily swayed by any sudden gesture of kindness. He did not immediately open the door. Instead, he merely lowered the car window slightly, just enough to hear the sounds outside. "What is happening?" Sumo's voice remained calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. The woman seemed to grasp at a lifeline, urgently pointing towards the convenience store. "There is a monster in the restroom of the convenience store. Its arms are like gas pumps, and it breathes fire. Our vehicle was instantly incinerated. My boyfriend was injured while trying to protect me, and we barely managed to hide in the restroom. Please, take us with you. We have gasoline. We have food. We'll give you everything. Just help us escape." Her gaze swept over Sumo's unremarkable yet remarkably sturdy van. Last night's battle had allowed her and her companions to observe everything clearly from the shadows. This vehicle had forcefully hurled that fire-breathing creature away. Even under the flames it emitted, the damage was merely superficial, far superior to their own vehicle, which had been reduced to a skeletal frame in an instant. Sumo caught the key words, his tone still flat. "Gasoline? Supplies? How much? Where?" "In the restroom of the convenience store. There are 2 barrels of gasoline, half a case of bottled water, and a backpack full of food." The woman quickly replied, leaning forward slightly, trying to make her exposed skin more visible to Sumo. "I beg you, please save us. We'll give you anything." Sumo's gaze fell on the restroom door deep within the convenience store. He opened the car door with decisive ease. "Lead the way." The woman seemed taken aback by his unhesitating agreement, momentarily stunned. Then, joy illuminated her face as she turned and hurriedly stumbled towards the restroom. "Hurry, this way. My boyfriend is seriously injured." At the restroom door, the woman flung the door open, crying out with a quivering voice, "Changgu, we have been saved." The moment Sumo stepped into the restroom, a cold sensation abruptly pressed against his right temple. "Don't move. If you dare to shift an inch, I will end you." A sinister voice whispered in his ear, brimming with uncontainable glee. At the same time, the woman, who moments ago had appeared tearful and pitiable, lost all traces of fear and pleading from her face. She swiftly darted aside to block the doorway, and unbeknownst to him, a sharp dagger had appeared in her hand, her gaze now fierce and fixed on Sumo. Sumo's eyes calmly surveyed the cramped restroom, filled with an overpowering stench of urine and a faint metallic scent of blood. The man holding the gun was indeed the Changgu the woman had mentioned. He bore injuries, his left arm wrapped in blood-soaked rags. His right hand firmly gripped a police handgun, the dark muzzle pressing menacingly against Sumo's head. His eyes glimmered with greed and the thrill of wielding control over another's life or death. Zhang Chang grinned, revealing a grotesque smile, his teeth stained with blood. "Haha. Fool, you are so easily deceived. With such a lack of intellect, how does one expect to survive in the apocalypse? Is it truly so distracting to see a woman exposing her flesh? Just last night, I witnessed your prowess in vanquishing that monster, leading me to believe you were formidable. Yet this is all you amount to? Your vehicle, however, is quite impressive. Its armor robust enough to withstand the flames of that creature. I was lamenting my lack of transport, and here you are, delivering it to me on a silver platter. Truly, fortune smiles upon the weary." The woman beside me, Lu Qian, echoed with a sharp laugh. "Huh, did you expect this? You were quite the warrior last night, handling that monster with ease. What a pity, though. Your wits seem to be lacking. In this world, compassion is the least valuable currency." Brother Chang, seize his car keys. Look at him. He must have provisions. Zhang Chang chuckled sinisterly, pressing the barrel of his gun forcefully against Sumo's temple. "Did you hear that? Boy, be wise. Hand over the car keys and all your valuables, food, drink, everything. If I'm in a generous mood, perhaps I'll spare your life." Sumo appeared unfazed by their threats, his gaze calmly resting on a corner of the restroom, where a few blue barrels and a half-empty case of mineral water lay alongside a bulging backpack. "Is this all the supplies you possess?" His voice was as monotonous as inquiring about the weather. Zhang Chong and Lu Qian were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Chong, incensed by Su Mo's dismissive demeanor, felt insulted. What the hell? Who do you think you're looking down upon? This is none of your business. Enough chatter. Kneel before me and hand over the keys. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pulled the trigger with a swift motion. In that fleeting moment, Su Mo's right hand, which hung at his side, was suddenly enveloped in a layer of matte metal, his metallic armament. Without evasion or defense, he raised his right arm, blocking his temple. Bang! Yet, the anticipated scene of blood and brains did not unfold. Instead, a sharp metallic clang resonated, and sparks flew. A deformed bullet fell feebly to the stained ground. The sinister grin on Zhang Chong's face froze, transforming into sheer terror as his eyes widened in disbelief. What are you? A monster? A gifted being? Lu Qian screamed in fright, nearly dropping the dagger in her hand. In that instant, Su Mo's gaze turned frigid. It seemed that your choice leads to a dead end. Chapter 10. The lies outside the door as Zhang Chong attempted to pull the trigger once more. Su Mo's metallic-clad hand had already seized his wrist, as if capturing the very essence of his weapon. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Zhang Chong cried out in agony as his wrist twisted unnaturally. The handgun flew from his grasp. Without hesitation, in the next heartbeat, Su Mo's grip tightened around Zhang Chong's throat. In the next moment, his feet left the ground as Su Mo effortlessly lifted him with one hand. Zhang Chong, gasping for breath, struggled frantically, his face awash with terror and pleading. Su Mo's gaze remained indifferent, observing the man's futile writhing. Moments later, a faint crack echoed as the man's cervical spine was brutally snapped. The struggle ceased abruptly. His head slumped to one side, eyes vacant, utterly devoid of life. Su Mo discarded the corpse as one might cast aside refuse. His cold eyes swept over Lu Qian, who lay crumpled on the floor. A foul stench permeating the air as she lost control. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. He forced me. It was all him. Lu Qian, gripped by terror, dropped the dagger from her trembling hands with a clatter. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she frantically bowed in supplication. Brother, I was wrong. I truly was. Please spare me. I am willing to do anything. I can serve you. As she cried out, she desperately tore at her already tattered clothing, attempting to offer her body as a final bargaining chip. Yet, Su Mo's gaze revealed no flicker of emotion. In this apocalyptic world, he had heard far too many tales of those willing to barter everything for survival. Betrayal, deceit, exploitation. This woman before him bore no distinction from the likes of Ma Ruo, who had abandoned him for a mere vehicle. Both were parasitic, venomous serpents that could turn at any moment. Compassion? That would only lead to one's own demise. Without a hint of hesitation, he swung his right fist towards Lu Qian's head. Her pleas abruptly ceased. Lu Qian's body crumpled to the ground, a clear imprint of his fist etched upon her forehead. In the restroom, only the heavy scent of blood and an oppressive silence remained. Su Mo shook off the blood that stained his arm, revealing unscathed skin beneath the metallic armor. He approached the corner, inspecting 2 barrels of gasoline, half a case of bottled water, and a bulging backpack. Inside were some compressed biscuits, canned meat, and a few packs of cigarettes. It seemed these were the spoils of their scavenging, alleviating Su Mo of further trouble. He picked up the handgun, noting 4 bullets remaining, along with a rather decent-looking dagger. The haul was satisfactory. With a stoic expression, Su Mo organized the supplies. He cast one last glance at the 2 still warm corpses on the floor before turning towards his van. However, the earlier confrontation had drawn the attention of numerous zombies. This was not a place to linger. In Building 7 of by Yunya Zhu, the beautiful Dr. Lin Yao huddled in a corner, clutching her meticulously organized backpack. She had not closed her eyes all night, straining to catch any hint of an engine's roar. Yet, apart from the distant, faint echoes of zombie howls, there was nothing. Her eyelids felt as heavy as if laden with lead, and her mind throbbed with the agony of extreme fatigue. Suddenly, a clear and measured knocking reverberated at the door. Startling her, she held her breath, frozen in place. Could it be him? Su Mo? A deliberately subdued, anxious male voice penetrated the door. Yao Yao. It's me, Chinyu. Open the door quickly. The zombies in this building have just been cleared, and we must leave at once. There's no time to waste. Chinyu? The man who was ostensibly her fiancé? The only son of a pharmaceutical conglomerate's board member, 8 years her senior. The perfect son-in-law in her parents' eyes. Well-groomed, with a flamboyant demeanor, he incessantly boasted about her father's company. 7 days had passed since the apocalypse began. The world had vanished, and he had been silent. Lin Yao had long since accepted that he was likely lost to the sea of corpses, or perhaps hiding in some secure location, indifferent to her plight as his fiancée. How had he found her? How did he know she was alive? Countless questions erupted in her mind, but her body acted before her thoughts could catch up. The instinct for survival propelled her unsteadily to the door. Peering through the peephole, she beheld that familiar yet alien face. Indeed, it was Chunyu. His hair was meticulously groomed, though somewhat disheveled, and his expensive tailored suit bore a touch of dust, yet the collar remained impeccably arranged. His brow was furrowed, eyes scanning the corridor anxiously, as if evading some unseen threat. For a fleeting moment, Lin Yao nearly turned the lock. A familiar presence in this hellish apocalypse brought with it a sense of safety. Just as her fingers were poised to grasp the doorknob, a minuscule sense of dissonance caught Lin Yao's attention. Chunyu had a deeply ingrained habit of involuntarily blinking his left eye when anxious or agitated. Yet, the man outside exhibited no extraneous expression. Could he truly be Chunyu? A cold sweat instantly drenched her back. Rumors on the forum suggested that those who awakened their talents possessed abilities far beyond human comprehension. Perhaps the man before her was an awakened talent. Yao Yao, open the door. There is no time. Chunyu's voice outside grew more urgent upon hearing hers, the knocking intensifying with an undeniable force. She compelled herself to remain calm, inhaling deeply before asking through the door in the steadiest voice she could muster. Chunyu? How do you know I'm in this building? His tone brimmed with sincerity. I have been searching for you. I exhausted all my connections and finally discovered you might still be here. Open the door, and we can discuss it on the way. Exhausted all connections? In a world where order had collapsed and zombies roamed freely, Lin Yao's skepticism deepened. She resolved to probe further. Chunyu, by the way, my father's adrenaline injection is still at your company. I assenti it? The medication in question is not the adrenaline Lin Yao referred to, but rather a targeted therapy for gastric cancer that Chunyu's company launched 6 months ago. Chunyu had previously boasted to her about the immense profits this project had garnered. A mere second or two of silence stretched out like an eternity. Lin Yao's heart raced, threatening to burst from her chest. The figure outside the door hesitated momentarily, a flicker of suppressed awkwardness and uncertainty evident. Of course. Yao Yao. Rest assured, such an important item. How could I possibly lose it? Open the door quickly. Forget about the medication for now. We need to leave this place. We will find a way to retrieve it later. The words completely wrong fell like the final straw that broke the camel's back. The entity before her, bearing Chunyu's visage, was anything but her fiancé. It was a monster, capable of disguise, or perhaps someone with an awakened special ability. How had it located her with such precision? How could it know of Chunyu and her connection? What was its aim? To capture her? Or something far more sinister? Lin Yao's voice trembled uncontrollably, overwhelming fear nearly suffocating her, yet she forced herself to speak. All right, I'll gather my things. Right away. My identification and crucial research materials. They cannot be lost. Please wait for me outside. Just a moment. She could not open the door. It was absolutely imperative she did not. The Chunyu outside clearly did not anticipate such a reaction. After a brief silence, the knocking grew more urgent and heavy. Bang, bang, bang. Yao Yao. What are you doing? Forget those things. Is your life more important than paper? Open the door. Stop hesitating. If we delay any longer, the monster will return. The threat in his voice was nearly unmasked. Lin Yao trembled as her fingers found the fruit knife she always carried. The cold metal offered no solace. The pounding at the door intensified. Lin Yao bit down on her lip until she tasted the metallic tang of blood. She closed her eyes, silently screaming, Sumo. Where are you? Hurry. Chapter 11. Getting used to it early is beneficial. Yao Yao. Open the door. If you don't open it, I will break it down. It's truly unsafe outside. The urgency in Chunyu's voice had completely dissipated. Stop pretending. Who are you really? Lin Yao's voice rose, laced with fear. The pounding outside ceased abruptly. Moments later, a completely unfamiliar laugh pierced through the door. Dr. Lin, you are quite clever, just as that coward Chunyu described. Very meticulous indeed. Immediately thereafter, the door lock emitted a strained groan. With a crash, the entire door was forced inward. Standing at the threshold was a short, stocky man with a grotesque smile plastered across his face, his features marred by a near-pathological lewdness. In the depths of his triangular eyes, unrestrained greed shimmered. His gaze crawled over Lin Yao, brazenly traversing her form as if it could penetrate her garments, stripping her bare. Do you know Chunyu? How is he faring? The lewd man scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. That coward? He is currently indulging with his little mistress, reveling in luxury within his car. TSK, your whereabouts were divulged to me by him himself, all for a couple of packs of cigarettes and a bottle of water. Impossible. Lin Yao felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. No, it cannot be. She cried out, her face turning as white as parchment. The man she had regarded with no romantic affection, yet who had always been courteous before her parents, had actually sold her off like an object to appease another? Yet the remnants of her sanity whispered that, if not for such a betrayal, how could he have located her with such precision? What is impossible? The lewd man advanced a step closer. In this world, aren't women merely commodities? Especially a stunning woman like you, Dr. Lin. You are a prized possession. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce myself. On the streets, they call me Brother Long. He leered grotesquely, licking his thick lips, his eyes glinting with a pathological fervor. 6 months ago, in the emergency department, acute appendicitis, you performed the surgery that snatched me back from the brink of death. The scalpel in your hand was exquisite. From that day forth, I could not forget you. Dr. Lin, from the moment you wielded that knife, I fell in love with you. The way you looked behind that mask, your intense gaze, and the calm, yet powerful grip you had on the scalpel were nothing short of perfect. You are my savior. My goddess. Brother Long opened his arms, his face alight with an unhealthy excitement. Do you see? My talent is multifaceted. I can become anyone I desire. In the next instant, he morphed into the visage of a popular young star, a devilish grin playing on his lips. Darling, do you fancy this face? Before Lin Yao could respond, his features shifted again, transforming into a muscular fitness influencer, his eyes lecherous. Or do you prefer this rugged manly type? He then transitioned into a renowned actor known for his tough guy persona, his voice low and magnetic. Perhaps something more mature and composed? Finally, he morphed back into Chun Yu's hypocritical face, though his gaze was now lascivious. Or shall we stick with your fiancé's visage? It feels more intimate, doesn't it? A wave of nausea surged within Lin Yao, nearly overwhelming her. She had never imagined that such a seemingly mundane surgery could summon forth a demon of this nature. Stay away. Otherwise, I will take us both down. Lin Yao screamed, trembling as she pointed a fruit knife at Brother Long. Take us both down. Brother Long's expression darkened. Rather than retreating, he advanced another bold step. Go on. Make your move. What if you die? I revel in the heat of the moment. Freshness. If all else fails, I have a friend endowed with the talent of an awakened puppeteer. He possesses the ability to transform individuals into eternal playthings. In that case, you could remain by my side forever. How utterly perfect. Your body, your visage, would eternally belong to me. Lin Yao trembled violently, a resolute thought emerging amidst her despair. In a sudden motion, she reversed the blade, pressing the edge firmly against her own cheek. Do you fancy my face? Do you adore this effete? I shall obliterate it now. Let your desires be directed at an eyesore instead. No, stop. Brother Long's expression of triumph and lewdness froze instantaneously. He screamed in horror, instinctively lunging toward Lin Yao. That was his cherished masterpiece. How could it be destroyed? With a dull, abrupt sound, the cacophony of Brother Long's shrieks was abruptly interrupted. Lin Yao felt a flash before her eyes, as a warm liquid splattered across her face. Her pupils dilated in shock as she clearly observed a deep crimson wound on the forehead of the lascivious man, blood oozing forth alongside other bodily fluids. His expression of shock and fury became frozen as his body succumbed, collapsing to the ground with a muted thud. Dust billowed. In the spot where he fell, a figure emerged from beyond the doorframe, clad in blood-stained work attire, tall and imposing, with a stern countenance. He withdrew a dagger slick with brain matter from Brother Long's nape. It was Suemo. He had arrived. He truly had. She watched as Suemo calmly flicked the remnants from the dagger with a practiced ease that was unervingly proficient. Lin Yao opened her mouth, yet no sound escaped her lips. Dr. Lin, have you gathered everything? Sumo's voice was devoid of emotion as he regarded Lin Yao beside him. In that moment, she was no longer the polished medical elite of half a year prior, driving luxury cars and dressed in exquisite attire. For practicality, she had cropped her hair short, simply tying it back into a low ponytail with a rubber band. She donned the most ordinary dark athletic wear, filled with pockets and sturdy sneakers, prioritizing utility and convenience above all else. Though somewhat haggard, Lin Yao's aloof demeanor remained unblemished. This spared Suemo considerable trouble. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the twitching corpse on the ground. Is Master Su, is he dead? Though she was a doctor, having confronted death in the hospital and encountered numerous lifeless cadavers, her scalpel had always been a tool for saving lives. This was the first time she had witnessed a living person's life so decisively extinguished from such close proximity. Do not bear any burden. Such occurrences will be frequent in the future. Acclimatizing yourself will be beneficial. Acclimatizing? To killing? Or to witnessing others being killed? Lin Yao's heart sank suddenly, a chill creeping in from Sumo's words. Yet, the last message he sent her last night, his address, offered her considerable solace amidst the current reality. In this world, rules and morals had long since eroded. Survival was the only truth. Suemo paid no heed to the confusion reflected in Lin Yao's eyes. He crouched down, deftly rummaging through Long Ji's clothing. From his pocket, he retrieved several pieces of chocolate, a small bag of compressed biscuits, and a lighter. Nothing more. He hadn't brought much, likely due to being nearby. Suemo furrowed his brow, murmuring softly to himself, there must be a survivor's refuge close by. Just then, a sound echoed. A phone slipped from the pocket of the lecherous man's trousers. The screen illuminated, revealing a new WeChat message. The sender's name was glaringly conspicuous, Coward Chinyu. Opening the chat box, a flurry of unread messages blinked at him. Longu, have you found my wife Lin Yao? I'm just curious about one thing. Is that woman really a virgin? Longu, we're waiting by the back gate of the community. Let us make it quick. Once it's done, let our brothers have a taste too. Chapter 12. Your body belongs to me. The voice struck Lin Yao like a thunderbolt. Even through the phone, she instantly recognized its owner, Chinyu, her nominal fiancé. The words dripped with vulgarity, lewdness, and a blatant objectification of women. Suemo glanced at the trembling Lin Yao beside him. Is he your man? Sumo's voice was devoid of emotion. He's my fiancé. Lin Yao nearly spat out the words, her teeth clenched. She felt like a grand joke. Sumo's gaze swept over her. I am clean. Lin Yao straightened her back abruptly, her eyes fiercely resolute and clear. She did not require pity, nor sympathy. She was determined to exchange her worth for the right to survive. In that moment, Lin Yao finally grasped the meaning behind Sumo's recruitment post. We only accept those who are useful. Emotions? We'll discuss them after surviving. In this apocalypse, what affection could there possibly be? Strength and utility were the sole passports. Oh, Sumo's response remained flat, seemingly unfazed by her declaration. He casually pocketed the broken phone. He then shifted his gaze to the backpack behind Lin Yao, a bulging suitcase that appeared to bear considerable weight. Is everything in here? Su Master, let us go. Lin Yao inhaled deeply, striving to make her voice sound reliable, determined not to be a burden. She swiftly bent down, hoisting the backpack filled with medicines and a few changes of clothes onto her back. With considerable effort, she dragged the cumbersome suitcase, evidently laden with substantial contents. Observing her somewhat clumsy yet remarkably determined movements, Sumo's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Why would a woman burden herself with such excess at a time like this? He recalled the times he had ventured out with Maruo, who invariably brought along a disorganized assortment of items, all of which proved utterly unnecessary. The space within the vehicle was a precious resource for survival, not to be squandered on superfluous belongings. Stepping forward, he grasped the suitcase's handle with a firm hand. Just as Lin Yao was about to assert her capability, she felt the weight lift as Suemo effortlessly hoisted it away. The heft of the suitcase surprised him. It did not resemble clothing or cosmetics. Lin Yao quickly clarified, her tone tinged with anxiety, fearful that Suemo might reconsider his assistance. I apologize, Master Su. This contains my medical textbooks and notes, along with several crucial anatomical atlases. In this environment, this knowledge will undoubtedly prove valuable. I will not occupy space unnecessarily. Suemo weighed the heavy suitcase in his hands, then gazed into Lin Yao's eyes, which were etched with fatigue, yet brimming with tenacity. For the first time, he reconsidered his perception of the seemingly fragile doctor. At the very least, she was not merely a decorative vase, reliant on others and devoid of substance. Having come to terms with reality, she appeared to be striving to carve out her own identity and worth. Stay close to me, Suemo finally spoke, his voice still cold but devoid of skepticism. With one hand hoisting the heavy suitcase and the other gripping a dagger, he pivoted and strode towards the exit. Understood. Lin Yao felt a surge of energy. She swiftly adjusted the straps of her backpack and hurried to keep pace with Sumo's silhouette. An instinctive awareness told her that choosing Suemo was indeed the wisest decision. At this moment, obeying his commands became her instinctive response. The corridor was thick with the stench of blood. After taking only a few steps outside, Lin Yao's gaze was drawn to a grotesquely mangled corpse. The sight drained the color from her face, causing her stomach to churn. Yet, she clenched her teeth and forced herself to look away, focusing intently on Sumo's back. There are many dead outside. Prepare yourself mentally, Suemo remarked without turning his head. Understood. Lin Yao followed closely behind, the sound of her footsteps echoing starkly in the desolate corridor. She knew this was not the end, it was merely the beginning. The gruesome and bloody scenes before her would become the norm for survival in the days to come. This way. Sumo's voice was low and succinct as he scanned their surroundings. The pair soon arrived at a corner where a square van stood quietly. Lin Yao's steps abruptly halted, her eyes widening in astonishment as she took in the unremarkable, even somewhat unsightly appearance of the van. Glancing at Suemo, his face was stern yet radiated an undeniable aura of strength. Is this truly the so-called apocalyptic mobile fortress mentioned in the post? It seems rather abstract. Lin Yao instinctively turned to glance at the nearby parking lot, where a white city SUV awaited her. Though it was not a luxury vehicle, its reliable performance and comfortable interior made it an ideal companion for her daily commutes. After a moment of hesitation, she could not help but suggest, Master Su, how about using my car? It's an all-wheel drive with a higher chassis, perhaps more suitable for this terrain? She gestured towards her SUV, retrieving the car keys from her pocket in an attempt to render her proposal more reasonable. Suemo did not halt his stride, nor did he cast a glance in her direction. He simply approached the driver's seat of the van. With a soft click, the car door unlocked. Get in, he commanded without looking back. Meanwhile, he grasped a suitcase with his left hand and walked to the rear of the van. With a mere flick of his thought, the back door of the van lifted silently. Lin Yao paused momentarily, astonished by the van's unexpected advanced feature. When had such sophistication graced this old vehicle? Suppressing her bewilderment, she jogged over to assist in lifting the suitcase. However, Suemo effortlessly hoisted the heavy suitcase as if it were weightless, securely placing it in the spacious area formed by the folded seats of the van. His movements were fluid and graceful. Lin Yao found herself momentarily entranced by the defined musculature of his arms. Sit in front, he instructed, closing the rear door and opening the passenger seat. Lin Yao noticed that the passenger area was relatively clean, the clutter evidently cleared in advance. She bit her lip, refraining from further discussion, and obediently took her seat. The seats in this vehicle were far less comfortable than the leather ones in her SUV. Prolonged sitting could lead to muscle strain. Perhaps she could learn some massage techniques during the ride. Suemo settled into the driver's seat and shut the door, locking it with a subtle click, creating a relatively secure space within. Only then did the tension in his body begin to ease. The engine rumbled to life, accompanied by a gentle vibration. From the storage compartment beside him, he retrieved an unopened bottle of mineral water and a packet of braised beef instant noodles, casually handing them to Lin Yao. His voice remained flat and devoid of inflection. For now, make do with this. Your car is inadequate. Have something to eat. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. Hearing Suemo declare that her vehicle was inadequate made her lips twitch involuntarily. Her top-tier city SUV, worth hundreds of thousands, was deemed too poor in his eyes? Surely, no matter how one viewed it, it surpassed this utilitarian van in comfort, handling, and aesthetic appeal. Yet she dared not retort, merely tearing open the packaging of the instant noodles in silence. She twisted off the cap of the bottled water and, with the cold liquid, took small bites of the dry, hard noodle cake. The parched crumbs clung to her throat, the taste hardly palatable. The icy water coursed down her throat, prompting an involuntary shiver. As she continued to eat, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face, falling onto the noodle cake in her hand. It was neither a sense of grievance nor fear, but rather a release after prolonged tension. Silently weeping, she mechanically stuffed food into her mouth. Suemo glanced at her but said nothing, simply handing her a charging cable for charging. Lin Yao sniffled, accepted the cable, and plugged it into her phone, which had long since powered down. The screen illuminated swiftly, indicating it was charging. Dr. Lin, Suemo's voice shattered the silence. Lin Yao lifted her head, hastily wiping away her tears. Since you have read my post and agreed to join, from this moment forth, you are a member of my team. This vehicle serves as our mobile base and is fundamental to our survival. Here, there is but one rule. Trust me and obey me, and you shall live. Question me, betray me, or should I perish? You will not see the dawn of the next day. Lin Yao nodded vigorously, her voice unwavering. Understood, Master Su. I will follow your lead. Suemo inclined his head slightly, seemingly satisfied with her response. You have just experienced it. The gifted in this world have surpassed your imagination. While zombies are indeed terrifying, the true horror lies within the hearts of men. Indeed, Lin Yao nodded emphatically. The betrayal by Chun Yu and the depravity of Long Gu had imparted a bloody lesson. Her family had long since lost contact. In this fractured world, this man before her was her sole reliance. Suemo paused, each word striking Lin Yao's heart with clarity. There is one more thing. I am a normal man, and you are a beautiful woman. I have no interest in playing platonic games, so prepare yourself mentally. My saving you is not solely for your medical skills, but also for your body. There were no inquiries, no tests, not even a hint of ambiguity. Lin Yao understood Suemo's meaning all too well. She recognized that in this brutal world of survival of the fittest, aligning oneself with the strong was a fundamental law of existence. She merely did not anticipate Suemo's directness, his unabashed declaration of authority. The panic was fleeting, for what Suemo articulated was indeed the truth. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Compared to being sold out to Long Gu by Chun Yu, this man before her, though aloof, was at least formidable, handsome, and seemingly reasonable, making him a preferable choice. Her medical skills held value, and her body bore value as well. It was harsh, yet it was the stark reality. She gently nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet it clearly reached Su Mo's ears. Yes, understood. Chapter 13. Lin Yao's mission. The sound of the car engine attracted a multitude of zombies. At least 10 of them converged towards the direction of the van. These ordinary zombies possessed subpar vision and only average olfactory senses. However, their hearing was remarkably acute. Lin Yao instinctively tightened her grip on the seatbelt across her chest, inadvertently brushing against her pocket. The unlock button of the SUV key was accidentally pressed. Beep. The crisp electronic sound abruptly echoed within the neighborhood. Immediately, the headlights of Lin Yao's white vehicle flickered violently twice. The horde of zombies, initially drawn by the sound of the van's engine, was suddenly incited into a frenzy by this clearer signal. From all directions, a cacophony of spine-chilling howls erupted. From the dim corners of the apartment building, behind the shattered windows of street-side shops, and through the gaps of abandoned vehicles, stiff, contorted figures lunged forth. They charged towards the white SUV, relentlessly assaulting the doors and windows. The sturdy glass shattered like paper under the relentless assault of several zombies. In less than 10 seconds, that expensive SUV was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Lin Yao clamped her mouth shut, stifling a scream. This was the apocalypse. Hold on tight, I'm driving. His gaze sharpened as he slammed the accelerator down. Virum, Master Su, Lin Yao exclaimed in a panic, fearing that Su Mo would crash into them. However, just 5 or 6 meters away from the horde, Su Mo abruptly yanked the steering wheel. The vehicle executed a deft drift, the rear sweeping across. The van, clad in matte gray armor, struck the outermost zombies with a resounding thud. Bang, 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 bang. Those zombies were instantly flung away, their bodies hurled violently. Remarkably, the vehicle sustained no visible scratches. Su Mo did not pause for a moment, straightening the wheel and maintaining speed. The national vehicle bulldozed through the obstructing zombies, crushing the remnants of limbs beneath its tires. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yao was forcefully thrown against the back of her seat, gripping the seatbelt tightly. She watched in awe as the zombies were effortlessly knocked aside and obliterated. She finally comprehended the meaning behind Su Mo's remark about her vehicle being inadequate. She understood why this seemingly unremarkable van could be referred to by him as a mobile fortress of war. Observing Su Mo deftly maneuvering the vehicle through the ruins and obstacles, Lin Yao's gaze transformed entirely, filled with newfound faith and a hint of reliance. His destination was clear, the auto repair shop in the western part of the city where he had previously worked. Su Mo provided a brief explanation, his eyes ever vigilant as they scanned the surroundings. The automobile repair shop in the western part of the city is relatively safe. During the transformation of corpses, only I and Old Wong were on duty. Eventually, I managed to escape. There should be no other living creatures inside. Lin Yao nodded silently, gripping the armrest tightly. Her heightened nerves relaxed in the temporarily safe environment. Coupled with a sleepless night, her eyelids grew heavier, and her vision began to blur. Ultimately, she leaned against the cold car window and fell into a deep slumber. She was utterly exhausted. Su Mo glanced at her weary visage but chose not to disturb her. Just as he had previously feared, the vehicle's power seemed somewhat strained. The added weight from the armored enhancements and increased fuel consumption rendered this formerly economical and practical national vehicle somewhat inadequate for handling complex road conditions. On several occasions, it was only through Su Mo's precise maneuvering that they managed to forcefully navigate through steeper inclines or deeper potholes. Su Mo seemed to recognize this issue, muttering to himself, "Insufficient power. It appears I must prioritize upgrading the engine." When Lin Yao was roused by Su Mo's gentle push, she blinked in confusion, realizing that dusk was approaching. "Have we arrived?" She rubbed her eyes to quickly awaken herself. "Yes," Su Mo replied as he unfastened his seatbelt, his gaze sweeping over the repair shop's entrance. Its remote location and the sparse number of zombies, combined with the sturdy structure of the building and tightly shut doors, rendered it a relatively safe temporary stronghold. More importantly, it housed the abundant metal that Su Mo urgently needed. The skeletal frames of scrapped vehicles, piles of discarded parts, and maintenance tools. These were the finest nourishment for the talent of the fortress heart. Stay in the car, lock the doors. No matter what you see or hear, or who calls you, do not open the door. As long as you do not open it, you are safe. Lin Yao nodded vigorously, having witnessed the vehicle's defensive capabilities and firmly believing in Su Mo's words. "I understand. But what about you?" she instinctively inquired. "I can drive myself." Su Mo replied succinctly and confidently. Lin Yao recalled the scene in which he had unlocked the car door with his mind, and she understood. Not wishing to appear useless, she proactively asked, "Is there anything you need me to do? Just stay here?" Suemo paused for a moment as he opened the car door and turned to look at her. Yes, I have a task for you. From now on, you are responsible for recording the trending posts on the Survivor Forum daily, particularly information related to the Star City area, the movements of the Red Mist, locations of major Survivor strongholds, new formidable monsters or talent holders, important supply points, or dangerous zones. Document all information that you deem potentially useful. It is crucial. He handed Lin Yao a fully charged high-capacity power bank. Use this and conserve your phone's battery. Lin Yao's spirits lifted. This was her area of expertise. Analysis, summarization, and documentation. She promptly extracted a hardshell notebook and a pen from her pocket, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, Master Su, I shall execute this task diligently. Suemo offered no further remarks as he opened the car door, his figure swiftly slipping out, gently closing the door behind him with a soft click. The faint sound of the lock echoed. She took out her phone and began to meticulously record the information from the Survivor Forum. This was the first task assigned to her by Suemo, and she knew she had to excel. Urgent. The Red Mist is contracting at an accelerated pace. Latest monitoring indicates that the advanced speed of the Red Mist in the northwest of Star City has escalated to 15 kilometers per day. The eastern and southern directions are relatively slower, approximately 12 kilometers per day. All survivors must evacuate towards the southeast. Repeat, evacuate towards the southeast. Warning. A new type of mutated zombie has emerged in the eastern district. Codenamed the Stalker, it is extremely fast, adept at climbing, and operates at night. 3 squads have already been ambushed and annihilated. Location, the ruins of the chemical plant in the eastern city. Danger. Non-elite teams, please keep your distance. The Black Scorpion squad is clearing out the resource point at the department store in the southern district, but has encountered an ambush from another team. Total annihilation. The opposing team is suspected to possess mental control abilities. High price offered for the purchase of anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics. Food, weapons, and women available for trade. Whatever amount you need. Location, the entrance of the air raid shelter in the old city, waiting for only 1 hour. Bounty notice. Hunt down the lone wolf Li Hao. Providing precise location information will reward you with a pistol, including 10 bullets. Life or death, it matters not. Lin Yao felt a chill run down her spine as her pen rapidly recorded the information. These cold words unveiled the disintegration of this world. She forced herself to remain calm, categorizing and documenting vital locations, monster characteristics, and faction information. Suemo was right. This information was crucial, potentially a matter of life and death, just as she was deeply engrossed in organizing information about a nearby small survivor market. A new WeChat message notification suddenly popped up at the top of her phone screen. The Cinder S avatar depicted a man in a suit, wearing a disingenuous smile. The message contained only a few simple words. Chenyu. Yao Yao, are you there? Chapter 14. Shadows of the auto repair shop. Lin Yao's gaze was fixated on the screen of her phone, transfixed by the glaring message. Chenyu. Yao Yao, are you there? Those few simple words sent a shiver down her spine. Could it be that Chenyu knew she was still alive? Was it a test? Or a new trap? Disgusted, Lin Yao spat softly, her finger decisively gliding across the screen. In this apocalyptic world, the malice of humanity far surpassed the fangs of zombies. Suemo was correct. Doubt and betrayal had become the norm, and one must adapt in advance. She then redirected her attention back to filtering through the information. Meanwhile, within the auto repair shop, Suemo felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if he had returned home. His steps were light, his gaze sweeping across every corner. The repair shop lay in disarray, tools scattered across the floor. Several vehicles awaiting repairs were haphazardly parked at their stations, their windows shattered. His objective was clear: to ensure a safe environment and gather all available resources, particularly metal. Navigating around an overturned lift, he spotted his target, Old Wong, or rather, the zombie that Old Wong had become. Clutched tightly in its grip was a massive adjustable wrench, frozen in the last posture it had assumed while inspecting a chassis. Beneath the pallid skin and sparse, graying hair was a decaying visage. Suemo murmured a soft lament, his gaze filled with complexity. This taciturn master craftsman had once imparted valuable guidance to Suemo. Alas, the apocalypse showed no mercy. Without hesitation, Suemo moved. He approached swiftly, before the zombie could turn sluggishly around. His right fist, gleaming with metallic sheen, struck like a hammer. A dull thud resounded as the sound of shattering bone echoed clearly. The zombie's body swayed and then fell rigidly to the ground. The wrench it held did not touch the floor before Suemo caught it deftly. He shook his hand to discard the metallic armament and, after assessing the wrench's heft, secured it in his tool belt. In this desolate world, a reliable blunt instrument could prove more practical than a knife. Next came a thorough cleanup. Sumo meticulously examined the office, break room, tool room, and parts warehouse, even climbing up to the maintenance platform on the workshop ceiling. Besides a few low-level zombies cornered and swiftly dispatched, no other living beings remained in the entire auto repair shop. With safety confirmed, Sumo commenced his scavenging. His primary target was the battery, as he recalled that the van's battery was in a state of depletion. He navigated the parts warehouse with practiced ease. Indeed, he found several unopened car batteries. Selecting 3, he planned to transport them back to his vehicle shortly. Next were the tools, a complete set of wrenches, sockets, screwdrivers, pliers, and hammers. He chose the most commonly used models, filling a sturdy canvas tool bag. Additionally, he gathered a few rolls of wire, boxes of fuses, cans of lubricant, and bundles of zip ties. These seemingly inconspicuous items could be lifelines when faced with vehicle malfunctions. He also ensured to collect spare parts, unearthing several commonly used spark plugs, high-voltage wires, bottles of engine oil, and antifreeze. Even air filters and oil filters found their way into his haul. These items filled another large plastic container. Finally, he sought food and water. Old Wong was a frugal man, often keeping provisions on hand for late-night shifts. In the corner of the break room, where Old Wong typically worked overtime, Sumo indeed discovered half a case of mineral water, several packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bags of beef jerky, and half a pack of cheap cigarettes. Though meager, it was better than nothing, and he packed it all away. Upon completing these tasks, Sumo's gaze fell upon the rugged off-road vehicle situated at the center of the workshop. This was a modified Wrangler, elevated in chassis and equipped with oversized tires. Enhanced with a bull bar and searchlights, it emanated an aura of formidable strength. Before the apocalypse, this would undoubtedly have been the dream vehicle of countless men. With a flicker of thought, Sumo activated the vehicle scan. Vehicle: heavily modified off-road vehicle. Status: severely damaged, engine missing cylinders. Transfer case making unusual noises. Fuel tank: 15 liters of 80 liters. Average fuel consumption: 22 liters per 100 kilometers. Passenger capacity: for persons. A frown creased Sumo's brow. While the vehicle appeared imposing, it was, in reality, a mere shell of its former self. He attempted to communicate with the heart of the Bastion, switch binding to this vehicle. An IC prompt immediately resonated. Notice: changing bound vehicle requires 1,000 Bastion points, and the target vehicle must be in drivable condition. Current conditions not met. Tisk: change vehicles? I'm not that desperate. Sumo grimaced, feeling a twinge of disappointment. 1,000 points. He currently had only 122, a far cry from the required amount. Moreover, this vehicle was utterly immobile and, crucially, a fuel guzzler. Given the current challenges in fuel acquisition, operating such a contraption would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, he resolved to stick to his original plan: dismantle it for points. Determination gleamed in his eyes. This Wrangler was constructed with robust materials, high in steel content, making it an excellent source for disassembly. Extending his right hand, he pressed it against the cold engine hood. Focusing his thoughts, he activated metal control decomposition. Buzz: decomposing target: heavily modified off-road vehicle, primary components, high-strength steel, aluminum alloy. Some special alloys, structural complexity, high. Decomposition speed, approximately 0.5 kilograms per second. Estimated time, about 66 minutes and 40 seconds. Warning: decomposing large and complex metal structures consumes significant energy. Please ensure sufficient stamina. Unlike the previous disassembly of the oil gun, this process was markedly slower. Logically, having upgraded to level 2 of the heart of the Bastion should have significantly enhanced decomposition efficiency. Yet, it was now slower than dismantling a tin bed. It appeared that the complexity of the structure also dictated the speed of disassembly. Sumo could distinctly perceive his mental and physical energy waning rapidly. Soon, a wave of intense hunger surged within him. Anticipating this, he swiftly tore open a packet of compressed biscuits and washed it down with bottled water, consuming them voraciously. As he maintained the disassembly, he remained vigilant, alert to the sounds around him. Though the blood moon was obscured, the daylight city was equally fraught with peril. As time ticked away, the massive vehicle gradually vanished into the air. Approximately 40 minutes into the decomposition, Sumo had nearly exhausted the food he had scavenged. A profound sense of fatigue washed over him in waves, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. At long last, as the final beam of the vehicle frame disintegrated into streams of light, an alert resonated. Decomposition successful. Acquired 600 fortress points. Proficiency 600. Current fortress heart level 2. 7, 221,000. Stamina consumption, severe. He felt that it was all worth it. With the addition of the previous 122 points, He now possessed a total of 722 fortress points. This was ample for him to undertake the next significant upgrade or modification. Should he continue to fortify the armor? Upgrade the engine to enhance power? Or perhaps attempt a special transformation? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. After catching his breath for a moment, Suemo prepared to gather his belongings and depart. His gaze instinctively swept across the entire workshop, ensuring nothing was overlooked. However, as his eyes passed over the maintenance trench at Workstation 3, his pupils abruptly constricted. The trench was empty. The corpse of old Wang, which he had personally dispatched, was nowhere to be found. A chill surged from Sumo's tailbone to the crown of his head. Although most of his focus had been on the disassembly of the Wrangler, his senses had remained acutely alert. There had definitely been no other living creatures that entered the workshop. Sumo's eyes fixated on the edges of the bloodstains on the ground. The blood exhibited an irregular dragging pattern, extending deep into the workshop, towards a dark corner piled with discarded tires. Old Wang's body could not have simply vanished into thin air. Something lurked within that darkness. Chapter 15. The Scavenger Leader Urban Scavenger and Tire Firewall. It appeared that the entity's ability to conceal itself far surpassed that of an ordinary zombie. From the shadows, a nauseating crunching sound echoed. In an instant, Suemo understood. This was not a zombie, but rather a form of mutated creature. His right hand swiftly reached for the wrench at his waist, while his left gripped the blood-stained dagger tightly. Exhausted from exertion, Suemo cautiously began to retreat towards the door, even foregoing the neatly arranged supplies for the time being. After taking 2 steps back, the moonlight streaming through the shattered window illuminated the scene, allowing Suemo to finally discern the figure in the shadows. A massive creature was crouched over old Wang's corpse. It measured approximately 2.5 meters in length, resembling a skinned lizard. There were no traces of eyes, only a colossal maw that nearly occupied half of its head. Its entire body was cloaked in a layer of grayish-brown skin, seemingly capable of blending into its surroundings. Could it be a scavenger? A fleeting thought crossed Sumo's mind, recalling an inconspicuous post on a forum. The post had mentioned that in areas of large accumulations of corpses, a certain mutated creature that fed on decaying flesh occasionally appeared. Due to its habit of cleaning up corpses, it was dubbed the scavenger. They typically moved in groups, displaying a lack of courage, and would flee when confronted by a larger number of people. Yet before him was only a solitary specimen. Had it become separated from its pack? According to the description of the post, the scavenger typically measures no more than half a meter in length. However, the creature before me is remarkably larger. It is evident that this is at least the leader of the scavenger group. Just then, the scavenger abruptly halted its movements, its cavernous maw directed towards Suemo. Without hesitation, it launched an attack with such speed that it left only an afterimage. Suemo immediately raised his right hand, using the wrench to shield his chest. A tremendous force collided with the wrench, causing his arm to tingle and his palm to throb with pain. He staggered back a couple of steps before regaining his balance. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, Suemo deftly sidestepped and drove his dagger into its back. A sound echoed as the blade penetrated half an inch into the scavenger leader's skin, only to meet resistance. A wave of despair washed over Suemo. He was in a dire state, his mental and physical strength severely depleted from continuous exertion. Furthermore, the metal weapon required mental energy to wield. Forcing its use now would only hasten his collapse. His pistol? It held only 4 rounds. He could not afford to fire unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, in the face of this creature's terrifying speed, the accuracy of the gun was questionable. And at night, the sound of gunfire would undoubtedly attract more trouble. In this perilous moment, Sumo's only reliance was his familiarity with the terrain. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm and the dizziness threatening to overwhelm him, he quickly scanned his surroundings. A plan rapidly took shape in his mind. The scavenger leader, having missed its strike, lunged once more with even greater speed. Suemo was prepared this time. He did not brace himself, but instead moved towards the nearby sedan. As the scavenger leader lunged towards him, he crouched and slid to the side, narrowly avoiding its tooth-filled maw. Simultaneously, he kicked forcefully at a partially filled abandoned oil drum. The rolling drum fortuitously obstructed the scavenger's path, spilling black oil as it tumbled. Now was the moment. As the scavenger leader slid beneath the car, Suemo hurled the wrench with all his might. The supporting arm of the makeshift jack buckled under the wrench's impact, losing its only point of support. The sedan plummeted downwards, striking squarely upon the scavenger leader's stout tail. However, this mutated creature possessed an alarming tenacity for life. Although its lower half was nearly flattened, the excruciating pain drove it into a frenzy. Yet, its gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, continued to snap at Suemo. It thrashed desperately. and Sumo understood that this creature was intent on severing its tail to survive. This time, the scavenger leader was determined to utterly shred the human that had harmed it. At that moment, Sumo had already retreated 3 meters away. The previous exertion had nearly exhausted his last ounce of energy. He could not afford to give it another chance. In the midst of evasion, Sumo's gaze fell upon the car battery at his feet. With his left hand, he grasped a lead-acid battery, while simultaneously extracting a thick copper wire from his tool pouch at his waist with his right hand. He directly bound the positive and negative terminals together. Immediately, wisps of smoke began to emanate from the connection, and the battery's temperature escalated rapidly. Just as the scavenger leader, desperate for survival, opened its gaping maw to attack, Sumo, straining against his exhausted body, forcefully thrust the smoking battery into the creature's mouth. The scavenger leader's throat was obstructed by the hard object, eliciting an enraged roar. Brilliant blue electric sparks erupted within its mouth. The heavy battery emitted a dull hum as the scavenger leader's muscles convulsed violently under the surge of electricity. A noxious stench of burnt flesh filled the air. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, the leader's frenzied struggles quickly waned, ultimately collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless. A piece of leather, shimmering with multicolored brilliance, fell from the body of the scavenger leader. Gasping for breath, Sumo slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of exhaustion. The explosive burst of energy had drained the last vestige of his potential. Darkness swam before his eyes, and each breath drew forth a wave of pain throughout his body. Yet, before he could steady his breath, a series of chilling, skittering sounds began to permeate the air. Like a tide, a multitude of ordinary scavengers poured forth from the dark recesses of the repair shop, hundreds of them, drawn by the leader's death throes. Countless eyeless heads simultaneously zeroed in on the prostrate Sumo and the still-smoking corpse of their leader. Sumo's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He found it nearly impossible to move even a single finger, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Just as the thought of hopelessness began to take root, an eerie spectacle unfolded. Upon approaching within 10 meters of Sumo and the leader's body, the horde of scavengers suddenly halted in unison. They anxiously paced in place, emitting low hisses, yet they dared not advance another step. Could it be that the horrific demise of their leader had instilled such fear in them? Despite their numerical superiority, they refrained from attacking Sumo, who lay within arm's reach. Yet, he remained uncertain how long this standoff would persist. He had to return to the vehicle. Inside the van outside, Lin Yao abruptly lifted her head, her heart racing. The chilling wails that emanated from the direction of the repair shop sent shivers down her spine. Could it be that Sumo was in trouble? Master Su, she exclaimed in alarm, anxiously peering outside. The garage door stood resolutely shut, obscuring the happenings within and filling her heart with trepidation. At that moment, she caught sight of the heavy rolling door of the garage, which was being laboriously pushed open from the inside, revealing a narrow gap. A staggering figure, drenched in blood, stumbled forth. It was Sumo. Chapter 16. Lin Yao's battlefield. Inside the car, Lin Yao's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Through the window, she could distinctly see Sumo swaying as he emerged from the garage. He appeared utterly frail, as if he might collapse at any moment. The sleeve of his right arm was torn, exposing a patch of dark bruising beneath. Behind him loomed a workshop engulfed in flames, billowing thick smoke. A few audacious scavengers, emboldened by the chaos, began to crawl through the crevice of the door. Soon, an increasing number of scavengers poured out from the narrowing gap. Although they had yet to launch an attack, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Lin Yao had recently encountered information about scavengers on a forum. Instinctively, she reached for the button to open the car door. Should she rush out, pull him back, or at least divert a portion of the monsters? Just as her fingers were about to press down, she recalled the conversation they had shared before Sumo exited the vehicle. Stay in the car, lock the doors. No matter what you see or hear, regardless of who calls you, do not open the door. As long as you keep the door shut, you will be safe. What if it were you? I can manage on my own. This was Sumo's directive. Open the door? His command was as solid as a mountain. Keep it closed? Should she merely watch him be overwhelmed? She observed Sumo, his steps faltering. The nearest scavengers were now less than 5 meters away. Just as the first scavenger's claw was about to graze Sumo's ankle, Lin Yao pressed the horn of the van. Honking the horn, surely, did not constitute defiance of orders, did it? The scavenger was momentarily distracted by the sudden sound. Its movements halted. Fortify your heart. Open the door. Sumo willed fervently. Click. The lock on the driver's side door sprang open in response. Sumo summoned his last reserves of strength, nearly collapsing into the driver's seat. His back hit the seat with a resounding thud, pain blurring his vision. Watching the scavengers accelerate towards him, Lin Yao gripped Su Mo's shoulders and collar with all her might, desperately dragging him into the vehicle. Her slender frame erupted with extraordinary strength, veins standing out on her forehead. Gritting her teeth, she anchored her feet firmly against the passenger seat. Gradually, she pulled Su Mo's heavy body into the confines of the driver's cabin. Bang! Just as Su Mo's feet fully left the ground, Lin Yao exerted her final ounce of strength to slam the door shut. Lock it! Su Mo's thoughts raced. The door slammed shut, and all the locks clicked into place in an instant. Bang! 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 Several scavengers violently collided with the car door and window, producing a series of muffled thuds. The entire vehicle trembled slightly. Inside the car, a fleeting thought of safety crossed Su Mo's mind just before he succumbed to darkness. Then, with a tilt of his head, he completely lost consciousness, collapsing against the driver's seat, oblivious to his surroundings. Su Master! Su Mo! Lin Yao exclaimed, witnessing Su Mo's unconscious state. She immediately unfastened her seatbelt and nearly lunged to the side of the driver's seat, her trembling fingers reaching for his carotid artery. A faint yet steady pulse responded to her touch. He was still alive. A sense of relief washed over Lin Yao, though it was soon overshadowed by an overwhelming fear. A high fever, severe exhaustion, and possibly mild poisoning plagued him. Lin Yao forced herself to remain calm, her instincts as a doctor overriding her panic. She was a physician, and this was her battlefield. Swiftly, she reclined the driver's seat. The confined space made her movements somewhat clumsy. She turned and rummaged through her bulging backpack in the back seat, quickly extracting a small hard-shell first aid kit. Inside lay the basic medical supplies she had prepared before the apocalypse: alcohol swabs, iodine, gauze, bandages, scissors, a few antibiotics, and painkillers, along with a small roll of suturing thread. While the supplies were limited, they were invaluable in this desolate world. "I'm sorry, Su Mo," she murmured softly, as if to bolster her own resolve. With utmost care, Lin Yao unfastened Su Mo's work jacket, revealing swollen, purplish skin marred by abrasions and bruises. Near the inner elbow, a deep open wound was visible. There were no signs of fractures, but the soft tissue contusions were severe. Lin Yao could barely fathom what Su Mo must have endured in the auto repair shop in less than 2 hours. Holding her breath, she delicately grasped an iodine swab with tweezers, gently cleaning the dirt and blood surrounding the wound. After tending to the injury, she retrieved the suturing thread. Gazing at the gaping laceration, she hesitated for a moment. The conditions were far too rudimentary. Without anesthesia, she could only proceed with the stitching forcibly. "Just bear with it. It'll be over soon," Lin Yao whispered, unsure if she was comforting Su Mo or herself. 30 minutes later, her heart found a modicum of peace as she surveyed Su Mo's properly bandaged right arm. However, the high fever remained a pressing concern. Antipyretics required water for ingestion, and since Su Mo was currently unconscious, forcing him to take the medicine could result in choking. Lin Yao's gaze fell upon a bottle of mineral water. She picked one up, twisted off the cap, and took a small sip to moisten her parched throat before holding a larger mouthful. Leaning down closer to Su Mo, the distance between them vanished, causing her heartbeat to race uncontrollably, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Calm down, Lin Yao. You are a doctor," she admonished herself, forcing her mind to focus as she gently pinched Su Mo's jaw to open his mouth. With one hand steadying his head, she cautiously transferred the water from her mouth. After administering the medication, Lin Yao exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although Su Mo remained in a deep stupor, his breathing seemed to have steadied somewhat. The vehicle fell silent once more, save for the reluctant scratching sounds of the scavengers outside. She then retrieved a towel, moistening it with bottled water, and delicately wiped his feverish chest, abdomen, and back. The damp cloth whisked away the sweat, bringing forth a hint of coolness. In his unconscious state, Su Mo appeared to find some comfort. His tightly furrowed brow relaxed, and his breathing began to even out. His body temperature seemed to dip slightly. Leaning against the back of the seat, Lin Yao turned her gaze to Su Mo's sleeping profile, her heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. This man was formidable, cold, and decisively ruthless. He had saved her, yet he had also audaciously claimed dominion over her body. But just moments ago, in her attempt to rescue him, she had engaged in such a mortifying act. She had never been so intimately close to any man before, not even to her nominal fiancé, Chinyu. "Lin Yao, you truly are," she murmured softly, a hint of confusion and self-mockery lacing her voice. She was uncertain of what the future held. Yet at this moment, watching Su Mo lie there, breathing steadily, an inexplicable sense of calm quietly replaced her earlier fear. At least they were still alive. As long as she guarded him, she felt secure. Deep within her, something seemed to be gently stirred. Trust? Dependence? Or perhaps something else. She could not articulate it. Mustering her strength, Lin Yao checked Su Mo's temperature and pulse once more. After confirming that he was temporarily stable, she curled up in the passenger seat, hugging her knees. Vigilantly attuned to the sounds outside, a distant explosion reverberated, and the scavengers outside finally shifted their focus. With the towel in hand, Lin Yao found solace, her exhaustion ultimately triumphing over her resolve. Her eyelids grew heavier, her head drooped, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 17. Special transformation. While Lin Yao was administering the medication to Su Mo, his consciousness had already begun to awaken. Su Mo lay silently, unmoving, watching Lin Yao's fatigued countenance as fleeting, indistinct fragments flashed through his mind. The sensation of soft touch, the cool liquid passing into his mouth. Gentle caresses, those images felt dreamlike, somewhat unreal. His gaze fell upon his right arm, meticulously bandaged. Then scanned the passenger footwell where the neatly arranged first aid kit and the half-empty bottle of water rested. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This woman was remarkably obedient, far more useful than he had anticipated. He attempted to sit up, but the movement pulled on the muscles of his right arm, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through him. Su Mo let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he forced himself to endure. He could not disturb her, she needed her rest. His gaze drifted to the window, where the night was profound, a blood-red moon hanging high in the sky, casting an eerie crimson hue over the earth. Yet, danger still loomed nearby. He needed to keep watch, and he needed to grow stronger. As the night wore on, Su Mo finally regained some of his strength, managing to move with great effort. He glanced at the 722 fortress points. This was the capital he had purchased with half his life. He understood well that he could no longer indulge in the reckless disassembly of large metal structures as he had before. That sense of overextension had nearly cost him his life. From his inner pocket, he retrieved a piece of leather that had fallen from the scavenger chief. In the dim light, it exhibited an extraordinary array of colors, cool to the touch and smooth in texture. It shifted slightly in hue with the light. The heart of the fortress transmitted more detailed information. Adaptive leather, elite, a special leather from the scavenger chief, infused with energy for environmental adaptation. When integrated into vehicle armor, it grants a passive skill of environmental camouflage, effectively reducing the probability of detection by zombies and certain mutated creatures. Special modifications can be performed to integrate it into vehicle armor, requiring 100 fortress points. What a treasure! A glimmer of excitement shone in Su Mo's eyes. Reducing the chances of being discovered could sometimes prove more crucial than the armor itself, especially during nocturnal operations or when stealth was required. He commanded the heart of the fortress to initiate a special modification, integrating the adaptive leather into the vehicle's armor. Successfully consumed 100 fortress points. Special modification commenced. Modification time, 10 minutes, countdown begins. An invisible wave of energy enveloped the entire van, its matte gray armor seeming to come alive, rippling like water. With vibrant glimmers swirling across its surface, Su Mo could sense that the vehicle resonated subtly with its surroundings. Though the exterior did not undergo drastic changes, the van's presence diminished. 10 minutes passed swiftly in the stillness of the night watch. Special modification completed. Vehicle gains passive ability. Environmental camouflage, basic. Effect. When the vehicle is stationary or moving at low speed, its presence is reduced, decreasing the probability of detection by zombies and mutated creatures by 50. Current remaining fortress points, 622. It worked. Su Mo felt a sense of satisfaction as he perceived the changes in the vehicle. Although it was merely a basic effect, a 50 reduction in detection probability was invaluable in this world ravaged by the undead. Next, he had to address the power issue. The vehicle's somewhat feeble performance had always been a source of concern for him, especially after the increase in armor weight. The remaining 622 fortress points were perfectly allocated for engine upgrades and special modifications. He retrieved the spoils obtained from the oil gun zombies, a fragment of dark red metal adorned with fiery patterns. Confirm the consumption of 300 fortress points for a basic engine enhancement upgrade. This will slightly increase engine power and torque, resulting in higher fuel consumption. Confirm the consumption of 300 fortress points to utilize the fiery metal shavings for a special engine modification. This will marginally improve combustion efficiency, enhance power, and reduce fuel consumption. With the heart of the fortress, he upgraded the vehicle's engine, infusing it with fiery shavings. Successfully consumed 600 fortress points. Commencing engine upgrade and special modification. Time required, 60 minutes. Countdown begins. This commotion was significantly greater than the armor modification. The entire vehicle trembled slightly. Beneath the hood, a deep, resonant hum emerged. Through the heart of the fortress, Su Mo could sense the transformation. The cylinders, pistons, and crankshaft, originally 4 in number, began to split and evolve into 6. Within the engine, dark red luminescence flickered, the energy of the fiery shavings integrating into every vital component of the engine. Heat resistance was enhanced, and the efficiency of the combustion chamber was forcibly elevated. 60 minutes felt exceptionally protracted under Su-Mo's vigilant focus. When the notification of completion for the engine upgrade and special modification chimed, the eastern sky had already begun to show the faintest hint of dawn. Mobility core upgrade and special modification completed. Engine model 6, originally 4. Power increase, torque 50. Horsepower 50. Overall fuel consumption 10,100, unchanged due to power increase. New passive ability, flame affinity, beginner. Effect, slightly enhances engine combustion efficiency and increases adaptability to various fuels. Current remaining fortress points, 22. Su-Mo sighed in relief. Have you ever seen a national treasure vehicle with a model of 6? In the entire Star City. It is indeed one of a kind. When faced with complex terrains and the need for rapid escape, a 50% boost in power and torque could mean the difference between life and death. Most crucially, with the special modification using fiery shavings, fuel consumption remained unchanged. The better news was that pure fuel was considered a scarce resource. This characteristic implied that even when using lower quality fuel, the engine would exhibit greater resilience, minimizing the risk of malfunction. Worth it. Eager to test the prowess of the new engine, Su-Mo cast a glance at the still sleeping Lin Yao. Choosing not to disturb her, he gently lowered the car window, allowing the cool morning air to fill his lungs. Su-Mo circled the van, taking in its enhanced form. The van seemed to have truly blended into its surroundings, exuding a subtle presence. The camouflage of the environment was commendable, and Su-Mo nodded in satisfaction. Turning around, he bore the pain in his right arm and made his way back toward the auto repair shop. The hasty escape from the previous night had left behind the hard-won supplies, batteries, tools, and spare parts, still inside. The workshop was still thick with the acrid scent of burnt materials and the metallic tang of blood, a scene of utter disarray. Fortunately, the pile of supplies in the corner remained untouched by scavengers. As he dragged the last plastic box toward the van, the passenger window slid down. Lin Yao, just waking up, poked her head out, her face etched with concern. Su-Mo, are you all right? Do you need any help? Su-Mo paused, gazing at Lin Yao, and nodded. Yes, lend me a hand. Chapter 18. A catastrophic hands-on experience. Lin Yao flung open the car door and leaped out. Su-Mo, I'm here to help. She quickly approached him, reaching for the heavy plastic box filled with the salvaged batteries and tools. Su-Mo did not relinquish his grip, but shifted slightly to provide some space. This one is too heavy. You can take the smaller one. He gestured toward another box filled with spare parts. Lin Yao hesitated for a moment, observing Su-Mo, whose complexion still bore a pallor. Yet he held the cumbersome box steady, and the bandage on his arm showed no signs of bleeding. She bit her lip, deciding not to press further. Soon, the two worked in tandem to stow the supplies into the spacious rear of the van. At that moment, Su-Mo's gaze fell upon a brand-new car battery in the corner. He moved to the front of the vehicle and lifted the hood, deftly replacing the battery. The entire process was fluid, causing Lin Yao to momentarily lose her focus. Returning to the vehicle, Su-Mo started the engine. The deep, resonant roar instantly replaced the previous hum. Gently pressing the accelerator, the vehicle trembled slightly, and a powerful sensation surged through. The increase in power was remarkable. Lin Yao, seated in the passenger seat, instinctively grasped the door frame's handle, fearing she might be thrown off balance. Though she was not well versed in automobiles, the contrast was unmistakable. Su-Mo maneuvered the vehicle in this relatively open space, executing a few simple accelerations, sudden stops, and turns. Despite the enhanced power, the stability and control of the vehicle remained uncompromised. The engine has been upgraded, Su-Mo succinctly explained to Lin Yao. He glanced at her and noticed her eyes fixated on the bandage on his arm, concern evident in her expression. Su-Mo, is your arm truly all right? You lost so much blood last night. Shouldn't you rest a bit? Intense activity might aggravate the wound. In comparison to the vehicle's upgrades, Lin Yao seemed more preoccupied with Su-Mo's well-being. Unbeknownst to her, her address for him had subtly shifted from Master Su to simply Su-Mo. I'm not going to die, he assured her. Su-Mo interrupted her, his voice devoid of emotion. He rummaged through the food box and retrieved a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of water, tossing them to Lin Yao. Eat something. Lin Yao accepted the meager provisions, gazing at the humble fare in her hands. Although the taste was far from delightful, the food warmed her insides. Did you not sleep last night, Su-Mo? Lin Yao hesitated before posing the question. She recalled that, in her drowsy state before falling asleep, Su-Mo seemed to remain awake. Suemo offered no reply, his gaze drifting to the gradually brightening sky outside the car window. No time to sleep. He picked up the hard-shell notebook Lin Yao had placed on the dashboard. Flipping it open, he found her neat and elegant handwriting, meticulously categorizing vital information gleaned from the Survivor Forum the previous night. The red mist is receding rapidly, west of Star City, advancing 15 kilometers daily to the north, 12 kilometers to the east and south. Must evacuate southeast. New type of mutated zombie stalkers have appeared at the site of the old chemical plant in the eastern district, moving swiftly and active at night. Extremely dangerous. The material point in the southern district department store has been cleared by the Black Scorpion team, ambushed by another group suspected of possessing mind control abilities. Total annihilation. The information was concise and clear, with the key points highlighted. Suemo skimmed through quickly, pausing at several locations. Well done, he remarked, a rare note of approval escaping him as he closed the notebook. Lin Yao's eyes brightened, a flicker of joy illuminating her face at the acknowledgement. She hastily swallowed her food and pointed to 3 locations circled in red ink in her notebook. Suemo, I believe these 3 places could be our next targets. The Dao Run FA supermarket in the west. Forum discussions suggested is rich in supplies, but swarming with zombies, likely harboring elite monsters. The Central Hospital of Star City, my workplace, where the pharmacy and equipment storage should contain a wealth of medications and medical supplies. The Sports Hall shelter in the Southern District, reportedly organized by individuals with military backgrounds. It is the largest and relatively safe, although entry may require verification or the payment of supplies. She paused, looking at Suemo, her gaze imbued with the seriousness of a doctor. Suemo, I recommend we head to the hospital. Although your arm is bandaged, it still requires better anti-inflammatory medication to prevent infection. Moreover, the first aid supplies in the car are woefully insufficient. In case of an emergency, Suemo did not respond immediately, leaning back in his seat. His fingers unconsciously drummed on the steering wheel. Large supermarkets, major hospitals, and shelters, everyone was likely thinking along the same lines. Such places would either have been thoroughly looted by survivor teams or occupied by formidable monsters or survivor factions, turning them into traps for unsuspecting prey. The information on the forum, a mix of truth and deception, indicated that claims of abundant supplies might be mere bait to lure the unwary to their doom, while warnings of danger could be tactics to intimidate competitors into retreating, leaving the spoils for themselves. His gaze swept across the map, ultimately settling on an inconspicuous marker. Here. Sumo's finger tapped a location on the mobile map. Oncon Community Clinic? Lin Yao leaned closer to observe. It was a modest community clinic situated on the outskirts of the city, in a relatively secluded location. Indeed, it lay 2 kilometers away in a straight line. After the apocalypse descended, I had sought refuge there for a night. The clinic was small and unremarkable. Although its stock of medicines could not compare to that of a large hospital, it should possess the essential supplies for inflammation, hemostasis, and bandaging. Most importantly, such places have a lower probability of being looted, thus presenting a significantly diminished risk. Lin Yao pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, replenishing basic medications is indeed more prudent. Shall we depart now? She inquired. Then, as if making a substantial resolution, she took a deep breath and turned to Suemo. Suemo, you didn't rest last night, and your arm is still injured. Why don't you let me drive? You should take a moment to recuperate. She straightened her back, striving to appear dependable. Although I have only driven automatic vehicles before, I studied manual transmission tutorials last night. I grasped the principles. Suemo gazed at the eagerness shimmering in her eyes and fell silent for 2 seconds. Having multiple drivers is not necessarily a disadvantage. Are you certain? Absolutely. Lin Yao nodded vigorously. Very well. Suemo unfastened her seatbelt, opened the car door, and switched positions. The two swiftly exchanged seats. Lin Yao settled into the driver's seat, adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, and took a deep breath. Recalling the key points of manual driving she had hastily memorized from the forum last night. Engage the clutch, steady the throttle, and coordinate the gear shifts without panic. Start without stalling. She muttered to herself, pressing down the clutch with her left foot and gripping the gear lever with her right hand. Attempting to shift into first gear, she gradually lifted the clutch. The car jolted abruptly, the engine emitting a stuttering noise before stalling. Lin Yao's face flushed crimson. You released the clutch too quickly, Sumo's voice interjected, and she restarted the engine. This time, Lin Yao cautiously lifted the clutch. As the vehicle began to tremble slightly, she gently pressed the accelerator. The car finally lurched forward, albeit unsteadily. Success! Lin Yao rejoiced internally. However, new challenges soon arose. As she attempted to shift into second gear, she pressed the clutch and endeavored to move the gear lever from first to second. The lever seemed stuck, producing an eardrum-piercing grinding sound. Be gentle, Su Mo advised. Don't force it. Lin Yao, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, finally managed to push the lever into second gear. Releasing the clutch, the car surged forward abruptly. The engine's RPM skyrocketed, roaring without moving. You applied too much throttle. Su Mo frowned. Startled, Lin Yao quickly eased off the accelerator. The vehicle, traversing the uneven terrain, progressed slowly at an awkward second-gear speed. Each time they encountered a deeper pothole or an incline, Lin Yao became flustered. The car oscillated between stalling and roaring, revealing that while this woman had mastered the theoretical knowledge, her practical skills were truly disastrous. Chapter 19. Sunshine Community Clinic. Su Mo finally spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. Let it be. Just keep it in second gear and treat it like an automatic. If it's slower, then so be it. It won't attract any zombies. Oh, splendid, Lin Yao exclaimed, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her. Her taut nerves began to relax slightly. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, her eyes widened in anticipation, fixed on the road ahead. The van crawled through the ruins and obstacles, barely exceeding 15 kilometers per hour. As Su Mo had predicted, the zombies they encountered along the way seemingly disregarded them entirely. Even when they brushed past the creatures, there was no reaction whatsoever. However, what should have been a mere few kilometers stretched into over an hour of arduous driving, allowing Su Mo a brief respite. When the low building bearing the sign of the Sunshine Community Clinic finally came into view, Lin Yao exhaled deeply, feeling her back drenched in cold sweat. She felt more fatigued than after 3 consecutive surgeries. Su Mo's voice carried a hint of weariness as he stretched his limbs. His gaze swept over the eerily quiet building. The clinic was modest, fronted by a row of shuttered doors, most of which were fractured, revealing a dark interior where the circumstances were unclear. Beside the clinic lay a narrow alley leading to the rear courtyard, originally intended for staff parking. The secluded area was surrounded by walls on 3 sides and had only one entry and exit. Park in the back. It's more concealed, Su Mo instructed, pointing toward the alley entrance. Understood, Lin Yao replied, cautiously maneuvering the steering wheel. The van slowly turned into the alley and eventually came to a steady stop in the shadows of the courtyard corner. Turn off the engine and engage the handbrake. Su Mo surveyed the surroundings. The courtyard appeared relatively clean, with only a few abandoned bicycles and no signs of zombie activity. He approached the passenger side window and instructed Lin Yao, I will go in first to clear the area. I'll call for you once it's safe. There may be zombies or other entities inside. You are to keep watch at the rear entrance. Contact me immediately if anything arises. Understood, Lin Yao nodded vigorously, her expression serious as she tightly gripped her phone. Pleased with her response, Su Mo nodded in affirmation and said no more. He deftly retrieved a bloody dagger from behind his waist and swiftly slipped through the clinic's partially ajar back door. The interior of the van fell into silence, save for Lin Yao's own breath. She remained alert, scanning her surroundings for any unusual sounds. As seconds ticked by, the courtyard remained eerily still. Gradually, Lin Yao relaxed a bit and took out her phone, preparing to organize some information from the forum. At that moment, a loud rumble of an approaching engine echoed from afar, swiftly drawing nearer to the alley entrance. At this moment, a muddy black Range Rover screeched to a halt at the alley's entrance, nearly blocking the exit. The doors burst open, and 5 men descended in quick succession. At the forefront was a nearly 6'3" muscular bald man. His open leather jacket revealed bulging pectorals adorned with tattoos. In his hand, he wielded a gleaming machete, still dripping with fresh blood from the undead. Following him was a tall, thin man with glasses, exuding an air of shrewdness, presumably the strategist of the group. The remaining 3 comprised a sycophantic short driver, along with 2 sturdy men clad in security uniforms, brandishing steel pipes. In a swift and efficient manner, the group dispatched the zombies trailing behind the vehicle. It was evident that this band possessed considerable strength. Biao, this is it. Yangwang Clinic. The coordinates provided by Li Xiao were accurate, exclaimed the thin man, eagerly gesturing towards the clinic's sign. Li Xiao had mentioned that this place was secluded and hadn't yet been swept by larger forces, ensuring the presence of supplies. The bald man, known as Biao, was none other than Zhang Biao, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. His awakened talent, muscle hardening, granted him strength beyond the ordinary. He had garnered a reputation as a formidable figure in the vicinity. Zhang Biao acknowledged the thin man's words, his gaze sweeping over the clinic's shutter door. As he prepared to force it open, Monkey, take 2 brothers inside to check it out. Glasses, you stay outside and keep watch. Understood, Biao, replied the thin man, rallying the 2 security enforcers to enter. Just then, The weaselly-eyed thin man inadvertently glanced toward the narrow passageway leading to the backyard of the clinic. His steps abruptly halted, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my gosh, Biao? Look, there's a vehicle in the backyard. A vehicle? What good could possibly be found in this rundown place? Zhang Biao frowned, his impatience evident, yet he followed the thin man's gaze. Through the narrow alley's gap, he discerned a square-shaped van parked in the corner of the backyard. TCH, a dilapidated wooling? Monkey, have you never seen the world? Zhang Biao scoffed, disdain written across his face. The thin man, in a fit of excitement, jumped and pointed towards the passenger window of the van. No, Biao, look inside. There's someone in the van. A girl. This is too perfect. The thin man's awakened talent granted him enhanced vision, allowing him to see clearly even from 30 meters away. He was practically salivating. His eyes fixated on a gap in the window where he caught a glimpse of Lin Yao's delicate profile, igniting a spark of desire within him. A girl? Zhang Biao and the strategist beside him paused momentarily. They placed considerable faith in the thin man's talent, despite his somewhat questionable taste. In this precarious world, women were, after all, a valuable resource. Moreover, a woman of considerable beauty is a rare treasure. How remarkable could she be? In this desolate place, Zhang Biao spoke with bravado, yet his steps instinctively led him toward the narrow alley. The bespectacled strategist adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes as he followed suit. The three men crowded at the entrance of the alley, finally discerning the figure inside the van. Her short hair was simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and elegant neckline. Her exquisite and ethereal face bore a hint of fatigue and tension, which only enhanced her captivating allure. Even clad in oversized athletic wear, her lithe and graceful form could not be concealed. Particularly striking were her eyes, clear yet imbued with a trace of defiance and vigilance, igniting the most primal desires within this group of outlaws. Zhang Biao inhaled sharply, his gaze sharpening, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Even the usually somber strategist exhibited a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The lean monkey, trembling with excitement, stammered, I can't be mistaken. Can I, Biao go? This girl is absolutely stunning. Even more enticing than Li Xiao's campus belle. Just look at that fair skin and slender waist. Silence. Zhang Biao retorted sharply. Though the greed and possessiveness in his gaze were unmistakable, he licked his thick lips, forcing a smile he deemed amiable, and approached the van. Chapter 20. Your car is too inferior. Bang. 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 Zhang Biao struck the van's hood with the handle of his machete, calling out, Hey, young lady inside. Come out. Lin Yao trembled in fright, instinctively shrinking back. Not seeing her move, Zhang Biao pounded on the roof again. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad guy. We are the Black Tiger Gang. I am the leader, Zhang Biao. A top-tier talent. Do you see? A strength type. Stick with us, and you'll enjoy the finest things in life. Do you see that Land Rover over there? Fully equipped. 100 times better than your rundown van. He gestured towards the sleek black Range Rover parked by the clinic, his tone dripping with superiority. As long as you obey, you'll ride in that car. I promise you'll have the time of your life. The lean monkey chimed in, leering, exactly. Come on out, little beauty. Following Biao Gu is far better than waiting to die in that shabby van. Our crew is armed. It's perfectly safe. Lin Yao gazed at the faces outside filled with desire, her stomach churning. She forced herself to regain her composure, taking a deep breath. An inexplicable courage mixed with trust in Su Mo surged within her. No, thank you. Your car is too inferior. This statement echoed Su Mo's original assessment of her off-road vehicle. Though softly spoken, it was crystal clear to Zhang Biao and his companions. The air thickened instantaneously. The smile on Zhang Biao's face froze, transforming into a shade of deep anger. Too inferior? The lean monkey, as if someone had stepped on his tail, sprang up first. Are you blind? Look closely. This is a Range Rover. Fully equipped. Truly a man's vehicle. What is that contraption? A Wuling Hongwang. A mere bread van for hauling goods. What a piece of junk. He was utterly flustered, his cherished toy being publicly belittled. Damn it. How dare they disrespect me? Zhang Biao was incensed, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. How could a woman driving a dilapidated van dare to look down upon his Land Rover? With a sinister grin and a glint of malice in his eyes, he exclaimed, Damn it. Go. Bring the car over. I'll show you what a fine vehicle truly is. The disparity. All right, Brother Biao. The scrawny monkey scampered eagerly towards the Land Rover parked at the clinic's entrance. Soon, the deep growl of the 8-cylinder engine roared back to life. The scrawny monkey, behind the wheel, steered the vehicle to face the van. You little girl. I'll show you what a steel beast looks like. With a heavy foot on the accelerator, the Land Rover surged forward. A force of unstoppable momentum aimed directly at the van. Unexpectedly, the men, unable to contain themselves, gripped the handrails tightly. Lin Yao was confident in the vehicle's strength. Yet she harbored doubts about whether this 3-ton behemoth would inflict internal damage upon collision. A deafening crash echoed as the van was violently slammed against the brick wall of the backyard. The vehicle shook violently, dust swirling around them. Ha! Stunned, are we? Let this be a lesson. Brother Biao and his companions gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. Now, are you going to behave, girl? How dare a rundown van challenge a Land Rover? Get down and bow in apology. However, as the dust began to settle and the scene came into view, Brother Biao's mocking grin froze in disbelief. The anticipated sight of the van being utterly wrecked was nowhere to be seen. Though the unassuming van had been pushed against the wall, it remained remarkably intact, with only a smidgen of paint scraped off. Even the windows were unbroken. In stark contrast, the once prized Land Rover was a wreck. Its front end was severely crumpled, the hood twisted and raised, the front bumper shattered and dangling. The headlights were obliterated, and the radiator was ruptured, spilling coolant mixed with oil onto the ground. Even more absurdly, the airbags had deployed, leaving the scrawny monkey with a face bruised and swollen. How could this be possible? Zhang Biao and his bespectacled strategist stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The scrawny monkey clambered out of the driver's seat, disheveled and red-faced from the airbag explosion. He pointed at the van, his voice tinged with panic. Brother Biao, this is witchcraft. That van must be solid as a rock. Lin Yao, tightly restrained by her seatbelt during the violent impact, was shaken but unharmed aside from her fright. In that moment, her trembling fingers swiftly typed a message on her phone. The message was sent successfully. Almost instantly after the message was dispatched, Zhang Biao snapped back to reality, roaring as he stormed towards the van. With a fierce swing of his machete, he struck the car window of the driver's seat, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! Are you plotting against me?" The sharp sound of metal colliding rang out, yet the glass remained unyielding, showing not even a scratch. Zhang Biao's hands trembled from the impact, nearly causing him to lose grip of the weapon. Damn it! He cursed, delivering another forceful kick to the car door, which stood resolutely undisturbed. While he himself staggered back a step, Lin Yao's trepidation towards Su Mo reached an apex. He was indeed correct. His vehicle was utterly inferior. "You filthy harlot. Come out here. Don't think hiding inside will spare you. I have plenty of ways to end you." The bespectacled strategist's eyes flickered. He had noticed Lin Yao's earlier actions and immediately leaned in to whisper to Zhang Biao, "Brother Biao, it seems this woman was just sending a message. She might have accomplices inside." Zhang Biao's gaze sharpened, understanding dawned upon him. A sinister grin spread across his face as he bellowed at the thin monkey and the 2 security thugs. "Damn it. So there are accomplices. Monkey, you lot go inside and drag those people out. I want him skinned alive." "Yes, Brother Biao." Though the thin monkey was still dazed from the earlier collision, he dared not defy Zhang Biao's orders. Rubbing his swollen face, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. From the trunk of the Land Rover, he retrieved an old-fashioned shotgun with a shortened barrel and called over to the 2 brothers wielding steel pipes. "A Chong, a Yong, come with me. We must ensure their demise today." A Chong and a Yong responded affirmatively, tightening their grips on their weapons. The trio, exuding an intimidating aura, swiftly vanished into the darkness of the doorway. Zhang Biao remained behind with the bespectacled strategist, fixating his gaze on Lin Yao within the car. "Little girl, you better pray that your lover is tough enough. Once my men drag him out, I'll make sure to end him right before your eyes. You'd best comply and get out of the car now. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare you some anguish. In this apocalypse, I have yet to encounter a beauty as exquisite as you." In the dimly lit corridor of the clinic, Su Mo used a metal device to unlock a room stocked with medications. After dispatching 2 wandering zombies inside, he was startled by a deafening crash from the backyard. Shortly thereafter, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw a message from Lin Yao on the screen. "Su Mo, 5 people have arrived outside in a Land Rover. They attempted to ram into me, but their vehicle broke down. Their leader is called Brother Biao, claiming to be a top-tier ability user, and he says he has a gun. Please be cautious." He pocketed his phone silently, moving stealthily toward the clinic's back door. At the end of the corridor, the muffled voices of the thin monkey and his companions became faintly audible. "Damn it, this wretched clinic is eerie. Hurry up and search. The boss is waiting. We're going to skin that brat alive." Su Mo slightly tilted his head, his cold gaze fixating on the shadow swaying at the doorway. 3 unsuspecting prey have walked right into the trap. Chapter 21. The talent upgrades again. "Damn it, where has that kid gone?" The lean monkey brandished a makeshift firearm with a shortened barrel, his eyes glinting with an unusual light in the dimness. His enhanced vision, a gift of his talent, rendered him as if equipped with night vision goggles. The accumulated debris in the depths of the corridor and the stains on the walls were vividly visible. It was this reliance that emboldened him to take the lead in scouting ahead. "Monkey brother, be cautious. That kid who wrecked our vehicle must possess some skills," remarked Ah Chong, gripping a steel pipe tightly and scanning the tightly shut doors on either side with vigilance. The lean monkey scoffed, raising his makeshift firearm. "What are you afraid of? With this treasure of mine, I could pierce through steel. No matter how skilled he is, he can't outrun a bullet. Besides, with my keen eyes, he can't hide anywhere." He confidently surveyed the path ahead. To his sight, apart from dust and decay, there was indeed no one present, which further lulled him into a false sense of security. Unbeknownst to them, just 5 meters away, around the corner of the corridor, Su-mo leaned against the cold wall, lowering his breathing to its minimum. The lean monkey's night vision was indeed a nuisance that had to be dealt with first. As the trio turned the corner unawares, the moment the gun barrel in the lean monkey's hand peeked around, Su-mo sprang into action. His metallic hand seized the makeshift firearm with pinpoint accuracy. The lean monkey was taken aback, never anticipating someone would dare to grasp his gun barrel directly. Seeking death, he instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the narrow corridor. The anticipated blast of shrapnel did not occur. Sumo's metal-encased palm firmly blocked the muzzle. With nowhere for the gunpowder to escape, a terrifying high pressure instantly built up within the chamber. The crude barrel could not withstand such pressure, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. A chilling scream escaped the lean monkey's lips as his hands were gruesomely mangled. Fractured fingers and torn flesh were the least of his concerns as countless searing metal fragments pierced his face and chest. Staggering backward, he collided with the wall, blood gushing forth. His body convulsed violently a few times before falling utterly still. This sudden and horrific turn of events left Ah Chong and Ah Yong trailing behind completely stunned. They only saw a shadow flicker before the Monkey Brother's gun exploded. "Monkey Brother!" Ah Yong screamed in terror, his mind a blank. "Damn it! Kill him!" Ah Chong reacted slightly faster, roaring as he raised the steel pipe, aiming a fierce blow towards Sumo's head. Sumo's metallic right hand seized the steel pipe directly, while his left hand wielded a dagger that sliced toward Ah Chong's wrist with lightning speed. Ah Chong barely had time to mount an effective defense before he felt a chilling sensation in his wrist, followed by a surge of excruciating pain. In terror, he watched as his right hand weakly relinquished its grip, the heavy steel pipe clattering to the ground. His wrist artery had been severed with precise accuracy, and blood erupted forth in an instant. Ah Chong wished to scream, but in the next moment, Sumo's right hand had already seized his throat. With a faint crack, the cartilage of his throat shattered. Ah Chong's body went limp, collapsing onto the ground. When Ah Yong finally emerged from his extreme shock, what he beheld was Ah Chong's lifeless form, alongside Sumo's eyes, devoid of any emotion. FCK. Ah Yong, consumed by fear and rage, felt a primal instinct awaken within him. He swung the heavy steel pipe with all his might towards Sumo's head. Rather than retreat, Sumo advanced, lowering his body slightly. The metal armament covering his right hand met the descending steel pipe head-on. The sharp clang of metal resonated through the corridor. Ah Yong felt a tremendous force radiate from the pipe, causing his palms to tear and his arms to tingle. Yet, the steel pipe seemed as if it were welded to Sumo's arm, unmoving. Is this even human? Ah Yong's eyes were now filled with sheer terror. He attempted to withdraw the pipe, but Sumo's metallic arm remained steadfast. An astonishing scene unfolded before Ah Yong's very eyes. Before him, the robust, solid rebar rapidly dissolved in Sumo's grasp. In merely 4 or 5 seconds, over 10 pounds of rebar vanished into thin air. What a monster! Ah Yong completely broke down. The man before him possessed a physique akin to steel and iron. Such physical strength was undoubtedly indicative of a gifted individual. Coming to his senses, Ah Yong turned to flee, but it was already too late. Sumo stepped forward, his metal-clad right fist piercing directly through Ah Yong's back. Sumo shook off the blood and smoke staining his metallic arm. The cold gleam of metal faded, revealing unscathed skin beneath. The entire ordeal, from Sumo's explosive intervention to the elimination of the 3 adversaries, transpired in less than 10 seconds. He scanned the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, confirming there was no remaining threat before promptly moving on. Time was of the essence. Zhang Biao and the bespectacled man outside could detect something amiss at any moment. Moreover, as Lin Yao had indicated, they too were gifted individuals. After 2 days of combat, merely relying on his metal armament left him somewhat strained. He was still short of 300 proficiency points to elevate the heart of the fortress to level 3. The metallic objects in this vicinity possessed a simple structure and decomposed rapidly. Sumo resolved to first elevate his gifted level, unlocking new skills to enhance his combat capabilities. Sumo crouched down, placing his hands on the shattered remnants of a homemade shotgun and a steel pipe beside the emaciated monkey's corpse, channeling his intentions with utmost concentration. Decomposing target. Fragments of a makeshift shotgun, primary material. Inferior steel, rebar, primary material, ordinary carbon steel. Structural complexity, low. Decomposition speed, approximately 15 kilograms per second. Estimated duration, 10 seconds. Heart of the bastion, decompose. Decomposition successful. Acquired bastion points, 15. Proficiency, 15. Current heart of the bastion level, 2. 751-1000. Stamina consumption, moderate, 751 points. Only 249 points of proficiency remain before leveling up. Without further hesitation, Sumo activated his innate ability. Decomposed scrap metal. Acquired bastion points, 5. Decomposed an abandoned steel bed frame. Acquired bastion points, 15. Decomposed a discarded filing cabinet. Acquired bastion points, 8. The notification chimes echoed incessantly in his mind. Sumo resembled a highly efficient metal recycling facility, swiftly clearing the scene. Time passed minute by minute. Approximately 15 minutes later, the interior of the clinic was nearly devoid of any metallic items suitable for decomposition. Sumo stood in the now somewhat vacant corridor, feeling the fatigue from the decomposition process intensifying. At that moment, the chilling notification finally arrived. Acquired bastion points, 1. Current bastion points, 300. Proficiency, 1. Proficiency has reached maximum. Heart of the bastion level upgraded. 2. 301-0000. Metal mastery. Decomposition speed increased by 20. Metal manipulation armament. Expanded range of manipulation. Unlocked new features. Metal manipulation. Scalpel. Active skill. Metal resonance. Passive skill. He had leveled up. Sumo's spirits lifted, and he immediately reviewed the new features. Metal manipulation. Scalpel. Active skill. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to conjure a bone-slicing knife, which can be launched forward after charging. Metal resonance. Passive skill. Automatically scans surrounding metallic objects, providing feedback on their locations in the form of energy waves. If rare metals are detected, they will be marked as high-priority targets. Just then, outside the clinic, Zhang Biao's roar faintly echoed. Emaciated monkey. What the hell are you dawdling about in there? Have you found anyone? A cold smile curved at the corners of Sumo's mouth. With the upgrade complete and new skills unlocked, it was time to step out and deal with the remaining 2 inconsequential foes. Chapter 22. The opportunity of 3 strikes in the clinic's backyard. Zhang Biao's patience had worn thin. These useless, emaciated monkeys. 3 of them have been inside for so long, and they haven't even made a sound. He cursed, casting occasional glances toward the dark back door of the clinic. His gaze then shifted to the vehicle, where Lin Yao sat pale-faced. This car was like an iron box. He was powerless against Lin Yao. The bespectacled strategist adjusted his glasses and remarked, Biao Go. Something seems off. It's too quiet. Even if no one was found, there should be some commotion. Zhang Biao suddenly turned his head. Unless what? The voice of the bespectacled strategist was low and grave. Unless all 3 of them have perished. That kid may not be simple. His vehicle is astonishingly resilient. The thin monkey's car was wrecked upon collision. Zhang Biao interrupted with a fierce growl. Nonsense. The thin monkey is armed. A Chong and a Yong are no pushovers either. 3 living men could not be silently dispatched by a mere lad. Do you think this is a film? Though he spoke defiantly, unease began to stir within him. The sounds emanating from the clinic were indeed eerily subdued compared to the chaos outside. At that moment, the dilapidated wooden door at the back of the clinic creaked open. A figure slowly emerged. It was Sumo. His countenance bore the traces of fatigue from a fierce battle, and he calmly surveyed the 2 individuals in the yard, ultimately fixing his gaze on Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao's pupils constricted, and he brandished the machete towards Sumo. Where are the thin monkey and the others? What have you done to them? Sumo remained silent, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Biao and the bespectacled strategist. As his eyes met theirs, an invisible ripple quietly expanded from his center. The passive skill, Metal Resonance, unlocked by the heart of the fortress, activated silently. A peculiar sensation surged into Sumo's mind. Within a 10-meter radius, every metallic object vividly manifested in his consciousness. The metallic clasp of Zhang Biao's belt, the shape of the keys in his pocket, and even the location of the screw within the handle of the machete were all unmistakable. The bespectacled strategist was even more remarkable. With a metallic watch on his wrist and a concealed pocket pistol in his suit jacket, both discernible with clarity, it felt akin to possessing X-ray vision. Sumo's determination solidified. The effect of this new skill far exceeded expectations. It was nothing short of divine for close-quarters combat and early warning. Are you mute? I'm asking you a question. Zhang Biao's fury intensified as he saw Sumo's silence. He stepped forward, muscles taut. his innate talent of hardened muscles ready to unleash its power. The bespectacled strategist took a cautious half-step back, his right hand discreetly reaching for his inner pocket. Eyes fixed intently on Su Mo, whispering, "Biao Ge, be careful. This kid could have taken down the thin monkey and the others. He must possess some peculiar abilities. His vehicle is also extraordinary. He may indeed be a talent bearer." Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao did not retreat, but instead regarded Su Mo with an air of superiority. "A talent bearer? Kid, are you also an awakener? What level? Or is it that the thin monkey, that useless fool, fell at your hands? What bad luck for him." He puffed out his chest, striking his robust muscles with the machete, boasting, "I am Zhang Biao, with the level talent of hardened muscles. See this? Invulnerable. Even the claws of elite zombies cannot pierce my skin." He gestured towards the wrecked Land Rover blocking the alley, then pointed at Su Mo's van. The tone was laced with provocation. "Kid, I see you have some skill, and your vehicle is decent. Here is an opportunity for you. How about a wager? I'll give you 3 chances. Feel free to use a knife, a club, or a gun. If you can inflict even a single hair on my body within those 3 strikes, I will let you go without a second thought." However, his gaze turned lecherous. "If you fail to harm me, you will kneel and call me Big Brother. From now on, you'll follow my lead. As for that young lady in the car, she will naturally belong to me. What do you say? Do you dare to gamble?" Inside the van, Lin Yao's heart leapt to her throat. Su Mo observed Zhang Biao's confident demeanor, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Perfect, it was time to test his new skills. 3 strikes? Let us see. Slowly, Su Mo drew the dagger from his waist, the very one he had used to pierce the leader of the Reapers. Before he could finish speaking, Su Mo lunged forward. His speed was not particularly swift, but his movements were precise and decisive. The dagger glinted coldly as it aimed directly for Zhang Biao's chest. "Good." Zhang Biao laughed maniacally. Without flinching, he stood firm, his chest thrust out in confidence. He had absolute faith in his defense. The tip of the dagger plunged into Zhang Biao's chest. The anticipated penetration did not occur. Instead, the blade bent sharply upwards. The next moment, the dagger snapped in two, leaving only a shallow white mark on Zhang Biao's chest, not even breaking the skin. Zhang Biao roared with laughter, filled with scorn. "Ha! Is that all? You couldn't even tickle me. Kid, that was the first strike. You've got 2 more, so hurry up." He cast a triumphant glance at Lin Yao in the car, her face pale, as if he could already envision her despair. Second strike. Su Mo's expression remained impassive, as if he were unconcerned about the dagger's destruction. He discarded the broken dagger and clenched his right fist. Buzz! A layer of matte metallic sheen suddenly enveloped his entire right arm and part of his shoulder. Metal augmentation. After leveling up the heart of the fortress to level 3, the range of the metal enhancement had expanded. The strategist beside him observed keenly, his gaze sharpening as he warned, "Biao Ge. His arm has changed color. His talent is body enhancement." Zhang Biao also noticed the transformation in Su Mo's arm and dared not underestimate him. His muscles tensed instantaneously, veins bulging beneath his skin. His already swollen muscles expanded further, as if encased in a thick layer of armor. "Come on, let me see how tough your metal arm really is." Su Mo's metallic fist struck Zhang Biao's crossed arms, which were defensively positioned across his chest. Boom. It was as if 2 speeding trucks had collided head-on. The solid concrete beneath Zhang Biao's feet cracked instantly, debris flying in all directions. His massive frame staggered back 3 steps before he could regain his balance. At the intersection of his crossed arms, a distinct fist imprint suddenly appeared. Zhang Biao's maniacal laughter froze in an instant. What kind of power is this? Had he not exerted his talents with all his might just moments ago, that punch would have surely shattered his arm. He suppressed the tumult of blood and the excruciating pain in his arm, declaring, "Second move. Not even close. You haven't even broken my skin. Boy, you've lost. That girl is mine." His greedy gaze once again fell upon Lin Yao in the van, as if victory was already within his grasp. Lin Yao's heart plummeted to despair. The defensive capability of this level of talent is utterly monstrous. She turned to Su Mo, her eyes filled with concern and hopelessness. Su Mo slowly retracted his metallic right arm and shook his hand lightly. "That shell is indeed quite hard," he remarked, his nonchalant mockery igniting Zhang Biao's fury to a boiling point. "Damn you, third move." Su Mo interrupted his tirade, his voice serene and unwavering. He did not advance, nor did he assume any aggressive stance. He simply stood still, raising his right hand. Buzz! An invisible force field radiated outward from him. The air seemed to resonate with the sound of countless metallic fragments grinding against one another. Above the palm of Su Mo's right hand, a dazzling silver light emerged. A metal flying knife, approximately 10 centimeters long and as thin as a cicada's wing, with edges glinting coldly, hovered above his palm. Metal manipulation. Cleaver. Charging. Sumo's mental energy surged rapidly toward his palm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The silvery cleaver grew ever more radiant, causing the surrounding space to warp. What on earth is that? The manic laughter vanished entirely from Zhang Biao's face, replaced by an unprecedented fear. The energy contained within that small flying knife was 10 times more terrifying than that of an elite zombie. Brother Biao, get out of the way. The bespectacled strategist's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively reached for the pistol at his waist. Dodge. I am impervious to blades and bullets. What do I have to fear? Zhang Biao, consumed by fear and fury, was clouded in judgment. Defying superstition, he fully activated his muscle-hardening ability, his skin turning as tough as black iron. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, swinging his mountain-splitting knife like a frenzied bull, rushing towards Su Mo. Stop your tricks. Die. Just as Zhang Biao closed in on Su Mo, the moment his mountain-splitting knife was poised to strike, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Mo's eyes. Go. The cleaver, charged for over 5 seconds, transformed into a silver bolt of lightning. It was too fast. So swift that Zhang Biao didn't even have time to cross the mountain-splitting knife in front of him. In that instant, he could only rely on the ultimate muscle hardening to withstand the blow. With a soft tearing sound, Zhang Biao's massive body came to a sudden halt. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked down at his chest. A blood hole, the width of a thumb, pierced cleanly through him. Suddenly, a blade appeared before him, piercing directly through his heart. Shortly after, a dull thud resonated from behind. The dagger that had penetrated Zhang Biao did not slow down. It continued to pierce through the wall behind him. Through the gaping hole, roughly the size of a basin, the blade was seen embedded deep within the concrete pavement beyond, leaving behind a seemingly bottomless pit. Zhang Biao's mouth gaped open as he uttered his last few words. Impossible. His once proud talent, the hardened muscle, felt as fragile as paper in the presence of that glimmering silver light. His massive body swayed, as if all his bones had been extracted, before crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire backyard fell into a deathly silence. The bespectacled strategist stood frozen in place, his body cold. His hand, which had reached for the pistol at his waist, halted mid-air, trembling slightly. He gazed at Zhang Biao's lifeless form on the ground, then turned his attention to Su Mo's palm, where the silver radiance was slowly dissipating. A chilling sensation surged through him. What manner of monster is this? The strongest defensive form capable of instantaneously defeating an individual with supreme defensive talents. This was something even a top-tier attacker could not accomplish. Could it be that the opponent's talent had surpassed the level of A, or even S? Inside the van, Lin Yao's wide eyes brimmed with shock. What had Su Mo just done? That suddenly appearing silver flying knife had instantly annihilated the impervious giant and even penetrated the wall. Su Mo gradually lowered his right hand, his complexion paler than before. The toll from metal decomposition, combined with the consecutive use of metal armaments and the final dagger charged for over 5 seconds, had drained his mental energy far beyond expectation. Su Mo did not even glance at Zhang Biao's corpse. He cast a cold, indifferent look at the astonished bespectacled strategist, as if observing a mere object on the roadside. The moment the bespectacled man met Su Mo's gaze, his legs weakened and he fell to the ground. Wang Ming. Everyone calls me Glasses. Desperate to survive, Wang Ming's eyes darted rapidly, seeking any chance of escape. I want to live. I want it more than anything. Su Mo regarded Wang Ming and spoke. 1 minute. Prove your worth. Wang Ming raised his head, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes behind the lenses. Brother, I truly have value. That fool Zhang Biao is all brawn and no brains. The Black Tiger Gang is merely a rabble. You are different. You possess strength. In this world, it's too difficult to go it alone. But even with your might, there are only 2 of you. He pointed towards the distant, vaguely visible abandoned skyscraper. Quickly promoting himself, I know the locations of several major survivor strongholds in Star City. The Brotherhood in the Northern Industrial Park. The Fire Gang at the Logistics Center in the south. The Iron Shield at the Granary in the west. I have information on their personnel, resource reserves, and weaponry. There is a need for someone to manage logistics for you, analyze situations, and even assist in overseeing potential new members. I am well versed in resource integration and networking. Retaining me will empower your team to grow stronger. He straightened his back, striving to present himself as more valuable. With my presence, you can establish your own order more swiftly in this apocalyptic world. Su Mo interrupted him, her voice devoid of emotion, flat and unyielding. Wang Ming was taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Yes. Order. Strength combined with wisdom is the true path. I, Wang Ming, have squandered half my life, lamenting the absence of a wise leader. Should you not find me distasteful, I wish to serve you as a foster father. Suemo stepped closer, halting 2 paces away. I have no need for self-important individuals. This statement instantly pierced Wang Ming's delusions. The flattery and excitement on his face froze. I have no need for a mere lackey. Sumo's voice was chillingly calm. In this world of despair, trust between individuals is the rarest of commodities. You may not possess significant utility, but harboring treachery is absolutely intolerable. This is a grave taboo. Once one dares to betray, a second betrayal will surely follow. No, brother. Allow me to explain. I am merely being pragmatic. Wang Ming still sought to plead his case. Sumo's voice, though not raised, interrupted his clamor. I will ask you but once. All the information you just mentioned, whether you choose to disclose it or not, will lead to but one outcome: death. Wang Ming gazed at Suemo, the last remnants of hope shattering within him. He understood that this young man before him held no regard for his so-called value and would never accept his allegiance. Ha ha ha, fine. I shall speak. Wang Ming suddenly erupted into a nervous laughter. Simultaneously, his right hand discreetly slipped into his pocket, reaching for his handgun. However, this subtle maneuver did not escape Sumo's innate ability to sense metal. With a hum, her right foot gleamed with a matte metallic sheen. Metal manipulation activated. Without a moment's hesitation, her foot lashed out like an iron whip. Wang Ming's wrist was shattered by the immense force, sending him sprawling 10 meters away. Cradling his broken hand, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. He glared at the man before him, filled with venomous resentment. Huh, you've got some guts. Let me tell you, do you know who stands behind us? The Black Tiger Gang is nothing. We are merely a small team under the Falcon Alliance. Li Hao, have you heard of him? The young master of the Li family in Star City. Yes, it is he, Li Hao. The very one who drove a modified BMW off-road vehicle, robbing all supplies in front of him, kicking him to the ground, and hurling the most degrading insults. Calling him a worthless lowlife, a second-generation rich kid who deserved nothing but to wait for death. Wang Ming sensed the murderous intent lurking in Sumo's gaze. Believing he had successfully provoked his adversary, a twisted satisfaction spread across his face. Yes, it is that talented Li Xiao who has awakened a formidable ability. We, the Black Tiger Gang, are merely his agents, tasked with eliminating peripheral strongholds and gathering resources and women. Do you think that by eliminating a few of us, you have triumphed? I have already relayed your information, your vehicle, and that beautiful woman to Li Xiao. Ha! His men will soon locate this place. You are finished. No matter how resilient your vehicle may be, it cannot withstand the Alliance's firepower. That woman will inevitably become someone else's plaything. His words were abruptly cut short as a flash of cold light flickered. Suemo delivered a swift kick, obliterating Wang Ming's head without hesitation or further commentary. Upon hearing the name Li Hao and confirming the lead on his enemy, Suemo had already sealed the fate of his adversary. Chapter 24. I utilized the large account. Having completed this deed, Suemo turned towards the van. With a click, the door unlocked. Lin Yao immediately pushed it open and stepped out, her complexion somewhat pale, yet her gaze was significantly clearer than before. She cast a glance at Wang Ming's lifeless body on the ground, quickly diverting her eyes, forcing herself not to dwell on the gruesome scene. Suemo, she called softly. Yes, he replied, raising a hand to point towards the clinic's back door. It is safe inside now. The zombies and debris have been cleared away. Go into the pharmacy. Gather all usable items and pack them into boxes. I will return in an hour. Understood. Lin Yao nodded without a moment's hesitation. She had no doubt regarding Sumo's words. Having experienced his decisive methods and the peculiar defenses of this vehicle, obedience had become her safest option. Taking a deep breath, she tightened the straps of her backpack and swiftly walked towards the clinic's dark back entrance, her silhouette soon vanishing within. Suemo watched Lin Yao's retreating figure, then cast his gaze downward at the surrounding corpses. Li Hao and the Falcon Alliance. His eyes were cold as he turned and settled back into the driver's seat. With a roar, the van adjusted its angle and emerged from beneath the front of the Land Rover, ultimately positioning itself snugly against the clinic's rear door. With this vehicle blocking the entrance, as long as Lin Yao remained composed, she should be safe within the hour. Leaning back in his seat, Suemo closed his eyes. The relentless battles, the disassembly, and the immense toll of using his abilities required a moment of respite. Simultaneously, he needed to carefully contemplate his plans for revenge. In the eastern part of the city, within a fortified and remodeled standalone villa, a man clad in a tactical vest was irritably sifting through mountains of reports piled upon the table, alongside several satellite phones that incessantly blinked with incoming messages. He was one of Li Hao's trusted confidants, responsible for filtering intelligence, known by the nickname Black Bear. Damn it, once again I am inundated with this worthless information. The report, originating from a peripheral squad known as the Black Tiger Gang, has been crumpled and discarded into the corner trash bin. It alleges that they were ambushed at the Sunshine Community Clinic in the western part of the city, with all 5 members of the squad presumed annihilated. The assailants operated a Wuling Hongguang van, possessing remarkably excessive defensive capabilities, even demolishing their Range Rover. A Wuling Hongguang demolishing a Range Rover? Has Zhang Biao lost his mind? Black Bear scoffed derisively, his expression one of contempt. Such drivel dares to be reported? What a waste of my time. He casually tossed the report into the bin, already overflowing with bizarre and exaggerated, unverifiable eyewitness accounts. A van with absurd defensive capabilities? In the eyes of the vulture, this could either be Zhang Biao rambling in madness before his demise or a fabricated excuse from a squad wishing to hoard supplies. Such information is unworthy of even reaching young Master Li Hao. His interests lay with the intelligence regarding the struggle for the granary in the south or the newly emerged elite mutated entities in the northern district. As for that obscure clinic in the west and the unheard-of Wuling Hongguang, who cares? In the backyard of the Sunshine Community Clinic, Su Mo leaned against the driver's seat, replenishing his food supplies while regaining his strength. The passive resonance of metal enveloped the area within 10 meters like a radar, ensuring that no movement of metallic objects escaped his detection. Suddenly, a short gasp echoed from deep within the clinic. It was Lin Yao's voice. Su Mo's eyes snapped open, his right hand instinctively resting on his firearm. However, within the feedback of the metal resonance, there was no other movement inside the clinic besides Lin Yao and a slowly moving small cart. Moments later, Lin Yao returned to the vehicle, and upon seeing Su Mo's vigilant gaze, she quickly waved her hands in reassurance. It's nothing. Su Mo, I scared myself. There are 3 corpses inside. The sight is rather disturbing. I didn't expect, she faltered, but Su Mo understood. It was the 3 from the Thin Monkey S group. Each met with violent ends. One shot in the head by a misfired earth gun, another with a throat cut by a dagger, and the last pierced through the back. The aftermath of such brutality was naturally gruesome. Although Lin Yao, as a doctor, had witnessed her fair share of bloody scenes, the visceral reality of facing the aftermath of violent slaughter at such close range proved overwhelming. Just get accustomed to it. We need to hurry, Su Mo replied, leaning back into his seat. Understood. Lin Yao nodded emphatically before turning back to the clinic. She forced herself to concentrate on the shelves of the pharmacy. As Su Mo had anticipated, despite the clinic's small size, it had been ransacked only a limited number of times. The remaining supplies in the pharmacy were few, yet better than having none at all. Utilizing her professional expertise, Lin Yao meticulously searched through the remnants. There are still 2 boxes of amoxicillin. Although a few months have passed since their expiration, they are certainly better than having none at all. There are 3 unopened bottles of iodine. How splendid. Only 2 rolls of gauze remain, but there are still a few rolls of bandages and 10 full bags of saline solution. Oh, what treasures! As for syringes and needles, there remains a considerable quantity of these essential instruments. She deftly sorted the found medications and equipment into categories, placing them into a sturdy plastic box discovered in the pharmacy. However, as she approached the shelf of contraceptive supplies, her steps faltered. In the corner, a few boxes of unopened condoms lay scattered. Lin Yao's cheeks instantly blossomed with a deep crimson hue. She recalled the words spoken by Su Mo when he had rescued her. Your body belongs to me. As a physician, she understood better than anyone the implications of becoming pregnant in a post-apocalyptic environment. For the mother, the child, and the entire team, it would be nothing short of a burden. Without hesitation, she placed the boxes of condoms into the transport box as well. Within an hour, Lin Yao was dragging the heavy transport box, straining slightly as she made her way towards Su Mo. The box contained not only medical supplies and equipment, but also several bottles of medical glucose and nutritional fluids. These items could serve not only as medical resources, but also as emergency food. As Su Mo stepped out of the vehicle, Lin Yao, wishing to avoid troubling him, hurriedly exclaimed, Su Mo, I've organized everything. Let us place it in the car. I can handle it. Su Mo said nothing, simply extending his hand to take the box. I can manage. Lin Yao had not finished her sentence when her grip suddenly faltered, causing the box to plummet downward. Ah! She gasped in alarm. Su Mo reacted swiftly, extending his arm and securely catching the bottom of the box. However, at the moment of its tilt, several colorful small boxes tumbled out, landing right at Su Mo's feet. Lin Yao's face flushed a deep red, akin to a ripe tomato. In a flurry, she attempted to pick them up but felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment. Frozen in place, she stammered, I need these as protective measures. The risk of accidental pregnancy in this environment is too high, which could compromise our operational capabilities and survival chances. As a doctor, it is my responsibility. Her voice dwindled, and she lowered her head further. Suemo bent down, retrieving one of the boxes of condoms. He glanced at the dimensions printed on the packaging, then looked up at Lin Yao, whose demeanor suggested she wished to disappear into the ground. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he casually tossed the box back into the transport box, saying, "This size is too small. I prefer the larger ones." Lin Yao was taken aback. What he stated was utterly ordinary, yet to her ears, it resonated with a predatory undertone. Suddenly, her mind recalled the earlier battle, where Suemo had armored his arms and calves in metal. Could it be that he could fortify any part of his body? His own body could withstand anything? As Lin Yao pondered, she felt a rush of blood flood her face, her ears burning with warmth. Suemo, oblivious to Lin Yao's current thoughts, effortlessly lifted the transport box and stowed it in the spacious rear of the van. Chapter 25. Lin Yao, get in the car, it's time to go. He returned to the passenger seat and ignited the engine, which growled with a deep, powerful roar. Lin Yao, her face flushed, scrambled into the driver's cabin, her mind buzzing with thoughts. It wasn't until Suemo's gaze swept over her that she snapped back to reality. The van began to move slowly, departing from the clinic. The camouflage effect in the environment remained striking. Most zombies paid little attention to the vehicle just inches away. Clearing her throat, Lin Yao handed her notebook to Suemo. At the intersection ahead, turn left. There's a Lele supermarket about 2 kilometers away. It's somewhat isolated, situated within an old residential area, and may not have been extensively looted yet. Suemo responded with a non-committal before closing his eyes. Outside the window, the dilapidated streets rushed by. Yet her mind was far from the road conditions. The size is too small, I need the larger one. This phrase echoed in her mind like an incantation. This man always had the uncanny ability to utter the most heart-racing words in the most mundane tone. Focus on driving, came Suemo's voice from the passenger seat. Laced with a barely perceptible weariness, Lin Yao jolted back to attention, her cheeks burning hotter as she replied hastily, "Oh, all right." She forced herself to concentrate on the uneven road ahead, yet her peripheral vision was inexplicably drawn to the man beside her. He sat with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Strands of hair falling across his handsome face. The usually hard contours appeared softened, yet Lin Yao noticed his right hand curled unconsciously. The wound on the back of his hand, inflicted by the mutated creature, showed faint traces of an abnormal bluish-black hue at its edges. "Suemo, your hand." Lin Yao couldn't help but voice her concern. "It's nothing," he replied tersely without opening his eyes, though his breathing seemed heavier than before. Just as Lin Yao was about to interject again, her moment of distraction caused the steering wheel to veer, nearly colliding with a wall. "What happened?" Sumo's eyes flew open, fixing a sharp gaze on Lin Yao. "I am sorry. I was distracted," Lin Yao stammered, her face pale. Suemo furrowed his brow, but said nothing further. However, his breathing had clearly become more labored, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He raised his hand to rub his brow, but as his right hand lifted halfway, it suddenly spasmed. The bluish-black wound on his forearm seemed to writhe as it crept upward. Lin Yao, witnessing this clearly, quickly pulled the car over to the side, unfastening her seatbelt. She leaned forward with urgency. "Suemo, your hand. Let me see." Suemo did not refuse. Or rather, his current state rendered him incapable of doing so. He clenched his jaw tightly, the veins in his forehead prominent, seemingly enduring excruciating pain. The temperature of the skin surrounding the wound was alarmingly high, and the dark bruise was visibly spreading along the veins of his arm towards his shoulder. This was dire. It was poison. The toxin from the zombie had taken effect. Lin Yao's heart sank to the depths of despair. She hurriedly recalled fragmented information from the forums. Someone had mentioned that wounds inflicted by certain special zombies would exhibit unusual colors, and the infected would suffer from high fevers and intense pain. Ultimately, they would either perish or lose their humanity, transforming into mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. In a flurry, she dragged the medicine box from the back seat. Uncertain if these supplies would be effective, she found amoxicillin. Extracting a few pills, she uncapped a bottle of water and turned back, attempting to shove them into Sumo's mouth. "Suemo, take the medicine. Open your mouth." In response, a scorching hand gripped her wrist. "Ugh." Lin Yao gasped as Sumo's grasp tightened, a force so immense it felt as if her bones might shatter. The water bottle slipped from her grasp, spilling across the floor, while the pills rolled into the corners of the vehicle. Suemo suddenly yanked her towards him. His once deep and calm eyes now reflected a primal possessiveness. He pinned Lin Yao's body against the cramped rear seat, the adjacent seat straining under the pressure. "No, Suemo. It's me, Lin Yao." She cried out in terror, struggling to push him away, but her efforts proved utterly futile. Despair washed over her. At that moment, she recalled his words when she had been rescued. Your body belongs to me. Would he become that kind of monster? And before losing all rationality, would she become his final sacrifice? Perhaps dying at his hands would be preferable to falling prey to those beasts, to be toyed with until death. After all, he was the man who had offered her a glimmer of hope in dire straits. At least Sumo's current suffering was not born of malice. Perhaps this was her destiny, to be of use to him, whether as a doctor or in this very moment. As this absurd thought crossed her mind, it brought her an almost tragic sense of calm and liberation. Lin Yao's tense body relaxed. She looked at Sumo, ceasing her struggles, tears silently streaming down her face. Closing her eyes, she softly spoke, "Sumo, if this can ease your pain even a little." Upon finishing, she slightly tilted her head back, exposing her vulnerable neck. Sumo let out a muffled groan, a flicker of agonizing struggle flashing in his eyes. He appeared to be battling the raging toxins within him with the last vestiges of clarity. Lin Yao's heart tightened painfully. Suddenly, her fear dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming determination that consumed her entire being. He must not die. He must not become a monster. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Lin Yao's consciousness soared to the heavens. The crimson sun in the sky abruptly cast down a beam of light. Lin Yao's eyes flew open, enveloped by a gentle force. In the next moment, she discerned the dark green toxins within Sumo, writhing and spreading like living creatures. They were voraciously eroding his flesh and nerves, attempting to seize control of his brain. To her astonishment, she had awakened her gift in such a manner. Lin Yao raised her trembling hand to cradle his face. Her voice softened, imbued with resolute determination. "I will not let you die. I am your doctor, and I am yours." With that, disregarding all else, she channeled the immense life force through their interconnected bodies, continuously infusing it into Sumo. A milky white glow enveloped him instantly. Where the light touched, the dark green toxins were swiftly eradicated. The rotting flesh at the wound, corroded and decayed, fell away at a visible pace. Fresh muscle and skin were fervently regenerating. A cry erupted from Sumo, a mix of agony and relief as his body arched, only to roll his eyes back and faint completely. His heavy body collapsed softly onto Lin Yao. Subsequently, that milky white light gradually receded, ultimately vanishing within her. Chapter 26. The healer's compassion. The carriage was suffused with an intense atmosphere of intimacy, mingled with sweat and a faint metallic scent of blood. Lin Yao lay limp against the back seat, devoid of even the strength to move a finger. Sumo's weight still pressed heavily upon her. She turned her head to gaze at his pale, sleeping visage, a wave of profound exhaustion washing over her, yet accompanied by a flicker of relief and excitement. She had succeeded. A smile involuntarily curved her lips upward. She had truly pulled Sumo back from the brink of death. He was alive. He remained Sumo. Shortly thereafter, a deep ache resonated within her body. She could not help but draw a gentle breath, her cheeks flushing instantly. This man was an absolute enigma. Even in such a state, he had managed to conjure thoughts of the tempestuous surge earlier, as well as her instinctive response. How would she ever manage to suppress this thought that surged uncontrollably? As a doctor, she understood the intricacies of intimate relations. Yet personal experience was an entirely different realm from mere theoretical knowledge. However, this man possesses an extraordinary level of physical strength and endurance. Lin Yao, mustering her fading spirit, endeavored to remain attentive to the sounds outside the vehicle. Yet, her exhausted body ultimately succumbed to fatigue, and as her consciousness gradually blurred, she fell into a deep slumber. Time slipped away, and suddenly, Sumo awoke with a start. His awareness surged forth as if emerging from the depths of the ocean, accompanied by fleeting confusion. Memories from before his unconsciousness rushed back. The excruciating pain in his arm, the feverish heat, the uncontrollable ferocity, along with the soft, delicate touch and the stifled sobs. He was instantly alert. An ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the cabin. Lowering his gaze, he beheld Lin Yao, her eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes adorned with unshed tears. Her sportswear was torn and disheveled, and a small patch of glaring dark red stained the seat. The interior of the vehicle was in disarray, with scattered clothing, overturned medicine bottles, and an overwhelming scent. Sumo's brow furrowed slightly. He propped himself up and carefully distanced himself from Lin Yao. His body felt entirely unencumbered. On the contrary, it was infused with a long-lost vitality. The wound on his arm had vanished without a trace. Even the scar was barely perceptible. The violent toxins and burning sensations within him had completely dissipated. This was not a natural recovery. He vividly recalled his own uncontrollable rage and vaguely remembered a moment when a warm force surged into him, suppressing the toxins. All these fragments coalesced into a complete picture. She had saved him. At that moment, Lin Yao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Initially, her gaze was somewhat dazed, but upon seeing Su Mo so close, her pale face flushed with two rosy hues, and she dared not meet his eyes. The cabin was enveloped in silence, broken only by their slightly hurried breaths. "You." Su Mo spoke first, disrupting the quiet. Lin Yao's body trembled gently, her head sinking lower. I'm fine." After a deep breath, she continued, "Su Mo, it seems I have awakened my talent." "Talent?" Sumo's pupils constricted slightly. "Yes, a level 5 talent. The heart of a healer," Lin Yao nodded. "What is your ability?" he inquired. "A level 5 talent is undoubtedly among the pinnacle of combat power throughout the Star City." Lin Yao organized her thoughts and explained, "I can see the internal ailments, toxins, or abnormal energy flows in others. For instance, regarding the toxins in your arm, I can visualize their shapes and intensity as they spread through the blood vessels and muscles." "Is it a passive skill?" Su Mo immediately seized upon the crucial point. "A level 5 talent cannot possess only one passive detection skill." "Yes. The passive skill is called Life Insight." Lin Yao nodded, her gaze flickering. "Additionally, there is an active skill known as Life Conversion. Through contact, I can transfer my own vitality to heal the target. However, the effects are limited and it is incredibly taxing on my spirit. Each use leaves me utterly exhausted." She tried to downplay it, but her gaze momentarily faltered. She deliberately emphasized the limitations and the mental toll it exacted. The cost of sacrificing 10 years of life was a burden she was reluctant to speak of. What would it change to voice it? It would only add to the weight she bore. As long as she could save him, she would accept those 10 years. Her complexion was pallid, her lips devoid of color. The dark circles under her eyes conveyed an overwhelming sense of weakness that ran far deeper than mere mental fatigue. It was evident that she had drained her own life force. Indeed, the price was suffocatingly heavy. He reached out, gently brushing his fingertip across the corner of Lin Yao's eye. This sudden gesture made her tense up, her heart feeling as if it had been struck by something forceful. Su Mo withdrew his hand, refraining from further inquiries. He removed his relatively clean work jacket and gently draped it over Lin Yao, concealing her ambiguous marks. "I understand," he replied, his voice low and devoid of excessive emotion, carrying an undeniable certainty. He opened the car door, moved to the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and started the engine. "To the supermarket. You need to replenish your strength." Su Mo did not press for more information, offer thanks, or provide empty comforts. In this apocalyptic world, words were the cheapest currency. He registered Lin Yao's feelings. Wrapping himself tightly in his jacket, Lin Yao felt the lingering warmth and essence it held. Upon hearing his words, she abruptly lifted her head to gaze at Su Mo's stoic profile. He seemed to know everything. He was aware of the price she had paid and recognized her current frailty. He responded in the most straightforward manner possible, leaning against the passenger seat. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Yet, the corners of her lips unconsciously curled into a slight arc. In this cold and ruthless apocalyptic world, she was not alone. Her sacrifices and efforts were seen by him, and that was enough. The van rolled over the shattered streets, heading toward the nearby Le supermarket. Inside the vehicle, a complex atmosphere lingered. Sumo's gaze was fixed ahead, his expression profound. Lin Yao's innate talent for healing was remarkable, her potential immense. The passive skill of Life Insight was nothing short of miraculous in the apocalypse, capable of anticipating lethal threats. As for the monumental cost of depleting one's life source for healing, the effects were indeed extraordinary. However, how had Lin Yao awakened her talent? That was a question worth posing to her later. This was a relatively old residential area. Lele Supermarket is situated on the ground floor of a residential building. The roller shutter has been violently damaged, hanging askew on its track. Surrounding it are scattered refuse and abandoned vehicles. A few zombies meander aimlessly around a distant street corner. Su Mo parks the van in a relatively concealed corner beside the supermarket. Thanks to the passive effect of environmental camouflage, the van's presence is minimized. He glances at the still sleeping Lin Yao, but refrains from waking her immediately. Instead, he retrieves a compact handgun from his waist, the very one confiscated from Wang Ming. The magazine contains 7 rounds, ample to ensure Lin Yao's safety. He has kept another weapon, a police handgun seized from Zhang Chong, which holds 4 bullets, his last resort. Then, Su Mo gently nudges Lin Yao's shoulder. She blinks awake, and he presents the handgun to her, saying, "Take this. It's Wang Ming's, and it has 7 bullets." Lin Yao stares at the cold metal before her, momentarily stunned. The forum had basic shooting tutorials, she had learned. "Unless I return or you are absolutely certain of safety. Do not exit the vehicle. Protect yourself and wait for my return." Lin Yao's heart races. She meets Su Mo's calm yet trusting gaze, and then looks at the weighty handgun in her hands. It symbolizes not merely a weapon, but also an affirmation of her capability. She nods firmly, her resolve crystallizing. Okay, be careful. I'll wait for you. Suemo says no more and pushes open the car door. Chapter 27. The little bear in the supermarket. Suemo presses against the wall, swiftly approaching the supermarket's entrance. The passive skill, Metal Resonance, functions like an invisible radar, instantaneously scanning the area around the entrance. Detected metallic objects, roller shutter rail, ordinary steel, shelves, ordinary steel, cash register metal components, ordinary steel. No highlighted rare metal signals detected. No large moving metallic life forms detected, according to the feedback. Nothing unusual is found within a 10-meter radius. Suemo crouches and slips beneath the partially open roller shutter. Inside the supermarket, the light is dim. The shelves are askew, and various products lay scattered on the floor, an absolute mess. Clearly, this place has suffered more than one bout of plundering. Suemo does not venture deeper immediately. Instead, he leans against a relatively intact shelf, utilizing metal resonance to broaden his field of vision. Aside from the metallic shelves, cash register, and cold storage units, he temporarily detects no signs of living beings or abnormal metallic signals. Sumo's primary objective is food and water. After evading several staggering zombies, he swiftly navigates through the collapsed shelves, methodically scavenging the areas not yet completely emptied. He finds 2 boxes of compressed biscuits remaining, and in a corner, a few unopened packs of bottled water. Canned luncheon meat is indeed a treasure. Vacuum-sealed rice is also commendable. Suemo, having gathered the supplies, arranged them in a corner near the back door passage. This location is relatively concealed, facilitating a seamless later relocation. Just as he finished clearing the rear half of the first floor and was preparing to ascend to the second floor for further inspection, a metallic resonance abruptly registered a powerful signal. It did not emanate from within the supermarket, but from outside the front entrance. Sumo's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly concealed himself in the shadow of a large freezer, holding his breath. It was not the shuffling of zombies, but rather the sound of modified vehicles. Indeed, accompanied by a low rumble of engines, Suemo peered through the shattered glass of the supermarket. He distinctly observed 3 modified black SUVs. One came to a sudden halt, coming to rest firmly in the open space before the supermarket's entrance. The doors swung open with a resounding bang, and a dozen fully armed men leapt out. Their gear was starkly different from that of the previous ruffians from the Black Tiger gang. They wore standardized black combat uniforms, with tactical vests adorned with magazines. Each wielding an assault rifle, their movements swift and orderly. They promptly dispatched the zombies trailing behind them. Such firepower, at this juncture, was decidedly formidable. The leader, though his face was obscured by a black mask, possessed hawk-like eyes that scanned the supermarket entrance. He commanded his subordinates, confirm the target signal. The last known location is right here. Little Bear must have taken refuge inside. Team, fan out and encircle the entrance. Team, secure the back door and side windows. Not a single rat is to escape. The higher-ups have ordered to capture him alive. The team members murmured in response, yes, Scar brother. Upon concluding this exchange, the squads swiftly dispersed, executing their maneuvers with precision. Within 10 seconds, they had sealed off all possible exits of the supermarket. Their attire and the vehicles matched the descriptions circulating on the forums. They were indeed the elite of the Falcon Alliance, affiliated with Lee Hao's family. Although no one in the team had awakened combat-related abilities, their harmonious cooperation allowed them to rank among the more competent factions within the Falcon Alliance. Suemo's heart sank. The caliber of this team was far superior to that of Zhang Biao's ragtag group. They were well-equipped and coordinated, evidently targeting someone. Little Bear. Perhaps? At that moment, Sumo's metallic resonance detected an anomaly. In the narrow gap formed by a row of collapsed shelves behind his hiding place within the freezer, he discerned a faintly moving signal. From the metallic outline, it was apparent that it was a tablet computer. Someone was concealed within, operating the device. Could this be the Little Bear they spoke of? With the Falcon Alliance having secured all exits of the supermarket, Suemo refrained from making any sudden movements. He needed to remain vigilant and avoid revealing his current position, for once exposed, he might simultaneously confront a well-trained armed squad and be caught in a pincer movement by that Little Bear. After all, Suemo is currently capable of dealing with a few individuals, but he harbors no confidence in confronting a dozen or so fully armed combatants. Bang! The supermarket's entrance was brutally kicked open by one of the team members. Beams of bright flashlight illuminated the dimly lit interior of the supermarket, sweeping across the aisles. Search carefully. That little rascal is quite slippery. Scarred Brother's voice echoed at the entrance. The beam passed over the cold storage area where Suemo was concealed before moving away. He lowered his right hand, which was poised to activate his metallic weaponry. Suddenly, Sumo's metal resonance distinctly revealed the target hiding between the shelves. A slender, pale hand emerged, its fingertips directed towards a few toy drones that had fallen onto the floor. An invisible force of mental energy surged from that fingertip, instantly penetrating the swarm of drones. In the next moment, buzz! Several drones, which had been inert, suddenly flickered their red lights frantically. Without warning, they launched themselves in a suicidal charge towards the nearest member of the Falcon Alliance. Damn, it's the drones. Conceal yourselves. The team member was caught off guard, startled by the unexpected attack. Although these drones possessed no actual offensive capabilities, the alarm of an enemy attack triggered an instinctive reaction, and he reflexively pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The nerves of the other team members were already taut, and the sudden gunfire served as a direct provocation. Over there, it's our allies. Suppress the fire. In an instant, the supermarket erupted into chaos as gunfire rang out. Everyone, cease fire. It's the little bear's doing. Scarred Brothers' furious shout was rendered powerless amidst the cacophony. Just as the turmoil reached its zenith, a piercing shriek erupted from the tactical headsets of all team members, akin to an audio bomb, exploding right in their faces and instantly shattering their sense of hearing. Ah, my ears. What the hell is this? Over a dozen individuals were suddenly rendered deaf and blind, hurriedly discarding their headsets. The true lethal strike descended at that very moment. The glass facade of the supermarket shattered explosively. An abandoned Tesla parked roadside crashed into the supermarket like a cannonball, sending 3 members blocking the entrance, along with several others inside, soaring through the air. The sound of shattering bones distinctly audible. Sumo, observing closely, noted that there was no one in the electric vehicle. The drones, tactical headsets, an electric car all seemed to be under the control of that entity known as the Little Bear. Metal resonance detected a tablet computer that had fallen to the ground. A glint of cold light flashed in Sumo's eyes. Now was the moment. He darted out from behind the cold storage, targeting not those temporarily deafened team members. In a few swift strides, he reached the collapsed shelves, lifting the partition to reveal a diminutive figure huddled in the cramped space. Standing no taller than 5 feet, she was clad in an oversized hoodie, the hood pulled low, obscuring all but a small portion of her face and a few stray strands of light brown hair. Clutched tightly in her arms was a tablet, emanating a faint glow. The screen flickered twice before vibrating slightly, signaling a data overload warning. In the next moment, 2 bright crimson streaks flowed from her petite nose. No, I can't. She emitted a pained groan as her body suddenly slackened, causing the tablet to slip from her grasp. She fell forward, akin to a marionette with severed strings. It was evident that this was the consequence of excessive use of her innate abilities. Sumo, quick as lightning, caught her limp form, which felt astonishingly light in his arms. She weighed scarcely 100 pounds, her slight frame accentuated by her flat chest and diminutive stature. Chapter 28. Is this still humanity? Sumo cast a glance at the still flickering tablet, where complex codes scrolled rapidly across the screen, including several login interfaces for military logistics systems. Could this little girl be a top-tier hacker? The thought surged into Sumo's mind. In this apocalyptic world where information equates to power, what could a premier hacker signify? The ability to breach military databases, acquire resource stockpiles, and even information about safe zones. The capacity to incapacitate the communication and security systems of hostile forces from afar. On a forum, a 5-star general named MacArthur had once proclaimed, even without innate gifts, a top hacker is undoubtedly a strategic asset, worth more than a combat-oriented talent. Moreover, considering the girl's capability to directly control drones, tactical headsets, and even electric vehicles, it was clear her level of talent was anything but low, at least on the elite tier. Possibly even higher. No wonder the Lee family, or rather the Falcon Alliance, would go to such great lengths, dispatching an elite team to capture this little bear. Her worth, her potential, likely exceeded that of 10 such armed squads. Damn it, it's a trap. That little wretch has accomplices. Over there, take him out, roared Scar at the supermarket entrance. Though temporarily deafened, his extensive combat experience allowed him to pinpoint Sumo's location almost instantly. He bellowed while wildly gesturing. The Falcon team, unable to hear his commands, nonetheless understood the target by following the direction of Scar's pointed finger and the shadowy figure barely visible through the smoke. Blinding beams from several flashlights suddenly swept towards Sumo's vicinity. Damn! Sumo cursed under his breath, making a split-second decision. Time was of the essence. With his left hand, he swiftly grabbed the still glimmering tablet from the ground and tucked it into his coat. With his right hand, he roughly hoisted the unconscious girl over his shoulder as one might a sack of grain. The action instantly captivated everyone's attention. Don't shoot. Don't harm the bear cub, Scar shouted hoarsely, extending his hands in desperation. From their dialogue, it was evident that they desired a live capture. Suemo wagered that their guns were loaded. Yet he hesitated to fire. Now was the moment. He gathered his strength and dashed towards the supermarket's back door. Intercept him. Don't let him escape. Scar, flustered, could only command a close-range blockade. The two nearest team members, roaring in fury, lunged forward. Their assault rifles were wielded like clubs, striking fiercely at Suemo. He did not flinch or evade, and his speed remained unabated. Armored in metal, a layer of matte metal swiftly enveloped his right arm. Clang, clang. The rifle stocks that struck his arm deformed upon impact. The tremendous recoil caused the two assailants' hands to rupture, sending their weapons flying. Harnessing his forward momentum, Sumo's metallic arm swept outwards. Bang, bang. The two men were struck as if by a speeding dump truck, screaming as they flew backward, collapsing into nearby shelves. Their fates uncertain. Witnessing his subordinates being incapacitated in an instant, Scar could no longer afford to hesitate. As long as the bear cub remained unharmed, he would settle for breaking this bastard's legs. Fire. Shoot his legs. The gunfire erupted once more, bullets aimed at Sumo's lower body. Sumo's pupils constricted as he hunched down and lunged forward, narrowly evading most of the bullets. However, a searing pain still shot through the outside of his right leg as a stray bullet grazed him, leaving a trail of blood. Ugh! Suemo stifled a groan but did not halt his movements. Bracing himself with one hand on the ground, he executed a roll while his right hand swiftly drew the pistol from his waist. Once he crouched down, with a girl serving as a shield, the adversaries would dare not act. Now it was Sumo's turn. Bang, bang, bang. The three crisp gunshots rang out almost in unison, and the three team members attempting to flank from the side collapsed in response. In the next moment, Suemo continued to carry the girl and charged towards the back door. Die for me. Scar's heart bled at the sight of his elite team being felled in an instant. Suemo abruptly tossed the girl backward, using her back to shield against the bullets. Scar instinctively raised his gun slightly. It was in this fleeting moment of hesitation that a fierce glint flashed in Sumo's eyes as he aimed his handgun at Scar and pulled the trigger. The final bullet whistled past, grazing Scar's scalp and instantly blurring his vision with blood. Scar immediately crouched down, taking cover. He dared not gamble on whether Suemo still had bullets left in his gun. But at that moment, Scar could no longer afford to hesitate. He simply wanted to eliminate Suemo. Team, take them down. Two team members stationed near the supermarket's back door immediately raised their guns. However, Sumo's speed was unparalleled. Guided by the resonance of metal, he had already anticipated his opponent's position. At the very moment he was about to burst through the rear passage, Suemo raised his right hand. Above his palm, a silver gleam suddenly appeared. The silvery blade transformed into a streak of lethal light, soaring forward. This was Sumo's new skill, the metal blade. A blade charge for over 3 seconds manifested as a silver lightning bolt. Its speed was so astonishing that it eluded the naked eye. A soft, sickening sound echoed twice in quick succession. The foremost team member's body stiffened abruptly. A blood hole the size of a thumb erupted in his throat. The terrifying penetration of the blade had pierced him through. With relentless momentum, it continued to penetrate the teammate behind him. Both men fell lifelessly to the ground, unable even to utter a scream. More horrifyingly, a dilapidated car behind them was also punctured with a gaping hole. Was this still human? Scarface swallowed hard, his scalp prickling with fear. The entire sequence of Sumo's actions, from close-quarters combat to gunfire, culminated in the sudden appearance of that formidable blade. He resembled a ruthless machine clad in human skin. In a mere 2.5 minutes, his elite squad of 12 was decimated, leaving only him standing. At that moment, a roar of engines erupted from the rear door. A Wuling Hongguang crashed through the entrance, positioning itself directly in front of Suemo. Lin Yao bit her lip, gripping the steering wheel tightly. In the next instant, Scarface unleashed a barrage of bullets, like hailstones, upon the Wuling Hongguang. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew from the car's exterior, yet the vehicle remained unscathed, not even a crack in the glass. What kind of vehicle was this? Scarface's eyes nearly bulged from his head. His assault rifle couldn't even chip the paint of this battered van. Everything that had transpired had utterly exceeded his comprehension. Unbeknownst to him, prior to Sumo's onslaught, a voice message had already been sent to Lin Yao. Lin Yao, drive to the rear door and crash in. In truth, Lin Yao had sensed the commotion in the supermarket long before. However, without Sumo's command, she obediently remained in the vehicle. Scarface, surveying the haphazardly sprawled corpses on the ground, felt a chilling terror. A fierce will to survive compelled him to frantically retrieve the satellite phone from his waist. His fingers trembled as he pressed the shortcut key, his voice laced with desperation. Headquarters, this is Scarface. Target Xiaoxiong has been abducted by an unidentified force. The opponents are monsters. Our entire squad has perished. Requesting. His words tumbled out in disarray as he sought to relay the information swiftly. A chilling silhouette materialized behind him. Scarface barely had time to feel the icy dread creeping up his spine. A hand, glistening with a metallic sheen, gripped his throat, silencing the desperate cries of Scar Brother. The satellite phone slipped from his grasp and shattered upon hitting the ground. He scarcely caught a glimpse of Sumo's face, only feeling the immense pressure tightening around his throat. A sharp crack echoed through the supermarket, clear and distinct. Sumo, with an impassive expression, released his hold. The duration of the metallic armament had just concluded. Without a glance at the rapidly cooling body below, it was as if he had merely crushed a bothersome fly. The execution was decisive, leaving no room for repercussions. After eliminating the final threat, Sumo did not linger, turning towards the back door. Chapter 29. The Genius Hacker Rosie. Sumo. Are you alright? Lin Yao's voice was tinged with evident concern. Since the recent incident, she realized her growing dependence on Sumo. She watched as he approached, shouldering a figure. Her gaze swiftly scanned his blood-stained pant leg, where a distinct blood mark indicated a bullet graze. I'm fine, get in the car. Sumo's voice remained as steady as ever, betraying no emotion. He moved to the rear of the vehicle, deftly opening the sliding side door. Inside the van, Lin Yao had already shifted to the middle seat behind the driver's position. Sumo bent down with agility, placing the unconscious girl into the van. The girl lay limply on the seat, her oversized hoodie riding up to reveal a slender waist. Lin Yao's eyes fell upon the girl in the back seat, momentarily taken aback. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, resembling a middle school student. Her youthful face radiated an innocence untouched by the world. An indescribable emotion quietly blossomed within Lin Yao's heart. She instinctively straightened her posture, casting a glance at her own still alluring curves, then at the girl, whose figure was almost negligible. A strange sense of irritation and insecurity crept into her mind. Did this man prefer such youthful innocence? The thought struck her as absurd, yet lingered stubbornly. Who is she? Lin Yao deliberately softened her tone. A prize. Perhaps our future teammate, Sumo replied succinctly. His gaze settled on the girl's pale visage, his tone unvarnished. Check her. Upon hearing the word teammate, Lin Yao's fleeting emotions were swiftly supplanted by her instincts as a doctor. Taking a deep breath, she focused her mind, a faint glow enveloping her eyes. Life Insight, activate. An invisible gaze penetrated the girl's clothing and skin, and Lin Yao clearly perceived the condition within her body. As she meticulously examined the situation, her brow furrowed slightly as she reported her findings with haste. The mental energy depletion is severe. There is a mild concussion with no evident external injuries or signs of poisoning. Long-term malnutrition has resulted in energy reserves that fall below normal levels. While the condition is not fatal, it necessitates rest and nutritional replenishment. Her physical constitution is alarmingly frail, unable to endure any further strain. After completing her assessment, she turned her gaze towards Sumo with a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, tentatively inquiring, does she require me to expend a bit of my own vitality to hasten her awakening? At the moment she posed this question, Lin Yao felt her heartbeat quicken. She was eager to discover how Sumo would choose between the value of the girl and the toll it would take on her own being. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumo raised his hand to interject, absolutely not. To deplete the essence of life? That is out of the question. Reviving her is sufficient. Her value lies in her intellect, not her physique. What I seek is a teammate who can contribute in the long term, not a disposable asset. His tone remained calm and pragmatic, purely from the perspective of maximizing interests. Lin Yao felt a subtle relief wash over her, accompanied by an indescribable sentiment. It seemed, in his eyes, she was not merely a tool to be used at will. She nodded emphatically, her voice lightening. Yes. Understood. Subsequently, she rummaged through the first aid kit for cotton swabs and syringes, locating a bag of glucose and a nutrient solution to replenish the girl's energy. Suddenly, Sumo seemed to recall something and added urgently, moreover, ensure that all electronic devices in the vehicle are powered down. Lin Yao paused momentarily. Power down? Why? Sumo cast a glance at the back seat. This girl's talent is peculiar and may be related to her ability to manipulate electronic devices. Until we fully comprehend her and ensure her safety, any electronic device poses a potential threat, especially in her unconscious state. Who knows if her mental energy might unconsciously wreak havoc? He recalled the chaotic scene with the drones, tactical headsets, and the Tesla in the supermarket, feeling a shiver of apprehension. Understood. Lin Yao promptly complied. She retrieved her phone and any other electronic devices she could find, powering them down and storing them in a metal toolbox, which she secured with a mechanical lock. After completing this task, Suemo opened the car door. You stay with her and tend to her injuries. It will be dark in an hour. I will go gather supplies. If she dares to retaliate, shoot to kill. He uttered these words before disappearing once more through the supermarket's rear exit. Watching Suemo's retreating figure, Lin Yao's earlier discomfort dissipated entirely, leaving her with a warm sense of trust and significance. The supermarket was enveloped in an eerie silence, the scent of blood and gunpowder still lingering in the air. Suemo moved swiftly, retrieving the supplies he had previously organized: 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, several packs of mineral water, and cans of beef, transporting them one by one back into the van. As he moved the last box, his peripheral vision caught sight of a backpack nestled in the corner. It appeared to belong to a girl. Suemo approached, lifting the bag, which felt surprisingly light in his hands. Adorning the front was a somewhat worn teddy bear charm, endearingly clumsy. Instinctively, he pinched the bear's cheek, his fingertips brushing against a hard object. Turning the charm over, he discovered a transparent compartment housing a student ID from Star City University. The photograph depicted a youthful girl with an innocent demeanor, her hair styled into obedient pigtails. Her large amber eyes bore a hint of timidness, rendering her appearance slightly younger than her actual age. The distinct features of her face unmistakably matched those of the girl in a coma. Name: Luo Shi. Age: 17. Student ID: 107239. Department: School of Computer Science and Technology. Star City University. Enrollment date: September 2021. Enrolled in 2021? That would mean she is already a senior this year. Yet, she looks to be no older than 15 or 16. An alumna of Star City University? A student from the Computer Science Department? A peer of his? Sumo's memories were abruptly drawn back. Star City University was his former alma mater, the same institution where Maro and Li Hao studied. Luo Shi. A 17-year-old from the Computer Science Department. A nearly forgotten campus rumor suddenly flashed through Sumo's mind. The legendary genius girl from the Computer Science Department at Star City University. He recalled that 3 years prior, the university had indeed admitted a student aged merely 14. He still remembered the news headline: 14-year-old genius girl admitted to Star City University with full marks in National Information Olympiad, becoming the school's youngest freshman. The report mentioned her struggles with self-sufficiency due to her tender age and the excessive grade skipping that left her somewhat reclusive, often wearing headphones to immerse herself in her coding world. It was no wonder she appeared so much younger, resembling a middle school student. At that time, campus forums buzzed with tales of her extraordinary intellect. She was rumored to effortlessly breach the academic system to alter grades, although the school later debunked those claims. During a public demonstration, she reportedly compromised the firewall of a renowned security company using just a standard laptop within minutes. So it was her, the one whom the Falcon Alliance and Li Hao regarded with such significance, dispatching elite teams to capture the teddy bear. To think she had ended up in his hands in such a disheveled state. A top-tier hacker with an innate ability to manipulate electronic devices, coupled with the identity of a genius girl from the Computer Science Department at Star City University, was precisely what the Fortress of the Heart needed to wage a mobile war and control information, infiltrating systems. Even the ability to manipulate the enemy's electronic devices resides within this treasure, far surpassing his expectations. Suemo stowed away his student ID along with the little bear pendant into his backpack. Chapter 30. Truly unable to accommodate subsequently. Suemo approached the corpses of the armed squad. The resonance of metal awakened a passive perception that enveloped the surrounding area within a 10-meter radius. Firearms, magazines, tactical daggers, and military shovels formed a plethora of metallic items, all vividly relayed to his consciousness. Like a skilled disassembler, Suemo swiftly stripped every useful piece of equipment from the bodies. He collected 7 standard assault rifles, 2 of which had suffered significant deformation during the prior encounter with Suemo's metallic armament, rendering them semi-defunct. The remaining 5 remained in relatively good condition. Additionally, there were 2 standard handguns, both in impeccable shape. The next focal point was ammunition. From the tactical vests and scattered magazines on the ground, Suemo managed to scavenge a total of 25 rifle magazines and 8 handgun magazines. A rough estimate indicated nearly 1,000 rounds for the rifles and close to 200 for the handguns. This marked a genuine replenishment of his arsenal. All were standard issue, not black market goods. It seemed that the Li family, or rather the Falcon Alliance, held substantial ties with military forces. Suemo weighed one of the handguns and remarked, aside from the firearms and ammunition, there were several blood-stained tactical vests. He stripped off the 3 in the best condition. Additionally, there were a few military daggers, a powerful flashlight, a basic medical kit, compressed rations, and several bottles of functional beverages. The spoils formed a small mountain in the back seat of the van, instantly filling the already cramped space to its limits. Even beneath Rosie's seat, items were piled high. With an excess of belongings, the vehicle was on the verge of being unable to accommodate any more. Lin Yao observed the nearly impassable back seat and quietly reminded him. She glanced at the cold firearms, especially the rifles, feeling a slight unease in her stomach. Without raising his head, Suemo replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "If it cannot fit, discard it. Keep what is useful and throw away what is not. Prioritize food, medicine, and ammunition." After relaying his instructions, Suemo exited the vehicle once more and approached the 3 SUVs parked by the entrance. The resonance of metal ignited again, revealing that the trunks held a considerable bounty. Suemo attempted to lift the trunk lid, but it did not budge. However, he had no time to search for keys. His gaze sharpened, and his right hand enveloped in a matte metallic sheen. With fingers like claws, he forcefully inserted them into the gap near the trunk lock. The sturdy vehicle body yielded as if made of paper, easily pried open by Suemo inside the trunk. Indeed, there were further rewards, a sealed crate of individual combat rations and a box of bottled water. There are still 40 liters of gasoline, and even an unopened pack of cigarettes. The haul is quite satisfactory. Suemo transported the military rations and water back directly. As for the gasoline, it was perfectly timed. As her van was on the verge of running out of fuel, she filled it to the brim. The pack of cigarettes was carelessly tossed beside the driver's seat. In this apocalyptic world, such items could be considered valuable currency. The van had completely transformed into a mobile warehouse, stacked with various boxes, ammunition cases, and barrels of fuel, leaving only a cramped space for Rosie. Lin Yao sat in the passenger seat, with several handguns wedged between her legs. Indeed, there was no more room left. After completing all these tasks, Suemo returned to the driver's seat and shut the door. The engine emitted a deep rumble as the van slowly departed from the supermarket. "How is she?" Suemo inquired while driving, casting a glance at the slumbering Rosie through the rearview mirror. Lin Yao immediately leaned forward, her eyes activating her life inside ability once more. Signs of mental fatigue were gradually recovering, and the minor concussion was healing, albeit at a slow pace. Her body was too frail, severely malnourished, akin to one who had endured prolonged hunger. She required rest and a substantial intake of nutrition, particularly high-calorie food. After a brief pause, she added, "There is no immediate danger to her life, but I cannot ascertain when she will awaken." It appeared that her talent placed a significant burden on her psyche. Suemo nodded, pulling out Rosie's student ID and casually tossing it to Lin Yao. "Her name is Rosie. She is 17 years old, and a computer science student at Star City University. She is a genius hacker. The forum alias Little Bear likely refers to her." Lin Yao received the student ID. Studying the photo of the youthful girl, she found it hard to reconcile the notion of a genius hacker with the little sister before her. A genius hacker? At 17? So young? One must not judge a book by its cover. The Falcon Alliance's interest in her stemmed from a desire to exploit her abilities. Could she be trusted? What if, upon awakening, she refused to cooperate? So you will keep an eye on her. Until she proves her worth and earns our trust, she remains a captive. Inform me immediately if she stirs. If she shows any signs of movement, Suemo's gaze swept over the handgun on Lin Yao's lap. You know what to do. Remember, in this apocalypse, being soft-hearted can lead to your own demise. Lin Yao nodded solemnly. I understand. She recognized that Suemo's caution was justified. In this world of chaos, a teammate capable of manipulating electronic devices could be an immense asset, but it also posed a potentially fatal risk. Suemo ceased further conversation and focused intently on driving. The van moved slowly along the dilapidated streets, camouflaged by the environment to evade the wandering hordes of zombies. As night approached, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew somewhat oppressive. A soft rumble from Lin Yao's stomach shattered the silence. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she awkwardly clasped her abdomen. After being tormented by Suemo for quite some time, she had yet to consume anything and was utterly famished. Suemo cast her a glance, remaining silent. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, he reached into the back seat, rummaging through a heap of supplies. Before long, he produced a heavy, square tin of canned beef. After prying it open with a knife, he extended it toward Lin Yao, saying, "Have something to eat. Replenish your strength. You've expended considerable energy." The rich aroma of meat instantly permeated the vehicle. Since the onset of the apocalypse, instant noodles and compressed biscuits had become staples. It had been ages since she had encountered such a pure scent of meat. "Is this for me?" she asked, somewhat incredulous. "Yes, you need to recover. Protein is essential." Suemo replied in his usual calm tone. "Thank you." Lin Yao's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible emotion. Those simple words warmed her heart. Suemo casually found a few morsels to satisfy his own hunger while his gaze fell upon Lin Yao's notebook. It contained a note of information gathered from a forum. Jinxiao Building Material Market. Suspected presence of elite-level mutated zombies. Witnesses claim they are extremely fast. Danger level. High. Recommended for team exploration. He murmured the name of the building material market, his eyes sharpening. Relying on the disassembly of abandoned vehicles and scattered metals was far too inefficient. This building material market was practically a tailor-made supply point for him. The current space in the van was severely limited, making vehicle upgrades imperative. Whether enhancing armor thickness or expanding internal space, a substantial amount of fortress points was necessary. The building material market, particularly the steel section, was undoubtedly the most ideal target. The simple structures of the steel materials were the best for disassembly. Moreover, according to Lin Yao, Luo, she needed rest. Prolonged confinement in the vehicle was detrimental to recovery. As for the elite-level zombies, risk and opportunity coexisted. Eliminating one could yield a chance to obtain a crystal core or even items for special modifications. We shall go here. Su Mo indicated the red circle on the notebook. Lin Yao swallowed the last bite of her luncheon meat. The building material market? The forum says there's an elite zombie there. It's very dangerous. Su Mo's tone remained unwavering. I know. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, the Wuling van sped toward the Jinxiao building material market. A new challenge was about to commence. Chapter 31. Jinxiao building material market outside the car window. The sky had unknowingly darkened completely. An eerie blood moon silently ascended the gloomy firmament. Without mobile navigation, Su Mo had to rely on his memory and road signs to progress. With environmental camouflage, driving at night was relatively safe as long as he did not exceed a moderate speed. Soon, they arrived at their destination, the Jinxiao building material market. However, the scene before them was starkly different from the desolate ruins they had anticipated. In a relatively open expanse, a vast blue canopy undulated gracefully. Surrounding this area were towering walls, enclosing it securely. At the center of the walls stood a grand iron gate, and the ground nearby had been cleared, revealing scattered remnants of rusted vehicles and makeshift fortifications. One could even observe several rudimentary firing positions constructed from sandbags. A handful of guards, clad in uniform black combat attire and wielding assault rifles, stood sentinel at the entrance. Their attire and weaponry were distinct from those of the Li family, indicating their allegiance to another faction. The presence of guards caused a flutter of concern in Lin Yao's heart. Had this territory been claimed by others? Su Mo's gaze sharpened, and he gradually decelerated. The Wuling Hongguang came to a halt approximately 10 meters from the gate. He left the engine running, his right hand seemingly resting casually on the steering wheel. His passive metal resonance perception was already activated, scanning the metallic objects near the gate for long guns, several controlled knives, and an abundance of steel pipes. However, he did not detect any heavy weaponry, though the number of individuals present was considerable. Upon confirming that no zombies followed Su Mo's vehicle, a man in camouflage stepped forth, holding an old shotgun. He rapped on the driver's window, peering through the dark tint in an attempt to discern the situation inside the car. Step out. Submit to inspection. State your intentions. Su Mo lowered the window slightly, revealing a calm and composed visage. He did not exit the vehicle, merely responding coolly, just passing through, looking to find something inside. The guard scrutinized the unremarkable, somewhat dilapidated van, then glanced at the cramped interior and the pale-faced Lin Yao in the passenger seat. A fleeting glimmer of disdain crossed his eyes. He gestured toward a makeshift sign, painted in red, affixed next to the gate. Take heed, this is the Jinxiao Sanctuary under the Iron Shield Alliance. Protected by our esteemed leader, Zhao Gang, the blood of the Berserker. The zombies and mutated beasts inside have been thoroughly eradicated. It is quite safe. He paused, his tone dripping with condescension. Wishing to seek refuge? That is possible. Just pay a toll for each head. For your vehicle, that means 5 people. 5 portions of food. And you may enter to enjoy our sanctuary. Level talent? Blood of the Berserker? Su Mo mused internally. The ability to designate such a vast area as a sanctuary indicated that his followers numbered at least 200. It was clear that his power was not to be underestimated. We only have 3 people, Su Mo replied succinctly, subtly leaning his body to obstruct the guard's view of the rear passenger, Rosie. 3 individuals? Very well. The guard extended his hand. 3 portions of food, or alternatively, medicine. Weapons, or fuel will suffice. Su Mo hesitated not, swiftly retrieving a 5-kilogram bag of vacuum-sealed rice from the stacked supply boxes in the back seat. He also took 2 unopened bottles of mineral water and handed them out the window, asking, "Is this sufficient?" The guard weighed the items in his hands. The rice was hefty, and the mineral water held considerable value. A faint smile of satisfaction crossed his face as he waved his hand. "All right, you may enter. There are plenty of floors inside. Find an unoccupied spot to stay. But remember, Once you step through this door, you must adhere to the rules. Anyone who dares to act violently within the sanctuary's confines will be at odds with our leader, Zhao. The lightest consequence is expulsion. The gravest is immediate execution. Do you understand? Furthermore, if you wish to re-enter after coming out, you must pay again. Each time, it's a clean slate. The heavy iron gate slowly opened a crack, just wide enough for the van to pass through. As the vehicle entered the sanctuary, Suemo caught a glimpse of Lin Yao, who suddenly stiffened beside him. Her gaze was fixated intently on the inner side of the gate, where a man, laughing heartily, was embracing two heavily made-up women. The man appeared to be in his 30s, his hair styled in a mature fashion, brazenly taking liberties with the two women. It seemed he had settled in quite comfortably here. Lin Yao's chest heaved violently, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. This was the first time Suemo had witnessed such a strong reaction from her. Do you know him? Suemo inquired calmly, having already memorized the man's features. His keen senses detected the metallic objects the man carried, a dagger tucked into his lower back and a set of keys. That's Chinyu. Lin Yao's voice emerged through clenched teeth. My damned fiancé. It's him, the one who betrayed my location for 2 biscuits, nearly leading me into the clutches of danger. A chill flickered in Suemo's eyes, yet his expression remained unfazed. He nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and then spoke in a tone only Lin Yao could hear. Do not act rashly. He cannot escape now that he is inside. Lin Yao took a deep breath, comprehending Suemo's intent. To strike here would instantly turn them into enemies of the entire sanctuary, a cost far outweighing any potential gain. The man named Chunyu seemed to have noticed the van as well. When his gaze briefly swept over the passenger seat, he hesitated slightly. The dark, tinted windows obscured his view of the interior, but he felt that the woman in the passenger seat seemed somewhat familiar. Soon, he redirected his attention to the women he was with, retrieving his phone to scroll through his contacts until he found Lin Yao's WeChat icon. As the van progressed deeper into the market, the scene that unfolded before them was even more vibrant than that outside. The main thoroughfare had been cleared, and numerous tall warehouses and shops showed signs of activity. Windows were reinforced with wooden boards or metal sheets, and a few survivors gathered in clusters in the corners. With vigilant or numbed gazes, onlookers fixated on the newly arrived van. The air was thick with the scent of metal, dust, and a hint of humanity. For now, safety was secured, albeit only temporarily. Suemo disregarded the scrutinizing stares as he navigated through the expansive yard and warehouse. The passive resonance of metal incessantly scanned his surroundings. He required a location that was sufficiently concealed and spacious enough to serve as his makeshift stronghold, where he could engage in fervent disassembly. Simultaneously, he remained alert to the presence of the so-called elite-level zombies. The information circulating in the forum was not baseless. It was highly probable that they lurked in some hidden corner of the market. After circling the steel storage area, Sumo's gaze landed upon a towering pile of steel frames, rebar, and angle iron. Here, a large container stood, fitting for his temporary abode. Beside him, Lin Yao pressed her lips tightly together, her attention unwaveringly directed toward Chunyu. As for Chunyu, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Suemo's lips. Some debts would inevitably be settled. Right here, Suemo declared, turning off the engine and pushing open the car door. The blue container's lock was intact, and its location was discreet, leaning against a stack of heavy steel plates. It was defensible. He had no intention of searching for a key. Instead, he extended his right hand. With metallic precision, he grasped the lock beam, effortlessly disassembling the obsolete lock before pulling open the container door. To his surprise, the interior was not as chaotic and filthy as he had anticipated. The floor was laid with wooden templates, and in the corner stood 3 double-decker iron bunk beds. Though marred by rust, they remained relatively sturdy. On one wall, several wooden boards were nailed up, serving as makeshift shelves. Clearly, this place had once been inhabited by someone with a sense of order. Unfortunately, it was now devoid of life, leaving behind only useless debris. The conditions are acceptable, Suemo remarked succinctly, far superior to sleeping on the streets. He then returned to the van, starting the engine and cautiously reversing the vehicle. Ultimately, he positioned the rear of the van snugly against the container's entrance. The substantial vehicle acted like a moving fortress wall, sealing the sole entry point securely. He unloaded a box of ammunition from the van and set it aside, then picked up a standard-issue rifle to inspect the magazine. Approaching a small window sealed with wooden planks on the container's side, he found a fist-sized observation hole. The barrel of his rifle pointed outward into the vast yard, providing coverage over both sides of the van and a significant area ahead, with the van blocking the entrance. The rifle poised at the window, and the environmental camouflage effect in play, this temporary stronghold had already established commendable defensive capabilities. We're safe now, Suemo stated. Lin Yao nodded, assisting in moving essential supplies, a first aid kit, several bottles of water, and a small amount of food into the container. Subsequently, Suemo carefully carried the still unconscious Luo Shi out, placing her on a relatively clean army cot and covering her with a thin blanket. At that moment, a sound of approaching footsteps echoed from afar. Hello? Zhao Gu. I've arrived. Yes, that dilapidated van, parked right in front of a container. But it seems no one is in the vehicle? Let me take a look. Lin Yao's body tensed instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It was Chun Yu's voice. She turned her gaze in the direction of the sound, her eyes brimming with hatred. The footsteps halted beside the van, seemingly at the door on the driver's side. Sumo's expression turned cold as he gestured for silence. The footsteps lingered beside the van, and Chun Yu appeared to circle the vehicle, continuing his conversation on the phone. The car looks pretty shabby, but it's tightly blocked. Damn. The glass on this junk is so dark, can't see a thing. Don't worry, Zhao Gu, I'm keeping an eye out. Just waiting to see what kind of monsters are lurking. The call seemed to have ended. Next came the flick of a lighter, followed by the waft of a cheap cigarette scent. Chun Yu seemed to relax, beginning to mutter to himself. His voice was not loud, yet every word rang clear in Lin Yao's ears. TSK, that woman just now really resembles that Lin Yao bitch. Damn, pretending to be so pure. I've chased her for so long, and she wouldn't even let me touch her. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, his tone growing increasingly vulgar. In this apocalypse, a pretty girl like her could easily be taken by some big shot, serving as a tool for their desires every day. Inside the container, Lin Yao's breath became labored, her body trembling violently with rage. Those unbearable words shattered her last vestiges of hope. He grew more animated, more despicable in his speech. This world is just wonderful. Those stars, internet celebrities, and campus beauties who wouldn't even glance at me before, where are they now? I can have any of them. Just a piece of bread, and they'll be begging to please me. I've already grown tired of several. Hey, if I could run into that Lin Yao bitch here, I'd demake her taste. At that moment, Lin Yao stepped in front of Suemo. Amidst the backdrop of Chun Yu's foul language, she cupped Sumo's face in her hands, and disregarding the astonished look in his eyes, kissed him fervently. This kiss lacked finesse, imbued with a touch of clumsiness and resolution. Suemo was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression returned to its usual calm demeanor. His response was assertive and direct, as he gripped the back of her head, taking the lead. At this juncture, Sumo's hand had already reached for the medical kit, which contained the condoms Lin Yao had brought from the clinic. She leaned back slightly, breathing rapidly, her cheeks flushed with color. Her gaze was unusually bright and resolute as she whispered in a tone only the two could hear, I took the medication. It is effective for 72 hours. She needed not to say more. As a physician, she was acutely aware of her actions. Suemo cast a deep glance at her, his arms tightening as he lifted Lin Yao effortlessly. He strode toward the depths of the container, toward a military cot situated far from the entrance. The cot emitted a slight creak under the weight. Outside, Chun Yu was engrossed in his vivid imagination. Suddenly, he heard Lin Yao's liberated voice emanating from within the container. He could not connect that sound with Lin Yao. In his entrenched perception, she was the epitome of a frigid goddess who would consider even holding hands as distasteful. Even in bed, she would undoubtedly be as lifeless as a fish. Chun Yu's lewd expression froze on his face, and the cigarette he held fell to the ground. Instinctively, he leaned closer to the container's crevice, ears perked, his eyes wide with astonishment. A smirk of camaraderie crept onto his face. What? There's someone in there? Engaging in activities? Quite the playful one. TSK. This girl is more vocal than those starlets I've played with. I wonder what she looks like. Perhaps I could chat with the brothers inside and share the fun? In this world, good things are meant to be shared, right? Louder. I want to hear it. Before he could finish his sentence, a heart-wrenching scream pierced through from the other side of the building materials market. Chun Yu's expression instantly froze, his body shuddering in fright. The cigarette but fell from his hand as he instinctively took a step back, his back pressed against the container. That cursed noise again. It was the same as last night when 5 people went missing from the shelter. No trace of the living or the dead. What terrible luck. As his words hung in the air, he felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck. A hand, gleaming with a matte metallic sheen, emerged from the container's steel wall, striking precisely at his carotid sinus. Chun Yu's vision darkened instantly, and he could not even make a sound before his body collapsed. Completely losing consciousness, Lin Yao, gasping, lifted her head, her cheeks still flushed. She then noticed the figure slumped outside the door. Is he dead? Lin Yao inquired cautiously. Suemo turned his head, his expression one of nonchalance. Not dead. He has left for you. Chapter 33. Chun Yu's defiance before long. The screams outside faded away. Su Mo dragged the unconscious Chen Yu inside. Lin Yao, wrapped in Su Mo's work jacket, fixed her gaze intently on her former fiancé. Su Mo retrieved a military dagger from a nearby supply box and handed it to Lin Yao. Yours, handle it yourself. Lin Yao shook her head, pulling out a cold, glistening scalpel from her medical kit, her chosen instrument. Once wielded in the operating room, it had saved countless lives. She inhaled deeply and approached Chen Yu. Crouching down, she forcefully pressed the handle of the scalpel against the acupoint on his upper lip. Chen Yu gasped sharply, slowly regaining consciousness. The excruciating pain and dizziness darkened his vision. However, upon recognizing the delicate and striking face before him, his pupils constricted in surprise. Lin Yao? Is it truly you? How wonderful. I just knew you would be all right. Chen Yu struggled to sit up, but Lin Yao pressed her toe firmly against his chest. Stay still. Aren't you going to explain the situation regarding Brother Long? The blade of her knife rested against his throat. Brother Long? In that fleeting moment, countless possibilities raced through Chen Yu's mind. Had Lin Yao discovered that he had informed Brother Long of her whereabouts? Otherwise, how could Brother Long have suddenly vanished after that day? Could it be that Lin Yao had killed him? But how much did Lin Yao truly know? He had sent her a message on WeChat, and she had never replied. He had presumed her dead. Moreover, who was the young man beside her? He appeared rather formidable. Had they truly been engaged in some clandestine affair in the container? Yet the scalpel pressing against his neck jolted him back to reality. He had to completely absolve himself of any involvement in betraying Lin Yao to Brother Long, otherwise he faced certain death. Chen Yu forced a semblance of a smile, striving to appear innocent and sincere. Yao, what are you doing? You have no idea how worried I've been about you. That day I was coerced. Brother Long is an extraordinary talent. If I hadn't told him where you were, he would have killed me. I had no choice. If I die, who would think of saving you? Lin Yao found herself smiling at the absurdity of his words in moments of silence. Save me? Trading my location for 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of water? Chen Yu, your life is truly precious. Chen Yu, in a state of desperation, spoke rapidly. No. Yao, let me explain. I wanted to find you all along, truly. But the chaos outside is overwhelming, filled with zombies. Lin Yao interrupted him. Is that so? Then why were you embracing another woman in the shelter? Is that your idea of searching for me? Chen Yu's face paled, and he hastily defended himself. That was mere pretense. Yao, you must believe me. My heart belongs only to you. I did it to survive, to one day see you again. Look, I've made a name for myself now. With Brother Zhao, I have food and drink. Yao, come with me. I promise to provide you with a good life. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp the hem of Lin Yao's pants. She stepped back, evading his touch, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Bending down swiftly, she deftly extracted Chen Yu's mobile phone from his trouser pocket. What are you doing? Chen Yu's expression changed, and he reached out to snatch it back. However, upon meeting Su Mo's murderous gaze, he quickly withdrew his hand. The screen illuminated, revealing the lock screen. Lin Yao thrust the phone before Chen Yu. Unlock it. Chen Yu's eyes flickered. Yao, there's nothing worth seeing. Unlock it. Lin Yao's voice suddenly rose, startling Chen Yu. He hurriedly used his finger to unlock the screen. Opening WeChat, he saw several pinned group chats and private conversations. Among them, one group was audaciously named Fresh Model Resource Exchange. Without hesitation, Lin Yao tapped to play a voice message. Wow, that student girl from last night was quite something. A mere half a cookie did the trick. And she begged me to find her again next time. TSK, Lin Yao pretends to be a saint, not letting anyone touch her. But who knows what Big Shot has already worn her out. Don't worry, Big Zhao said, as long as the resources are in place. Any campus beauty or internet celebrity can be brought in. Chen Yu's complexion shifted from pale to green, still attempting to defend himself. Yao, that's just men bragging. It shouldn't be taken seriously. Lin Yao disregarded him, continuing to scroll. She opened a private chat labeled Dragon Brother. The latest voice message was sent the day before she was rescued by Su Mo. Clicking the message, Chen Yu's sycophantic voice echoed. Dragon Brother. Good news. I've sent you Lin Yao's location. Yes. The doctor. She's incredibly beautiful. Hee, Dragon Brother, about those 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of water you promised me. Thank you. Dragon Brother. You're magnificent. The voice message concluded, and the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. Chen Yu's face turned ashen, his lips trembling, unable to utter another word. Lin Yao hurled the phone directly at Chen Yu's head, gazing at the man who once vowed to protect her for eternity. Feeling a wave of nausea rise in her stomach. Slowly, she raised the surgical knife in her hand. Chen Yu, seeing the approaching blade, turned to the silently observing Su Mo, as if grasping at his last straw of hope. Brother, listen to me. With your skills, join our Iron Shield Alliance. Stick with Big Zhao. I promise, with your talent, you can definitely rise above the rest and become someone important. He employed both soft and hard tactics, desperately promoting his own value. Brother, what is most important in this world? Power, status, women. I know where to find beautiful women. I have plenty of resources at my disposal. Stars, internet celebrities, campus beauties, just let me go, and you can choose anyone. Far better than Lin Yao's false pretensions. Once you're bored, just switch to another batch. Shut your mouth. Lin Yao's furious roar interrupted Chenyu. False pretensions? She was willing to sacrifice her life to save Su Mo. 10 years of her life, willingly spent. Introducing Su Mo to numerous women? On what grounds? Su Mo belonged to her. It was she who fought desperately to rescue the man, her sole light and anchor in this frigid apocalypse. Lin Yao abruptly rose. The sharp tip of the scalpel aimed directly at Chenyu's throat. Startled, Chenyu recoiled in fear. Yao, don't be impulsive. Taking a life demands a heavy price. This is a sanctuary. Anyone who dares to act here stands against the entire Iron Shield Alliance. If you kill me, you will no longer be safe in the sanctuary. Upon hearing Chenyu's words, Lin Yao glanced at Su Mo. If she were to kill Chenyu, it would indeed embroil them in peril. She was uncertain if she could bring herself to commit such an act. Yet, Su Mo shrugged nonchalantly, nodding in indifference. Do as you wish. Nevertheless, her grip on the scalpel began to tremble. It was a hand that saved lives, a hand that bestowed hope. Once, under the bright lights, it had rescued countless souls. But now, it was to be stained with the blood of a fellow human to end a life. Lin Yao turned her head, tears blurring her vision as she looked at Su Mo, her voice choked with emotion. Su Mo, I know I cannot be a saint in this apocalypse. I know he deserves to die, and I understand the dangers of letting him live, but I cannot do it. I cannot do it. My scalpel is meant for saving lives. Seeing this scene, Chenyu's eyes erupted with wild joy. Lin Yao's heart softened. He still had a chance. Chapter 34, Lin Yao's choice brother. Look, she is just a woman. Soft-hearted. She can achieve nothing great. Let me go? Chenyu, keep my word. Boss Zhao admires capable individuals. Come back with me, and I will ensure you become a squad leader. You will have dozens under your command. If you need guns, you will have them. If you need food, you will have it. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, saliva flying. Women. Yes, there are women. Brother, what type do you prefer? Pure? Seductive? Or someone with a bit of chill like Lin Yao? I tell you, Boss Zhao has a little star. She once played the third female lead in that ancient drama. Such a figure, such a face. If you nod, after tonight, I will have her accompany you. At that moment, Lin Yao abruptly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face betraying her anguish. Yet, her bloodshot eyes now brimmed with possessiveness. How dare this disgusting creature attempt to use those filthy women to tempt Su Mo before her? My man is not for you to arrange. Before her words could fully escape, she acted swiftly. The scalpel in her hand transformed from a sacred instrument of salvation. Without a hint of hesitation, without a quiver of doubt, with a swift motion, a gleam of cold light precisely sliced through the side of Chenyu's neck. Fast, accurate, ruthless. The sycophantic smile on Chenyu's face froze instantly. His mouth opened, as if to utter something, but only a gasping, wheezing sound escaped his throat. Warm blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering Lin Yao's pale cheeks and collar. She stood still, her chest heaving violently, gasping for breath. Su Mo extinguished his cigarette and slowly approached her. He remained silent, simply observing her intently. Lin Yao lifted her gaze, meeting Su Mo's calm eyes. As if everything she had just done was anticipated by him, Lin Yao opened her mouth. Su Mo, I cannot act as decisively as you do. She referred to his ruthless nature, killing as effortlessly as one would squash an ant. Su Mo bent down, picked up the bloodied scalpel from the ground, and returned it to Lin Yao. You need not be like me. You are Lin Yao, a doctor, and that is sufficient. The knife is still the same. Whether to save or to take a life, the choice lies with you. He deserved to die. You killed him, and that is justifiable. That is enough. Lin Yao stared blankly at the scalpel Su Mo handed back to her. She grasped the handle tightly, hesitating for a moment before asking. Su Mo, if I do not kill him, will you expel me? Yes. Su Mo replied in his unflinching tone. Lin Yao was not surprised by his answer. This man had always prioritized his own interests since their first encounter. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, emotions were the most trivial of commodities. But I know you will act. Next time, use a gun directly. It is more efficient. She replied. In that moment, everything seemed to fall into place. Suddenly, Lin Yao stepped forward and threw herself into Su Mo's embrace, burying her face deep into his firm, warm chest. Her cries erupted once more, but this time, they were not of struggle and pain, but of release, liberation, and growth. A doctor's hands, in this world of chaos, may also be stained with blood. Sumo's body stiffened for a brief moment, yet he did not push her away. He lifted his hand, cradling Lin Yao once more, and returned her to the bed, resuming their interrupted actions. This time, Lin Yao seemed to revel in the experience, embracing Su Mo with even greater fervor. In the distance, muffled screams echoed from deep within the shelter, yet they were kept at bay by the heavy containers. Half an hour later, Lin Yao curled up in Sumo's arms like a languid cat, a thin blanket barely covering her delicate curves. The intense physical exertion had left her feeling too fatigued even to move a finger. I will step out for a moment to dispose of this guy's body, Sumo said. Lin Yao responded with a soft hum, her arms tightening around him like an octopus. Sumo looked down and added, lock the door and keep the gun close. Watch over Luo Shi and ensure she does not move around. Understood. Lin Yao released her hold. Watching as Su Mo rose to his feet, she steeled herself, her gaze lingering for a moment on Luo Shi's pale face. Su Mo bent down, grasping Chun Yu's corpse by the collar with one hand, effortlessly dragging it out of the container like a bag of trash. He casually stuffed Chun Yu's body into an abandoned oil drum. If elite zombies truly existed, this corpse would swiftly be disposed of, even in their absence. Exposure would be unlikely in the short term. Subsequently, Su Mo arrived at the rebar storage area behind the container. Under the resonance of metal, all metallic objects within a 10-meter radius resonated within his consciousness: rebar, angle iron, steel plates. He approached the nearest neatly stacked bundle of rebar, its surface marred by rust, clearly indicative of inferior quality. Placing his palm upon the rebar, he noted, target, inferior rebar, main component, substandard steel, structural complexity, low, decomposition rate, approximately 2 kilograms per second. Estimated time, 11 seconds. Indeed, the simpler and inferior the metal, the quicker it decomposed. For Su Mo, who urgently required fortress points, this was fortuitous. Without hesitation, he pressed both hands against two adjacent pieces of rebar. Heart of the fortress, decompose. Decomposition successful. Acquired 22 fortress points. Current remaining fortress points, 462. Proficiency, 22. Current heart of the fortress level, 3. 621-0000. Stamina consumption, minor. The efficiency was commendable, and Su Mo's eyes gleamed with determination. Although decomposing inferior steel did not yield special types of metal, the sheer volume and rapidity compensated, with minimal stamina expenditure. Su Mo moved like an indefatigable humanoid grinder, darting through the vast steel storage yard. Wherever his hands passed, cold rebar, heavy angle iron, and corroded steel plates silently vanished. Adhering to the philosophy of Baiyun Haitu, he refrained from overly fixating on a single target, as the excessive consumption of a particular material could arouse suspicion. Decomposition successful. Acquired 8 fortress points. Decomposition successful. Acquired 12 fortress points. Decomposition successful. Acquired 6 fortress points. The notifications echoed in his mind, while the numbers of fortress points on the panel fluctuated rapidly: 600, 800, 1000, 1200. Soon, sweat drenched his forehead and back. The continuous use of his decomposition ability, albeit with minor fatigue, began to encroach upon his nerves. Persevere. He gritted his teeth, his actions unwavering. The Jinxiao building materials market was a rare opportunity. He had to seize the moment to amass sufficient capital for the upgrade of the van. As the fortress points reached 1400, a wave of intense fatigue and hunger surged forth. At this juncture, his decomposition proficiency also reached 1000, 10,000. Su Mo halted his actions, breathing heavily, his forehead dotted with beads of sweat. The sustained high-intensity decomposition had indeed taken a toll on his mental fortitude. 1400 points should suffice. He wiped the sweat from his brow, a hint of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. Sumo stretched his somewhat stiff neck and turned to walk towards the container, deciding that the disassembly work for tonight would end here. First, he would replenish his strength, then contemplate upgrading the van. This arrangement was utterly perfect. Su Mo strode purposefully across the vast yard, approaching the blue container. The moment he stepped inside, a chilling metallic sensation pressed against his temple. The dark muzzle of a gun trembled slightly. The one holding the weapon was the petite figure, Luo Shi, who should have been unconscious on the army bed. On her tiptoes, she stood beside Su Mo, her slender hands gripping a standard-issue handgun, one of the spare ones he had left in the vehicle. Luo Shi's voice, though tinged with weakness, was resolute. Don't move. You wicked man. Release me and that beautiful big sister. Su Mo halted in his tracks, observing the little bear of barely over 5 feet tall, who struggled to wield the gun. He glanced at Lin Yao, lying weakly on the bed, her expression one of shock, and instantly grasped the situation. Lin Yao struggled to sit up, her voice urgent yet feeble. Luo Shi. Don't be impulsive. Sumo isn't a bad person. He saved us. Luo Shi, however, paid no heed, her agitation increasing as she wavered the gun. Beautiful big sister, don't be afraid. I saw everything. He bullied you so terribly just now. You said no. You even said he was going to kill you. Now he has left you here, running off to do who knows what. He must be a villain. A kidnapper. I will rescue you. Lin Yao's face flushed crimson. She pulled the thin blanket higher, nearly covering her entire face, revealing only her eyes, filled with shame and indignation. Those mortifying words had been overheard by this little girl. When had she awakened? How long had she been conscious? How would she ever face Sumo again? Lin Yao's muffled voice emerged from beneath the blanket, filled with utter embarrassment. I didn't. That was well. He.S. not a bad person. Just put the gun down. Luo Shi regarded her with an understanding expression, her tone tinged with exasperation. Beautiful big sister. Have you been brainwashed by him? Do you have that what is called Stockholm Syndrome? Don't let him deceive you. I've encountered many such villains. They bully others just because they are strong. Don't worry, I am quite capable. Watch how I deal with him. She exerted herself to puff out her small chest, attempting to present a more formidable demeanor. Yet, paired with her youthful, innocent visage and the trembling handgun, her efforts lacked any semblance of persuasion. Sumo observed the absurdity of the scene before him, casting a glance at Lin Yao, who lay mortified on the bed, her face flushed with embarrassment. The corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Instead of feeling the tension one might expect when confronted by a gun, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Ignoring the ominous barrel aimed at him, he strode directly to the edge of the military cot, retrieving a meticulously organized supply box and rummaging through it. Rahi, growing anxious, moved the gun in accordance with Sumo's actions. Hey, I told you not to move. Didn't you hear me? I really will pull the trigger. Sumo, without raising his gaze, continued his search. Soon, he produced a self-heating military meal pack, deftly tearing open the packaging, adding water, and sealing it with the lid. The words beef hot pot on the packaging stood out prominently. White steam promptly hissed from the edges of the lid, and an intense, rich aroma began to permeate the container. For Rahi, who had been hungry for what felt like an eternity, the scent was nothing short of lethal. Rahi, incensed by Sumo's complete disregard for her, felt her cheeks flush with indignation. Hey, you big bully, are you even listening? I'm pointing a gun at you. Can you at least show some respect for me? Sumo paused his actions, slowly turning to face her, his eyes calmly settling on her. He glanced at the gun in her hand before speaking, his tone unfazed. Then can you show some respect for that gun? Rahi was taken aback. What do you mean? Sumo's tone was as if stating an undeniable fact. The safety was still engaged. Instinctively, Rahi glanced at the weapon in her grasp, and indeed, the safety was securely locked in place. In that moment of distraction, Sumo made his move. Rahi perceived a blur before her eyes, a sudden numbness in her wrist, and an irresistible force rendered her hand light. In the next instant, the gun she held had been effortlessly transferred to Sumo's possession. Ah, my gun, Rahi exclaimed, instinctively jumping up to reclaim it. However, standing at just over 1.5 meters in height, she found her efforts futile as Sumo casually raised his arm. She could only flail helplessly with her short limbs. After a couple of hops, she couldn't even graze the weapon. Infuriated, her face flushed crimson. She stomped her feet in place. Give it back. Bully, you're being unfair. Subsequently, Sumo discarded the handgun onto a high shelf as if it were refuse. You. Rahi stared at the unreachable weapon, then back at Sumo's nonchalant demeanor. She felt like a monkey being toyed with, spinning in circles. Once again, Sumo paid her no heed. The steam from the hot pot thickened, and the aroma became increasingly tantalizing. He lifted the lid and stirred the crimson, bubbling broth within with a fork. Slices of beef, wide noodles, lotus root, and potatoes floated amidst the swirling, spicy beef tallow soup. Rosie wiped away non-existent tears, striving to present a fiercer demeanor. A hint of pride and defiance, characteristic of a brilliant hacker, graced her small face. Humph, did you think that by seizing the gun, I would be at a loss? I am a prodigy, a remarkably gifted one. Fear not, beautiful sister. Witness how I deal with this villain. As she spoke, she closed her eyes. Her delicate nostrils flared slightly, as if in deep concentration. Behold my prowess. Infiltrate. Manipulate. Command all electronic devices here to heed my summons. Attack this villain. She chanted fervently, her face flushing slightly from exertion. The container was enveloped in silence. Only the hissing sound of the self-heating military ration filled the air, along with the gradually wafting aroma of food. A flicker of panic crossed Rosie's pupils. The phone? It seemed absent. The tablet? None to be found. The laptop? Even less likely. The radio? The intercom? The camera? 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. An eerie stillness surrounded her. No electronic signals responded to her calls. How could this be? Defiantly, she closed her eyes once more, concentrating even harder. Still nothing. Had my talent truly failed me? A hint of a sob tinged Rosie's voice. Stop searching. All electronic devices are inside there, powered off. Sue Mo's voice shattered her self-doubt, pointing at the metal toolbox secured with a mechanical lock. You despicable fiend. Rosie felt a rush of anger and urgency, her gaze sweeping across the entire container. When her eyes landed on the van obstructing the doorway, they brightened. The vehicle appeared worn, but since it could operate, it must possess an electronic system. She recalled vividly how she had previously employed this very tactic to launch a Tesla parked by a charging station like a cannonball, sending those evildoers flying. Clutching at this last hope, she closed her eyes again, directing her hands towards the van, assuming a controlling pose. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The van remained unresponsive. Not even its lights flickering. Why? Why wasn't he at work? Rosie felt on the verge of despair. Without lifting his gaze, Sue Mo speared a perfectly cooked slice of beef with his fork and blew on it. The van lacked smart driving capabilities. Rosie stared blankly at Sue Mo, then at the unassuming van, and finally at the steaming bowl of delectable beef hot pot in his hand. The growl of her stomach echoed loudly, a testament to her dire state. For 2 days, Rosie had subsisted on nothing substantial while evading pursuit. Exhausted from the strain on her mental faculties, she had succumbed to unconsciousness, her physical strength entirely depleted. A torrent of emotions, resentment, frustration, hunger, and the recent sting of being overlooked, crashed over her like a tidal wave. Now, her only means of resistance had faltered. Before her, the enemy indulged unabashedly in a self-heating hot pot, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. With a cry of despair, the pent-up emotions erupted within her. Rosie pouted, tears streaming down her face in heavy cascades. The pride of being a gifted hacker, the mission of rescuing her beautiful sister, and the courage to combat the villains, none of it mattered now. She resembled a child who had suffered a grave injustice, collapsing onto the ground, clutching her knees, burying her face in her arms as she wept openly. Lin Yao, wrapped in a blanket, observed the sobbing girl on the floor. After a moment's hesitation, she finally sat up, retrieving a pack of tissues from beside her, pulling one out and offering it to Rosie. Wipe your face, Lin Yao said gently, regarding Rosie as one might a sulking younger sister. Rosie lifted her head, her face marred by grievance, pointing at Sue Mo as she accused. That beautiful big sister is bullying me. She won't even let me eat. Sue Mo finally turned her gaze toward Rosie. Want to eat? You can. Trade something for it. She deliberately waved the piece of beef on her fork before Rosie. The enticing color and aroma made Rosie's throat tighten. I have nothing. Rosie sobbed, instinctively hugging herself. Feeling the emptiness within, Sue Mo's voice was steady, cutting straight to the point. You do. Your talent is at least of a high grade, is it not? Little bear Rosie. Rosie was momentarily taken aback, her cries stifled. Her eyes widened in fear. How do you know? Leaning slightly forward, Sue Mo compelled Rosie to shrink back. The Falcon Alliance dispatched an elite team equipped with standard gear solely to capture you. The drones in the supermarket, the tactical headsets, and that Tesla that crashed in, they must all be your doing. Tell me, what exactly is your talent? How do you use it? What is the cost? Rosie eyed him warily. What do you want? Why should I tell you? Are you planning to capture me for a bounty? Sue Mo scoffed. A bounty? Do you think I need to capture you for that pittance? She gestured towards the stack of ammunition and supplies piled in the corner. Following her pointing finger, Rosie beheld the small mountain of weapons and provisions. As a top-tier hacker, her acumen for assessing the value of resources was keen. These items undoubtedly represent a tremendous fortune in the apocalyptic world. My restraint does not imply that others will share the same mercy. The Iron Shield Alliance outside, led by Zhao Gang, possesses an overwhelming talent for bloodshed, commanding hundreds of followers. What do you suppose would transpire if he were to discover a gifted little hacker concealed within the sanctuary? Rahi's face instantly drained of color, fully aware of the potential consequences. The relentless pursuit by the Falcon Alliance had already worn her down. The thought of facing another local power was beyond her imagination. Sue Mo's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, painted a grim picture. They would capture you and utilize you as a mere tool, compelling you to infiltrate systems day and night, extracting intelligence and manipulating weaponry until your mental fortitude was utterly depleted, reducing you to a hollow shell. Alternatively, you might find yourself treated as a mere commodity, auctioned off to other factions in exchange for greater resources. Do you truly believe it would be better to fall into their hands than into mine? The scenario described by Sue Mo was Rahi's greatest fear. She had witnessed too much of the darkness through forums, understanding the depths to which human nature could sink in the end times. Rahi opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. Suemo gestured toward the steaming bowl of hot pot. By staying with me, at the very least, you will have enough to eat and a place to rest. He then pointed to Lin Yao beside him. This doctor. Lin will tend to you and attend to your wounds. Lin Yao offered a gentle smile at the opportune moment. Rahi, do not be afraid, Suemo asserted. Though his methods were somewhat direct, he was not a villain. Rahi's gaze lingered momentarily on Lin Yao's kind face before shifting to the bowl of irresistibly tempting beef hot pot. Ultimately, her eyes settled on Suemo's stern, yet seemingly less threatening countenance. Her stomach audibly protested once again, resigning itself to fate. My talent is classified as electronic interaction level, endowed with 3 abilities. The first is data manipulation. Upon touching an electronic device, I can directly access its data. Though using this ability for more than 3 minutes causes me to suffer from nosebleeds and dizziness, necessitating sugary sustenance. The second is information materialization. I can transform what I see, people, zombies, terrain, into data streams, though this requires intense concentration and is quite exhausting. The third is consciousness infiltration. I can control electronic devices within a certain range, including phones, cameras, drones, and even smart cars, yet this leaves my body defenseless. She spoke in a single breath, casting a timid glance towards Suemo, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Suemo, upon hearing her, nodded thoughtfully. This talent was even more formidable than he had anticipated. The capacity for information acquisition, battlefield awareness, and remote control constituted a strategic level of support, especially in a world where information equates to power and electronic devices are omnipresent. It was no wonder the Falcon Alliance and the Lee family pursued her with such fervor. Yet, the limitations were significant. The cost entailed a drain on her mental energy, resulting in nosebleeds as experienced earlier, or perhaps even fainting. Suemo sought confirmation. Rosie nodded, casting a pitiful glance at the bowl of hot pot. I'm so easily hungry, she murmured. Suemo remained silent, and simply pushed the bowl of beef hot pot toward her. The allure of the food instantly overshadowed all her grievances. Without a thought for her image, Rosie seized a fork and began to devour the meal voraciously. The heat made her gasp, yet she could not bear to stop. She had been hungry for far too long. For her, high-calorie food was not merely sustenance. It was fuel to sustain her talents. Lin Yao's eyes flickered with concern as she approached, gently patting Rosie's back. Eat slowly, don't choke. Meanwhile, Suemo stood up and walked over to the metal toolbox that contained locked electronic devices. He retrieved an old phone with a shattered screen and tossed it at Rosie's feet. Use your data manipulation to prove it to me. Read the last WeChat message contained within. If you can read it, continue eating. If you cannot, or if you deceive me, Suemo's right hand had already grasped the grip of his gun at his waist, the threat unmistakable. Rosie's chewing abruptly halted. She sensed the seriousness of this man. When he said he would kill, he truly meant it. She set down her fork and extended a trembling hand, closing her eyes to focus. 1 second, 2 seconds, there seemed to be a fleeting flash of blue light at her fingertips. Moments later, she opened her eyes. The message, sent by a person known as Scarface, read, Target Xiaoxiong has been kidnapped by an unidentified force. The assailants are monsters. The entire team has perished. Requesting. The message was cut off, likely because it was never sent in its entirety. The content matched perfectly. It was indeed the last message sent by Scarface before his demise. Suemo released his grip on the gun and nodded. You may eat. Rosie felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and immediately dove back into the hot pot, eating voraciously. Tears streamed down her face once more, but this time they were born of hunger. Suemo turned away, his objective achieved. Coercion, temptation, and verification, all 3 steps completed. This minor hacker was momentarily trapped. As Rosie continued to devour her meal, she discreetly stole glances at Suemo, then at Lin Yao, who kindly offered her water. A thought raced through her mind. This formidable villain was indeed terrifying, quick to draw his gun. Yet this beautiful sister was genuinely kind. First, she would feign compliance and follow them. Once she was full and regained her strength, she would seek an opportunity to build a rapport with the kind sister. She seemed tender-hearted. Perhaps she could assist me. At that point, they could devise an escape plan together. I refused to be a mere tool for this tyrant. Her little scheme buzzed in her mind, a glint of cunning flashing in her amber eyes. She then buried her head once more, continuing her battle with the beef in the bowl. Lin Yao observed Rosie, letting out a resigned sigh, though her gaze softened. Thus, Rosie joined the team in a rather unceremonious manner. Chapter 37, Upgrade, Spatial Folding. The aroma of beef hot pot wafted through the container. Rosie, with her bowl in hand, was engrossed in her meal, her small face smeared with red oil. Lin Yao sat beside the army cot, observing Rosie's exaggerated eating style, a mixture of helplessness and gentle amusement playing at the corners of her mouth. Rosie, have you had enough? Sumo's voice shattered the brief silence. Just as Rosie was slurping the last strand of wide noodles, she looked up, instinctively clutching her bowl tighter as if afraid it would be taken away. Sumo retrieved a tablet from the box and handed it to Rosie. Your tablet, let's see if it still works. I need the layout of the building materials market, along with any information available during this period. Rosie gazed longingly at her beloved device, pouting slightly. Nonetheless, she resignedly set her bowl down and pressed the power button on the tablet. A torrent of data flooded the screen. Moments later, her eyes widened in surprise. Subsequently, Sumo's phone buzzed. On his WeChat friend list, a new contact named Little Bear had mysteriously appeared. It was evident that this girl possessed considerable skills, effortlessly hacking into the WeChat system within moments. Soon after, a detailed map appeared in their chat interface. The offline map package for the Golden Bridge building materials market has been sent to you. Each store's main business has been marked for your convenience. As for the related information about the market, it will require some time to compile. Sumo nodded, then turned to Lin Yao. Excellent. Keep an eye on her and tend to her injuries. Lin Yao, with a hint of concern, spoke up. Sumo, what about you? She had long sensed that Sumo's mental state was not at its best. Don't worry, I'll keep watch tonight. You should all rest well. Sumo waved his hand dismissively, quickly pulling out some food to replenish his energy. Returning to the driver's seat, Sumo accessed the vehicle upgrade panel. Firepower, basic weapon mount consumes 500 points, unlocking a basic weapon mount. Survival, basic circulation system consumes 800 points, integrating a small air and water filtration system. Expansion, basic spatial folding consumes 1,000 points, optimizing internal spatial structure and enhancing space utilization. Sumo's gaze swept over the cargo area behind him. Whether it was the ever-increasing supplies or the potential new members joining in the future, a larger space was essential. Currently, there were 1,300 fortress points remaining. Based on Sumo's consumption rate, he could accumulate around 1,000 points a day. These fortress points must be utilized wisely. 2 firepower points needed to be unlocked first, while the circulation system could be upgraded last. A total of 2,800 points was required, indicating that he would need to gather points over the next few days. Confirm the consumption of 1,000 bastion points to proceed with the space folding basic upgrade. Side effects: increased vehicle weight. Fuel consumption rises by approximately 3 liters per 100 kilometers. Upgrade duration: 60 minutes. Countdown begins. Confirmed. Without hesitation, Sumo agreed. Inside the van, a silvery light flowed like mercury. Sumo widened his eyes as the trunk space elongated. The ammunition boxes, which had been stacked to the ceiling, gradually sank into the floor, forming hidden storage compartments. The middle row of seats slid sideways, while a foldable alloy tabletop rose from the center. The roof lining extended downward to reveal a concealed luggage rack. The 60 minutes of transformation felt like a fleeting moment. The interior space of the cabin had seemingly doubled. The co-pilot's seat could now accommodate 2 individuals. Space folding basic optimizes the internal structure of the vehicle, increasing efficiency by 100. External dimensions remain unchanged. Side effects: vehicle weight increases by 20. Overall fuel consumption rises to 13100. At this moment, Rosie had also organized the information. When she arrived at the back of the van, her eyes widened in astonishment. Confirming that the exterior remained unchanged, her worldview suffered a severe blow. This is scientifically impossible. Curvature interference? 4-dimensional compression technology? Unthinkable. Existing theories are utterly inadequate. Sumo interrupted her academic meltdown. Shut up, is there something you need? Rosie pouted, beginning to acclimate to Sumo's demeanor. Here, this is the information you requested. I have compiled relevant details regarding Zhao Gang, along with sightings of elite zombies in the materials market. After saying this, Sumo's phone chimed once more. She glanced at the densely packed records. To put it succinctly, the ostentatious Zhao Gang had information comparable to a Baidu entry. It was as if they had documented the color of his underwear today. What concerned Sumo even more were the details about the elite zombie. Over 30 witness reports, coupled with missing persons information. According to the model established by Rosie, the probability of the elite zombie's existence reached a staggering 98.5. However, in the subsequent 2 days, Sumo spent about 10 minutes outside each day. Continuous high-intensity decomposition consumed mental energy far exceeding physical stamina. He carried supplies scavenged from the supermarket, ensuring to replenish his mental energy the moment it dipped below half. Never pushing himself too hard. The digits of his bastion points on the panel flickered at a visibly rapid pace. 4207801120158021502 On the evening of the third day, Sumo paused his actions. Current remaining bastion points, 2,928. Proficiency, Heart of the Bastion level 3, 362810000, 2,928 points. Significantly more than anticipated. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. With this substantial sum of money, the upgrade for the van is finally within reach. He trudged back to the container with a slightly heavy gait. Upon entering, he spotted Rosie sitting cross-legged on the folding bed, her small face turned toward the wall, seemingly sulking. Lin Yao was nearby, organizing the medical kit. Upon seeing Sumo return, she offered a warm smile. "You're back? Exhausted, are you? Here, have some water." Lin Yao handed him a bottle. Sumo accepted it and gulped down nearly half in one go. The cold water coursed through him, alleviating his mental fatigue. Lin Yao, utilizing her innate skill of life insight, discerned that every time Sumo went out, even for just a brief span of 10 minutes, he would deplete his mental energy. It was hard to fathom what this man, who could engage her for 2.5 hours in bed, had endured outside. However, when she noticed the changes in the vehicle, she realized that Sumo had never ceased his efforts, tirelessly working for their future mobile fortress of war. Meanwhile, Rosie turned her head, pouting angrily at Sumo. "Humph. You villain. Capitalist. Exploiting child labor." Sumo raised an eyebrow. "What have I exploited you for?" Rosie's face flushed red. "You made me consult the map. You made me invade the building materials market server and activate the surveillance cameras. It caused me to have a nosebleed." She pointed to her nose, where a small wad of cotton was stuffed. Lin Yao helplessly explained from the side. She insisted on proving her usefulness, but overexerted her mental strength a bit, and I just managed to stop the bleeding. Sumo glanced at Rosie, his tone flat. "Next time, act according to your abilities. Your brain is worth more than your pig's nose." Rosie retorted, "Is that concern or sarcasm?" Chapter 38. The prototype of the fortress takes shape. Sumo chose to disregard Rosie's petty emotions. He approached the van and opened the door. He needed to commence the upgrade immediately. He accessed the upgrade panel for Heart of the Fortress. A translucent screen unfolded before him. Confirm the consumption of 900 fortress points for 2 weapon mounting. Basic upgrades. Upgrade time, 60 minutes. Confirm the consumption of 1,600 fortress points for 2 circulation system. Basic upgrades. Upgrade time, 90 minutes. Upon completing all basic upgrades, intermediate upgrade schemes will be automatically unlocked. Firepower is the assurance of safety on the road. He needed to equip this van with basic self-defense and offensive capabilities. The dual weapon mounting points would greatly enhance its ability to respond to unforeseen threats, be they hordes of zombies or nefarious humans. At 500 points per mounting point, it was a high cost-performance ratio. To his surprise, purchasing 2 at once would save him 100 points. Moreover, the ecological circulation system was a long-term strategy. He would invest 800 points for basic water circulation and another 800 points for air circulation. Enduring long journeys and extreme environments, clean water and air constitute the fundamental prerequisites for survival. Upgrade command confirmed. Fortress points consumed, 2,500. Current remaining fortress points, 428. Upgrade initiated. Estimated total duration, 150 minutes. During the upgrade, the vehicle will be immobile. Countdown begins. The commotion this time was far more pronounced than the spatial upgrade. Sounds emanated from the roof of the van. The armored plates on either side of the roof slid open swiftly. Each side rose to reveal a machine gun mount with a rudimentary rotating base. The base was just large enough to accommodate a single machine gun, with 2 ammunition belts extending from the rear of the base into the van's interior. Weapon mounting, basic, upgrade completed. Effect, left and right sides of the roof have been unlocked for basic weapon attachment points. Compatible with light machine guns and shotguns, equipped with simple sights. And 200 rounds of belt-fed ammunition, manual loading required. Side effect, activation will increase vehicle wind resistance, fuel consumption elevated by approximately 1,100. Sumo inserted the 2 standard machine guns previously seized into the mounts. The van's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. From an innocuous national vehicle, it morphed into a steel beast adorned with twin horns atop its roof. Though merely a basic weapon platform, the aura of impending violence was palpable. Rosie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, a machine gun platform. She seemed to momentarily forget her plans for escape, her curiosity about the upgrade of this violent machine overtaking her thoughts. Lin Yao, however, was more focused on the practical implications. With these 2 machine guns at their disposal, They would possess a crushing firepower advantage against small hordes of zombies or unwary marauders. In a post-apocalyptic world, an appropriate display of force can sometimes avert trouble more effectively than subterfuge. As the weapon mounting upgrade concluded, it was time for the circulation system. This transformation occurred within the vehicle's interior. Subtle sounds of piping being laid echoed from within the chassis. Beneath the central console, two small control panels appeared, displaying basic air quality and water reserves. It seemed additional piping had been installed underneath the vehicle. An hour and a half later, the vitality of this mobile fortress experienced a qualitative leap. It began to acquire the initial capability to sustain the basic survival of its occupants in harsh environments. Circulation system, basic, upgrade completed. Effect, basic air circulation module unlocked, capable of filtering dust and certain harmful gases. Effect, small water circulation system unlocked, capable of collecting condensate and rainwater, performing simple filtration, not for direct consumption, but usable for cleaning or cooling. Side effect, system operation requires a small amount of electricity, increasing vehicle weight by 5, fuel consumption elevated by approximately 1100. What surprised Sumo even more was the abundance of expansion interfaces on this ecological circulation system. According to the description, the air circulation system's interface can generate medical oxygen. Even upon entering high-altitude regions or briefly traversing through the crimson mist, it poses no issue. The water circulation system's interface, while not suitable for direct consumption, proves effective for washing and may even be utilized for cultivation in the future. Thus, the nearly 4,000 fortress points accumulated over 3 days have been largely expended. The National Divine Vehicle has undergone a remarkable transformation. Vehicle, standard multi-purpose automobile, bound to Fortress Heart. Status, good. Fuel tank, 48 liters out of 50 liters. Overall fuel consumption, 15 liters per 100 kilometers. Core components, engine good. Transmission, good. Chassis, good. Upgrade status, armor enhancement, basic. Mimetics leather modification, increased external defense, reduced detection probability in the environment. Space folding, basic utilization rate of spatial structure improved by 100, external dimensions unchanged. Engine reinforcement, basic, flame iron shavings modification, 6 power. Torque and horsepower increased by 50, fuel consumption unchanged, enhanced fuel adaptability. Weapon mounting, basic, dual 2 standard machine guns mounted on the roof, forming a basic firepower network. Ecosystem circulation system, basic, dual air and water circulation filtration, ensuring survival. Remaining fortress points, 428. The prototype of the mobile war fortress has taken shape. As for the remaining 428 fortress points, Su Missouri has reserved them as an emergency fund or for future vehicle upgrades. Lin Yao and Luo Shi were left in awe. Lin Yao was astonished by the vehicle's transformation, which completely defied the laws of physics. Luo Shi's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, her fingers unconsciously gesturing in the air as if she were fervently recording and analyzing the extraordinary changes that surpassed her understanding. Is this your talent? Lin Yao murmured. Suemo nodded, tacitly affirming her words. At this moment, Lin Yao began reorganizing supplies, utilizing the newly expanded space to categorize and store medicines and food. She even carved out a small resting corner for Luo Shi in a nook. Luo Shi was filled with curiosity about the new additions, yet was silenced by a mere glance from Suemo. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the container. Damn it, what a misfortune. What is that smell? In the oil drum. Look, there is something in the oil drum. Damn, it's a corpse. Who the hell stuffed a dead body in here? The clothes look like they belong to Brother Chinyu. A few guards responsible for the night patrol, while clearing the rubbish from the yard, discovered the abandoned oil drum containing Chinyu's corpse. The overpowering stench of decay could no longer be concealed. Quick, report to Boss Zhao. Brother Chinyu has been murdered. Seal off the area. Search. The murderer must still be nearby. The clamor and chaotic footsteps rapidly approached the vicinity where Su Mo was situated. Lin Yao's expression shifted slightly as she instinctively tightened her grip on the firearm resting beside her. Luo Shi also nervously shrank back, casting a glance at Suemo. With a gaze as cold as ice, Suemo slowly rose to his feet. He gestured for the two to enter the vehicle. Through the window, they could see 7 or 8 armed guards menacingly converging. The leader, his face ashen, was shouting into a walkie-talkie. In the distance, more survivors and Iron Shield members, alerted by the commotion, were glancing towards their direction. Trouble had indeed come knocking at their door. Chapter 39. That vehicle is a monster before long. The 7 or 8 guards, wielding an array of firearms, fanned out in a semicircle. At the forefront was a bald man with a face full of flesh, known by the codename Ironhead. He was a squad leader under Zhao Gang, brandishing an antiquated submachine gun, the barrel firmly aimed at the van's driver's seat. Listen up inside. Get out. Was it you who killed Chinyu? Damn it. Daring to act recklessly on Zhao's turf. You're asking for death. Be sensible and hand over your weapons and supplies. Then bow and apologize. Perhaps I'll spare your miserable lives. Inside the container, the atmosphere grew taut. Lin Yao sat in the spacious back seat, instinctively clutching the pistol resting on her lap. Luo Shi huddled in the corner of the rear seat. Her amber eyes filled with anxiety. Only Su Mo maintained an unyielding demeanor, his gaze as steely as iron. He glanced in the rearview mirror, ensuring Lin Yao and Luo Shi were secure, and with a flick of his consciousness, ignited the engine. With a roar that belied its unassuming exterior, the Wuling Hongguang's engine erupted to life. In the astonished gaze of Iron Head and his men, the seemingly cumbersome van surged forward, startling those attempting to block its path into retreat. With a resounding thud, the back door slammed shut as the van, akin to a beast breaking free from its cage, executed a stunning drift. The rear swung violently, sweeping away several guards encroaching from the left. Amidst screams of horror, two were caught off guard, crashing heavily against the container with a sharp clang. In an instant, the front of the vehicle pivoted, aligning directly with the encircling guards. What? You dare to fight back? Shoot. Iron Head, both astonished and furious, was the first to pull the trigger. The rapid bursts of gunfire erupted as bullets rained upon the van's windshield and hood. The other guards joined in, sparks flying from the impacts. However, contrary to expectations of shattered glass and riddled bodywork, the van's armor proved remarkably resilient. The bullets merely left faint white marks on its surface before ricocheting away. Su Mo knew that even standard machine guns would struggle to pierce the van's armor, let alone these inferior firearms. What the hell is this vehicle? Hurry. Immediately contact Brother Gang and arrange for the demolition team to come. Ironhead's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Though his firearm was somewhat antiquated, it effortlessly pierced through ordinary vehicles. In the distance, the survivors, drawn by the sudden exchange of gunfire, took refuge behind cover, yet could not resist the allure of the spectacle. However, when they beheld the unremarkable Wuling van, charging through the hail of bullets like an armored rhinoceros, their mouths fell agape in disbelief. What on earth is that vehicle? Bulletproof? When did the Wuling Hongguang become so formidable? Look at the roof. Is that a machine gun? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the machine gun atop the van unleashed a torrent of fire. Lin Yao, left flank. Luo Shi, right flank. Open fire for suppression. Su Mo gripped the steering wheel tightly, flooring the accelerator as the van surged towards the area with the densest concentration of guards. Lin Yao and Luo Shi stood beneath the machine gun on the roof, merely needing to peer through the observation window and manipulate the joysticks to engage their targets. Lin Yao's heart raced, burdened by anxiety. However, the bullets went astray, striking the ground near the guards and kicking up clouds of dust. Sister Yao, aim at them. Take them down. Luo Shi shouted urgently, her face flushed with excitement, devoid of any psychological burden. True to her reputation as a computer whiz, she quickly grasped the mechanics, roaring as she sprayed bullets towards the crowd. Yet, due to Su Mo's rapid speed, their accuracy suffered. Watching the dwindling ammunition, Su Mo felt a pang of regret. Iron Head, hiding behind an oil drum, cursed in a mix of fear and anger. Your aim is terrible. Don't panic, it's just two girls. They haven't even grown up yet, trying to play with guns? Luo Shi's face flushed crimson with indignation and frustration. She glared at the machine gun in her hands, then turned to Su Mo, who was expertly maneuvering the vehicle. You big bad guy. I've tried before, and I can actually gain access to some vehicle controls. If you agree to give me control of the gun, I could attempt to automate the machine gun's fire, which would conserve ammunition. You need to decide quickly. I heard them say the demolition team is on their way. Luo Shi shouted to Su Mo, her voice tinged with excitement. Su Mo glanced at her through the rearview mirror, instantly comprehending her intent. In fact, over the past few days, Luo Shi had attempted multiple times to hack into the van's system, but due to Su Mo's exceptional talent, he maintained absolute control over the vehicle. Thus, each time, her efforts were ultimately thwarted. Central Control Panel, Interface. Su Mo instructed succinctly. Luo Shi immediately dashed to the middle row of seats, retrieving her tablet from her backpack and connecting the data cable to the designated interface. In the depths of Su Mo's mind, a chilling system prompt resonated. User Xiao Xiong is attempting to gain access to the weapon system permissions. Do you agree? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mo nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Rosie's fingers danced rapidly across the tablet, her gaze intense and fervent, murmuring incantations. Permission acquisition successful. Establishing weapon control protocol, integrating with vehicular sensors, constructing target recognition algorithms, activating the target recognition module, and calibrating simulated ballistic trajectories. The entire process unfolded in under 30 seconds. Done. Rosie slammed her palm onto the tablet. Buzzing echoed from the interior of the dual machine gun mounts atop the van. The faint whir of motors and the click of gears filled the air. The guns, once reliant on manual operation, began to autonomously adjust their angles, the barrels slightly depressed, locking onto the area where Iron Head and his companions were concealed. Target locked, threat level assessed, fire. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Rosie's eyes. With a decisive swipe across the tablet screen, she commanded the attack. Rat-a-tat-tat. The two machine guns unleashed a barrage far more precise and stable than the haphazard firing of Lin Yao and Rosie. Bullets accurately struck oil barrels, iron frames, and the rear of abandoned vehicles, their angles cunning and coverage vast. Thud, thud, thud. Ah, my leg. This gun, does it track automatically? Captain of the second team. Quickly bring out your improvised cannon. Cries of agony filled the air. A guard who dared to peek out in retaliation had his head blown off by a single bullet. Another, hiding behind an oil barrel, was shot through the abdomen, intestines spilling forth. They watched in terror as the two machine guns, seemingly imbued with sentience, autonomously sought out enemies and executed precise kills. Witnessing their comrades transform into lifeless corpses shattered the last remnants of their courage. They turned to flee, lamenting the misfortune of not having been born with two more legs. Iron Head felt a chill run down his spine, pressing himself against the ground, shouting into the intercom, "Monster! That vehicle is a monster! Boss, we need reinforcements. They have heavy firepower. The vehicle is armored. The machine guns are automated." From a distance, the surviving onlookers were utterly astonished. Good heavens, is that really a van? It's an absolute war machine. Stay back. Don't get caught in the crossfire. I heard that vehicle has 2 women and 1 man inside. The Iron Shield Alliance has truly met their match this time. Well done. Lin Yao gazed outside at the suddenly desolate scene littered with fallen bodies, a mix of shock and delight illuminating her expression as she turned to Rosie with incredulity. At that moment, a deafening roar of an engine approached with ferocity. Chapter 40, The Leader-Class Mutant Beast. A Hummer II, crudely modified and reinforced with steel plates and ram horns, came into view. A roar erupted from the depths of the market. Based on the information previously provided by Rosie to Su Mo, he immediately recognized the imposing Hummer as the personal vehicle of Zhao Gang, the leader of this sanctuary. Zhao Gang, a formidable class, a gifted individual, possessed a talent known as the blood of the Berserker. According to the intel Rosie had extracted from the forums, the blood of the Berserker is a relatively common combat-oriented ability. Its bearer passively enhances their combat prowess upon sustaining damage, augmenting their strength, speed, resilience, and recovery capabilities. The deeper the injury, the greater the increase in combat effectiveness. Inside the driver's seat, Zhao Gang's robust physique was accentuated by an unusual crimson hue, a hallmark of his Berserker trait. His bloodshot eyes were fixated on the van that had inflicted significant losses on his underlings. With a sinister grin, he slammed the accelerator. "Damn it! How dare you wreak havoc on my territory?" The Hummer emitted a deafening roar, kicking up a cloud of dust as it hurtled forward at over 80 kilometers per hour, colliding ferociously with the van from the side. "Watch out!" Lin Yao exclaimed in alarm. Upon hearing her cry, 2 machine guns immediately turned their aim. After firing a few rounds, Rosie hurriedly approached. "Oh no, Suemo. We're out of ammunition." The 400 rounds had been completely expended, and even if they wished to reload, there was no time. Sumo's eyes narrowed as he violently turned the steering wheel in an attempt to evade the impact. However, the van's power was no match for the Hummer's might. With a thunderous crash, the air above the construction materials center was filled with the deafening sound of metal colliding. The sharp, welded edges of the Hummer struck the rear door on the right side of the van with tremendous force. The entire vehicle was violently thrust to the left, and the 3 occupants inside were thrown about by the immense inertia. The rear door visibly caved in, marking the first time this vehicle had sustained damage. Though it did not flip over and its internal structure remained intact, Su Mo distinctly felt the limits of the vehicle's defenses. Against such raw and brutal force, the basic armor enhancement proved insufficient. However, the front of the Hummer also showed signs of deformation, with the windshield shattering into a spiderweb of cracks. Zhao Gang's head had been struck, blood staining half of his face as he licked the crimson from the corner of his mouth. "Brother Gang, you're incredible. Destroy that wretched van." With laughter, his subordinates cheered. "Brother Gang is wounded. That crew is doomed. In the face of a class, a gifted individual, you are nothing." As the van's machine guns fell silent, his followers peeked out, assuming the role of a supportive crowd, rallying around Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang laughed maniacally as he reversed, preparing for his next assault. muttering threats. Yet, his laughter abruptly ceased. A piercing roar emerged from the depths of the building materials market, resonating from the abandoned warehouse area. The sound overpowered all gunfire, engine noises, and curses, infused with a violent and bloodthirsty essence that sent a chill through all who heard it, including Zhao Gang. The entire Golden Bridge sanctuary seemed to be suspended in time. The sinister grin on Zhao Gang's face froze. He violently flung open the car door and tumbled out, shouting to his subordinates, "It's here. That thing." It was drawn by the gunfire. No sooner had he spoken than a heavy object moved at breakneck speed. Boom. Crash. Snap. The sounds approached with astonishing rapidity, as brick walls crumbled and cars were crushed in its wake. Its final destination was the very area of conflict. A shadow darted past, moving with extraordinary swiftness. In an instant, the armored vehicle before them was reduced to scrap. The expressions of all survivors, whether hiding or spectating, froze in sheer terror. A team member hiding behind a container barely had time to react before a massive scythe-like claw pierced through his chest. He did not even glimpse the creature that attacked him before his body was lifted high and torn asunder. Innards and blood cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Fire! Fire! Ironhead brandished his submachine gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage at the shadow. The bullets struck the creature, producing a clanging sound, yet leaving no mark. The shadow abruptly turned, its crimson compound eyes locking onto Ironhead. Su-Mo finally discerned the creature's form. It was an enormous metallic mutated mantis. It emitted a low growl before launching itself toward Ironhead. With a desperate scream, Ironhead was struck down by the bloodied claw. Splatter. The man was obliterated like a crushed tomato, turning into a puddle of indistinguishable flesh and blood, indenting the concrete beneath him. Monster. It's a monster. Run. The other guards were utterly shattered. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With the giant mantis' roar, responses echoed from all directions. From the abandoned shops, the shadowy corners of warehouses, and the crevices filled with piled-up building materials, smaller metallic, mutated mantises, akin to kittens, surged forth like a tide. They were driven wild by the leader's roar and the scent of blood, frantically pouncing on all living beings. A hell on earth. A survivor, attempting to ascend the truck, was abruptly seized by several mutated mantises, instantly engulfed by a swarm, leaving only the chilling sound of their gnashing mandibles. In a shadowy corner, a mother clutched her child tightly, yet a few zombies effortlessly tore her arm apart, dragging the screaming child away. A burly man wielding an iron rod had just crushed the skull of one mantis when another lunged from the side, sinking its teeth into his neck, blood gushing forth. Lin Yao's complexion turned ashen, her stomach churning violently. As a physician, she had witnessed countless scenes of carnage, but the raw, primal slaughter before her evoked a profound physiological and psychological aversion. Rosie, too, was stricken with fear, her face pale, eyes filled with dread. Although she had encountered similar scenes on forums, the proximity of such horror was overwhelmingly shocking. Her mind went blank, even her breath forgotten. Sumo's cold voice cut through the chaos with alarming clarity. "Rosie, materialize your information. Scan this behemoth." Rosie jolted, nodding vigorously as she took a deep breath, forcing her mind to focus. Countless streams of data swirled before her. Target locked. Information parsing. Composition analysis. Threat level assessment. Rosie's speech quickened, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The combat power value exceeded that of ordinary zombies by over 80 times. Preliminary classification, leader level. 80 times. Leader level. Lin Yao gasped, her voice quivering. From Rosie, she learned that the zombies and mutated beasts in this world were also categorized by levels, from lowest to highest, ordinary, elite, leader, and lord. The specifics of even higher tiers remained unknown. With each ascending level, their combat power values increased tenfold. Ordinary zombies were already lethal to the average person. What did 80 times signify? What did leader level entail? They were monsters beyond the capacity of ordinary humanity to contend with. Chapter 41. Rosie's awakening. With a sudden gasp, Rosie expelled a mouthful of blood. Darkness enveloped her vision as her body weakened and fell backward. "Rosie!" Lin Yao exclaimed, swiftly catching her. Su-Mo reacted even faster, snatching a backpack nearby. He rummaged through it, retrieving a high-concentration chocolate energy bar, brutally tearing open the packaging. He shoved it into Rosie's mouth. "Suck on it. Don't swallow. Hurry." Rosie instinctively began to suck, barely stabilizing her faltering mental fortitude. She leaned weakly against Lin Yao, her nose bleeding profusely. Su-Mo, confronted with the leader level, made a swift decision. The van's armor could withstand the bites of ordinary zombies, and even the attacks from elite zombies. But it would not endure a casual strike from a leader-level mutated beast. The crumpled Hummer before them served as a grim testament. "Hold on tight." Suemo shouted. Engaging reverse gear, I gently pressed the accelerator. The van, under the influence of its surroundings, glided silently like a ghost. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, it maneuvered, reversing, turning, moving, skillfully evading the panicked crowds and the frenzied swarms of mantises. Ultimately, the van stealthily entered a grand marketplace dedicated to the sale of smart appliances. Before me unfolded a scene reminiscent of a purgatory on Earth. Remain silent and observe. Sumo's voice resonated with an unsettling calmness, as though recounting a fact detached from his own existence. He switched off the engine, plunging the interior of the vehicle into an oppressive silence, broken only by distant screams. The sounds of tearing flesh and gunfire, like the relentless cacophony of hell, battering against the eardrums. Lin Yao and Luoshi huddled in their seats, their eyes fixed on the harrowing sights beyond the darkened windows. They witnessed Zhao Gang, surrounded by a cadre of loyalists, frantically roaring into a walkie-talkie while brandishing a gun at several trembling elders and children. Damn it! Charge forward. Be the bait. Draw the attention of those beasts. Whoever dares to retreat a single step, I'll blow them away right now. A frail, silver-haired woman clutched a 7- or 8-year-old girl tightly, pleading, Boss Zhao, I beg you, spare my granddaughter. She is still so young. Bang. The response was a gunshot. A gaping wound erupted on the woman's forehead, and her body crumpled to the ground. The little girl, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to cry. In the next instant, a metallic mantis lunged at her, its razor-sharp forelegs dismembering her fragile form in an instant. Beast. Zhao Gang, you wretched beast. Wasn't he promised that we would be protected? A middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with fury, charged at Zhao Gang. Protection? You're seeking death. You are merely meat shields, expendable. Without hesitation, a gun-wielding guard beside Zhao Gang squeezed the trigger. The man's chest erupted in a spray of blood, and he staggered to the ground, quickly overwhelmed by a swarm of mantises. Did you see that? This is the fate of resistance. If you wish to survive, do as I say. Sacrifice your lives to buy time for the demolition team. Zhao Gang commanded his subordinates, herding more survivors towards the advancing mantis horde as if they were mere cattle. These individuals were predominantly the lowest echelon of the shelter, devoid of awakened abilities, lacking robust physiques, and unarmed. In Zhao Gang's eyes, their sole value lay in their lives, to fill the void and exhaust the mantis' stamina, granting his elite troops precious moments to set their traps. Sister Yao? Luoshi's voice quivered with tears as she beheld those cast as cannon fodder, torn to shreds beneath the mantis' claws. She watched Zhao Gang and his men, sheltered behind relative safety, as the carnage unfolded. Gunfire rang out, targeting those who dared to retreat, observing the demolition team members, shielded by human barriers, as they frantically laid homemade Molotov cocktails, crude explosives, and tripwires along the potential paths of the swarming mantises. This was the voice of Lin Yao, hoarse amidst the apocalypse. Yet, the scene before her shattered her final illusions about humanity. She finally comprehended Su Mo's coldness and pragmatism. In this world, weakness and naivety merely render one as fodder on the butcher's block. This is the apocalypse, a realm where the strong devour the weak, devoid of moral boundaries. They barter the lives of others for their own survival. You'd best replenish your strength. It may soon be our turn, Suemo remarked as he consumed his meal heartily. The night shelter had sealed off all exits. Forcing one's way out might provoke that colossal beast. Now, it was imperative to restore both mental and physical vigor to enhance the team's chances of survival. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the two exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. They retrieved food from the supply box behind them and began to eat quietly. Only those with strength, those who wielded power like Suemo, could survive and protect those they cherished. Lin Yao gnawed her instant noodles, instinctively leaning closer to Suemo, as if proximity to the man before her would allow her to draw a measure of courage. Luoshi subtly shifted her body, pressing closely against Lin Yao, her small hand clutching the hem of Lin Yao's clothing, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the profile of Suemo at the driver's seat. This formidable villain, though fearsome, would at least not cast them out to face death. The battle raged from the depths of night until dawn. The construction market transformed into a slaughterhouse. Utilizing their numerical superiority and the reckless human shield tactics, coupled with the demolition team's unyielding explosions, they inflicted substantial casualties upon the mantis swarm. However, the true threat, the leader-class metallic mantis, loomed like a demon at the heart of the battlefield. Its massive form, adorned with a shell marred by scorch marks and cracks, bore signs of destruction. One of its compound eyes lay shattered, oozing a dark green viscous fluid, and a joint of its forelimb was blasted apart, noticeably hindering its movements. Yet, the ferocity it exuded intensified. Clearly wounded, but not mortally so, it still possessed the capability for a death blow. With a deafening roar, its enormous scythe-like forelimbs swept horizontally, severing a van used as cover in half. The demolition team members hiding behind it were instantly reduced to a mangled mess. Hold the line. Stand firm. Zhao Gang's voice trembled with barely perceptible madness. After much contemplation, he issued the final command over the radio. Retreat. The demolition team will cover our exit. Others, retreat through the eastern passage with me. Having uttered these words, he no longer glanced back at his blood-soaked subordinates still embroiled in fierce combat. Shielded by a few trusted confidants, he swiftly boarded an armored off-road vehicle that had been prepared in advance, fleeing frantically in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Zhao, the leader, has fled. Don't leave us behind. Damn it. Zhao Gang, you scoundrel. Without a commander and the core of firepower, the remaining guards and survivors collapsed instantaneously. The swarm of mantises surged forth like an overwhelming tide, engulfing the last remnants of resistance. As the first faint light of dawn struggled to pierce through the thick smoke and blood mist, hundreds of human corpses lay intertwined with thousands of mantis bodies, indistinguishable from one another. Only the leader-class metallic mantis remained alive, its remaining compound eyes slowly surveying the battlefield littered with the dead. It was filled with brutality, anguish, and an insatiable thirst for slaughter. It yearned to unleash its fury, to obliterate all living beings before it. Suddenly, that scarlet compound eye jerked sharply, locking onto the direction where Su Mo's van was concealed. Chapter 42. Sister Yao, do speak up. It sees us. Suemo. It's injured. Hurry and drive. Luo Shi's voice trembled with a hint of tears, her body instinctively leaning into Lin Yao's embrace. Suemo offered no reply. With both hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, he remained steady as a rock, fixated on the bloodied metallic mantis before him. After all, high risk often leads to high reward. An elite-level scavenger could still yield decent returns. Surely, this leader-class metallic mantis was no match for him. Moreover, having observed the mantis leader's combat style throughout the night, he felt sufficiently confident in his ability to deal with this formidable creature. Probability of kill, 0.37. Luo Shi trembled as she retrieved the calculations from her tablet, derived from her constructed data model. Its health was down to 31. Yet its shell defense had only diminished by 35. Speed and strength had decayed by less than 30. Our firepower is barely enough to tickle it. Suemo, you rascal. Charging in would be a death sentence. Sister Yao, please say something. Luo Shi anxiously tugged at Lin Yao's arm. Lin Yao's gaze remained fixed on Sumo's profile. She took a deep breath, gently clasping Luo Shi's trembling hand, her voice remarkably calm. Luo Shi, do not fear. I have faith in him. She paused, her words imbued with almost blind trust. He has never let me down. There must be a reason for his actions. This trust had long transcended rational analysis. From the moment Suemo rescued her from the apartment to his repeated acts of heroism in dire straits, this man seemed to grow increasingly significant in her heart. Even if Suemo were to fall, she would unhesitatingly deplete her very essence once more to save him, just as she had done previously. This notion was so vivid that it sent a shiver down her spine. It's coming, Suemo exclaimed, igniting the engine of the van. Roxy, scan all intelligent devices behind us that are battery-operated, networked, and can be remotely controlled. Count. Location. Status. Immediately. Right now? Roxy was momentarily taken aback by the sudden command. Yet, the undeniable tone compelled her to comply instinctively. She closed her eyes, channeling her innate electronic interaction abilities to their fullest extent. An invisible stream of data instantly disseminated. In the next moment, her eyes flew open. My heavens. The entire sales floor behind us. There are so many. Drones, floor-cleaning robots, smart speakers, at least 300 units. Most have ample power. And both networking and remote control capabilities are intact. Suemo, what are you planning to do? Excellent. Control them, just like in a supermarket. A smirk graced Sumo's lips, and her gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. Roxy immediately comprehended Sumo's intention. You can't. It's too perilous. Those devices lack the power to inflict any real harm. Moreover, forcibly invading so many devices will drain my mental strength to control them. Now, as soon as Sumo's words concluded, she pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Wuling Hongguang roared to life, unleashing a power far beyond its unassuming exterior. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, the vehicle pivoted sharply, executing a clever drift and crashing through the rolling shutter door of the smart appliance store. The Mantis leader was thoroughly provoked by this affront. Its colossal form surged forward, stirring a gust of chaos as it barreled into the store, engulfing the space in smoke and debris, with shelves collapsing around them. The store descended into disorder, strewn with scattered smart devices. Roxy, take action, Suemo commanded, diving deeper into the store, evading the Mantis leader with serpentine agility. Understood. Roxy gritted her teeth. Her exceptional electronic interaction ability was pushed to its zenith, mapping all target objects directly onto her tablet. Her fingers danced across the screen, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Command protocol override. Acquire top-level permissions. Target locked. Metallic Mantis attack mode. Execute self-destruct orders. Buzz. Dozens of inexpensive drones blinked their red lights. Their propellers whirred furiously as they ascended into the air, converging from all directions toward the Mantis leader's remaining compound eyes. Clang. Bang. Although they could not inflict substantial damage, the relentless barrage of impacts momentarily disrupted the Mantis leader's perception. Simultaneously, several floor-cleaning robots sparked at their bases, their engines running at overdrive, colliding violently with the Mantis leader's limbs. Each time the Mantis leader passed by certain electronic devices, the internal batteries would overload and short-circuit under Roxy's command. The blinding electric sparks and small explosions flickered beneath the abdomen of the Mantis leader, although they could not penetrate its thick exoskeleton. The immense shockwave and instantaneous heat caused its massive body to stiffen, emitting a shriek that mingled agony with fury. The Mantis leader was utterly enraged, flailing its forelimbs in a frenzied assault on everything surrounding it. Now, Sumo's gaze fixated on the center of the arena, where the stout weight-bearing pillar, supporting the entire roof, stood. Under the Mantis leader's violent onslaught, it had become riddled with cracks, teetering precariously. Rosie, detonate all devices, target the support pillar. Huh. Rosie instantly grasped Sumo's audacious plan. Do it. Sumo's voice remained cold as steel. Rosie closed her eyes, tears mingling with blood from her nose as she tapped the tablet. As all controlled devices approached the base of the support pillar, their internal lithium batteries overloaded instantaneously. The entire roof lost its most critical support point. Massive precast concrete slabs, steel beams, and tons of cargo plummeted directly onto the Mantis leader below. Roar. For the first time, terror flickered in the Mantis leader's eyes. It sought to escape, but its enormous bulk and damaged limbs could barely maneuver within the confined space. Dozens of tons of debris swiftly buried the Mantis leader, leaving only a cracked forelimb and half of its shrieking head exposed. Suemo pushed open the car door and dashed to the edge of the rubble. Raising his right hand, silver light gathered above his palm. Metal control scalpel. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After 10 seconds of charging, the scalpel reached its zenith. The silver-hued blade transformed from its previous diminutive size into a nearly half-meter-long weapon, radiating an almost liquid silver brilliance. Die. A fierce glint flashed in Sumo's eyes as the fully charged scalpel morphed into a silver lightning bolt that tore through the air. Thud. Thud. The sound was scarcely thunderous. It was merely a subtle whisper. The silver gleam pierced precisely into the Mantis leader's remaining crimson compound eye. Its terrifying penetrating power not only obliterated its cerebral core, but continued onward, embedding deeply into the rubble behind. The vast body beneath the debris lost all vitality. Thud. Thud. Two muffled sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Suemo knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his right hand as he gasped for breath. The extreme use of the scalpel had drained him of all his mental energy. Inside the vehicle, Rosie's tablet fell to the ground with a clatter. Her body slumped, eyes shut tight, as blood stained the front of her shirt, the result of orchestrating a mass suicide attack with hundreds of devices. The depletion of her mental strength surpassed all limits. Lin Yao gazed at Suemo, who had collapsed outside the car, and at the unconscious Luoshi beside her. Without hesitation, she flung open the car door and rushed towards Suemo. Chapter 43. Luoshi's subversion, Suemo. Lin Yao felt a pang of anguish as she immediately threw herself beside him. Activating her life insight, a delicate milky white aura enveloped her eyes. Her vision penetrated Sumo's skin, revealing the state of his body. His mental energy was nearly exhausted, with multiple muscles slightly torn. Yet there were no fatal injuries or signs of poisoning. Confirming that there was no imminent danger to his life, Lin Yao's anxious heart began to ease. However, witnessing his frail condition ignited a fierce instinct to protect him. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand, a gentle milky white glow emanating from her palm. The light of life transformation illuminated her hand as she sought to transfer her vitality to him, hoping fervently for his swift recovery. Don't. Suemo raised his hand, grasping Lin Yao's wrist, causing her pain. She stared at him in astonishment. Suemo. You. I'm fine, he replied, lifting his head. Though weary, his gaze remained sharp. I merely need rest to recover from this exhaustion of mental energy. Your life transformation comes at too great a cost. He took a breath. Help me up. Lin Yao observed the stern yet caring expression in his eyes. A warmth surged within her heart. Su Mo was concerned for her. He remembered the price of her abilities. All right. She nodded vigorously. Then, she carefully assisted Su Mo, allowing him to lean on her. With her support, Su Mo steadied himself. His gaze fixed upon the ruins before him. He fought against the void of his mental strength and his physical fatigue. A layer of matte metallic sheen enveloped his right hand, enhancing it with metallic armor. His fingers, like talons, plunged deeply into the head of the mantis leader. In the next moment, a crystal the size of a walnut, radiating a dark golden hue, lay in his palm. Leader-class crystal core, metallic, contains pure metallic energy. It can be used to enhance metal-based talent equipment or serve as a core for high-energy weapons. Good stuff. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Sumo's eyes. Along with the fire-type crystal core obtained from the oil gun zombie, he now possessed 2 cores. He had heard that nearby, at the headquarters of the Iron Shield Alliance, where Zhao Gang was located, there would be a small auction. It would be advantageous to exchange some materials there. If he could obtain special modification components, it would be splendid. Let us go back to the car. Su Mo waved his hand, his voice heavy with fatigue. Lin Yao promptly supported him as they staggered back to the van. Su Mo nearly collapsed into the driver's seat, lacking the strength even to fasten his seatbelt. Stay vigilant. He mumbled drowsily, his head drooping as he fell into a deep slumber. Su Mo. Lin Yao gasped, hastily leaning forward. The life insight activated once more, confirming that he was merely in a state of self-preserving unconsciousness due to complete depletion of his mental energy, with no significant harm to his body. She exhaled a long sigh of relief. Cautiously, she adjusted his posture to a more comfortable position and administered a nutrient injection. Only then did she turn her gaze to the back seat, where the equally unconscious Rosie lay. Half an hour later, Lin Yao had also settled Rosie comfortably. She took her place in the passenger seat, gripping her firearm and remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Gently, Lin Yao caressed Su Mo's forehead, her voice quivering with emotion. Fool. Don't push yourself so hard next time. Yet, if there were to be a next time, and if you were to collapse again, what of exhausting the essence of life? 10 years, 20 years. As long as she could save him, she would accept it all. Time trickled by. The dawn light transforming into the brilliance of midday, then fading into the hues of a setting sun. Su Mo remained in deep slumber. Were it not for the clear indication from Life Insight that Su Mo's mental energy was gradually recovering, Lin Yao would have surely lost her mind by now. The following morning, the first light of dawn once again flooded the marketplace. In the back seat, Rosie stirred, slowly opening her eyes. At first, she blinked in confusion. But soon memories surged back like a tide. She abruptly sat up, scanning her surroundings with caution. Her gaze fell upon the still sleeping Su Mo in the driver's seat and Lin Yao, weary and cradling her gun in the passenger seat. Rosie's mind raced rapidly. Rubbing her still throbbing temples, she cautiously moved closer to Lin Yao, lowering her voice. Sister Yao, Sister Yao? Lin Yao immediately awakened, looking at her. Rosie, you're awake? How do you feel? Rosie waved her hand, her amber eyes darting around, inching closer. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Sister Yao, this is a rare opportunity. Look at that big bad guy. He is sleeping like a dead pig. She pointed at Su Mo, her small face brimming with excitement and urgency. Let us tie him up. The forum said the military is recruiting in all major safe zones. They especially need doctors and IT specialists. You are a level medical talent, and I'm a level hacker. If we team up and join the military, we'll surely be valued. It's safe, with proper supplies. Staying with this big bad guy is too dangerous. He is always risking his life. Yesterday he nearly got us killed. And look at him. He is clearly not a good person. Who knows when he might sell us out? Rosie grew increasingly animated, as if envisioning a bright future. She even began rummaging around the vehicle for ropes or similar items. Lin Yao watched her quietly, the gentleness on her face slowly fading, replaced by a coldness Rosie had never witnessed before. Rosie, Lin Yao's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Sister Yao, help me find some rope. Or his belt will do. Rosie continued without lifting her head. No need to search. Lin Yao stood up. Before Rosie could react, she had already extracted a sturdy roll of electrical tape from the supply box. In a swift motion, she bound Rosie's hands behind her back securely. Rosie was utterly bewildered, her small face reflecting disbelief and grievance. What are you doing, Sister Yao? I'm doing this for your own good. Trust me, I would never harm you. Lin Yao interrupted her, her gaze sharp as a blade, her voice resolute. Silence. Do not attempt to persuade me. I am entirely devoted to Su Mo. I trust him above all. These words struck Rosie like a thunderclap, leaving her in a daze as she stared at Lin Yao. whose typically gentle face now bore an expression of unwavering determination and belonging. Rosie's cheeks flushed crimson, her amber eyes widened in astonishment and an indescribable curiosity. Are you saying you? Though still young, Rosie, a prodigy in the realm of hacking, possessed an abundance of theoretical knowledge. Lin Yao's cheeks turned slightly pink, yet her gaze remained unwavering as she nodded with calm assurance. Yes. It was as though Rosie had stumbled upon a gateway to a new world. All fear and escape plans were instantly cast aside, replaced by a fervent curiosity. The fire of gossip blazed in her eyes as she forgot her bindings, leaning forward eagerly. A barrage of questions erupted from her lips, each more audacious than the last. Is he impressive? Is it truly pleasurable? Are there any special positions? Is it like what they show in movies? Were you in a container? Oh my goodness. Right by my window? And in front of your fiancé? How does it feel? Is it thrilling? How long does he last? I've seen how strong he is. Can you handle it? Chapter 44. How about you spend the night? Lin Yao was rendered crimson by this unabashed interrogation. Angrily, she glared at Rosie. Rosie, why are you, a young girl, asking such things? It dawned on her that while the child was innocent, her knowledge of such matters was alarmingly extensive. Rosie, unfazed, retorted with spirited conviction. Oh, Sister Yao? It's an academic discussion. This pertains to the vital subjects of human reproduction and physiological pleasure. Knowledge comes from practice. Do share. Lin Yao was so exasperated that she found herself both laughing and crying, just as she was about to reprimand Rosie. A deep, slightly husky voice, laced with mockery, drifted from the driver's seat. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you eager to try it yourself? The atmosphere in the vehicle seemed to freeze. Rosie stiffened, turning to meet Su Mo's enigmatic gaze, which held a hint of amusement. Instinctively, she wanted to shrink away, but her bound hands restricted her movement, leaving her to futilely kick her legs. You bad guy, Su Mo. When did you wake up? Her voice trembled, her small face paling. Lin Yao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if blood might spill from them. She hastily lowered her head, unable to meet Su Mo's gaze. Su Mo, Roshi. She just intended to conspire against you, to bind me, and then defect to the military? Su Mo completed her thought, his tone as indifferent as if discussing the weather. He rolled his neck, producing a faint crack. The commanding aura that had enveloped him returned in full force. Roshi's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. It was over. She was doomed. This wicked villain would surely cast her out to feed the zombies. Su Mo's gaze fell upon Roshi's wrists, bound with duct tape. Instead of erupting in anger, he moved to the back seat. Roshi instinctively recoiled, tightly shutting her eyes. The anticipated slap or punishment did not come. Instead, she felt her wrists loosen as the bindings were released. She opened her eyes in astonishment, witnessing Su Mo methodically rolling up the tape. Your bag, he said, retrieving a small bear-printed backpack from behind the front passenger seat and tossing it into Roshi's lap. Clutching her backpack, Roshi's mind swirled in confusion. What did this mean? Was she being set free? Or was this merely a prelude to her demise? Su Mo did not glance back at her. He simply reached behind and slid open the side door of the van. A rush of icy air flooded into the cabin. Su Mo, what are you doing? Lin Yao asked, her concern evident as she looked at him. Su Mo spoke. Roshi, you should leave. You helped deal with that mantis earlier. Consider it a favor repaid. I dislike being indebted to others. Roshi remained frozen in her seat, unable to process his words. Su Mo turned his head, his gaze steady upon her. Go on. Did you not say that with your skills, you could thrive anywhere? The military's safe zone lies 30 kilometers east. With your hacking abilities, infiltrating it should pose no challenge. Roshi stared at the open door, revealing the perilous ruins of a construction market outside. In the distance, the growls of zombies seemed to grow more pronounced. A chill swept over her entire being. To send her alone, amidst the zombies and possibly remnants of the Falcon Alliance, to trek 30 kilometers? What was the difference between that and a death sentence? I. Roshi stammered, the earlier bravado evaporating. Lin Yao noticed Su Mo's eyebrow raise, realizing he was toying with the girl. Given Su Mo's character, how could he possibly let Roshi go? Lin Yao spoke up, her voice laced with just the right amount of concern. Su Mo, this is unwise, isn't it? The outside is teeming with zombies and villains. Letting a young girl go like this is tantamount to signing her death warrant. It is far too dangerous. As if to corroborate Lin Yao's words, the growls of zombies erupted from outside the van. It sounded as though there were multiple creatures, and they were drawing near with alarming speed. Ah! Roshi screamed in terror, scrambling forward with all her might. With a resounding thud, the car door slammed shut. Rosie's voice, tinged with tears, trembled as she gazed at Su Mo. Su Mo, you wicked villain. Can't we negotiate? Just take me near the military's control zone, please. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Suemo turned his head, a hint of mockery dancing in his expression. No, it's settled. Get out. He feigned reaching for the door handle again. Terrified, Rosie lunged forward, clinging desperately to Sumo's arm. No, don't open the door. Her mind was a blank slate as she stared at Sumo's face, so close yet so distant. Taking a deep breath, her voice trembled with audacity. What if I, like Sister Yao, offered to sleep with you? Lin Yao was taken aback, her cheeks aflame. Rosie, what are you saying? Sumo's movements halted. He looked down at Rosie, clinging to his arm like an octopus, his gaze sweeping over her flat chest. There was no stir of emotion in his eyes, only a faint trace of disdain. You are too young. It lacks interest. Lin Yao could no longer contain herself and quickly covered her mouth. Rosie. She glanced at herself, then at Lin Yao's perfect curves, unable to hold back any longer as she burst into tears. Wah, you're bullying me. You're all bullying me. Boo-hoo. What's wrong with being small? I will grow up. Lin Yao, both amused and pained, rushed over to embrace her, gently patting her back, soothingly saying, all right. No more crying. Yet Suemo no longer paid attention to her sobbing. He bent down, dragging out a heavy metal ammunition box from beneath the seat. With a clang, the box opened, revealing several well-maintained standard assault rifles, along with a few military handguns and boxes of golden bullets. Rosie's cries abruptly ceased as she gazed tearfully at the weapons. Do you recognize these? Suemo pushed the weapons towards her. As a top hacker, she had recently been brushing up on military knowledge. The 92 semi-automatic pistol, the 95 assault rifle, the 65 paratrooper knife, she responded instinctively. Good eye? Suemo nodded, his tone flat. These were seized from those pursuing you. The Falcon Alliance, the Lee family. All standard equipment, well-maintained, with ample ammunition. Rosie was momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp Suemo's implication. You are a clever girl. Tell me, why would active military equipment appear in the hands of a private militia controlled by a local magnate? Why can the Lee family mobilize a well-equipped, trained unit just to capture a single student? Even if you were to endure countless hardships and reach the so-called military safe zone, Suemo's voice was frigid, each word striking sharply against Luo Shi's heart. Do you believe that the Lee family has already seized control of the military? Or is it that the military and the Lee family are, in fact, in collusion? Regardless of which scenario holds true, once they discover that you, the prodigious little bear Luo Shi, are still alive and have willingly walked into their trap, do you truly think your fate will be any better than falling into my hands? Luo Shi was rendered utterly speechless, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Indeed, she had only contemplated escaping from the malevolent Suemo, yearning to seek refuge within the ranks of the legitimate military. Yet, she had never delved deeply into the notion that in this crumbling order of the apocalypse, the so-called authorities and safe zones might conceal darkness far beyond her imagination. The well-equipped team pursuing her, those standardized weapons, how could the Lee family possess such armaments? Was the military truly oblivious? Or were they complicit, perhaps even in cooperation? If the military and the Lee family were indeed allied, then fleeing to the military safe zone would be akin to a lamb entering the den of a tiger, seeking one's own demise. It turned out that Suemo was not merely scaring her. He was laying bare a gruesome reality. Luo Shi lifted her gaze to meet Suemo's expressionless face, then glanced at Lin Yao beside her, whose face was etched with concern and compassion. Ultimately, her gaze returned to the cold handgun at her feet. All her grievances, fears, and resentments coalesced into a profound sense of powerlessness and a hint of dread in that moment. She took a deep breath, hastily wiping the tears from her face. Her voice now infused with a resigned clarity. I will not run away anymore. Suemo, I will stand by your side. You shall protect me, and I will bring value to the team. My talent is genuinely beneficial. You witnessed that yesterday. Watching Luo Shi speak, Suemo remained silent. Anxiously, Luo Shi raised 3 fingers. I swear. I promise to obey. I will no longer entertain thoughts of escape. Truly, if I dare to run, I shall never grow up. Sister Yao is your ally. She can monitor me at all times. Looking down at her little bun, she made what she deemed a powerful oath. Lin Yao observed the earnest expression on Luo Shi's face, nearly unable to contain herself. She then turned to Suemo and gently nodded. A barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of Suemo's mouth as he extended his hand, not to shake, but to tousle Luo Shi's messy hair. Remember what you said today? Though small, you are quite adorable. You, Suemo, you are such a villain. Luo Shi was incensed by his words, but a glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes. However, I am still not yet 18. If you dare to sleep with me, I shall report you by name. A faint smile graced Suemo's lips as her gaze swept over the backpack tightly clutched in her arms. She spoke leisurely. Report me? You'd better hurry then. I have seen your ID. In just a few days, You shall celebrate your 18th birthday. Roshi's amber eyes widened in astonishment. Her expression, one of having had a secret exposed. How do you know? Did you snoop through my things? Suemo shrugged nonchalantly. It is only natural to inspect spoils. What's the matter? Are you feeling guilty? Afraid that I might actually do something to you? Roshi puffed out her chest, striving to appear fierce. I'm not afraid. I warn you. If you dare to act recklessly, I will. After searching for a more menacing threat for what felt like an eternity, she could only sulkily declare, I will post on the forum. Let the world know that you, Suemo, are a perverted lowly enthusiast. I will have the entire internet blacklist you. Lin Yao could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth. Suemo found amusement in her hollow threat as well. Lightly flicking her smooth forehead, she teased, what nonsense fills your young mind? Am I truly that sort of person? Roshi, rubbing her reddened forehead, mumbled in a pitiful tone, who can say? Yao Jia is no different. Suemo stifled her smile, enough jesting. We have serious matters to attend to. With that, she revved the engine and pressed down on the accelerator. The van surged forward like an awakened beast, colliding forcefully with the two zombies ahead. Soon, these ordinary zombies lay beneath the wheels of Suemo's vehicle. Lin Yao, stay in the car and rest. Roshi, come with me. Suemo unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed open the door. Roshi instinctively tightened her grip on the backpack, eyeing Suemo warily. Huh? Get out of the car? What do you want? Are you planning to? Her mind raced with countless scenes reminiscent of movies she had seen in the community. Isolated wilderness, a lone man and woman, coercive advances. The more she thought, the more frightened she became, yet deep within her, there flickered an inexplicable thrill. Her voice trembled, attempting to muster a brave facade. Suemo, please stay calm. I am not yet 18. Can't you wait a few more days? I am not mentally prepared. Suemo observed her feigned bravado. A mixture of exasperation and amusement washing over her. She reached out and grasped Roshi's wrist, pulling her down from the seat. Ah, Roshi gasped. Sumo released her grip and shot her an annoyed glare. I am asking you to get down to work. Roshi was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes blinking in confusion. Work? What work? Suemo gestured towards the chaotic array of smart appliances surrounding them. What else? There are plenty of valuable items here. Go find them. This box is yours. Collect the valuable smart devices. Gather everything you find useful and load it onto the vehicle quickly. At that moment, Rosie realized her misunderstanding, feeling an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide. It seemed that Lin Yao also possessed a similar box, designated for medical supplies. Oh, I see. She promptly lowered her head, too shy to meet Sumo's gaze. Clutching the box, she dashed toward the collapsed shelves, beginning her search. Observing her hasty retreat, Suemo shook his head in resignation. He then turned his attention to the vast expanse of rubble where the metallic mantis leader lay buried. After defeating the mantis leader yesterday, he had yet to conduct a thorough examination. Thanks to the passive ability of metal resonance, he could discern the dark golden exoskeleton of the metallic mantis, exuding the aura of a unique metallic substance. Taking a deep breath, Suemo slowly raised his right hand, palm directed at the incredibly hard, dark golden shell. Decomposed Fortress Heart. 10 minutes later, a chilling notification echoed in his ear. Target contact. Dark golden armor. Mutated metal. Decomposition successful. Acquired Fortress points. 200. Current Fortress points. 628. Proficiency. 200. Current Fortress Heart level. 3. 382810000. Stamina consumption. Moderate. Acquired Special metal. Dark golden armor. Leader level. At that moment, a palm-sized metal plate materialized in Sumo's hand. It felt slightly heavy, cool to the touch, and subtly emanated a restrained wave of energy. Dark golden armor. Leader level. The core metal essence of a leader-level mutated beast, possessing exceptional strength, strong energy resistance, and self-repair capabilities. Can be used for special modifications. Integrating into vehicle armor will enhance overall energy resistance and self-repair abilities. A flicker of fervor crossed Sumo's eyes at the sight of this leader-level material. This was undoubtedly a prime resource for upgrading the mobile fortress's armor. With it, the van's defensive capabilities would experience a significant transformation. He carefully stored the dark golden armor plate and meandered through the rubble, spending a few minutes dismantling the metallic shelves. Once he accumulated a total of 1,000 fortress points, he surveyed the debris, confirming that nothing was overlooked before he turned back toward the industrious Rosie, who was engrossed in her treasure hunt. At this moment, Rosie was completely absorbed in the thrill of discovery, having entirely forgotten her earlier embarrassment. Suemo, look what I found, Rosie exclaimed, rushing over with a pile of items, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Suemo focused his gaze and noticed several foldable solar charging panels, 3 high-performance drones, a smart security set containing 8 high-definition cameras, 2 high-performance laptops, and several large-capacity external hard drives. Well done, Suemo remarked, offering rare praise. These items, particularly the drones and security systems, significantly enhanced the team's reconnaissance and early warning capabilities for the future. Furthermore, the solar panels can provide power to these electronic devices. Rosie proudly lifted her chin, exclaiming, "Of course, I am a professional." She then mysteriously produced a palm-sized black metal box from her backpack. "What is this?" Suemo inquired, taking the weighty object into her hands. Rosie's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is a signal transmitter jammer. With a bit of modification, we can disrupt enemy communications within a certain range or amplify our own signals." Suemo assessed the unassuming little box, her esteem for Rosie elevating once more. This girl truly possesses a keen eye for valuable finds. "Let's load it onto the vehicle," Suemo commanded. Chapter 46, Fortification Upgrade. Upon returning to the vehicle, Suemo immediately accessed the upgrade panel for the heart of the fortress. A translucent light screen unfolded before her, revealing the intermediate upgrade options prominently displayed. Intermediate vehicle upgrade plan has been automatically unlocked. Each component upgraded to intermediate level will unlock a second special modification slot. Defense, armor enhancement. Intermediate costs 500 fortress points, significantly increases armor thickness and structural integrity. Upgrade time, 30 minutes. Mobility, engine enhancement. Intermediate costs 1500 fortress points. Markedly boosts engine power and torque, optimizing transmission efficiency. Upgrade time, 90 minutes. Firepower, weapon mount. Intermediate costs 2500 fortress points. Unlocks 1 weapon mounting point for medium-sized weapons. Upgrade time, 150 minutes. Survival, circulation system. Intermediate costs 4000 fortress points. Integrates a medium-sized water filtration system for direct consumption. Upgrade time, 240 minutes. Expansion, space folding. Intermediate costs 5000 fortress points. Significantly optimizes internal spatial structure, allowing for self-segregation of internal space, enhancing space utilization. Upgrade time, 300 minutes. Glancing over these astronomical costs, Suemo's expression remained resolute. With only 1024 fortress points at her disposal, she was far from other upgrades. However, the 500 points required for armor enhancement were just within reach. Initiate the armor enhancement, intermediate, upgrade for the heart of the fortress, Suemo silently affirmed. Confirm the expenditure of 500 fortress points to proceed with armor enhancement, intermediate, upgrade. Upgrade time, 30 minutes, countdown begins. Buzz. The matte coating on the armor's surface deepened, exuding a profound metallic essence. The rear door area, previously dented by a collision with a Hummer, gradually returned to its original form, as if imbued with life. The 30 minutes passed swiftly. Armor enhancement, intermediate, upgrade completed. The enhancement greatly improves physical defense, enabling it to withstand close-range fire from large-caliber rifles and collisions with light vehicles. A second modification slot has been added, allowing for the simultaneous accommodation of 2 special modifications. However, this comes with a drawback. The vehicle's weight increases by 30 units, and fuel consumption rises by approximately 5,100 units. The current remaining fortress points stand at 528. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Suemo's eyes as he beheld the second slot. He promptly retrieved a piece of dark gold armor plate. Heart of the fortress. Initiate special modification. Integrate the vehicle's armor with the dark gold armor. Confirm the consumption of 500 fortress points to perform a special modification on the vehicle's armor using the dark gold armor. Modification time, 30 minutes, countdown begins. A hum resonated as the dark golden luminescence enveloped the entire van like a living liquid. It seamlessly merged with the original armor, flowing and permeating it. The outer layer of the van's armor now bore an additional layer of dark golden patterns. Special modification completed. The vehicle's armor has acquired a new passive ability: energy resistance and self-repair. Energy resistance enhances resilience against non-physical damage such as flames, corrosion, and energy impacts. Self-repair allows the vehicle's armor to slowly mend itself while stationary. Repair speed, 1 day. The current remaining fortress points are now 28. Suemo reveled in the transformation of the vehicle. Although the points had dwindled to 0 once again, the gains were monumental. The significant boost in physical defense, along with the invaluable energy resistance and self-repair ability, elevated the mobile fortress's survivability to an entirely new level. The only troublesome aspect was the fuel consumption, which had reached a staggering 20,100 units. This fuel guzzler left Suemo feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as, with the current fuel tank size, It could only cover a distance of just over 200 kilometers when fully fueled. Suemo, please come help. This solar panel is so heavy. At that moment, Lin Yao's anxious voice echoed from outside the vehicle. Suemo swung open the door, revealing Lin Yao and Luo Shi, two women in a flurry, attempting to secure a foldable solar panel to the roof of the van. Despite Lin Yao's considerable height, she lacked strength, finding this technical task somewhat beyond her expertise. Meanwhile, petite Luo Shi stood on her tiptoes, struggling to hold the panel aloft. Oh no, it's tilting. Yao Jia shifted to the left a bit. Should we use screws to secure it here, or tape? After much effort, the two women managed to affix the solar panel, albeit somewhat askew, to one corner of the roof. Their fixing methods were a hodgepodge. Some screws barely held it in place, while others were wrapped multiple times with strong adhesive tape. And even a rope was tied around it. The result was, well, adorably awkward. Suppressing a laugh, Suemo approached and took the tools from Luo Shi's hands. Allow me, he said. With deft movements, he quickly adjusted the solar panel to the proper angle. Utilizing specialized clasps, the apparatus was securely affixed to the vehicle's original roof interface. Next came the security cameras. Rosie cradled the sophisticated security kit comprising 8 high-definition cameras. Follow my lead. I am a professional, she commanded, directing Suemo and Lin Yao. 8 miniature high-definition cameras were meticulously installed at the front and rear of the vehicle, as well as beneath the side mirrors, and on the roof at various angles. Suemo deftly concealed the wiring within the crevices of the vehicle body and along the internal conduits. Finally, the main control box was connected to the car's central control system. All set. Rosie clapped her hands, her chin raised in pride. Now, we simply need to activate the system for 360-degree surveillance, with no blind spots. It even features night vision, dynamic capture, and automatic alerts. She produced a tablet, her fingers dancing across the screen. In no time, the central display was divided into 8 clear images, presenting the surrounding environment of the van in real time. Impressive, Lin Yao exclaimed sincerely. Although the installation process was fraught with challenges, the outcome was undeniably professional. Suemo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the girl's undeniable talent with electronic devices. Upon returning to the interior, the optimization from Space Folding 1 had rendered the cabin significantly more spacious. The passenger seat was ample enough for Lin Yao and Rosie to sit side by side comfortably. The rear seats were folded flat, creating a considerable area for storage and rest. Supplies were methodically categorized and neatly arranged within customized hidden compartments. Lin Yao's medical kit, Rosie's electronic equipment box, weapon and ammunition case, as well as food and water supplies were each in their designated places. In a corner, a relatively private resting nook had been created, adorned with soft cushions scavenged from who knows where. Rosie gazed at the transformed cabin, her eyes sparkling with delight. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully removed a somewhat worn teddy bear charm from her backpack. This was her most treasured possession. Gently, she hung the teddy bear charm beneath the rearview mirror, where it swayed slightly with the vehicle's subtle movements. This small gesture signified her acceptance of this temporary abode and her sense of belonging to the team. All done. Rosie clapped her hands, surveying her handiwork with satisfaction. Inside the van, a curious amalgamation of technological sophistication and homely warmth emerged. The solar panels atop the roof could absorb sunlight, providing power for the security system and electronic devices. A high-performance laptop was connected to the vehicle's systems, while 3 drones and a signal transmitter lay quietly in their designated compartments. The van finally bore a semblance of a mobile fortress of war. At least in terms of information perception and electronic countermeasures, it had begun to take shape. Lin Yao took out her phone and notepad, instinctively preparing to sift through information manually. Let me see what new updates are on the forum. Rosie snatched her phone with an air of triumph on her cherubic face. Oh, Sister Yao, why bother with such complexities? Watch me. She connected her tablet to the vehicle's system via a data cable. Her fingers danced over the keyboard, creating a blur of motion that dazzled the eye. Lines of code cascaded across the screen like a torrent. The information crawler initiated keyword filtering for the Survivor Forum's Star City section within the past 24 hours, while a credibility analysis model loaded, and threat levels were automatically annotated to generate a summary report. In just a few minutes, ding, both Suemo and Lin Yao's phones chimed with a WeChat notification. They were ushered into a group chat named Mobile War Fortress, presided over by none other than Rosie, whose alias was Princess Little Bear. The other members were limited to 2, Lin Yao, referred to affectionately as Sister Yao, and Suemo, humorously dubbed Cosmic Super Invincible Exploding Bad Egg. Upon seeing the evidently resentful, yet somewhat childish moniker, Sumo's lips twitched, but he refrained from comment. Shortly thereafter, a document was dispatched into the group by Princess Little Bear. Suemo clicked to open it, revealing a well-formatted, detailed report before his eyes. Star City Area Survivor Intelligence Summary, Little Bear's Compilation. Crimson Mist Update. The contraction rate remains stable at 12 kilometers per day. The safe zone in the eastern suburbs is shrinking. It is advised to relocate southeast promptly. Credibility. High, corroborated by satellite data. The Falcon Alliance is suspected to have reached a collaboration with a certain military unit, extending their operational scope into the Western District. Threat level, extremely high. Credibility, medium-high, multiple eyewitness accounts, equipment photographs. The Iron Shield Alliance branch, Jinxiao Building Materials Market, was attacked by a leader-level mutated beast, suffering severe losses. Leader Zhao Gang is missing. The remaining forces are consolidating defenses. Threat level, medium. Credibility, high, fragments of live broadcast. Wolffang Camp has issued a bounty. Hunt elite-level corrosive beasts, characteristics, secreting strong acidic mucus on the surface. Reward, 10 liters of purified water and 5 packs of compressed military rations. Location, abandoned chemical factory in the northern suburbs. Threat to reward assessment, high risk, medium reward. Resource point intelligence, special event items. At the report's conclusion, Rosie had thoughtfully appended her action suggestions. Lin Yao stared in wide-eyed amazement, finally managing to utter. Impressive. The efficiency, the volume of information, and the analytical advice were indeed magnitudes greater than her manual browsing of the forum. Sumo's gaze was firmly fixed on the line in bold and highlighted text within the report. The Iron Shield Alliance headquarters will hold an auction tonight at 8 p.m. The disclosed list of auction items includes undetermined special metal, approximately the size of a fist, dark blue in color, in a low-temperature state. Description, extremely hard. Impervious to conventional cutting methods. The size of a fist, a dark blue hue, and an extremely rigid state. These characteristics bear a striking resemblance to the flame iron shavings and dark golden armor he had previously acquired. It is highly likely that this represents yet another unique material suitable for specialized modifications. The auction of the Iron Shield Alliance commences at 8 p.m. tonight. A cold, sharp smile graced Sumo's lips, indicating that he was indeed entangled in murky waters. Chapter 47. The Iron Shield Alliance. The current road conditions have deteriorated significantly. The Wuling Hongguang weaves through a narrow path littered with abandoned vehicles. The solar panels atop the vehicle reflect the last rays of the setting sun. 2 light machine guns are automatically concealed within their bases. After all, 2 nights prior, this national vehicle had stirred quite a commotion at the Jinxiao Materials Market. Additionally, Zhao Gang is affiliated with the Iron Shield Alliance. At least from an exterior perspective, it bears a considerable difference from its previous menacing appearance. This time, they were here to participate in an auction, and there was no need to plunge the entire team into deeper troubles. Suemo cast a glance at the dashboard, 1743. They were still a kilometer away from the logistics park that houses the Iron Shield Alliance's headquarters. The passenger seat lay vacant, while Lin Yao and Luo Shi squeezed into the resting space available in the back. The screen of Luo Shi's tablet glowed softly, illuminating her focused visage. Her fingers glided across the screen, projecting the map of the logistics park onto the central display. Big bad guy. Ahead lies the territory of the Iron Shield Alliance. Longting Logistics Park. She rapidly typed on the keyboard to retrieve the map, then lifted her head. They close the gates at 6 in the evening. Given the current road conditions, we will arrive just in time. Suemo remained silent, pressing the accelerator to the floor. 1802. Lin Yao peered through the one-way glass of the window as the immense outline of the logistics park emerged on the horizon. A 5-meter-high barbed wire fence extended for several kilometers, its top entwined with electrified coils. The main entrance consisted of 2 heavy alloy gates, guarded by 8 sentinels stationed behind sandbag fortifications. Clad entirely in bulletproof vests, they bore grenades at their waists and assault rifles on their backs. What Suemo envied even more was the heavy machine gun mounted behind the sandbag barricade, as indicated by the metallic resonance feedback. Suemo was uncertain whether the mid-level armor could withstand its assault. Yet, none of this equipment appeared to be standard issue from Huaxia. He was at a loss as to where this group had procured such armaments. At that moment, the dark muzzles of guns protruded from the cover on either side. Aiming at the incongruous van, a burly man clad in a camouflage vest and sporting sunglasses emerged from behind the cover, with his assault rifle pointed diagonally toward the ground. His voice resonated through a loudspeaker. "Stop the vehicle. State your identity. Purpose." As the window rolled down, Suemo turned his phone screen toward the guards. Displayed upon it was an encrypted electronic invitation bearing the insignia of the Iron Shield. 3 minutes ago, Rosie infiltrated the auction house's back end. "Participate in the auction." Suemo spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. The burly man took a few steps closer, squinting as he scanned the invitation code. He warily scrutinized the unremarkable van, particularly pausing at its roof to ascertain the absence of weaponry. He succinctly stated, with the barrel of his gun slightly raised, "I haven't seen this vehicle before." According to protocol, verification of funds is required. Sumo remained still, merely gesturing with his chin towards the passenger seat. The burly man, filled with suspicion, leaned closer to the window gap. Upon spotting an entire box of unopened Nongfu spring bottled water on the passenger seat, his pupils dilated sharply. In this post-apocalyptic world, such items were considered hard currency. The guard's Adam's apple bobbed as the gun's barrel instinctively lowered. Once inside, proceed straight for 500 meters and take a right. The auction hall is located in the district warehouse. Do not stray, or you will be dealt with ruthlessly. He stepped back and waved his hand behind him, signaling for passage. Once the van entered the compound, Rosie immediately leaned towards the front seat gap. Speaking rapidly, she relayed information to Sumo, the villain. The leader of Iron Shield is called Tyrannosaurus. He possesses the formidable talent of dragon strength, reputed to be capable of tearing through steel plates. Before the apocalypse, he was a notorious figure in Star City, orchestrating underground street races on the second ring road that resulted in the deaths of several individuals. As the situation tightened, he shifted to underground bare-knuckle boxing, assembling a band of ruthless fighters. After the apocalypse, his luck soared as he discovered large caches of smuggled military-grade assault rifles and grenades in a shipping container within this logistics park. Leveraging these hard assets and his merciless nature, he quickly rallied a crew and claimed this territory. Zhao Gang is a mad dog under his command, responsible for the Jinxiao building materials market. Tonight, in addition to the auction, there are rumors of an exciting underground boxing tournament. Tyrannosaurus himself occasionally participates, claiming he relishes crushing his opponent's bones. Sumo's gaze swiftly traversed the compound. The vast warehouse had been converted into barracks and fortifications. Several vehicles, fortified with steel plating, were parked in the open area, while armed personnel clad in matching black vests patrolled back and forth. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood and an unsettling cacophony. Sumo nodded, uniformly equipped with Soviet gear. Indeed, they are far superior to the rabble at Jinxiao. He instructed, "Find a place to park. This location is not suitable for lingering. We shall depart once our business is concluded." As soon as the van came to a halt, a screeching sound of brakes echoed from the entrance of the logistics park. A battered off-road vehicle came to an unsteady stop. Its doors were warped, and the windshield shattered like spider silk. For blood-soaked, disheveled men tumbled out of the vehicle. The leader among them was Zhao Gang, whose once formidable physique now bore the weight of exhaustion. His left arm was hastily bandaged with torn clothing, seeping dark red blood. The three men trailing behind him were in an even more dire state. A man with a severed arm, another with a face smeared with blood and flesh, and yet another limping painfully. Zhao Gang leaned against the car door, panting heavily, his eyes ablaze with bitterness and madness. "Damn it, that accursed Wuling Hongwan. And that monstrous mantis. Just wait until I catch my breath. I'll dismantle that wretched vehicle and feed it to the zombies. Those people inside, I will personally flay them alive." Soon, a high-ranking guard adorned with a shield emblem approached, his expression devoid of emotion. "Captain Zhao, the boss wishes to see you." Now, the malice on Zhao Gang's face instantly froze, replaced by terror. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to follow the guard toward the heart of the compound. The tallest office building. On the top floor of the office building, in a spacious room, several women lay scattered on the floor, their bodies slick with viscous fluid. Their status uncertain. A towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, faced away from the entrance, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows. He was bare-skinned, his muscles forged like iron. A seductive woman was diligently cleaning up the aftermath of the battle for him. The man bore numerous scars, particularly a deep gash running from the back of his neck to his waist. Merely standing there exuded a suffocating aura. This man was the leader of the Iron Shield Alliance, known as the Tyrannosaurus. As Zhao Gang was ushered in, he instinctively shrank his neck. "Boss." The Tyrannosaurus slowly turned around, scrutinizing the disheveled Zhao Gang with a cold snort. The Golden Bridge building materials market. Reports on the forum say it was decimated by a leader-class mutated beast. "You survived?" Zhao Gang trembled, collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Boss, there was a Wuling van. They lured that monster. My brothers, they died so tragically. I fought with all my might." The Tyrannosaurus interrupted him, slowly striding forward, casting a massive shadow that enveloped Zhao Gang entirely. "Decimated? I provided you with men, arms, and territory. And what do I hear? You tell me the Golden Bridge is gone?" Zhao Gang, in terror, dared to raise his gaze, his words faltering. "Boss, it's true. That vehicle is devilishly formidable. Its armor is absurdly thick, It has a machine gun on the roof and can even aim itself. The Tyrannosaurus seized him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. I watched the forum videos. It was you who used living men as shields and fled first. The reputation of the Iron Shield Alliance has been utterly ruined because of you. Zhao Gang's legs buckled, and he knelt before the Tyrannosaurus. Boss, I, Zhao Gang, have followed you for 10 years. I may not have merits, but I have labored hard. I have talent. I can fight. I can serve you. Then, he turned to the seductive woman beside him, bowing fervently. Sister-in-law, please persuade Brother Long to grant me another chance. The alluring woman nodded, whispering a few words into Brother Long's ear. The Tyrannosaurus's gaze was both cruel and playful as he waved his hand toward the entrance. Two burly men clad in tight black vests immediately stepped inside. With an impassive expression, he hoisted the limp Zhao Gang, who resembled a puddle of mud. This is my territory, not a scrapyard. I have plenty of dogs that can fight. Those who cannot guard the home, are they to be kept for the new year? Tonight's warm-up match is a test of survival. Prove your worth or perish, merely to amuse the audience of the boxing arena. As Zhao Gang was dragged away, his eyes brimmed with terror, which was swiftly supplanted by a twisted ferocity. I possess the blood of a mad warrior with unparalleled talent. As long as I endure the opening, the heavier my injuries, the stronger I shall become. I still have a chance. The Tyrannosaurus approached the window, gazing down at the encroaching crimson mist in the distance. According to estimates, within 48 hours, his base would be consumed by the red fog. Thus, before departing, he orchestrated this internal auction. Tonight marks the final revelry. Suddenly, rain began to pour from the heavens. The entrance to the fighting arena was teeming with people, the cacophony of voices swelling in waves. He grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. A mere van? Regardless of its origins, anyone daring to stir chaos in his domain must pay the price. At that moment, a fervent cheer and roar erupted from the direction of the fighting arena. He had invested heavily in tonight's spectacle. Before the crowd, he intended to tame that magnificent stallion. Chapter 48. Golden Rose Vela at the headquarters of the Iron Shield Alliance. In the underground parking lot, before the auction commenced, there were preliminary activities for the fighting arena. The atmosphere was already electrified with excitement. Compared to those still battling for survival outside the logistics park, this place was akin to paradise. The audience was packed to capacity, a diverse array of survivors waving their fists, unleashing primal fury to the fullest extent. Within a makeshift iron cage, Zhao Gang was gasping for breath. Beneath his feet lay 3 mangled corpses, the remnants of his few remaining subordinates. One had a skull crushed to pulp, another had a collapsed chest, and the last had a throat torn open, blood gushing forth and staining the smooth floor. A referee clad in a black vest shouted through a megaphone, "Rules? There are no rules. Survive, and that is the only rule. Anything usable is a weapon. Only one person can walk out of this cage." Zhao Gang wiped the blood splattered across his face. The blood of a mad warrior surged within him, driven by pain and slaughter. The agony did not weaken him. Rather, it made his muscles swell with power. "Brother, spare me. We've fought together." A subordinate, whose leg was broken, crawled backward, his voice tinged with desperation. Zhao Gang spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva. "Fought together? Who the hell just tried to stab me in the back?" He bent down, seized a rusted steel rebar from the ground, and hurled it with all his might. The rebar whistled through the air, piercing the temple of the supplicant. Crimson and ivory splattered together, devoid of finesse, merely the most primal violence and crushing force. The cacophony of shattering bones, agonized cries of the near-dead, and the raucous cheers of the audience intertwined, reminiscent of a hellish inferno. After 2.5 minutes, the iron cage door was wrenched open violently. Zhao Gang staggered to his feet, the remnants of his single eye fixated on the opposing passage. He had survived temporarily, trading the lives of 3 brothers for the promise of another chance from the tyrant leader. According to their prior agreement, a single victory would restore his significance in the eyes of the tyrant. At this moment, the referee spat at the mangled remains within the cage. "Clear the waste. Notify the kitchen, an extra meal tonight. The warm-up is over. Now let us welcome tonight's appetizer. Vela." The referee bellowed into the microphone, resembling a legendary commentator in that instant. The cheers and whistles surged with even greater fervor than before. "Vela, my goddess, the Golden Rose, the undefeated legend. Take down Zhao Gang. He is already finished." At that moment, a tall silhouette emerged slowly from the shadows at the rear of the arena. Vela. She donned a black tank top, tattered camouflage trousers, and was barefoot. Her golden hair, of varying lengths, was haphazardly tied into a ponytail, with streaks of dark red cascading down her forehead, obscuring the signature scar upon her brow. Her expression was devoid of emotion as she stepped toward the octagonal cage. The audience cast greedy, lascivious, and brutal gazes upon her, yet she remained unfazed, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Only when she neared the edge of the cage did a flicker of emotion ripple deep within her eyes. 15 years ago, in the old district of Star City, on a tempestuous night, a grievous traffic accident claimed many lives. 10-year-old Vela curled beneath her parents' cold bodies. An elderly scavenger dragged her from the heap of corpses. "Come with me, little foreigner, there's food to eat." She did not weep, silently following the old man. 12 years prior, in a dilapidated shantytown, the stench of mold and cheap alcohol mingled on another stormy night. The old man, inebriated, clawed at Vela's frail clothing with his calloused hands. "After raising you all these years, it's time you repay me." She did not scream or plead. In the darkness, Vela grasped the old man's kitchen knife. With a swift motion, she struck. She watched as he clutched his neck, eyes wide, before collapsing heavily to the ground. Vela wiped the blood from her face, donning the cleanest clothes the old man possessed. Facing the torrential rain, she stepped out of the shack. 10 years ago, backstage at an underground fighting arena. Yet another stormy night. Vela, battered and bruised, curled up in a corner like a feral dog. The tyrant crouched before her, gripping her chin, compelling her to lift her gaze. Her gaze was sharp, fierce, and cold. "Join me," she beckoned. "I shall teach you the art of survival, how to drive, how to fight, and even how to kill." Thus, Vela became the most formidable and obedient weapon in the hands of the Tyrannosaurus. Yet, beneath her nape, he had also implanted a miniature remote-controlled bomb, a Damocles sword hanging ominously over her head. Until 10 days ago, the apocalypse descended, shrouding the world in crimson fog. By chance, Vela overheard the Tyrannosaurus boasting to his subordinates, "That little pony, I've nurtured her for years, just waiting for her to reach full maturity. Alas, this damned apocalypse. Yet, it's not all bad. She is now worth even more, whether as a thug or as a plaything." In that moment, she realized that the scavenger who had dragged her from the pile of corpses, as well as the tragic accident involving her parents, and even the chance encounter in the underground fighting arena with the Tyrannosaurus, were all part of a meticulously crafted script by him. She had never truly escaped the fate of that rainy night. She remained the coveted doll, merely transitioning from a dilapidated shack to this more sanguinary arena. However, she concealed her awakened dual talents from everyone. Only those who excel in two distinct realms possess such dual gifts. To the Tyrannosaurus, she was merely a tool capable of fighting and driving. Talent? It was of no consequence, knowing it might hasten her demise or lead to her further exploitation. On another stormy night, perhaps the arena would serve as a fitting sanctuary? Dying there was far more dignified than being auctioned off like mere cargo or discarded as refuse once boredom set in. Vela pulled open the iron cage door and stepped inside. The cold wire mesh clanged shut behind her. A fight to the death? She was indifferent. Barefoot, she stood in the viscous pool of blood, lifting her head to scan the opposing fighter, Zhao Gang. Slowly, she raised her fist, clad in brass knuckles, assuming a standard fighting stance. Her eyes remained as frigid as eternal ice, suppressing all emotions and memories deep within her heart. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner of the audience. There sat a man, clad in an ordinary dark coat, his posture erect, in the midst of the frenzied crowd. He appeared out of place. He neither shouted nor waved his arms, but sat quietly. As Vela's eyes met his, something stirred within her hollow heart. His gaze lacked fervor, greed, or lewdness, devoid of warmth. It was as if he were assessing the value of a tool or observing a peer. Intriguing, indeed. Suamo. He blended into the crowd, observing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman within the cage, squinting slightly. Then, he issued a command through the Bluetooth earpiece he had prepared earlier, directing Rosie in the parking lot. "In 3 minutes, I want all the information on this woman." Chapter 49. Vela Zhao Gang stood amidst the pool of blood, his gaze fixed on the figure slowly approaching from the opposite side. He licked his cracked lips, revealing a sinister grin. "Vela? Your combat skills are still those I taught you. They've become increasingly potent. I hear you're still a novice? How did you end up bleeding like this? Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson on behalf of my boss. Let you know what a real man is." The audience erupted at Zhao Gang's words, cheers, jeers, and vulgar shouts echoing all around. "Brother Gang is mighty. Tear her apart. Damn, this mare is thrilling. Go, Brother Gang. The betting has begun. Supplies and ammunition can serve as collateral. Bet firmly. Zhao Gang wins at 5-1. Vela wins at 3-1. What the hell? Such high odds. Do you underestimate our rose goddess? Goddess my foot. Just a whore who climbed the ranks on her looks. Zhao Gang possesses unparalleled talent. Blood of the berserker. The more injured, the fiercer he becomes. Look at that one eye of his. He is like a raging bull now. Vela walked expressionlessly to the center of the cage. As for the venomous remarks and lewd gazes, she seemed utterly accustomed to them. She didn't even cast a glance at Zhao Gang, her former mentor. The two alloy knuckle dusters were already silently fitted onto her fingers. Zhao Gang's fury at her indifference reached its peak. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Today, I will show you that in the face of an endowed one's absolute power, you ordinary folk are nothing but dust. Once I break your limbs and strip you bare before the crowd, let us see how you continue to act. Before his words faded, Zhao Gang propelled himself forward with a single push from his foot. Despite having lost an eye and sustaining a broken arm, these impediments did not hinder him. In fact, under the blessing of the Berserker's bloodline, his speed and power surged beyond the ordinary. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers as they envisioned the gruesome sight of Vela being sent flying. Vela moved. She did not confront him head-on, nor did she attempt to block. At the moment Zhao Gang was about to collide with her, it was as if guided by instinct. She sidestepped at an incredible angle. Simultaneously, her toes lightly pressed against a fragment of broken rebar on the ground. With a resounding crack, Zhao Gang's massive frame, propelled by tremendous inertia, was unable to change direction in time. His left leg collided forcefully with the rebar. His camouflage pants were instantly shredded, and a deep gash was carved into his calf muscle by the sharp metal. The excruciating pain elicited a roar from Zhao Gang, momentarily halting his charge. Vela had already leveraged the momentum to evade, landing a few steps away, still retaining her impassive demeanor. Damn it, the wretched woman. All she can do is dodge. Zhao Gang clutched his bleeding calf, madness intensifying in his single eye. Yet, under the influence of his innate warrior blood, injury and pain only served to amplify his strength. Provided he was not dealt a fatal blow. This time, he refrained from reckless charges, wielding his remaining right fist with tremendous force, pushing the limits of speed and power to their utmost. Vela continued to evade, her movements fluid and enigmatic, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Zhao Gang's fists grazed the edges of her garments, striking the iron mesh of the cage with a force that reverberated through the entire structure. Occasionally, Vela would deftly block the blows with her tiger claws, never engaging directly. Each contact was as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. You useless coward. Is running all you can do? Golden Rose? More like a golden rat. Zhao Gang, tear her apart. Don't let her dance around anymore. Damn it. This woman is as slippery as an eel. Come on, brother Gang. The audience's jeers and curses grew louder. Those who had wagered on Zhao Gang began to fidget with anxiety, while Vela's supporters sweated nervously. Frustration mounted as Zhao Gang faced repeated failure. The dual stimuli of rage and pain drove him to the brink of insanity as he furiously pursued Vela. Her gaze remained cold, and she ceased merely evading, instead beginning to manipulate the obstacles within the cage, deliberately leading Zhao Gang towards the sharp metallic debris. With each slash of his right arm, back, and thigh, new wounds opened, blood flowing, a source of power as well as a countdown to his demise. Drenched in blood, his aura grew increasingly ferocious. Yet the loss of blood rendered his movements sluggish and stiff. Die! Zhao Gang roared, lunging once more. In that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Vela's eyes. No longer retreating, she charged towards Zhao Gang. Just as they were about to collide, she slipped past under his arm, simultaneously raising her clawed hand. The sharp edges of her tiger claws struck precisely at Zhao Gang's chin. With a bone-crushing crack, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. His massive frame crumpled to the ground, struggling to raise his head, his single eye filled with malice. Vela approached him, looking down from her elevated stance. Her azure eyes remained devoid of emotion as she lifted her foot, targeting Zhao Gang's twisted neck. Please, no, Zhao Gang stammered incoherently. But with Vela's decisive step, all pleas for mercy were silenced. The entire arena was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Moments later, the tumult erupted like a tsunami. She won. Golden Rose triumphed. Damn, I won my bet. 3-1. I'm rich. Damn it. Zhao Gang is a waste. Such talent wasted. Goddess. My goddess. So magnificent. Did you see that last kick? Clean and precise. Now that is a master. Cheers, curses, regrets, and ecstatic exclamations merged into a cacophony that threatened to topple the rooftop. Yet, Vera appeared impervious to the clamor surrounding her. She bent down, her expression impassive, and detached a water flask from Zhao Gang's lifeless body. After a gentle shake revealed that it still contained a substantial amount of murky liquid, she unscrewed the cap and tilted her head back to take a few swigs. Then, under the scrutinizing gazes of countless onlookers, she boldly reached into her black tank top, probing for something. After a moment of searching, she produced a small packet, meticulously wrapped in oil paper, containing jerky. She tore open the wrapping and began to munch on it nonchalantly, replenishing the energy she had expended in the recent skirmish. Wow, how wild, how flavorful. Haha, the goddess of roses is truly exceptional. Whistles and more overt jests erupted throughout the arena. In a corner of the audience, Sumo's brow subtly furrowed. He observed the golden-haired woman within the cage, noting the scar that marred her brow. An indescribable sensation surged within him. What had this girl endured to maintain such a near-numb tranquility amidst the gruesome slaughter and sordid tumult? At that moment, a voice crackled through the Bluetooth headset. Rosie, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. You naughty boy. Here's the information you requested. Vera, female, 25 years old, 172 centimeters tall, 58 kilograms, measurements. Cough, 362,436. How about that? Satisfied? A 36-inch model. Big chest and perky backside. Just your type, right? Chapter 50. Sumo's turn. A vein throbbed at Sumo's temple as he lowered his voice to reprimand. Rosie, what on earth are you thinking? I require her background information, not this nonsensical chatter. Do you truly believe I am some domineering CEO from a short drama? Silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds, before Rosie's voice, now tinged with genuine emotion, broke through, her tone thick with tears. Woo-woo, Sister Yao. Sumo, you big bully. He is scaring me. I managed to uncover Vera's tragic past. Woo-woo, it's truly pitiful. As she sobbed, she recounted Vera's harrowing history at breakneck speed, the tragic accident on a rainy night that left her orphaned, the betrayal and subsequent vengeance by an elderly scavenger who took her in, her rescue by the Tyrannosaurus, her transformation into a tool, her prowess as a professional racer, and her reign as a champion in underground boxing. Not to mention the remote-controlled bomb implanted in the nape of her neck. Woo-woo, that beast, Tyrannosaurus. He is not even human. Sumo, I consent to you taking her in. She is so formidable. Even if she lacks talent, she could serve as a driver or bodyguard. Our van has ample space now. It can accommodate her. Rosie pleaded through her tears. Sumo's gaze instantly turned icy as he looked toward the octagonal cage, where the golden-haired woman continued to chew her jerky, seemingly detached from the world around her. Her gaze lingered for a fleeting moment at the nape of her neck, where a metallic resonance subtly awakened a passive perception. Indeed, a minuscule yet intricately structured metallic object was embedded deep within the subcutaneous tissue, affixed to the vertebrae. Sumo spoke gravely. Rosie, can you handle the bomb at her nape? Rosie detected the seriousness in Sumo's tone and inhaled sharply. I need time. The bomb structure is quite complex, featuring both physical and remote triggers as dual safeguards. Any forced tampering or attempts to extract it could result in immediate detonation. However, I might be able to infiltrate its control system if given sufficient time. Sumo interrupted her. Understood, try to manage it, but don't put yourself in jeopardy. At that moment, the door to the octagonal cage swung open once more. Several staff members clad in black vests entered with impassive expressions, efficiently dragging away Zhao Gang's corpse. The referee once again leapt onto the stage, microphone in hand, his voice jubilant. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Golden Rose Vera has once again validated her undefeated legend. Now, which brave soul wishes to challenge our Rose Goddess? Defeating her not only promises generous rewards, but also, he deliberately elongated his tone, casting a glance over the audience, an opportunity for an intimate exchange with the goddess. Laughter and whistles erupted from the crowd once more, yet this time, no one answered. Vera's swift and decisive handling of the frenzied Zhao Gang had deterred many who had previously been eager. Just as the referee was about to declare Vera's successful defense of her title, a low, oppressive voice resonated from the rear of the arena. Since no one dares to step up, the imposing figure of Tyrannosaurus emerged into the spotlight, a smile on his face as he regarded Vera within the cage. Then I shall personally step down and play with my little Rose. Accompanied by several loyal bodyguards, Tyrannosaurus advanced toward the stage along a designated path, parting the crowd like a wave. Upon reaching the cage, he leaned against the wire mesh, fixing his gaze on Vera. His voice, though low, echoed clearly throughout the arena. Vera, I remember you have yet to experience the pleasure of a man. Fear not, I shall make it unforgettable. If no one else challenges, I will claim you before all. Your first defeat, and your first. His words were direct, igniting an unparalleled fervor in the atmosphere. Vera's body suddenly stiffened. Was this truly her fate? Above, the rain intensified. Still, she did not raise her gaze. A flicker of cruelty passed through her ice-blue eyes. Was this man truly devoid of pretense? The Tyrannosaurus possessed extraordinary talent, yet its physical prowess surpassed her own by several levels. If a confrontation were to ensue, she could not guarantee the demise of her adversary before her. Just as the Tyrannosaurus grinned malevolently, Preparing to unfasten the cage door, a serene voice shattered the oppressive silence. Wait. In the corner, a man clad in a dark coat rose to his feet. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him. Suemo pushed through the spectators blocking his path and steadily advanced towards the arena. His gait was composed, fixating his gaze upon the referee as he raised a finger towards the caged Vela. I accept her challenge. You just mentioned that defeating her would yield substantial rewards, along with opportunities for in-depth discussions. He deliberately emphasized the latter, laced with a hint of amusement. His piercing gaze swept over the referee before settling on the Tyrannosaurus. The referee, under the weight of that scrutinizing stare, felt a shiver run down his spine and dared not respond. The veins on the Tyrannosaurus's temples throbbed, and an involuntary twitch flickered at the corner of his eye. Vela's chewing motion abruptly ceased as she gradually lifted her head to meet Sumo's gaze, only to lower it again, allowing a dyed strand of dark crimson hair to obscure her eyes, concealing her emotions. It seemed this man was not so different after all. The referee was evidently taken aback, failing to anticipate that anyone would dare to intervene after the Tyrannosaurus had clearly signaled his intent to step into the ring. Momentarily at a loss, he instinctively glanced towards the entrance where the Tyrannosaurus stood. The Tyrannosaurus's eyes bore into Suemo with unabashed malice, causing those nearby to instinctively retract their necks. His glare was fixed upon Suemo, fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously, before the watchful crowd. Retracting from a self-imposed rule would undoubtedly be a slap to his own face, diminishing his authority. Yet, this unexpected challenger stirred an intense displeasure within him. If you seek death, I shall oblige. The Tyrannosaurus turned his head, shaking a wolf-tooth necklace hanging from his neck, and commanded Vela in the cage. Vela, eliminate him. In the most excruciating manner. I want to witness this trophy reduced to a pile of flesh. Upon seeing the necklace, Vela's body tensed momentarily, only to revert to her icy demeanor. She nodded slightly. Yes, boss. Suemo appeared unfazed by Vela's reaction. The Tyrannosaurus leaned towards a trusted subordinate, speaking in a tone only they could hear. 3 minutes. Discover every detail about this bastard. This internal auction had introduced numerous unfamiliar faces, but whoever dared to touch his vulnerabilities would meet a fatal end. Understood, Dragon Brother. The subordinate nodded promptly and pushed through the crowd. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus took several steps back, arms crossed, preparing to relish a sanguinary execution. He possesses unwavering faith in Vera's prowess, and even more in the absolute control conferred by the bomb implanted within her. This naive youth shall soon come to regret his existence in this world. With a resounding clang, the heavy iron cage door slammed shut behind Suemo. Vera gradually assumed a combat stance, her hands, adorned with alloy knuckle dusters, hanging naturally by her sides. Suemo stood opposite her, his expression serene, even appearing somewhat nonchalant. He lightly flexed his wrist, his gaze fixed upon Vera. The air within the confined octagonal cage tightened to an almost unbearable degree. The referee wiped the cold sweat from his brow, raising the microphone in an attempt to rekindle the atmosphere. All right. This valiant warrior displays commendable courage. He dares to challenge our undefeated legend, the Golden Rose. Vera, challenger. Enter the arena. A fight to the death. No rules. With a sudden swing of his arm, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Let the match begin. Vera offered no words nor any preliminary probing. The instant the referee's voice fell silent, she sprang into action. Chapter 51. Turning Vera. This punch was swift, fierce, and precise. It embodied the pure intent to kill, honed through countless life and death struggles. Unlike her previous encounter with Zhao Gang, in facing this unfamiliar man, she was determined to execute the command from the Tyrannosaurus, to eliminate this oblivious man in the most excruciating manner. Sumo's pupils contracted. Vera's speed far exceeded his expectations. Even having observed her battle with Zhao Gang, the raw explosive power and murderous intent she exuded in this direct confrontation stirred him. Originally, Suemo had come to this place to attend an internal auction, intending to procure special metallic materials. However, the woman before him held greater allure. Such skill, if he could recruit her, would render his journey worthwhile. Yet, if he failed to sway Vera on the arena, he was confident in his innate skills to defeat her and retreat unscathed. Metallic armament. Suemo silently urged himself, and his right arm, gleaming with a metallic sheen, shot upwards. The outer side of his forearm met the incoming knuckle duster with precision. The piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the underground chamber. The impact jolted Sumo's arm, causing him to involuntarily step back half a pace. What immense strength! Yet, Vera was not unscathed. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as she staggered back 3 steps before regaining her balance. No wonder he dared to challenge Vera. This man is an endowed fighter. But what of endowed fighters? Those who fell at Vera's hands could be counted on one hand. Yes, finish him, goddess of roses. Tear apart this ignorant fool. Before the audience could finish their chant, Vera, having steadied herself, spun with agility, using one hand to anchor her knuckle duster on the ground, while her right leg swept horizontally towards Sumo's ribcage. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Sumo summoned the core strength of his abdomen, forcefully pivoting his body to narrowly evade a sweeping kick powerful enough to shatter bones. In tandem, his right fist surged forward, aiming at the opening exposed by Vela's attack. Suspended in midair, Vela abruptly altered her posture. Sumo's fist grazed the tip of her nose. However, the right hand that anchored her body exerted tremendous force, propelling her upwards like a spring, her knees colliding with Sumo's chest. What swift reflexes, Sumo mused. Yet, his own response paled in comparison to Vela's. Honed in the underground fighting arena, he could only cross his arms, the metallic gauntlet of his right hand firmly shielding his chest. A dull thud resounded. Sumo felt an immense force surge through him, his arms throbbing with pain, as if the very blood within him reverberated. This strength was beyond human capability. Could it be that Vela was also a gifted individual? Yet, according to Rosie's intel, Vela had not awakened any abilities. By the time Sumo gathered his wits, he found himself propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wire mesh behind him. The mesh trembled violently, emitting a piercing hum. In merely 3 exchanges, Sumo's resolve to recruit her solidified further. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers and shouts. Tyrannosaurus, arms crossed at the cage's edge, bore a cruel smile. Yes, just like that. Tear him apart. Let everyone witness the fate of those who dare challenge his authority. As Vela landed, she showed no signs of pause, advancing once more with relentless ferocity. Her attacks fell like a tempest, her striking claws slicing through the air, leaving trails of afterimages. Each blow targeted Sumo's vital points: the throat, the temple, the heart, the groin, each strike lethal. Within the confined space, Sumo maneuvered with agility, relying on his metallic armament to withstand or deflect her onslaught. Though it appeared chaotic and perilous, his gaze remained exceptionally composed. He was observing, waiting for a moment when she might heed his words. Vela unleashed another vicious straight punch aimed at his face. Sumo sidestepped, and in that fleeting instant, their bodies intertwined. He lowered his voice, articulating rapidly yet clearly into Vela's ear. 15 years ago, the second ring of Star City, on a stormy night, the death race. Vela's movements hesitated imperceptibly. A flicker of ripples emerged within her icy blue eyes. For the briefest moment, her assault faltered, though it lasted only a fraction of a second. It was ample for Sumo. Seizing the ephemeral opportunity, he advanced rather than retreating, closing the distance until they were mere inches apart, their breaths audible. A fleeting glint of ferocity crossed Vela's eyes as her claws once again poised to strike. Sumo's voice once again penetrated her ears. The scavenger is arranged by Tyrannosaurus. Vela's claw strike momentarily halted in midair, barely an inch from Sumo's throat, before being evaded once more. Sumo's voice continued unabated, whispering even as he dodged. The scavenger, in the underground boxing arena, was saved by Tyrannosaurus. He nurtured you, taught you to kill and drive, treating you as a mere tool, implanting a bomb within you. Vela, all the suffering you have endured over the years has been orchestrated by Tyrannosaurus. He is the root of all your anguish. Vela's body trembled violently. Fixing her gaze on Sumo, she finally spoke after creating a slight distance, her voice laced with a hint of hoarseness and tremor. How do you know? Sumo's words quickened, his gaze sweeping over the grim-faced Tyrannosaurus outside the cage. That is not important. What matters is, do you wish to break free from him? Do you long for true freedom? Vela's eyes wrestled with turmoil. Freedom? That word felt distant and extravagant to her. The cold metal object at the nape of her neck constantly reminded her of her predicament. She barely managed to squeeze out the word bomb through clenched teeth. Sumo declared resolutely, I can resolve it. A glimmer of hope ignited in Vela's eyes. Resolve the bomb. Is that true? Tyrannosaurus had claimed the bomb's structure was exceedingly complex. Forcing its removal or destruction would instantly render her a headless corpse, with both remote and physical detonation mechanisms. What grounds did this man have to claim he could help? At that moment, Tyrannosaurus's furious roar echoed outside the cage. His face was ashen, clearly infuriated by Vela's failure to deal with Sumo. Vela, what the hell are you dawdling for? Tear him apart. Immediately. Right now? Subsequently. Tyrannosaurus grasped the wolf-tooth necklace around her neck, reminding her that with a press of the button on it, he could detonate the bomb encircling her neck. The struggle in her eyes was swiftly replaced by a chilling, murderous intent. Freedom? Hope. Those were ethereal concepts, utterly beyond her grasp. After all, the bomb around her neck was the sword of Damocles hanging over her head. She could not afford to gamble. She dared not gamble. The last flicker of hesitation vanished from Vela's eyes, replaced by an even more ferocious desire to kill. With a fierce breath, she plunged forward without reservation, launching another assault on Sumo with an intensity far more lethal than before. Sumo's expression sharpened. He understood that mere words were insufficient to fully shake the soul imprisoned for over a decade. Yet the seed had been sown. That was enough. Outside the cage, the Tyrannosaurus Rex observed with a twisted satisfaction as Vela unleashed her renewed offensive. The creature's casual movements did not escape Sumo's keen eye. It seemed that the bomb's remote control lay right there. Rosie, the remote control for the bomb is hidden within the wolf's tooth necklace. Sumo discreetly transmitted his instructions to Rosie. Acknowledged, you villain. No wonder it was elusive. Witness how this young lady demonstrates her prowess. Rosie's voice crackled with excitement through the earpiece. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus Rex regarded its returning confidant, lowering its voice with an icy demeanor. Have you found anything? What do we know about that kid? The subordinate's expression darkened as he replied in hushed tones. Brother Long, the time was too short. We only tracked him to a Wuling van near the Jinxiao building materials market. Somewhat similar, but not the same vehicle. His true capabilities remain uncertain. A glint of menace flickered in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes. Damn it. No matter. Whoever dares to wreak havoc on my territory shall pay the price. Notify the snipers to take their positions. Should Vela falter, no? Regardless of the outcome, find an opportunity to eliminate him. Yes. The subordinate nodded promptly, retreating stealthily into the shadows, whispering into the intercom. Within the cage, Vela's offensive raged like a tempest. The duration of her metallic armor was nearly at an end. There was no time to linger. After parrying another of Vela's thrusts, Sumo abruptly stepped back, creating a slight distance. He shouted into his Bluetooth earpiece, Rosie, detonate the wolf's tooth necklace on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Almost as soon as his words left his lips, a dull explosion resonated at the creature's neck. The wolf's tooth necklace erupted into a fiery spectacle. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a low growl, its face a mask of disbelief. The crowd erupted in chaos. Brother Long, there's an assassin. Protect the boss. The guards swarmed in a frenzy, rushing toward the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Vela's movements came to a complete halt in that moment. Chapter 52. You owe me a life. Vela turned to witness the bloodied Tyrannosaurus Rex clutching its neck. She then glanced at Sumo, her azure eyes brimming with astonishment. The remote control for the bomb truly resided within the wolf's tooth. This was information only the Tyrannosaurus Rex had divulged to her. No one else knew. How did this man before her come to possess such knowledge? And he had indeed triggered the explosion, seizing this rare opportunity. Sumo lowered his voice and spoke swiftly. Did you see that? This is my sincerity. The remote control is destroyed, but the bomb remains physically triggered. Now, trust me for once. If you wish to survive, if you yearn for freedom, come with me. I will take you away from this hell. As he spoke, Sumo began to gather strength in his blade. Should Vela continue to reject his proposal, he would not hesitate to resort to violence, then depart without a backward glance. Vela's heart raced wildly within her chest. In Sumo's gaze, there was no deceit, only a raw and unfiltered honesty. The phrase freedom to live was one she had long ceased to dare to hope for. At this moment, it echoed in her mind like a spell. Her life had already descended into a state of irreparable decay. To perish in the arena, or to be auctioned off like an object, toyed with until death, this was the fate she had foreseen. Yet now, someone had offered her a choice to break free from her shackles and seize control of her destiny. Even if hope was faint and the path ahead fraught with peril, she was willing to fight. Vela nodded vigorously, her movement slight but resolute. Just then, the sharp report of a sniper rifle rang out. Bang! In the instant Vela nodded, Sumo pushed her aside. With a swift motion, he hurled the long-prepared dagger with force. The large-caliber bullet grazed Sumo's shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. Though it was not a grievous wound, blood quickly stained his shoulder, and a searing pain shot through him. Vela's eyes widened in realization. The bullet had been meant for her neck, yet this man had pushed her aside, taking the hit himself. Why? Why did he shield her from this strike? Since the death of her parents, this was the first time she felt the warmth of being protected by another's life. Vela, listen. You owe me a life now. To repay your debt, do not die here. Let us charge out together. Sumo bellowed. The dagger pierced through the iron cage, striking the sniper hidden in the shadows. It even penetrated the floorboards, allowing a torrential storm to surge in. Vela gazed at his blood-stained yet unwavering figure. A surge of unprecedented emotion shattered her icy exterior. No longer hesitating, she dashed to Sumo's side. Boss, let me lead. With that, Her fists, clad in brass knuckles, struck forth, accompanied by a faint crimson glow. They crashed against the iron cage before her. In the next moment, the wire mesh began to vibrate violently, emitting a deafening roar. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. Such a display of power was beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. Indeed, she was not mistaken. Vela was a gifted one. Moreover, her level was not low. Within mere seconds, a massive gap tore open in the wire mesh. Capture them. Don't let them escape. Kill them. The roars of the Tyrannosaurus and the shouts of the guards intertwined. Bullets rained down like a deluge. This way, Vela shouted, pulling Sumo along. Like two shadows, they rolled through the opening. The moment they hit the ground, Vela forcefully pinned Sumo down. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of bullets whizzed past their heads, striking the ground. Sumo noticed her eyes were bloodshot. It appeared as though one could foresee the trajectory of the opponent's assault. Rosie, create chaos. Sumo bellowed into his headset. Rosie's voice crackled through, followed by a violent cough. Through the infiltrated cameras, she grasped the peril of the moment. I can only endure the maximum power of electronic interference for 30 seconds. Suddenly, the lights of the entire fighting arena extinguished. The referee's microphone emitted a piercing noise. All electronic devices began to overheat, some even exploding. What is happening? Who turned off the lights? My walkie-talkie has lost signal. The guards were plunged into greater disarray. Go. Sumo and Vela exchanged a glance, simultaneously bursting forth from their shelter, racing towards the nearby parking lot. Stop them. The Tyrannosaurus Rex clutched his throat, blood seeping through his fingers as he let out a savage roar. Several guards attempted to intercept them. A glint of cold light flashed in Vela's eyes as she charged forward. Her movements were as swift as a specter, her fingers striking precisely at the guard's wrists. The guard trembled violently, torn apart mercilessly. Even the rifle in his grasp shattered into a pile of fragments. Following closely, Sumo unleashed a meticulously charged dagger, ruthlessly piercing through another guard's chest. The duo operated in perfect harmony, carving a bloody path through the tumultuous crowd. As they emerged from the basement, the frigid, damp wind of the storm lashed against them. Vela hesitated, her disheveled golden hair whipped by the tempest, revealing a scar etched into her brow. Instinctively, she inhaled deeply. This was the scent of freedom, intoxicatingly sweet. This way, Sumo's voice jolted her back to reality. Without a moment's pause, they dashed towards the location of the van. Utilizing the resonance of metal, Sumo maneuvered through the rain, swiftly evading most of their pursuers. The entrance to the parking lot loomed ahead. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, a rocket launcher. These brutes had resorted to heavy weaponry. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the imposing figure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex materialized behind them, shouldering a still-smoking launcher, his neck wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, a maniacal grin plastered across his face. Think you can escape? I'll see where you run. Blast them to pieces. The force of the explosion sent Sumo and Vela reeling, their blood surging, their ears ringing. Damn it! Sumo spat out a mouthful of blood. Vela struggled to rise, glancing at Sumo. Her brows furrowed as if she had made a resolute decision. Boss, I'll hold him off. You. Shut up. Sumo interrupted, shouting into the headset. Lin Yao, are you here yet? He pulled Vela along, sprinting forward, leaving their backs exposed to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Was this not tantamount to being a living target? Trust me. Sumo's tone brooked no argument. Vera turned her head and beheld the Tyrannosaurus Rex, pulling the trigger of the second rocket launcher. It seemed that her life was drawing to a close once more. Yet again, it was this accursed stormy night. The difference this time was that she felt a fleeting sense of protection. Although it lasted merely a few minutes, it was significant. As she prepared to break free from Sumo's grasp, intending to confront the rocket launcher with her own flesh and blood in a desperate bid to secure a sliver of survival for him, a shadow enveloped her entirely. The rocket launcher was mere inches away, but this shadow completely obstructed it. From the perspective of the Tyrannosaurus, he witnessed the explosion's fiery glow and let out a maniacal laugh. Ha! Die, you bastards! His laughter abruptly ceased, for as the smoke cleared, he did not behold the scene he had anticipated. Sumo and Vera reduced to mere fragments. Aside from a large crater on the ground, nothing remained. Had these two truly been obliterated into dust? Chapter 53. Ah, you are too small. It turned out that it was Lin Yao driving the van, having intercepted the blow. The rocket exploded against the right side of the van, creating a blinding fireball. The tremendous shockwave, accompanied by a wave of heat, violently struck the van's armored exterior. However, the anticipated tearing and disintegration did not occur. The armor, adorned with dark golden patterns, flickered intensely amidst the flames. The tiny wounds inflicted by the explosion were slowly mending. The special enhancement of the dark golden armor provided resistance against the physical damage caused by the blast, as well as protection against fire and shockwaves. Under the dual-layered defense, it withstood the distant rocket strike with tenacity. Suemo, get in the car. Lin Yao's face was pale as she called from the driver's seat. She had not expected the vehicle to be so resilient. In the next moment, Suemo and Vera dove into the car almost simultaneously. Vera swiftly pulled the sliding door shut with a resounding thud. Drive, Suemo exclaimed, wiping the rain and blood from his face. Under the cover of the thick smoke, Lin Yao floored the accelerator. The Wuling Hongguang roared, propelling itself deeper into the torrential downpour. Outside the window, the chaotic lights of the logistics park quickly faded into the distance. Inside the vehicle, chaos reigned. The roar of the engine and the relentless patter of the rain were the only sounds accompanying them. Vera leaned against the cold wall of the cargo area, breathing heavily. She gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery outside, her expression somewhat dazed. Had freedom truly arrived? Yet, the bomb remained at the nape of her neck. She could not ascertain whether the Tyrannosaurus had a backup remote. Furthermore, the bomb possessed a physical trigger, and undue pressure on the nape could also detonate it. Shaking her head, Vera attempted to dismiss those thoughts. She turned her head, surveying her surroundings and swiftly assessing the situation at hand. How is it that this vehicle remains unscathed despite the onslaught of rocket fire? Not only that, but the interior space is astonishingly vast, as though an inexplicable expanse has materialized within. Various instruments, devices, equipment, and an array of supplies fill the interior. Then, she noticed a woman of gentle demeanor at the driver's seat, whose driving skills were lamentably poor. Both her choice of path and gear selection could only be described as disastrous. In the rear corner sat a petite girl, her nose still stained with blood, clutching a tablet and intently fixated on the screen. Suemo keenly sensed the shift in her demeanor. It's all right. They are our people. Vera's gaze swiftly darted between Lin Yao and Rosie. She fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly organizing her thoughts. Then, in her characteristic cold tone, she addressed them earnestly. Hello, madam. Coughing violently, Rosie in the back seat choked on her own saliva, her small face turning crimson. Lin Yao's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to sway. A blush crept to her cheeks as she quickly cast a glance at Suemo. Don't make such a fuss. Sumo's lips twitched, but he remained silent. After regaining her breath, Rosie pointed at Lin Yao in protest. Hey, golden-haired big sister. Look closely. Yes, Yao is indeed the madam. But I am not. I am. She stumbled over her words, struggling to define herself. Finally, she could only huff indignantly, emphasizing, I am a technical backbone. A hacker, not some madam. Vera's gaze fell upon Rosie's flat chest, then contrasted it with Lin Yao's impressive curves beneath her loose jacket. Tilting her head, she seemed to conduct a meticulous evaluation. Then she nodded earnestly, her tone decisive. You are too small. Rosie. Instantly, Rosie exploded in protest, shaking her tiny fists. Suemo, you wicked villain. Control your people. She is attacking me personally. Lin Yao couldn't help but chuckle, the previously tense atmosphere inside the vehicle significantly lightened by this unexpected interlude. Suemo, with a resigned rub of his brow, introduced. This is Rosie, a level hacker prodigy, our electronic warfare expert. Driving is Lin Yao, a level medical talent. Our team doctor. I am Suemo, the master of this mobile fortress of war. Vera's gaze lingered on Rosie and Lin Yao for a moment longer, as if grasping their worth, before she slightly nodded, understood. She ceased further conversation, quietly leaning against the wall of the vehicle, closing her eyes as if to seize the moment to recuperate. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yao observed Vera, a flicker of sympathy crossing her eyes. Suemo, you're bleeding from your shoulder, let me tend to it. Suemo glanced down at his shoulder, struck by a bullet, and acknowledged her with a nod. Lin Yao temporarily parked the vehicle behind an inconspicuous warehouse and engaged the handbrake. She unfastened her seatbelt and moved to the back seat, retrieving antiseptic and bandages from the medical kit. With gentle and practiced movements, she cleaned Sumo's wounds, applied medication, and bandaged them. Vela opened her eyes, quietly observing Lin Yao's focused actions, noting the unmasked concern in her eyes and the tenderness of her fingertips. This woman, known as the boss lady, appeared entirely different from the flamboyant individuals surrounding the Tyrannosaurus. All done. The wound isn't deep, but be careful not to wet it. Lin Yao softly admonished after completing the bandaging. Suemo moved her shoulders and felt considerably better. Just as Lin Yao was about to restart the vehicle, Rosie, her face pale, stared intently at the back of Vela's neck. Stop. Quickly stop. Lin Yao was startled and instinctively slammed on the brakes. What's wrong, Qian? She asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. The bomb on your neck. Rosie pointed at Vela's nape, where a red light was incessantly blinking through her fair skin. I just attempted to suppress its remote signal, but its structure is far more complex than I imagined. If it leaves the safe range or the signal is blocked for too long, it will enter a countdown self-destruction mode. The accelerating blinking of the red light indicates the countdown has begun. It could explode at any moment. The atmosphere within the car instantly grew tense. Vela's body stiffened. She slowly raised her hand, seemingly intending to touch her neck, but halted midway. The flicker of hope that had ignited moments ago was extinguished in an instant. Was she truly unable to escape? How could the Tyrannosaurus allow her to slip away so easily? This bomb was custom designed as her final shackle. As she gazed out at the relentless downpour, her expression turned serene. Everything that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream. Silently, she unbuckled her seatbelt and reached for the door handle, preparing to welcome a fate already sealed, her movements devoid of any turmoil. Chapter 54. The Gifted Drivers. Well, what are you doing? Suemo grasped her wrist firmly, his voice low and grave. Vela did not struggle. She merely regarded him calmly, her tone devoid of emotion. Boss, thank you, but this is my life. I cannot involve you all. This marked the first instance Suemo had heard Vela articulate such a lengthy sentence. Nonsense, he retorted sharply, pulling her back with force. Vela, tell me, do you trust me? Vela looked at his bloodied shoulder, observing the unwavering determination in his eyes. She recalled how he had shielded her from bullets. After a brief silence, she slowly nodded. I do. Good. Sumo's voice carried an undeniable promise. Are you willing to take a gamble? Gamble that I can dismantle that wretched device. Gamble that I can grant you true freedom. She gazed into Sumo's eyes, which held neither deceit nor pity. I bet, she declared, lifting her chin to meet Sumo's gaze. At that very moment, two blinding beams of bright white headlights pierced through the curtain of rain, illuminating the interior of the vehicle in a stark whiteness. The roar of an engine approached, growing louder as it drew near. To ensure absolute certainty, the tyrant had deliberately dispatched a patrol team to conduct a comprehensive search within the logistics park. The patrol team immediately sounded the alarm. Warning. A suspicious silver van has been spotted in the area. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Rosie's voice trembled. Could this villain truly gamble with the lives of everyone on board? Suemo, you wicked fiend. Are you planning to defuse a bomb? This is an explosive device, not a mere mechanical repair. One misstep, and we could all meet our demise. Do you even know how many wires are involved? The blue wire, the red wire? Are you confident? Sister Yao is a doctor, and I am a hacker. Neither of us possesses the skills to defuse a bomb. Vera lowered her head, her golden short hair cascading down to obscure her face. The flickering red light at the nape of her neck shone ominously in the dimly lit cabin. Suemo meticulously examined the structure of the bomb with a metallic resonance. Rosie, answer me. The main body of this bomb is a metal structure, correct? Rosie paused, instinctively nodding her head. Of course. The primary framework is composed of a special alloy, predominantly mechanical in structure, with both physical trigger and remote control as dual safeguards. Why do you ask? After receiving Rosie's affirmative response, Suemo waved his hand to interrupt her. He turned to Lin Yao. You are skilled with a scalpel. Can you safely incise the skin at the nape of her neck to expose the bomb? You don't need to defuse it. Just cut open the skin to reveal the bomb's casing. Rosie shrieked. Suemo, are you insane? Cutting open the skin? That's a bomb. What if we trigger it? Silence. I did not ask for your opinion. So, do you have confidence? Suemo snapped. Rosie fell silent, pouting in indignation. Lin Yao looked at Suemo with determination in her eyes. I am confident I can incise the skin layer while avoiding major blood vessels and nerves, exposing only the bomb's casing. However, without anesthetics, the process will be quite painful. Can you endure it? She turned her gaze towards Vera with concern. Vera nodded resolutely. I can endure. The three words were sharp and decisive. How long will the procedure take? Suemo inquired. If it's merely to expose the casing, with careful handling, it should take no longer than 3 minutes, Lin Yao estimated. 3 minutes. Sumo's gaze swept outside the vehicle. The torrential rain poured down, and the wipers struggled to clear the view of the road. The roar of the Hummer grew ever closer behind them, while vehicles from various alleyways flanked them, attempting to encircle them. It was evident that the van had been compromised. There was no time for hesitation. Suemo entered the driver's cabin, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Lin Yao, prepare for the operation. Luo Shi, you are tasked with 2 responsibilities. First, monitor the bomb's signal fluctuations and countdown status with utmost vigilance. Second, take control of the turret on the roof and engage enemy targets within a 50-meter radius. As for me, I shall drive the vehicle and evade this raucous horde. Well, all right. Luo, she stammered a couple of phrases before quickly getting into action, executing the tasks as per Sumo's directives. No sooner had he finished speaking than he pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a roar, the Wuling Hongguang surged forward, its tires skidding on the rain-slicked ground. Sumo swiftly countersteered, executing a near-drifting maneuver, narrowly avoiding a large transport truck that obstructed the intersection ahead. The tremendous centrifugal force caused everyone in the cabin to lurch violently. Lin Yao nearly lost her grip on the surgical knife, letting out a startled cry as her body uncontrollably tilted to the side, colliding with the wall of the cabin. "No, Sumo, this is too unsteady. I can't operate at all," Lin Yao shouted, bracing herself against the cabin wall. The precision required for surgery demanded absolute stability, let alone making an incision. Simply standing still was a challenge. Vela, too, was tossed against the door but managed to regain her footing, inadvertently helping Luo Shi to avoid a face-planting catastrophe. Vela glanced at Lin Yao, observing her desperate and helpless demeanor, then stole a glance at the rearview mirror, noting the pursuing vehicle closely on their tail. "Boss, let me drive." Vela patted Sumo's shoulder. Luo Shi, who had just been rescued, began to view Vela in a new light. Yet, Vela's proposal astonished her, making her question her hearing. "What? You want to drive? While Sister Yao operates on you? Do you think you're a reincarnation of Guangong, performing bone-scraping surgery? How is that even possible?" Sumo furrowed his brow, aware that Vela was not one to jest at such a critical moment. Ignoring Luo Shi, Vela looked into Sumo's eyes, brimming with confidence. "Boss, I possess a talent, the will of the driver." Luo Shi's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. "A supreme talent? The will of the driver? Is that the ultimate driving talent that melds the driver with the vehicle, maximizing its performance?" She had gathered ample information about talents from forums, and she was well informed about such elite abilities. Vela offered no verbal response, merely nodding slightly. Sumo, having sparred with Vela before, distinctly recalled the crimson glow emanating from her fists, indicative of a combat-oriented talent. Why then did she now seem to possess a supportive talent as well? However, there was no time for contemplation. Sumo yanked the steering wheel sharply, guiding the van into a warehouse. He then slammed on the brakes, relinquishing the driver's seat to Vela. As her hands made contact with the steering wheel, the atmosphere shifted. An invisible aura emanated from her, spreading throughout the compartment. The entire vehicle seemed to tremble slightly. The roar of the engine persisted, yet the vibrations that penetrated the cabin diminished significantly. The violent jolts caused by high-speed turns and bumpy roads transformed into a mere whisper, as if traversing an exquisitely smooth highway. Lin Yao was astonished to discover that she could stand steadily within the vehicle, scarcely feeling its movements. Was this the power of the extraordinary talent of a driving prodigy? Luo Shi stared in awe as Vela gripped the steering wheel, her demeanor undergoing a profound transformation. She resembled a driver seamlessly fused with her machine, composed, confident, and in complete command. Sumo decisively declared, "Lin Yao, commence the operation. Luo Shi, remain vigilant. Vela, maintain stability in driving." "Yes, boss," Vela responded, her gaze sweeping over the rearview mirror and side windows, instantly charting the optimal escape route. Under her command, the Wuling Hongguang seemed to possess a life of its own, weaving through the congested warehouse alleys and towering stacks of containers like a nimble fish, navigating with incredible angles and speed, drifting and making sharp turns. Each maneuver deftly avoided obstacles and encroaching vehicles, all while preserving an astonishing sense of tranquility within the cabin. Lin Yao donned medical gloves, the scalpel glinting ominously at her fingertips. "Vela, I am about to begin." "Understood," Vela replied without looking back, her entire focus on driving. The scalpel gently sliced through the slightly protruding skin at Vela's nape, blood immediately oozing forth, yet she did not flinch. Lin Yao's voice trembled slightly as she located a thumb-sized metallic device embedded deep within Vela's cervical vertebrae. A red indicator light flickered frantically, its frequency escalating. Luo Shi scrutinized the data on her tablet. 2.5 minutes until detonation. They are closing in. In the rearview mirror, 3 modified off-road vehicles rapidly approached. Heavy machine guns mounted atop. The whistling bullets struck the van's armor, sparking upon impact. "Luo Shi, return fire," Sumo commanded. "I know." Luo Shi's fingers danced across the tablet. The rooftop machine gun elevated automatically, locking onto its target and unleashing a barrage. One off-road vehicle's tire was punctured, sending it spiraling out of control into the roadside. Vela yanked the steering wheel sharply, the van drifting into a narrow alley. The pursuing vehicles could not adjust in time, colliding directly with the containers. 2 minutes remaining, Luo Shi announced. Beads of sweat trickled down Lin Yao's forehead as she meticulously separated the muscle tissue and blood vessels surrounding the bomb. The structure of this bomb is exceedingly complex. Despite her concerns, Lin Yao's hands moved with unwavering precision. At last, she clearly exposed the bomb's casing. A piece of dark silver metal, approximately the size of a thumb, was embedded in the spine. Delicate wires, as thin as hair, connected to it, while a red indicator light flickered rapidly. The explosive casing lay exposed. Sumo, it's your turn now, Lin Yao exclaimed swiftly. Carefully, she grasped a piece of hemostatic gauze with tweezers, gently pressing it against the edge of the wound. Sumo's gaze was firmly fixed on the bomb's casing. Indeed, as Rosie had stated, the overall mechanical structure was dominant. However, the core of the bomb was composed of a special metal. He raised his right hand, palm directed towards Vela's nape. Vela, trust me. Vela. Beads of sweat forming at her temples, did not turn around but responded with a soft, Chapter 55, Boss, believe in me. His fingertips brushed against the dark silver metal casing. An invisible wave surged from his palm. Target detected for decomposition, micro bomb, main components, titanium tantalum alloy, high-strength engineering plastic. Electronic components, structural complexity, extremely high, decomposition speed, 2 grams per second, estimated completion time, 60 seconds, energy consumption, substantial. Warning, the target structure is intricate. Forceful interruption during the decomposition process will result in energy destabilization. Heart of the fortress, decompose. Suemo silently commanded within. 1 more minute. With the countdown to potential explosion looming, that minute felt interminable, akin to a century. Based on his previous decomposition speed, he could have dismantled hundreds of kilograms of inferior steel. The complexity of this bomb far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, the metallic casing began to dissolve at a visible rate. The light of decomposition surged into his body along his arm. What is this ability? Rosie, holding a tablet, witnessed Sumo's innate talent for the first time. Decomposing metal with bare hands? Such a feat was unheard of. The Survivor Forum contained numerous records of innate abilities, enhanced strength, explosive speed, elemental manipulation, and mental perception. Yet, there had never been a mention of the direct decomposition of metal. Decomposing metal with bare hands? Such a thing had never been documented. Silence. The decomposition process must not be interrupted. Suemo admonished sharply. He possessed a unique talent. Of course, there would be no records on the forum. Yet, at this moment, Suemo was solely concerned with time. Lin Yao watched Suemo anxiously. The veins on his forehead throbbed, evidently under immense mental strain. 45 seconds remaining. Suemo shouted. Vela's body trembled violently. The decomposition process was not devoid of sound, as Sumo's mental power forcibly invaded and dismantled the bomb's metal structure. An agonizing pain penetrated deep into her marrow, akin to a red-hot steel needle piercing her spinal nerves. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. She bit down hard, her lower lip breaking under the pressure. A trickle of blood cascaded down the corner of her mouth. Yet she refrained from uttering a single sound of pain. Her icy blue eyes remained fixated on the intricate road ahead. Under her deft control, the van glided through the chaos like a wraith. Each perilous maneuver deftly evaded obstacles and encroaching vehicles with precision. The innate talent of a master driver fused her essence with that of the vehicle. The agony coursing through her body did not hinder her mastery of the van. Only 30 seconds remained. Suemo noted 2 modified off-road vehicles roaring from the rear side, crashing into a pile of wooden crates. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Vela sharply turned the steering wheel. The van executed a near 90-degree drift, its rear narrowly grazing the front of the opposing vehicle. The immense inertia caught the rival driver off guard, leading to a collision that erupted in a plume of smoke. Only 15 seconds left. Sumo's complexion had grown pale, feeling as if his mind had been drained. Each moment of disassembly felt akin to wading through a mire. Sweat mingled with blood streamed down Vela's nape as Lin Yao pressed a bandage firmly against the edges of her wound. However, the excruciating nerve pain from the disassembly caused Vela's body to convulse even more violently. Lin Yao's voice trembled. Hold on, Vela. Suemo counted down 10, 9. Rosie began to alert Suemo of the dwindling time. He could feel his own arm quivering. At that moment, Vela's pain peaked. A faint yet crisp sound resonated from the back of Vela's neck, akin to a celestial chime. The frantically flashing red light extinguished. That dark silver metallic shell, along with its intricate gears, springs, and circuitry, disintegrated into nothingness under Sumo's palm. Only a few non-metallic plastic fragments and remnants of electronic components remained, clattering onto the van's floor. Disassembly successful. Acquired fortress points, 300. Current fortress points, 328. Acquired special material, titanium tantalum alloy. Proficiency, 300. Current heart of the fortress level, 3. 4628100000. Stamina depletion, severe. Immediate rest and replenishment recommended. The severe injury to his shoulder, compounded by the energy expended during disassembly, left Su-Mo nearly exhausted as he exhaled deeply. His body swayed slightly, almost losing balance. Had the bomb been defused? Lin Yao gazed at the gory void at the back of Vela's neck, astonished and elated. Vela's taut form instantly relaxed. The sword of Damocles that had loomed overhead finally vanished. She looked at Su-Mo, whose pallid visage confirmed that he had not deceived her. He had truly accomplished it. At that moment, Su-Mo leaned against a supply crate, retrieving an energy bar from the individual soldiers' rations, tearing open the packaging and hastily consuming it to replenish energy. The rest is up to you, Lin Yao. Rest assured. Lin Yao promptly seized the antiseptic solution and suturing tools, beginning to clean the wound and proceed with the stitching. As she stitched, she gently reassured, Vela, bear with me. I'll stitch you up well, and the scar won't be too conspicuous. Thank you, Vela nodded. The stinging pain from the sutures at her nape was trivial compared to earlier discomfort. Su-Mo swallowed the chocolate and cast a sharp glance into the rearview mirror. Vela, it's not over yet. There's a mad dog behind us. Understood, boss. Unburdened, Vela felt somewhat liberated as she maneuvered the van through the intricate logistics park, using containers, shelves, and abandoned vehicles as cover. Time and again, she lured the encircling off-road vehicles into dead ends or caused them to collide with one another. Her exceptional driving skills left Su-Mo in awe. Compared to her, his own driving was akin to that of a novice just learning to grasp the steering wheel. Rosie excitedly waved her little fists, pointing ahead and exclaiming, Well done, big sister golden retriever. Up ahead. If we dash through that passage, we're out. Yes. As long as they burst through that passage, the relatively open urban roads awaited, with freedom beckoning. Well done. Su-Mo couldn't help but praise. However, Rosie's jubilant expression suddenly froze as she looked at the monitor, her voice laced with panic. Bad news. The roof-mounted machine gun is completely out of ammunition. Indeed, the machine gun atop the vehicle fell silent, having exhausted its last rounds from the intense fire suppression. Rosie pointed towards the surveillance screen. That's not the worst part. A behemoth is chasing us from behind. The roar of the engine drowned even the sound of the torrential rain. A blinding beam of white headlights pierced through the deluge. In the rearview mirror, a military armored vehicle emerged, a steel behemoth trampling over obstacles, advancing menacingly. A rocket launcher was mounted atop it. Su-Mo could scarcely believe that the Iron Shield Alliance possessed such equipment. Boom. A flash of fire erupted. A rocket, trailing flames, exploded ahead, sending debris and dust soaring into the sky, instantly blocking the vital route to the exit. Vela's reflexes were extraordinary the instant the rocket launched. She swerved the steering wheel sharply. The van executed a near 180-degree drift, evading the core shockwave of the explosion. Yet the violent jolt caused everyone in the cabin to sway. This was the first time they experienced such a fierce tremor since Vela took the wheel. Ahead lay ruins, and behind them was the armored vehicle, while the van found itself wedged within a narrow passage. At this moment, the armored vehicle accelerated towards them, its massive frame crushing obstructive cars into mere metal discs. The distance to the armored vehicle diminished rapidly. 150 meters. 100 meters. The air inside the vehicle seemed to solidify. Lin Yao and Luo Shi appeared troubled. They harbored no doubt that even the most fortified van would stand no chance against a collision with such a behemoth. The outcome would likely be catastrophic. What should they do? Both turned their gaze towards Su-Mo. His eyes were icy, and his mind raced. He was uncertain if, in his current physical state, he could summon the precision strike. If he forced it, would a half-charged strike be enough to penetrate the armored vehicle's steel plating? At that moment, Vela in the driver's seat unfastened her seatbelt and leaped from the vehicle. Was she truly intending to confront this iron beast with nothing but her flesh? Vela, what are you doing? Su-Mo thought, but he was too exhausted to raise his hand. Vela turned her head, her ice blue eyes locking onto Su-Mo's. Finally, she revealed a smile. Boss, trust me. Chapter 56. Ripping the armored vehicle apart. Seeing the determination in Vela's eyes, Su-Mo felt no hesitation. Weary, he leaned against the wall of the vehicle and uttered a single word. All right. He too was curious about the depth of this woman who had clawed her way out of hell. How many hidden cards and potential did she possess? Vela nodded slightly, then closed the door behind her. Her figure darted into the torrential downpour, directly confronting the oncoming steel behemoth. Luo Shi suddenly grasped Su-Mo's arm, exclaiming, Su-Mo, has she lost her mind? The golden-haired sister only has support abilities. Surely she wouldn't abandon us and run off on her own? After all, she was raised by a Tyrannosaurus. Lin Yao, though silent, shared the same concerns. Given Vela's past, she had endured immense betrayal and deception over the past 15 years. Trust was a luxury for her. In a life-and-death situation, fleeing alone seemed the most logical choice. Su Mo remained silent, gazing through the rain-splattered window, fixated on the golden figure racing through the storm. Trust those who are useful, discard those who are not. He had always adhered to a pragmatic philosophy. Yet today, from the moment he decided to save Vela, it seemed he had shattered his own rules. This was not in accordance with the optimal strategy for survival in a post-apocalyptic world and could potentially drag the entire team into an abyss from which there was no return. Vela hoped he would not be disappointed, that he would not regret today's choice. Just then, a frenzied roar emanated from the loudspeaker atop the armored vehicle. It was the voice of the Tyrannosaurus, evidently situated within that armored fortress. Vela, you ungrateful wretch, a thankless creature. I rescued you from the depths of despair, imparted my skills upon you, and provided sustenance. Is this how you repay my kindness? By slaughtering so many of my brethren and obliterating everything I painstakingly built? Now you wish to surrender? Let me inform you, it is far too late. I shall reduce you and that wretched man to mere pulp, to accompany the fallen brothers in their eternal rest. As the Tyrannosaurus roared, the firing apertures on either side of the armored vehicle suddenly burst open. The sound of rapid gunfire erupted, multiple heavy machine guns unleashing torrents of lethal fire. A dense rain of bullets swiftly formed a deadly net, engulfing the vicinity surrounding Vela in mere moments. Inside the perilous compartment, Lin Yao and Rosie exclaimed in unison. Under such a barrage, how could mere flesh and blood hope to survive? Surely, they would be reduced to a sieve in an instant. Yet, the next scene left them utterly astounded. The high-definition surveillance screen within the van vividly captured Vela's transformation. As she sprinted, a brilliant red light erupted from her eyes. Behind her, 2 crimson trails marked her rapid movement. In the midst of the gunfire, her body maneuvered with a frequency and precision that surpassed human perception. She weaved and darted, halting and sliding with impeccable accuracy, each motion executed flawlessly without the slightest hint of hesitation. Bullets whizzed past, grazing her hair and the edges of her clothing, even skimming her skin, yet not a single one found its mark. This was beyond the capabilities of any human reaction speed or bodily control. Rosie's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate an egg, her mind blank. Is this truly a human? Lin Yao, too, covered her mouth, her eyes filled with profound astonishment. This was far beyond mere driving prowess or enhanced reflexes. This was something extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Vela had charged through the hail of bullets and reached the front of the armored vehicle, a mere 5 meters away. The massive front of the vehicle loomed like the gaping maw of a steel beast, ready to crush all in its path. The red light in Vela's eyes intensified. She propelled herself from the ground, splashing water beneath her feet, launching herself like an arrow towards the oncoming armored vehicle. Simultaneously, her fists, clad in metallic knuckles, clenched tightly. A far denser and darker crimson light enveloped her hands, a trait not characteristic of mere auxiliary abilities, but of pure combat prowess. Her fists struck with the force of sledgehammers, targeting the impenetrable steel plating of the vehicle's front. A resounding thud echoed, devoid of any cataclysmic explosion. Instead, it produced a sound so profoundly deep, it resembled a colossal bell being struck with unyielding force in a temple. A dark red shockwave radiated outward in a 6-pointed star pattern. Centered around the impact of Vera's dual fists, a shockwave instantly radiated outward. As the armored vehicle made contact with the tremor, it began to twist violently, shaking uncontrollably. This was soon accompanied by the deafening sound of metal being torn apart. To the astonished gazes of Rosie and Lin Yao, the armored plates swept by the shockwave were visibly fracturing, spiderweb-like cracks fracturing across their surfaces. Subsequently, twisted and deformed fragments of armor began to splinter and fly off in chaotic abandon. The once unstoppable momentum of the armored vehicle was abruptly subdued by the force of the shockwave emanating from her fists. The massive chassis swayed violently back and forth, the framework groaning under the unbearable strain. Weld points shattered, and bolts shot out like bullets. Within mere seconds, the front half of the armored vehicle was disassembled, as if it were a child's toy, forcibly dismantled by the terrifying shockwave. The colossal body lost its power, sliding forward several meters on sheer inertia before coming to a complete halt, mere feet from the van. The front section lay in utter disarray, with the engine compartment exposed and billowing black smoke, while the driver's cabin was a horrific sight. The driver and gunner, having been obliterated by the initial shockwave. lay slumped in their seats, blood flowing from their orifices. The once formidable iron beast, brimming with menace, had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The entire corridor was enveloped in a profound silence. Vera slowly withdrew her fists, the crimson glow gradually fading as she approached the wreckage of the armored vehicle. She gasped for breath, clearly drained of mental energy. Rain-soaked golden locks clung to her forehead, concealing a scar. Her ice-blue eyes gazed calmly through the downpour at Su Mo within the van, as if the preceding events were but trifling matters. Inside the van, Rosie and Lin Yao were utterly petrified, mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief, as though witnessing an alien visitation. Their expressions were riddled with questions. What had just transpired? That ethereal agility that defied gunfire? The terrifying power of those fists that shattered armor? The six-pointed star shockwaves? The sheer force that tore apart the armored vehicle? Was this truly something a human could accomplish? Gradually, they turned to face the man, Su Mo, whose countenance remained composed. With a hint of a faint smile playing at his lips, he observed the figure standing proudly in the torrential rain outside the vehicle. He then redirected his gaze to the two astonished women beside him and the blood-soaked man emerging from the wreckage. In a calm tone, he unveiled the truth. Yes, she must possess dual talents. Chapter 57. Dual talent. As soon as Su Mo's words fell, the twisted cockpit door of the armored vehicle was forcefully kicked open from within. A towering figure emerged. It was the Tyrannosaurus. Standing 2 meters tall, his body drenched in blood, his camouflage vest torn asunder. He was a mass of bulging muscles adorned with scars. His face smeared with grime and blood, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Vela. The Tyrannosaurus staggered to regain his footing, his eyes sweeping over Vela, filled with greed and excitement. Spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, he exclaimed, "Cough, cough. Ha ha ha. Little white-eyed wolf. Who would have thought? Who would have imagined that the dog I've raised for over a decade has truly awakened a talent? Look at this ability, this commotion. No, it must be more than that. You are increasingly astonishing me. No wonder Zhao Gang, that waste, perished at your hands." Wiping the blood from his face, he grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Vela, I've changed my mind. I can overlook your earlier disrespect. I can forgive your betrayal and the deaths of so many of my brothers, as long as you kneel, crawl over, and pledge your loyalty. I promise. I will not detonate it. That thing at the nape of your neck? I shall pretend it does not exist. What do you say?" Vela regarded him with an expressionless face, her gaze fixed on the remote control. The bomb had already been dismantled. What use was a backup remote? Furthermore, this remote was likely nothing more than a ruse. If it were a genuine threat, the Tyrannosaurus would have detonated it during his escape. Vela's eyes displayed no flicker of emotion, as if she were observing a poorly executed clown performance. A sense of dread washed over the Tyrannosaurus. Something was amiss. According to his understanding of Vela, this remote should be her greatest nightmare. She ought to be terrified, trembling, yielding. Yet why did her gaze remain so calm? So calm that it unsettled him. Slowly, Vela raised her hand, pointing at the device in the Tyrannosaurus's grasp. In her characteristic frigid tone, she uttered 2 words, "Useless." The smile on the Tyrannosaurus's face froze instantly. "What did you say?" Vela offered no response. She moved. In the split second that the Tyrannosaurus was thrown into confusion, Vela shot toward him like an arrow released from its bow. She had no intention of granting him any time to react or contemplate. Seeking death, unleash the power of the raging dragon. The Tyrannosaurus roared like a beast. He never anticipated that Vela would be so resolute, denying even the opportunity for negotiation. His already imposing physique seemed to swell further, muscles coiling like steel cables. A layer of blood-red scales emerged upon the surface of his skin. This was the ultimate talent. The frenzied dragon's might. Strength, speed, and defense were all enhanced in every dimension. The Tyrannosaurus Rex brought its right foot crashing down, causing the steel plate beneath to instantly cave in. He charged forward like a human tank, his presence surpassing that of an armored vehicle. The distance between them closed in an instant. Vela's eyes ignited with a crimson glow as she activated her innate skill, battle intuition. At the moment the colossal fist of the Tyrannosaurus was about to strike her face, she sidestepped with an incredible angle. The concrete wall behind her was obliterated, leaving a gaping hole. Simultaneously, Vela, with her finger claws, struck directly at the exposed gap beneath the Tyrannosaurus's ribcage. Her punch landed solidly against its side. The Tyrannosaurus's body merely swayed slightly, its scales shimmering, absorbing much of the impact. A flicker of astonishment crossed Vela's ice-blue eyes. The Tyrannosaurus twisted its neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. "Ha ha, you little wretch. Did you think I couldn't see through you? Previously, against Zhao Gang, dodging bullets. And just now dismantling that vehicle. It all relied on your predictive skills, right? It must be the level of battle intuition. What a splendid talent. With that, its left arm swept out like a steel whip. But alas, in the face of absolute power, what good is prediction? My ultimate talent, the frenzied dragon's might. Invulnerable to blades and bullets. With strength beyond measure. Perfectly suited to counter your flashy antics. Inside the van, Rosie slapped her forehead. Her fingers rapidly tapping on the tablet. The combat talent of the golden-haired sister is indeed not so simple. Battle intuition, coupled with that earlier shockwave attack. It's the level talent, Shockwave Fist. She quickly pulled up scattered information about Shockwave Fist from the forum, explaining to Lin Yao and Su Mo at breakneck speed. The passive skill is Battle Intuition, which allows for the early prediction of enemy attack trajectories, facilitating rapid responses. The active skill is Resonant Shockwave, converting power into high-frequency shockwaves, effective against mechanical and armored targets. However, the side effects include muscle tearing and tremendous mental strain. Rosie suddenly lifted her head, her face alight with excitement. My goodness, big bad guy, we've struck gold. This golden-haired sister actually possesses dual talents. Only those who excel in two different fields simultaneously can awaken dual talents. However, typically, the talent level of dual talent holders isn't very high. The rarity of dual talents is likely even more exceptional than my level talent. Su Mo leaned against the wall of the vehicle, observing the fierce clash between the two in the torrential rain, nodding slightly. The wound on his shoulder had ceased to bleed. With the sustenance provided by the energy bars, her stamina has significantly recovered. Choosing to rescue Vera has undeniably proven to be the right decision. The worth of this woman far exceeds expectations. Outside the vehicle, the torrential rain pours down as the battle intensifies to a fever pitch. Vera, with her agile form, deftly weaves and dodges amidst the onslaught of the tyrant beast. Her movements remain efficient and precise, each evasion executed with impeccable timing. However, Su Mo keenly observes a slight decrease in her speed. Her breaths come in quickened gasps. The continuous use of her talents, particularly that last seismic punch, has exacted a heavy toll on her mental and physical reserves. In contrast, the tyrant beast, despite having sustained injuries, seems to grow ever more ferocious, fueled by the primal strength of the dragon's fury. Keep dodging. Just keep dodging. The tyrant beast bellows, his attacks becoming increasingly violent and chaotic. What appears to be a haphazard approach subtly weaves into a grand net. Vera's brow furrows in concern as she senses something amiss. The rhythm of the tyrant's assault has shifted. No longer is it a pursuit of lethal precision. Instead, it has transformed into a wild, alternating barrage of strikes, sometimes swift and forceful, at other times feinting. This erratic pattern greatly disrupts her combat instinct, complicating her ability to predict his moves exponentially. Simultaneously, the tyrant's footwork subtly shifts. What seems like a pursuit is, in reality, a cunning maneuver, driving Vera towards a corner where space is limited and obstacles abound, effectively restricting her movement. Inside the van, Rosie has grasped the gravity of the situation. This is bad. The tyrant is forcing her into a dead end. There's nowhere left to hide. Lin Yao's heart races as the urgency mounts. Before her words can fully escape, a murderous gleam ignites in the tyrant's eyes. The dragon's fury surges to its zenith, and this strike has the potential to shatter steel. The manic laughter of the tyrant echoes in her ears. Little white-eyed wolf. There's no escape now. Faced with this cataclysmic blow, Vera seems to have nowhere to turn. Her combat instincts scream in alarm, but the fatigue and strain on her body hinder her from executing a flawless evasion. All she can do is weakly raise her arms, crossing them over her head in a futile attempt to withstand the impact. Yet, everyone knows this is utterly hopeless. Vera, Lin Yao cries out in alarm. Big Sister Goldenhair. Rosie gasps, covering her eyes in terror. Chapter 58. Welcome home. The cold, icy rain lashes against Vera's face, blurring her vision. The tyrant's colossal fist, adorned with scales, descends towards her skull. There is no escape. Instinctively, she glances towards the van. To survive, she realizes that she too wishes to live. Alas, it seems there is no time left. Just as the fist draws within mere inches of Vera's temple, Vela beheld a dark silver gleam. At the terminus of this luminescence lay the tyrant's vulnerable heart. The maniacal laughter etched upon the tyrant's visage abruptly froze. The extraordinary talent, the dragoness fury, endowed him with an instinctive sense of murderous intent. Who dares? The tyrant roared, simultaneously twisting his body in a desperate attempt to evade the impending strike. The dark silver radiance pierced through his scales unimpeded. Blood mingled with shattered scales erupted amidst the torrential rain. A heart-wrenching wail escaped the tyrant's lips as he charged at Vela, only to have his right arm severed by the gleam. The severed limb gushed crimson, splattering into the mire. Yet, the dark silver light, undeterred, plunged fiercely into the tyrant's left clavicle. The sheer force lifted his robust frame off the ground, impaling him against the concrete wall behind him. The dark silver gleam revealed its true form, a razor-sharp bone knife, deeply embedded in the wall, leaving only the hilt exposed. Trembling incessantly, the tyrant was affixed to the wall, akin to an eel skewered on a wooden board at a market, awaiting disembowelment. Blood gushed forth from the severed arm, and each breath he took was a tormenting agony. How could his dragoness fury be vanquished by such a diminutive bone knife? It was well understood that once the dragoness fury was unleashed, even the mightiest of leader-level zombies could be faced head-on without hesitation. Vela, having narrowly escaped death, traced the trajectory of the bone knife, spotting a small hole in the windshield of a van. It appeared that once again, her benefactor had saved her. The sliding door was pushed open, revealing Sumo's figure at the threshold. His complexion was somewhat pallid. The previously charged strike had drained him significantly, leaving him struggling to regain his strength. He stepped slowly into the downpour, while Lin Yao promptly unfurled an umbrella, hastening to follow him, ensuring it shielded his head from the rain. Rosie also leapt from the vehicle and rushed to Vela's side, standing on tiptoe to raise the umbrella high above her drenched form. Golden-haired sister, are you all right? Vela offered no verbal response, merely shaking her head. The tyrant, pinned to the wall, displayed a morbid satisfaction, as if everything remained under his control. Cough, ha ha. Little white-eyed wolf, do you think you have triumphed? How naive. Let me tell you, that bomb is connected to my cardiac pacemaker. The instant my heart stops, bang. He grinned, blood staining his lips, mimicking an explosion. You shall accompany me in death. Ha ha. Ugh. Little white-eyed wolf, you are destined to protect me for all eternity. That is your fate. Vela instinctively reached for the nape of her neck, where only a stitched wound remained. To one's astonishment, the man before her had reached such a depth of depravity. Before Vera could utter a word, Rosie sprang up, exclaiming, Burial? Bah, you old pervert. Dream on in your fantasies. She retrieved a waterproof bag from her pocket, containing several pieces of engineering plastic and electronic components. The bag struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face and scattered its contents across the ground. Is this what you refer to? Look closely. We've dismantled these worthless trinkets long ago. A cardiac pacemaker? Bah, who do you think you're intimidating? With hands on her hips, Rosie's face radiated disdain and contempt. The man's maniacal grin froze instantly. His eyes widened as he beheld the familiar components strewn about, the very devices he had implanted in Vera's nape. He recalled her earlier, icy remark, realizing it was not mere bravado. The bomb had indeed been disarmed. How had they accomplished this? For the first time, he felt the chilling breath of death. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, his gaze shifted towards Vera. Vera, listen to me. Though I was responsible for your parents' accident, there are others who wish to silence you. I was merely following orders from powerful figures. They fear the exposure of what your father possessed. I can reveal the truth behind your parents' demise. Just spare me, and I shall disclose all my secrets. The Tyrannosaurus Rex spoke rapidly, his voice tinged with desperation. He was gambling on Vera's obsession with her parents' tragic fate. Indeed, upon hearing of her parents' accident, 15 years of torment and questions surged within her. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. The truth? She yearned to know, yet she would never hear it from the lips of this deceitful and despicable man. Sumo observed Vera's silhouette, a flicker of emotion crossing his gaze. He had witnessed many lies and manipulations in the face of death, regardless of their veracity. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had to perish. To spare him would only invite disaster. Slowly, he raised his right hand, the tips of his fingers shimmering with a faint metallic glimmer. Though weary, he was still able to deliver the final blow to end this farce. However, just as the light was about to coalesce at his fingertips, Vera stepped forward, positioning herself between Sumo and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. She lifted her chin, her eyes devoid of the previous numbness and submission. Boss, let me handle this. Sumo halted his movements, witnessing the blazing fury in Vera's eyes. It appeared she was intent on personally closing the chapter on her past. He lowered his hand, the light at his fingertips dissipating, and nodded slightly. As Vera approached, exuding an aura of lethal intent, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was overtaken by panic. Vera, no, don't come closer. I truly know the truth. Vera, did not grant him the opportunity to continue speaking. With her right hand adorned with a metallic claw, she grasped the Tyrannosaurus's throat with a vice-like grip. Her eyes bulged with terror and asphyxiation, nearly bursting. She beheld the Tyrannosaurus's face, which had turned a purplish hue from oxygen deprivation. The 15 years of humiliation, anguish, deception, and exploitation flashed before Vera's eyes like a revolving lantern. The tragic demise of her parents, The betrayal of the scavenger, the bloodshed of the underground fighting arena, the coldness of the bomb on her neck, all of it crystallized in the cruel and triumphant smile of the Tyrannosaurus. Everything reached its conclusion in that instant. With a crisp crack, the sound of a bone fracturing rang clear amidst the torrential downpour. The Tyrannosaurus's head tilted at an unnatural angle, its body convulsing violently before slumping into utter stillness. Vera released her grip, standing motionless with her back to the others. Suemo approached her side, offering no words of comfort, simply stating in a calm voice, "It is over." Vera slowly turned, her expression remaining inscrutable. She gazed at Suemo, her lips moved. And ultimately, she whispered, "Thank you, boss." Suemo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged battlefield. "This place is no longer safe. Get in the car." Vera nodded and followed Suemo toward the van, with Rosie and Lin Yao hastily trailing behind. Just as Vera was about to step into the vehicle, Suemo halted abruptly, turning his head to fix his gaze upon her. His voice, still devoid of embellishment, carried a hint of warmth. "Welcome home." Vera's body tensed momentarily. She lifted her head, raindrops cascading down her eyelashes. Her icy blue eyes locked on Suemo's. The notion of home felt foreign to her. After 15 years of wandering, confinement, and bloodshed, she had long forgotten the essence of what home felt like. Vera remained silent, bending to enter the warmth of the van. The moment the engine roared to life, the dark clouds above seemed to part as if touched by an invisible hand. The storm that had raged throughout the night ceased abruptly without warning. Inside the vehicle, Vera sat in the rear corner. Instinctively, she raised her hand to touch the stitched wound on her neck, which itched slightly. So this is what freedom feels like. She gradually closed her eyes. Vera understood that for her, a brand new journey toward a true home, one that genuinely belonged to her, was just beginning. Chapter 59. Could it be a fear of needles? The Wuling Hongguang quietly parked outside the logistics park, nestled in the shadow of an abandoned factory. The moment it halted, the environmental camouflage feature of the fortress heart activated, rendering it nearly indistinguishable in the dim night. The shattered windshield from the recent battle remained a stark reminder. Under the influence of the dark golden armor, automatic repairs commenced. Rosie curled up in the reclined passenger seat, emitting soft snores, her delicate face nestled in her ancestral backpack. The tablet emitted a faint glow, lingering on the structural diagram of the logistics yard. Meanwhile, Suemo leaned against the driver's seat, eyes closed in repose. The wound on his shoulder, having undergone a second treatment by Lin Yao, was wrapped in clean bandages, alleviating much of the pain. At this moment, the exhaustion of his mental energy surged like a tidal wave. He desperately needed rest. Vera sat quietly in the corner of the back seat, on a cushion that Rosie had specifically cleared for her to rest. Lin Yao retrieved a self-heating meal from the supply box, tore open the packaging, and added drinking water. Soon, a steam infused with the aroma of meat and sauce wafted through the cabin. Lin Yao handed a steaming bowl of beef rice to Vera. Vera paused slightly before reaching out to accept it. Silently, she picked up a spoon and brought the food to her mouth. This was the first warm meal she had received in 15 years, not to empower her to kill, drive, or complete missions, but simply because she was hungry and needed to eat. The cabin was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the faint sound of chewing. Lin Yao observed Vera's profile, and her innate skill, life insight, activated quietly, drawing a sharp breath. Such injuries would have rendered an ordinary person unconscious from pain long ago. "Vera, your body has multiple muscle tears, particularly in your arms and shoulders, as if forcibly torn apart. There are also signs of slight internal disturbances. And your mental energy is pushed to its limits. How can you still move as if nothing is wrong?" Vera swallowed her food and calmly replied with 3 words, "I'm used to it." As a doctor, Lin Yao could hardly fathom how many times Vera must have endured such extreme exploitation and suffering to remain so numb under such severe injuries. She picked up a syringe, expertly expelling the air from the needle. "Vera, your muscle strain is severe, and your mental energy is excessively depleted. This is a high-concentration nutrient and anti-inflammatory injection. It will quickly replenish your energy, promote muscle repair, and prevent infection. Come, roll up your sleeve. It will be quick, just endure it." After Lin Yao spoke, she felt her words were somewhat superfluous. Would a battle-hardened Vera still need to endure? Vera's chewing suddenly halted. She lifted her head and looked at the syringe in Lin Yao's hand. "No, I don't need it." Vera's speech quickened noticeably, and she instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, adopting a defensive posture. Lin Yao was taken aback, noticing the unmasked fear in Vera's eyes. She glanced at the syringe in her own hand and suddenly understood. Could it be that Vela is afraid of needles? The stark contrast was rather endearing, eliciting a chuckle from a voice filled with mischief. At some point, Rosie had awakened, her cherubic face alight with joy. Oh my, golden-haired big sister. Surely, you are not afraid of a mere injection, are you? The so-called Golden Rose, the valiant goddess of battle, afraid of a tiny needle? Vela chose to ignore her, stubbornly shaking her head. Lin Yao shot Rosie a warning glance. Cece, stop it. Vela, be obedient. This is truly beneficial for you. Do not fear. At once he heard it all. Look, the needle is so fine. She attempted to approach. No, I am fine. Just let me rest. Vela spoke rapidly, her gaze evasive. She would rather endure than receive the injection. Su Mo was stirred by the commotion, opening her eyes just in time to catch Vela's apprehensive demeanor. Lin Yao. Let her take it orally. Skip the needle, she suggested. Lin Yao glanced between Su Mo and Vela, shoulders lifting in resignation. Fine. Take these, and then have a good sleep. Vela felt as though she had been granted a reprieve, swiftly accepting the vial and water. Without a second glance, she hastily consumed the contents, afraid Lin Yao might change her mind. Once her task was complete, she retreated to her corner, closing her eyes as if nothing had transpired. Lin Yao observed Vela's feigned slumber, then turned her gaze to the blissfully sleeping Rosie in the front seat. Finally, her attention landed on Su Mo, who was resting with her eyes closed. Gently, she picked up her firearm, checking the magazine before adjusting her grip. She found a position that allowed her to monitor the outside for any disturbances while still keeping an eye on the interior of the vehicle. You all are weary. I will take the night watch, she declared softly. Su Mo did not open her eyes, but merely acknowledged her with a gentle hum. The night was profound, with sporadic, meaningless groans of zombies echoing from outside the vehicle. Gradually, the three weary souls succumbed to slumber, with only Lin Yao vigilant, clutching her gun, safeguarding their hard-won tranquility. Time passed, though its measure was unclear. Suddenly, a low, persistent roar of an engine shattered the tranquility of the pre-dawn hour. Su Mo, we have a situation. Lin Yao tightened her grip on the firearm as she gently shook Su Mo's shoulder. Su Mo jolted awake, the remnants of sleep vanishing from her eyes. She glanced at the vehicle's digital clock, reading 4:57. There remained but an hour until dawn. Vela and Rosie stirred awake almost simultaneously. Vela's body tensed, instantly shifting into a state of readiness for combat. Rosie rubbed her sleepy eyes, groggily complaining, "Who on earth is racing around at this hour, disturbing my peace?" She then accessed the surveillance footage from the logistics park's perimeter on her tablet. The main road leading to the logistics park was now alive with flickering headlights and the growl of engines. Modified off-road vehicles, pickups, buses, and even construction trucks surged from the gates of the logistics park in a frantic rush. Were they out of their minds? Why flee at such an hour? Rosie pondered. The night was a relatively tranquil period amidst the crimson mist, yet it was also when the undead were most active. Their senses heightened in the darkness. The dangers were exceedingly great, unless there was a compelling reason to escape immediately. Rosie's fingers danced across the screen, swiftly synthesizing information before her eyes. Satellite imagery, eyewitness reports, and crimson mist monitoring updates coalesced in mere seconds, revealing a grave realization. Su Mo. It's the crimson mist. According to the satellite data and several monitoring points, by 7 o'clock this morning, the entire logistics park would be completely engulfed by the crimson fog. These individuals were fleeing for their lives through the newly repaired windshield. Su Mo gazed towards the logistics park. Behind it loomed a wall of blood-red mist, silently standing as an endless wall of death, severing the two worlds. Su Mo understood that once dawn broke, the toxic fog would consume the entire logistics park. However, his purpose here was to retrieve the unidentified special metal. The auction had been abruptly halted due to last night's battle, and the items had yet to be secured. With the crimson mist advancing prematurely and the park's inhabitants in a panic, the opportunity was ripe. Yet, he realized time was of the essence. "Boss, let me drive." Vela's voice interrupted Su Mo's thoughts. He did not hesitate, vacating the driver's seat. Their target was the core warehouse area of the logistics park, the location of the auction items. He stated succinctly. Vela took her place at the wheel, gripping the steering firmly. "Hold on." With that, she shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. The van glided silently out of the shadows of the factory, not joining the frenzied vehicles fleeing into the distance, but instead heading directly towards the wall of crimson mist, moving against the current. Outside, the lights of fleeing vehicles created a chaotic stream, while inside, a resolute silence enveloped the four occupants. Chapter 60. Emptying the armory, the vehicle came to a steady halt before the roll-up door of the supply warehouse. Outside the window, the thick, blood-like wall of crimson mist appeared even closer, seemingly poised to devour everything in its path. Within the entire park, there was no sign of life. Not a soul, nor even the undead or mutated beasts were in sight. Boss, we've arrived. Vela turned off the ignition. Suemo opened the door and glanced up at the menacing crimson fog. Linyao, how much supplies do we have left in the vehicle? Suemo asked, looking inside. Linyao promptly retrieved a small notebook from the central storage compartment and began to flip through it quickly. Food. 6 packs of instant noodles, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, 3 cans of meat, 3 individual self-heating meals. Approximately a 3-day supply. Drinking water. 23 bottles of water, 4 bottles of energy drinks. Approximately a week's supply. Gasoline. Approximately 34 liters remain in the tank, with an additional 20 liters in the spare canister. Ammunition. The rooftop machine gun's belt has been pressed into the last 3 magazines. Handgun rounds are plentiful, with 5 fully loaded magazines remaining. Medical supplies. Anti-inflammatory medication is scarce, and medical provisions are insufficient. This gasoline is depleting at an alarming rate, Suemo murmured to himself. The terrifying fuel consumption of the upgraded van has rendered fuel a critical vulnerability. Other resources, due to the constant influx of new members, are also becoming quite strained. Suemo glanced towards the warehouse and issued a command. Linyao, you and Luo Shi remain in the vehicle, stay vigilant, and be prepared to assist at any moment. Weila, let us proceed inside. Understood, Luo Shi replied. She pulled a brand new smartphone from her pocket and handed it to Weila, who was about to exit the vehicle. Golden-haired sister, you don't have a phone. Take this. It's a top-tier domestic model, far ahead of the rest. Weila did not refuse, reaching out to accept it with a simple, thank you. She swiftly unwrapped the packaging and powered it on. Soon, both Sumo's and Lin Yao's phones vibrated simultaneously. In the WeChat group for the Mobile Warfare Bastion, a new member had joined, Golden Rose, with an avatar depicting a dark golden thorn pattern. Luo Shi handed over 2 compact in-ear headphones. All right, the Bluetooth headset is on. The phone has activated location sharing. I will monitor the advance of the red mist and any surrounding movements. The moment dawn breaks or the red mist accelerates, I will immediately notify you to retreat. Suemo and Weila donned their headsets. They exchanged a glance, no words necessary. Their figures swiftly vanished behind the half-open rolling door of the warehouse. Inside the warehouse lay a scene of chaos, with shelves toppled and the ground strewn with footprints, drag marks, and dried blood. Clearly, during last night's turmoil, this place had been ravaged by more than one wave of intruders. It seemed that any valuable, easily transportable resources, especially food, medicine, and ammunition, had likely been swept away by those fleeing for their lives. Split up. Deliver any metal items to me. You focus on other valuable resources, particularly food, water, medicine, and fuel. Understood, boss, Weila replied, her figure darting quickly toward the depths of the warehouse. Suemo, meanwhile, stood still, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. With a sense of metallic resonance, he moved swiftly within the warehouse. The space was littered with numerous metallic objects, but most were of little use. Discarded shelves, scattered parts, and rusted tools. Suddenly, in the northwest corner of the warehouse, beneath a collapsed shelf, he discerned a silhouette, a heavy machine gun. It was the same model as the one at the entrance of the logistics yard. Suemo opened his eyes and strode purposefully towards the machine gun, forcefully pushing aside obstructing cardboard boxes to reveal a sturdy fire door behind them. Metal control, disassemble. Suemo pressed his palm against the cold alloy door, a quiet determination stirring within him. Target for decomposition, grade A fire door, primary composition, galvanized steel, perlite, structural complexity, low. Decomposition rate, approximately 1 kilogram per second. Estimated time required, approximately 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the obstructive fire door vanished entirely. Behind it lay a modest independent space, surprisingly revealed as an armory. Inside, several long military weapon crates were neatly stacked. Suemo strode forward, prying open a few of the crates. Within one, he discovered a pristine 127mm heavy machine gun, accompanied by a matching tripod and a lengthy ammunition belt. Such a find. A glint of excitement sparkled in Suemo's eyes. Once the weapon level of the vehicle was upgraded, he would be able to install this medium-caliber weapon, mounted on a vehicle. Its deterrent power would undoubtedly surpass that of the previous light machine gun. He swiftly opened other crates, most of which contained compatible ammunition. Hundreds of bright yellow 127mm rounds were linked together by a canvas belt, their weight palpable. Additionally, an entire crate held over 10,000 rifle cartridges, identical to those on the vehicle roof. A windfall. Without hesitation, Suemo began transporting the goods. He reclosed the crates and fetched a small flatbed trailer, stacking all the crates upon it. After completing this task, he surveyed the now empty armory and exhaled deeply. Dawn was drawing ever closer. Just then, the voice of Vela crackled through his earpiece. Boss, I found water and beer, but no fuel. Sumo, pulling the trailer, exited the armory briskly. Just as Vela emerged from the opposite shelf, a bulging backpack stuffed with supplies weighing heavily on her back. She balanced a sealed jug of water on her left shoulder, while her right hand carried an entire case of canned beer. The contrasting scene was striking. Beer? Sumo raised an eyebrow. Yes, Vela replied succinctly. Sumo nodded. Having something was certainly better than having nothing. Just as he prepared to return, a sharp gunshot echoed from outside the warehouse. Instantly, Rosie's anxious voice came through the earpiece. Big bad guys. Golden-haired sister. Are you all right? A group of people just appeared out of nowhere and surrounded our van. Just now, Sister Yao fired her gun, but it didn't affect them at all. Hurry back. Sumo and Vela exchanged alarmed glances. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, they dashed toward the warehouse entrance, burdened by their heavy supplies. Indeed, surrounding the van were 7 or 8 individuals, ragged and marked by various injuries, wielding an assortment of weapons, steel pipes, machetes, and fire axes. At that moment, these individuals formed a semicircle, encircling the van. As Sumo and Vela emerged, burdened with their belongings, the gaze of the crowd was instantly captivated. Their eyes greedily roamed over Sumo's box and the supplies that Vela carried. At the forefront stood a woman, towering nearly 1.8 meters, clad in a fitted black leather jacket, her figure strikingly curvaceous. On her exposed left arm, a tattoo of a 3-legged golden crow adorned her skin. Below her forearm, a mechanical prosthetic replaced what was lost. Her face was accentuated with smoky makeup, a smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Fixated intently on the newly emerged Vela, she spoke with a mocking tone. Oh, who do we have here? Is that not our golden rose? What a narrow path for enemies. I never expected this pet of the tyrant to find a new master. Have you forgotten the days you were left searching for your teeth like a dog after I bested you in the arena? Upon recognizing the woman, Vela set down the water bucket and beer crate. She identified these individuals as fellow fighters from the underground boxing circuit, with the leading woman known as Fire Phoenix. Having enjoyed a brief favor from the tyrant and wielding her modified mechanical arm, she had often ridiculed Vela and even schemed against her in secret. Fire Phoenix, begone. Vela declared. Begone? Fire Phoenix laughed as if hearing the grandest jest. Do you still think you're favored by the tyrant? Look at your disheveled state. You must have fled in the chaos last night, right? As someone with a formidable gift, I suggest you hand over the car keys. My sisters and I plan to leave this wretched place. Her greedy gaze swept over the Wuling Hongguang before returning to Vela's delicate features. As for you, little wretch without awakened talent, without the tyrant's protection, I wonder how you intend to be so arrogant. Sisters, charge. I will personally tear apart that deceitful face. With Fire Phoenix's command, her band of brutish fighters lunged at Sumo and Vela. Chapter 61. I'm going to race, boss. 10 seconds, Vela announced, confronting the onslaught. Sumo stepped back, entrusting the battlefield entirely to her. Fire Phoenix, as if amused by the absurdity, scoffed. 10 seconds? I wager you won't last even that long. Don't let that pretty boy escape either. With that, 9 fighters closed in. One swung a steel pipe toward Vela's head, another lunged with a knife aimed at her abdomen, while yet another attempted to flank Sumo. Vela sprang into action, just as the first fighter's steel pipe was about to descend, as if foreseeing the opponent's movements. She sidestepped gracefully. Her right fist, clad in a metallic knuckle duster, glimmered with a dark red aura as it struck with impeccable precision against the fighter's wrist. The assailant let out a pained scream, his wrist and forearm trembling violently from the impact. Soaring backward with great force, she swiftly incapacitated 2 of her companions. Without a moment's pause, Vela executed a low, spinning motion, her left leg sweeping through the air like a steel whip. The third fighter was sent hurtling away. His ribs shattered, his blade clattering to the ground. Vela wove through the crowd with remarkable agility, each evasion flawless, every strike precise and ruthless. Wherever her fists and feet landed, bones shattered and tendons snapped. The remaining fighters were engulfed in dread. Was this woman still the talentless, ordinary person they once knew? Against her overwhelming combat prowess, they found themselves utterly defenseless, feeling as though they blinked and their comrades fell. With another blink, they too succumbed. The smile on Fire Phoenix's face had already frozen. Her once proud mechanical mastery seemed utterly laughable in the face of Vela's speed and terrifying strength. Impossible. How could you? Fire Phoenix screamed in disbelief. 10 seconds slipped by in an instant. In the final moment, Vela appeared before Fire Phoenix, her gaze devoid of warmth, as if she were regarding a lifeless corpse. Instinctively, Fire Phoenix raised her mechanical arm, launching a desperate clawing strike at Vela's face, her last effort. Vela made no attempt to evade. Instead, She met the attack head-on with her right fist, clad in brass knuckles, producing a resonant shockwave upon impact. With a metallic clang, Fire Phoenix's alloy arm crumpled under the force, shattering like paper. Jagged shards of distorted metal erupted from the point of impact. Fire Phoenix let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing from her severed limb. The tremendous force sent her staggering backward, crashing heavily to the ground. That blow had obliterated her internal organs. Vela slowly retracted her fist, casting not a glance at the fallen Fire Phoenix. 10 seconds, she stated, her tone calm and unperturbed. Fire Phoenix trembled uncontrollably, her gaze fixed on Vela. You have awakened your talent. I curse you. I curse you to a wretched fate, to be consumed by the crimson mist without a trace. Silence. Before she could finish, Suemo had already pushed the cart over her despondent face. At that moment, a low, ominous hum resonated from outside the warehouse. Soon after, thin tendrils of crimson mist began to seep through the gaps in the warehouse ceiling. The sky brightened. On the van, Rosie shouted at the top of her lungs. Get in the car. The red mist is moving. It's accelerating. The expressions of Suemo and Vela changed simultaneously. The mist wall that had merely stood behind the logistics park was now visibly spreading forward, consuming everything in its path. Wherever it passed, color and life were instantly snuffed out. A corpse lying mere meters away was gently touched by the edge of the red mist, and in an instant, it was as if it had been doused with acid. In the blink of an eye, only a charred skeleton remained. Subsequently, it weathered and disintegrated within the crimson fog, ultimately transforming into fine ashes, merging into the boundless scarlet expanse. Abandoned vehicles and low warehouses collapsed silently within mere seconds, dissipating like shadows. The apocalyptic red mist loomed like a wall of death, consuming everything in its path, obliterating all existence. Suemo and Vela had no time to gather the supplies that the Fire Phoenix had dropped. Get in the car. They hurriedly opened the door and swiftly dove inside. Suemo, the red mist is encircling us from 3 sides. It's moving too quickly. Rosie pointed ahead, where the fog expanded at an alarming rate, encasing the van entirely. At our current speed, we won't be able to break free unless we can exceed 240 kilometers per hour. But how is that possible? This vehicle's speedometer only reaches 200. A Willingham Wong. This is sheer fantasy. The Fire Phoenix's curse echoed hauntingly in their ears. Were they truly destined to be devoured by this accursed red mist, leaving no trace behind? At that moment, Vela, seated at the driver's position, gripped the steering wheel with unwavering determination. An invisible torrent of ferocity surged from her, enveloping the entire cabin in an electrifying aura. Fixing her gaze on the road ahead, she declared, "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." No sooner had the words left her lips than the van's 6-cylinder engine unleashed a terrifying roar. Reminiscent of a 12-cylinder beast, an unimaginable force propelled everyone back into their seats, as if their spines were on the verge of snapping. The overwhelming sensation of acceleration rendered Rosie and Lin Yao momentarily speechless, while the scenery outside the window blurred into a stream of light. The speedometer needle surged as though invigorated, racing upward. 60, 100, 150, 180, 200. As it oscillated at the 200 kilometers h mark, Suemo realized that their current velocity undoubtedly exceeded 240 kilometers. Yet, even with enhanced power, this vehicle could not possibly attain such speed. The only truth was Vela's extraordinary talent, the car goddess will. It's an overloaded pulse. Rosie suddenly grasped the situation. The golden-haired elder sister had utilized the talent skill of the car goddess will, sacrificing a portion of the vehicle's durability to unleash a ferocious performance beyond its limits. However, during the skill's activation, the driver would endure an equivalent impact, risking internal injuries. Vela's focus remained unwavering as her body adjusted to every subtle shift of the vehicle. She seemed to merge with the roaring steel itself. Just as the red mist threatened to engulf the rear of the car, it transformed into a silver streak, bursting forth from the fog at a velocity surpassing 240 kilometers per hour. Outside the car window, the blinding red sun cast its rays. Several off-road vehicles were desperately fleeing. A fleeting, indistinct silver shadow zipped past them at an incomprehensible speed. What on earth was that? A van. A Willingham Wong. Am I hallucinating? 200. No, surely more. Surely. It must have been equipped with a rocket engine. Could it be that I am experiencing a mirage induced by the crimson fog? The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, stared in astonishment toward the vanishing silver streak, their faces etched with shock and bewilderment. The screams of Rosie and Lin Yao echoed in tandem amidst the violent jolts. Inside the vehicle, a sense of euphoria and tranquility prevailed. Rosie excitedly pumped her small fists, striking Suemo's chest. We made it out. Lin Yao let out a long sigh of relief, her tense body finally relaxing. Drive slowly, Vera, I feel nauseous. Suemo leaned against the weapons box, observing the rapidly retreating scenery outside. The taut nerves within him finally eased slightly. He glanced at the focused figure of the blonde at the wheel. Vera turned her head slightly, their eyes meeting momentarily through the rearview mirror. The corners of her mouth curled up ever so slightly. Just then, the vehicle lurched abruptly. The speedometer's needle plummeted from 200. The van lost power, gliding along the road for a stretch before gradually coming to a halt at the roadside. Lin Yao looked at the flickering red warning light on the dashboard. Something seems off with the vehicle? Vera released the steering wheel, a hint of fatigue crossing her features. The side effect has rendered the vehicle inoperative for an hour. Chapter 62. Truth or Dare? Oh, golden-haired sister, your skill is rather disappointing. 5 minutes of fury, and an hour of incapacitation. This cost-benefit ratio is simply abysmal. My own innate talents do not carry such exaggerated side effects. Vera leaned back in the driver's seat, her complexion paler than usual. I apologize, boss. Suemo shifted slightly, his gaze sweeping outside. The day had brightened considerably. They had halted on a small road. Utilizing the heart of the fortress, he inspected the van. Confirming that it had merely lost power without any structural damage, he breathed a sigh of relief. As for the vehicle's durability, it would require 300 fortress points for repairs. They were now quite a distance from the logistics park. For the moment, they were safe. Well done, Suemo remarked. Lin Yao offered a resigned smile, organizing the supplies Vera had brought back, and gently said, Rosie, don't say that. If it weren't for Vera just now, we would have been consumed by the crimson fog. She picked up the unopened barrel of water, weighing it in her hands. Look, Vela has indeed found a clean water source. Then, she lifted a box of canned beer. Her expression a blend of amusement and disbelief. A case of beer. If drinking water is considered the hard currency of survival in this apocalyptic world, then beer can be deemed a luxury. Sumo's gaze fell upon Vela's bulging backpack. In the earlier urgency, she and T had the chance to inspect it closely. Lin Yao unzipped the backpack, revealing not only a few packs of compressed biscuits and several bottles of energy drinks, but also a bag meticulously wrapped in waterproof fabric. Upon opening it, they found neatly arranged feminine hygiene products. A moment of silence enveloped the compartment. Vela, her face devoid of expression, spoke up. I picked it up casually. Lin Yao paused, a flush rising to her cheeks. Thank you, Vela. You are very considerate. In this desolate world, such everyday necessities had become scarce resources. Rosie, unabashed, patted Vela on the shoulder, entirely forgetting her earlier comments about her skills. Wow, golden-haired big sister. I was just lamenting the dwindling supplies for this month. Suddenly, Rosie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she jumped up, clapping her hands. Oh, big bad guy. Sister Yao, today is a splendid day. First, we successfully escaped the red mist. Second, golden-haired big sister has officially joined our mobile war fortress family. She puffed out her flat chest, attempting to appear serious. And third, today marks my 18th birthday. I am officially an adult. With a grand gesture of her hand, she proclaimed, thus, I propose, while it is still relatively safe, let us host a barbecue party to celebrate new beginnings, to welcome newcomers, and, incidentally, to celebrate my birthday. What do you say? She tugged at Sumo's arm, shaking it. The tension has been too much lately. If this continues, my brilliant mind will rust. Let's relax a bit, shall we, big bad guy? Lin Yao hesitated, glancing at Suemo. In this post-apocalyptic world, letting one's guard down was a grave mistake. Suemo leaned against the wall of the vehicle, gazing out at the temporarily calm streets, then surveyed the weary yet slightly exhilarated faces inside. Indeed, their taut nerves needed a moment of relaxation. Furthermore, Vela's integration into their group required an opportunity, and Rosie's birthday provided a splendid reason. All right, Suemo nodded, but we must choose a safe location and remain vigilant. Rosie cheered, yay, long live the boss. Let us go to my house. It's just ahead in that neighborhood. The top-floor duplex offers a broad view and is easy to defend. The security door there has been reinforced. Zombies cannot enter. It's perfectly safe. An hour later, after spending 300 points of Fortress Heart, the van finally regained its capabilities. The neighborhood was backed by the renowned temple of Star City, the Furong Temple. Perhaps they were blessed by the Bodhisattva. Indeed, as Rosie had mentioned, this place was relatively tranquil, with scarce zombies roaming about. The penthouse apartment she rented featured a robust security door and barred windows. Within, remnants of rudimentary alarm system wiring lingered. The rooftop was expansive and offered a sweeping view, providing an ideal temporary refuge. Supplies were swiftly transported to the top floor. Vela quietly moved a bucket of water to a corner and adeptly gathered several discarded metal barrels and wire mesh. In no time, she constructed a makeshift barbecue grill. Lin Yao then unveiled their limited provisions: canned meat, sausages, and jerky from military rations. On the rudimentary grill, Vela silently turned the food, which sizzled and oozed with tantalizing aroma, wafting an enticing fragrance that momentarily dispelled the gloom of the apocalypse. Rosie, unable to contain her excitement, cracked open a can of beer and took a hearty sip, wiping her mouth with a flushed face, exclaiming, "Ah, refreshing. To celebrate my coming of age and to welcome Sister Vela, let us play a game of truth or dare." From seemingly nowhere, Rosie produced an empty beer bottle, placing it on the ground. "Come on, spin the bottle. Whoever the neck points to must choose, truth or dare. If you refuse to speak the truth or fail to complete the dare, you must drink." In the first round, the bottle pointed at Lin Yao. "Sister Yao, truth or dare?" Lin Yao blushed. "Truth, please." Rosie grinned mischievously. Sister Yao, what was it like the first time you were with that bad guy?" Lin Yao's face instantly turned crimson as she shot Rosie an admonishing glance. Yet she whispered, "Rosie, he was very gentle." After a fleeting glance at Sumo, memories of that night, when she could hardly get out of bed, flooded her mind. She took a large gulp of beer to mask her inner embarrassment. Sumo lounged in a chair, holding a can of beer, vigilantly scanning the surrounding dim silhouettes of buildings, feigning ignorance of their conversation. In the second round, the bottle landed on Vela. "Golden-haired sister, truth or dare?" Rosie inquired excitedly. Vela, her expression inscrutable, replied, "Truth." Rosie's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned in closer. "Sister Vela, are you still a virgin?" Lin Yao, in the midst of drinking water, nearly choked. Sumo's lips twitched slightly. Vela, undeterred, continued seasoning her food without lifting her gaze, her voice calm and steady. "Yes. I have neither the time nor the interest." Rosie found herself at a loss for words, her prepared jest caught in her throat. All right then," she said awkwardly, scratching her nose. In the third round, the bottle pointed to Sumo, who opted for dare. Rosie, her eyes gleaming, declared, "Bad guy, do 10 squats while holding Sister Yao." Lin Yao gasped in disbelief. "What?" Ultimately, Sumo expressionlessly downed a cup of beer, accepting his penalty. The game continued, the atmosphere growing increasingly relaxed. Vera appears to be experiencing a streak of misfortune, having been transferred several times. Rosie's inquiries have become increasingly peculiar. "When was the first time you addressed your physiological needs independently?" "None." "A penalty drink." "What is your preferred position?" "Combat techniques, cross-hold." "Another penalty drink." "Where is your most sensitive area?" "The nape of the neck." "Why?" "Balm." "Another penalty drink." The night deepens. The first time Rosie drinks, her cheeks flush crimson. Clinging to Lin Yao's arm, she begins to babble, "Sister Yao, could you spare me just a little of your big white rabbit?" Then, her head tilts, and she leans against Lin Yao, succumbing to slumber. Lin Yao, exhausted from the vigil and recent busyness, finally relaxes, her eyelids growing heavy. She gently lays Rosie down on the sofa, covering her with a blanket, before curling up on the adjacent single sofa, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. The living room falls into tranquility, with only Vera and Sumo still awake. A faint sound of unsteady footsteps approaches from behind. Sumo does not turn around. He knows who it is. Vera sways as she approaches, half a can of beer in hand. She halts before Sumo, gazing intently at him. Chapter 63. Vera, clutching the half can of beer, tilts her head back and takes a swig. A few drops of golden liquid trickle down her taut jawline, cascading into the chasm of her bosom. The boss, Vera, speaks, her tone softer than usual, as if softened by the alcohol. Sumo turns his head, his gaze calmly resting on her flushed cheeks. "If you're drunk, you should rest." Vera stubbornly shakes her head and steps closer. The distance between them diminishes instantaneously. "I am not drunk," she insists. Vera's gaze seems somewhat unfocused, fixated on Sumo's lips, then slowly drifting down to his open collar, where his Adam's apple appears to bob slightly. "Boss, sleep with me." Sumo's brow furrows. She has only recently undergone surgery on her nape and is not suited for such vigorous activities. "Vera, be more aware." Vera appears not to hear him. Or perhaps she does, but the alcohol has dulled certain nerves while amplifying her latent instincts. She tilts her head, striving to articulate her thoughts. Vera speaks slowly, her words slurred yet remarkably clear. "Lin Yao said being with you is very comfortable." Sumo feels a vein in his temple throb. What on earth has that girl Lin Yao said to this inebriated woman? Vera pauses, seemingly in recollection, pointing at Lin Yao, who is peacefully asleep in the living room. And then at the beer can in her hand, but she just had a drink. She lifted her head, her gaze a blend of confusion and seriousness as she looked at Sumo. Vela's thought process was straightforward and blunt. Even inebriated, She remained as direct and efficient as ever. Suemo found himself both amused and exasperated by her peculiar reasoning. Taking a deep breath, he patiently attempted to explain. It's merely a game. It has nothing to do with comfort. Vela nodded, seemingly comprehending yet still inquisitive, her curiosity unabated. She inched forward, nearly pressing her entire form against Sumo's. The remarkable elasticity and strength radiated through the thin fabric of her clothing. In her ice-blue eyes shimmered a watery glint, imbued with an almost childlike tenacity. Then shall I give it a try, boss? Suemo extended his hand, poised to forcibly push her away. Subduing a drunken Vela should be a trivial matter for him. However, just as he was about to exert his strength, a crimson glimmer ignited in Vela's eyes. It was the passive skill of her exceptional talent, combat instinct. In an instant, Suemo felt a blur before his eyes. Vela didn't even need to observe his movements. Her body responded instinctively. Her left hand darted out, precisely seizing his wrist. A sharp force surged through his veins, rendering his entire arm weak and numb. She maneuvered her right leg between his, her knee deftly pivoting to the side. Suemo let out a muffled groan as his center of gravity was compromised. In that fleeting moment of imbalance, Vela pounced upon him like a predatory leopard, her raw strength pinning him to the ground. By the time he regained his wits, she had already settled atop his waist, her legs securely locking his lower body in place. She gazed down at him, her golden short hair cascading over his cheek. In her ice-blue eyes, a blend of daze and clarity intertwined, exuding an elemental aggression. Suemo attempted to struggle, but she murmured softly, laced with the aroma of alcohol and allure, "Boss, don't move." Suemo summoned his core strength, striving to shift their positions. Yet Vela anticipated every one of his maneuvers. His every attempt at resistance was swiftly neutralized. "Vela, let go." Sumo's voice bore traces of frustration and helplessness. For the first time, he experienced the profound frustration of being utterly subdued by a gifted individual with combat intuition, even in a state of intoxication. Though his strength might have been superior, he found himself utterly powerless against her absolute mastery of technique and foresight. Seemingly dissatisfied with his resistance, Vela lifted her head, a flicker of grievance and determination crossing her eyes. Her voice, tinged with nasality, quivered slightly, and her eyelids reddened. A single crystalline tear, without warning, slipped silently from the corner of her eye. "Do not abandon me," the boss implored, as a solitary tear pierced through Sumo's struggles. He perceived her, the fragility and fear concealed beneath her frigid exterior. It was the terror of abandonment. Vela, in her most clumsy yet assertive manner, endeavored to grasp the only support before her. Perhaps this is the essence of the fledgling bird syndrome. Sumo's tense body gradually relaxed. He ceased his attempts to push her away and no longer struggled. Vela bowed her head, her movements awkward, as she began to fumble over him, tugging at his garments. The cool night breeze caressed his exposed skin, prompting Suemo to close his eyes. A young man must indeed learn to protect himself. Since resistance was futile, he might as well indulge in the moment. Although he could forcibly escape with his metallic armament or a knife, he had no desire to inadvertently harm her. Well, Suemo conceded, he was tempted. The stark contrast between the hard, cold concrete floor and his own heated softness was palpable. Vera's actions lacked finesse. They were purely instinctual. A wild, primal assault. His clothes became disheveled in the silent tearing. Suemo opened his eyes, with only one thought remaining. The quality of this wine is truly poor. In the morning, Rosie rubbed her sleepy eyes, and in the next instant, her gaze froze. The scene in the living room was nothing short of catastrophic. The sofa cushions lay askew, their stuffing spilling out. Torn black fabric littered the floor. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, sweat, and a subtle hint of intimacy. Her eyes flitted between Vela, who was still somewhat clothed and sitting in confusion, and Suemo, who resembled a rag doll on the other side. Rosie's mind buzzed. A vivid and rational image formed in her mind. That wicked Suemo, gazing at the golden-haired sister. He had unleashed his primal instincts and forcibly taken advantage of her. Suemo, you beast. You perverted fiend. How shameless to take advantage of her vulnerability. That golden-haired sister was utterly intoxicated last night. Her wounds have yet to heal. How could you have assaulted her? Vela raised her hand to press against her throbbing temples, shaking her head resolutely. Her memories of last night were somewhat hazy. Forceful? I don't recall. The tattered fabric on Suemo's body was no mere consequence of normal undressing. It resembled the result of sheer brute force tearing it apart. Rosie's petite face was etched with disbelief and horror. At that moment, Lin Yao also emerged, drawn by the commotion. Suemo, if you wish to talk, you may seek me out. Vela, she still bears wounds. I could have managed. Su Mo surveyed the 3 pairs of eyes before him, each conveying different sentiments. Rosie's furious accusations, Vera's bewildered innocence, and Lin Yao's self-sacrificial concern. He then cast a glance at his own ravaged attire. He spread his hands, his face etched with helplessness. Clearly, he was the one in a passive position, the victim. Chapter 64. He was entirely reactive, observing Su Mo's flustered expression. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Luo Shi's mind. Of course, I have surveillance cameras in my house, installed for security. They must have captured everything. She immediately dashed to her bedroom and retrieved her precious tablet. Her fingers danced swiftly across the screen. Soon, the playback of last night's footage appeared. Luo Shi deftly dragged the timeline to the later hours of the night. On the screen, Wei Erla stumbled towards Su Mo, and in a flash, she pounced on him, taking him down with a force so fierce that it belied her drunken state. Wei Erla firmly restrained Su Mo, her hands violently tearing at his clothing. Though he struggled, Su Mo's attempts were effortlessly quelled by Wei Erla's primal instincts. Throughout the ordeal, it would be more accurate to say he was entirely passive. Pinned to the ground, caught in a frenzy of movement, the living room fell into a profound silence. Luo Shi's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. Nearly dropping the tablet, Lin Yao covered her mouth, glancing between the screen and Wei Erla. As the familiar scene replayed before her, fragmented memories flooded Wei Erla's mind. Her cheeks flushed crimson with an intensity that spread rapidly from her ears to her neck. Instinctively, she averted her gaze from everyone, particularly from Su Mo. Wei Erla's eyes darted quickly to Lin Yao, recalling Lin Yao's answers during their game of truth or dare about comfort and alcohol. Wei Erla pointed at Su Mo and earnestly declared, Lin Yao feels very comfortable with him. She paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating her choice of words, without the need for alcohol. Instantly, Lin Yao's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She understood perfectly what Wei Erla was implying. This was her way of responding to Lin Yao's comment from the night before regarding the need for punishment drinks when one felt comfortable. Wei Erla was sharing her own experience, affirming that being with Su Mo was indeed very pleasant. Lin Yao wished to find a crevice to hide in, too embarrassed to meet the eyes of either Su Mo or Wei Erla. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Luo Shi could no longer contain her laughter. She pointed at the screen, doubled over in mirth. Golden-haired big sister. You were absolutely fierce. You can't call that anything but being forcefully taken advantage of. Ha! This is the first time I've seen you come up short. Tears streamed down her face from laughing so hard, and she added fuel to the fire. Sister Yao. See, I told you the big bad guy was a beast, right? Turns out he was the one being pounced on. Ha! I hereby declare that Wei Erla is my idol from now on. Vera, Lin Yao, Su Mo. Vera took a deep breath. I shall go organize the equipment. With that, she briskly walked towards the corner where supplies were piled, not looking back. Lin Yao quickly rose, her cheeks flushed, and said, I will check what's in Chi-Chi's medicine box, slipping away in the direction of Vera. The living room was left with only Su Mo and the nearly breathless Rosie, who was laughing uncontrollably. Su Mo rubbed his brow and glanced at Rosie. Have you laughed enough? Rosie leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Not yet. Big bad guy. How did you feel last night? Su Mo, with an impassive expression, set down his beer can. If you keep laughing, I'll let you experience it today. After all, you are an adult now. Rosie's laughter abruptly ceased, her face falling instantly. Big bad guy. You. This is personal revenge. Su Mo waved his hand and stretched his back. Enough of that. Let's inventory the supplies. The weight of reality swiftly dissipated the remaining awkwardness. Although there was still enough water to drink, only 3 days' worth of food remained. Su Mo's gaze swept over everyone before finally resting outside the window. This place had few zombies, and since it was Rosie's territory, it was a rare respite point for now. Su Mo made a decisive statement, his voice leaving no room for dissent. Today, we will search for supplies within the community. Our priorities are food, water, and medicine. Rosie, you know the area well. Plan the routes and potential targets. Got it. Rosie perked up immediately, clutching her beloved tablet. This is my territory. I could navigate it with my eyes closed. I'll pull up the maps for supermarkets, convenience stores, and fruit shops right away. Su Mo nodded and turned to Vera. Vera, how is your recovery? Vera moved her arms and shoulders. Her formidable healing abilities were at work. The wounds had healed well, leaving only a slight soreness. I am ready for battle. Su Mo swiftly allocated tasks. All right, you will accompany me. Lin Yao and Rosie will stay in the vehicle and remain vigilant. Rosie, utilize your drone and simultaneously breach the community network to monitor the surroundings, especially towards the park, where visibility is ample but may conceal dangers. Lin Yao, You will be in the driver's seat with the vehicle running, prepared for any emergencies. Understood. Lin Yao nodded. Don't worry, big bad guy. My electronic eyes cover the entire area. Rosie patted her chest in assurance. Half an hour later, Su Mo and Vera were fully equipped. After settling Rosie and Lin Yao in the vehicle, they stealthily infiltrated the community. Vera remained silent, her proficiency restored during their movement. As if the previous night had merely been an unfortunate incident. The community indeed proved to be relatively safe, just as anticipated. Abandoned vehicles blocked the roads, and the greenery had overgrown wildly. Occasionally, one could see one or two sluggish ordinary zombies wandering in the distance, posing little threat. The two moved in perfect harmony. Su Mo utilized metal resonance to perceive metallic objects, while Vera relied on her combat intuition to alert her to potential dangers. They swiftly dispatched the scattered zombies obstructing their path, following Rosie's clear plan to target a small supermarket adjacent to the community park. However, as they traversed several residential buildings and approached the park, an ominous darkness suddenly enveloped the area. In the center of the park stood an exceptionally massive banyan tree, its canopy casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight. The leaves were not a vibrant green but rather a dark crimson, reminiscent of desiccated blood. Its thick aerial roots hung down, deeply embedding themselves in the soil, emanating a stifling aura that felt incongruent with the surroundings. Boss, Vera squinted at the tree, her combat intuition instinctively warning her of discomfort. Su Mo furrowed his brows, detecting no anomalies through his metal resonance, yet a primal instinct urged him to steer clear, avoid it. Cautiously, they approached the small supermarket, which astonishingly appeared unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. Logically, such a store should have been looted multiple times. Just then, their earpieces crackled to life with Rosie's panicked voice. Su Mo. Vera, what is your situation? The drone's infrared device has detected anomalies in the park area. Something underground. Many small things are moving. Like a tide, they are all converging towards you. Get away from there. Not far off, within a residential building. A bald man clad in monk's robes silently observed the unfolding events. These two had already been targeted by the corrupted heart banyan, sealing their fate. Buddha's compassion cannot save those destined to perish. It is merely a pity for this magnificent steed. Chapter 65. The corrupted heart banyan. The old monk watched as the centuries-old banyan tree at the heart of the community became increasingly bizarre following the arrival of the crimson mist. It hunted like a beast, with the nearby supermarket serving as its bait. Anyone approaching, be they human or animal, would become its prey. Over the past few days, he had witnessed countless hopeful individuals walking towards the supermarket, only to become puppets of the ancient banyan. Those creatures controlled by the banyan bore a fist-sized, dark red seed that pulsated like a living entity at their heart. Surrounding the seed were resilient wooden fibers extending outward, enveloping their bodies like armor, offering astonishing defense. They were collectively known as the Corrupted Ones. Back to back, Su Mo and Vera remained vigilant, surveying the writhing ground beneath them. Boss, Vera exclaimed sharply, her combat intuition instantly detecting the malevolence emanating from below. Just as her words fell, the soft earth suddenly erupted, and several grotesque, blood-red-eyed, decayed mutant rats emerged from the ground. Their size rivaled that of domestic cats, their bodies sheathed in a wooden, fibrous exoskeleton. Strangely, their speed was not remarkable. Yet their ferocious, reckless demeanor exuded an intimidating presence. Fire. Su Mo's gaze sharpened as he unhesitatingly drew his pistol. Vera reacted even faster, wielding dual guns, unleashing a barrage with precision. Bullets struck true, obliterating half of a decayed rat's head. However, a chilling spectacle unfolded. The rats, their skulls shattered, did not collapse. From the severed necks, dark red fibrous tendrils surged forth, as if animated, growing back into a new head within mere moments. The crimson eyes fixated on Su Mo and Vera, continuing their charge. The head is not the weak point, Su Mo declared coldly, lowering his aim. He targeted the rat's chest, striking the pulsating dark red seed within. A high-pitched shriek erupted as the rat convulsed violently, its body rapidly deflating until it transformed into a pool of black viscous liquid. The weak point is the ocular seed in the heart, Su Mo quickly deduced. Yet, the peril was far from over. Around the supermarket, from the park's lawns, flower beds, and even the corners of residential buildings, more corrupted creatures emerged. Decayed rabbits, decayed cats, and even a few massive decayed stray dogs, all uniformly clad in wooden armor, their heart locations embedded with pulsating eyes, surged forth like a tide. There are too many. We lack ammunition. Su Mo swiftly replaced his magazine, his expression grave. At this rate, they would be overwhelmed. A spark of inspiration ignited in Su Mo's mind. Vera's shock fist. Its high-frequency oscillations possessed a formidable destructive capability against internal structures. Perhaps it could bypass the hard wooden exterior. Vera, try your shock fist. Vera nodded, a glint of red light flashing in her eyes. She clenched her right fist. Enveloped in a dark red glow, with a wave of high-frequency vibrations, she struck the chest of a decayed rat. The creature stiffened momentarily, and the ocular seed within exploded. The shockwave even impacted two decayed cats that collided nearby, causing their eyes to burst, resulting in instant demise. It works, and it has a range effect. Retreat. To the supermarket. Suemo decisively commanded. The supermarket's entrance was narrow, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. The two fought while retreating, working in perfect harmony, carving a bloody path through the horde of corrupted animals until they burst into the small supermarket. Inside, the space was limited. Suemo quickly spotted the stairwell leading to the second-floor storage. Up the stairs. I'll draw their attention. Prepare your fatal strike with the shock fist. The two ascended the stairs swiftly, halting at the corner of the staircase. The space here is constricted, barely accommodating a single individual. The horde of corrupted creatures can only push through one at a time. The narrow entrance is instantly obstructed. Corrupted rats and cats frantically attempt to force their way in. With an armament of metallic control, Suemo's skin gleams with a metallic sheen. Utilizing the resilience of his arm against bites, he compacts the entire horde of corrupted beings together. Now is the moment. A crimson glow surges in Wayla's eyes. With her legs slightly bent, the power surges from her feet to her core, then channels into her arms. A resonant shockwave erupts. The terrifying force, akin to a tsunami, swiftly engulfs the throng of corrupted creatures. The eyeball at the heart's location detonates like an ignited firecracker, bursting one after another under the impact of the shockwave. The narrow entrance is suddenly cleared of a significant expanse. The piled bodies briefly obstruct the passageway. Well done. Praises Suemo. Wayla gasps for breath, her complexion slightly pale. This strike has drained immense energy. In the distance, the old monk on the balcony observes the fleeting calm towards the supermarket. His murky eyes reveal no hint of relief, only increased gravity. He shakes his head and sighs once more. What use is it to eliminate these insignificant creatures? The methods of that corrupted ancient banyan are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. As if to validate his words, the soft earth surrounding the park begins to churn again. This time, what emerges from the ground is not mere rodents, but individuals. Tattered clothing adorns them. Some wear security uniforms, others in pajamas, and some even in school uniforms. Yet at this moment, their eyes are vacant, their expressions numb. Invariably, dark red eyeballs occupy their chests. Hundreds of corrupted humans converge from all directions. Their movements stiff yet resolute, all aimed directly at the small supermarket. At the staircase of the supermarket's second floor, Suemo and Wayla gaze down at the densely packed corrupted humans. Suemo, Wayla, you are surrounded. So many with eyeballs on their chests. A glimmer of cunning flashes in Rosie's eyes. I've got it. Sister Yao, help me check the box for a speaker. A small speaker. A Bluetooth one will do. Lin Yao, momentarily taken aback, does not fully comprehend but immediately begins rummaging through the storage box. She quickly retrieves a portable speaker. Subsequently, Rosie maneuvers a drone that wobbles as it takes flight. Below, she haphazardly attaches the small speaker with tape. As the drone hovers above the supermarket, Rosie presses the play button. Connection successful. Playing the most dazzling ethnic music. Maximum volume. In the next moment, the vast horizon becomes my beloved. And beneath the rolling green mountains, flowers are blooming. What sort of rhythm embodies the essence of sway? Which melodies evoke the greatest joy? It is a square dance anthem, pulsating with an irresistible beat. Through a drone carrying a small speaker, the music erupts above the supermarket, momentarily halting the corrupted beings poised to invade. Their vacant eyes reveal a flicker of confusion as they lift their gazes in search of the sound's origin. The enchanting melody and vibrant rhythm disrupt their simple, seed-controlled consciousness, successfully capturing the attention of the corrupted. This distraction grants an opportunity for Suemo and Wayla within the supermarket to gather supplies. Chapter 66. The old monk huiming inside the vehicle. Rosie excitedly pumps her tiny fists. Oh, wicked villains. How do you find my sonic weapon? Praise me. Praise me. Well done, Rosie. Suemo responds with a hint of approval. Lin Yao, drive. Rush over to assist us. Huh. All right. Lin Yao replies, a touch of nervousness in her voice. Since the apocalypse, she has never driven under such perilous circumstances. Rosie waves her hand, acting as a makeshift guide. Don't be anxious. Sister Yao, step on the gas. Charge through. Smash those obstructive vehicles and corrupted beings. Hold on tight. Lin Yao presses the accelerator to the floor. The Wuling Hongguang surges forward like a wild stallion, racing towards the supermarket. After crashing through 7 cars and sending 8 corrupted humans flying, she slams the brakes, halting at the supermarket's entrance. "Boss, get in." Waura kicks open the supermarket's glass door. Suemo responds promptly, following closely behind. The two of them carry several boxes of supplies scavenged from the supermarket, swiftly making their way to the vehicle. The enraged horde of corrupted beings roars, abandoning the source of the noise and surging towards the van like a tidal wave. "Close the door. Drive." Lin Yao quickly shifts gears and floors the accelerator. The van roars backward, retreating from the chaos. Waura, the rooftop machine gun. Suemo lunges for the gunner's position on the roof. Waura adeptly takes the shooting position on the opposite side. The power of the large-caliber bullets is incomparable to that of a handgun. The corrupted humans struck are instantly torn apart. The ferocious firepower clears a path for several meters ahead. The van does not pause, roaring out of the park and leaving the still howling corrupted beings far behind. The old monk observes the scene before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. They truly managed to break through? That vehicle's firepower is indeed a precious asset. Yet, a deeper chill rises from within his heart. He abruptly turns to gaze at the colossal corrupted heart banyan tree in the park center. The dark red branches and leaves seem to sway even more violently than before. Old Zhang's face turned ashen in an instant, his lips trembling. "It's no good. This reckless bunch has inadvertently awakened that monstrous entity." The last group that roused it was a fully equipped exploration team consisting of 100 members, and to this day, not a trace of them remains. As the old monk's words fell, the very ground of the entire community began to tremble violently. "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" Rosie screamed, clutching her tablet tightly. Everyone turned in horror towards the park. In the center of the park, the ancient banyan tree, which had overshadowed the sun, underwent a grotesque transformation. Its immensely thick trunk began to swell uncontrollably. Deep within the trunk, a gigantic tumor writhed. The surface of the tumor was riddled with thick veins, and at its center rested an enormous eyeball, exceeding 2 meters in diameter. The eye slowly rotated, fixating intently on the fleeing van. Countless thick aerial roots cascaded from the canopy, forcefully embedding themselves into the ground, instantly enveloping the entire park area along with several nearby residential buildings in an enormous cage. Rosie instinctively activated her innate skill, materializing information. "Suemo, this is not a tree at all. Its combat power exceeds that of an ordinary zombie by over 280 times. Its rank is that of a leader, surpassing even the typical leader level." No sooner had she spoken than the colossal tumor suddenly contracted. A dense, pale purple mist erupted from the fissures of the tumor, spreading rapidly throughout the community. Wherever it passed, the vegetation withered to a charred black. The metallic shells of abandoned vehicles quickly lost their luster, becoming encrusted with rust. Even the hard concrete ground began to bubble with fine foam. "It's a toxic mist. Highly corrosive." Lin Yao's complexion changed dramatically. As a physician, she instantly recognized the terror of this vapor. "Quick, close the car windows. Activate the air circulation." Su Mo reacted swiftly, immediately issuing a command through the Fortress Heart. "Fortress Heart, activate the air purification system. Maximum power." A faint humming sound filled the vehicle as the ventilation opening sealed shut. A green air purification indicator illuminated on the central console. This was part of the upgrades made to the vehicle using fortress points, specifically designed to counter potential gas corrosion. The pale purple toxic mist swiftly engulfed the van, rendering the view outside a blur, visibility plummeting. Upon contact with the vehicle, the toxic mist emitted a hissing, corrosive sound. Yet, thanks to the formidable defensive capabilities, the corrosion proceeded at a painfully slow pace. "The armor is being corroded." Suemo sensed the state of the vehicle through the Fortress Heart. The air circulation system could filter the toxic gas, safeguarding those inside, but it was powerless against the corrosion of the vehicle's metal. Prolonged exposure would inevitably compromise even the strongest armor. "Boss, what should we do? Should we charge out?" Vela took the driver's seat, casting her gaze over the main road blocked by gnarled roots. "This won't do. Those roots are too formidable. A forceful collision would ruin the front of the vehicle." Rosie immediately countered. The battle prowess of those ancient banyan roots should not be underestimated. Just as everyone was at a loss, pondering how to break through, a robust voice called out from a distance, "Hey, the vehicle over there. Hurry, come this way. The terrain is elevated here. The toxic fog cannot reach us." The voice, slightly aged yet full of vigor, drew the attention of Su Mo and the others. They turned to see a few figures emerging from a relatively intact residential building balcony, mere dozens of meters from the van. At the forefront stood a plump old monk clad in a gray robe, his face radiating a healthy glow. In one hand, he held a string of prayer beads, while in the other, he grasped a makeshift megaphone fashioned from sturdy cardboard. Behind him trailed a flamboyantly dressed woman. Her expression one of alarm, along with a few boys and girls of varying ages, all bearing a striking resemblance to him. The ensemble appeared oddly peculiar. Through the megaphone, the old monk's voice resonated with a tone of compassionate benevolence. This humble monk, named Hui Ming, is the abbot of the neighboring Furong Temple in Star City. I observe that you, esteemed guests, possess remarkable skills and are protected by a divine chariot, truly blessed by the heavens. This building, being situated at a higher elevation, is safe for the time being as the toxic fog cannot ascend here. Quickly, bring your vehicle over to take refuge and discuss strategies. This is the wisest course of action. Before becoming a monk, Hui Ming was known by the surname Lu. Just moments ago, as Su Mo and Vela entered the vehicle, he had used binoculars to observe the interior. The driver's seat was occupied by a graceful woman of refined demeanor, while a petite girl sat in the passenger seat. In the back, there was a strikingly beautiful and capable woman. These three, each exuding distinct elegance, resembled divine bodhisattvas. Their figures and appearances, if they could be guided into my temple to engage in the profound joys of Zen, would indeed be a monumental merit. The old monk's fingers paused slightly as he manipulated the prayer beads. As for the man driving, merely an inconsequential obstacle. Once they entered his domain, he had myriad ways to make the man vanish without a trace. In due time, this formidable war chariot and these three stunning bodhisattvas would become the means to indulge in bliss in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 67. Something is amiss with this monk. Su Mo furrowed his brow. The abbot of Furong Temple, a renowned ancient temple in Star City, thriving with worshippers. Though merely a wall separated them, why was this old monk not in his temple? What was he doing in such a place? Accompanied by individuals who clearly did not resemble monks? Within the van, the group exchanged puzzled glances. Rosie blinked her large eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "A monk? There are still monks in this apocalypse?" And he asked with, a female benefactor? She looked at the flamboyant woman, her small face filled with confusion. Lin Yao maintained a doctor's vigilance, cautioning, "Su Mo, be wary of deceit. Their timing is too coincidental." Vela remained silent, her eyes fixed through the windshield, intently observing the individuals on the balcony, particularly the elderly monk. An innate sense of discomfort stirred within her, a result of her battle instincts. Su Mo narrowed his gaze, swiftly assessing the situation. The toxic mist was spreading, corroding their vehicle. Remaining stationary equated to awaiting death. That building was indeed the only high ground in the vicinity. He spoke in a low voice. "Vela, move closer." No sooner had he finished speaking than Vela shifted gears, guiding the van through the thin veil of poison and halting near the entrance of the building. The front of the vehicle faced the corridor, while the rear was oriented toward their previous route, allowing for a swift retreat in case of emergencies. As the van came to a stop, the elderly monk hurried down with his companions. Leading the charge, he wore a warm smile, his hands pressed together in prayer. Amit Ba, dear patrons, do not be alarmed. With the apocalypse upon us, the Buddha's compassion shines forth. This humble monk cannot bear to see sentient beings suffer. Thus, I have established a sanctuary here to welcome the faithful and help us weather this calamity. Clad in his monk's robe and twisting his prayer beads, he indeed bore an appearance reminiscent of a venerable master. However, Su Mo noted the monk's eyes were far from innocent, as they casually swept through the van's interior, momentarily lingering on Lin Yao, Luo Shi, and Vela, revealing a flicker of greed. Su Mo's expression remained impassive as he succinctly replied, "Master Hui Ming, thank you for your hospitality," his gaze also sweeping over the several evasive individuals behind Hui Ming. "The master's compassion is commendable," Lin Yao softly responded. As a doctor, she had encountered too many individuals cloaked in piety. The benevolent visage of the abbot before her exuded an instinctive repulsion. Luo Shi, untroubled, curiously examined Hui Ming, exclaiming, "Greetings. Master, I know of Furong Temple. Its incense offerings are abundant. Just to perform a blessing costs 6,400. I've heard the first incense offering on the first day of the Lunar New Year can reach 1,000,000, she casually remarked, only to witness a slight falter in Hui Ming's smile before it returned to its previous warmth. Amit Ba, it is all due to the devotee's sincerity, inspired by the Buddha, Hui Ming chuckled, acknowledging the exorbitant fees for blessings and the private auction of the first incense, his handiwork indeed. However, the profits had firmly landed in his hands. His gaze then fell upon Luo Shi's innocent and charming face, his smile becoming increasingly genial. "I observe that you all possess remarkable capabilities, blessed by heaven. This place is now shrouded by the demon tree, the toxic miasma thickening. It is certainly not a safe haven for long. Having operated Furong Temple for many years, I possess secret passages leading to this location, along with a sturdy cellar stocked with rice and clean water, where we may temporarily take refuge. Might you, dear patrons, be willing to accompany this humble monk? In the presence of the Buddha, all beings are equal, and this monk vowed to offer his utmost protection. Suemo interrupted Hui Ming's words. From the old monk's implication, he possessed a secret passage leading to the Furong Temple. Clearly, such a construction could not have been completed after the apocalypse. This old abbot was not as simple as he appeared. The master's goodwill was acknowledged. We merely needed to rest here temporarily. If it is convenient, might we ascend to the upper floor to avoid the toxic mist? Hui Ming nodded repeatedly. Stepping aside, of course. Naturally, it is convenient. Esteemed patrons, please follow this humble monk upstairs. The congregation here consisted of displaced souls from the apocalypse, fortunate to be guided by the Buddha, gathered to seek liberation. The group followed Hui Ming into the corridor, and the sight before them momentarily captured their attention. This was a spacious flat that had been merged from several households, accommodating at least 100 individuals of all ages, their garments tattered and expressions weary. Yet, their eyes gleamed with a fervor mingled with numbness. Some sat, others reclined, quietly reciting indistinct scriptures. At the center of the hall stood a crudely carved wooden Buddha statue, surrounded by curling incense smoke. A nearby loudspeaker repeatedly broadcast various sutras. Hui Ming stood at the forefront of the crowd, his voice resonant and imbued with an unusual charisma. Esteemed patrons, these are the lost lambs in the apocalypse. The end times are not a calamity, but a test leading to the blissful realm. The red mist is the fire of karma, cleansing the filth of the world. The monsters are the demons of the heart, refining our Buddha nature. As long as one is sincere, the Buddha will surely protect them through this tribulation. As he spoke, an invisible wave of spiritual energy subtly expanded. His innate talent for influencing minds through speech had awakened after the apocalypse. He could guide and sway others' thoughts, controlling their emotions to achieve a form of brainwashing. This ability seemed tailor-made for him, and paired with his status as abbot, its effectiveness was remarkable. Cast aside your obsessions and return to the Buddha. The pure land of the blissful world awaits. Master Hui Ming, the savior of the suffering. The crowd murmured in fervent devotion, their zeal intensifying. Lin Yao whispered to Su Mo beside her. Faith should be an inner strength, a means to restrain oneself toward goodness. It should not be this blind reliance or an escape from reality. This monk is not right. Just then, she noticed a woman in the corner, cradling her sick child. Not seeking medicine, but incessantly bowing and praying to the Buddha statue. Hui Ming, however, remained oblivious to this, redirecting his gaze toward Luo Shi. Seeing her delicate features, seemingly underage, ignited a fervor within him. Little patron, see, this is the power of faith. You possess profound wisdom. If you can relinquish worldly attachments and follow this humble monk in practice, you shall undoubtedly become the most radiant beacon beneath the Buddha, guiding countless beings. Luo Shi felt as though the old monk's voice held an enchanting power, penetrating deep into her mind. Her initially smug thoughts were magnified infinitely. Her gaze began to wander, and a yearning expression emerged on her delicate face. Instinctively, she was about to step forward, captivated by the grand notion of saving all sentient beings. Lin Yao observed this keenly, her heart tightening as she swiftly pulled Luo Qian back. Although she too felt a slight mental pressure, her innate gift of insight allowed her to sense a different magnetic field, leaving Luo Qian's mind muddled. Sumo's eyes turned cold. With formidable mental strength and a fortified heart, the enchanting sound of confusion had little impact on him. Meanwhile, Vela possessed a sharp instinct for combat, instinctively rejecting this mental disturbance. Only Luo Qian, oblivious and carefree, fell prey to it. Observing Lin Yao's intervention, Hui Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of severity. He had not anticipated that his often reliable innate skills would be so easily thwarted. This group, indeed, possessed an unusual aura. Fair maiden, do not hinder others from seeking enlightenment. In this apocalyptic world, receiving guidance from the Buddha was a tremendous blessing. As his words fell, a magnetic field emanating with several times the previous intensity radiated from him. The nearby devotees, murmuring incantations, found their bodies moving involuntarily towards Hui Ming, bowing in reverence. The innate skill of the enchanting sound of confusion reached its peak at that moment. Such a potent spiritual assault had never failed the old monk before. Chapter 68. You decide its efficacy. He then turned to Su Mo. Esteemed one, I perceive a heavy aura of violence surrounding you, suggesting unfavorable karmic ties. It would be wiser to leave this young maiden with me for spiritual cultivation. As for the other young ladies, they may partake in acts of cleanliness and devotion to accumulate merit. I shall ensure their safety. You, on the other hand, may depart and seek your own path. At this juncture, he no longer feigned cordiality and laid his cards on the table. Su Mo responded, "Are you suggesting I leave while keeping the three of them here?" Hui Ming pressed his palms together, his demeanor solemn. "Ba, your words are misguided, esteemed one." The devotees behind him chimed in. "Indeed, following the master ensures survival. The master is a reincarnated living Buddha. Why do you not kneel? Leave that young girl. It is a blessing for you that the master has taken notice of her." Su Mo gazed at this farcical scene, casting a glance at the dazed Luo Qian. A murderous intent ignited within him. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he looked to Vela and nodded slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled thuds resounded almost simultaneously. Hui Ming barely registered what had transpired, only feeling a flash before his eyes. The most vociferous of the devotees behind him were now rendered unconscious, collapsed on the ground, unable to move. The entire process was swift as lightning, executed with precision and clarity. A flicker of panic crossed Hui Ming's eyes, but he quickly composed himself, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" He abruptly stepped back, retreating behind the throng of followers. Bolstered by the hundreds of devotees behind him, he sneered, "Benefactor. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. How can you, a solitary individual, contend against hundreds devoted to the Dharma? If you remain obstinate, for the sake of everyone's well-being, this humble monk shall have no choice but to cleanse the path for the Buddha." Esteemed devotees, this man is the embodiment of malevolent forces, seeking to sever our connection to the Pure Land. To protect the Dharma, we must eradicate this evil. The brainwashed followers, instantly invigorated, seized whatever they could find and surged towards Su Mo boss. Vela's gaze was icy, her fists clenched. With her strength, she could easily clear the area before her in an instant. Lin Yao's complexion paled as she tightly shielded the still-dazed Rosie, exclaiming, "Su Mo, they are under control. You mustn't." He understood Lin Yao, but in this apocalyptic world, indecision was tantamount to suicide. These brainwashed individuals were, at this moment, Hui Ming's sharpest blade and most formidable shield. Su Mo focused on the gap in the crowd, locking onto the smug visage of the elder. Being decisive in combat did not equate to indiscriminate slaughter. What he needed was efficiency and precision. "Vela, protect Lin Yao and Rosie. Do not let them approach," Su Mo commanded, advancing rather than retreating. The metallic armor he donned provided him with formidable defense. His strikes were measured, designed to incapacitate without inflicting fatal harm. "Stop him. Quickly block him." Hui Ming saw Su Mo drawing nearer and desperately summoned his hypnotic incantations, urging more people to recklessly charge at Su Mo. The scene descended into chaos. At that moment, Rosie, cradled in Lin Yao's arms, shook her head and finally regained her senses. She had almost succumbed to the elder's insidious influence. Now fully aware, her face flushed with indignation. "Ah, this is infuriating. That bald old man dares to deceive me." Rosie pulled out a tablet from her backpack, her fingers flying over the screen. "Sister Yao, don't worry about me. Watch how I deal with this false monk." She swiftly accessed remnants of information from the pre-apocalyptic internet, correlating it with Hui Ming's self-identified role as the abbot of Furong Temple. Within moments, she pinpointed her target. Excitement sparkled in Rosie's eyes. "I found it. Abbot Shi Hui Ming of Furong Temple in Star City, real name Lu Danning. TSK, old bald man. You have quite a scandalous past." Her fingers danced swiftly, compiling a shocking dossier of information. "Consciousness, engage." Rosie intoned, her mental energy sharply focused. Simultaneously, the screens of the phones that the devotees had unwittingly drawn out flickered to life with blinding light. Hui Ming embraced various enchanting women in intimate photographs that played in succession. Massive overseas accounts, a list of mistresses, and a roster of illegitimate children followed. Subsequently, the loudspeaker in the center of the hall blared at maximum volume. Abbot Shi Hui Ming of the Furong Temple in Xingqing, materials for real name reporting released. 15 lovers. 47 illegitimate children. Millions in government subsidies fraudulently obtained. On the eve of an investigation, the apocalypse descends. Truly a blessing from the Buddha? Is this the living Buddha you worship? Awaken, fools. This sudden barrage of information extinguished the fervent flames of the devotees in an instant. They had been deceived. The reverend they revered as divine was, in fact, a scoundrel engaged in embezzlement and the exploitation of women, even defrauding state subsidies. They nearly sacrificed their lives for such a fraud. "Scoundrel, bald donkey, return my hard-earned money, my offerings. Scoundrel, degenerate, kill him." No matter how powerful the captivating chants of the Dharma, they could not withstand such overwhelming evidence that shattered their beliefs. The awakened devotees redirected their fury toward the trembling Hui Ming. No, let me explain. This is slander. It is a delusion, an illusion. Buddha. Hui Ming retreated in terror, attempting to summon his innate abilities once again. Dad, run. A young man in his 20s shouted from behind him, shoving his half-sister into the oncoming crowd. Hurry. Another mistress screamed, knocking down another child who obstructed their path. You ungrateful wretches. Harlots. Hui Ming watched as the women and children he had once doted on shoved and trampled each other in a desperate bid for survival, even sacrificing their kin to block the pursuers. Rage coursed through him, nearly causing him to spit blood. Suemo observed this scene coldly. The baseness of humanity was laid bare in that moment. However, his scorn was soon drowned out. The enraged devotees had reached him, fists, feet, and clubs raining down like a torrential downpour. I am unwilling. I am so unwilling. I, Lu Daneng, have built my fortune from scratch, surrounded by wives and concubines. Living without worry, what have I done wrong? I merely had the misfortune to encounter this damned apocalypse. Suemo regarded the chaos without a shred of compassion. Moments later, the fury of the crowd began to subside. Hui Ming was unrecognizable, his eyes fixed lifelessly on the ceiling. Amid the turmoil, Sumo's gaze swept over Hui Ming's tattered monk's robe. He noticed a bulging inner pocket on Hui Ming's person. Suemo swiftly extracted its contents and pocketed them. Once the crowd had vented their anger, they seized the illegitimate children and mistresses, frantically rummaging through Hui Ming's room in search of resources. Observing the toxic mist outside gradually dissipating, Suemo chose to disregard this rabble. He is not a saint. Leading this group would only be a burden. Whether one can survive depends solely on their own fate. Thus, accompanied by Weila, Lin Yao, and the recovering Rosie, they swiftly departed from the chaotic scene. Once back in the vehicle, Rosie patted her flat chest, exclaiming, "Humph! How dare you conspire against me? You shall be disgraced, leaving a stench for eternity." She then pouted. Glancing at Suemo, "You big bad wolf, why did you touch that old bald goat's corpse? It's utterly disgusting." Suemo remained silent, producing a wooden Luban lock. It appeared not to be a product of the apocalypse. However, since Hui Ming had carried it closely, it must be something extraordinary. Suemo had attempted to unlock it several times before, to no avail. He intended to return to the vehicle and collaborate with the others for a thorough examination. Rosie, with her big eyes, suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Hey, do you think that old bald goat has actually attained what he sought? Luxury cars, grand houses, a life free of worries, and a harem, that's the dream of many. TSK, when you think about it. All the wishes made by others at the temple were granted to that old bald goat. How uncanny. The group, Chapter 69, Miracles from Great Efforts. At that moment, the four had returned to the van. Suemo took out the Luban lock, but before he could explain, Rosie swiftly grabbed it. She had seen Suemo fiddling with it earlier and was eager to try herself. There must be secrets within this old bald goat's Luban lock. After all, I am a prodigy, exceptionally admitted to the computer science department at Star City University. A mere Luban lock is certainly within my grasp. No. This design is too inhumane. There is simply no point of force. After several minutes of struggle, it remained tightly locked, unmoving. Frustrated, Rosie tossed it to Lin Yao. Her lips pouting in indignation. I'm done. This wretched lock is bullying me. Yao, your turn. Lin Yao took the Luban lock and became intrigued. Her slender fingers gently explored the wooden piece, pressing and rotating, as she meticulously observed each joint, searching for mechanisms and gaps. The mortise and tenon structure was extraordinarily intricate, interlocking in a manner that a single movement would affect the whole. Without a key or a specific unlocking sequence, any forceful disassembly would only damage what lay within. Since Hui Ming carried it on his person, it's likely that only he knew how to unlock it. Lin Yao attempted several approaches, but ultimately shook her head in defeat. Returning the lock to Suemo. Humph. That dead bald goat, even in death, leaves behind a riddle to torment us. Rosie huffed in discontent. Hiding this must mean it contains vital information, potentially related to that tree. Suemo gazed out the window toward the park and the community. The oppressive aura emanating from the ancient banyan tree was overwhelming. At that moment, a hand, thin and calloused, reached over and took the Luban lock from Suemo. It was Weila. She maintained a stoic expression as she weighed the wooden lock in her hands. Rosie blinked, assessing both her combat prowess and driving skills. After all, she was an ardent admirer of Vera. However, Vera had always been straightforward, never revealing any aptitude in this regard. Golden-haired big sister, would you care to try? She asked. This contraption is rather peculiar. Neither Yao nor I could figure it out. Vera said nothing, merely clasping the Luban lock in her palm. In the next instant, a flash of crimson light emanated from her hand. A high-frequency buzzing resonated from her tightly clenched fist. Resonant vibrations. The intricately designed Lubon lock began to disintegrate under the impact of the high-frequency waves. In merely 2 seconds, it started to crumble from within, ultimately shattering into splinters. Vera opened her palm, revealing nothing but a heap of fine wood shavings. At the center of this debris lay a piece of waterproof oil paper. The vehicle fell into a profound silence. Rosie gaped, her eyes wide with astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping. Lin Yao covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. Vera, with an impassive demeanor, handed the oil paper to Su Mo, saying, "Boss." "Well done," Su Mo remarked as he accepted the oil paper and unfolded it. Rosie finally snapped back to reality, dashing to Vera's side to embrace her arm, her face brimming with adoration. "Strength brings miracles. Golden-haired big sister, you are simply magnificent. I declare that from this day forth, you shall be my eternal idol." What a trivial lock. Before absolute power, it is nothing. Vera appeared slightly bewildered by Rosie's enthusiasm, glancing down at the little girl clinging to her arm. A hint of helplessness flickered across her otherwise expressionless face. Suemo, unfazed by Rosie's starstruck display, quickly scanned the contents of the oil paper. The handwriting was ancient and vigorous, written in traditional characters, evidently from a long-lost era. It began with a prominent title, Record of the Spiritual Roots of Furong Ancient Temple. It documented the history of Furong Temple. Lin Yao leaned in for a closer look. An avid reader of ancient medical texts, she served as the group's translator. The general content revealed that Furong Temple was established at the end of the Tang Dynasty, with a banyan tree planted by the first abbot. Its roots delved deep into the earth, safeguarding the temple's enduring prosperity and continuous incense offerings. This tree was revered as the spiritual root of the temple by successive eminent monks. The records within stated, as long as the roots remain intact, the temple shall not perish. However, the latter half of the oil paper bore a markedly different style of writing, hasty and filled with indignation. The thieving bald monk Hui Ming, greed-driven, in pursuit of building a private residence and den of vice, he dared disturb the main vein of the spiritual root, digging catacombs, severing the dragon's spine. This is a path to death. The calamity of the temple's destruction and the demise of its people is imminent. The final words appeared to be the dying testament of the last guardian monk of the roots. Attached to the end of the oil paper was a rudimentary diagram indicating the location of a hidden passageway between the underground of Furong Temple and the nearby residential area, marked by a heavily circled point in red, labeled as the root severance. The information contained therein was monumental. It appears that the ancient banyan tree, known as the corrupted heart banyan, serves as the spiritual root of the Furong Temple. In a bid to conceal his illicit affair in the neighboring community, Huiming constructed an underground passage. Unfortunately, during the construction, he severed the tree's most vital root system. As the apocalypse descended and the crimson mist transformed the world, the ancient banyan morphed into the corrupted heart banyan under the mist's influence. It lurks in the park, using the supermarket as bait to ensnare its prey, all to absorb flesh and blood energy to restore itself. Sumo's finger traced the 3 characters encircled in cinnabar. The tree's most significant vulnerability was not the tumor on its trunk, but rather the severed main root system that Hui Ming had destroyed years ago. That location was its most fragile point, laden with resentment. Lin Yao quickly grasped the crux. If they could locate the underground passage, penetrate the banyan's roots, and disrupt that connection, they could annihilate it entirely. A glint of cold light flickered in Sumo's eyes. The secret path leading to Furong Temple was the entrance. Roshi immediately perked up, waving her small hand. "Let us go. We'll take down the old donkey's lair." The interior was in disarray, with Huiming's corpse dragged away by his followers, leaving his whereabouts unknown. His mistress and illegitimate children had scattered like birds and beasts, leaving behind a chaotic scene and a few remaining devotees. With a clear objective, Su Mo and the others headed straight for the largest duplex that Huiming had previously occupied. Under Roshi's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the storage room on the second underground level, where they discovered a hidden door obscured by heavy debris. The door had already been opened, suggesting that the devoted followers had seized the opportunity to flee. Roshi, deploy the drone. Vela, maintain vigilance ahead. Lin Yao, provide support in the center. Su Mo commanded swiftly. Understood. Roshi promptly released a small drone, which flew ahead into the passage. Vela, fists clenched, was the first to step into the darkness. Lin Yao and Roshi positioned themselves centrally, while Su Mo followed behind. The interior of the passage was more spacious than anticipated, ample enough to accommodate 2 individuals side by side. The walls and floor were made of rough concrete, indicating that Hui Ming had invested considerable effort. The drone's feed revealed a winding passage that descended, leading directly toward the temple and traversing beneath the ancient banyan tree. As they ventured deeper, the cold, damp atmosphere intensified, and the air was permeated with a toxic mist akin to that of the ancient banyan, albeit at a considerably lower concentration. Vela suddenly halted, her battle instincts alerting her to a threat ahead. "Boss, there is something up." Following Vela's gaze, they beheld a massive fire door blocking their path. According to the records on the oil paper, the coordinates of the severed banyan's roots should lie within. Yet, this door appeared to weigh hundreds of pounds. How could they possibly open it? Roshi glanced at the compass on her tablet, confirming their location. She had previously uploaded a simplified map of the oil paper into the computer, but the lock was rusted shut and utterly unyielding. "It's simple." Suemo placed his palm against the hinge of the fire door. To forcibly deconstruct the entire door would require an immense expenditure of mental energy. However, merely dismantling the fixed hinges was a far simpler endeavor. In less than a minute, Suemo had disassembled all 4 fixed hinges, causing the fire door to crash to the ground. A pungent odor of rotting wood and the musty scent of damp earth assaulted his senses. Ahead, a vast underground chamber unfolded before him, revealing countless dark red tendrils that clung to the walls and ceiling like veins. That must be the lair of the villain. Rashi pointed towards the center of the space. There, a dark red main root plunged deep into the earth, its surface adorned with dark crimson veins that pulsated rhythmically. The root had been severed in 2 by some unknown force, and at the fracture, 7 massive steel nails, each the thickness of a human arm, had been brutally driven in, forcibly binding the segments of the ancient banyan's main root together. These 7 nails not only upheld the structure of the root, but also served as the source of the ancient banyan's festering resentment. "That's the key. If we destroy the nails and sever the main root, it is doomed," Lin Yao declared, her ability to perceive life revealing the chaotic energy swirling at the fracture point, the most vulnerable part of the ancient banyan's life force. "By my word." Vela stepped forward, eager to engage. Yet, her probing strike with the shockwave fist barely grazed it, causing no harm whatsoever. As she prepared to concentrate her power for a full assault, Suemo firmly grasped her shoulder. "It's futile. The shockwave fist has no effect on it. These 7 nails are made of metal. I can deconstruct them. But you must protect me. Rashi, provide information support. Lin Yao, prepare for emergencies." "Understood." Vela quickly comprehended the plan, assuming a defensive stance beside Suemo. He took a deep breath, aligning his palm with the first steel nail. An invisible ripple of energy enveloped the robust nail with precision. Deconstruction target: high-strength steel nail. Main component: carbon steel. Structural complexity: low. Deconstruction speed: approximately 2 kilograms per second. Estimated time: about 60 seconds. At the moment the nail began to decompose, the entire underground chamber seemed to stir with wrath. A wisp of green smoke billowed from the fracture, coalescing into a swarm of wooden-armored corrupted guardians that charged towards Suemo and Vela. Rashi swiftly provided information, her insights materializing instantly. Idle, 12 o'clock above. 3 o'clock to the left, 7 o'clock to the right, a total of 12. All are ordinary corrupted root guardians. Their combat prowess is double that of regular zombies. Weak point: the eye seed in their chest. "Humph." Vela scoffed, boldly advancing. For her, these ordinary-grade zombies were hardly even a warm-up. With each strike, a dull explosion resonated, accompanied by the splintering of wooden fibers. She moved like a human meat grinder, weaving through the grasp of the root guardians, ruthlessly tearing them apart. Soon, the 12 decayed guardians were reduced to mere black water. Simultaneously, the first steel nail in Sumo's hand dissipated into nothingness. Decomposition successful. Acquired fortress points: 120. Current fortress points: 178. Proficiency: 120. Current heart of the fortress level: 3, for 778-10000. Stamina consumption: light. The dark red glow at the fracture noticeably dimmed. "The first one. Done," Rosie exclaimed. Without pause, Suemo pressed her palm against the second steel nail. Decomposition commenced. This time, the emerging corrupted root guardians were larger in size. Both their wooden armor and the aura they exuded surpassed that of the first wave. Rosie widened her eyes and immediately shared the tangible results of her findings with everyone. Second wave of corrupted root guardians. Number 10. Speed: faster. Armor: thicker. Combat power: 5 times stronger. As Rosie had indicated, the newly appeared guardians were indeed more formidable. Yet, her combat instinct allowed her to anticipate their movements. Utilizing spatial maneuvers, she swiftly eliminated these guardians. Everyone firmly believed that with each steel nail diminished, the onslaught of these root guardians would intensify, growing stronger with each successive wave. 60 seconds later, the second steel nail vanished. The glow at the fracture dimmed further. The pace of battle quickened. Third wave, 8 guardians. Combat power, 8 times stronger. Additionally, they could spew corrosive acid. Fourth wave, 6 guardians. Combat power, 12 times stronger. They could unleash psychic shockwaves to disrupt the mind. Fifth wave, for guardians. Combat power, 20 times stronger. Their armor was reinforced, and their strength formidable, requiring penetration to defeat. Rosie's voice quivered slightly. Sixth wave, 2 guardians. Not one. Each possesses a combat power 50 times that of a typical zombie. Yet, when they merge, their strength approaches that of a leader-level zombie. 2 root guardians appeared, resembling a 2-headed dragon, slowly manifesting. They were not independent entities, but were closely connected at their roots, their bodies entwined, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying pressure far surpassing their predecessors. Their dark golden crystalline armor shimmered with luster, their eyes fixated intently on Sumo and Vela. Vela took a deep breath, her eyes glowing fiercely red. At that moment, her combat instinct and shock fist operated at full capacity. She maneuvered cautiously towards her adversaries, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With precision, her shock fist crashed down on the junction of their bodies. The crystalline armor shattered, and the guardians emitted a painful howl. However, the other seized the chance to attack from the side, its massive maw lunging towards Vela. Be careful. Sumo's gaze turned icy as he reminded her. Despite Vela's efforts to react and block, she was still forced to stagger backward by the immense force. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, the 6th steel nail had been successfully decomposed, and Sumo's right hand grasped the air. Metal manipulation. The razor. A fully concentrated razor formed in his palm, transforming into a silver flash that shot into the open maw of the guardian, filling it to capacity. The pressure on Vela diminished suddenly, and seizing the moment, she unleashed her shockwave punch with unreserved ferocity upon the heavily injured guardian, accompanied by the shattering of crystallized armor. The 6th wave was narrowly overcome. Vela gasped for breath, her hands trembling uncontrollably. The side effects of the shockwave punch had begun to manifest, clearly pushing her to her limits. Vela. Lin Yao rushed forward, while Sumo fought against the dizziness to look at Vela. It was undeniably difficult for mere mortals to contend against a leader-class monster. Lin Yao's life insight swept over, and her expression shifted drastically. Vela's arms were torn, internal bleeding, vital signs rapidly declining. She immediately retrieved a first aid kit, frantically beginning to staunch the bleeding and stabilize her injuries. There's still one left. Vela managed to lift her head to look at Sumo, her gaze unwavering. She struggled to rise, but was instantaneously felled by excruciating pain. Sumo's eyes were drawn to the largest and thickest steel nail embedded in the deepest fissure of the main root. If he could destroy it, the corrupted heart banyan would undoubtedly perish. However, based on previous calculations, there should only be one in the 7th wave, and its energy level surpassed that of a leader-class being, at least 100 times greater than that of an ordinary zombie. In their current states, he and the severely injured Vela had no chance of victory. The big bad guy should return to the car, Rosie suggested, sensing the dire situation. Yet Sumo understood that outside was the Banyan's prison, and there was no escape. Unless it was destroyed, they would all perish. Just as despair began to engulf them, a gentle voice rang out. Sumo, you go. Destroy the last nail. Lin Yao stood up, adjusting her glasses, her gaze behind the lenses radiating an unprecedented calm. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 71. Keep the roots intact, all right. Sumo glanced at Lin Yao without a moment's hesitation. He pressed his palm directly against the last steel nail. This nail was thicker than the combined 6 before it, requiring 300 seconds to decompose. Yet Sumo understood that as long as he destroyed it, the corrupted heart banyan would inevitably perish. The moment decomposition commenced, the entire underground space erupted into chaos. Rosie, having used the information manifestation, turned pale. The last wave, just one. Its combat power is skyrocketing. 200, 300, at least 500 times. The upper limit can't be estimated. It's about to emerge. As the words fell, a towering figure coalesced from the overwhelming resentment and corrosive energy at the fissure. The tree-like entity before them was the embodiment of the corrupted ancient banyan. It bore no distinct features. Only a gaping chasm marked the location of its head. From this crevice, a singular eye emerged, slowly rotating, fixated intently on Sumo and the hand hovering above the final steel nail. Then, a deep voice reverberated through the underground passage. Insignificant human vermin, greedy and foolish, disrupting my foundation and disturbing my slumber. Following this proclamation, an immense pressure descended upon everyone present, causing their knees to buckle and rendering their breaths labored. According to the forum's descriptions, this being possessed an inherent oppressive force and could articulate human speech. Such was the might that surpassed even the leader's level. The disparity was staggering. Before the combat prowess of a lord-level entity, the crowd found themselves utterly powerless to resist. The gigantic vertical eye of the corrupted ancient banyan swept across them. You all shall perish, paying with your flesh and blood. It slowly raised its arm, and with a single strike, it could obliterate them all. Wait, Lin Yao interjected. Though her body trembled under the weight of the oppressive force, her gaze remained calm, tinged with a hint of compassion. The corrupted ancient banyan paused, its vertical eye turning towards Lin Yao. Oh, insect, what do you wish to convey? To plead for mercy? Or to seek a swifter demise? In a previous encounter, Lin Yao had utilized her life-sensing ability to scan the fissured area. This innate skill allowed her to perceive the internal afflictions, toxins, or anomalous energies within her target, quantifying various metrics. In her vision, she discerned the chaotic, turbulent energy coursing within the corrupted ancient banyan, as if it teetered between degradation and awakening, much like Su Mo had experienced with the zombie virus. Lin Yao began to elucidate. No, I have not come to plead nor to engage in battle. I have merely witnessed your suffering. The corrupted ancient banyan fixed its gaze upon Lin Yao's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern the veracity of her words through her subtle expressions. My suffering stems from you humans. Greed, foolishness, severing my roots for that filthy nest, ruining my millennia-old foundation, transforming me into this grotesque abomination, neither tree nor beast. Therefore you all must die. Nourish my roots with your blood and flesh. Perhaps I may continue to exist. Lin Yao's heartbeat quickened. It was as she had surmised. The corrupted ancient banyan's tone carried a tinge of confusion and longing. Its obsession was not with annihilation, but with survival. Yet, the agony of severed roots, the crimson mist mutation, and the overwhelming resentment had contorted it into its current form. To survive? In such a manner? To confine oneself in this lightless abyss? Becoming a monster feared by all? Is this the existence you desire? Lin Yao's words pierced deep into the heart of the corrupted ancient banyan. It let out a low growl, but its ferocity had waned. What do you understand? If not for you, I could have continued to be your temple's spiritual root, deeply rooted and flourishing, sheltering this land. Damn Hui Ming, he destroyed you for his own selfish desires. But what you are doing now, how does it differ from him? Nourishing yourself with the flesh and blood of the innocent, how are you any better than he is? Silence. The treeman was struck at his vulnerable point. His massive arm slammed down, halting just half an inch above Lin Yao's head, the force of the wind nearly toppling her. Yet, she stubbornly steadied herself, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and continued. You hate humanity for transforming you into a monster. But have you ever considered whether your current state is truly what you desire? The ancient banyan tree fell silent. The energy within it surged violently, as if engaged in an intense struggle. Lin Yao understood that this was the pivotal moment. Your obsession is merely to continue existing, to live as a true being, with roots, leaves, sunlight, and rain, rather than existing as a tumor driven by resentment. At last, her words awakened the long-dead heart of the ancient banyan. But how can one live when the roots are severed? Its voice was heavy with despair, the agony from its severed roots a constant reminder of its impending mortality. I have a solution. Lin Yao gazed intently at the ancient banyan, speaking earnestly. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone could hear the beating of their own hearts. Finally, the ancient banyan withdrew its terrifying pressure. You have 30 seconds to convince me, or you shall perish. The pressure diminished, yet an invisible countdown had commenced. Vela struggled to position herself in front of Lin Yao, but was halted by a glance from Su Mo, who urged her to trust Lin Yao. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yao's innate gift of life insight surged into action. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she broke off a half-inch-long branch from the treeman. Although the branch was covered in the corrosive red mist, it still retained a faint glimmer of vitality, untouched by the zombie virus. My gift is the heart of a healer. I can transform my own life force into healing energy. I can expel the red mist virus afflicting it. I can help preserve your roots. Lin Yao's proclamation thundered like a bolt of lightning. The ancient banyan's voice trembled. Can you truly do that? Can you dispel the filth? Its greatest hatred, aside from the pain of severed roots, was the zombie virus and the resentment that had sullied its existence. I can, Lin Yao declared resolutely. But the cost will be a month of my life force. A month of life force. Sumo's pupils constricted. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have sought alternative solutions. Lin Yao did not cast a glance at Su Mo. Her gaze was firmly fixed upon the tree spirit. This is my proposal. Time seemed to freeze once more. The corrupted heart ancient banyan struggled, deliberating. This temptation was far more immense than the consumption of 1,000 flesh and blood beings. It had witnessed countless humans, steeped in greed, hypocrisy, and cunning. Yet, the woman before it possessed a gaze as clear as crystal, devoid of deceit. Was she truly willing to pay the price of her life to aid it? The countdown reached its conclusion. Show me proof. The voice of the corrupted heart, Ancient Banyan, resounded. Lin Yao hesitated not for a moment. Closing her eyes, she activated her innate ability for life transformation. A soft and pure milky glow gradually infused the branch in her palm. Her complexion paled visibly, her body teetering as if on the brink of collapse. In mere seconds, the previously dull, dark red branch displayed a polished wooden sheen, exuding a pristine vitality. The immense vertical eye of the corrupted heart, Ancient Banyan, fixated on the pure branch in Lin Yao's palm. Pure, truly pure. The resentment and fury of the corrupted heart, Ancient Banyan, swiftly receded, replaced by a sense of relief and liberation. You surpassed those hypocritical monks by far. A beam of green light penetrated Lin Yao's palm, and as she opened her hand, a pattern resembling a leaf emerged. Subsequently, the corrupted heart, Ancient Banyan, slowly turned towards Su Mo, pointing at his hand, which dangled above the seventh steel nail. Human, proceed to destroy this tainted vessel. Take it away from here and find a clean place for it to survive. With those words, the corrupted heart, Ancient Banyan, closed its vertical eye. The dark red glow surrounding it soon dimmed. It ceased to resist, relinquished its hatred, and awaited death in silence. Su Mo gazed at the astonishing scene before him, then at Lin Yao's serene smile, feeling a tumult of emotions within. No longer hesitating, he pressed down on the final steel nail. As the nail vanished, the last glimmer of light from the fissure extinguished completely. Leaning against its main root, the corrupted heart, Ancient Banyan, began to silently disintegrate, weathering away. Before its complete dissolution, the corrupted heart, Ancient Banyan, cast a final glance at Lin Yao, then closed its eyes forever. Decomposition successful. Obtained 1,000 fortress points. Current fortress points, 1778. Proficiency, 1,000. Current heart of the fortress level, 3,6,378,100,000. Stamina consumption, heavy. The cold notification echoed in Su Mo's mind, yet he had no time to dwell on it. With the demise of the corrupted heart, Ancient Banyan, the unsupported rock layers began to collapse en masse, threatening to bury everyone beneath. Let us go. Su Mo urgently pulled the wavering Lin Yao to her feet, then turned to Vera. Vera, can you walk? Yes. Vela gritted her teeth, struggling to rise. Rosie reacted swiftly, grasping Vela's arm. Rosie, lead the way. The shortest path, commanded Su Mo. Understood. Turn left. Proceed straight for 30 meters. Turn right into the passage. The four of them supported each other, dashing clumsily under the guidance of the drone. As they emerged into the light, a tremendous crash echoed behind them, sealing the entrance completely. Upon returning to the surface, the scene of the neighborhood had drastically changed. The towering Ancient Banyan tree had vanished entirely, leaving behind a vast, gaping pit. Get in the car. Su Mo opened the door. The group leaned back in their seats, breathing heavily. Lin Yao immediately examined Vela's injuries. She was gravely wounded and required urgent care. The recent battle had made too much noise, inevitably attracting attention. We need to leave this place. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mo's thoughts crystallized. The Wuling Hongguang crushed through the debris, racing towards the exit of the neighborhood. As the van burst through the gates, an approaching convoy came into view. Leading were 3 modified SUVs, followed by a familiar BMW 5 and 3 pickup trucks trailing behind. Ominously heading towards the neighborhood, Su Mo's gaze quickly turned icy. The passenger window of the BMW 5 rolled down, revealing a slightly weary face, Maruo. She was gazing out the window in boredom when her eyes happened to catch the Wuling Hongguang speeding past. The silhouette of the driver seemed somewhat familiar. A vague image flickered through her mind. Maruo withdrew her gaze and said to Li Hao in the driver's seat, Brother Hao? That shabby van that just passed. The driver looked a bit like that poor guy, Su Mo. Li Hao, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, scoffed at her words. He disdainfully glanced at the van's receding taillights in the rearview mirror. Su Mo? In that piece of junk? He must have been devoured by zombies by now. Even if he miraculously survived, he's probably gnawing on tree bark in some filthy ditch. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. With a playful tone, he placed a hand on Maruo's chest, teasingly adding, What's the matter, sweetheart? Missing your useless ex-boyfriend? Regretting not crying with him on that bicycle back then? Ha ha. Maruo huffed, playfully punching Li Hao's chest. Stop it. Who's missing him? He's just a worthless bum. I only thought he looked a bit similar. How annoying. That kind of bottom-tier trash wouldn't survive 10 days in the apocalypse. She redirected her gaze towards the increasingly close neighborhood, her eyes glimmering with greed. Brother Hao, do you think that supermarket still has supplies? It's not easy to get into Hui Ming's territory. Li Hao, with an air of arrogance, pointed to the convoy behind them. What is Hui Ming to us? Our Falcon Alliance is now stronger than ever. I've awakened a high-level talent, and every brother under me can fight. If it weren't for that group of corruptors, I would have broken in long ago. I have heard whispers of the treasures he has hidden, along with a few beautiful women. This time, I shall claim both the people and the supplies. Upon finishing his statement, the entire convoy plunged into the community in the van. Boss, came a voice from the front passenger seat. It was Vela. Moments earlier, she had keenly sensed the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent emanating from Su Mo. Su Mo replied nonchalantly, the convoy belongs to the Falcon Alliance, my enemies. The revelation startled everyone. It was the first time they had heard about enemies. Rosie's face flushed crimson with anger as she clung to the car window, eager to look back. Is it the Falcon Alliance that tried to capture me earlier? Your enemies? What a twist of fate. You villain, turn around and run them over. Rosie, calm down. Lin Yao quickly restrained her. Then, with concern, she turned to Su Mo. Su Mo, you're not in a good condition, and Vela is heavily injured. Su Mo raised his hand to interrupt Lin Yao. His gaze fixed firmly on the uneven road ahead. I understand. I seek vengeance, but not now. He glanced at Lin Yao's pale face in the rearview mirror and Vela's arm, which was wrapped in bandages. He also felt the dull ache in his temples, a consequence of his mental strain. The immediate priority was to find a place to rest, recuperate, and upgrade their vehicle. Su Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. As for the reckoning with Li Hao and Ma Ruo from the Falcon Alliance, that day would not be far off. Rosie, search the surrounding area for a temporary stronghold that meets the following criteria. First, relatively concealed. Easy to defend, but hard to attack. Second, preferably with an abundance of discarded metallic materials. Third, no more than 10 kilometers from our current location. Rosie's spirits lifted as her fingers flew across the tablet. Found it. 8 kilometers northeast, on the outskirts of the old city. There is a defunct Red Star agricultural machinery factory. The area is vast, the walls are mostly intact, and there are heaps of abandoned machinery and steel. Moreover, it's in a secluded location with a low density of zombies nearby. That's the place. Su Mo turned the steering wheel, and the van sped toward the northeast. Half an hour later, the Wuling Hongwang quietly entered the Red Star agricultural machinery factory. The grounds were overgrown with weeds, with only a few dilapidated factory buildings and dormitories remaining. Just as Rosie had indicated, the open space was piled high with discarded agricultural machinery, resembling small mountains. The drones have detected no anomalies, Rosie announced. We are temporarily safe. Meanwhile, Vela was also mustering her strength, scanning the surroundings with her combat instincts, but found no threats. Su Mo parked the vehicle beside the largest heap of steel. Let's assess our supplies. After turning off the engine, Su Mo directed his words to Lin Yao behind him. Lin Yao nodded and promptly opened the boxes that Su Mo and Vela had brought from the supermarket. Compressed biscuits, canned meat, vacuum-packed marinated eggs, and energy bars are primarily high-calorie, easily storable provisions. She swiftly categorized them, setting aside the foods that were urgently needed to replenish energy. Oh, chocolate. Rosie's keen eyes spotted several well-packaged bars of dark chocolate among the pile. Long live idols. And, long live the boss too. She eagerly tore open the package, broke off a piece, and popped it into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Vera leaned against the passenger seat, her temporarily bandaged arm trembling slightly. Lin Yao offered her a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of water, saying, First, replenish some energy. Your wound needs to be treated promptly. Vera silently accepted the food, chewing cautiously while maintaining a vigilant gaze outside the window. However, Su Mo observed that although Lin Yao's complexion remained pale, her spirit seemed considerably improved compared to before. Lin Yao, how are you feeling? Su Mo inquired. Lin Yao continued her actions without lifting her head, her voice tinged with surprise. Su Mo, I feel a bit strange. I overexerted myself earlier, and logically, I should be extremely weak. Yet ever since I obtained this branch, my mental and physical recovery seems to be occurring at a much faster rate than usual. After saying this, she extracted a smooth, rounded branch from her pocket. It seems to be nourishing me. She then opened her palm, revealing a leaf imprint left by the ancient banyan tree as a token before its demise. The ancient banyan has enhanced my innate abilities. All my skills have been strengthened. Although it remains a tiered talent, I have acquired an additional skill called Light of Healing. It consumes mental energy and has a certain healing effect on the target. However, it does not aid in recovering mental or physical strength. As she spoke, a soft green light emanated from her hand, radiating a noteworthy vitality. She lifted her head, as if struck by an idea, adjusting her glasses. Combining this with Sumo's ability to modify vehicles, a bold thought emerged. Sumo, your talent can modify this vehicle, correct? This world is enveloped in crimson mist, and there is no absolute sanctuary. What if we could transplant the vitality of this ancient banyan onto the vehicle? Perhaps it could purify the air or even provide some form of life support. Sumo felt a stir within. The information scanned by the heart of the fortress immediately surfaced in her consciousness. Special material, ancient banyan spirit branch. Properties, contains pure life source energy, capable of slowly nourishing living beings and accelerating recovery, mental, and life force. Can undergo special modification to integrate into the vehicle's ecosystem. Indeed, as Lin Yao had stated, this branch was a unique material. Sumo summoned the special modification panel, silently contemplating her next steps. Is it possible to conduct a special fusion transformation of the ancient banyan spirit branch with the ecological recycling system, primary? Consume 800 fortress points, transformation time, 45 minutes. Sumo glanced at his remaining 1778 fortress points and nodded decisively. Confirm the transformation. Below the central control panel of the vehicle, the area originally designated for the recycling system emitted a faint humming sound. A miniature translucent cultivation chamber slowly rose from beneath the control panel. The internal structure of the chamber was intricate, with a special nutrient substrate laid at the bottom. Tiny nozzles, evenly sprayed mist filtered through the recycling system. The temperature-warm branch seemed to be infused with new vitality, visibly sprouting tender buds. 45 minutes swiftly passed. Special fusion transformation completed. Ecological recycling system. New module added. Seed of life, seedling. Effect. Produces a small amount of primary nutrient solution daily, approximately 10, possessing mild effects of accelerating wound healing, restoring stamina, and nourishing mental strength. Current status, seedling stage, growing. Sumo immediately opened the collection port beneath the cultivation chamber. A miniature test tube slowly slid out, exuding a faintly fragrant liquid primary nutrient solution. Vela drank it. Sumo handed the test tube to the severely injured Vela. She accepted the test tube and drank it in one go. The cool liquid glided down her throat, instantly spreading to her limbs. Her tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and the agonizing pain from her torn muscles seemed to diminish a bit. I feel much better, boss. Lin Yao promptly employed her life insight to scan Vela's body, her face lighting up with astonishment. Incredible. The bleeding points are coagulating at an accelerated rate. Cellular vitality is increasing. With my new skill, you will heal completely in no more than 3 days. The efficacy of this nutrient solution far exceeds my expectations. She gazed at the seedling within the cultivation chamber, her eyes filled with wonder. If the seedling is already so extraordinary, how remarkable will it become when fully grown? Sumo nodded, feeling reassured. Lin Yao, the task of planting trees will be entrusted to you from now on. Regularly water and fertilize them. Rashi, deploy the drone to monitor the area around the factory. Vela, take a good rest and recover as quickly as possible. I need time to deal with some refuse. With that, Sumo's gaze turned toward the towering piles of discarded agricultural machinery outside the car window. For the next 2 days, the Hongqing agricultural machinery factory became Sumo's decomposing ground. He approached a rust-covered large tractor, placing his palm on the cold steel. Decomposition target, abandoned agricultural tractor, main components, steel, rubber, small amounts of copper and aluminum. Decomposition speed, approximately 0.8 kilograms per second, estimated time, approximately 200 seconds. Decomposition successful. Gained 160 fortress points. Proficiency 160. Current fortress heart level 3. 6538100000. After completing the disassembly, Sumo did not pause, proceeding towards the next harvester. Over the course of 2 days, he resembled an indefatigable machine, navigating through the towering heaps of agricultural machinery remnants. When fatigue set in, he would retreat to his vehicle for rest. Once his mental fortitude was restored, he would promptly emerge to continue disassembling. He discovered that as the level of his fortress heart increased, coupled with his incessant utilization of the metal manipulation disassembly skill, his mental strength had markedly improved compared to before. Both the efficiency of disassembly and the daily output had undergone a qualitative leap. When Sumo finally withdrew his hand from the remnants of the last large harvester, a long-awaited notification resonated in his mind. Acquired fortress points, 175. Current fortress points, 4602. Proficiency, 175. Proficiency has reached its maximum. Fortress heart level increased. 342100000. Metal manipulation. Disassembly speed increased by 20. Metal resonance. Perception range expanded to a radius of 30 meters. Metal control armament. Armament range expanded, duration increased to 2 minutes. Metal control. Cleaver. Reduced mental energy consumption, accelerated charge speed. New functions unlocked. Metal doppelganger, passive skill. Metal control, storm, active skill. Chapter 74. Level 4 Fortress Heart Level 4. The Fortress Heart has finally entered a new phase. All skills have received a certain enhancement, particularly the metal armament, which now boasts an increased duration and reduced cooldown time, allowing for greater tactical options in combat. However, to advance from level 4 to level 5, a daunting requirement of 100,000 proficiency points is necessary. This implies that Su-Mo must disassemble 100 tons of ordinary steel. Given his current maximum rate of 3 tons per day, it would take over a month to reach level 5. Clearly, Su-Mo could not afford to rush this process. He resolved to first find a way to elevate all components within the vehicle to intermediate level. Next, Su-Mo focused his attention on the newly acquired skills. Metal doppelganger, passive skill. When subjected to an attack capable of causing instantaneous death or severe injury, it completely absorbs and negates all damage and impact of that lethal strike for 1 second. Cooldown time, 24 hours. During the cooldown period, this passive skill cannot be triggered again. Metal control, storm, active skill. Consumes a significant amount of mental energy to forcibly disassemble metallic objects within a 10-meter radius into rapidly spinning metal shards, swirling around like a tempest. The direction of the storm can be mentally guided or concentrated to impact a specific area. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Both of these skills are exceptionally formidable. The metal doppelganger serves as a crucial lifeline. The absolute defense, capable of withstanding a lethal attack once every 24 hours, effectively grants an additional life. Meanwhile, the metallic manipulation known as storm epitomizes a form of sheer aesthetic violence. Within a 10-meter radius, all metal transforms into a tempest of high-speed debris, lasting for 10 seconds and allowing for directional control. This technique is nothing short of a divine skill for clearing wide areas, capable of instantaneously shredding through hordes of zombies or clusters of foes. Although it demands a tremendous expenditure of mental energy, its value is beyond measure. One skill ensures survival, while the other facilitates area clearance, an exquisite combination. A cold glimmer flickered in Su-Mo's eyes as the emergence of these two new skills significantly compensated for his current strengths in single-target damage, while addressing his shortcomings in area damage and survival tactics, especially with the impending confrontation against the Falcon Alliance, whose numbers are vast. These newfound abilities are destined to become formidable weapons. Subsequently, Su-Mo calmed his thoughts. For him, skills are trump cards, but the vehicle is paramount. With 602 fortress points remaining, it was time to upgrade his mobile fortress. He accessed the vehicle upgrade panel of the heart of the fortress, focusing intently on the mobility and firepower options. The van's most significant weaknesses were its slightly fatigued power after multiple armor enhancements and its insufficient firepower against heavily armored targets. The remaining fortress points were perfectly suited to rectify these two issues. Confirm the expenditure of 500 fortress points for an engine enhancement, intermediate, upgrade. Upgrade time, 90 minutes. Confirmed. A deep rumble emanated from beneath the hood as an invisible force began to transform the core structure of the engine. The original 6-cylinder engine underwent reinforcement with an extended piston stroke, and even the entire front of the vehicle began to elongate. 90 minutes later, the upgrade was complete. Engine enhancement, intermediate, completed. Effect: engine model upgraded to 8, torque 80, horsepower 80. Side effect: fuel consumption increased to 100. Fuel tank capacity automatically expanded to 100. Current remaining fortress points, 102. The van's fuel consumption surged once more. However, the reward was an almost doubled surge of power. Su-Mo felt the explosive energy contained within the engine's roar, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, a true man ought to drive an 8. Although the fuel consumption was painful, Vera's extraordinary talent as a driving maestro reduces consumption by 50 during operation. This means that, under Vera's command, the fuel consumption would be merely 125. He then turned his gaze to the firepower option. Confirm the expenditure of 500 fortress points for a weapon mounting, intermediate, upgrade. Upgrade time, 150 minutes. This modification would create even more commotion. The formerly flat armor plate in the central area of the roof began to slide open towards the sides. A more robust and intricately structured weapon mount slowly ascended. The mount was equipped with a hydraulic stabilization system and a rudimentary aiming rail, clearly designed for heavier weaponry. Simultaneously, The existing light machine gun mounts on either side of the vehicle's roof had been reinforced and optimized. After a 150-minute wait, the message appeared. Weapon deployment. Intermediate. Upgrade complete. Effect. A central heavy weapon mount on the roof has been unlocked, compatible with 127mm heavy machine guns, 20mm cannons, and other medium weaponry. The side light machine gun mounts have been simultaneously enhanced, with the ammunition feeding system optimized. Side effects. Increased wind resistance on the roof. A slight rise in the center of gravity, and an overall fuel consumption increase of approximately 2,100. Current remaining fortress points, 602. Immediately, Suemo pulled out the brand new 127mm heavy machine gun from the trunk, securely locking it into the central heavy mount. The elongated ammunition link connected to the feeding slot, and the cold barrel glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Rosie, Suemo called to the little hacker holding a tablet. Here. Rosie straightened up upon hearing her name. Suemo pointed at the formidable weapon atop the vehicle. The control of this heavy machine gun is entrusted to you. Connect it to the onboard system. Just like the previous light machine gun, can it achieve automatic aiming and fire suppression? Rosie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed. Absolutely. I've always wanted to play with something big. She immediately dashed to the central console, connecting the data line to her tablet, her fingers flying over the screen. User Little Bear requests access to the medium weapon system. Do you authorize? Authorize. Suemo confirmed. Minutes later, Rosie made a gesture indicating completion. Done. The Little Bear turret is online. With my algorithms and this beast's firepower, those villains won't know what hit them. With this, even elite-level zombies or aberrations, should they dare to provoke us, will be obliterated in an instant. The exterior of the van had also undergone significant transformation after the modifications. The lines of the engine hood appeared more robust and powerful. Especially the weapon platform atop the vehicle. Once the armor plate was opened, the stout heavy machine gun rose like a dragon's head. It had instantly transformed from a civilian vehicle into an armed transport. However, the formidable firepower and enhanced capacity came at a cost. The heavy machine gun and the enlarged fuel tank occupied considerable internal space, coupled with the ammunition feeding mechanism beneath the heavy mount. The interior of the vehicle became somewhat more cramped than before. The once spacious back seat was compressed, necessitating meticulous planning for the storage of supplies. The space available for personnel movement had also diminished. Just then, the door swung open, and Lin Yao and Vela returned. Although Vela's arm was still bandaged, thanks to the combined effects of basic nutrient solutions and healing light, she had improved significantly compared to 2 days prior and was now able to move without major hindrance. As Lin Yao bore a heavy medical kit on her back, her voice resonated with a hint of excitement as she opened the kit on the floor. Suemo, based on Qianqian's location, we have located the medical room in the agricultural tools factory. Although most of the medications have been taken, we discovered these in a locked cabinet. Inside the kit were neatly arranged boxes of antibiotics, several bottles of medical alcohol and iodine, rolls of sterile gauze and bandages, packs of sutures, and even a small box of anesthetics. These supplies are immensely precious in this post-apocalyptic world and could prove life-saving in critical moments. Well done. Suemo nodded, acknowledging that Lin Yao's meticulousness was indispensable, as was Vela's protection. His gaze swept over the rejuvenated van, ultimately resting on the upgraded vehicle panel. Vehicle, standard multi-purpose vehicle, heart of the fortress bound. Status, good. Fuel tank, 40 liters, 100 liters. Comprehensive fuel consumption, 27,100. Core components. Engine, good. Transmission, good. Chassis, good. Upgrade status. Armor enhancement, intermediate. Mimetic leather transformation, dark gold armor. Enhanced external defense. Reduced probability of detection through environmental mimicry. Increased resistance to non-physical damage. Capable of slow self-repair. Space folding, basic 100 improvement in space structure utilization. External dimensions remain unchanged. Engine enhancement, intermediate. Flame iron shard transformation, 8 power. Significantly increased torque and horsepower. Enhanced fuel adaptability. Weapon mounting, intermediate. Triple. 2 light machine guns. 1 heavy machine gun equipped with 2 standard light machine guns and 1 heavy machine gun on the roof, capable of automatic targeting and firing, forming a fundamental firepower network. Ecosystem recycling system, basic, dual, seed of life, seedling air and water circulation filtration, survival assurance. Capable of generating trace amounts of primary nutrient solution daily. Current fortress points, 602, heart of the fortress level, 421000000. He gazed out of the car window. The afterglow of the setting sun casting a dark red hue over the agricultural machinery factory. He then looked back at the rejuvenated van and the restored status of his team members. Finally, his eyes fell upon the tablet screen, where Rashi had already marked the coordinates of the Falcon Alliance headquarters, a landmark skyscraper situated in the heart of the city. After resting for a night, we shall pay a visit tomorrow morning to my old friend. Chapter 75. Collecting interest the following morning, under Vela's adept control. The upgraded engine roared with a deep and powerful growl as they sped towards the center of Star City. Inside the vehicle, Rashi's fingers danced swiftly across the tablet, retrieving all publicly available information regarding the Leaf family and the Nine Dragons building. The notorious Nine Dragons building stands as the Leaf family's stronghold in Star City. Before the apocalypse, the Star City was marked by the towering structure known as the Geolong building, standing at an impressive 67 stories high with 3 underground levels. Constructed entirely of steel and adorned with a glass curtain wall, the headquarters of the Leaf family resides in the port city, where their publicly declared primary businesses include real estate, ports, and foreign trade. However, whispers in the forums reveal a clandestine world of smuggling, money laundering, and even criminal activities. The patriarch of the Leaf family, now over a century old, has not been seen in public for quite some time. As for the Geelong building, it is managed by his youngest son, Li Jinxiong, who is also the father of Li Hao. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Li Jinxiong established the Falcon Group, fortifying the Geolong building into an impregnable fortress. Su Imo nodded, aware that this information had long since become an open secret. After a journey of 2.5 hours, they arrived in the vicinity of the Geolong building. Vela parked the vehicle and turned her gaze towards Su Imo in the passenger seat, awaiting his command. Rosie, begin reconnaissance with the drone, Su Imo instructed, squinting at the towering edifice that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. Understood. Rosie responded promptly, launching a small drone into the air. The reconnaissance footage was transmitted in real time to the tablet and the vehicle's screen. In the lower levels, a swarm of wandering zombies was visible, clearly a horde that had been deliberately driven or trapped, creating a natural barrier. However, once they reached the mid-levels, the scene shifted dramatically. Windows had been uniformly boarded up, and every few floors boasted machine gun emplacements and rocket launcher platforms. The rooftop was adorned with solar panels, and a robust independent communication antenna blinked with a faint signal light. 15 minutes later, the drone returned to the van. The lower levels are densely populated with zombies, estimated to be over 1,000. Above the mid-levels, all survivors are heavily armed, Rosie reported, her fingers flying across the tablet screen. Her face taut with concentration as beads of sweat formed on her brow. This incursion had evidently encountered resistance. I'm attempting to access the building's external surveillance network dam. The firewall is formidable, employing military-grade encryption protocols. It's confirmed, military technology is involved. Can we penetrate it? Su Mo inquired, his gaze sharpening. Rosie bit her lip, responding earnestly, I require some time, but the risks are substantial and may trigger alarms. Their network defenses are highly professional, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary security firms. Su Mo's expression grew serious. The military's deep involvement complicated matters beyond his expectations, indicating that the opposition might possess even more perilous assets. At that moment, Rosie's tablet emitted a series of urgent beeps. A communication window marked as the Falcon Logistics encrypted channel appeared, which she had forcibly intercepted and partially decrypted. Big trouble. I've intercepted an encrypted communication. A transport convoy from the Falcon Alliance, consisting of a modified heavy truck and 2 pickup trucks for escort, is expected to return to the Geolong building in 1 hour. Su Mo was instantly invigorated, focusing on the coordinates and the route. The necessary passage lay a kilometer away at the Shunda Logistics Park, a location characterized by its intricate terrain and numerous abandoned warehouses, ideal for an ambush. She swiftly marked a red dot on the map. Su Mo decisively commanded, Vela, let us proceed to the logistics park. Let us collect some interest from them first. Understood, boss. Vela exclaimed, sharply turning the steering wheel. The van executed a graceful drift, racing westward with fervor. A quarter of an hour later, the group arrived at their destination. She maneuvered the drone, hovering high above, surveying the transport team's route. Time ticked away until dust was seen rising at the end of the main road on the screen. They're here, she whispered. Among the convoy, a military heavy truck reinforced with steel plates could be seen, flanked by modified pickups armed with machine guns. The trio of vehicles advanced menacingly towards Su Mo's position. Prepare. Su Mo commanded, opening his eyes and issuing the order to attack. Vela pressed the accelerator, the engine emitting a low, anticipatory growl. Meanwhile, Luoshi's finger hovered over the virtual buttons of the weapon control panel. 3 machine guns simultaneously locked onto the driver's cabin of the 3 vehicles. At the instant the convoy entered effective range, Su Mo shouted, "Vela, charge." Luo Shi, prepare to fire. Received. Vela slammed the gas pedal, the Wuling van roaring forth. With the thunder of its 8-cylinder engine, it collided violently with the transport convoy. Boom. The enhanced power of the van, coupled with its intermediate armor, struck the lead vehicle like a colossal hammer, sending it flying. Supplies from the pickup's cargo bed scattered across the ground. The vehicle was severely deformed, tumbling several times, with its occupants uncertain of their fate. Enemy attack. The driver of the heavy truck urgently called for help over the squad's radio. At the moment the lead vehicle was struck, Luo Shi simultaneously pressed her button. The heavy machine gun's crosshairs zeroed in on the driver of the military truck. Although the truck's bulletproof glass could withstand light machine gun fire, it was as fragile as paper against the 127 caliber bullets. The driver's head, along with half of his body, exploded in a mist of blood. The out-of-control heavy truck veered violently, crashing into the wall of a nearby warehouse. Subsequently, 2 light machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the cabin and gunner's position of the trailing vehicle. The driver and gunner were rendered lifeless before they could even scream. The pickup lost control, crashing into the guardrail of the bridge, emitting plumes of black smoke. In mere seconds, 2 armed pickups and a heavy truck were reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The survivors aboard, utterly petrified, scrambled out of the vehicles, desperately attempting to flee. Clean it up, Sumo's voice was cold. Luo Shi adjusted the machine gun, executing precise bursts of fire, and several fleeing figures fell to the ground in response. The battle concluded in under 2 minutes. At that moment, in the opulent office atop the Kowloon building, a middle-aged man, Li Jinxiong, exuded an air of authority without raising his voice. He was the biological father of Li Hao. A panicked subordinate rushed in to report, "Mr. Li, the Viper transport team's signal has vanished entirely. Their last known location was at Shunda Logistics Park. They may have fallen into an ambush, and the entire unit could be lost." With a sharp crack, Li Jinxiong crushed the teacup in his hand. His face darkened as he barked into the communicator, raised the alert level of the Kowloon building to the highest. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Approaching his desk, he picked up a secure red telephone and dialed a number. When the call connected, a calm yet authoritative male voice resonated. "Jinxiong? What brings you to contact me at this hour?" Li Jinxiong's voice carried a hint of obsequiousness. "Commander Wang, we are facing trouble. Someone has taken out the Viper transport team, and your belongings were among them." A brief silence ensued before Commander Wang replied, his tone inscrutable. "Understood. I will dispatch the Night Owl squad. Remember, I want to see the living and the dead. My possessions cannot fall into anyone else's hands." With that, he ended the call. Li Jinxiong gazed at the crimson mist, a cold smile creeping across his face. The Night Owl squad were personal soldiers of Commander Wang, renowned for their formidable combat prowess and ruthless methods, serving as a sharp blade in his command. Their involvement would significantly tilt the odds in his favor. Regardless of the adversary's origins, anyone daring to threaten the Li family's interests would meet a fate of utter annihilation. Chapter 76. Biological Agents. Su Mo pushed open the car door, surveying the chaotic battlefield. "Vera, maintain vigilance. Rosie, scan the surroundings and confirm safety," Su Mo commanded. "Understood, boss." Vera responded promptly, exiting the vehicle. Rosie deployed a drone for secondary reconnaissance. The secure area shows no signs of reinforcements, her voice relayed from inside the car. Su Mo approached the overturned lead pickup truck. The interior was a gruesome sight, but he barely glanced at it before forcefully yanking open the crumpled rear door. Inside, there was little of value, suggesting a short-distance transport. He then moved to the tail vehicle, riddled with bullet holes from a light machine gun. The findings were similarly sparse, primarily consisting of ammunition and spare parts. Finally, his gaze fell upon a military heavy truck. Circling to the back, he clad his hand in metallic armor and violently tore open the cargo door. Inside were bags of rice and flour, along with several sealed boxes of cooking oil. If they could transport it all, it would suffice to sustain the 4 of them for quite some time. However, at this stage, both storage and preparation posed significant challenges. They certainly lacked the time to manage such provisions. If only there were a cook among their ranks. In the corner, a standard oil barrel, marked at 200 liters, stood out conspicuously. The barrel's surface bore the scars of bullets, yet it remained intact, with more than half its contents still sloshing within. Sumo's eyes sparkled with interest as he maneuvered the barrel off the truck. He called over to Vera, "Bring the vehicle closer for refueling." The tank, having recently been expanded, was running low on fuel, and the spare barrels on the truck were all empty. Upon hearing this, Vera promptly reversed the van alongside the heavy-duty truck. Skillfully, she opened the barrel's valve and began pouring the oil into the tank. Roxy approached, her small face etched with confusion as she poked at the barrel, pointing to the blue container emblazoned with the word diesel. Hey, you big bad guy. Idle sister. Are you out of your minds? This is diesel. Isn't your van supposed to run on gasoline? Aren't you afraid it will break down? Although she lacked mechanical knowledge, she possessed a basic understanding of such matters. The engine has been specially modified, enhancing its compatibility, he replied succinctly, omitting the detail about the additional trait acquired during the previous modifications. Flame affinity, basic. Flame affinity, basic. Slightly enhances combustion efficiency and improves adaptability to various fuels. Roxy's mouth opened slightly as she recalled Sumo's talent, muttering, "All right, you are all monsters." Once the refueling was complete, Vera poured the remaining diesel into spare barrels before stowing them back into the vehicle. Despite the van's terrifying fuel consumption, the reserve of diesel significantly enhanced its range. At that moment, Roxy emerged from the overturned truck's cabin, a small radio and several signal receiver-like devices in hand. "Hey, big bad guy, I found their communication equipment. Let us see if we can extract some information." It must be said that, despite her antics, Roxy possessed considerable initiative. Returning to the vehicle, she activated her advanced talent skill, data manipulation, to forcefully breach the storage chip of the device and access its communication records. A few minutes later, Roxy wiped a trickle of blood from her nose, her eyes brightening with excitement. I've cracked their encrypted channel." She quickly skimmed through the deciphered text. It seems the important cargo for this transport isn't rice, flour, or oil. "What is it?" Sumo inquired. Roxy read aloud the keywords, her brow furrowing. The information mentions Commander Wang Bowen's cargo as extremely dangerous biological agents. They repeatedly emphasize handling it with care, as if it were fragile or a living specimen. Wang Bowen's cargo? Biological agents? Extremely dangerous? Sumo's expression hardened. He had heard of Wang Bowen, who was known to be the deputy commander of the military in Star City, often associated with the Li family's interests. Following the apocalypse, their collaboration had deepened, with Wang Bowen providing standard equipment and technical support, while the Li family supplied resources and manpower. This implies that the cargo being transported is anything but simple. In a post-apocalyptic world, the term biological agents carries an ominous connotation. When recalling the Crimson Mist and the zombie virus, one cannot help but suspect that it is anything but benevolent. "Where is it?" Sumo inquired. Having conducted a preliminary search, he had found nothing suspicious. Rosie continued. "According to the last few communication records, it should be on that heavy truck." Upon hearing this, Sumo immediately turned around. He leaped onto the truck bed and began to search meticulously. Rice bags, flour bags, cooking oil. Then, the metallic resonance was triggered, revealing something at the bottom of the truck bed. There was a square space, likely a concealed compartment. Sumo pushed aside the food that was resting on top and uncovered a 1-meter square metal plate. Locating the latch, he pulled it with force. Before him appeared a silver password box, devoid of any markings, save for a complex lock. "Rosie, is this it?" Sumo asked as he retrieved the box. Rosie took the box from Sumo's hands. Her demeanor instantly transformed, her small face illuminated with a sense of challenge. "Wow, a password box. This is something. Military-grade encryption, multiple protections, dynamic passwords, and even a self-destruct mechanism. Boss, grant me some time, and I shall unlock it." "How long will it take?" Sumo queried. "About 10 minutes, and I must not be interrupted." Just as Rosie was preparing to unlock the box, an alert window popped up on the tablet beside her. After breaching the enemy's radio, Rosie began monitoring their encrypted channel. "Boss, emergency. We have intercepted new military encrypted communications. What is the content?" Sumo's voice turned icy. "A special operations team, codenamed Night Owl, is en route here. They are armed with heavy weaponry and led by 2 elite individuals, their goal directly aimed at us. The communication stated that the cargo must not be compromised. They demand to see the living and the dead. Based on the signal source, they should be very close." Sumo's gaze hardened as he looked towards the direction of the Jilong building. In merely a matter of minutes, news of the transport team's annihilation had already reached back. The Night Owl team, elite operatives dispatched by Wang Enbo, was evidently heading straight for them. Sumo glanced at the unopened password box and then surveyed the newly replenished fuel tank and the piled food. Without a trace of panic, he decisively commanded, "Vela, drive. Let us meet them head-on. Rosie, continue monitoring and search for information on Night Owl." "Yes, boss." Vela wasted no words and immediately took the driver's seat, racing towards the approaching threat of Night Owl. Chapter 77. Metal stormed the atmosphere and the vehicle was tense, with Rosie fixated on the tablet, swiftly reporting to Sumo. "Big trouble. I've located the Night Owl team. They are the private soldiers of Wang Bowen, a band of outlaws. An armored vehicle on treads and 8 armed motorcycles, moving with remarkable speed, are expected to encounter us in 2 minutes. Sumo's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead, swiftly issuing commands. Rosie, take control of the weapon systems and prepare for engagement. Vela, seek cover and utilize the terrain. Understood. Vela responded, slamming on the brakes. With a graceful drift, she maneuvered behind a large bus, turned belly up at the roadside. The armored panel atop the vehicle slid open silently, revealing a weapons platform that rose, its cold barrels aimed at the entrance of the main road. No sooner had the words left Sumo's lips than an armored vehicle burst forth from around the corner at the end of the road. Its massive form occupied nearly half the roadway, and a heavy machine gun atop it whirred with relentless motion. Following closely were 8 camouflage-painted off-road motorcycles, spreading out nimbly under the cover of the armored vehicle. The gunner in the rear raised his weapon. Fire! At the moment the adversaries came into view, Sumo commanded. The central heavy machine gun and the light machine guns on either side opened fire simultaneously. Under Rosie's control, the fire control system instantly locked onto the advancing convoy. Observing the heavy machine gun's bullets striking the front of the armored vehicle, sparking only a shower of sparks, Rosie stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it. We can't penetrate it. However, the motorcycles in the rear were not so fortunate. 2 motorcycles were instantly riddled with bullets, tumbling towards the roadside in a blaze of fire. The driver of the 3rd motorcycle reacted swiftly, executing a sharp turn. Bullets grazed his scalp, creating a shower of sparks. But the gunner in the rear was struck in the shoulder by a stray bullet, tumbling off the bike. The remaining motorcycles scattered instantly, maneuvering around the armored vehicle for cover. Light machine gun and submachine gun fire rained down on the van's armor, clanging and sparking. Although unable to penetrate, the cacophony severely disrupted those inside the vehicle. Rosie gritted her teeth, furiously tapping the screen, attempting to lock onto the rapidly moving targets. However, the motorcycle's mobility rendered her fire net difficult to fully encompass. Pesky flies. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle loomed like a small mountain, bearing down on the van. The heavy machine gun atop it, in conjunction with 127 armor-piercing rounds, struck the van's roof and windshield with the force of a hammer. Although the van's armor possessed remarkable resilience, the tremendous impact caused the vehicle to shudder violently. Sumo noticed cracks forming on the windshield before him. Vela, evade. Don't take it head-on, Sumo urged in a low voice. The power of the armor-piercing rounds was too fierce. A direct confrontation was clearly unwise. Vela nodded, pressing the accelerator down. With perilous precision, they evaded the relentless barrage from the machine gun turret. The armored vehicle, massive in size, struggled to maneuver and collided against an abandoned bus. This won't do, Rosie exclaimed as she operated the machine gun, suppressing the motorcycle. Vela, find an opportunity to approach the side of the armored vehicle. Its tracks and side armor are its vulnerabilities. Commanded Sumo moments ago, he had noted the metallic resonance. Recognizing that the steel plating there was the thinnest. Suddenly, the battlefield shifted dramatically. A sniper, concealed atop the ruins, took advantage of the armored vehicle's firepower, suppressing the van, and quietly locked onto his target. He was no ordinary marksman, but the leader of the Night Owl squad. Possessing the extraordinary talent of thermal lock, he infused his psychic energy into the bullet, enabling remote control over its trajectory. With a resounding crack, the bullet, seemingly endowed with life, traced an eerie arc through the air, circumventing obstacles that obstructed its path. With unparalleled precision, it aimed directly at the driver's cabin of the van, targeting the crack in the windshield. Should the glass shatter, Vela's head would be exposed to imminent danger. A visceral sense of crisis triggered Vela's combat instinct, sending her into a frenzy of alerts. However, her body lingered in a moment of transition, caught between waning strength and the emergence of new vigor, leaving her unable to evade effectively. In that critical instant, a figure had already leapt from the passenger seat of the van. Sumo, keenly observing the battlefield with his metallic resonance passive skill, had already pinpointed the sniper's position. Before the trigger was pulled, he had already taken action. Metal control, storm. In the next moment, his psychic energy surged forth. Within a 10-meter radius of Sumo, metallic objects, broken rebar, twisted doors, scattered parts, were instantaneously ripped apart by an invisible force, transforming into a tempest of chaotic metal shards that shielded against the incoming sniper bullet. The individuals on the motorcycle, witnessing the scene, drew their weapons and fired. Yet, as their bullets entered the storm's vicinity, within mere milliseconds, they were sliced into fragments, becoming part of the maelstrom, leaving no trace behind. The storm, however, did not relent. Guided by Sumo's will, the metallic tempest traced back along the bullet's trajectory, engulfing the sniper, who was swiftly reduced to a cloud of blood. This horrifying spectacle left not only the remaining members of the Night Owl squad in shock, but also caused those inside the van to gasp in astonishment. "Our boss is incredible," Rosie murmured. Seizing the moment, Sue Mo directed the storm to sweep over the armored vehicle, leaving no survivors. Not a single one. Sue Mo stated coolly. Rochelle seized the opportunity to wield both the heavy and light machine guns, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the remaining motorcycles. The remnants of the Night Owl squad crumbled entirely. The last two riders, gripped by terror, hastily turned their bikes to flee the scene. But escape? Sumo's gaze was as frigid as ice. He had just unleashed a metal storm, exhausting considerable energy, yet it sufficed to deal with these remnants. With a mere gesture, he conjured twin daggers in each hand. A flash of cold light signaled the end of the battle. A faint groan echoed from within the armored vehicle. Vera approached, violently tearing open the mangled hatch, forcibly dragging out the sole surviving driver. Bloodied and with deformed legs, the man looked on in horror at Sue Mo, who advanced toward him like a harbinger of death. "Where is the command center located within the Nine Dragons building? What are the defensive forces?" Sumo's voice bore no warmth. The captive, racked with pain, trembled, tears streaming down his face. "I'll tell you, just don't kill me. It should be above the 60th floor. That area is a no-go zone. We can't access it. I heard there are captives inside, along with crucial supplies." "Just a small calamity," Vera remarked, glancing at Sue Mo. She knew little information could be gleaned from such a lowly soldier. Sue Mo waved his hand dismissively, and Vera immediately understood. With a slight exertion of her hand, she twisted the soldier's neck, extinguishing his life. Sue Mo nodded toward the van behind them. Rochelle and Lin Yao followed suit, disembarking to gather supplies. Meanwhile, in the combat command center on the top floor of the Nine Dragons building, a colossal screen displayed real-time footage from the armored vehicle's exterior cameras. The horrifying metal storm had obliterated the sniper's hideout in an instant, showcasing Sue Mo standing amidst the battlefield like a god of death, flanked by three stunning women of varied beauty. The command room fell into an eerie silence. Li Jinxiong's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. The military personnel beside him wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Our Night Owl squad, equipped with armored vehicles and heavy firepower, was annihilated within minutes by a mere van. "This is utterly preposterous," exclaimed one chief of staff. "The instantaneous disintegration of metal to form a storm. Such destructive power has never been heard of. Could it be a supreme talent?" Another elder remarked, his voice dry. Li Jinxiong glared at the composed Wang Boen, bellowing orders. "Investigate. Immediately find out the origins of these four individuals, especially that man. I demand to know everything about him." "Yes," his subordinates hurriedly replied. In a corner, Li Hao, who had remained silent, fixated on a close-up of Sue Mo's profile on the screen. A chill coursed from his toes to the crown of his head. He pulled out his phone and sent a screenshot to Ma Ruo in his contacts. "Ruo, check if this person is that worthless Sue Mo." Chapter 78. A kiss too realistic on the top floor of the Kowloon building. The atmosphere in the command center was frigid. In the adjacent room, the technicians were diligently retrieving information from the database. An information officer spoke with a dry voice. "Report. We have confirmed the identities of two individuals. The first is Rosie, codename Little Bear, presumed to possess auxiliary abilities related to electronic interaction. Our Scarface team previously failed to apprehend her during the operation at Wanjiale supermarket, and the target went missing. The second individual, a blonde woman, is known as Vela, codename Golden Rose, a former ace fighter and racer for the Iron Fist Alliance. She is presumed to have combat talents and has been missing since the downfall of the Alliance." Immediately, the screen displayed profiles and photographs of Rosie and Vela, along with the descriptions of their abilities compiled by the officer. Li Jinxiong's expression darkened. "Are you all just idly sitting here? After all this time, you've only uncovered these two? Apologies, but we have also identified that woman. Her real name is Lin Yao, a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Xinjiang. Talent information is unknown." A photo of Lin Yao in her white coat appeared on the screen, radiating a cool demeanor. Unexpectedly, Wang Bowen stood up, his voice laced with fury. "What about the leading man? He is the key. A being capable of controlling a metal storm and annihilating armored vehicles, and the Night Owl team cannot simply fade into obscurity." The information officer was sweating profusely. "Commander Wang, there are no matching records in the database. Facial recognition yielded no results, and the talent characteristic comparison failed. It's as if he appeared out of thin air." Wang Bowen slammed the table. "Incompetence. Investigate further. Enlarge his image. Examine it inch by inch." In the corner, Li Hao remained silent, fixated on the face displayed on the screen, his heart racing. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the facial features and contours of the destitute Sue Mo, the man he had kicked away. Yet the aura exuded, cold, lethal, and commanding, was starkly different from the meek mechanic he remembered. If this truly was Sumo, could he be here seeking revenge? Soon, Maruo responded with a hint of uncertainty and a strong disdain. It looks somewhat similar. But it's impossible. A scoundrel like Sumo should have perished long ago. Even if he miraculously survived, he could never transform into this. How go? Don't frighten yourself. It's likely just a coincidence in appearance. Li Hao glanced at the response, forcefully suppressing his unease. Indeed, how could it be possible? That good for nothing. He consoled himself, resolving to share his doubts with his father. He was unwilling to believe it. Meanwhile, Sumo had finished clearing the battlefield. Suddenly, Rosie's delicate nostrils flared as she noticed the vehicle's dashcam, which seemed to be blinking a red light. Rosie's expression soured, and her fingers flew across the tablet with lightning speed. Humph. Peeping Tom, daring to spy on me. I shall let you watch to your heart's content. Before her lay a seemingly ordinary dashcam, yet for Rosie, the prospect of infiltrating it was exceedingly simple. Indeed, mere moments later, the massive screen in the command center of the Kowloon building flickered, abruptly transitioning to a different scene. No longer did the screen display the battlefield. Instead, it showcased a most distasteful short film. The protagonists were none other than Li Jinxiong and Wang Bowen, engaged in a fierce duel. The imagery was strikingly lifelike, the movements wild, and the sounds utterly captivating. This was, after all, Rosie's masterful creation, employing face-swapping technology in real time. All personnel present averted their gazes, their shoulders trembling in suppressed laughter, their faces flushed with embarrassment, wishing they could hide their heads in their laps. Despite the awareness that this might be a fabrication, the authenticity of the two men's passionate display left little room for doubt. As Li Jinxiong and Wang Bowen stared at the fervent portrayal of themselves on screen, their expressions shifted from pale to crimson, then deepened to a dark hue. Particularly for Wang Bowen, a man of high stature and influence, such abject humiliation was unprecedented. Enraged, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Li Jinxiong. Li Jinxiong, you wretched scoundrel! What is the meaning of this? What are you attempting to achieve? Li Jinxiong, equally incensed, fought to maintain his composure and retorted sharply. Commander Wang, this is clearly the work of that hacker. She is enacting her revenge upon us. Wang Bowen, in a fit of rage, found mockery in his wrath. Revenge? The Night Owl squad has been utterly obliterated. We have lost the biological agents. Now, you resort to such despicable tactics against me? Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? As Li Jinxiong beheld Wang Bowen's contorted visage, a reckless thought ignited within his mind. Wang Bowen was currently weakened. This was the opportune moment to eliminate this stumbling block and seize control of the military. In a flash, he resolved to act. Commander Wang, allow me to explain, he said, leaning forward. Wang Bowen, consumed by fury, had not anticipated that Li Jinxiong would dare to make a move. Just as he prepared to continue his tirade, a gunshot rang out within the command center. A bloodied hole appeared in Wang Bowen's forehead, and his body swayed before crashing heavily to the ground. Stepping upon Wang Bowen's lifeless face, Li Jinxiong declared, Wang Bowen, I have tolerated you for far too long. You dare to insult my ancestors? The Night Owl squad is no more. The biological agents have vanished. And you still have the audacity to challenge me? With a slow, deliberate motion, he lowered the smoking handgun, casting a sweeping glance around the room. His gaze ultimately settled upon his chief of staff, with whom he shared a closer rapport. Commander Wang has tragically fallen to the sniper of the infiltrating enemy, he announced. Chief Zhang, from this moment forth, you shall assume full command of the military operations. The Falcon Alliance will lend its utmost support to eradicate the invaders and avenge our commander. General Zhang, already on par with Commander Wang, had long aspired to occupy this position. He promptly saluted Li Jinxiong with utmost respect, exclaiming, Yes, General. Your subordinate is at your command. Li Jinxiong, satisfied, nodded and returned his handgun to its holster. The transition of power was consummated in that bloody shot. Now, he needed to concentrate all his strength to confront Sumo, the true threat. Inside the van, Sumo leaned against the seat, his complexion slightly pale. Though the new skill was astonishing in its potency, it exacted a tremendous toll on his mental fortitude. Boss, how are you? Vera inquired through the rearview mirror, concerned about Sumo's condition. Just a moment's rest will suffice. Sumo replied, opening his eyes to glance at Rosie. Is the box open? Rosie proudly tilted her chin. Of course. When I step in, one is worth two. Within the password-protected case lay 5 neatly arranged disposable syringes, filled with a dark red liquid. Rosie passed the box to Lin Yao in the back seat, saying, Here it is, the item that Wang Bowen has been yearning for. Sister Yao, can your talent discern what this is? Lin Yao cautiously retrieved one syringe, noting its lack of markings. After employing her life insight ability, she furrowed her brow. The energy fluctuations of this substance are quite violent. It resembles a potent military stimulant, capable of vastly enhancing human potential in a short span, yet the side effects may be dire. It could drain one's vitality or even precipitate irreversible mutations. After speaking, she turned to Vera. Vera, have you heard of this before? Vera cast a glance at the syringe, nodding coldly. In the black market, there exists a substance known as frenzy blood, which renders one impervious to pain but leaves them incapacitated afterward. The military has modified it for greater efficacy, though the side effects remain unknown. Suemo regarded the dark red liquid with a flicker of his gaze. This substance was a double-edged sword, yet in a life-and-death situation. It might prove to be a lifesaver. Secure it, one for each of you, to be kept on your person. Do not use it unless faced with imminent peril. He then turned his attention to the darkening sky outside. The hunting hour has arrived. Vera, let us proceed. Chapter 79. High-definition unrestricted footage. Vera gripped the steering wheel firmly, maneuvering the Wuling Hongguang as it darted feverishly around the vicinity of Jiulong Tower. A loudspeaker, hastily affixed to the roof, blared Rosie's pre-recorded catchy tune. Baby's tummy is rumbling. Tummy baby is rumbling. The cacophony erupted into the tranquil night, stirring waves across the stillness. Boss, they're coming. Vera's voice carried a hint of exhilaration. Roars echoed from all directions as the lurking mutated zombies were drawn toward the source of the noise, frantically chasing the clattering steel canister. Under the influence of the vehicle's innate talent, the van deftly navigated through the narrow alleyways, maintaining an ever-elusive proximity to the horde of undead. Vela meticulously maneuvered the vehicle's speed and trajectory, leading the horde of the undead towards the Kowloon Tower. With a swift press of the accelerator, she vanished around the corner of a temporary barricade. The aimless zombies and mutated beasts instantaneously redirected their fury towards the nearest Kowloon Tower, relentlessly battering against its makeshift walls. The building's defense alarms were immediately triggered. Inside the command center on the top floor of Kowloon Tower, reports flooded in. The main entrance is under massive assault by the horde. The numbers are beyond estimation. Report. The side entrance and garage are under attack by mutated creatures, with the leading entity likely at a commander level. Report. Cracks have appeared in the district's defensive wall. Requesting assistance. What on earth is happening? Where did all these monsters come from? Li Zhenxiong's face turned ashen in the command center as he gazed at the surveillance screens, densely populated with zombies. A foreboding sense of dread enveloped him. Reinforce all entry defenses. Activate the backup generators to ensure power at the fire points. All combat personnel, proceed to the first floor for support. Move quickly. Suddenly, the main screen in the command center flickered before switching to a different scene. It displayed the moment when Wang Bowen was shot by Li Zhenxiong. The high-definition footage captured every detail, even preserving Li Zhenxiong's final words with clarity. Commander Wang has unfortunately been assassinated by an infiltrating enemy sniper. Chief Zhang, you are now granted full military command authority. Wang Bowen was a representative of the military in Star City, and Li Zhenxiong's actions amounted to the public execution of a high-ranking official. If this footage were to circulate, the Li family would undoubtedly become the target of public scorn in Star City. Enraged, Li Zhenxiong slammed his fist onto the control panel. Who did this? Technicians scrambled in a frenzy to regain control, but the screen remained unyielding. Yet, he knew that only the girl codenamed Little Bear could orchestrate such a feat. Meanwhile, inside the van, Rosie exclaimed, "Idol sister, you were absolutely amazing. But now it's my turn." She excitedly pumped her little fists, her fingers dancing across the tablet with unrelenting speed. The screen was divided into multiple segments, one of which displayed the surveillance footage from the Kowloon Tower conference room, an area she had just breached. These beasts are truly at each other's throats. Rosie huffed. To her, neither Li Zhenxiong nor Wang Bowen appeared to be virtuous individuals. She swiftly compiled the live footage along with incriminating evidence of the Li family's pre-apocalyptic smuggling, money laundering, and criminal activities, as well as their exploitation of survivors and unethical human experimentation after the apocalypse. In the Survivor Forum, within the Star City section, a post titled Breaking: The Greatest Scourge of Star City, The Crimes of Falcon Alliance's Li Zhenxiong, includes HD footage featuring the moniker Little Bear Princess, instantly rose to prominence. The post was detailed, richly illustrated, and comprehensive. Attached are the recent video recordings of the murder, various screenshots of the evidence chain, the forcible conscription of survivors for perilous explorations, the withholding of supplies, and even irrefutable proof of human experimentation. Princess Bear commented, "I cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice. Dear siblings of Star City, behold the fiend that looms above you." The post instantly ignited the forum. Upon verification, these videos and images are authentic, with no signs of forgery. What the hell? It truly is Li Jinxiong. He killed Commander Wang? Li family's human experimentation? Using living subjects? How monstrous. I suspected my brother never returned after last venturing into the safe zone. Damn it. I always wondered why they were so kind to take in ordinary people. It turns out they were merely fodder and test subjects. I stand with Princess Bear. Annihilate these scoundrels. The Li family must pay. Countless replies flooded in, with numerous victims or informants stepping forward. They posted photographs, recordings, and even their own scars, further corroborating the Li family's heinous crimes. Public opinion swiftly turned, with the Falcon Alliance and the Li family being nailed to the pillar of shame. Inside the Kowloon building, the information officer stumbled into Li Jinxiong's room. President Li, it's bad. Someone has posted on the forum exposing us. Li Jinxiong was still reeling from the officer's words when another subordinate rushed in, breathless. President Li, the lower levels of the building are in chaos. Those survivors saw the post and are beginning to assault the guards. Moreover, several newly joined high-level talents are clamoring to withdraw from the alliance and are causing unrest. Li Jinxiong roared, feeling a throbbing in his temples. The internal and external crises left him nearly gasping for air. Incompetent fools. A bunch of worthless wretches. Suppress them. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be executed without mercy. At that moment, his encrypted satellite phone vibrated violently in his pocket. Seeing the caller ID, Li Jinxiong's body trembled. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his rage, answered the call, and his tone shifted to one of utmost respect. Uncle Fu. On the other end, an aged yet authoritative voice resonated. It was none other than the chief steward of the Li family's ancestral home in Hong Kong, young Master Jinxiong. The old patriarch is quite displeased. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Li Jinxiong's forehead. Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu's voice suddenly lowered. The old patriarch believes the handling of matters in Star City has been appalling. Wang Boan may be dead, but the Li family's century-old reputation cannot be tarnished like this. Tonight is your final opportunity to clean up this mess. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Click. The call ended. Listening to the busy signal, Li Jinxiong felt as though he had plunged into an ice abyss. He dared not even contemplate the repercussions of the old patriarch. Subsequently, he switched the command room's large screen to a close-up of Su Mo. He was oblivious to what had provoked this man, but all that transpired today stemmed from him. Li Jinxiong's eyes turned bloodshot, brimming with unfathomable resentment. He knew that he had no way out. All of this was caused by that accursed van and the enigmatic man associated with it. Damn it. It's all because of you. I want you dead. Quickly, mobilize all elite forces. Secure the core area for me. Suppress all unruly survivors on the spot. Chapter 80. Foolish and naive outside the building. The tide of corpses had reached its zenith. The zombies, originally driven to the lower levels, launched an assault from within. At that moment, a silver-gray shadow glided smoothly into the underground parking garage. Outside, a hellish scene unfolded. Armed personnel from the Falcon Alliance took cover behind vehicles and barricades, engaging in fierce combat with the horde of zombies that had breached their defenses. The cacophony of gunfire, explosions, roars, and screams melded into a chaotic symphony. Bodies littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Both sides, blinded by rage, failed to notice the van amidst the turmoil. Now is the time. With a commanding shout, Su Mo urged, Vela, step on it. She accelerated, maneuvering past the edge of the chaotic battlefield. Block that vehicle. Finally, a vigilant guard spotted them. But it was too late. The van, braving sporadic gunfire, crushed several corpses as it surged into a dusty passageway, one of the back doors previously discovered by Rosie. Following this winding route, they could drive all the way up to the 6th-floor platform. The headlights illuminated the chaos ahead. The passage was a scene of devastation. Go ahead. I'll cover you, Su Mo declared, stepping out of the vehicle and signaling to Vela inside. The upgraded metallic armor instantly enveloped his arms. With a couple of powerful punches, he shattered the adjacent wall, blocking the armed personnel attempting to force their way in at the entrance. He then swiftly ascended along the passage. After overcoming a few scattered resistances, they were soon to reach the relatively open rooftop of the 6th floor. Originally, this space served as a grand viewing platform adorned with various statues, ill-suited for vehicular combat. At the opposite end, Li Hao positioned his elite guards, fortifying their defenses. This location was the crucial artery leading to the core area behind them. The earlier roar of his father and the storm on the forum left him feeling apprehensive. The roar of an engine grew closer. It's coming. Li Hao glanced at the Wuling Hong Wang, wary of underestimating it. The van executed a graceful drift and came to a steady halt in the center of the platform. Beside him, Maruo clutched his arm tightly, her face pale. Hiding behind Li Hao, Maruo watched as figures emerged from the van. The door swung open, revealing Vela standing beside Su Mo, while Lin Yao took the wheel and Rosie settled into the passenger seat. The two prepared to provide remote support for Su Mo and Vela. Su Mo, Vela. Be advised that the opponent possesses weapons such as small missiles. Exercise caution. Rosie gazed at the tablet, transmitting the latest intelligence to the two individuals through her headphones. However, there was no need for excessive concern, as this device possessed formidable lethality. It could annihilate 1,000 enemies while inflicting substantial self-damage. In practice, it could potentially bring down half a building. Received. Both Su Mo and Wayla responded in unison. When Maruo caught sight of Su Mo's icy countenance, her body involuntarily trembled. Compared to the impoverished young man she remembered, clad in work attire and covered in grease, the Su Mo before her stood tall, his gaze as sharp as a blade, exuding an aura of a ruthless superior. The trio of women beside him were striking, one cold and alluring as ice, another ethereal and exquisite, and the last vibrant and spirited, all exceptionally beautiful. The stark contrast and overwhelming disparity stirred a tumult of emotions within Maruo, prompting her to instinctively release her grip on Li Hao's hand. Her lips quivered as she attempted to articulate something, yet upon meeting Su Mo's emotionless gaze, the biting words lodged in her throat. Was her initial choice truly the right one? When Li Hao beheld Su Mo's face, his pupils constricted sharply. From Maruo's reaction, he discerned that the man before him was indeed Su Mo, the impoverished wretch he had once trampled upon. Su Mo, is it really you? Li Hao's voice was laced with disbelief and a hint of barely concealed terror, swiftly replaced by a facade of anger. You wretched beggar. What kind of luck have you stumbled upon to create such chaos? Su Mo's gaze swept over Li Hao and his retinue, akin to surveying a group of corpses. Luck? Thanks to you, I have awakened. Now, it is time to settle the score. Suppressing the unease within, Li Hao bellowed in a blustering tone. You think you can challenge me? And with these women? Attack. Eliminate them. The loyal guards of the Li family immediately surged towards Su Mo and his companions. Kill them all. Su Mo commanded Wayla. He remained still, his focus locked on Li Hao at the rear of the crowd. Wayla sprang into action. Like a streak of golden lightning, she swiftly penetrated the formation of Li Hao's guards. There were no extravagant techniques, only the most direct and efficient means of slaughter. The two foremost men, muscles rippling as they evidently awakened their power-type talents, swung massive metallic axes with ferocity. When fists met axe blades, the edges shattered under the force of the impact. The backlash sent the two men flying, their hands crushed. Useless. Charge at her. She alone. Li Hao's elite guards, recognized as the best of the Li family, were abruptly rendered ineffective by a single woman, as two of their own were swiftly incapacitated. The remaining members rushed forward, unleashing an array of elemental abilities, flames, ice shards, and wind blades, all aimed at overwhelming Wayla. Yet, Vela, like a tiger among sheep, navigates the chaos with an innate combat intuition that allows her to anticipate the trajectory of attacks. Each evasion is impeccably timed. Each counterstrike is executed with lethal precision. To the adept combatants before her, she is a force to be reckoned with, rendering them as fragile as paper. Blood and severed limbs erupt across the platform, painting a scene both gruesome and merciless. Maruo trembles in terror at the sight, finally grasping that the root of this carnage may lie in her own betrayal. Su Mo has slain numerous members of the Li family, and Li Hao would undoubtedly seek vengeance against her, the harbinger of misfortune. Su Mo, you must command her to cease. Please, stop this madness. Are you insane? These are the elite of the Li family, formidable warriors. And there are more. How can you possibly prevail with just your few companions? You will bring ruin upon us all. Seeing Su Mo's expression remain impassive, her eyes averted from her, Maruo's desperation escalated, her words tumbling forth in disarray. Su Mo, I know you still love me, don't you? I was wrong in the past. Just listen to me. If you surrender, I will plead with Hao Gu. I will beg the Li family. I will secure your life. I promise. Truly. One cannot help but note the folly and naivety of this woman, still attempting to evoke their past affections at such a dire moment. Her tone imbued with a misguided sense of charity, as if Su Mo were still that impoverished youth who hung on her every word. Indeed, the only response to her pleas is the cold brutality of Vela's slaughter and the agonizing cries of her dying guards. Li Hao gazes upon the elite guards he painstakingly trained, now decimated within mere seconds by Vela. He suddenly raises his head, fixing a fierce glare upon Su Mo, who stands aloof in the background, coldly observing the carnage. Su Mo, you worthless coward. Will you only hide behind women? Step forward and face me like a man. A sinister smile curls at the corners of his mouth as he swiftly gestures with a hidden hand. A small missile, trailing a fiery orange plume, is launched from the high-rise behind him, aimed directly at Sumo's position. Boss. Vela has just snapped the neck of the last guard when her peripheral vision catches Li Hao's movement, and her combat instincts scream in alarm. However, she is too far from Sumo to intervene in time. Big bad guy. In the vehicle, Rosie's tablet has just registered the missile launch command, eliciting a gasp from her as she instinctively shuts her eyes in fear. Sumo appears momentarily stunned by the sudden onslaught, standing frozen in place as time seems to suspend in that fleeting second. Boom. The missile strikes precisely where Sumo stands, unleashing a violent shockwave that expands instantly, engulfing the area in a conflagration. A sturdy concrete platform was violently blasted, creating a gaping chasm over 20 meters in diameter. The powerful shockwave instantly hurled nearby statues into the air, exposing half of a building. Even a Wuling Hongguang was pushed more than 10 meters away, coming to a halt only after colliding with several streetlights. A billowing cloud of dense smoke mixed with dust soared into the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. Li Hao gazed at the enormous hole, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Ma Ruo, however, covered her mouth in fear, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Vela was knocked back several dozen steps by the shockwave before barely regaining her balance. For the first time, tears welled in her eyes while in a state of consciousness. Inside the vehicle, Rosie gasped in horror, her complexion pale as a sheet. Lin Yao fixed her gaze on the direction in which Sumo had vanished, remaining silent. Chapter 81. The metal substitute Li Hao cackled maniacally at the vast crater before him, exuding an almost deranged joy. He pointed at the pit, saliva flying as he shouted with fervor, "He's dead. Finally dead. You dare to oppose me? What does it matter how formidable you are? This is a missile capable of obliterating a leader-class zombie beast. What could a mere mortal hope to withstand? Reduced to ashes, I presume." Ha ha. Slowly he turned his head, his greedy gaze sweeping over Vela, who had been pushed back by the shockwave, and the terrified Rosie and Lin Yao huddled in the van. "Hey, foreign girl, and you too in the car. Those who know how to adapt are truly wise. Do you see this? This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. That fool Sumo has turned to dust. What do you think you're doing following me? I am the heir of the Li family. I will treat you to delightful feasts, just as I once seized Maruo from him." He cast a proud glance at the trembling Maruo, pinching her thigh. In response, Vela uttered a single word, "Leave." Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky. Vela struggled to suppress the turmoil within her, clearly wounded from the recent impact. As Li Hao had said, the missile was capable of obliterating even tanks. How could a mere human withstand such force? Even Sumo, she feared, had likely been reduced to nothing in this explosion. She had never before grasped so clearly that the man she referred to as her boss was no longer merely an employer or benefactor, but her very everything. Vela fought to rise, the power of her innate ability, shock fist, rapidly coalescing. In her ice-blue eyes, there was no fear, only a chilling emptiness and overwhelming killing intent. Even with her insides damaged, she was prepared to gamble her life to shred the wretch before her. The window of the passenger seat in the van was rolled down. Rosie leaned out, her face flushed with anger, tears brimming in her eyes. Clutching a large loudspeaker, she directly tapped into the public address system of the Kowloon building. Profanity, sharp and precise like a volley of cannon fire. "Li Hao, you wretched scoundrel. Aside from relying on your father's missiles, what else can you do? I just reviewed your medical records. Even before the apocalypse, you suffered from kidney deficiency and impotence, surviving only on those little blue pills. Now, after the world has collapsed, you awaken some so-called heavenly talent of kidney power. I hear you only last 2.5 minutes? Even old Wong, the doorman downstairs, outlasts you. With your puny stature, you dare to aspire for a harem? Spare yourself the embarrassment. Save that meager ammunition to carve your gravestone, lest others wonder why you succumbed so swiftly." Overwhelmed by immense sorrow and fury, she erupted. It dawned on her that the rogue who called her little bear playfully tapped her on the head and left her chocolates had long occupied a position of unparalleled significance in her heart. Li Hao's face instantly turned an unsightly shade of purple, trembling with rage. He pointed at the van, exclaiming, "You're courting death." It must be said, Roshi's tongue was rather venomous. Meanwhile, Lin Yao remained silent, quietly pushing open the car door and stepping beside Vela. As Sumo's first woman, her gaze was eerily calm. Unbeknownst to her, a sharp scalpel had appeared in her hand, while her other hand tightly clutched a dark red syringe, the very biological agent they had previously confiscated. It was Sumo who had saved her, avenging her, and imparting the meaning and direction of survival in this desolate world. She discreetly concealed the syringe in her sleeve, poised to use it on herself at any moment. The three women, each in their own way, were prepared for a desperate struggle. A torrential downpour fell, the icy rain washing away the blood and tears from their faces. Once again, on this stormy night, Vela gazed at the massive pit that had swallowed Sumo. Was there truly no escaping fate? Each twist of destiny was accompanied by this damned rain. The acrid smoke and dust quickly dissipated under the relentless downpour. Just as Vela was about to charge forward recklessly, a figure emerged from the haze, standing tall and unscathed. Sumo. He stood firm, not a hair out of place, nor a thread of his clothing marred. Only the patch of muddy ground beneath his feet, about a meter in radius, remained intact, interwoven with a dense web of steel bars, starkly contrasting the surrounding colossal craters. Vela's tense body instantly relaxed, nearly causing her to stumble. She stared at Sumo, a suppressed sob escaping her throat. Boss. Roshi's tirade abruptly halted as she rubbed her eyes and excitedly leaped from the vehicle. Tears mingling with rain on her small face, she beamed radiantly. You big bad wolf. I knew you weren't dead. Lin Yao, gripping the scalpel tightly, let her hold loosen as she stepped forward with quickened pace. Even the sound of his voice trembled slightly. Sumo Li Hao's maniacal laughter instantly froze, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. No, it's impossible. How can you still be alive? That missile clearly struck you. It was a Stinger missile. At that moment, a faint metallic sheen enveloped Sumo, gradually fading. It turned out that just as the missile was about to impact, Sumo's exceptional talent, the newly acquired passive skill, Metal Doppelganger, had been triggered. All damage and force were completely absorbed by the metallic energy field in that fleeting second. Not even a speck of dust tarnished him, elegance defined. Upon hearing from Rashi that the adversary possessed missiles, Sumo resolved to withstand the assault. After all, his van could barely endure heavy weaponry, let alone his three women. Although the 24-hour cooldown was somewhat lengthy, the price was justified. In an instant, two daggers coalesced in Sumo's hands, their cold gleams slicing through the rain. The twin daggers pierced through Li Hao's shoulders with precision. The immense impact sent him hurtling backward, pinning him firmly against the colossal stone statue of a goddess behind him. Brother Hao. Maruo let out a shrill scream. In that moment, her infatuated heart triumphed over fear. She recklessly dashed forward, arms outstretched to shield Li Hao, crying out to the advancing Sumo. Sumo, please stop. I beg you cease this. It is all my fault. I wronged you. Please spare Brother Hao. The rain quickly soaked her hair and clothing as she attempted to sway Sumo with tears and passion. Get lost. Vela, suppressing excruciating pain, stepped forward and seized Maruo by the collar, hurling her onto the slick ground. Maruo tumbled, dazed, kneeling and pleading. Sumo, spare him. For the sake of our past connection. Li Hao, witnessing Sumo approach with daggers in hand, felt a profound dread of death enveloping him. It was evident that Sumo sought his life. How could he ask for mercy without sealing his own fate? As he gazed at Maruo, kneeling and begging for his sake, a malicious glint flickered in his eyes. Brother, Sumo, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. She was the one who seduced me first. This worthless woman is not worth your anger. Seeing Sumo halt his advance, Li Hao forced a grotesque smile onto his face, desperately trying to persuade. Sumo, listen to me. This wench and I were never intimate before. Who knows how many others have had her. But rest assured, I've trained her for you. Truly, all sorts of complex positions, unlocked with clarity. A trifecta of skills. Perfected. Any props you desire can be incorporated. Just let me go, and this woman is yours. Play with her as you wish. Just consider it an apology from me. Brother, how about that? Chapter 82. The locked-up scoundrel's Maruo lifted her head in shock, her face a mixture of rain, tears, and mud. She had been contemplating defending Li Hao, yet this man not only failed to appreciate her loyalty, but also chose to expose her vulnerabilities. Even more incomprehensible was his desire to rid himself of her presence. The astonishment on Maruo's face was swiftly replaced by a dawning realization. If she allowed Li Hao to continue divulging her past indiscretions, she might never have a chance to return to Sumo's side. Li Hao, you are truly a scoundrel. I betrayed Sumo for you. I told for you. Is this how you repay me? Unbeknownst to her, a tactical dagger had somehow appeared in her hand. Summoning all her strength, she plunged it forcefully into Li Hao's abdomen. You wretched girl. Li Hao exclaimed in disbelief, his anger palpable. He could scarcely fathom that such a seemingly frail woman would dare to strike. But this was merely the beginning. Let you speak. Let you speak. Maruo seemed to have lost her sanity. She withdrew the dagger only to thrust it back in with renewed vigor. Thrust. Withdraw. With each stab, blood mingled with the rain, splattering wildly, staining her face and clothing. Li Hao's body was riddled with gaping wounds, many of his organs visible. He gasped futilely, his life slipping away amidst agony and terror. At last, Ma Ruo appeared to exhaust her strength. Her grip slackened, and the blood-soaked dagger clattered to the ground. Su Mo and the others remained silent, merely observing this grotesque spectacle of betrayal. She staggered back a few steps, gasping for breath, slowly raising her gaze to Su Mo. Her eyes bore a hint of illness and a misguided sense of deep affection. Ignoring the incredulous stares of Lin Yao, Vela, and Luoshi, she spoke with an unfamiliar softness. Su Mo, I have personally eliminated the hindrance. I realize now how grievously I erred. I merely made mistakes that any ordinary girl might make. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao, Vela, and Luoshi exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with absurdity and disbelief. An ordinary girl? Does that mean we are all deemed extraordinary? Meanwhile, Ma Ruo remained lost in her own world, utterly oblivious to their reactions. Continuing to gaze at Su Mo, she began recounting, Su Mo, you were so kind to me back then. To support my college education, you dropped out of school. By day, you toiled away repairing cars, your hands stained with grease. By night, you delivered takeout until the early hours, spending every penny you earned on cosmetics and handbags for me. Although you were merely adept at fixing cars, lacking in romantic finesse and sweet words, and even unable to spare time to accompany me to the cinema, I knew you harbored feelings for me. Whenever I spoke, you would heed my every wish. Your love for me was profound, your indulgence boundless. At that moment, Luoshi subtly activated the recording function on her phone, her small face betraying a hint of cunning and a thrill of vengeance. Hee. This is the dark history of a villain. If you dare to bully me again, I shall play this recording on repeat. Maruo pointed at the barely conscious Li Hao, a twisted smile curling her lips. Now, that scoundrel is on the brink of death. Shall we start anew? Su Mo, I know you still love me. A true man should be magnanimous. Her gaze swept over Lin Yao, Vela, and Luoshi, her eyes brimming with hostility as she pointed at them. You, get rid of them. Tell them to leave. Let us begin again, just like before. I promise. I promise to love only you from now on. Slap. A crisp and resounding slap interrupted Ma Ruo's frantic ramblings. Luoshi had rushed over, her small face flushed with anger. Shaking her slightly numb palm, she pointed an accusing finger at Ma Ruo's nose, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? What delusions are you entertaining here? And you think you can order us away? Who do you think you are? Ma Ruo stumbled back, half her face swelling instantly from the blow. Covering her face, she looked at Luoshi in disbelief, her eyes soon igniting with hatred. I was speaking to my boyfriend. What concern is it of yours? Who are you to interfere? Ma Ruo cast her gaze towards the bespectacled, aloof beauty, who surpassed her in figure, looks, and poise. Lin Yao stepped forward, positioning herself beside Su Mo, and calmly stated, his woman. Then, Ma Ruo turned her attention to the blonde, blue-eyed woman, who towered over her, possessing both looks and presence that rivaled Lin Yao, with an even fiercer demeanor. Vela also advanced a step, succinctly asserting, his woman. Luoshi was momentarily taken aback by their decisive responses, her small face reddening further. She glanced between Lin Yao, Vela, and the impassive Su Mo. With a determined bite of her lip and a stomp of her foot, she defiantly declared, I am just as important. Su Mo is my most significant person. Seemingly feeling the need to bolster her bravado, she threatened Su Mo, shaking her tiny fist. Su Mo, I warn you. I will expose all those embarrassing moments when you were a lovesick fool on the forum. You villain. I warn you. If you dare to let this disgusting woman into your life, I shall unveil all your hidden scandals on the forum, tarnishing your reputation. I have already conceived the title, Shocking. The humble past of the Star City Tycoon revealed. Let everyone in Star City witness this. The threat was palpable as she shook her recording phone. Although Lin Yao and Weila refrained from speaking further, their gazes and stances conveyed a resolute message. Ma Ruo observed the three, and then turned to the ever-silent Su Mo. Look at them. They are bullying me. You must tell them to leave. Darling, say something. Su Mo remained a silent witness to the unfolding drama. From Ma Ruo's frenzied act of stabbing Li Hao to her morbid reminiscences of happier times, and her presumptuous demands to expel Lin Yao and the others, his gaze remained tranquil, as if he were merely an audience to a poorly executed performance. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. He slowly lifted his eyelids and finally spoke. Have you finished? A spark of hope ignited in Ma Ruo's eyes as she nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm done. We. Lin Yao, Weila, and Luoshi held their breath, awaiting his verdict. Su Mo's gaze swept over Li Hao's lifeless body, punctured beyond recognition, and settled on Ma Ruo's face, which flickered with a mad hope. That look was akin to observing a corpse. Suemo slowly raised his hand, the dagger within his palm coalescing into a lethal form. If you are done, then let us embark on this journey together. The hope in Maruo's face instantly froze. No, Suemo, you cannot. You wretched couple should be forever imprisoned. The moment those words left her lips, Sumo's right hand gestured for the three women to retreat 10 meters. A violent surge of mental energy erupted forth. Metal manipulation, storm. Centered around Suemo, within a radius of 10 meters, all metallic objects, broken rebar, twisted shrapnel, and even the dagger that pierced Li Hao, were instantaneously disassembled, transforming into a metal tempest capable of annihilating anything in its path. Maruo and Li Hao barely had time to scream before their bodies were engulfed. Flesh, bones, and clothing proved as fragile as paper before the metallic storm. In merely 2 seconds, the tempest subsided. All that remained were 2 puddles of sanguinary mush, a gruesome amalgamation of flesh and bone shards, devoid of any identifiable remnants. The torrential rain continued to pour, cleansing the platform as if seeking to wash away all filth and sin. Suemo raised his gaze towards the distant office building. Beneath the curtain of rain, visibility was utterly obscured. It was time to confront the true mastermind. Chapter 83. The kitchen bomb. Suemo, should we return to the car first? To recuperate? Lin Yao asked with concern. Before Suemo could respond, Weila waved her hand to silence her. The boss is too conspicuous, just as Weila had said. Once the rain ceased, in contrast to the towering office buildings, the van parked atop the 6th floor resembled a living target. Chin, the passageway. Suemo nodded, refraining from unnecessary words. Luo, she gestured towards a corner of the building, the eastern side of the platform, currently obscured by a cluster of statues, leads directly into the building's interior. However, according to feedback from the building's surveillance system, there are numerous individuals within the passage, along with several traps. Vera, clear the way. Suemo commanded, simultaneously glancing at Lin Yao. Seeds of life. Lin Yao swiftly retrieved 2 small glass vials from her pocket. The two uncorked the bottles and tilted their heads back to drink. Their pallid faces gradually regained their color. Suemo returned the empty vials to Lin Yao. Abandon the vehicle for now. We shall proceed on foot. Lin Yao and Luo, she took the center position. Vera, follow me. Vera nodded, flexing her partially restored arm. She followed Suemo as they dashed towards the eastern side of the platform. Suemo led the charge, allowing his passive perception of metal resonance to expand. Within a 30-meter radius, the metallic structures around him materialized into a vivid 3-dimensional model. Ahead, at the entrance of the passage, several metal tripwires connected to explosives came into view. Tripwire, 3 o'clock, 10 centimeters off the ground, Suemo stated calmly. Vera did not falter. In the instant before contact, she executed an astonishing side slip, simultaneously drawing back her right leg. She delivered a precise kick to a metal clasp connecting the tripwire. With a soft crack, the tripwire mechanism was violently disabled, falling silent. The two quickly entered the dimly lit passage. Just as Luo she had described, guards were indeed present. They had been waiting in silence, not having heard the sound of an explosion, when they attempted to raise their weapons for a closer inspection. To their surprise, Vera had already lunged at them. Her fist, encased in a brass knuckle, struck the chest of one guard with unadorned force. The impact caused his chest to cave in, and he was sent flying without uttering a sound. A second guard, gripped by panic, pulled the trigger, firing his weapon at Vera. Suemo's gaze turned icy as he raised his right hand. A blade materialized instantaneously and shot forth, piercing the guard's throat and pinning him against the metal piping behind. Alarms blared throughout the passage, and more footsteps echoed from deeper within. Luo Shi, disrupt the surveillance and communications, Suemo ordered as he advanced. Understood. Watch and learn. Luo Shi's voice came from behind. She clutched a tablet, her fingers dancing across the screen. The flashing red lights in the passage extinguished in an instant, and the blaring alarms morphed into a whimsical chime. Meanwhile, in the command center on the top floor of the Jiulong building, a vast main screen looped a high-definition recording. It depicted the 6th floor platform, showcasing the moment Suemo used a metallic storm to eliminate Li Hao and Ma Ruo. The footage had been deliberately enlarged by Luo Shi, played in slow motion, revealing the gruesome details of the carnage. Li Jinxiong's eyes bulged with rage as he slammed his fist down on the control panel. To be honest, while Li Hao was neither his only son nor his most favored, he had become the last remaining hope after the apocalypse struck. Sumo's actions were tantamount to severing Li Jinxiong's lineage. In that moment, all he desired was the death of Suemo and her companions. With a furious turn, he bellowed at the cowering information team behind him. Incompetent fools. Where are the surveillance feeds? What of our security system? How could a mere girl toy with us so effortlessly? A pale-faced information officer stammered. Mr. Li, we are doing our utmost. That hacker, Luo Shi, goes by the codename Little Bear. She is among the top 10 hackers on the global dark web bounty list. Our defenses are utterly inadequate against her. A glint of menace flickered in Li Jinxiong's eyes as he drew his gun and fired. The officer's forehead exploded, and he collapsed to the ground. The command room fell into a suffocating silence, broken only by Li Jinxiong's heavy breathing. Inadequate? Weakening morale. Eliminate them. At that moment, the main screen and all auxiliary displays abruptly went black. The blaring alarms ceased, and the building's lights flickered a few times before succumbing to darkness, leaving only the faint green glow of emergency exit signs. What is happening? Li Jinxiong seethed with fury. In the darkness, only Luo Shi's voice echoed through the broadcast system, leaving behind a dramatic line. Signal has been severed. Enjoy the game, everyone. Well done, Little Bear. Sumo's voice resonated in the shadows. Luo Shi beamed with pride, the screen's light illuminating her cunning little face. Hee piece of cake. Now, the entire building is blind. The four-person team, displaying remarkable synergy, pressed onward despite increasingly fierce resistance. Yet, against the pair of lethal entities, Su Mo and Weila, coupled with Luo Shi's information suppression, the guards of the Falcon Alliance fell like chaff before the sickle. An hour later, they finally broke through the heavy barricades and reached the mid-level area. This floor stood in stark contrast to the chaos they had encountered earlier. The air was thick with a peculiar stench, sweat, mildew, blood, and a hint of burnt food. Under the harsh glare of emergency lights, rows of iron cages came into view, housing survivors huddled in rags, their expressions vacant. Among them were men, women, and children, many bearing the marks of toil. Some cages even contained live zombies or mutated beasts. Luo Shi, where are we? Su Mo asked, her gaze scanning the surroundings with caution. It's the slave quarters, Weila quickly assessed, drawing her conclusion. Several armed overseers, upon seeing the intruders, instantly drained of color, raised their weapons in alarm. Clear them out, Su Mo commanded succinctly. Weila shot forth like an arrow, targeting the guards on the left. Su Mo raised his right hand, and the dagger shot directly toward the face of the guard on the right. Several overseers barely had time to scream before meeting their demise. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the depths of the slave quarters. It emanated from a room that was separately enclosed and shrouded in thick black smoke. As he pushed open the greasy metal door, an overwhelming stench of charred material assaulted his senses. The room was spacious yet in utter disarray. On the stainless steel workbench lay an assortment of bizarre and oddly colored ingredients. There were mushrooms emitting a faint glow, withered and twisted plant roots, and even several pieces of dark, unappetizing meat. A massive soup pot on the stove was bubbling and billowing thick smoke, containing a viscous, dark green liquid. It was undoubtedly a kitchen, but had a bomb been placed here? Or had cooking caused the kitchen to explode? A petite figure, clad in an ill-fitting and grease-stained white chef's uniform, was frantically stirring the pot with a thick metal rod. Her face and hair were covered in soot. Her round face displayed a mix of anxiety and panic as she muttered, "It's over, it's over, it's burned again. This time, it's really the end." A burly overseer, equally grimy, swung a baton at the girl, bellowing, "Clumsy fool. You've burned it again. This crystal core porridge is meant for Mr. Li. Do you have any idea how precious a crystal core is? Lu Xianwan, you idiot. I swear I'll beat you to death today." With that, he lunged the baton toward the girl's lower back. Just as the girl appeared on the verge of losing her balance and falling into the pot, Lin Yao cried out, "Watch out." At that critical moment, a strange focus replaced the girl's panic. With a swift motion that belied her petite stature and clumsy appearance, she deftly pivoted, her toes barely grazing the ground as she propelled herself half a meter to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow and continuing to stir the pot without missing a beat. The overseer paused, seemingly unable to believe that his ambush had been so effortlessly thwarted. Su Mo exchanged glances with Weila. What a quick reaction. What immense strength. The previous movement, timing, angle, and force were all executed with perfection, a feat that could not have been by mere chance. However, the overseer's next move was suspended in midair. Su Mo didn't even cast a glance at him, but casually raised his right hand. His metal-clad palm clamped down on the overseer's wrist like a vice. In the next moment, the overseer's wrist bone was crushed, and the baton fell from his grasp. Before a scream could escape his lips, Su Mo's left hand, with fingers extended, struck his throat. The overseer gasped weakly, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. All of this transpired in an instant, leaving no time for the overseer to react before he lay still. The girl, still fervently stirring the pot, belatedly halted her actions and turned her head in bewilderment. She beheld the gruesome sight of the overseer sprawled on the ground, and the blood-soaked figures of Sumo and Wayla. A gasp escaped her lips, and her face drained of color, resembling a frightened rabbit as she crouched down abruptly, clutching her head tightly. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her large eyes filled with terror, tears welling in her gaze. In a voice soft and pitiful, a stark contrast to her earlier decisive movements, she pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I'm just a cook. I didn't mean it. I truly didn't intend to ruin the dish." Sumo's gaze skimmed over her without lingering, instead landing on the corner of the kitchen where several dimly colored, irregularly shaped crystals lay. These were low-grade zombie cores. In Sumo's hand, he held 2 cores. He had learned from the forum that these cores could enhance talents or serve as cores for high-energy weapons, though he remained unaware of their exact applications. From the earlier conversation, it was evident that this little girl had somehow utilized the cores to create a dish. He glanced at the pile of failed attempts in the corner and at the large pot still emitting black smoke. There appeared to be value in it, yet the risks seemed considerable. Lin Yao approached swiftly, crouching beside Lu Xiaonuan with a gentle tone. "Do not fear. We are not villains. We are here to deal with the Li family. Your name is Lu Xiaonuan, correct?" Tear-filled eyes gazed at Lin Yao's kind face, and she quickly glanced at the expressionless Sumo and Wayla, as well as the curious Ro Shi, before giving a slight nod. Chapter 84. Heart of the culinary god. Sumo moved to the steaming pot, ignoring the acrid scent of burnt food. "What is this?" he inquired, pointing at the porridge. Lu Xiaonuan sniffled softly. "It's a mishmash porridge made from processed low-grade core powder and sweet potato flour. It can enhance strength for a brief period. But I messed it up. The ingredients seem off." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, her head nearly buried in her chest from embarrassment. "You made this?" Sumo confirmed. Lu Xiaonuan nodded before quickly shaking her head. "Yes, I made it, but it often fails. They all call me a kitchen bomb." She pouted in grievance, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks. "Sweet potato flour? Isn't this cassava flour?" Roshi curiously leaned over the counter, pointing at an open sack in the corner. It bore faint markings indicating sweet potato starch, but the contents were whiter and more finely granulated. "I remember this brand was exposed. It's not sweet potato flour at all." Lu Xiaonuan lifted her head, her eyes wide in disbelief. With a few swift strides, she dashed to the sack, grasping a handful and scrutinizing it closely before bringing it to her nose to inhale deeply. It truly was tapioca flour. The timidity she had felt moments ago was instantly supplanted by a fierce rage. Ugh! Her small face flushed crimson, her bun bobbing slightly in her fury. It was indeed tapioca flour. Those rascals! I had meticulously followed the previous recipe, controlling the heat perfectly, yet it still ended up a disaster. I thought it was the instability of the crystal energy or my inability to control my mental power. It turns out they had switched the ingredients. Those scoundrels! They dare to tamper with the ingredients. Such waste. It is a desecration of food. She stomped her feet in indignation, her posture radiating a desire to drag the deceased supervisor back for a beating. Just a single variation in ingredients could lead to a culinary catastrophe or even an explosion in the kitchen. The side effects of this talent are truly unbearable. At that moment, a loud rumble emanated from Lu Xiaonuan's stomach. Her expression instantly fell. Clutching her belly, she lamented pitifully, "I'm so hungry. They only give us a little to eat each day. It's simply not enough." Sumo observed the girl who had been seething with rage just moments before, now reduced to a state of hunger with a growling stomach, and his gaze softened. He reached into the inner pocket of his tactical vest and produced 2 packets of instant noodles, offering them to her. Lu Xiaonuan's eyes lit up at the sight of food. Lin Yao, witnessing this, pulled out a sausage. Vira rummaged through her supplies to reveal 2 pieces of beef jerky, while Luo, she contributed a small bag of chocolate. "Here, Xiaonuan, have something to fill your stomach." "Luo," she said, handing everything to her in a flurry. Lu Xiaonuan gazed at the food before her, tears welling in her eyes from gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Her glance swept over the ingredients, and a spark ignited within her. To a culinary genius, ingredients are life itself. She immediately forgot her hunger. Pointing at the instant noodles, this can be made." With nimble fingers, she cleared a small area of the countertop, carefully arranging the instant noodle packets, seasoning, beef jerky, and chocolate. She then retrieved some usable ingredients and seasonings from the side. The moment she grasped the large spoon, her entire demeanor transformed. The timid girl vanished, replaced by an aura of focus and confidence. Her gaze became sharp as a blade, and her movements flowed with grace and precision, akin to a master chef at work. Boiling water, cooking the noodles, draining them, heating the pan, pouring oil, stir-frying. Her actions were so swift they dazzled the eye. Vira and Lin Yao watched in astonishment, while Luo Shi's mouth fell agape. "Wow, This little chef is impressive. The simple ingredients in Lu Xiaowan's hands seemed to be imbued with a soul. Soon, a gigantic portion of golden fried noodles emerged from the stove. Luo she could not help but swallow hard. It smells so good. Lu Xiaowan, unreserved, picked up her chopsticks and transferred the majority of the food into her bowl. With her cheeks puffed up, she wore an expression of blissful satisfaction. Suemo, taking up his chopsticks, sampled a bite. The noodles were delightfully chewy, the sauce savory and rich to perfection, the egg tender, and the beef strips exuded a delightful chewiness and aroma. The flavor surpassed that of any restaurant from the world before the apocalypse. This was no mere instant noodle. It was a masterpiece. Vela and Lin Yao also took their turns tasting, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Vela, for the first time, subtly nodded, though her face remained largely devoid of expression. Taking advantage of Lu Xiaowan's engrossed eating, Luo Shi's fingers swiftly glided across her tablet. Soon, she lifted her head and presented the tablet to Suemo. The screen displayed a brief profile of Lu Xiaowan. Lu Xiaowan, 19 years old, a culinary blogger before the apocalypse. However, her videos were overly straightforward, garnering her few followers. After the apocalypse, she was discovered by the Li family for her unique abilities and was imprisoned here, forced to create core dishes for the elite. Luo Shi softly read out the key information, feeling a sense of relief for having been rescued by Su Mo in the supermarket. Otherwise, with her own extraordinary talent, she might have shared the same fate as Lu Xiaowan. Su Mo looked toward Lu Xiaowan, who was still diligently eating. Lu Xiaowan. Lu Xiaowan lifted her head, gazing at him in confusion. What is your talent? What are your specific abilities? Su Mo inquired directly. Lu Xiaowan quickly finished her last bite, set down her utensils, wiped her mouth, and earnestly replied, My talent is called Heart of the Culinary God, and it is of the highest level. As she spoke of her ability, her eyes sparkled with pride, but she soon lowered her head, slightly embarrassed. Although, I do tend to blow up the kitchen often. She counted on her fingers, striving to articulate her explanation. The passive skill is divine taste, which allows me to perceive all flavors within ingredients, good or bad, whether they are poisonous, the energy content, and how well they can be paired together with utmost clarity. The active skill is energy harmonization, enabling me to infuse the energy from cores or monsters into food. Consuming it can enhance one's abilities, but the effects can be quite unstable. Sometimes it backfires. The combat skill is Heaven and Earth Stick, allowing me to transform my rolling pin for battle, with attacks that induce dizziness and double the impact on physical forms. However, I don't enjoy fighting. Her voice dwindled, clearly concerned about her tendency to fail and her aversion to combat. Luo Shi exclaimed in wonder, then mischievously winked. Wow, a top-level talent, just like mine. So, Xiaowan, what are your measurements? We shall be sisters from now on, and honesty is paramount. Su Mo, bewildered, interjected. Is it really necessary to take it this far? Lu Xiaowan paused, her cheeks flushing slightly, but she answered honestly, My bust is 80, waist 58, and hips 82. Rosie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped up, exclaiming, 80? Ha! This is simply marvelous. Finally, I am not the only steel-plated lowly. Idol Sister and Yao Yao are both part of the Evil 36. The pressure is immense. Xiaowan, you simply must join us to lower the average altitude. Lin Yao couldn't help but smile, and even Vela's lips twitched imperceptibly. As for the Evil 36, she accepted it with open arms. After all, Su Mo was utterly enamored with them, unable to let go. At that moment, all eyes converged on Su Mo. Su Mo regarded Lu Xiaowan. An ordinary chef is indeed not difficult to find in the apocalypse. However, a chef capable of creating special enhancement dishes is a rare gem, whose worth far surpasses that of a top-tier combatant. Blowing up the kitchen? That would merely be a minor issue. After the heart of the fortress upgraded, the space-folding capabilities enhanced, allowing her to create a sturdier, more durable kitchen tailored to her needs, a task that posed no challenge. Su Mo refrained from immediately expressing her thoughts and retrieved a vial of biological agent from her pocket. She extended the syringe to Lu Xiaowan, speaking, Use your gourmet insight to discern what this is. Analyze its energy fluctuations, properties, compatibility, and potential toxicity. The atmosphere in the kitchen grew tense in an instant. This was a test of Lu Xiaowan's innate abilities and the pivotal factor in determining her true integration into the team. Lu Xiaowan gazed intently at the dark red syringe, her demeanor shifting to an unprecedented focus, as if she had transformed into another person. She cautiously accepted the syringe without opening it, leaning closer to the glass wall of the needle to capture the scent molecules in the air. After a few seconds, her brows knitted tightly together, her expression shifting to one of vigilance. She lifted her gaze to Su Mo, stating with unusual certainty, "This is not a medicine. It is poison." Poison? Lin Yao furrowed her brows deeply. As a doctor, she could not make such a hasty judgment. But how could Lu Xiaonan be so certain? Could she truly discern the components merely by scent? Lu Xiaonan nodded vigorously. Her small nose sniffed carefully, her brow furrowing even deeper. "Though I am not a professional apothecary, I can recognize all the ingredients I have encountered. The primary base within is an ultra-potent military stimulant, but it is tainted with something else, a very pungent, decayed aroma, reminiscent of zombie spinal fluid. Moreover, it is an unrefined extract." Upon hearing Lu Xiaowan's words, Lin Yao froze in shock. "Zombie spinal fluid? The military is using this?" Lu Xiaowan nodded, looking at Lin Yao with an expression filled with confusion. "Moreover, this substance has not undergone refinement. The two energies are clashing within. Injected substances may initially induce a sensation akin to an adrenaline rush, drastically augmenting strength and numbing pain. However, once the effects dissipate, one risks succumbing to a primal, zombie-like state, losing all semblance of rationality." She shuddered and gestured towards the rows of iron cages outside, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I have witnessed similar human trials. These mutated zombies possess significantly greater strength than ordinary ones." Her words sent a chill through all present. The side effects of stimulants, at most, render a person incapacitated. Yet, stimulants infused with spinal fluid, while enhancing energy, yield far graver consequences. Lin Yao felt a lingering trepidation. She had nearly succumbed to the impulse of self-administration when Su Mo was struck by a missile. Luo she recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "My goodness, is the military this ruthless? This isn't a mere stimulant. It's a breeding ground for the zombie virus." Su Mo's gaze turned icy, confirming that none of this was benign. Wang Bowen and Li Jinxiong would stop at nothing for power. At that moment, Lu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with realization. "Wait. Fire can conquer evil. If only we had a pure fire attribute crystal core. Perhaps, with it, the malevolent energy of the zombie spinal fluid could be refined and purified. If the fire's purity and intensity were sufficient, it could incinerate impurities, allowing the two energies to truly amalgamate rather than clash." She turned eagerly to Su Mo. "Master Su, do you have a fire attribute crystal core? It must be of high purity." Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. The last person to address him as Master Su was Lin Yao. However, he was indifferent to the title. After all, he had allowed Luo Shi to call him a villain without objection. Without hesitation, he summoned a crystal core, roughly the size of his fist, into his palm. This was a trophy obtained from a zombie at a gas station. Elite-level crystal core, fire attribute, an essential energy source for crafting energy weapons, enhancing potions, and even powering certain devices. Upon sighting the crystal core, Lu Xiaowan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, so pure, such a rich fire energy. And it's an intact crystal core. My heavens, this is simply the finest ingredient. No, the finest material." Her excitement flushed her cheeks as she wiped her hands on her apron, carefully accepting the crystal core. Lu Xiaowan immediately focused, her expression becoming intensely concentrated. "Stay quiet. We must not be disturbed." She took a deep breath, raising a rolling pin in front of her. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed in her eyes as an invisible force infused the rolling pin. It emitted a low hum, and its form began to transform. Both ends swelled rapidly, curving inward, while the middle elongated and narrowed. In mere seconds, the once heavy iron rolling pin had morphed into a mortar for pounding herbs, complete with a stout pestle. Luo she watched in awe, her mouth agape. "Is this even possible?" A flicker of curiosity danced in Verla's eyes, clearly intrigued by the weapon's remarkable ability to transform. However, Su Mo was unfazed. It was most likely a manifestation of Lu Xiaowan's innate talent. Having bonded with this rolling pin, she could assume various forms. Ignoring the astonishment of those around her, Lu Xiaowan deftly placed the crystal core into the mortar. Gripping the pestle tightly, a gentle wave of mental energy radiated from her. The pestle began to grind the crystal core within the mortar with a unique rhythm. Instead of shattering into powder, the crystal core melted into a pool of molten golden liquid. Next, Lu Xiaowan carefully retrieved a dark red biological agent, cautiously unsealing it and slowly pouring it into the mortar to mix with the golden liquid. An intense reaction erupted instantaneously. Lu Xiaowan's complexion paled, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Yet, she gritted her teeth, her focus sharpening. The rhythm of the pestle quickened abruptly, as the domineering and pure fire attribute energy fervently purified the dark red toxic impurities. The color of the liquid in the mortar began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Ultimately, all the liquid coalesced into a single, clear, transparent substance. With a sigh of relief, Lu Xiaonuan swayed slightly, steadied by Verla beside her. The fusion process had evidently drained a significant amount of her mental energy. She carefully transferred the clear liquid from the mortar into a new, clean syringe. When she handed it to Su Mo, her voice brimmed with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Master Su. While processing the crystal core, there was a 5 chance of triggering the divine culinary effect. I just triggered it. Under normal circumstances, crystal core processing only enhances temporary attributes. But this divine culinary result can permanently elevate the power limit. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Why don't you give it a try? At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Su Mo. He exchanged a nod with Lin Yao, not hesitating as he rolled up his sleeve and positioned the needle against his arm's vein. Pushing it in directly, Lin Yao immediately activated Life Insight, closely monitoring Su Mo's physiological state, ready to initiate life transition should anything unusual arise. Verla, meanwhile, kept a watchful gaze on Lu Xiaonuan, prepared to intervene if the girl dared to deceive them. A torrent of searing yet controlled energy surged into Su Mo, who distinctly felt his strength ascending rapidly. Though the increase was modest, it was undeniably a tangible and permanent enhancement. Moments later, the energy flood subsided. Su Mo opened his eyes, clenching his fist as he felt the surging power within him. The effect was remarkable. He glanced at the wide-eyed Lu Xiaonuan, who had the ability to transform lethal poison into a harmless enhancement potion, with the potential for permanent attribute boosts. Such a skill held immeasurable value in the apocalyptic world. For this reason alone, Lu Xiaonuan was worthy of his utmost effort to recruit. Chapter 86. Lu Xiaonuan joins the team. Lu Xiaonuan. We are constructing a mobile fortress of war. Our objective is survival, to grow stronger, and to establish ourselves in this desolate world. He gestured towards his companions. Lin Yao, the doctor, Vera, the warrior and driver, and Rosie, the hacker. We must confront the Li family, not only because they obstruct our path, but also because they deserve it. We are in need of a chef, someone who can transform ordinary ingredients, even hazardous materials, into strength. Will you join us? He paused and added, the kitchen will be yours to manage. We will do our utmost to provide ingredients. If anything is ruined, we shall replace it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaonuan shook her head. Master Su, can I truly do this? I only know how to cook, and I often mess it up. Moreover, I have a timid disposition and cannot fight. Su Mo interrupted her. There is no need for you to engage in combat. Just focus on your cooking. We will handle the rest. Lu Xiaonuan gazed into Su Mo's calm, yet powerful eyes, then glanced at Lin Yao, who looked at her with kindness, and Rosie, who was making exaggerated gestures, urging her to agree. She also recalled the blonde sister who, despite her stoic demeanor, had lent her a hand when she was weak. Reflecting on the kindness she had received over the past few days in this confined space brought a lump to her throat. The last time she felt such warmth was during her apprenticeship. With renewed determination, Lu Xiaonuan nodded vigorously. Yes, I will do my utmost. I will not disappoint everyone's trust. She quickly gathered her cherished belongings, placing her restored black iron rolling pin into her backpack, along with several recipe books filled with her notes, a small pouch of treasured spices, and a few handy kitchen tools. All of these items were stuffed into her large backpack adorned with a cartoon panda. While Lu Xiaonuan was busy packing, Su Mo took care of the mess left behind. Vera frowned, assisting him as they tidied everything up. Though the food was unpalatable, it could still be considered a regular meal in the apocalypse. Lin Yao and Rosie, however, found it difficult to eat, opting for only a few bites. Master Su, I'm done. Is it too unappetizing? She ran to Su Mo's side. Unappetizing. Su Mo replied without hesitation, stating bluntly, but it is edible. Vera nodded in agreement, warming Lu Xiaonuan's heart. In her daily life, she despised two things most: wasting food and desecrating the kitchen. At this moment, Rosie curiously leaned closer to Lu Xiaonuan's backpack. Xiaonuan, what secrets does your compendium of dark cuisine in the apocalypse hold? It sounds thrilling. Lu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed, and she clutched her backpack tightly. Well, that's a secret. Su Mo let out a satisfied burp, shaking his head in resignation, and issued commands to the group. Lin Yao, Rosie, Lu Xiaonuan, you three will form a team. Vira, continue leading the way. Our objective is the command center on the top floor. Su Mo glanced back at the chaotic slave quarters and the kitchen behind him. Without the need to activate his metallic armor, he forcefully dismantled the lock on the iron cage with one hand. The effects of the strength-enhancing potion were indeed immediate. You are free now. Leave and seek your own path. We will not provide protection. The slaves paused momentarily before rushing out of the iron cage in a frenzy, scattering in all directions. After regrouping, the team set off once more, advancing towards the upper levels of the office building. At the top floor, in the command center, Li Jinxiang fixed his gaze on the main screen, displaying the recently restored surveillance footage. Su Mo had violently broken open the iron cage, and the slaves surged forth like a tidal wave, scattering and fleeing. They were wreaking havoc, on the verge of breaching the final line of defense. Clutching a photo of Li Hao, he recalled his once spirited face and the gruesome sight of blood and flesh obliterated by the metallic storm. His son was dead, and the Li family's foundation in Star City was about to be uprooted. At that moment, all power, wealth, and ambition seemed utterly trivial and laughable. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. You can't even control a group of slaves. He commanded, activate the highest defense level of the hive. All units engage. Su Mo, I want you dead. Everyone, join my son in the grave. With his orders, a faint hissing sound emanated from the ventilation ducts. An odorless, tasteless, paralyzing gas began to seep insidiously into the air. Be careful. The air composition has changed. Lin Yao exclaimed. Her passive ability, Life Insight, allowed her to instantly detect the anomaly. Su Mo felt a slight tingling of paralysis looming above him. Quick, put on your breathing masks, he said, tossing several masks from his backpack. Lin Yao had crafted them during idle moments in the car, and now they proved to be unexpectedly useful. The group swiftly ducked into the corridor and donned the masks. Lin Yao meticulously assessed everyone's condition. It's a nerve agent, but the inhalation was minimal, so the effects on our bodies are negligible. Su Mo nodded, still apprehensive. He turned to Rosie. Rosie, disrupt the ventilation system. For the first time, Rosie's expression grew tense. I'm already working on it, but they have skilled individuals. The firewall is automatically repairing itself. They're regaining control. The villains. They've locked down all the access doors. It seems they intend to trap us here. No, they're initiating a self-destruct sequence? Damn it. Have they lost their minds? A trickle of blood seeped from her nose, clearly indicating the immense strain on her mental faculties. Stop it. Su Mo's voice was resolute. He was acutely aware that once the self-destruct sequence was initiated, the entire building could be reduced to ruins, and even their strength would not allow them to escape unscathed. Determined, Miss Rosie clenched her teeth. In the next moment, her amber-hued eyes flickered with the numbers 01. Consciousness infiltration was fully activated, her mental prowess directly interfacing with the adversary's mainframe, engaging in a silent duel of offense and defense against their hacker. Just then, several shooting apertures suddenly cracked open along the walls of the corridor. Multiple machine guns protruded, their infrared targeting beams instantly locking onto the members of the team. Get down, Vera shouted sharply, forcefully pushing Lu Xiaonuan and Lin Yao to the ground. A hail of bullets erupted. Su Mo's gaze turned icy as metallic armor swiftly enveloped her arms, shielding Rosie from harm. Although her complexion was pale, her movements did not falter. Bullets struck Su Mo's body, producing a resounding clang. Once she regained her composure, Su Mo surged forward through the rain of bullets, crashing forcefully into the nearest shooting aperture. In the next instant, both gun and operator were yanked out. It must be said that the enhancement from Lu Xiaonuan's serum was indeed significant. After protecting Lu Xiaonuan, Vera quickly regained her footing, her fist wrapped in a tiger claw, landing precisely on another shooting aperture. The shockwave instantly disassembled the firearm into scattered components. They are military personnel. Lin Yao deduced their identity from the uniforms they wore. A squad of soldiers clad in black combat gear swiftly advanced, their movements efficient and well-trained. They did not recklessly charge forward, but rather occupied advantageous positions with speed. Among them, one wielded a riot shield while another readied a sniper rifle. A specially designed armor-piercing round tore through the air, its target aimed directly at Su Mo's chest. The speed was blinding, the angle almost impossible to evade. Su Mo's pupils constricted, yet she did not shy away. Instead, she summoned all her strength to activate her metallic armor. Her hands and chest became enveloped in gleaming metal. The anticipated spray of blood did not ensue. The bullet produced a dull thud upon impact, as if striking a slab of alloy steel. Su Mo was pushed back 2 steps by the immense force, her clothing at the chest torn apart, revealing the metallic sheen of her skin beneath. The upgraded metal armor, coupled with the enhancement from the divine cuisine, had astonishingly elevated her physical resilience to a terrifying level. The sniper, peering through the scope, was filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? He was none other than Shen Feng, the captain of the Special Operations Team in the Star City Military District. Chapter 87. The Truth Unveiled After Wang Bowen's Assassination. Shen Feng had been deceived by Li Jinxiang, firmly believing that Su Mo's team had murdered Commander Wang and seized the biological agent. Although he had heard of Li Jinxiang's methods, military orders were paramount, and out of loyalty to Commander Wang, he chose to execute the orders without question. For the people of Star City, exterminate the invaders. The remaining Special Forces soldiers, taking refuge behind barriers, unleashed a torrent of fire upon Sumo's squad. They represented the final bastion of defense for the command center. Should they falter, the consequences would be unimaginable. The people? Huh. The voice of Rosie echoed through the compromised communication channel, crystal clear, to Major Chen Feng and every soldier present. Major Chen Feng, is it? I just perused your file. 10 years of service, 3 second-class merits. Protecting the people? What have you truly safeguarded? Silence. Do not disturb the morale of the troops. Chen Feng bellowed, taken aback that the adversary could articulate his rank and record. Disturb the morale? Allow me to unveil the truth. Rosie's fingers danced across her tablet. A segment of high-definition footage and a plethora of documents were forcibly transmitted to the phones of every soldier in the guard unit. The video captured the harrowing moment when Li Jinxiong executed Wang Bowen and appointed Chief of Staff Zhang. The documents provided irrefutable evidence of the Li family's collusion with Wang Bowen in arms smuggling, the exploitation of survivors, and grotesque human experimentation. Among the images were several of the survivors whom Chen Feng had escorted, now transformed into monstrosities, neither human nor ghost. See clearly. Who is responsible for the death of your esteemed Commander Wang? It is Li Jinxiong. The so-called safe zone you believed in is a hell that uses survivors as lab rats. Still fighting for the people? You are nothing but accomplices and executioners of the scoundrels Li Jinxiong and Wang Bowen. Each of Rosie's words struck heavily upon Chen Feng and the soldiers' hearts. They gazed at the harrowing images and evidence on their phones. Their faith crumbled, and their hands trembled around their weapons. Chen Feng attempted to refute, but felt his conviction wavering. No, this cannot be true. It must be a forgery. A forgery, you say? Very well. Go to the 40th floor, the district laboratory. See for yourselves the volunteers you personally sent there. Witness what they have become. The real-time surveillance footage has been unlocked. You may examine it at your leisure. Chen Feng instinctively accessed the surveillance footage from the 40th floor laboratory. The high-definition images revealed a scene straight from hell, grotesque. Twisted humanoid creatures confined within iron cages, their bodies riddled with tubes. He even recognized a few familiar faces, Special Forces soldiers who had been taken by Li Jinxiong under the guise of treatment after sustaining injuries. Several soldiers could not suppress their retching. Heavens, what have we done? Li Jinxiong, Wang Bowen, you beasts. Chen Feng felt the world spin around him as a surge of immense anger consumed him. The beliefs he had upheld, the orders he had executed, were revealed to be acts of complicity and cruelty. Thud. Chen Feng collapsed to his knees, painfully closing his eyes. He drew his sidearm and aimed it at his own temple. I am guilty. I am sorry for those who have perished. Lin Yao's cold voice interjected, wait. Major Chen Feng. Chen Feng hesitated, bewildered as he turned to Lin Yao. Look below. Lin Yao pointed towards the direction of the slave district. Through the shattered walls and windows, one could witness the freed slaves and survivors released by Su Mo, scattering in a panic like frightened sheep amidst the torrential rain and chaos. Those whom you had indirectly harmed might be irretrievable. Yet the individuals below still held a chance to survive. Chen Feng trembled intensely, abruptly lifting his head. The previous confusion and resignation were replaced by a sense of redemption. He struggled to rise, bowing deeply towards Su Mo's team, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for illuminating the truth. It is I, Chen Feng, who was blind to this. I shall remember your kindness. He swiftly turned to the few remaining soldiers. Brothers, arm yourselves. Follow me. We must save them. Every life counts. The soldiers exchanged complex glances, but ultimately nodded resolutely. Following Chen Feng, they rushed downstairs without looking back. Just before entering the stairwell, Chen Feng turned and shouted to Su Mo, brothers. The command center is on the 68th floor. Li Jinxiong is there. He possesses the talent of blood fury, growing stronger with every drop of blood. Exercise utmost caution. The exclusive elevator to the top is over there. The code is 0731. Beware of ambushes above. With that, he vanished with the soldiers at the stairway. Is this wise, boss? Releasing military personnel was Su Mo's directive, Vela questioned, somewhat perplexed. Su Mo observed their departing figures without elaborating, simply stating, in the future, we will need to interact with them frequently. Understood, Vela replied, uncertain if she grasped the full meaning. Su Mo turned to the side, where Rosie stood, and voluntarily wiped away the blood from her nose. The continuous exertion of her abilities had rendered her pale and weakened, as if she might collapse at any moment. Taking the lead, she stepped into the elevator first. Lin Yao quickly followed, pulling the still dazed Lu Xianwan along. Rosie, clutching her tablet, was the last to dash into the elevator. Vela brought up the rear, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The elevator doors slowly closed, isolating them from the external bloodshed, smoke, and turmoil. The cabin ascended smoothly, the numbers flickering rapidly. 606366 Command Center. An intelligence officer approached cautiously, presenting an urgent report that had just been retrieved. Director Lee, we have clarified the situation. That person is Su Mo. He is the mechanic who stole the girlfriend of the young master before the apocalypse at Star City University. Li Jinxiong abruptly turned, erupting into maniacal laughter. Haha, that mechanic's girlfriend, Maruo, that wretched woman. So it was because of a woman. A discarded shoe my son grew tired of. Howard, do you see this? This is the vermin. This trash. They have caused your demise. They have ruined my Li family. His laughter abruptly ceased. Li Jinxiong suddenly extended his hand, fingers curled like claws, gripping the throat of the subordinate. The subordinate's eyes widened in terror, struggling futilely. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Li Jinxiong roared. With his bare hands, he brutally snapped the neck of the subordinate. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining half of Li Jinxiong's face crimson. The passive ability, Blood Fury, was triggered, inciting a savage rage upon witnessing the bloodshed. Instead of feeling discomfort, he inhaled deeply, a hint of ecstasy gracing his features. He casually tossed aside the limp body, fixating his gaze on the cold visage of Su Mo displayed on the screen, alongside the several stunning women with distinct yet equally captivating auras surrounding him. Lin Yao's icy demeanor, Weila's sternness, Rosie's playful charm, and the newly joined, bewildered little chef. Next to them lay a photograph of Li Hao in life, exuding exuberance and confidence, revealing his pearly white teeth. The corners of his mouth twisted into a sickly smile. Howard, I understand your fondness for women. Father knows, father understands. Don't worry. I shall send them all to accompany you. Not a single one will be spared. Come forth, little insects, let me entertain you well. Chapter 88. The talent completely countered Ding. The elevator chimed melodiously as its doors slowly slid open. Instead of the anticipated hail of bullets, they were met with an extraordinarily opulent hall. At the end of the hall, behind a grand mahogany desk, sat Li Jinxiong, fixated on the elevator entrance. Behind him stood 7 or 8 loyal bodyguards, along with a middle-aged man clad in a crisp military uniform, none other than Chief Zhang, whom Li Jinxiong had elevated to power. The barrels of their guns were aligned menacingly towards the elevator doors. Li Jinxiong rose slowly, bracing his hands on the desk. His gaze swept over Su Mo and the women behind him, Weila, Lin Yao, Rosie, and Lu Xianwan. A distorted grin crept across his face. You have finally arrived. TSK Su Mo, a mere auto mechanic, accompanied by a horde of women. Truly commendable courage. Who would have thought that a tattered shoe my son carelessly discarded would attract such a mad dog as you? He slammed his hand on the desk, pointing at Su Mo. My Howard, he was slain by you miserable lot. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. However, I, Li Jinxiong, am not unreasonable. Su Mo, if you kneel and sever your own arms, offering these 4 women behind you, I might show mercy and spare your wretched life. You could watch as they serve me, avenging my son's death. What do you say? A most advantageous deal, wouldn't you agree? Chief Zhang stepped forward, clearing his throat, striving to stand tall, attempting to exude the authority of the military. Su Mo, and the rest of you, have you comprehended Mr. Li's words? Those who recognize the times are the true talents. You have committed heinous crimes, murdering Commander Wang, assaulting military installations, causing immense losses. Now is the time to rein in the horses, assisting General Li in stabilizing the situation in Star City to atone for past sins. The military might consider leniency. Otherwise, you stand against the entire Star City and the military. This is treason. This is inhumane. There is but one path to ruin. The only way forward is to lay down your arms, surrender, and submit to a military tribunal. Consider the countless survivors of Star City. Do not remain obstinate and perpetuate further bloodshed. His words were steeped in hypocritical moral coercion, attempting to impose the righteousness of the military and Star City upon the people. In response, a crisp, cold laugh escaped from Rosie. The young girl, clutching a tablet, peeked out from behind Su Mo unreservedly. She made a face at Chief Zhang. Ah, old fox, what are you pretending to be, a big shot? A military tribunal? Judging us? You ought to judge yourselves first. Her finger danced swiftly over the tablet. In the next moment, the screen behind Li Jinxiong projected her message. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. The sordid deeds you have committed have already been posted on the Survivor Forum by yours truly. Now, the entire Star City, even the whole world, knows what kind of scum you are. Observing the grim expressions on Li Jinxiong and Chief Zhang, Rosie proudly lifted her chin. Oh, by the way, I forgot to share some good news. Just now, the Star City military, led by Major Chen Feng, has publicly declared its separation from the Eagle Alliance and the Li family's control. Furthermore, just 10 minutes ago, the Li family headquarters in Port City released an urgent statement on the forum, declaring that your actions in Star City are purely personal and unrelated to the Port City Li family, unilaterally expelling you. Li Jinxiong Zhang Benjing. You are now like two lost dogs, isolated and alone. Li Jinxiong was struck as if by lightning, staggering in disbelief. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Li family? He glared at Chief Zhang with a fierce gaze. Zhang Benjing. Didn't you guarantee that Chen Feng and the others would only die in battle? Chief Zhang's face turned ashen. He too had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point, with even the Port City Li family severing ties. Yet, he had no retreat left. In this moment, he could only follow Li Jinxiong. General Li, do not listen to this little girl's nonsense. The only course of action now is to eliminate them. At this moment, Li Jinxiong's reason was wholly consumed by rage. Yes, attack. Leave no one alive. Bring me that little wench's tongue. The battle erupted instantaneously. Protect them. Sumo's gaze was icy as he issued a command to Vera. During the confrontation, Vera had already guided Lin Yao and the others to safety. As the fight commenced, the three had hidden behind a supportive pillar. Li Jinxiong's trusted bodyguards immediately opened fire towards Su Mo's direction. However, such untalented individuals were no match for Su Mo. With a determined step forward, metallic armor instantaneously enveloped his arms, deflecting a majority of the incoming bullets. Detain him, Li Jinxiong commanded, prompting all bodyguards to engage in close combat with Su Mo. Most of this group possessed combat-oriented abilities, leaving Su Mo without a guaranteed lethal strike for the time being. Meanwhile, Zhang Benjing bypassed Su Mo and charged towards the four women, recognizing that Vela was one of Su Mo's most formidable subordinates, proficient in close-quarters combat and seemingly injured. If he could subdue these women, would Su Mo not surrender unconditionally? In the next moment, a rocky sheen enveloped Zhang Benjing's body. Level talent, petrified skin. This ability significantly enhances the hardness and resilience of the skin for a short period, providing substantial physical defense and reflecting physical damage, albeit with a vulnerability to energy attacks. Though his talent level was slightly inferior to Vela's, its effect countered her resonance shock entirely. Upon noticing this, Vela charged forward, her fist encased in a claw-like gauntlet, infused with the power of resonance shock. She unleashed a powerful strike against Zhang Benjing's chest. A resounding clash echoed as Vela collided with an icy wall, barely managing to halt her momentum. She emitted a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, as the internal injuries from previously enduring a missile shockwave erupted under the intense tremors. The brilliance of her gauntlet dimmed, her arm hanging limply at her side. Indeed, Vela's previously unstoppable resonance shock had met its match. Through Su Mo's Bluetooth headset, Lin Yao's anxious voice broke through. Su Mo, Vela was gravely injured earlier. She may not be able to continue. Lin Yao was astonished to find that Vela's full-force attack had proven ineffective against Zhang Benjing. This is bad, Su Mo. Zhang Benjing's ability completely counters Vela. Taken aback, Su Mo was about to turn to assess Vela's condition when Li Jinxiong re-entered the fray, admonishing, "Focus, kid." The barely conscious Vela shielded the three women behind her. "Vela," Lin Yao exclaimed, ready to activate life exchange. "Do not concern yourself with me." Vela gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand tall, resolutely protecting Lin Yao, Rosie, and Lu Xiaonuan behind her. This was Su Mo's command, and she would execute it at all costs. However, Zhang Benjing's figure had already appeared before the three women, grinning maliciously as the rocky sheen on his body intensified. "Humph, at the end of your rope. My talent allows me to reflect physical damage. What now?" He paid no mind to the incapacitated Vela, his greedy gaze sweeping over the three women behind her. Lin Yao's icy demeanor, Rosie's charming allure, and Lu Xiaonuan's na vet ignited a fervor within him. Zhang Benjing licked his lips and turned back to Li Jinxiong, who was entangled with Su Mo, his voice dripping with flattery and urgency. "Li, could you grant me these four women?" Li Jinxiong found himself flustered and overwhelmed by Su Mo's relentless assault. Without turning his head, he bellowed, "All right, whatever you say, hurry up and deal with them. Then come help." Upon receiving his permission, Zhang Benjing's smile became even more twisted. He no longer glanced at Weila, his gaze fixated on the trembling Lu Xiaonuan, who was clutching her backpack tightly at the back. Zhang Benjing chuckled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with a nauseating lewdness. "You will do just fine. TSK. That little face resembles my deceased daughter, quite a bit. What a pity, she didn't survive the first day of the apocalypse, so I never got to enjoy her." He reached out, intending to touch Lu Xiaonuan's face. "Don't touch her," Weila gasped, attempting to intervene, but her injuries flared up. causing her to cough up blood as she weakly leaned against the wall. Lin Yao and Luo Shi were equally anxious, yet powerless to assist. Lu Xiaonuan, terrified, let out a shriek, her back colliding with the cold wall as she clutched her iron rolling pin backpack tightly. Zhang Benzhen's hand halted midair, not displaying anger. But instead, he cackled with a grotesque glee. What are you afraid of? Uncle will take good care of you later. His expression shifted to one of mockery and disdain, as if he recalled something exceedingly repulsive. It's that dreadful food you made, truly inedible. Even dogs wouldn't touch it. That time I saw you cooking those crystal core dishes, the mere smell made me want to vomit. He spat in contempt, his face a mask of derision. Those things. I took one bite and tossed the rest. Even dogs turned their noses up at it. Utter garbage. Lu Xiaonuan, who had been trembling with fear, suddenly froze at the mention of those words. Tossed? She slowly raised her head, her round almond-shaped eyes no longer filled with fear, but ignited with blazing fury. Lu Xiaonuan fixed her gaze on him, enunciating each word with clarity. You said you threw away the food I made? Chapter 89. Dual personalities. However, Zhang Benzhen had not anticipated that these words would strike at Lu Xiaonuan's most sensitive spot. Yet, he remained oblivious to this fact, momentarily taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor. He scoffed derisively. So what if I did? Why keep something so horrid for the new year? His sentence was abruptly cut off as Lu Xiaonuan sprang into action. The heavy iron rolling pin fell effortlessly into her grasp. Wasting food, she thought. Her hands gripping the rolling pin tightly, an invisible surge of spiritual energy coursing through it. The iron rolling pin emitted a deep, resonant hum. In the blink of an eye, the once 80-centimeter-long pin transformed in her hands into a colossal iron rod, over 2 meters long and as thick as a bowl. The battle form of her extraordinary talent, Qian Kuan stick, was unleashed. The cosmic staff, after infusing it with spiritual energy, it can transform the shape of the bound kitchen utensil, delivering attacks that induce a stunning effect, with double the impact on the physical body. In the kitchen, Lu Xiaonuan slowly lifted her head, as if she had transformed into a different person. The innocence and timidity that once resided in her almond-shaped eyes had vanished, leaving only pure and icy murderous intent. No mercy shall be granted. Her petite frame suddenly erupted with astonishing energy as she swung the towering dark iron staff, taller than herself. A colossal shadow swiftly enveloped Zhang Bunjing's astonished face, which was soon replaced by a grin. His exceptional talent, the petrified skin, was vulnerable only to energy-based attacks. Such physical strikes would merely rebound the damage inflicted upon him. I have declared that my talent allows me to reflect physical harm. You cannot hurt me. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaonuan's master, a reclusive grandmaster of state banquets, had once roamed the martial world in his youth, integrating an ancient knife technique into culinary arts. This technique, known as the beef cleaver method, had been comprehended by Lu Xiaonuan, enabling her to perceive the weaknesses of living beings in a short span of time. For instance, joints, structural gaps, or major arteries. At this moment, Lu Xiaonuan's gaze was fixed upon Zhang Benzhen. Beneath his layer of grayish-white petrified skin, she distinctly saw the connection point between his cervical vertebrae and skull. It was the thinnest coverage of petrified skin, one of the most lethal vulnerabilities in the human body. The long and hefty staff descended mercilessly towards the nape of Zhang Benzhen's neck. His pupils constricted. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the blow. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block, while simultaneously exerting all his strength to activate his petrified skin. However, it was too late. Lu Xiaonuan's strike was perfectly timed, angled, and powerful, striking precisely at the absolute dead angle of his defense. The anticipated scene of Lu Xiaonuan being rebounded and sent flying never materialized. Instead, the hall reverberated with a nauseating crack of breaking bones. The metallic staff, devoid of any embellishment, struck the nape of Zhang Bunjing's neck with brutal force. The immense power instantaneously shattered and deformed his cervical vertebrae and some cervical bones. Zhang Bunjing's eyes bulged wide, and he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to utter something. Yet only a torrent of blood mixed with internal organ fragments gushed forth. One strike, instant annihilation. The hall fell into a profound silence, as if even the fierce struggle between Li Jinxiong and Su Mo had been paused. All eyes were drawn to the petite figure wielding the colossal staff. Vela leaned against the wall, a glimmer of admiration and understanding flashing in her eyes. She had long discerned that this girl's movements while evading the supervisor's ambush in the kitchen were far beyond those of an ordinary cook. Lin Yao and Luo Shi were utterly stunned. Lin Yao adjusted her glasses, her face a canvas of shock. Rosie gaped in astonishment, as if she had just encountered an extraterrestrial being. Was this truly the same timid little chef, trembling with her backpack and reduced to tears at the slightest reprimand. Yet, the scene was far from over. Lu Xiaowan's gaze fell upon the grotesque form of Zhang Benjing sprawled on the ground, and the murderous intent in her eyes intensified rather than diminished. She began to chant fervently, consumed by a frenzied obsession. Wasting ingredients deserves death. Defiling the kitchen deserves death. Not even a dog would consume you. You are less than a dog, not worthy of its existence. With each utterance, she swung the massive club with ferocity, bringing it down upon the disfigured corpse. Blood and flesh splattered, painting a horrifying tableau. Even Li Jinxiong's bodyguards could not suppress their retching, their gazes at Lu Xiaowan turning unsettling. Vela furrowed her brow slightly, but did not intervene. She would not act without her boss's directive. Seizing the moment, Su Mo intensified his assault, driving the opponent back relentlessly. At last, it seemed Lu Xiaowan had vented enough of her fury. She halted, leaning heavily on the club. Panting heavily, slowly, she lifted her head, her icy almond eyes sweeping over the scene, resting upon Zhang Benjing's mangled body and then upon the bloodied weapon in her grasp. The coldness and murderous intent in her eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by confusion, terror, and helplessness. Lu Xiaowan resembled a startled fawn, plunging into Lin Yao's embrace. Ah, I killed someone. Yao Yao, I didn't mean to. So much blood, it's terrifying. The stark contrast left Rosie nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. She pointed at Lu Xiaowan, then at the corpse on the ground, stammering as she turned to Vela. Oh, our idol sister. Did she really kill someone? Is she the same person as just now? Vela nodded with a stoic expression, succinctly affirming, yes. She appeared unsurprised by the revelation. Rosie gazed incredulously at Lu Xiaowan, now weeping in Lin Yao's arms, as if the fierce figure who had brandished the club moments ago was a completely different person. Meanwhile, the battle had not ceased with Lu Xiaowan's eruption. Li Jinxiong, recovering from his shock, now bore a more ferocious glint in his eyes, his assault growing increasingly frenzied. Although Su Mo held the upper hand, the overwhelming numbers of his opponent made it challenging to secure victory. Rosie, witnessing Lu Xiaowan's near-hysterical sobbing, urged, Xiaowan, stop crying. Quickly, help Master Su. Use your club to strike that wicked old man. At her words, Lu Xiaowan's cries abruptly ceased. She raised her tear-filled eyes to Rosie and then glanced at the fearsome Li Jinxiong in the distance, shaking her head vigorously like a rattling drum. And no, I can't. I don't dare. I can't fight. It's too terrifying. As she spoke, she shrank further into Lin Yao's embrace. Vela, summoning her strength, stood and approached the mangled remains of Zhang Benjing. She kicked aside the remnants of flesh, extracting several blood-stained crystal cores. Then, she approached Lu Xiaowan, presenting the crystals along with a biological syringe. Purification. Lu Xiaowan hesitated momentarily, but extended her hand to accept the items. Luo she discreetly tugged at Lin Yao's sleeve. Lowering her voice, her small face etched with confusion and a hint of wariness. Sister Yao Yao, do you think this girl is putting on an act? She was so fierce just now, and now she is pretending to be pitiful? Lin Yao adjusted her glasses, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lu Xiaowan. As per Su Mo's directive, her life insight was passively observing Lu Xiaowan's state. She watched as Lu Xiaowan received the crystal cores and syringe, her eyes instantly sharpened, as if she had entered another realm. She began to manipulate the items, oblivious to the chaos surrounding her. Lin Yao gently shook her head. Chi-Chi, it's not an act. I have been monitoring her vital signs and mental fluctuations. She is likely exhibiting dual personalities. Dual personalities? Luo Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, Lin Yao affirmed. Her focus still on Lu Xiaowan as she began to analyze. Her usual demeanor portrays a timid, confused, and somewhat cowardly primary personality. However, when it comes to matters that she deeply cares about, such as cooking, the dignity of the kitchen, or the waste of ingredients, actions that desecrate the kitchen, her secondary personality is triggered. In that state, she is calm, focused, and possesses a formidable instinct for combat, even able to discern the weaknesses of her adversaries, much like just now. The reasons for this could be numerous, stemming from unfortunate childhood experiences or a particular psychological stimulus. It appears that wastefulness and the defilement of the kitchen are her absolute taboos. After speaking, Lu Xiaowan's backpack accidentally dislodged a book titled The Dark Culinary Compendium of the Apocalypse. Seeing this, Luo she could not help but feel a wave of sorrow wash over her, her small face falling. If she starts creating dark cuisine, one tea we have to eat it all? Recalling Lu Xiaowan's earlier ferocity with the massive club and considering her dishes with a 50 probability of explosion, Luo she felt that her future dining experiences were fraught with peril and uncertainty. Chapter 90. Self-destruct sequence activated on the main battlefield. The confrontation between Su Mo and Li Jinxiong had reached a fever pitch. With the upgraded metal armament enveloping his arms, Su Mo possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. Coupled with the enhanced biological agent that amplified his strength, he was now thoroughly in the ascendant. The blade in Su Mo's hand, wielded at a cunning angle, had become an indisputable weapon of lethality. He sidestepped a powerful whip kick from Li Jinxiong, the blade slicing through the latter's side, leaving a trail of blood. Li Jinxiong let out a muffled grunt, his eyes blazing with fury, pressing forward rather than retreating. With his remaining left fist, he aimed a direct strike at Su Mo's face. Su Mo crossed his arms in defense, the tremendous force staggering him back 2 steps. Su Mo felt a sweetness in his throat, forcibly swallowing the rising metallic taste. The recent intense battles, particularly the frequent use of the razor, had rapidly drained his mental energy. To make matters worse, the cooldown for his metal armor's active skill had just begun. The condensation of the razor also started to become arduous, indicating that a swift resolution was imperative. In contrast, Li Jinxiong, despite having lost an arm and being drenched in blood, appeared increasingly frenzied. He licked the blood from his severed limb and, observing Su Mo's slightly trembling arm, let out a piercing, maniacal laugh. "Ah, Su Mo, you cannot kill me." He noticed Su Mo's condition. The continuous high-intensity use of the razor and the mental energy required to sustain the metal armor had rendered Su Mo's complexion pale, and his breathing became hurried. The radiance of the metal armor had noticeably dimmed, and the speed of the razor's condensation had slowed. Clearly, his mental energy was severely depleted, nearing its limit. "What good is your talent? My ability is limitless as long as I have blood packs to sustain me." Li Jinxiong cackled, punching the wall behind him. The seemingly sturdy wall gave way, creating a large hole that revealed a nauseating sight within, a massive embedded refrigeration unit, densely packed with hundreds of dark red blood plasma bags. Some bore the labels of the Central Hospital of Star City, while others were rudimentary plastic bags inscribed with the names and numbers of survivors. "Ha, little beggar. Do you see? This is the source of my power." Li Jinxiong casually ripped open a bag of plasma and drank it greedily. The thick liquid trickled down the corners of his mouth, staining his clothes. As the plasma flowed into him, the wound on his severed arm visibly writhed and began to heal at an astonishing rate. New flesh sprouted wildly, and the bones emitted faint cracking sounds. Although he could not instantaneously regrow a complete arm, the bleeding ceased, and the wound quickly scabbed over. His previously waning vitality surged once more. In Li Jinxiong's eyes, a mad glint flickered again. "You cannot kill me. I can outlast you." Ha! He realized he did not need to defeat Su Mo directly. He merely had to survive the latter's peak strength, and then it would be his turn. Thus, seizing the moment to breathe, he discreetly activated the building's self-destruct sequence, intending to detonate the entire structure and bury Su Mo's team completely. If anyone chose a last-ditch effort, sacrificing their life, it would not be worth it. At that moment, Ro Shi, who was resting nearby, suddenly heard a frantic alarm from her tablet. On the screen, a bright red countdown was flashing wildly. Self-destruct sequence activated. Countdown, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Oh no. Roshi's face turned pale in an instant. Although she had previously infiltrated the system, disrupting communications and surveillance, it was evident that the adversary had anticipated her actions. The building's self-destruct sequence had been forcibly initiated, and it was imperative to halt it. She immediately settled into a lotus position, placing the tablet on her lap. Her fingers danced across the screen with urgency, but once again, blood gushed uncontrollably from her nose. The deeper she delved into the system, the more harrowing the revelations became. Had Li Jinxiong lost his mind? He had activated the entire building's self-destruct program. The countdown had dwindled to a mere 5 minutes. This was not a localized explosion. It was the entire edifice. 53 explosive points had been predetermined. The force of the detonation would rival that of a small tactical nuclear weapon. Once it detonated, the entire structure would be reduced to rubble, and he himself would be unable to escape. Consciousness infiltration, control of network devices within 100 meters, whilst her physical form remained defenseless, necessitating protection from her teammates. With a significant drain on her mental energy, she forced her psychic energy into the building's mainframe, striving to locate and terminate the lethal countdown. However, her opponent had evidently prepared extensively, establishing an extraordinarily intricate and deeply nested physical firewall. The difficulty of breaching it far exceeded her expectations. Within mere seconds, beads of cold sweat adorned Rosie's forehead. Blood surged uncontrollably once more, trickling down her chin and staining the tablet. Her body began to tremble slightly, a clear indication of severe mental fatigue. Forcing her way through such a formidable defense was tantamount to suicide. Instinctively, Rosie looked up, seeking assistance from Su Mo or Lin Yao. However, she observed Su Mo locked in a life-and-death struggle with Li Jinxiong, while Lin Yao vigilantly guarded the focused Lu Xianwan, who was purifying the syringe. She bit her lip, swallowing the words that nearly escaped her mouth. No, she could not allow them to be distracted. They must not be disturbed. She could manage this. Taking a deep breath, her gaze hardened with resolve. She summoned all of her mental energy, relentlessly piercing toward the core of the system, even at the risk of harming her own essence. She had to locate that self-destruct program in the shortest time possible. Meanwhile, having replenished himself with a plasma pack, Li Jinxiong regained his vigor. No longer engaging Su Mo in a direct confrontation, he exploited his familiarity with the terrain, weaving through the spacious command hall while taunting his opponent. Come on, Su Mo, come and kill me. Ha ha. Li Jinxiong fought while retreating, his face adorned with a confident smile as if victory were assured. He suddenly shattered a massive floor-to-ceiling window, retreating to the expansive helicopter landing pad outside. The torrential rain drenched him instantly, yet he paid it no heed. On the landing pad, an armed helicopter was already in operation, evidently awaiting Li Jinxiong. Standing amidst the gale generated by the rotor blades, he laughed heartily at the pursuing Su Mo, his voice laced with derision. Su Mo, are you still chasing? Don't you know? I have initiated the self-destruct sequence for the entire building. The countdown is less than a minute. He pointed to the towering building beneath him, then gestured towards the distant direction of Su Mo's team. If you pursue any further, you and your companions will find only a dead end. Now jump off the rooftop. Perhaps you might leave behind a complete corpse? Haha. Observing Li Jinxiong's smug expression of assured victory, Su Mo took a deep breath, exhausting the last remnants of his mental strength. Death. His voice resonated with an eerie calm amidst the tumult of wind and rain. The one who will perish is you. As these words fell, Su Mo raised his hands, aiming at the helicopter poised for takeoff. Metal manipulation, storm. Within a 10-meter radius centered on Su Mo, the helicopter's rotors, landing gear, and fuselage, along with the metallic objects Li Jinxiong carried, were instantly dismantled by an invisible force, transforming into countless high-speed spinning metal shards that coalesced into a devastating metallic storm. No, the manic laughter on Li Jinxiong's face abruptly froze, morphing into an abyss of terror. He barely managed to emit a desperate scream before his body was engulfed by the raging tempest of metal. Flesh, bones, and clothing were rendered as fragile as paper before the swirling shards, along with the expensive military helicopter, utterly shredded and disassembled, becoming a mist of debris and blood. As the storm subsided, the helipad lay in ruins, littered with twisted, deformed metal remnants, and a large puddle of indistinguishable flesh and blood. Li Jinxiong, along with his means of escape, was entirely erased from this world by Su Mo's final exertion of strength. Su Mo staggered, dropping to one knee. The excruciating pain from the complete depletion of his mental energy pierced through him like needles. He gasped for breath, sweat soaking his clothes, yet he did not succumb. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze towards the command center, where his trusted companions awaited. He believed in them. They would not let him down. Chapter 91. Roshi. As the crimson countdown on the tablet screen finally froze at 1. Roshi's tightly wound nerves abruptly unraveled. She attempted to muster a victorious smile, but even that minuscule effort eluded her. Darkness swiftly consumed her vision, and a deafening hum filled her ears. Her small body, like a puppet with severed strings, slumped backward. She. Lin Yao's startled cry seemed to emanate from a great distance. Roshi's consciousness drifted aimlessly, akin to a kite with a broken string, feeling herself sink. After an indeterminate duration, a thought suddenly emerged, thick with resentment and grievance. Am I dead? Seriously? Is this how I perish? After painstakingly cracking the self-destruct program and saving everyone, I end up like this? What a monumental loss. The thought of my untimely demise, without ever having savored the essence of womanhood, fills me with a profound sense of injustice. The more I ponder, the more infuriated I become. My consciousness swirling in the void. That scoundrel Su Mo, my dear sister Lin Yao, the idol Vela, and that foolish little Nguyen. Surely they are weeping for me now? Or perhaps they are already toasting with champagne in celebration. Oh, how I long for them. This cannot stand. Even in death, I shall confront the king of hell and demand an explanation. At the very least, I deserve some form of compensation for the youth and experiences I have lost. As these thoughts consumed me, a vague silhouette materialized in the encroaching darkness ahead. Tall, upright, with a hardened outline emanating a familiar air of mischief. My awareness sharpened instantly. Is that the king of hell? A junior ghost on duty? This figure seems oddly familiar, reminiscent of that scoundrel Su Mo. My courage swelled within me. After all, this is the afterlife. What is there to fear? I, Miss Luo Shi, was unafraid of the formidable Su Mo in life. Why should I fear a mere ghost now? With defiance, I shouted in my thoughts. Hey, you little ghost. Halt. Yes, I'm addressing you. What are you staring at? I was a super hacker who saved the world in my previous life. Even in death, I'm a formidable spirit. Now, immediately, you shall compensate me. You are my benefit before reincarnation. The little ghost seemed to stir slightly, yet remained silent. Undeterred, I surged forward. Hurry up. Remove my garments. I am pressed for time. Loitering about. Are you even a man? Having passed into death, I must at least experience the sensation of being a woman. Otherwise, what a waste it would be. I endeavored to infuse my voice with a fierce edge, laced with my usual sharp tongue. Move swiftly. Don't compel me to take matters into my own hands. I fear not even that scoundrel Suemo. Why should I fear you, a mere ghost? Act quickly. Do not force me to infiltrate your ledger of life and death. The little ghost shifted slightly, and a familiar voice broke the silence. What do you intend to do? I responded with unwavering conviction. Imbued with a reckless bravado. What do you think? I intend to do what must be done. What else could I possibly do? Little ghost, stop pretending to be ignorant. Quickly undress. The voice fell silent for a moment. Are you certain you are over 18? Of course. What? Do you look down upon a legal lowly? I have just turned 18. Forever 18. My identification, though now obsolete, unequivocally confirms my adulthood. The King of Hell's ledger certainly bears record of it. Enough with the trivialities. With that, I proceeded to shed my own clothing. I sensed the little ghost's gaze sweeping across my chest. Immediately, I bristled. What are you staring at, you wretched little ghost? Do not think that death grants you the right to mock me. I shall inform you. I have amassed the complete compendium of recipes for breast enhancement. As soon as Xiaonuan prepared a meal for me, I would transform before your very eyes. You would undoubtedly be filled with envy. Speaking of Lu Xiaonuan brings to mind those delectable dishes I may never taste again. A wave of profound sorrow surged within me, overwhelming my heart. Oh, it's all over. I feel as though I have perished. My secrets to enhancing my femininity and my dreams have all gone to waste. The more she pondered, the deeper her sorrow sank, and the more she wept, the more she felt a sense of loss. Regardless, I shall seize the moment. Come forth, little spirit. Today, I shall embrace my womanhood. Let the storm rage even fiercer. With that, she instinctively sought out the little spirit's form, carelessly descending upon it. Ah, the sensation of pain was so vivid, so strikingly real. Luo Shi opened her eyes, and instead of the grim specter of the underworld, she was met with a magnified, angular face. Suemo. At that moment, he loomed over her in an exceedingly domineering manner. Luo Shi's mind momentarily short-circuited, leaving her in a void. The bold declarations she had made moments ago, the reckless proclamations, each word rang clear enough to make her wish to implode. Am I not dead? She asked. Bewildered, Suemo gazed at her with his deep-set eyes and softly affirmed. Luo Shi's cheeks flushed with a visible intensity. Was that little spirit just now you? What do you think? Suemo replied with a hint of exasperation. Luo Shi finally grasped the reality of the situation, her hands covering her burning face. Ah, how mortifying. I cannot bear this. In that instant, she wished to disappear into the earth. Just moments ago, she had been yelling and pleading with the little spirit, only to find that the object of her desires was none other than the mischievous Suemo. This was undoubtedly the most embarrassing moment of Luo Shi's life. She attempted to push Suemo away, but found her body limp and devoid of strength. Get off me, she cried, her voice laced with tears. Suemo, amused by her flustered demeanor, remarked, weren't you quite brave just now? Not even afraid of the little spirit? Luo Shi's tiny fists weakly pounded against Suemo's sturdy chest. That was because I thought I was dead. Who would have known it was you, the wicked one? You took advantage of me. Suemo raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Took advantage? Who was it that shouted for the storm to intensify? Who was the one who initiated? Luo Shi, blushing to the point of nearly fainting, buried her face in a futile attempt to hide. Ah, no more. I was sleepwalking. Yes, sleepwalking. Suemo chuckled softly, choosing not to tease her further, yet he did not cease his movements. Luo Shi's protests soon transformed into whimpers and gasps. Her consciousness began to blur, and she felt as though she were on a thrilling amusement ride, suddenly soaring upwards, only to plummet back down. After an indeterminate duration, the tempest finally subsided. Luo Shi lay there, akin to a cat whose fur had been thoroughly smoothed down, languidly sprawled across the expansive bed. She lacked even the strength to twitch a finger. Suemo had already risen, his back turned to her as he donned his attire. The broad contours of his back were fluid, the muscles well-defined, exuding a sense of strength. Luo, she surreptitiously stole glances at him, her cheeks still flushed. The earlier frenzy and shame had yet to fully dissipate. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of satisfaction and belonging began to blossom, as though a void had been filled. Awake? Suemo seemed to sense her gaze, turning to face her. Luo, she replied softly, pulling the quilt to cover half her face, revealing only her pair of glistening amber eyes, which darted about nervously. How do you feel? Suemo approached the bedside, looking down at her from a height. Still, okay, Luo, she managed, her entire body still languishing in fatigue. She suddenly recalled what Weila had said to Lin Yao. Very comfortable. Oddly enough, it was true. However, she would sooner perish than verbalize such a sentiment. Unbeknownst to Suemo, who was oblivious to her inner musings, he instructed, get ready and come out for a meal. Watching Suemo's retreating figure, Luo, she exhaled deeply, struggling to sit up and surveying her surroundings. The bedroom was opulently decorated, and beyond the vast floor-to-ceiling windows lay the familiar yet desolate view of Star City. This was the penthouse of the Jiulong building? As realization dawned upon her, she glanced at the tablet beside the bed, discovering that 2 days had elapsed since that fierce battle. Chapter 92. Curse side effects enduring the ache throughout her body. Luo, she pushed open the bedroom door, a waft of delectable aromas enveloping her. In the living room, Lin Yao sat on the sofa, engrossed in a medical tome. Upon noticing Luo Shi's emergence, she looked up and offered a gentle smile. Weila, leaning against the window, had her eyes closed in repose. At the sound, her icy blue eyes flicked open to glance at Luo Shi before closing again. Lu Xiaonuan emerged from the kitchen, balancing a steaming plate of what could generously be termed an omelette. Spotting Luo Shi, her round face lit up with delight. Qianqian, you're awake. How wonderful. How do you feel? Is anything amiss? Sister Lin Yao said you were severely overexerted. You scared us all. Luo Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment at the inquiry, especially recalling the good deed she had just performed. I'm all right, just a bit tired. By the way, the bomb, Lu Xiaonuan interjected with admiration. It's all fine now. Master Su said you risked everything to prevent the bomb from detonating. Incredible, Qianqian. You're our superhero. With a hint of pride, Luo Shi lifted her chin slightly. Of course, when I step in, 1 is equivalent to 2. Lu Xiaonuan leaned in closer, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. But what were you and the boss doing in the room? I think I heard you shouting something about a storm. Uffed. As Lin Yao took a sip of water, she nearly choked and hastily set down her cup. Weila remained with her eyes closed, though her shoulders seemed to quiver slightly. Rosie's face flushed crimson in an instant. And no, it's nothing. I was just having a nightmare. Yes, a nightmare about a torrential downpour. At that moment, Lin Yao's voice broke through, directing her gaze towards Lu Xiaonuan. Xiaonuan, you mentioned that the enhanced primary nutrient solution made with the crystal core had some side effects. What exactly are they? Lu Xiaonuan paused, nervously twisting the edge of her apron. Well, the enhanced primary nutrient solution is remarkably effective, significantly replenishing vitality and mental strength. Sister Yao Yao said that thanks to it, you were able to awaken so swiftly. However, there is a minor flaw. Rosie's heart leapt into her throat. What flaw? Lu Xiaonuan lifted her head, an innocent expression adorning her face. It, slightly amplifies a person's true nature for a short time after they awaken. Essentially, what one typically thinks, but refrains from acting upon might be hard to resist. But Rosie, you are so lovely and have such a wonderful personality. So, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Rosie, amplifying true nature? Just moments ago, she had boldly tackled Suemo in the room, uttering those mortifying words and engaging in those audacious actions, even taking the initiative to demand affection repeatedly afterward. Could that indeed be her true nature? Had she secretly longed to treat that rascal Suemo in such a manner? Absolutely not. Rosie vehemently shook her head, her cheeks aflame. There's no way. This lady has no such thoughts. I refuse to accept this reality. It must be the nutrient solution's fault. It's a side effect. It has nothing to do with me, Lady Rosie. Lu Xiaonuan observed Rosie's dazed and flustered expression, mistakenly thinking she was worried about the side effects being too potent, and hurriedly reassured her. But Rosie, rest assured, the side effects are very brief. They will pass in a few hours. Moreover, they are harmless to the body. Truly. Look, you're perfectly fine now. Your spirits have already returned. Rosie clamped her hands over her ears. Stop talking. I understand. Please, just stop. She felt as though steam might erupt from her head, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the ground to hide within. At that moment, Weila, who had been leaning against the window with her eyes closed, turned her gaze towards Rosie, her expression impassive, seemingly seeking confirmation. Are you comfortable? Rosie froze in place. As if struck by a spell, a flash of memory crossed her mind, recalling how Lin Yao had responded to the same question from Vela. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, Rosie found herself nodding instinctively. It was only after she had nodded that she realized what she had done, shaking her little head vigorously like a rattle drum. And no, I'm not uncomfortable at all. That is not it. I don't. She spoke in a disjointed manner, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. This was the most embarrassing moment of her life. Rosie's anxious gaze swept across the living room and landed on the oddly colored fried egg in Lu Xianwan's hands. I'm so hungry. What is this? It smells amazing. Let me have a taste. Without hesitation, she forked a large piece and stuffed it into her mouth, attempting to stifle her embarrassment with food. The flavor and texture were indescribable, a bitter and astringent sensation reminiscent of popping candy. Rosie fought to refrain from spitting it out. Lu Xianwan, watching Rosie devour the dish, smiled broadly, her eyes crescent-shaped. As long as Qianqian likes it. This is my new creation, Crystal Core Energy Fried Eggs. Made with freshly sourced free-range eggs and a hint of wind attribute crystal powder. After consuming it, you should experience a slight boost in speed for a short duration. Before she could finish her sentence, a dull thud echoed from the kitchen, followed by a thick plume of black smoke billowing through the doorway. Lu Xianwan's smile instantly froze, and she stomped her foot in frustration. My pot has exploded again. With her mouth full of the oddly flavored egg, Rosie gazed at the billowing black smoke from the kitchen and felt the lingering weakness in her body, along with a slight ache in a certain area. Stealing a glance at Su Mo, whose expression remained unfazed, it became apparent that he was accustomed to such chaos. She suddenly realized how challenging survival was in this post-apocalyptic world. Su Mo lifted his head and addressed the group. After finishing, tidy up. We have important matters to attend to. Hearing this, Rosie struggled to swallow the last bite of the fried egg. She raised her head and quietly asked Lin Yao. Sister Yao, is someone coming? Lin Yao set down her book and adjusted her glasses, a sly glint in her eyes as she looked at Rosie. Yes. Captain Qin Feng arrived early this morning and is waiting downstairs to meet with Su Mo. She paused, her tone teasing. It seems someone has been keeping Su Mo occupied with important matters for 2.5 hours. TSK, Qianqian. I didn't expect you to be so capable despite your petite stature. How are you holding up? Do you need me to check if you've overexerted yourself? Chapter 93. Refusing Qin Feng. Rosie felt her face flush at Lin Yao's teasing remark about the 2.5 hours. Just as she was about to retort, Su Mo had already taken a step towards the elevator leading downstairs. Soon, the group descended in the elevator and arrived at the mid-level of the building, entering a relatively intact reception room. It was evident that the area had undergone a brief cleaning, and Captain Qin Feng was already waiting there. He stood straight, a clear sign of fatigue etched across his face, with two equally weary soldiers standing behind him. Their complex expressions revealed a mix of respect and apprehension as they regarded Su Mo's team, particularly when their eyes fell upon Vela. The moment Su Mo stepped into the room, Qin Feng sharply raised his hand and saluted with a perfect military gesture. The two soldiers behind him immediately stood at attention, rendering their salute. Brother Su Mo, first and foremost, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude on behalf of the Star City Military District, or rather, on behalf of all the survivors of Star City who yearn for order. Your efforts and those of your team have been invaluable. Qin Feng's words were imbued with sincerity, and the soldiers behind him nodded vigorously in agreement. Without your revelations and actions, we would still be shrouded in ignorance, complicit in their machinations. The heinous crimes of Li Jinxiong and Wang Bowen are beyond redemption. Their downfall is a boon for the survivors of Star City. You have not only rescued those trapped in the Kowloon building, but also salvaged the hope of this city. Su Mo inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the gratitude but displaying no hint of pride. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. The Li family obstructed my path and committed numerous abhorrent acts. Qin Feng nodded in understanding of Su Mo's forthrightness. He continued, though Li Jinxiong and Wang Bowen have met their end, the crisis in Star City is far from resolved. The apocalypse has descended, order has disintegrated, the red mist is receding, and threats are escalating, while survivors are fragmented in their governance. Star City requires strong leadership, a force capable of uniting hearts and safeguarding order. As he spoke, Qin Feng's gaze grew increasingly fervent, locking onto Su Mo's. Mr. Su Mo, you and your team possess remarkable strength and the power to alter the situation. I implore you to join us. Join the reformed military of Star City, for the survivors of Star City, and to preserve the embers of human civilization in this apocalyptic world. Lend us your strength. Qin Feng's tone was laden with a sense of mission. Within my authority, I shall grant you the highest privileges and the most generous treatment. Your team will receive utmost respect and ample opportunity to flourish. Together, we can rebuild order and protect our homeland. His words resonated with a profound sense of duty and righteousness, seeking to sway Su Mo through a sense of responsibility and ethics. The meeting room fell into silence. Lin Yao adjusted her glasses and glanced at Su Mo. Vela's expression remained impassive, as if she had not heard a word. Lu Xiaonan blinked in confusion, not fully grasping what joining the military entailed. Only Rosie, in the corner, pursed her lips and muttered under her breath, a grand vision. Su Mo remained silent for a few seconds, meeting Chen Feng's expectant gaze with calm eyes. Captain Chen, I appreciate your trust and invitation. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. However, Su Mo's next words poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Nevertheless, our capabilities are limited. He gestured to himself and then pointed to Vela, Lin Yao, Rosie, and Lu Xiaonan in succession. There are 5 of us. His gaze then pierced through the walls, settling on a vehicle outside the building. Chen Feng quickly interjected, Brother Su Mo, you are being overly modest. Your strength alone is sufficient. Su Mo raised his hand to interrupt him. We are accustomed to operating as a team. We dislike being constrained, and even more so, we detest taking orders from others. The military has its own regulations, and we have our own way of life. Most importantly, our objective has never been to save the world or uphold order. Chen Feng was taken aback. Then what is your purpose? To survive, Su Mo replied succinctly. In this wretched apocalypse, my sole aim, along with my team, is to endure and to thrive. That is all. Chen Feng understood. This was not a matter of limited capability. It was a clear refusal. The man before him simply wished to lead his team along their own path. Chen Feng sought to negotiate further, no matter how formidable your personal strength may be. It cannot withstand the tide of the apocalypse. Su Mo once again interrupted him. Captain Chen, I appreciate your goodwill. Chen Feng frowned slightly, suppressing his disappointment and a hint of resentment, and adjusted his approach. I understand, Brother Su Mo. Therefore, could we establish a mutually beneficial cooperative relationship? The military can provide intelligence support, supply points, and even some rare materials. If there are instances requiring military assistance or information regarding significant threats, we can share our resources. Our common goal is, at the very least, to ensure the relative safety of this area, is it not? Su Mo regarded him, gesturing towards the swirling red mist outside. Will this area truly be safe? The current red mist has already engulfed a significant portion of Star City. At this rate, within a month, the entire Star City will cease to exist. He paused, as if he had already discerned everything. Currently, various survivor camps are desperately vying for territory. No one knows what will remain after the red mist consumes all of Star City. The so-called order and protection are merely illusions in the face of the red mist. Chen Feng understood. The man before him and his small yet exceptionally skilled team had no intention of aligning with any faction or adhering to any rules. They operated independently, with a clear objective, trusting only in themselves and the power they wielded. Chen Feng's voice grew somewhat hoarse as he straightened his posture and saluted. I understand. Regardless, I thank you for all that you have done for Star City. I, Chen Feng, shall remember this favor. Should you ever require military assistance, or if you change your mind, please feel free to reach out. With that, Chen Feng handed over a card containing his personal contact information. Su Mo declined to accept it, simply stating, Vera, see him out. Vera stepped forward, her expression impassive as she extended her hand. Chen Feng placed the card on the nearby coffee table, turning away with a sense of resignation and heaviness, leading his subordinates out. The door to the reception room closed gently behind them. At once, Rashi sprang up from the sofa and dashed to the window. Observing Chen Feng and his companions depart in a military jeep, a sigh of relief escaped. Finally, they are gone. That Captain Chen appeared quite principled. Yet his incessant chatter was quite tiresome. Did he truly think we would join his ranks? Our boss would never agree to such a thing. Lin Yao gently patted Luo Shi's head and murmured, he has his own stance and responsibilities. It's simply a divergence of paths. As Su Mo watched the jeep recede into the distance, he redirected his gaze, realizing this place held no further value for them. We must leave. Inside the vehicle, Chen Feng glanced back at the Jiulong building, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions, regret, resentment, but predominantly a profound sense of apprehension and an inexplicable feeling of defeat. His adjutant could not help but whisper, Captain, they are too. Chen Feng raised a hand to silence him, speaking gravely. Everyone has their own ambitions. Besides, he was not wrong. 5 individuals and 1 vehicle. Yet, who would underestimate their capacity to dismantle the Iron Shield Alliance and upheave the Li family in Star City? He then instructed his subordinates, notify the team to closely monitor their movements, but do not provoke them under any circumstances. Furthermore, gather all available information regarding them left by the Li family with utmost detail. Understood. The adjutant promptly acknowledged the command. Chun Feng slowly closed his eyes, pondering aloud. Did you refuse me so decisively because you disdain my terms? Or is your ambition far grander than we imagine? He sensed that the journey of this young team had only just begun, and that Su Mo and his squad might, in the future, become either their most significant allies or their most formidable adversaries. Chapter 94. Intermediate Fortress. Having seen off Chun Feng, Su Mo returned to the penthouse suite with his team. Preparing to depart, his instructions were succinct. Vera immediately approached the weapons rack to inspect the firearms and ammunition, while Lin Yao began organizing the medical kit and supplies. Lu Xiaonuan dashed into the kitchen, seemingly eager to accomplish something before their departure. After casting a furtive glance at Su Mo, Luo Shi also busied herself with tasks. Though the Julong building was temporarily secure, it had lost its value. Chun Feng proved to possess a certain audacity within a mere 2 days. He had managed to mobilize the military forces of Star City, cleansing the remnants of the Li family's influence. Nevertheless, the encroachment of the Red Mist showed no signs of abating. According to the intelligence analyzed on the Survivor Forum over the past 2 days, it was only a matter of time before the core urban area of Star City was entirely consumed. Regardless of what the future held, Su Mo understood that as their team grew, the need for a stronger fortress became imperative. During the 2 days that Luo Shi remained unconscious, he had not idled. Utilizing the time when Vera and Lin Yao ventured out to gather supplies, he had nearly stripped the Jiulong building of all non-load-bearing metal objects. The abandoned steel frames of office desks, damaged elevator tracks, ventilation ducts, and even decorative metal components have all become nourishment for the heart of his fortress. As his level ascended to 4, both his decomposition speed and mental reserves significantly increased, far exceeding his previous efficiency. After 2 days of intensive decomposition, the results were remarkable. Gazing at the nearly 5-digit fortress points displayed on the panel, it was time for a substantial upgrade to the mobile fortress. Get in the car, Su Mo commanded. The Wuling Hongguang quietly rested at the entrance of the 6th-floor platform of the building. Su Mo opened the car door and took his seat in the driver's position, followed by the others filing in. Although the interior space had been optimized through basic spatial folding, the 5 of them crowded together, and with supplies packed in, it felt particularly cramped, not to mention the kitchen promised to Lu Xiaonuan. Vela, Lin Yao, Lu Xiaonuan, Su Mo called out. You 3 go back into the building and scavenge once more. Stay safe and maintain communication. Yes, boss. Vela replied succinctly, pushing the door open to exit the vehicle. Only Su Mo and Rosie remained inside. Rosie, clutching a tablet, sat in the passenger seat. Sensing Su Mo's gaze, she hurriedly lowered her head to fiddle with the tablet. Cough, cough, big bad guy. You wouldn't be thinking of. Su Mo's gaze remained calm, as if the events in the previous room had never occurred. Please organize the intelligence gathered over the past 2 days. What are the movements of the major factions? What is the progress of the Red Mist contraction? Are there any noteworthy resource point reports? However, if you wish to assist, it must be self-service. I am currently occupied with upgrading the vehicle. Who wants to? Rosie retorted in mock anger, then connected the tablet to the car's system, swiftly updating the map information on the central display. Meanwhile, Su Mo sat in the driver's seat, bringing up the upgrade panel for the heart of the fortress. His gaze first fixated on the survival option. Survival, basic intermediate circulation system, consumes 4,000 fortress points, integrates a medium water circulation filtration system for direct drinking. Upgrade time, 240 minutes. Enhances the life seed, capable of producing intermediate nutrient solution. Confirm upgrade. Su Mo silently affirmed. Consuming 4,000 fortress points, upgrade commencing. Countdown, 23,959, confirm. Su Mo reiterated in his mind. Rosie's curious voice broke the silence. Big bad guy, are you upgrading the car? It feels a bit different? Yes, the circulation system. Su Mo replied simply, his focus still on the tablet. Rosie let out an "oh," sneaking a glance at Su Mo, noticing his concentrated demeanor while analyzing the information. She too lowered her head, continuing to organize and analyze the data, her small face filled with earnestness. Time passed quietly. Outside the vehicle, Vela and the others worked with great efficiency, continuously transferring various supplies and materials they found, including a nearly new stainless steel kitchen countertop, along with pots and pans, directly onto the open space beside the car, while also removing unnecessary surplus items from within. Subsequently, it was left to Su Mo to deconstruct. For hours swiftly elapsed. Ecological circulation system, intermediate level, upgrade complete. Effect, water filtration efficiency enhanced by 300, with a clean water tank of 100, suitable for direct consumption. Air filtration efficiency improved by 200. Life seed. Seedling phase nourishment acquired. Growth accelerated. Daily production of a modest quantity of intermediate nutrient solution, approximately 102. With significantly enhanced effects, accelerated wound healing, restoration of physical strength, and nourishment of mental fortitude. Side effects. System operation requires electricity, increasing vehicle weight by 10. With fuel consumption rising by approximately 2,100. Current remaining fortress points, 5028. The sound indicating the completion of the upgrade resonated. Beneath the central control panel, the originally compact cultivation chamber began to expand. Below, an additional clean water tank of 100 appeared. More intricate pipelines and filtration devices were constructed by an unseen force. The seedling, known as the life seed, had visibly grown a little under the nourishment of the water circulation system. Within the collection port below, 2 test tubes emerged, each containing 10, radiating a faint, emerald glow, filled with a fragrant intermediate nutrient solution. Merely approaching it allowed one to sense the vibrant life contained within. I shall let Lin Yao have a look. The effects will surely exceed expectations. Su Mo nodded in satisfaction. This intermediate nutrient solution was invaluable. Whether employed for treating severe injuries or replenishing physical and mental strength in critical moments. On the opposite side of the collection port, a drinking faucet appeared. Indeed, according to the talent description, this ecological circulation system could automatically generate 100 clean water daily, sufficient for the daily hydration needs of the 5 of them. This would conserve considerable storage space for drinking water. With 5,000 fortress points remaining, Su Mo's gaze shifted to the next target. He focused once more on the upgrade panel, this time locking onto the expansion option. Expansion, space folding intermediate level consumes 5,000 fortress points, significantly optimizes internal spatial structure, allowing for self-separation of internal spaces, enhancing space utilization. Upgrade time, 300 minutes. Confirm upgrade. Consuming 5,000 fortress points. Upgrade commencing. Countdown, 29959. This time, the commotion was considerably greater than before. The internal structure of the vehicle began to undergo subtle transformations. The previously confined space was once again stretched by an unseen force. Externally, starting from the cockpit, the body of the vehicle extended approximately half a meter outward on both sides, forming sharply defined expansion compartments. The originally boxy Wuling Hongguang now exhibited a noticeably widened mid-rear section. Rosie leaned against the window, her eyes brimming with amazement. Wow, it's wider. So cool. After a lengthy 5-hour wait, when the countdown reached 0, the silver light dissipated, revealing a brand new internal space before their eyes. Expansion, intermediate space folding, upgrade complete. Effect, internal space utilization increased by 200. Special materials can be used to partition the internal space. Maximum number of partitions, 3. Side effects, vehicle weight increased by 30. Overall fuel consumption increased by 5,100. Intermediate fortress upgrade complete. Advanced upgrade options have been automatically unlocked. Current remaining fortress points, 28. Su Mo exhaled a sigh of relief and glanced at the fortress points required for the next upgrade. According to the description, the advanced upgrade plan would bring about a significant transformation to the van, both internally and externally. However, the fortress points required were predominantly in the 5-digit range, making it necessary to postpone the upgrade for the time being. As he pushed open the car door, Su Mo saw Weirla, Lin Yao, and Lu Xiaonuan returning with the last batch of supplies. Chapter 95, Titanium Alloy Kitchen. The 3 of them stood in astonishment before the transformed van. The originally boxy Wuling Hongguang had evidently expanded in the middle and rear sections. The weapon platform atop the vehicle retained its imposing demeanor, and the overall silhouette resembled a dormant steel behemoth. Wow, Master Su, the van has grown. Lu Xiaonuan was the first to exclaim, her eyes wide with surprise. Lin Yao adjusted her glasses, her elegant face reflecting a similar astonishment. The internal space has been optimized so significantly? She immediately noticed that although the exterior had merely expanded, the utilization of the internal space had undoubtedly more than doubled. This was in direct contradiction to the laws of physics, yet considering Su Mo's extraordinary talent, it seemed almost expected. Su Mo, your talent is truly remarkable. Weirla surveyed the vehicle, succinctly stating, Boss, impressive. A more formidable fortress suggested enhanced survival assurance. Stop dawdling. Let us move the supplies. Su Mo's voice interrupted their awe. The group promptly sprang into action. The newly expanded internal space was considerably more spacious. The storage area created by folding down the rear seats was now ample, even with the seats fully extended. More importantly, in the rear section of the cabin, an additional relatively independent small space had emerged on either side. From the outside, it only protruded half a meter, but due to the effects of space folding, It encompassed approximately 5 square meters. Though not vast, it was sufficient to accommodate a single mattress or to be arranged as a small workspace. This left side space, Xiaonuan, is yours. From now on, all food management will be entrusted to you. Su Mo indicated the left side small space, addressing Lu Xiaonuan, who was struggling to carry the supplies. Is it really mine? Lu Xiaonuan momentarily failed to comprehend, her small face a picture of bewilderment as she clutched the box. Yes, it will serve as your kitchen. Su Mo nodded, affirming his promise. A kitchen? Really? Master Su, a kitchen for me? Lu Xiaonuan's voice brimmed with incredulous joy. Yes, Su Mo confirmed once more. Wow. Thank you, Master Su. You're the best. Lu Xiaonuan let out a joyful cheer, akin to a blissful little bird. She eagerly dove into the small compartment, her hands exploring the surroundings with uncontainable excitement. Immediately, she began to envision the layout, the operation station here, the cooking appliances there, the spice rack nestled in the corner. Oh, there were even reserved water and power outlets. How splendid. However, as her exhilaration waned, the smile on Lu Xiaonuan's face gradually faded. Turning around, she tugged at her apron and glanced at Lin Yao beside her. Sister Yao, perhaps I should reconsider having such a prime location? Lin Yao, who was organizing the medical kit, paused in surprise. What's wrong, Xiaonuan? Isn't this the kitchen you've always desired? Lu Xiaonuan's face fell, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance as she spoke in a softer voice. I love experimenting with new dishes, but you know how easily I might blow up the kitchen. What if I cause an explosion here and endanger the entire vehicle and everyone? She recalled the kitchen at Jiulong Building, where successive explosive sounds and billowing black smoke had filled the air. It was said that the exterior of this van was robust, yet the interior space was interconnected. In the event of an explosion, the consequences would be dire. She did not wish for her actions to jeopardize the entire team. Lin Yao comprehended her concerns. Indeed, while Lu Xiaonuan's talent was extraordinary, Lin Yao had witnessed the destructive power of her culinary experiments in the past few days, which should not be underestimated. Gently, Lin Yao placed her hand on Lu Xiaonuan's shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not fret, Xiaonuan. Since Su Mo has promised you the kitchen, there must be a reason behind it. He never undertakes ventures without assurance, nor does he deceive us. Lu Xiaonuan lifted her head, her hopeful eyes gazing towards Su Mo outside the vehicle. Surrounding him were Weila and others, who had just cleared away a pile of metallic debris. Approaching this heap of refuse, Su Mo extended his right hand. In less than 10 minutes, the mountain of metal vanished, leaving behind over 1,000 fortress points. Decomposition target, mixed metal waste. Decomposition rate, approximately 25 kilograms per second. Decomposition successful. Acquired fortress points, 1,007. Remaining fortress points, 1035. Proficiency, 1,007. Current fortress heart level, 4,943,510,0000. At this moment, Su Mo felt mentally drained and turned back to the vehicle, just in time to meet the inquiring gazes of Lu Xiaonuan and Lin Yao. He had prepared well. From a supply box inside the vehicle, he retrieved a piece of metallic material. This was a special alloy, titanium tantalum, derived from the spinal column of Weila. Special material, titanium tantalum alloy. Characteristics: exhibits excellent ductility and strength, resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, provides good sound insulation, can undergo special modifications to integrate into the vehicle's spatial system. Su Mo accessed the special modification panel and locked onto the van. Confirm the consumption of 1,000 fortress points to use titanium tantalum alloy for a special modification of the vehicle's space. Modification time, 10 minutes. Confirm. A silvery light flickered momentarily within the confines of the vehicle, flowing in accordance with Su Mo's consciousness, creating 3 distinct spaces on the left, right, and rear. Remarkably, the weight of the van remained virtually unchanged. After 10 minutes, the luminescence dissipated, revealing 3 brand new compartments before the eyes of the onlookers. Lu Xiaonuan prodded the partition of one compartment with a rolling pin, discovering its extraordinary sturdiness. Wow, this is incredible. I no longer fear that the pot will explode and damage the vehicle. Although the current space felt somewhat cramped, she envisioned a magnificent kitchen with ample room for a refrigerator as the fortress evolved. Lu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounded towards Su Mo, resembling an endearing panda. Before he could react, she interrupted him with a bear hug, clinging to him. Thank you, Master Su. Xiaonuan adores you the most. Only after the embrace did she realize her actions, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter and a vague, I'm going to tidy up the kitchen. Su Mo shook his head in mild exasperation, bemused by the straightforwardness with which the girl expressed her joy. Beside them, Luo Qian scoffed softly, muttering, humph. That silly Xiaonuan isn't falling for the big bad guy, is she? Su Mo continued to allocate the compartments. The rear right compartment is yours, Lin Yao. It will serve as a medical room for storing supplies. Lin Yao's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Great. This independent space is crucial for organizing medications and conducting simple treatments. I could even fit a small bed in here for use as a chair. The trunk area is for you, Luo Qian. Your electronic devices and smart warehouse will enter and exit from here. He gestured towards the space inside the rear door, which had been expanded to form a relatively independent area, perfectly suited for her electronic equipment and drones. Moreover, it allowed for direct access from the trunk door, facilitating her operations with the drones. Yay, I have my own dedicated tech room, Luo Qian exclaimed joyfully, immediately diving in with her beloved tablet and drone to begin planning her hacker's den. The central aisle of the vehicle was occupied by neatly stacked boxes. One side housed a weapons and ammunition depot, containing firearms, ammunition, and cold weapons scavenged from the Li family. The other side served as a supply storage area, piled high with fuel barrels and some spare clothing and tools. Though somewhat cramped, everything was clearly categorized for easy access. As for Su Mo and Weila, they were left with only the driver and passenger seats. Fortunately, the optimization of the space folding also benefited the cockpit, making the driver and co-driver area significantly more spacious and comfortable than before. For the two of them, as the team's combat strengthened driver, this arrangement was indeed more convenient. Chapter 96. A call from the Li family in Port City within the confines of the Jiulong building. They not only plundered the Li family's resources, utilizing the residual hot water system of the building, they indulged in a delightful hot bath. As they gazed upon the rejuvenated mobile fortress, hope illuminated the faces of all present. Su Mo leaned against the driver's seat, peering through the window at the gradually darkening sky, lost in thought. A month prior, the apocalypse had descended, his girlfriend had betrayed him, and he felt like a stray dog. Yet now, he possessed a nascent mobile stronghold, surrounded by companions, each with their own unique skills. Such a life was beyond his wildest imaginings at the onset of the catastrophe. He exhaled softly, aware of the treacherous path ahead, with the ominous red mist encroaching. Tomorrow and unforeseen events were always unpredictable. However, at this moment, they had secured a relatively safe haven. As night fell, Lu Xiaonuan found herself in her alloy kitchenette, grinning at the newly acquired workstation and reserved interfaces, envisioning her crystalline culinary laboratory. Meanwhile, Luo Shi busied herself in her small storage room, tapping away at her tablet screen. Weila reclined in the driver's cabin, her arms crossed over her chest, seemingly fast asleep. Su Mo, stationed in the passenger seat, took on the duty of keeping watch. He surveyed the vehicle's current status. Vehicle, standard multi-purpose car, bound to the heart of the fortress. Condition, good. Fuel tank, 100 liters. Overall fuel consumption, 34,100. Core components, engine good. Transmission, good. Chassis, good. Upgrade status, armor enhancement, intermediate. Mimetics leather dark gold armor modification. Enhances external defensive capabilities, reduces detection probability in environmental camouflage. Increases resistance to non-physical damage, allowing for slow self-repair. Space folding, intermediate, titanium tantalum alloy modification. Increases spatial structure utilization by 200, adding 2 external expansion slots. 3 independent rooms have been separated, resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, with excellent soundproofing. Engine enhancement, intermediate, flame iron shavings modification. 8 power, significantly increases torque and horsepower. Enhances fuel adaptability. Weapon mounting, intermediate, 2 light machine guns, 1 heavy machine gun equipped with 2 standard light machine guns, and 1 heavy machine gun on the roof. Capable of automatic targeting and firing, forming a basic firepower network. Ecosystem circulation system, intermediate, life seed modification, growth stage air and water circulation filtration, survival assurance. Automatically produces 100 liters of potable water daily, along with a small amount of intermediate nutrient solution. All components of the vehicle had reached an intermediate level. However, 5 positions for special modifications remained vacant. Acquiring the necessary special materials proved to be exceedingly challenging. It was imperative to prioritize the enhancement of the engine now. Even with Weila's talent, which reduced vehicle energy consumption by 50, the fuel consumption still reached a staggering 17 liters per 100 kilometers. In addition to the kitchen, medical room, and control room, all of which require electrical energy, the functionality of the solar panels atop the vehicle is becoming increasingly strained. At this moment, Su Mo activated his phone, revealing a document previously organized by Luo Shi. Recent intelligence compilation of the Xingqing area, Bear's edited version. Red mist dynamics. The contraction rate remains stable at 1 kilometer per day, with the safe zone further diminishing. The estimated time until the core urban area is completely overrun is 20 days and 3 days. Survivor factions. Xingqing military. Chun Feng's unit has contracted its defensive line, focusing on the protection of several large shelters, with approximately 300 combatants. After integrating the remaining forces of the Li family, their strength has increased. An order is relatively stable as they actively construct defenses against the Red Mist. Blackstone Chamber of Commerce. The remaining forces of the former Iron Shield Alliance have been absorbed by the Blackstone Chamber, which now holds the abandoned sewage treatment plant in the northern suburbs, with around 500 combatants. They are consolidating resources and are suspected of searching for some special mineral. Pioneers Alliance. An emerging faction currently undergoing large-scale migration, with an unknown number of members. The leader is suspected to possess combat-oriented abilities, lightning manipulation, exhibiting an aggressive style that frequently leads to conflicts with nearby small camps, plundering resources. Special Resource Intelligence. Southern Geological Museum. An anonymous post mentions the presence of paleontological fossils and special minerals, with a credibility rating of medium-high. Risk. Potential presence of unknown mutated organisms or hostile factions. Western Mechanical Factory. Scattered posts claim the existence of a large quantity of special alloy plates, currently occupied by the Pioneers Alliance. Risk unknown. Northern Rice Museum. Rumored to contain unpolluted crop seeds, located dangerously close to the Red Mist. Difficulty of acquisition, low. Su Mo hastily skimmed through the information. Indeed, Luo Shi's ability to organize intelligence is exceptional. The report is coherent, significantly saving his decision-making time. His gaze fixated on this special resource intelligence. The special alloy plates from the mechanical factory would be considered premium for those with the ability to manufacture machinery. However, based on Su Mo's past experiences, such a large quantity of materials is unlikely to be genuinely special. Although the acquisition difficulty of the Northern Rice Museum is low, its proximity to the Red Mist renders it a less favorable option. The most worthwhile destination for him is the paleontological fossils and special minerals at the Geological Museum. As a large museum in Xingqing, it houses a plethora of fossils and mineral specimens. In Su Mo's understanding, both fossils and minerals hold a significant possibility of being transformed into special materials for vehicles. If he strikes lucky, could he not soar? Decision made, he muttered to himself. I shall go there, and extinguished the screen of his phone. His gaze turned to the tranquil, yet perilous night outside the window. At that moment, a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Su Mo turned his head to see Lin Yao standing beside the driver's seat. She had recently bathed, her damp hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Beneath her plain collar, delicate collarbones were subtly visible. She leaned slightly forward, her gaze piercing directly into Su Mo's eyes. At this moment, Lin Yao's emotions surged like a tide. The betrayal by Ruo mirrored that of her fiancé. In essence, she and Su Mo were kindred spirits. The sounds emanating from Luo Shi's room that morning, along with the shyness of the young girl who emerged, were undeniable. It was she who had arrived first. It was she who had risked her life to pull him back from the clutches of the zombie virus. Yet, she understood that Su Mo was the pillar of support for all of them, the only beacon of hope in this apocalyptic world. What further embarrassed her was the wave of heat surging from within her, a powerful urge to possess him extinguishing her rational thoughts. A myriad of emotions and countless sentiments culminated in a single yearning. Su Mo, I want you. Before the words could fully escape her lips, she had already leaned in to kiss him. Su Mo, initially taken aback, soon turned the tables on her. He rose to embrace her waist, leading her toward the infirmary, away from the illuminating lights of the vehicle and the tranquil breaths of their sleeping companions. In the confined space, the air grew instantly heated. Lin Yao initially bit her lower lip, suppressing all her whimpers and gasps deep within her throat, her body taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit. She did not want the others in the vehicle to hear, especially Vera and Luo Shi. Su Mo's voice whispered in her ear, don't hold back. I used special materials during the renovation, and the soundproofing is excellent. This statement seemed to flip a switch within her. Lin Yao's rigid body suddenly relaxed, like a long-suppressed stream finally finding an outlet for release. She ceased to hold back, surrendering herself to the tempestuous and fleeting storm. Curled up on the makeshift bed, Lin Yao's breathing gradually steadied. Su Mo tucked her in with a blanket and stepped out of the infirmary. Vera, noticing Su Mo's return, nodded at him before closing her eyes. As a fighter, she had awakened the moment Lin Yao arrived. During Su Mo's absence, she had taken on the watch duty. Now, the vehicle was enveloped in tranquility. Su Mo leaned against the passenger seat, intending to rest his eyes when suddenly, the phone screen beside him illuminated with a text message. The sender was a completely unfamiliar out-of-town number, registered in the port city. The message was brief, yet carried an air of condescension. Mr. Su Mo, the matters concerning Star City are known to the Li family. Li Jinxiong and his son have brought this upon themselves and are not worth lamenting. However, the Li family in Port City is deeply rooted and cannot be shaken by you. The old patriarch values talent and, wishing to set aside past grievances, invites you to share in a grand undertaking. Cooperation and mutual benefit are the future. Should you insist on acting independently, the path ahead may prove perilous. Please take heed. The message bore no signature, yet the mention of the Port City Li family was sufficient to convey everything. However, the other party spoke of cooperation and mutual benefit. At present, with the red mist encircling the city, and Star City separated from Port City by 1,000 miles, what opportunity was there for collaboration? Did they possess knowledge of something? Would there come a day when the two cities would intersect? Thus, a conflict with the Li family of Gangcheng is inevitable. Sumo's fingertips lingered on the screen for a moment before ultimately refraining from responding. She pressed the lock button, plunging the screen into darkness. Is the Li family of Gangcheng on their way? Chapter 97. Objective. Museum. The target area is set, the Geological Museum in the southern part of the city. Rosie connected the tablet to the vehicle's screen, displaying a high-definition satellite image alongside footage from a previously released drone, synchronizing real-time visuals. There lies a straight distance of 22 kilometers. The external situation appears dire. The architecture within the museum is clearly visible on the screen. Yet the surrounding square teems with zombies, meandering like a swarm of ants, their numbers far exceeding those in typical regions. Infrared scans reveal that the density of zombies is over 3 times that of ordinary areas. Rosie magnified the image, pointing out several sections of the museum's main structure. Here, and near the dome of the main exhibition hall, where anomalous energy readings are detected. Thermal imaging displays low-temperature blue patches, distinctly different from the zombies outside. These entities are considerably larger and exhibit vigorous movements. They are neither ordinary zombies, mutated creatures, nor aberrant flora. Finally, as the drone camera zoomed in, the immense glass dome of the museum became vividly apparent. The prehistoric fossils mentioned in that anonymous post on the forum likely reside within. Suemo fixed her gaze on the moving blue patches, her voice calm. Not ordinary zombies? Not mutated creatures? Nor aberrant plants? What could they be? Regardless, whatever lies within is likely more troublesome than the zombies outside. Vera, chart a course that avoids the densely populated zombie areas and approach from this location. Suemo selected a narrow alley on the western side of the screen. According to the map compiled by Rosie, it was the location of the staff passage. Understood, boss. Vera's eyes scanned the navigation map. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, the van veered into the relatively narrow alley. 15 minutes later, the van came to a silent halt. Ahead, the narrow path was obstructed by several wrecked vehicles, with a dozen zombies wandering nearby. Sumo's command to prepare for cleansing was still unfinished when a sudden barrage of gunfire and the roar of an engine erupted from the side front. A modified Toyota Land Cruiser was besieged by over 20 zombies near the western parking lot. The sunroof was open, and 2 tattooed men were perched atop, cigarette in mouth. Back to back, each wielding a light machine gun, unleashing a frenzied hail of bullets. In the passenger seat, a middle-aged man dressed in work attire huddled against the window, his face pale, clutching a brown briefcase. 2 mercenaries in the vehicle were methodically eliminating the approaching zombies with handguns. Rosie swiftly pulled up the information on the opposing party. The villain, the owner of that vehicle, is the one in the passenger seat, named Qian Mingyuan. He is a paleontology researcher at the museum, and Li Jinxiong had once offered a handsome reward for any information about him. The others, presumably mercenaries he had hired, were still making their way to the museum at this hour. Could it be that their objective lay within? As the encroaching horde of zombies closed in on their target, the ammunition was rapidly dwindling. Suddenly, a remarkably swift mutated zombie lunged at the driver's window. Boss. Vera glanced at Suemo, her eyes inquiring. While she had little interest in rescuing anyone, the identity of the individual was indeed unique. Suemo quickly weighed the pros and cons. Someone familiar with the museum's internal structure, especially a paleontology expert, would certainly possess extensive knowledge of the fossil storage. Save him, Suemo declared. Understood. Vera pressed the accelerator. Simultaneously, Rosie activated the control button at the weapon station. The armored plates on the roof slid open, revealing 3 machine guns, 1 large and 2 small, rising simultaneously. The large caliber bullets, akin to the scythe of death, accurately struck the mutated zombie, exploding its head. The horde of zombies on the left, drawn by the commotion, was sent flying by the impact of the van, instantly incapacitating them. Feeling the pressure ease, the mercenaries seized the opportunity. Under Sumo's suppressive fire, A volley of bullets obliterated the horde on the right. The tattooed muscle man shouted towards the van, "Thanks, brother," before a response could be given. The passenger door suddenly swung open. Professor Chien, previously bewildered, erupted with a newfound energy. Grasping a briefcase, he dashed straight into the museum's rear entrance. The mercenaries exchanged glances, then leapt from the vehicle, following him. Only Su Mo and his crew were left to face the horde that had been drawn in. This Professor Chien certainly lacked consideration. Once Su Mo and the others had lured away the zombies, he made his escape. At this moment, a considerable number of the zombies in the museum plaza had been attracted. However, the vehicle's armor, enhanced by its adaptive leather modifications, rendered it nearly invisible. Had Sumo's vehicle been any less fortified, it could have easily fallen victim to that old trickster. Vera, proceed slowly in that direction. Sumo gestured towards where the professor had disappeared. Understood. Vera nodded, gently pressing the accelerator as they made their way toward the employee passage. When their van reappeared before Professor Chien and the others, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. The group eyed Sumo's van warily, puzzled as to why it had not been attacked by the zombies. When the muscular man noticed the weapon control station atop the vehicle, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. His two subordinates grimaced in pain behind him. "Lin Yao, you two stay in the vehicle and stand by. Vera, we're disembarking." After giving his instructions, Sumo stepped down with Lin Yao. Upon seeing the two exit the vehicle, Professor Chien steadied himself. His gaze, swift behind his gold-rimmed glasses, scanned Sumo and Lin Yao before he forced a smile, saying, "Thank you all for coming to our aid. I, Qin Mingyuan, serve as the director of the Paleontology Research Department at the Xingqing Geological Museum. This is Captain Wang Tai and his team, though I am unaware of how many there are." Sumo, succinct and to the point, interjected, "Professor Chien, I hold a keen interest in the items housed within the museum, particularly fossils and minerals. In Sumo's perspective, if no valuable information could be gleaned, their earlier actions would warrant a death sentence." Professor Chien adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Oh, fossils. Indeed. The museum boasts a collection of ancient biological specimens from across the province and even the world, from the stromatolites of the Ediacaran to the mammoths of the Quaternary. Our prized possession is undoubtedly the Cretaceous pterosaur fossil. However, Mr. Su, I must candidly express that it is exceedingly perilous within." He paused, his tone laced with trepidation, his gaze fixed on Sumo's expression. After the apocalypse, that cursed blood moon, shrouded in crimson mist, has seeped through the fissures of the dome. It has awakened certain entities within the fossils. We witnessed those skeletal remains. They moved as though brought back to life. Professor Chien's words confirmed Sumo's suspicions. Those shifting azure-hued specters must indeed be the fossilized monstrosities. The skeletons are animated? Professor Chien, are you suggesting that those fossils have transformed into zombies? Professor Chien shook his head, his face reflecting the confusion and dread of a seasoned researcher. No, not zombies. They resemble more of a vessel for energy. They are composed of skeletal fossils, accompanying mineral crystals, and the energy of the crimson mist, displaying primitive methods of attack. Furthermore, certain fossils of large predators seem to retain vestiges of their predatory instincts from life. He gestured to his disheveled appearance. I merely sought to retrieve some crucial research materials and a few small specimens, and instead, alas, Sumo directly inquired, what about the pterosaur fossil? As the museum's centerpiece, the likelihood of the pterosaur's fossil transforming into a unique material is exceedingly high. If we could obtain it, wouldn't we soar? Professor Chien's eyes flickered, and he sighed. It hangs beneath the dome in the central hall, a treasured exhibit. However, that area is a disaster zone, surrounded by the fossils of large dinosaurs. Mr. Su, I advise against pursuing it. It is far too dangerous. Those entities cannot be countered by human strength. At this juncture, Wang Tai, the burly tattooed leader of the mercenaries, interjected, Brother Su, your vehicle is impressive, and your firepower is formidable. How about we collaborate? Professor Chien, familiar with the internal pathways and the back doors of the security system, added, you assist us in retrieving the materials and specimens, and we will pave the way for you. Storming in together. It is certainly preferable to fighting separately. He licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the mounted machine gun atop the vehicle. Of course, if you manage to secure that magnificent bird, the pterosaur fossil, given your significant contributions, it shall rightfully belong to you. Our vehicle is malfunctioning. Once we conclude our matters, shall we return to the military-controlled survivor camp? Chapter 98, A Lesson in Brutality. At this moment, Sumo received feedback through her Bluetooth headset from Rosie. Wang Tai's words were indeed accurate. The museum was established in the last century. Most architectural records from that era were hand-drawn, and she could find nothing online. Furthermore, The museum housed numerous prehistoric fossils that had never been exhibited. If the adversaries we face are truly these fossilized creatures, Professor Qian possesses expertise regarding the living habits and combat patterns of ancient organisms. Su Mo observed Professor Qian, noting his seemingly sincere yet evasive gaze, and then turned to Wang Tai, whose greed was blatantly apparent, eliciting a cold laugh within her. Cooperation? I trust you not at all. It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. At present, Su Mo indeed required the information from Professor Qian and needed someone to share the burden of firepower. She nodded, her voice devoid of emotion. Agreed. However, the command will remain with me. Any special minerals or materials encountered along the way will be subject to my priority handling. Wang Tai grinned widely, patting his chest. No problem. Brother Su, you are straightforward. Professor Qian hastily nodded. Of course. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will cooperate fully. However, before we embark, let's address some minor inconvenience. Su Mo gestured towards Vela. In the next moment, Vela moved expressionlessly. Wait, what are you doing? Wang Tai exclaimed, startled by Vela's actions. In response, he met Vela's impassive gaze, followed by the swift strike of her finger blade. Two muffled thuds echoed almost simultaneously. The finger blade precisely penetrated the temple of the injured man, executed with clean efficiency and without a hint of hesitation. Bastard! I'll kill you. Wang Tai erupted in fury, raising his gun to aim at Vela. The only remaining tattooed brute beside him also shouted angrily, lifting his weapon. Vela slightly shifted her stance, advancing rather than retreating. The icy finger blade hovered mere inches from the eyes of Wang Tai and the burly man. Vela's expression remained unchanged as she coldly surveyed them, her gaze akin to that of a coroner examining lifeless bodies. Wang Tai lowered his gun, suppressing his rage. The speed and presence of this woman exceeded his expectations. The two injured were both endowed individuals. Although their levels were not high, their strength was not to be underestimated. To eliminate two individuals in the blink of an eye, the woman before him was certainly formidable. Stop! Professor Qian rushed forward, frantically spreading his arms to shield Wang Tai. Mr. Su, what is the meaning of this? We have just established a partnership. Su Mo gestured for Vela to withdraw, her voice calm and measured. Why? Ask your companion behind you how those wounds on their backs came to be. Thus, I have preemptively eliminated potential threats for you. Is there an issue with that? Next time, I hope you will handle matters yourselves. Wang Tai was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the corpse of his fallen comrade on the ground. Turning over, two distinct lacerations became evident. The edges of the wounds bore a pallid hue, signaling an imminent transformation into a zombie within the hour. Lin Yao, utilizing her insight into life, had detected the anomaly. Through her Bluetooth earpiece, she relayed this critical information to Su Mo, simultaneously delivering a warning to instill fear. Professor Qian's complexion turned ashen as he vehemently admonished Wang Tai. If one is scratched by a zombie and fails to receive timely treatment, they become a walking bomb. Within our ranks, they could strike from behind at any moment. Are you fools? Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Brother Su? Damn it. These two imbeciles nearly cost me my life. He concluded by kicking the corpse on the ground. His manner of speech hardly resembled that of a respectable professor. Wang Tai's initial anger swiftly morphed into dread as he recalled that during their escape, these two brothers had indeed been overwhelmed by zombies. He then inclined his hands towards Su Mo, mustering a few words through gritted teeth. Thank you, Brother Su. I was negligent. The gratitude felt exceedingly begrudging, yet undeniable. Professor Qian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Mr. Su, your foresight is commendable. We must proceed inside. The outside is perilous. Su Mo paid them no further heed and instructed Vela. Get in the vehicle. Vela promptly returned to the driver's seat with agile movements. Wang Tai exchanged glances with the remaining sturdy man, Shan Pao. Silently, they scavenged usable supplies from their fallen companion's body before following Professor Qian towards a sightseeing electric vehicle they had previously discovered. Although worn, it was still operational. Vela, lead the way, Su Mo commanded. The van gradually navigated toward the employee passage, with the sightseeing vehicle closely trailing behind. Inside lay a corridor that descended further. The museum's electrical system had completely failed, leaving only a few emergency lights flickering weakly. The air was thick with a musty odor and a faint scent of stone. Stop, Su Mo ordered. Both the van and the sightseeing vehicle came to a halt within the corridor. Rosie, scout ahead. Understood. Rosie's fingers danced over the controls as several drones emerged from the vehicle's windows. The flat-screen monitor swiftly divided into multiple infrared and night vision feeds. 50 meters ahead, take a right into the main hall's logistics passage. At the end of the corridor, it leads directly to the first floor of the main hall. All surveillance cameras are damaged. Numerous claw marks have been discovered on the walls and floor, indicative of some large beast-esque scratches, quite deep, along with impact indentations. Professor Qian leaned in closer, pointing towards the area ravaged by the creature. We should take the left path. That logistics corridor leads directly to the back door of the paleontological fossil hall. There is a maintenance passage that reaches beneath the central dome exhibition area. It is the swiftest route to the Dinosaur World exhibit. His tone was deliberately urgent, yet sincere. Mr. Su, the paleontological fossil hall primarily contains small prehistoric fossils, which should pose minimal danger. Moreover, in the adjacent exhibition hall, there are some unique mineral specimens. Perhaps you might find the materials you require. Su Mo's gaze swept over the claw marks displayed on the screen, then briefly caught the glint in Professor Qian's eyes behind his glasses. His intuition suggested that this old fellow was fiercely promoting this route, likely concealing some ulterior motive. However, the promise of special minerals and the quickest path indeed resonated with Su Mo's needs. Lead the way, he stated calmly, devoid of any discernible emotion. A flicker of joy crossed Professor Qian's eyes as he promptly nodded. Good, good, good. Follow me. The group resumed their journey, guided by Professor Qian. After dispatching a few unwary zombies, they turned left down the logistics corridor and soon arrived before a heavy fire door, marked with the sign for the paleontological fossil hall. This is it, Professor Qian exclaimed, extracting a key from his pocket. With a push, the hefty door swung open, revealing a pitch-black exhibition space that was remarkably spacious. Everyone, be cautious and stay close to me, Professor Qian said, clutching his briefcase as he stepped inside first. The van and sightseeing vehicle slowly entered, their headlights piercing the darkness and illuminating the display cases ahead. Roxy's drone circled the dome, transmitting infrared images back to the tablet. The bad guys, she remarked with a hint of confusion. The vast exhibition hall is completely devoid of zombies. Stop the vehicle, Su Mo commanded. Vela smoothly brought the van to a halt, with the sightseeing vehicle stopping behind. At that moment, Professor Qian suddenly hurried toward an inconspicuous control panel in the corner of the hall. Ah, what luck! The backup power seems to be functional. His voice brimmed with excitement as his fingers rapidly pressed several buttons on the panel. Snap, snap, snap. A row of spotlights above the dome suddenly illuminated the entire hall, making it as bright as day. Professor Qian, what are you doing? Wang Tai exclaimed in a hushed tone, instinctively raising his weapon to scan the surroundings. This sudden brightness did not instill a sense of security, for the display cases before them resembled gravestones. From the Cambrian trilobite clusters to the gigantic skull of the mosasaur from the Cretaceous period, and finally to the skeletal remains of the woolly mammoth from the Cenozoic era. Professor Qian, did you not say this hall contained only small prehistoric fossils? Why are there so many large ones? However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that on the nearest display stand, the ancient giant ape fossil, which had been quietly seated on the ground, suddenly illuminated with two crimson glimmers in its hollow eye sockets. Chapter 99. The Undying Fossil Legion. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-grating sounds sent shivers down their spines as the ancient giant ape's robust fossilized arms swung violently. The glass display case beside him was shattered into countless pieces, but this was merely the beginning. The sound of bones grinding resonated from every corner of the hall, transforming from a whisper to a crescendo, layered and increasingly dense. On the display platform, within the niches, and even among the fossil specimens embedded in the floor, countless formerly silent skeletons began to tremble violently, contorting and reassembling. From the diminutive trilobites and ammonites to the larger rabbit monkeys, ancestral horses, and terror birds, they surged forth like a gray tide, rushing towards the intruders. The assault of these fossil monstrosities was primal, characterized by biting, charging, and clawing. Fire! Quickly fire! Wang Tai shouted in alarm to the nearby Shan Pao. Bullets sprayed forth like water, sweeping towards the advancing horde of fossil creatures. Damn it! These skeletons are tougher than zombies. Wang Tai roared, sweat streaming down his face as he reloaded his magazine. Beside him, the burly Shan Pao was in a frenzy. Dealing with the smaller fossil creatures was manageable, but rifle bullets barely affected the larger specimens, especially the towering Gigantopithecus. After being struck by a bullet, it simply rose again, its crimson eyes glinting as it lunged forward once more. In contrast, Su Mo's team was faring better. Vela slammed down on the accelerator, sending the Gigantopithecus flying. Before it could land, a 127 caliber bullet, expertly fired by Rosie, obliterated its body into fragments. The van, under Vela's adept control, careened through the throng of fossil creatures, crushing and shattering those that impeded its path. However, the sheer number of these lesser fossil beings was overwhelming, each one undeterred by death as they leapt onto the vehicle, attempting to claw and bite at this metallic behemoth. Sumo's gaze was icy as metal armor swiftly enveloped his right arm. With a single punch, he shattered a fossil creature clinging to the windshield. Amidst the chaos, Professor Chien had already huddled in a corner of the hall, clutching a brown briefcase. His face, alight with excitement, bore no trace of panic. Cautiously, he peered out to survey the battlefield. Humph, they call Wang Tai the strongest mercenary in Star City? Is this all he can do? Unable to handle a few small creatures, what a waste. Yet, he mused, the more that perished, the more materials he would have. He tightened his grip on the briefcase, his voice tinged with a sickly satisfaction. The resonance of fossils, my ultimate talent, has finally reached this day. Once I implant the crystal cores, these defeated fossils will become my servants. His greedy gaze swept over the shattered remnants of fossil creatures on the ground, particularly those with intact skulls. A Gigantopithecus fossil rolled to his feet. Fortune truly favored me. This shall be my first servant. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Professor Chien's eyes as he opened the briefcase, revealing a neat array of several crystal cores of varying sizes. These are all items he has gathered through various means since the apocalypse. Professor Chien grasped one, striking it against the skull of the ancient giant ape fossil. With a roar, the eye sockets of the ancient giant ape were once again illuminated. No longer did they burn with a frenzied crimson. Instead, they shone with a hauntingly subdued green, embodying the essence of enslavement. Its previously shattered form began irresistibly attracting the surrounding fossilized bones, reassembling itself. Success! A look of ecstatic triumph spread across Professor Chien's face. He attempted to command with his mind, "Rise, my servant." Astonishingly, the massive body of the ancient giant ape fossil wobbled and stood once more. Its colossal head bowed slightly, as if to express submission to Professor Chien. The combat prowess of the ancient giant ape fossil rivaled that of a first-tier powerhouse, and it exhibited unwavering endurance, unafraid of injury. As long as it was not a fatal blow, theoretically, as long as Professor Chien possessed sufficient crystal cores and fossilized bones. Under the influence of the first-tier talent, fossil resonance, it could be perfectly restored. His fossil servant was an undying legion. If he could assemble a fossil army, would the entire apocalypse not be at his mercy? Ha! Wonderful, wonderful. Professor Chien was nearly leaping with excitement. He turned his gaze to the center of the battlefield, his eyes brimming with greed and ambition. Sumo, your strength indeed surpasses that of Wang Tai and his band of misfits. Perfect. You shall assist me in forging the immortal fossil army. The true terror within this exhibition hall has yet to make its entrance. His cold gaze swept over the depths of the hall, where the dormant fossil skeletons awaited activation. Saber-toothed tiger, woolly mammoth, colossal ichthyosaur. Professor Chien chuckled softly, retreating with the ancient giant ape as though to validate his words. Just as Wang Tai and Shan Pao, after considerable effort, managed to clear the last few remnants alongside Sumo's team and were about to catch their breath, a massive figure lunged forth from behind a collapsed display case. It was a saber-toothed tiger fossil, measuring over 4 meters in length and nearly 2 meters at the shoulder. Shan Pao, be careful, Wang Tai shouted. But it was too late. The saber-toothed tiger's speed was unimaginable, evading even the automatic targeting of the vehicle's heavy machine gun. Shan Pao barely had time to raise his terrified eyes before the enormous bony claw struck down with ferocity, instantly tearing his upper body in two. Blood and entrails stained the fossil fragments scattered across the ground. Wang Tai was paralyzed with fear at the gruesome scene. He dared not linger any longer. He scrambled towards the sightseeing vehicle, starting the engine. However, just as he dashed less than 20 meters away, a dull, rhythmic tremor resonated from the ground. On the opposite side of the hall, a colossal shadow slowly rose. A woolly mammoth fossil, towering over 5 meters in height, locked its hollow eye sockets onto the rampaging sightseeing vehicle. The stride of the mammoth, seemingly languid, traversed the vast expanse of the exhibition hall in mere steps. In the depths of Wang Tai's despairing gaze, the colossal legs, akin to stone pillars, descended with ferocity upon the approaching tour vehicle. Wang Tai's agonized scream was abruptly silenced. He, along with the vehicle, was crushed into a grotesque amalgam of flesh and scrap metal. Almost simultaneously, on the side of the van, a massive display case erupted with a thunderous crash. A nearly 20-meter-long fossil of a pliosaurus, its body adorned with bony spikes, leaped forth. Its gaping maw, lined with conical teeth, lunged towards the passenger seat occupied by Sumo. The 3 titanic fossil beasts made their simultaneous entrance, casting an undeniable aura of terror that enveloped the entire exhibition hall. Vera, retreat. Move to the corner, Sumo commanded sharply. Vera reacted with remarkable swiftness, engaging reverse and flooring the accelerator. The van roared to life, yet the Pliosaurus managed to snap off the rearview mirror with a single bite. It reversed into the northwestern corner of the hull, a relatively recessed area, shielded by a supporting column and a massive rock simulation wall. Only a single opening lay ahead. Easily defensible, yet difficult to breach. Chapter 100. The weakness of the fossil beasts saber-toothed tiger, mammoth, and giant Pliosaurus. The three prehistoric behemoths advanced slowly from three directions, their eye sockets ablaze with a crimson glow, fixated on the van. The mimicry leather's activation required a moment longer. Suemo dared not allow these creatures to dismantle his vehicle. Vera, exit the vehicle. Draw them away. As Suemo flung open the car door, metallic armor instantly enveloped his arms. Vera followed closely, her gauntlet glimmering with high-frequency vibrations. Let us see if we can take them down, Suemo commanded. The saber-toothed tiger was the first to strike, its speed surpassing that of before. Vera's gaze sharpened as her gauntlet transformed into two silver streaks aimed directly at its eye sockets. However, the saber-toothed tiger abruptly shifted its head, dissipating much of the resonant force of the attack. Only a shower of sparks was generated upon its cheekbone. This strike not only failed to shatter its bones, but the recoil left Vera's arm tingling. A surge of blood coursed through her, recognizing the formidable strength of her adversary. Meanwhile, Suemo confronted the mammoth, attempting to maneuver to its side and target the relatively slender joints of its legs. Yet, even the so-called slender limbs were as thick as an adult's waist. The mammoth, though appearing clumsy, wielded its tusks with the agility of a steel whip. Suemo narrowly dodged the tusks, and with the combination of his metallic armor and razor-sharp attacks, he struck the mammoth's leg. Yet, the impact merely dislodged a few flakes of stone. What formidable defense! The giant Pliosaurus, meanwhile, obstructed the opening, its massive bulk nearly sealing off the escape route. As the sovereign of the seas, it may not have been particularly agile on land, but the power it exhibited was nothing short of astonishing. The Pliosaurus's gaping maw opened and closed incessantly, seemingly poised to strike at any moment against Suemo and Vera. Though Suemo and Wela employed every tactic at their disposal, even attempting to exchange their adversaries, they found themselves at an impasse when confronted by the three colossal creatures. Their fossilized skeletons, having undergone mineralization over millions of years, were incredibly resilient. In a moment, they were forced to retreat repeatedly. Boss, we cannot breach their defenses. Their breaths grew increasingly erratic, as the strength of these fossilized monsters far exceeded their expectations. Let us return to the vehicle. I will cover you. Suemo hurled a sharp dagger, striking a nearby display sign. The immense sign collapsed with a resounding crash, diverting the attention of their foes. Seizing the opportunity, the two hastily retreated to the vehicle to devise a new plan. At that moment, their camouflage skins seamlessly blended into the surrounding environment, rendering them nearly invisible to the fossil creatures, which wandered the exhibition hall in search of their targets. Upon seeing the two return, Lin Yao quickly passed them 2 vials of intermediate nutritional fluid. The pair accepted them eagerly, downing the contents in haste, which helped them regain their composure. Here comes the nourishment. At that juncture, Lu Xianwan also presented a nutritious lunch to replenish everyone's energy. The 5 of them shared a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup, all replete with aroma and flavor. Although one dish appeared slightly unusual, Suemo consumed it all without a hint of hesitation. After their meal, Luo Qian resumed her search on her tablet, attempting to uncover the weaknesses of these fossil monsters across various online forums. However, the relevant data was lamentably scarce, leaving her with no leads. That cursed Professor Qian has vanished without a trace. If it weren't for that old coot suddenly turning on the lights, these fossil creatures wouldn't have been activated. Once Lu Xianwan completed her tasks, she leaned against the car window, gazing at the 3 behemoths outside. Her large eyes held little fear. Instead, they sparkled with curiosity. She licked her lips and murmured, "What enormous bones! How long would it take to simmer a soup from these? And that large fish bone would make the best calcium-rich broth. As for that great tiger, my master once said that soaking its bones in liquor is quite splendid." Luo Qian, intensely focused on her screen, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Xianwan, what are you thinking about at a time like this? That thing is larger than our vehicle. Do you even have a pot that can contain it?" Lu Xianwan, taken aback by Luo Qian's remark, blinked in confusion. "Huh, is it really that big? We could just break them down into smaller pieces, right?" She instinctively glanced outside again, murmuring absent-mindedly, "Elephant bone soup, fish bone gelatin, tiger bone liquor." Suddenly, her voice trailed off. Her eyes, previously filled with a mix of confusion and desire, widened in realization. It was as if she had transformed entirely. She fixated intently on the fossil monsters, her gaze piercing through the layers of stone. Within her vision, deep inside the fossils. There lay an energy core the size of a fist, connected to the entire skeletal structure. That core was the true source of power for these fossil creatures. The core resided within their heads. Lu Xiaowan's voice had lost its usual softness. What? Luoshi was taken aback. Lu Xiaowan extended her hand, pointing towards the fossil creature outside. Their weakness, it lies within them. Master Su, deep within their craniums, there exists a crimson core. If we shatter that core, they will instantly disassemble. Upon hearing this, Su Mo and Weila's eyes sparkled simultaneously. Luoshi, switch the heavy machine gun to armor-piercing rounds and give it a try. Su Mo instructed. Understood. Luoshi instantly grasped the situation and swiped her finger across the tablet. The turret of the heavy machine gun atop the vehicle emitted a mechanical locking sound. The gun's muzzle firmly targeted the massive Songlong, which was blocking the front opening with its gaping maw. Right here, Lu Xiaowan indicated the core area on the tablet to Luoshi. Bang! The heavy machine gun erupted with a deafening roar. The armor-piercing round penetrated directly through Songlong's gaping mouth, burrowing into its skull. A ripple of energy emanated from its head. The crimson glow in Songlong's eyes extinguished, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The enormous fossilized skull instantly shattered into pieces. A single strike to fatality. Impressive. Su Mo and Weila swallowed hard, their gazes towards Lu Xiaowan shifting slightly. To perceive an opponent's weakness in an instant, what a remarkable talent. The sudden demise of Songlong immediately triggered a response from the other two fossil creatures. Su Mo yanked open the car door and commanded Weila. Weila, leave the saber-toothed tiger to me. You handle the mammoth. Understood. Without hesitation, Weila leaped out of the vehicle. With the knowledge of the fossil creature's vulnerabilities, the battle became simpler. The saber-toothed tiger, sensing its prey, let out a low growl and launched itself like a lightning bolt towards Su Mo. Su Mo stood his ground, inhaling deeply. His arms were instantly enveloped in a heavy matte metallic sheen, armored in metal. Clang! The metallic arms crossed in defense, absorbing the force of the saber-toothed tiger's massive claws. The tremendous power causing the ground beneath Su Mo to crack. The saber-toothed tiger opened its enormous jaws, its two dagger-like fangs viciously aimed at Su Mo's head. In a flash, a resolute glint flickered in Su Mo's eyes. He thrust both hands forward, plunging into the tiger's hollow eye sockets. Indeed, as Lu Xiaowan had indicated, the sensation at his fingertips was not bone, but rather a pulsating energy core behind it. Found you. Su Mo smirked coldly within. Two beams of silver light shot forth from his hands. Metal manipulation, cleaver. The long charged cleaver, guided by Su Mo's arm, precisely penetrated the saber-toothed tiger's eye socket. The energy core shattered with a crack, and the saber-toothed tiger emitted a brief, mournful wail. Its predatory assault came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, Weila's target was the mammoth. As the colossal creature beheld Weila charging towards it, it raised its blade-like teeth in a menacing display. Simultaneously, its massive paw lifted, poised to crush the impending intruder. Yet, Weila moved with astonishing speed. At the very moment the mammoth elevated its foot, she deftly ascended along its sturdy foreleg, scaling to its apex. Now was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Weila's eyes. She propelled herself forcefully from the creature's neck, utilizing her entire body's momentum, her fist striking forward with a thunderous impact, akin to a cannonball being discharged. She surged directly towards the enormous, mended fissure. Channeling all her strength into a singular blow, she pierced through the skull, plunging deep into the crevice. Her hands clasped the pulsating core of energy within. With a resounding explosion, the mammoth's skull shattered, collapsing like a miniature mountain onto the ground, sending tremors throughout the entire exhibition hall. Under the precise guidance of Lu Xiaowan, the trio of fossilized behemoths was annihilated in an instant by the onlookers employing formidable tactics. In a corner of the hall, Professor Qian observed the ancient giant ape's servant he had awakened, then glanced at the three colossal beasts that had been swiftly dispatched. A multitude of thoughts coalesced into a singular expression, impressive. However, the swiftness with which they neutralized this formidable team surpassed all expectations, nurturing within him the seeds of a new, bolder plan. Chapter 101. The gift of the Songlong. The air was thick with the pungent scent of stone dust. The paleontology exhibit lay in disarray. The remains of three prehistoric titans, the saber-toothed tiger, the mammoth, and the gigantic Songlong, now sprawled across the center of the hall. Lin Yao slowly maneuvered the van to a stop before the two individuals. Weila, how is your arm? Su Mo inquired. His complexion somewhat pallid as the metallic armor on her arm gradually receded. Weila tested her right arm, yet it quivered uncontrollably. It's merely muscle strain, boss. Though her voice was steady, the strain of her pain was palpable. Lin Yao opened the van door, her life-scanning ability assessing Weila's arms, her brow furrowing slightly. Multiple muscle fibers are torn, and there are minor tendon strains. You need to rest for a day. Upon concluding her diagnosis, she employed healing light to alleviate Vela's pain. Swiftly, she retrieved disinfectant spray and specialized bandages. While tending to her, she produced the last 2 vials of mid-level nutrient solution. Drink this to accelerate recovery. Although the efficacy of repeated use of the nutrient solution would diminish over time, Vela did not hesitate and tilted her head back to consume it. The sting in her arm lessened considerably. Not needed for now. Save it. Suemo declined the mid-level nutrient solution, mindful that he only had 2 vials available each day and should conserve them. Xianwan, food, he said, leaning against the van door, ever vigilant. Coming right up. Lu Xianwan announced, opening the window of the compact kitchen, presenting a tray that held several slightly burnt biscuits. Crystal core biscuits, just out of the oven. With the addition of a hint of wind attribute crystal powder, the reaction time has been notably enhanced. Rosie was the first to seize a piece and stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Not tasty, but I feel my mind sharpening." She promptly clutched her tablet and retreated to her lap. Suemo also took a piece of the biscuit, finishing it in a few bites. He indeed felt invigorated, as if his body had grown lighter. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the remains of the Tsanglong fossil. "Time to get to work," Sumo stated succinctly, pressing his palm against the skull of the Tsanglong, his thoughts subtly shifting. Target contact, Tsanglong fossil skull, primary composition, mineralized bone, associated crystalline minerals, reinforced framework, structural complexity, low. Decomposition rate, approximately 25 kilograms per second. Estimated time, 340 seconds. Decomposition successful. Earned fortress points, 850. Remaining fortress points, 885. Acquired special material, jaw of shattered bones. Proficiency, 150. Current fortress heart level, for 10, 285, 100, 000. Indeed, there it was. A spark of brilliance flickered in Sumo's eyes. Just moments ago, his metallic resonance had alerted him to a high highlighted area. As the skull continued to decompose, a relatively intact gray-white bone plate was directly extracted, precisely the jaw of shattered bones the system had indicated. Material name, jaw of shattered bones. Characteristics, once the ruler of the oceans, it harbors immense energy. It can undergo special modifications, integrating into vehicle weapon systems. Holding the jaw of shattered bones, a special modification panel unfurled in his consciousness. To his surprise, for this particular modification, Suemo was presented with 2 options. Option 1, Spike of the Undead, melee. Integrate the material into the vehicle structure, adorning it with bone spikes. Once activated, it can effectively resist melee attacks. Option 2, Bite of the Tsanglong, ranged. Integrate the material into the front structure of the vehicle, resembling the massive jaws of the Tsanglong, capable of condensing the Tsanglong's energy form to launch ranged attacks. The former would transform the van into a hedgehog adorned with sharp spikes. Once the Spike of the Undead was activated, under the control of the Veilra class talent of the vehicle deity, zombies and aberrant beasts would likely be kept at bay. The latter would convert the van into a venomous serpent poised to strike, enabling it to launch unexpected, precise long-range assaults on adversaries. Sumo's gaze swiftly traversed the 2 options, with little hesitation. The impending foe, the wind god pterosaur, held absolute aerial dominance. Engaging in close combat posed too great a risk, and the van lacked effective close-range aerial combat capabilities. Only a ranged assault could be the key to confronting the airborne behemoth. Option 2, the Bite of the Tsanglong. Suemo confirmed in his heart, consuming 800 fortress points. Utilizing the special material jaw of shattered bones for a special modification of the vehicle weapon system, modification direction, Bite of the Tsanglong, ranged. Current remaining fortress points, 85, 885 to 800. Modification commencing. A countdown of 2,959 commenced, as an invisible wave of energy enveloped the front of the van. The armor at the front began to retract and reshape, encasing itself in layers of bone. The entire front of the vehicle transformed into a fierce visage. Reminiscent of a primeval beast from eons past, its gaping maw reminiscent of the most formidable predators of the ancient oceans. "Wow, the van has turned into a crocodile's head," exclaimed Lu Xianwan, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. If only it could be fashioned into a spicy fish head dish. With that, she dashed off to continue collecting bones. Lin Yao adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing the formidable jaws. "Suemo, what is this?" she inquired. "A secret weapon," Suemo teased enigmatically. Vela flexed her arms, which had recovered considerably, gazing at the menacing maw with a slight upward twitch at the corners of her lips. "What a splendid mouth." Roxy poked her head out from the control room, casting a glance. You villain. I shall equip it with a targeting system, making it even more reliable for taking down large birds. Just as she finished speaking, a chorus of belches erupted from the group. Everyone turned to Lu Xiaowan, who sheepishly smiled and scratched her head. I'm sorry, it seems I might have added a tad too much wind element crystal powder to the cookies. A minor side effect, it's quite normal. At that moment, in the depths of the exhibition hall, amidst the ruins of collapsed display cabinets, Professor Qian pressed a hand to his forehead, bloodied from the debris, fixating on Su Mo's team. His gaze especially lingered on the transforming van's front, his lips twitching in anguish. What a waste. Such exquisite material for servants. The skull of a Canglong, dismantled and affixed to their vehicle. He glanced nearby, where the head of a mammoth lay shattered, rendered unusable. Despite the saber-toothed tiger's body being in disarray, its massive skull remained intact, a glint of greed and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Suemo, you truly are formidable, more than I anticipated, with the talent of fossil resonance. Just grant me time and materials, but the pterosaur of the wind god will not be easily subdued. It shall ultimately belong to me. He instructed the Black Panther to affix the crystal core into the grasp of a small Archaeopteryx, discreetly placing it atop the saber-toothed tiger's skull. After completing his tasks, Suemo returned to the vehicle, seeking out Roxy. Roxy, have you found the route to the Dinosaur World exhibit? Roxy nodded, the tablet screen displaying a clear map. Indeed. That old coot was not mistaken. At the eastern end of this exhibition hall, behind it lies the maintenance passage leading directly to the Central Dome exhibit. Suemo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the recovering Vela, then to Lin Yao and Lu Xiaowan, who were organizing supplies. Finally, his eyes scanned the exhibition hall once more. Tonight, we shall rest here and set forth in the morning, our destination being the Dinosaur Exhibition Zone, home to the magnificent pterosaur. Rosie, keep a vigilant eye on that Professor Qian. I have an unsettling feeling that he may cause trouble. Chapter 102, The Awakening of the Dinosaur World. With a dull thud, the front of the van forcefully pushed open the rusted iron gate at the end of the maintenance passage. Before them lay a breathtaking vista. Even the seasoned members of Su Mo's team, accustomed to the apocalyptic landscape, found themselves holding their breath. The Dinosaur Exhibition Zone, beneath a colossal dome, perfectly simulated the prehistoric ecological environment. Towering giants of trees, lowly ferns, and models of flowing rivers adorned the space. However, the true spectacle was the hundreds of dinosaur fossil skeletons that served as the backdrop. They varied in shape and size, ranging from small carnivorous dinosaurs just a few meters long to the gargantuan Brachiosaurus, resembling small mountains. The Stegosaurus, clad in bony armor, displayed its drooping tail, while the Ankylosaurus, encased in a protective shell, stood like a mobile fortress. Yet, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the enormous figure suspended at the center of the exhibition. Under the dome, a massive skeleton, boasting a wingspan of over 10 meters, hung from sturdy steel cables. Wisps of crimson mist, trailing through the dome's fractures, coiled around its colossal frame. Its hollow eye sockets gazed down upon the diminutive intruders below, as if poised to break free from its restraints and re-enter the world. The pterosaur, the museum's prized possession, the sovereign of the skies during the Cretaceous period. Suemo swallowed hard, shattering the brief silence. That's it, the pterosaur fossil. The boss is stirring. Vera's gaze swept across the surrounding fossil skeletons. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of bones scraping echoed from all directions. All personnel, take defensive positions. Rosie, deploy the drone and scan the entire area. Vera, seek cover. Understood. Rosie and Vera responded in unison, immediately springing into action. The drone ascended quietly, hovering silently above as the infrared scanning signal activated. On the tablet screen, points of light representing life flickered to life, revealing a dense cluster of blue dots, surpassing even those in the previous paleontological hall. Vera maneuvered the van swiftly towards the edge of the exhibition zone, seeking refuge behind a natural barricade formed by enormous, realistic rock formations and the collapsed skeleton of a Brachiosaurus. Just as the vehicle came to a halt, chaos erupted. From the left, a dozen grayish-white figures erupted from the thicket, their hollow eye sockets ignited with a crimson glow, exuding pure predatory instinct. They scattered, launching an assault on the van from all directions. It was a pack of velociraptors, agile carnivorous dinosaurs, armed with their signature sickle-like claws. Rosie promptly alerted the others, recalling the extensive preparations she had made the previous night. A compilation of the characteristics of various common dinosaurs has been assembled. Vera, disembark and confront the enemy. Rosie, provide machine gun support. Suemo spoke rapidly, opening the door and stepping out to meet the challenge. The two light machine guns atop the vehicle, in conjunction with the heavy machine gun, swiftly established a barrage of fire, accurately enveloping the pack of velociraptors advancing from the left. Bullets struck the fossilized skeletons, sending sparks flying. A few were shattered by the high-caliber rounds, collapsing in disarray, yet many others adeptly evaded the onslaught, utilizing the corpses of their fallen comrades as shields to press closer. Vera had already flung open the car door, relinquishing the driver's seat to Lin Yao before leaping out. Confronting the lunging velociraptors, she clenched her fists tightly. "Scatter," she commanded in a low voice, her figure darting forward with electrifying speed. A straightforward yet powerful punch was unleashed, causing a high-frequency shockwave that erupted, resulting in the entire skeletal structure, along with its core energy, to explode into a shower of bone fragments. Vera's movements were relentless. She evaded to the side, executed a spinning kick, and delivered elbow strikes, each blow landing precisely on the velociraptor's skull or spinal joints. In mere seconds, the three velociraptors advancing from the right were reduced to a scattering of shattered bones. Meanwhile, Sumo functioned like a human tank, charging directly into a cluster of Archaeopteryx fossils on the opposite side. Rosie had previously informed Sumo about the Archaeopteryx through the earpiece. "Watch out, that's an Archaeopteryx." Swift and sharp-eyed, one of the most intelligent dinosaurs. Yet, Sumo understood that such tricks of the Archaeopteryx were mere embellishments in the face of overwhelming strength. With metallic arms akin to sledgehammers, each swing obliterated the approaching skeletons. The firepower from the machine guns on the roof, under Rosie's precise command, relentlessly suppressed the adversaries, executing pinpoint strikes on those attempting to flank them. "Lu Xiaonuan is coming." Rosie's voice echoed within the vehicle. "What is coming?" Lu Xiaonuan peeked out from the kitchen. "It can't be those pesky flying sticks, can it? It's a triceratops. Its horn attack is formidable, and its neck shield offers substantial defense, even capable of contesting with predators like Tyrannosaurus rex." Lu Xiaonuan turned to the small window in the kitchen, catching sight of a colossal beast, 8 meters in length and 3 meters in height, adorned with 3 formidable horns, barreling towards her kitchen like an uncontrollable bulldozer. With each step, the Triceratops caused the ground to tremble slightly. "Sumo, Vera," Lin Yao exclaimed, just as she prepared to accelerate. Suddenly, the scene before them began to shake violently. A massive Brachiosaurus skeleton, measuring 20 meters long, slowly rose to its feet, blocking the escape route of the van. At that moment, Sumo and Vera were ensnared by an unending swarm of smaller dinosaurs, and the Triceratops was now less than 10 meters from the van. Its terrifying momentum was sufficient to overturn the vehicle. In this critical juncture, a petite figure suddenly emerged from the small window on the side of the van. It was Lu Xiaonuan. Flour dusted her cheeks, and she gripped a heavy iron rolling pin that was disproportionately large for her small frame. Rather than fear, her eyes sparkled with unwavering focus. "Do not crash into my kitchen," Lu Xiaonuan exclaimed with a commanding voice. With a push against the van's body, she propelled herself forward. The massive stick in her hands was raised high, infused with all her mental fortitude. One strike to rule them all. Just as the enormous horn of the Triceratops was about to pierce the diminutive kitchen, Lu Xiaonuan's slight form unleashed an astonishing force. Instead of confronting the massive neck shield directly, she deftly sidestepped, sweeping her rolling pin against the Triceratops' left foreleg knee joint. The creature's charge abruptly faltered, its immense inertia causing its bulky body to stumble forward. A visible crack marred its ancient bones, and losing balance, the Triceratops collided heavily with the van's front beam. "Well done, Xiaonuan. The little flying stick has truly arrived." Inside the van, Luashi couldn't help but applaud. Sumo and Virus seized this precious moment to swiftly dispatch the nearby minions, their gazes gravely fixed on the temporarily hindered Triceratops and the equally enraged Baryonyx beside it. However, none noticed that on the battlefield's edge, within the shadow cast by a collapsed giant fern fossil, Professor Qian rode atop his controlled saber-toothed tiger fossil minion. Excitement and greed flickered in his eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses. He directed the Archaeoraptor minion to maneuver swiftly across the battlefield, utilizing the faint resonance of the fossils to accurately locate the complete skulls of 2 small dinosaurs. Though the Velociraptor and the Archaeoraptor were somewhat weaker, Professor Qian's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he received the skulls returned by his minion. "Arise, my minions," he commanded softly. The power of fossil resonance infused them into his undead fossil legion. The revived small dinosaurs bowed their heads before Professor Qian in submission. "Excellent, my minions. Velociraptor, you shall follow me. Archaeoraptor, conceal yourself and await the moment to ambush the Pteranodon or surprise that group." As he watched the Archaeoraptor vanish from sight, a smug smile spread across Professor Qian's face. "Let them fight. The more intense the battle, the better. Ideally, they shall mutually annihilate each other." The Tyrannosaurus and Pteranodon are mine. My undead fossil legion shall reign supreme in the apocalypse. Just as Su-Mo gained the upper hand, a sharp and piercing screech unexpectedly echoed from above the dome. This sound did not travel through the air. It was more akin to a pure wave of sonic energy. In an instant, the entire dinosaur exhibition hall was engulfed. Even the gravel on the ground seemed to bounce slightly in response to the piercing shriek. Everyone, including the ferocious fossilized dinosaurs, halted in their tracks. Su-Mo abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting sharply. Beneath the dome, the colossal fossil of the pterosaur stirred. Chapter 103. The dominator of the ground. The immense wings of the pterosaur began to slowly flap. The previously hollow eye sockets ignited with 2 points of crimson light, emotionlessly locking onto the intruders below. An overwhelming pressure, emanating from a being of higher status, instantly descended upon the exhibition hall. Everyone felt as if even breathing had become a struggle. It has awakened. A tremor laced Rosie's voice. According to Lin Yao's innate skill, information manifestation, its power was astonishingly on par with that of the corrupted heart ancient Banyan. The pterosaur did not initiate an attack, but hovered silently in the sky. To it, Sumo's team was merely a group of feeble reptiles. In the next moment, the pterosaur raised its head slightly and unleashed a fierce, blood-curdling shriek directed at the ground below. From the depths of the exhibition, a response echoed from the simulated canyon area. A shadow, larger than that of a triceratops, gradually emerged from the canyon's darkness. Standing nearly 6 meters tall and over 12 meters long, its robust, pillar-like hind limbs supported its massive frame. Its short yet powerful forelimbs bore sharp, glinting bone claws. It was the Tyrannosaurus rex fossil. The dominator of the dinosaur era awakened at the pterosaur's summons. The Tyrannosaurus emitted a deafening roar, its thick tail sweeping through the air and shattering a nearby model of a rocky hill. Its crimson gaze then fixated upon Sumo's van. Without a moment's hesitation, the prehistoric behemoth charged toward Sumo's fortress vehicle with deadly intent. Behind it, the remaining smaller fossilized creatures, as if receiving orders, also roared and lunged forward once more. The villain, the Tyrannosaurus, and the dragon horde. Rosie cried out anxiously. The terror of this prehistoric monster needed no further elaboration. Sumo's expression sharpened as he made an instant decision. Lu Xiaonuan, Weila, back to the vehicle. Lin Yao, drive to assist. Rosie, provide cover fire. Understood. The 4 women responded in unison. After fending off the fossilized monsters nearby, Su-Mo and Weila hurried towards the van. Su-Mo, be careful, Rosie exclaimed in alarm. The Tyrannosaurus's speed exceeded all expectations. It appeared clumsy, yet each stride spanned 4 meters. The enormous shadow swiftly loomed over Su-Mo and Weila. Its maw, filled with sharp teeth, opened wide, seemingly poised to strike. Get away. Su-Mo abruptly turned, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Metal manipulation, storm. An invisible force erupted suddenly around him. Within a 10-meter radius, all scattered metal fragments instantly levitated. A vortex of rapidly spinning metallic debris swiftly formed a barrier behind Su-Mo and Weila. The leading few velociraptor fossils charged headlong into the whirling maelstrom, their resilient skeletal structures succumbing within mere seconds to the relentless shredding. As the energy cores were exposed, they were mercilessly pulverized. The Tyrannosaurus rex sensed impending danger and abruptly halted its charge. Its hard fossilized skull erupted with countless sparks at the storm's edge. Although its core remained unscathed, the momentum of its advance was abruptly halted. Hurry, Su-Mo urged, his complexion paling slightly. Maintaining the metallic storm was an immense strain on him. Weila, reacting swiftly, had already swung open the car door at the storm's inception, pulling the exhausted Su-Mo inside. Drive. Su-Mo barely settled in when Lin Yao slammed the accelerator. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus rex broke free from the grip of the metallic tempest, smashing down on the very spot where the van had halted, creating a shallow crater and sending debris flying. Weila, drive. Su-Mo, now in the passenger seat, grasped the overhead handle. Understood. Weila's gaze hardened as she seized the steering wheel from Lin Yao. Her passive talent skill, vehicle resonance, was now at its peak. Level talent, driving goddess will, passive vehicle resonance, perfectly controls any vehicle, cars, motorcycles, armored vehicles, tanks, merging the driver and vehicle and reducing energy consumption by 50. Side effect, continuous driving for over 4 hours induces fatigue. The van came alive in her hands, weaving frantically between the colossal dinosaur skeletons. Each turn narrowly avoided the snapping jaws of pursuing fossils, and every acceleration deftly utilized the fallen bones as cover. With a crash, a hapless triceratops was struck by the van, spinning into the path of several smaller dinosaurs, igniting chaos. Turn left. Avoid the Brachiosaurus. Rosie commanded urgently. Her eyes fixed on the infrared display. The van executed a near 90-degree drift, evading a Brachiosaurus fossil attempting to sweep its long tail. The massive bony tail whizzed past the rear of the vehicle, crashing heavily into another charging Ankylosaurus. Sister Idol, well done. Rosie couldn't help but exclaim. It became evident that one couldn't celebrate prematurely. The Ankylosaurus's bones were noticeably sturdier than those of the Brachiosaurus. The fossilized tailbone of the Brachiosaurus shattered upon impact. A rain of fossils began to fall along the van's path. Watch your heads, Lin Yao cried out in alarm. As Vera's pupils constricted, she forcefully swerved the steering wheel in a desperate attempt to evade the impending danger. However, the area of effect from the fossil rain was simply too vast to escape. The occupants of the vehicle instinctively grasped onto their handholds. A colossal fossilized tailbone crashed beside the rear wheel of the van, sending it soaring into the air. The only thought that permeated their minds was that the airborne van had no room for maneuvering and could only succumb to the opponent's whims. Indeed, the Tyrannosaurus seized this opportunity, disregarding the other fossil beasts obstructing its path. With a powerful thrust of its hind limbs, its enormous body briefly lifted off the ground. Descending with the force of a mountainous weight, its massive bony claws struck the van with a ferocious blow. The sturdy dark golden armor instantly caved in, leaving behind a terrifying claw mark. The weapon platform, equipped with a heavy machine gun, emitted a strained groan under the immense pressure. The mechanical structure twisted and deformed. The occupants of the van felt the entire vehicle lurch violently downward. Warning: vehicle durability decreased by 20. Onboard weapon system temporarily disabled. The cold notification from the fortress heart materialized in Sumo's consciousness. The van, unbalanced from the blow, spun around and crashed into a nearby simulated mountainside. Steady yourself. A glimmer of determination flashed in Vera's eyes. Instead of attempting to stabilize the out-of-control vehicle, she slammed the accelerator to the floor. An invisible wave radiated from her, enveloping the entire van in an instant. Overload pulse, activate. Active overload pulse. Sacrifice 30 durability of the vehicle to gain 5 minutes of frenzy performance, speed, torque, and weapon power doubled. After this period, the vehicle will be incapacitated for 1 hour. Side effects. The driver must endure an impact equivalent to the power released, risking internal injury. The van's engine let out a deathly roar. The exhaust spewed forth scorching blue flames. The vehicle jolted violently, and the needles on all the dashboards surged into the red zone. The spiraling, uncontrollable van was gradually pulled back onto course by the overwhelming surge of power. The tires screeching against the ground, billowing thick smoke. In the very moment before colliding with the mountainside, the van drifted past the rocky wall at an incredible angle. The occupants were tossed about within, yet after the tumult, the vehicle came to a steady halt in the center of the exhibit area within the vast canyon. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus leapt gracefully, landing directly opposite the van on the other side of the canyon. The surrounding herd of dinosaurs gathered closely beside the Tyrannosaurus. Within the canyon, on the left stood the group of dinosaurs led by the Tyrannosaurus, while on the right was the van adorned with the head of the ancient dragon. The occupants, still shaken, turned their gaze towards Sumo. They were uncertain of how to navigate the precarious situation before them. Yet, a slight smile curled at the corners of Sumo's lips. Chapter 104. The debut of the ancient dragons bite the boss's tires have blown. Sumo, through the heart of the fortress, sensed that the rear right tire had completely deflated. Such a degree of damage necessitated a halt for repairs before they could continue their journey. We can still drive for a while. Vera glanced at Sumo, awaiting his command. Under the influence of the overload pulse, the van could unleash double energy within 5 minutes, after which it would succumb to a state of paralysis. To her, fleeing the scene seemed the most prudent choice. Remain calm. Let them all gather. Sumo's gaze was frigid, fixated on the left side of the valley where the dinosaur herd continued to amass. Understood. Vera, without a hint of doubt, resolutely followed Sumo's orders. Her life was bestowed by him. Even if it meant her demise, she would not hesitate. Oh, I see. Historically, the left side of the wave is a loss. You must have some cunning plan, you villain, right? However, the weapon atop the vehicle had already ceased functioning. Before Rosie could finish her sentence, Sumo placed his finger on the central console, activating the newly emerged dragon head button, the bite of the Azure Dragon. Lin Yao recalled that this was the new equipment modified with the Azure Dragon from yesterday. Sumo, is this the secret weapon you mentioned? Sumo nodded and explained. This new weapon, modified from the Azure Dragon, is called the Bite of the Azure Dragon. It consumes 30 units of fuel to condense the energy form of the Azure Dragon, launching a charge forward. Its maximum range is approximately 500 meters. With a wide area of effect and formidable penetrating power, capable of inflicting severe damage on living beings. Rosie, check if the majority of the dinosaurs have assembled. Rosie looked at the tablet in her hands, where a hovering drone displayed that nearly all the dinosaurs had gathered. Villain, they are all here. Look, they have arrived. The Tyrannosaurus Rex across the way let out a deafening roar, akin to the trumpet of an assault, instantly igniting the entire fossil dinosaur herd. Led by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, nearly 100 distinctly formed fossil dinosaurs, Stegosaurus, Spinosaurus, Ceratosaurus, and even a few small Brachiosaurus, charged toward the solitary van situated on the opposite side of the canyon. The entire dinosaur exhibition trembled violently, and shards of glass from the dome fell like raindrops. The momentum was such that it seemed poised to flatten the entire valley. The boss is here. Vera swallowed hard as she looked ahead. Suemo also took a deep breath and decisively issued commands. Steady the vehicle. Vera, Rosie, calculate the lead time. Lock onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Understood. Both Rosie and Vera responded in unison. Rosie rapidly computed on the tablet, her eyes fixed on the swiftly moving dot on the screen. Target locked. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Core position marked. Distance 300 meters, 250 meters, 200 meters. Speed is extremely fast. Expected to enter optimal range in 5 seconds. As the dinosaur herd became distinctly visible, the Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its massive jaws. It seemed as though in the next instant, both vehicle and driver would be engulfed in an insatiable maw. Now, a flicker of determination flashed in Sumo's eyes as he pressed down heavily on the fish head button. Instantly, the fuel reserve gauge plummeted by 30 liters. The formidable abyssal maw, fashioned from the skull of a Onslaught, suddenly ignited with a ghostly blue energy. In the blink of an eye, a colossal apparition of the Onslaught, composed entirely of azure energy and rivaling the size of a heavy-duty truck, erupted forth from the gaping mouth of the vehicle. Under the influence of the Veilra's overloaded pulse, the weaponry of the vessel was amplified twofold. The body of the energy Onslaught swelled to twice its original size, adorned with spiked armor and exuding an unyielding momentum. It charged headlong into the advancing throng of fossilized dinosaurs, obliterating them without the slightest hindrance. Before the indomitable force, even the most resilient fossilized bones crumbled like fragile parchment. The first few spiked dragons, caught unawares, were utterly pulverized by the massive azure energy entity, disintegrating into a storm of bone dust and debris. The energy Onslaught continued its relentless advance, carving a path of devastation through the canyon akin to a bulldozer. Any fossilized dinosaur that dared to obstruct its path, be it the nimble Avimimus or the remarkably armored Stegosaurus, was instantly reduced to mere fragments, as if cast into a shredder. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, positioned further back, experienced fear for the first time in its crimson eye sockets. An instinct rooted deep within its ancient genes warned it of the impending azure energy that harbored the terrifying power to annihilate it. The Tyrannosaurus's momentum suddenly faltered, halting its charge as it disregarded its kin at its feet and attempted to retreat. But it was too late. The energy Onslaught, propelled by an unstoppable force, soared above the debris of crushed dinosaurs scattered in its wake. It leaped into the air, positioning itself above the Tyrannosaurus. Then, under the breathless gaze of onlookers, the colossal head of the energy Onslaught slowly opened, its mouth brimming with razor-sharp teeth, and it descended upon the body of the Tyrannosaurus with a ferocious bite. A resounding crack echoed as the bones shattered, the Tyrannosaurus's skull crumbling like a crushed walnut. In that instant, as the Onslaught's jaws closed, it erupted into countless fragments. Bereft of its head and the energy core that sustained it, the massive skeleton of the Tyrannosaurus collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering into a heap of shattered bones. The energy Onslaught, having delivered its final blow, dissipated into the air, as though it had never existed. Only a vast crater and a shroud of dust remained within the canyon. The canyon lay in a profound silence, with the remaining fossilized dinosaurs seemingly frozen in time. As if the very world had been paused, their hollow eye sockets gazed upon the remnants of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, while they cast a glance at the van's front, resembling a gaping abyss. A primal fear instinctively halted their steps, prompting them to slowly retreat. Inside the van, after a brief silence, gasps erupted. "My heavens, this is astonishing!" exclaimed Rosie, her mouth agape. She stared at the screen, where a vast expanse of red dots had vanished in an instant. Turning her gaze to the shattered dinosaur bones outside the window, she felt her mind struggle to comprehend the enormity of it all. How impressive! Lu Xiaonuan's mouth fell slightly open, her wide eyes shimmering with wonder. She looked at the van's gaping maw, instinctively licking her lips. If only we could transform it into spicy fish head, Lin Yao incredulously rubbed her eyes. Is this the secret weapon? It annihilated the Tyrannosaurus and half the dragon pack in one strike. Vela's previously tense body relaxed slightly, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. What a delight. Suemo gradually withdrew his finger from the button. That previous strike not only consumed a substantial portion of fuel, but also placed a considerable burden on his mental fortitude. Yet, the outcome surpassed all expectations. The only drawback was the lengthy cooldown period for this ability. He would have to wait 12 hours for the next release. At the edge of the battlefield, Professor Chien perched upon the back of his saber-toothed tiger fossil servant, fixated on the heap of Tyrannosaurus remains at the canyon's end. His facial muscles twisted in extreme shock and anguish. My main force, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, has been obliterated? I had intended to utilize Sumo's team to capture some mid to large-sized dinosaurs, but that damned van, with its inexplicable fishmouth cannon, reduced the entire dinosaur pack to mere bones. Such splendid servant material. It had immense potential, and it was shattered like garbage? Suemo, you have ruined my plans. You have destroyed my Tyrannosaurus. As Professor Chien seethed with fury over the loss of his servants, the fossil of the pterosaur locked onto the Tyrannosaurus remains with unwavering focus. Its colossal bone wings flapped violently, unleashing a pressure far more formidable than before. Enraged by the death of its subordinate, it was consumed by a furious wrath. Chapter 105. Encountering Professor Chien again into the cave. Suemo directed towards the canyon, where a massive rock cave had been blasted by the jaws of the ancient dragon. Vela reacted with unparalleled speed, sharply turning the steering wheel. The vehicle seemed to glide just above the ground, transforming into a silver streak of lightning. Under the cover of swirling dust, it plunged into the cave, almost as soon as the rear of the van vanished into the shadows. Countless crimson eyes flickered outside the exhibition area. These were the aerial fossil army awakened by the pterosaur, circling above and emitting piercing shrieks as they searched for the van's silhouette. The interior of the van was in disarray. The repercussions of the overloaded pulse have begun to manifest. Wisps of white smoke emerge from beneath the engine hood, while multiple warning lights on the dashboard flicker erratically. The armor of the vehicle has warped in several places, particularly the weapon platform atop, which has temporarily transformed into a mere heap of scrap metal. Warning. Vehicle has entered a state of paralysis. Repair countdown. 5959. The notification from the heart of the fortress remains as cold as ever. Vela. Lin Yao immediately rushed to the driver's seat. Vela's complexion was pale, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The recent overload pulse had caused a jolt to her internal organs, resulting in mild internal bleeding and multiple muscle strains, as diagnosed instantaneously by Lin Yao's life insight. After invoking the light of healing, she swiftly retrieved a vial of intermediate nutritional solution. Do not move, steady yourself first. Vela did not resist, merely nodding slightly. Her gaze still vigilant, scanning the direction of the cave entrance. Suemo also felt a wave of intense dizziness wash over him. The recent release of the dragon's bite had similarly drained much of his mental energy. He mustered the strength to push open the car door. Rosie, deploy the drone. And keep watch at the cave entrance. Xianwan, prepare high-energy food. The rest of you, take the time to recuperate. Understood. Rosie promptly operated her tablet. A miniature drone silently slipped through the gap of the car window, hovering inside the cave entrance, relaying the external scene in real time. Lu Xianwan quickly rummaged through her alloy kitchenette, extracting several prepared meals and clean water. At this stage, it was imperative for Sumo's team to repair the van as swiftly as possible, while also factoring in the cooldown period of the dragon's bite, which lasted a full 12 hours. Suemo stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze penetrating the depths of the cavern. When the van had crashed in moments ago, it appeared to have collapsed a portion of the loose rock wall. Illuminated by the vehicle's headlights, he discerned a rusty metallic structure behind the fallen debris, resembling a door. Approaching closer, his passive skill, metal resonance, immediately reacted. Target for decomposition: old fire door, main components, stainless steel plates, metal hinges, insulation materials. Structural complexity, low. Decomposition speed, approximately 2 kilograms per second. Estimated time, about 30 seconds. Perfect. This could yield some fortress points to facilitate the van's repairs. As the fire door disintegrated, a downward extending passageway emerged behind it. Rosie, scan this location, Suemo instructed, gazing into the dark tunnel. All right. Rosie quickly directed a drone to fly over, initiating infrared and sonic scans simultaneously. The tablet screen soon outlined the interior of the passage. Big trouble. This appears to be an underground world formed by the base of the Dinosaur World exhibition. It is quite expansive, but I have detected a password door at the end of the passage. 10 minutes later, on Rosie's tablet, through the use of drones, a map of the subterranean world has been meticulously crafted. How could a cryptic door possibly manifest in this place? Is there a way to unlock it? Suemo gazed at the intricate map, realizing that this room could not have emerged post-apocalypse. Alas, the lock had succumbed to rust. It appeared that only your molten hand could offer a glimmer of hope. Rosie maneuvered the drone closer to the lock's position. At that moment, the lens unexpectedly captured a fleeting glimpse in the corner of the frame. What was that? Something glimmered. Rosie promptly magnified the image and slowed down the footage. There, darting through a small crevice in the ground, was a diminutive archetype creature, fashioned from fossilized bones, the size of a house cat. Meanwhile, from within the door, the euphoric voice of Professor Chien faintly echoed. Ha ha ha, I found another one. The defensive prowess of the Ankylosaurus skull is indeed remarkable. It remains intact even under such an assault. Simply perfect. My immortal army. Rosie cast a glance at Su Mo, her pupils contracting. She swiftly navigated the drone to squeeze through the doorway. What unfolded before their eyes left everyone in a state of breathless astonishment. This was a small laboratory concealed within the underworld. Various geological maps and paleontological diagrams adorned the walls. Scattered across several central workbenches were an array of tools and fossil fragments. However, the most striking feature was in the corner of the laboratory, where Professor Chien stood atop a makeshift stone platform resembling an altar. Before him lay the fossilized skull of the Ankylosaurus, surrounded by the skeletal remains of ancient apes and saber-toothed tigers. These former adversaries had seemingly revived. Yet, their eyes no longer glowed with a fierce crimson. Instead, they burned with a ghostly green flame. They, along with the archetype creature they had just encountered, lay submissively at the feet of Professor Chien. His face radiated fervor as he held a new crystal core. In the next instant, the eye sockets of the skull were ignited by the emerald flames. Nearby, fossil fragments began to coalesce, slowly forming a new body for the Ankylosaurus. Ha ha ha. This is the power of supreme talent. You shall all become my most loyal servants. Suddenly, a cold electronic voice interrupted. Warning, low battery. Please return immediately. Professor Chien's ecstatic expression froze in an instant. He whirled around just in time to spot Rosie's drone. Of all the times to run out of power, it had to be now. Who is it? Professor Chien exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury evident in his voice. The saber-toothed tiger fossil servant at his side had already sprung into action. In an instant, the drone was obliterated, its parts scattering in every direction. Yet, the final image transmitted back to the tablet screen was that of Professor Chien's contorted face. Rosie, filled with rage, nearly hurled the tablet in frustration. That old trickster, he is indeed up to no good. He is using us to battle the fossil monsters while he hides behind the scenes, reaping the rewards. He claims to possess supreme talent and aspires to build a fossil army. It seems that even my innate talent surpasses this electronic interaction. Sumo's gaze turned icy. Professor Chien's earlier display of weakness and his proposal for collaboration were mere facades. From the very beginning, his true objective had been the fossils within the museum, particularly the formidable dinosaur remains. He had manipulated Su Mo and the others to clear obstacles while he lurked in the shadows, ready to seize the fruits of victory. It appeared that his gift lay in resurrecting those fossilized legions through some means. At that moment, Professor Chien's face, adorned with a forced smile, appeared in the passageway. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and his gaze swept over the incapacitated Van, the pale Vela, and the evidently exhausted Su Mo. His voice conveyed a disingenuous sincerity. Mr. Su, what a serendipitous encounter. It seems you all have seen the situation. Misunderstandings abound. Shall we discuss a genuine collaboration? Chapter 106. The calculations of Rosie as Professor Chien spoke. He took a few steps forward, accompanied by his legion of fossils. The ancestral beasts, ancient giant apes, saber-toothed tigers, ankylosaurs, and velociraptors, nearly 10 in total, emerged like the professor's most loyal servants, filling the already cramped cave. Pairs of eerie green eyes fixated on the individuals within. Su Mo remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon him, while the dwindling mental energy within him began to coalesce quietly. Vela, despite her injuries, forced herself to suppress the pain. Subtle ripples of energy emanating from her fingertips. Lu Xiaonuan clutched her rolling pin, her large eyes brimming with vigilance. Lin Yao concealed herself behind Su Mo, intending to expend her vitality to heal him through this perilous moment. The legally recognized lowly, Rosie, could no longer contain herself and spat out. Bah, old fox. Who would want to collaborate with you? You've been hiding in the back, stealing our spoils. Professor Chien maintained his smile, even softening it further as he spread his hands. Mr. Su, the situation is quite apparent now. He gestured toward the incapacitated, smoking van. Your vehicle is out of commission. Will that powerful fishmouth cannon be usable again in the short term? His gaze then swept over Vela's pale face. This female warrior appears to be in dire straits. Her breathing erratic and clearly suffering from internal injuries. How much strength does she have left? Finally, he turned his attention to Su Mo, a hint of smugness in his expression. As for you, Mr. Su, unleashing an attack of such magnitude must have taken a considerable toll on your mental energy, I presume? Outside, the aerial army of the pterosaur awaits. Hee. He paused, unabashedly revealing his threat. Mr. Su, a wise man knows when to yield. If you wish to leave here alive, you must rely on me, on my knowledge of this place, and on my loyal servants. Professor Qian adjusted his golden-rimmed spectacles, a hint of triumphant amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Fetch me some fossils from outside to assemble my fossil legion, and I assure you safe passage from the museum. What do you say? A generous offer, wouldn't you agree? Upon witnessing Su Mo's continued silence, the professor's forced smile gradually faded. Mr. Su, do not mistake my patience for weakness. It is limited. Just as his words trailed off, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The saber-toothed tiger, which had been standing beside him, suddenly sprang into action, its target not Su Mo, but the unsuspecting Rosie, who stood beside the van clutching a tablet. Before she could react, the massive skeletal claw ensnared her waist. Rosie, Lin Yao and Lu Xiaowan exclaimed in unison. Let her go, Vela shouted fiercely, disregarding her internal injuries as she prepared to charge forward. At that moment, Su Mo had already launched 2 carving knives, striking the saber-toothed tiger's chest and neck, creating significant wounds. However, the fossil fragments on the ground swiftly reassembled into its form once more. The professor staggered back in fear at Su Mo's swift actions. These fossil legions have been significantly enhanced by my extraordinary talent. If you do not know their weaknesses, it will not be so simple to defeat them. Even if you were to kill me, my fossil legion would carry on my will and eliminate this girl. Will you still act recklessly? Meanwhile, his other fossil minions advanced a few steps, encircling Su Mo and the others, their threatening intentions unmistakable. Rosie's face turned pale with fright, but she quickly rallied her courage and retorted, "You old pervert, lacking in martial ethics. Attacking a young comrade who has just turned 18. I warn you, I am under Su Ji's protection. He is formidable. If you dare lay a finger on me, he will dismantle you and feed you to zombies, scattering your bones to the winds." Professor Qian sneered, surveying the furious crowd. "Do not be hasty in seeking vengeance. I have no interest in your mortal forms. In my eyes, no matter how perfect or alluring the flesh may be, it pales in comparison to these fossilized bones, which have endured for billions of years. They are the true eternal masterpieces." He gestured towards the hostage held by the saber-toothed tiger. "Do you wish to rescue her? You may. Bring me 5, no, 10, complete dinosaur skulls from outside, at least of medium to large size. Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Ankylosaurus will do. I will exchange them for the life of this young lady," he added with a sinister grin, his voice echoing ominously through the cavern. "You have 6 hours. If I do not see what I desire by then." As his words lingered in the air, the saber-toothed tiger minion issued a growl in unison, tightening its grasp on Rosie, causing tears to well in her eyes. "You old scoundrel." Professor Qian seemed to have heard a joke, casting a glance at Rosie. "Little girl, I have no interest in how you address me. What I desire are fossils. Power." At that moment, Rosie made a series of exaggerated facial expressions towards Su Mo. A faint static noise emanated from Su Mo's Bluetooth earphones. Rosie's extraordinary talent, electronic interaction, enabled her to control personal electronic devices through thought, even when physically restrained. This old fox had evidently underestimated Rosie's capabilities. Big bad guy. If he has intel, agree to his terms. Trust me, do not resist, little bear princess. Su Mo lifted his gaze, meeting Professor Qian's eyes. 10 complete dinosaur skulls? Certainly. His prompt and decisive agreement momentarily stunned Professor Qian, who then exhibited a flicker of suspicion. He had anticipated an outburst or haggling from Su Mo. With a forced smile, Professor Qian remarked, "Mr. Su is indeed straightforward. Remember, they must be intact skulls. Damaged ones do not count. The Black Panther will guide you through the tunnels and secret doors, then keep a distance to ensure you do not attempt any tricks." After speaking, he kicked the ancient beast towards Su Mo's feet. After all, numerous dinosaurs lurked outside. Exiting through the cave would be a dead end. Su Mo, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded, "Understood. But before that, we need to recuperate. The vehicle is damaged, and we are injured. Going out now would be suicidal." Professor Qian glanced at the smoking, incapacitated van and then at the pale faces of Vela and Su Mo, realizing he had to relent. He did not wish to push too hard. Should they resort to desperate measures, he too could suffer significant losses. With a feigned generosity, Professor Qian waved his hand. "Very well. I will grant you an hour to rest. But in 7 hours, I expect to see 10 fossil skulls. Otherwise," without another glance, Su Mo turned and walked towards the van. "Deal." Vela, Lin Yao, Xiaowan, Get in and recuperate. Vela suppressed her fury, casting a cold glare at Professor Qian before boarding the vehicle. Lin Yao and Lu Xiaonuan exchanged worried looks, glancing at the still cursing Rosie, before following suit into the van. The door closed, isolating them from the outside world. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew tense. Vela furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on Su Mo, seemingly perplexed. Am I to assassinate that old scoundrel? Lin Yao, surprised, questioned how Su Mo, known for his decisive actions, could leave Rosie as a hostage for the enemy. Su Mo, are we really going to procure some ridiculous dinosaur heads for him? Lu Xiaonuan, clutching a rolling pin, blinked back tears. Master Su, Rosie won't come to harm, will she? That old pervert. Su Mo raised his hand to signal for silence. Lowering his voice, she will be fine. Rosie is very clever. She left us a message, urging us to cooperate and feign compliance. Is that truly the case? Lin Yao and Lu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with hope. Vela's tense expression softened slightly. Does that little brat have a plan? Su Mo held unwavering confidence in Luo Xi's abilities. If she dared to speak up, there must be reason behind it. What we need now is time. Lin Yao, devote your full efforts to assist Vela in her recovery. Xiaonuan, prepare some food that can enhance attributes. We may need to engage in battle at any moment. Understood. The three women replied in unison. Su Mo gazed out of the car window, his eyes deep with contemplation. He believed in Luo Xi. Yet what intelligence was she referring to? Regardless, this Professor Qian must perish. Outside, Professor Qian stared at the closed van, his eyes glinting with calculation. Master, will they truly comply? Inquired the mechanical voice of the ancient giant ape servant beside him. This was the mental connection established by Professor Qian through his talent, fossil resonance. He let out a cold laugh, a smirk playing on his lips. Humph, they have no choice. That kid, Su Mo, is clever enough to know he cannot win in a head-on confrontation. For the sake of that little girl, they will have to obey. Once they struggle to retrieve the dragon head and bolster my fossil army, I will let them fight against the wind god Pterosaur, and when they are sufficiently exhausted, I shall reap the rewards. He envisioned himself commanding a formidable fossil army, reigning supreme in the apocalypse. Chapter 107. The Public Rescue Plan Within the Cave. Luo Xi was ensnared in the skeletal claws of a saber-toothed tiger, suspended in midair. Yet, a glint of cunning shone in her eyes as she muttered, Old man. Perverted elder. Old curmudgeon. No chivalry. Ambushing this young lady. My Su Ge will not let you off. Though she curled her body in apparent fear. Her hands tightly clutched a tablet. Although the screen had gone dark, she could still communicate with Su Mo through her talent. Gritting her teeth in anger, Luo Xi thought, Old curmudgeon, dare to capture me? Let me show you what a top-tier talent looks like. Activating her passive skill, Information Manifestation. Information Manifestation, a passive skill that processes the target unit into data form, only visible to oneself, requiring concentrated mental effort to maintain. In Luo Xi's view, the fossil monsters before her were now rendered in a tangible form. Health bars, energy bars, stamina bars, and even their current status displayed as being enslaved. Their strength largely equated to elite-level zombies, with only the Ankylosaurus and saber-toothed tiger possessing power between elite and boss levels. Found it. Luo Xi's heart surged with joy. She observed that within the depths of each fossil servant's skull, a blood bar had emerged, glowing with an eerie green light. Their cores. The locations varied. For instance, the ancient giant ape's was slightly to the left of its brow, the saber-toothed tiger's lay beneath the occipital bone, and the Ankylosaurus S was even concealed within the thick layers of its neck shield. It is evident that Professor Qian has deliberately increased the difficulty of the destruction. So that is it. This is the weakness the old pervert spoke of. Destroying the crystal core can eliminate them. Rosie immediately relayed this crucial information to Su Mo. After completing this step, her gaze fell upon the unassuming brown suitcase in Professor Qian's hand. The old pervert treasures this suitcase, so it must contain something significant. Perhaps it holds the museum's key or documents regarding certain special specimens. Let me see what is inside. Without hesitation, Rosie activated Consciousness Infiltration. Consciousness Infiltration, an active skill that allows one to probe and manipulate network devices within 100 meters, such as mobile phone cameras and drones, while the physical body remains unguarded, requiring teammates for protection. Indeed, she sensed a strong electronic signal fluctuation emanating from within the suitcase, undoubtedly indicating important electronic equipment. Rosie licked her lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in her eyes. If I can get my hands on it, I will be able to read the information contained within. No matter what it is, it will be mine. Inside the van, the previously tense atmosphere was interrupted by a WeChat message. Everyone pulled out their phones. And in the group chat of the mobile war fortress, the Great Bear Princess had posted a document titled, Great Bear Princess's Rescue Plan 20. At least, judging by the title of the document, Rosie felt quite optimistic at that moment. Sumo and Rosie exchanged information. As everyone opened the document, they found it densely packed with plans, accompanied by 3-view diagrams locating various fossil minions and crystal cores. Soon, Lin Yao distilled the essence of the content. The weakness of the fossil minions lies in the crystal core within their skulls, with a strength comparable to elite zombies. Moreover, there are electronic devices in Professor Qian's suitcase, which Rosie deemed quite important. Vela quickly noted all the locations of the weaknesses, clear vulnerabilities indeed. Lin Yao expressed her concerns. But should we really follow Rosie's plan to rescue her? Is there not a more direct approach? While her plan may seem reckless, its feasibility is commendable. Sumo nodded and turned to Vela, asking about her recovery. Vela flexed her arm. The muscles beneath the bandages taut. I am at 40% strength, which is sufficient. Sumo nodded. Good. Let us proceed according to Rosie's plan. Lin Yao Xiaonuan. You will stay in the vehicle and keep a close watch on Professor Qian, reporting any developments promptly. Vela and I will go out to deal with the dinosaur heads. At this moment, Sumo and Vela approached Professor Qian, who was standing on the rocks. Professor Qian, I will bring back 10 dinosaur skulls. However, before I set off, I require a guarantee from you. Professor Qian lifted his head, a facade of insincere smiles gracing his face. Mr. Su, you worry too much. Although I, Qian Mingyuan, am not a paragon of virtue, I do possess a modicum of integrity. My minions will follow you closely to ensure you do not lose your way. As long as you return with what I desire on time, I shall release the people immediately. After expanding my fossil legion and fulfilling previous commitments, I shall escort you out of the museum. Sumo sneered. Follow at a distance? I cannot guarantee that your minions will not be inadvertently harmed. After all, those living fossils outside are not easily dealt with. Professor Qian's brow furrowed slightly as he weighed the pros and cons. He required Sumo and his companions to fight fiercely, but he could not push too hard. Well, Mr. Su, your caution is warranted. Professor Qian attached a sports camera to the ancestral beast, subsequently connecting his phone to the signal. This enabled him to observe the footage from the camera in real time. Black Panther, after you lead them out, maintain your distance and monitor the situation. It serves as a form of evidence. Remember, 6 hours, 10 complete dragon heads. If there is one missing, or if you exceed the time, he cast a cold glance at Rosie. The consequences are yours to bear. Sumo's expression remained impassive as he glanced at the ancestral beast equipped with the camera. Vera, let us go? He turned and, along with Vera, headed deeper into the cave, making their way towards the maintenance passage leading to the dinosaur exhibition area. The ancestral beast, codenamed Black Panther, immediately took off with its short legs, moving silently ahead. The red light on the sports camera flickered to life, indicating it was operational. Professor Qian watched with satisfaction as the two disappeared around the corner of the passage. His attention returned to the van and the hostages. Just as he was about to speak again, Rosie's thoughts stirred. She initiated a large-scale attack on the underground network. Old man, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. The shrill fire alarm blared unexpectedly throughout the subterranean space. The old fire sprinklers in the ceiling suddenly activated, drenching Professor Qian, who frantically shielded his briefcase against his chest. What is happening? A system malfunction? Impossible. The backup power is functioning. His fossil servants were also disturbed by the sudden chaos, emitting anxious growls. The saber-toothed tiger, clutching Rosie's bone claw, instinctively loosened its grip. Now's the time. A sly smile curled at the corners of Rosie's mouth as her consciousness penetrated once more, launching an attack on the sports camera atop the ancestral beast. Despite the distance, her exceptional talent was anything but trivial. Within mere seconds, she captured the electromagnetic signals emitted by the camera. She retrieved footage from a previous drone that had filmed the dinosaur exhibition area, employing algorithms for real-time stitching and rendering. Success! Rosie felt a rush of joy. Before Professor Qian, the mobile device connected to the sports camera displayed Sumo and Vera emerging from the cave. The live footage showed them near a collapsed Brachiosaurus skeleton, attempting to pry off a Triceratops skull. The visuals were seamless and flawless. Professor Qian wiped the water from his face, gazing at the live stream on his tablet, and impatiently directed his servants. Damn it. This is absurd. Check the power supply and control panel. Quickly, the servants immediately divided, moving towards the control panel and the backup power source. Chapter 108. Surprised? Unexpected? At this moment, not far from the cave, in the shadows of a corner, Sumo and Vela stood silently, waiting. The ancient beast, equipped with a sports camera, was foolishly stationed several dozen meters away, filming the empty corridor. At the very instant the alarm sounded and the lights flickered, Vela's figure swiftly darted from the shadows. In a flash, a shockwave punch shattered the side of the ancient beast's head, precisely at the location of the crystal core's weakness marked by Rashi. With a soft crack, the eerie green flames in the beast's eyes extinguished, reduced to a pile of true bones. Let's go? Utilizing the chaotic sounds of rushing water and alarms as cover, the two stealthily made their way back towards Professor Qian. At that moment, Professor Qian was anxiously directing the servants to close the sluice gate. Startled, Professor Qian turned around. Words unspoken. Sumo's eyes flashed with cold light. Metal control, scalpel. Two beams of silver light shot forth with astonishing speed. One piercing through the mouth of a saber-toothed tiger servant, traversing the area beneath its occipital bone. The other shot directly toward Professor Qian himself. The massive body of the saber-toothed tiger collapsed with a thunderous crash, its green glow extinguished. Suemo swiftly advanced, catching Rashi midair. Her small face was exceptionally pale from mental exhaustion, with two streams of glaring blood trickling from her nostrils. Meanwhile, Professor Qian felt a chill in his shoulder as a scalpel embedded itself deeply, pinning him firmly against the rock wall, blood instantly staining his white lab coat. Before Professor Qian could issue a command, Vela charged into the throng of servants like a wolf amongst sheep. Resonance of shockwaves, activate. Her figure moved like lightning. With every punch, elbow strike, and knee slam, she accurately targeted the weaknesses marked by Rashi, the biwee point of the ancient giant ape, the crevice of the Ankylosaurus's neck shield, and the cochlea of the velociraptor. One powerful fossil servant after another, upon realizing their vulnerabilities, crumbled like paper before Vela's formidable offensive prowess. In mere moments, Professor Qian's fossil army was reduced to a field of shattered bones. No, this is impossible. Professor Qian finally regained his composure amidst the chaos. The fallen mobile phone continued to play footage of Suemo and Vela prying open the dinosaur skulls. As he witnessed his servants fall one after another, his eyes widened in rage. My undying legion. My superior talent. How could you possibly know their weaknesses? At this point, Suemo entrusted Rashi, whom she held in her arms, to Lin Yao. Although her small face was pale from mental strain, her eyes sparkled with remarkable brilliance. In the voice laced with victorious mockery, she declared, "Old fool, do you think only you possess exceptional talent? I have it as well. The footage from your action camera was altered by me. I have discerned the weaknesses of your fragile skeletal minions. Otherwise, how could they achieve one-hit kills?" Surprised? Astonished? Professor Qian, unwilling to concede, questioned, "Was the chaos just now orchestrated by you?" Rosie straightened her posture, retorting, "Who else could it be?" At that moment, Professor Qian's last fossil servant met its demise, as Sumo's metallic arm crushed the crystalline core within its skull. Gazing at the debris of his fallen servants strewn across the ground, Professor Qian shifted his attention to the menacing Suemo and Wela, ultimately resting his gaze on the proudly defiant Rosie. His expression transformed from shock and fury to despair and fear. The very essence that had allowed him to thrive in this apocalyptic world, the rare exceptional talent among millions, proved utterly futile before this small group. With a bitter smile, he seemed to age a decade in an instant. So it is true. An exceptional talent, a concealed little hacker, Qian Mingyuan is outmatched. But do not presume victory. You cannot contend with the wind god pterodactyl. If you spare my life, I shall reveal how to confront it. Rosie took a breath, eyeing the briefcase tightly clutched by Professor Qian. You old fool, even at death's door, you cling to your precious case. I know it contains an encrypted e-book. The information about the wind god pterodactyl must be within, am I correct? Hand it over, and I may consider sparing your life. Professor Qian glanced at Suemo, who remained silent, indicating tacit approval. It is yours. It indeed contains all the fossil specimen information from the museum. I hope you find it useful. Grant me a way out, and I shall leave at once. Rosie eagerly caught the briefcase, cradling it with a victorious smile, declaring, "A gentleman's word." A flicker of hope ignited in Professor Qian's eyes. Once given, it cannot be taken back. But Rosie suddenly made a face and stuck out her tongue. However, I am not a gentleman. I am a legal lowly. Idle sister. Beat him up. Wela looked towards Suemo, who nodded in agreement. Professor Qian's final glimmer of hope was extinguished as he let out a hysterical roar. You dare deceive me? Without the password, you shall never open it. Rosie smirked slyly. Old fool, have you forgotten what I am capable of? You are the black money professor. Before he could finish, Wela had already appeared before him. With icy precision, her striking fingers, infused with immense force, pierced directly towards Professor Qian's heart, unembellished and relentless. The strike effortlessly penetrated his frail body, emerging from his back. Professor Qian's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes bulging wide. He seemed to wish to utter something, yet only a torrent of blood bubbled forth. At the very moment when Professor Qian's life was on the verge of extinguishing, no one noticed the flicker of his once bright eyes. A faint glimmer of emerald green flame flashed momentarily before it was snuffed out entirely. Simultaneously, in an inconspicuous corner of the dinosaur exhibition area, a seemingly unremarkable fossil skeleton lay dormant. This was Professor Chien, who had previously commanded the lurking velociraptor to execute a surprise attack, or robbery. Within the hollow depths of its eye sockets, 2 points of emerald light momentarily flickered before swiftly vanishing, as if they had never existed. Vera, with an impassive expression, drew her finger claw and flicked away the blood. Well done, little bear, but next time, don't exert yourself so much. Suemo returned to Rosie's side, affectionately ruffling the hacker's hair. The weary Rosie managed a weak smile, proudly shaking the suitcase in her arms. Look what I've got. I acquired the data on the big bad guy. Impressive, right? The crisis seemed to have subsided, and the group exhaled in relief. However, Lu Xianwan, who had been leaning against the car window, cast a puzzled glance at the fallen Professor Chien before looking towards the direction of the cavern's ceiling. Suddenly, she scrunched her nose, a hint of unease crossing her face. Master Su, I have a feeling something isn't quite right. It feels unsettling. Chapter 109. The stinky tofu-flavored bomb. Su Imo leaned against the passenger seat, his gaze sweeping over the dashboard. The vehicle was operational. Rosie, what's the situation? Rosie, clutching the brown suitcase, took the last bottle of nutrient solution from Lin Yao and gulped it down. Although Lin Yao had staunched her nosebleed, her spirit was waning. She forced herself to appear composed, though her expression was grim. Bad news. The old man's screams were too loud. Those creatures outside have been drawn to us. On the flat screen, the images relayed by the drone sent chills down their spines. Massive shadows swept across the landscape. Flocks of pterosaurs were now frantically searching for the intruders. Even more terrifying was the pterosaur of the wind god, which had now locked onto their small cave. Vera, drive. We must leave this place. Suemo commanded decisively. The vehicle's rooftop weapon platform had been utterly destroyed in the previous battle, and repairs would take time. The only option left was to flee. Understood. Vera's expression sharpened as she shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. The van's engine let out a low roar as it burst forth from the cave. Almost instantaneously, a sonic attack from the pterosaur of the wind god shattered the entrance where they had just taken refuge. In midair, several small beaked dragons screeched and dove toward the van. We can't shake them off. Vera's voice carried a note of urgency. The van swerved left and right under the relentless assault of the dinosaurs, navigating through perilous obstacles. The armor of the vehicle was scraped by the bony claws, producing a jarring sound and leaving behind white streaks. Although Veilra's driving skills were remarkable, allowing her to consistently evade lethal attacks, the destruction of the vehicle was merely a matter of time. Suemo swiftly pulled down the passenger window, grasping a spare light machine gun at his feet, and unleashed a volley at the pouncing beak dragon. The bullets struck its fossilized skeleton, sparking with intensity. While it failed to shatter the core, it successfully forced the creature to retreat. Rosie, what's in that box? Can we find a weakness in this group? Suemo shouted as he fired bursts. Lacking heavy firepower, relying solely on the light machine gun against these tough, resilient fossil beasts was proving inefficient. Working on it, Rosie had already opened the briefcase. A few colorful low-grade crystal cores were handed directly to Lu Xianwan. Within the briefcase's compartment, they indeed discovered an old encrypted e-reader. Old man's belongings are mine now. She inhaled deeply, concentrating her dwindling mental energy, and pressed her fingertips against the cold screen. Data manipulation. Touching the device with fingertips allows data retrieval. Continuous use beyond 3 minutes may cause nosebleeds and requires high-sugar food replenishment. The instant her fingertips made contact, the screen lit up, flooding her mind with an influx of information regarding the museum's fossil specimens. Found it. Rosie's eyes brightened as she fought through the dizziness brought on by mental exhaustion, quickly reciting, Pterosaur. An adult can have a wingspan of up to 12 meters. The largest known flying creature to humanity. Its diet includes juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex. No wonder that T-Rex obeys it. We have a weakness. Based on the analysis of its accompanying fossils and skeletal structure, these aerial giants could be exceptionally sensitive to extremely pungent odors, which would disrupt their senses and flight balance. Pungent odors? The group was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lu Xianwan, who had been anxiously peering through the small kitchen window at the outside world, suddenly exclaimed as if recalling something. She quickly withdrew her head, followed by a clattering sound of rummaging. A few moments later, her small head reemerged, tightly gripping a ball-like object crudely wrapped in tinfoil. A bizarre scent, a mix of rot, sourness, and something intoxicating, instantly permeated the vehicle. Ugh, Xianwan. What did you bring? Rosie, closest to her, was the first to suffer, nearly regurgitating the nutrient solution she had just consumed. Lin Yao pinched her nose, continuously waving away the foul odor. Even the usually composed Veilra's hands trembled on the steering wheel. Yet Lu Xiaonan wore a serious expression, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Master Su, can this be considered an extreme pungent odor? During my previous exploration of new recipes, I experimented with stinky tofu as the main ingredient, complemented by canned herring and blue cheese. My intention was to create a dish that embodied the essence of stinky tofu. But alas, my efforts were in vain. Subsequently, I utilized a small amount of fire attribute essence to craft a stinky tofu-flavored bomb. The very name of this concoction was enough to induce a sense of discomfort. Even Suemo found himself holding his breath, his lips twitching slightly. It felt as though the entire vehicle had become tainted. This girl is truly a culinary explosive. However, this bomb arrived at the perfect moment. It is indeed powerful. A spark ignited in Suemo's eyes as he instantly grasped the implication. He snatched the foil ball that Lu Xiaonan had handed him. At that moment, a resounding bang echoed from the car's roof. Fortress Heart, open the sunroof, Suemo commanded. In the next instant, the sliding hatch for the weapon was opened. Suemo leaned halfway out of the vehicle, spotting numerous flying dinosaurs. Under the command of a pterosaur, they dove toward him. With all his might, Suemo hurled the foil ball toward the densest cluster of dragons. The foil ball traced a parabolic arc through the air, striking a precise target, a scalpel, controlled by Suemo's will. A thick, yellow-green, malodorous viscous liquid erupted forth, splattering like a celestial shower, instantly enveloping the 7 or 8 diving dragons. The affected dragons spiraled chaotically in the air, desperately shaking their heads and wings in an attempt to rid themselves of the noxious substance. Their flight patterns were utterly disrupted, and some even collided drunkenly. The enormous pterosaur abruptly ascended, halting its dive, clearly deterred by the foul odor. It worked, Roshi exclaimed in delight. Now's the time. Suemo's gaze turned icy. The opportunity was fleeting. He spread his arms wide, invoking metal manipulation. Storm, a deathly tempest, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, materialized instantaneously. With a mere thought, Suemo directed the storm like a colossal serpent, crashing into the grounded dragons. Sparks flew as bones shattered and metal fragments scattered. Charge through. Wayla pressed the accelerator to the floor. The van surged through the maelstrom of debris. However, a furious shriek resonated from above, crashing down with ferocity. Screech. The sonic attack struck with palpable force, creating a massive crater in front of the van. Although the dark gold armor significantly enhanced the vehicle's resistance to non-physical damage, the sonic shockwave still slammed into the chassis, causing the windows to shatter into a web of cracks. Inside the vehicle, the occupants felt a piercing pain in their eardrums, blood surging through their veins. It was the pterosaur, wary of the foul odor that deterred it from approaching, yet its long-range sonic attacks were equally lethal. Chapter 110. The Scent of Dinosaurs. After losing its dragon companion, the pterosaur hovered at a safe altitude, its massive bony wings slowly flapping, clearly unwilling to let them escape easily. At that moment, waves of invisible sound struck like hammers, relentlessly bombarding the van and its surroundings, forcing Vera to navigate with great difficulty as the vehicle shook violently. Cursed bird. It won't come down. Rosie clasped her buzzing ears, while their leader, unable to shake off Vera's voice, exhibited a faint hint of fatigue. Although the sonic attacks could not directly breach the armor, the continuous impact and vibrations exacerbated the injuries to her arm, making it exceedingly arduous to control the vehicle. Let us retreat underground. Suemo decided instantly. Outside was an open field, entirely exposed to the pterosaur's sonic onslaught. Only the subterranean realm could offer temporary shelter. With gritted teeth, Vera maneuvered the battered van. In the intervals between sonic blasts, the van executed a sharp turn, rushing back into the cave. The massive rocks obstructed most of the subsequent sound waves. Under Rosie's guidance, they finally arrived at a secure area. The pterosaur's attempts to strike them with sonic waves from outside failed to dislodge Suemo, who remained hidden from view, forcing the creature to return to the apex, fixated on the spot where the van had vanished. The interior of the vehicle was a chaotic mess, the occupants shaken and unsettled. Though their escape had been brief, it was fraught with peril. The armor had been severely deformed in multiple areas, and the windows shattered. Such damage was unprecedented. Although the van's armor could self-repair under the influence of the dark gold armor, it would require significant repairs after leaving the museum. That cunning bird. Rosie fumed. Clutching her e-reader, her expression glum. Noticing the fatigue and despondency etched on everyone's faces, Lu Xiaonan quietly brought forth a steaming platter from her alloy kitchenette. Is everyone hungry? I made something to ease the shock. She presented a tray laden with plump, steaming buns, uniquely shaped into various dinosaurs, a comical triceratops, a fearsome Tyrannosaurus rex, and a soaring pterosaur. Are these dinosaur buns? Lin Yao gazed at the vividly crafted treats, bemused. Lu Xiaonuan nodded vigorously, her large eyes brimming with sincerity. Yes, I specially added powder made from dinosaur bones to mimic their flavor. Only when we're well fed will we have the strength to defeat them. Let us take down those wicked dinosaurs outside and turn them into roasted wings. She lifted a pterosaur-shaped bun and took a fierce bite out of its wing, her small face etched with determination. Observing the adorably clumsy dinosaur brigade on the plate, and then glancing at Lu Xiaonuan's hopeful eyes, the tension among the group inexplicably eased slightly. Luo she couldn't help but chuckle, playfully pinching Lu Xiaonuan's cheeks. Sister Xiaonuan, your spirit of victory is quite commendable. She too picked up a bun and took a hearty bite. They say that sky-dwelling dragon meat and earthbound donkey meat are incomparable. But could this truly be the taste of dinosaurs? Why did it taste so much like chicken? Unexpectedly, the pterosaur had a penchant for such delicacies. Chewing on the bun, Luo she flipped through her ebook, searching for any additional clues. Suddenly, her gaze froze on a particular page, her pupils constricting sharply. Wait, the food's abdomen. Luo she turned to Su Mo, her voice tinged with excitement. That pterosaur fossil, when discovered, had numerous fragments of dinosaur bones embedded in its abdominal cavity. Moreover, its rib fossils exhibited several unusual fracture marks. Paleontologists speculate that it likely perished after its prey, which was too large and fiercely resistant, struggled violently, rupturing its belly from within. Thus, its weakness might not solely be its scent. Its abdominal cavity could be the fatal flaw it left behind billions of years ago. Luo she lifted her head, gazing at the innocent-looking Lu Xiaonuan, who was delicately nibbling on a pterosaur bun. She then glanced at the brigade of dinosaurs stuffed with red bean paste on the plate. A bold and somewhat absurd notion flashed through her mind. Luo she leaped up and embraced the bewildered Lu Xiaonuan. Sister Xiaonuan, my brilliant little chef. You are truly my lucky star. I have a plan, a way to deal with that giant bird. Since you can use dinosaur bone powder to replicate the flavor of dinosaurs, can we figure out a way to make it consume something else? For instance, her gaze slowly drifted toward Lu Xiaonuan's metallic kitchen, recalling the crystal core cookies that induced hiccups. Are there any left? In the metallic kitchen, Lu Xiaonuan and Luo she toiled throughout the night. The hallway was already filled with an array of dinosaur brigades, including Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, Velociraptors, and Archaeopteryx, all plump and adorably clumsy. These buns not only bore a striking resemblance, but also, with the addition of dinosaur fossil powder, could authentically replicate the original taste of dinosaurs. Qianqian, do you really think that giant bird will like this? Lu Xiaonuan picked up a small Tyrannosaurus bun, sniffing it with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Of course, I declare the formation of Team 4, dedicated to handling all challenges. Luo she proclaimed, patting her chest. What is Team 4? ISNT for a scenic spot? Lu Xiaonuan clearly did not grasp the meaning behind Luo she's words. In any case, it was simply an expression of prowess. Luo she evidently cared deeply about this matter, hastily conjuring a reason to deflect the conversation. What about Sister Yao and Sister Weila? Before Lu Xiaonuan could finish her sentence, Luo she interrupted with a pointed finger. Hush! I've told you before, they are embodiments of wickedness. Lu Xiaonuan scratched her head, still perplexed. Thus, in a state of confusion, she unwittingly joined Luo she's ensemble. Lin Yao gazed at the nearly overflowing dinosaur brigade, a hint of concern lacing her voice. Sumo, can this truly work? Can we confront that monster with steamed buns? She simply could not reconcile these soft pastries with the sky-dominating behemoth outside. Sumo leaned back in the passenger seat, his eyes skimming the visuals transmitted by the drone. The wind god pterosaur continued its relentless aerial patrol. He glanced at the two busy individuals in the kitchen and the pile of dinosaur buns, his lips twitching slightly. We must take desperate measures. If that creature refuses to descend, merely exhausting our resources is futile. As dawn broke, Weila moved her bandaged arm. She looked at Su Mo and, with an expressionless face, uttered two words. It's operational. Weila's meaning was clear. She had recuperated, and the vehicle was ready to move, poised to execute the plan at any moment. Chapter 111. The Great Dinosaur Bun Operation. While the preparations for the Great Dinosaur Bun Operation were underway in the vehicle, no one noticed the diminutive bird-like dinosaur fossil lurking deep within the Dinosaur World exhibition. The remnants of Professor Qian's consciousness coldly observed Sumo's team's hiding spot through the fossil. Sumo, do you truly believe you can contend with the wind god pterosaur? How navi? It holds absolute dominion over the skies, its sonic attacks penetrating every refuge. You will merely scurry like mice, waiting for your demise. The crimson mist will soon engulf the museum. I long to witness your downfall. A ghostly green glow flickered ominously, imbued with the lingering malice of Professor Qian. The villain is ready. Luo Shi's voice interrupted Su Mo's contemplation. Wayla turned to Su Mo, who nodded. Proceed as planned. Understood. The group responded in unison. Wayla's gaze sharpened as she engaged the gear and pressed the accelerator. Almost instantaneously, as the vehicle burst forth from the cave, a sonic attack struck the very spot where the van had just emerged. The ground erupted, creating a massive crater. The wind god pterosaur had evidently been tracking this location, responding with astonishing swiftness. Be careful, Lin Yao exclaimed. Wayla sharply turned the steering wheel, narrowly evading the sonic assault. However, the aftershocks inflicted considerable turbulence upon the vehicle. The armor atop the van now bore additional dents. Su Mo understood that the intense driving of the past few days had taken a toll on the van's performance. Were it any other luxury vehicle, it would have long since displayed a plethora of error codes. Yet, this national treasure of a car, known for its resilience and durability, continues to function adequately. Hey, you up there, you great foolish bird. Look over here. Rosie exclaimed as she pushed aside the rear hatch's glass, leaning halfway out. Beside her, Lu Xiaowan, equally bewildered, followed suit, mimicking Rosie's actions and fervently waving her tiny fists. Yes, you, the grand silly bird. Over here. The pterosaur, with a hint of confusion, turned its gaze toward the rear of the van, as its eyes skimmed over Rosie and Lu Xiaowan. Particularly fixating on the white object in their hands, the two crimson glows abruptly converged into a singular vertical line. It caught the scent, a fragrance embedded deep within its genetic memory. It was the aroma of small dinosaurs, its favored prey. Upon noticing the pterosaur's peculiar reaction, Rosie and Lu Xiaowan exchanged knowing glances. Now's our chance. Xiaowan, throw. Immediately, Lu Xiaowan seized the half-human-sized bun, resembling a small tyrannosaurus. The plump little dinosaur arched through the air in a graceful parabola. Surprisingly, the pterosaur interrupted its sonic attack, tilting its massive head to lock onto the ground-bound prey. Although the object appeared somewhat anomalous in color, its scent was unmistakably clear. The creature's greedy instincts swiftly overpowered its caution as it dove toward the diminutive Tyrannosaurus bun without a second thought, directly engulfing it within its tooth-laden maw. The bun slid down its elongated fossil-like neck, disappearing deep within its thoracic cavity. The pterosaur squinted, savoring the familiar essence. Soon after, a second Triceratops bun, followed by a third Velociraptor bun, met the same fate. With each dive, the pterosaur expertly snatched up a bun, swallowing it whole. Rosie and Lu Xiaowan worked in perfect harmony. One drew the pterosaur's attention, while the other continuously launched buns into the air. Lu Xiaowan even followed Rosie's directions, deliberately tossing the buns in various directions to guide the pterosaur into greater maneuvers of diving and turning. Inside the vehicle, everyone held their breath, captivated by this absurd yet thrilling spectacle. In that moment, the pterosaur seemed to forget its intent to attack, and the pressure on Vela's control lessened significantly. Within mere seconds, the dozens of meticulously crafted dinosaur buns prepared by Lu Xiaowan were completely devoured by the pterosaur, its massive ribcage visibly swelling. Professor Qian, who had been embedded within the seemingly avian dinosaur, could hardly believe his eyes. Buns. They are actually feeding buns to a ruler of the skies from millions of years ago? Naive. Ridiculous. Utterly foolish. Is this truly the extent of carbon-based life form's ingenuity? Do they intend to burst its belly? His thoughts abruptly ceased as he witnessed what unfolded next. The wind god pterosaur, having just swallowed its last large bun, experienced a sudden halt midair. A deep and resounding belch erupted from its throat, reverberating through its very bones. The frequency of its bone wings flapping noticeably diminished, and its altitude rapidly declined. Had it truly overindulged? Yet, it seemed the wind god pterosaur was still somewhat unsatisfied. Its enormous head emitted a low, urging rumble, as if to inquire, is there more? However, the moment it attempted to concentrate sound wave energy for an attack, another, even louder belch escaped. The energy, which had just begun to coalesce before its massive maw, was shattered by this unexpected eruption. Each time it endeavored to open its mouth and gather sound waves, it was met only with a succession of resounding belches. The scene became exceedingly awkward. At this juncture, the wind god pterosaur gently descended onto the open ground in the center of the exhibition area. Its colossal bone wings folded against its sides, and its massive form leaned slightly backward. One bony claw rested on its belly, while the other braced against the ground for balance, resembling a giant slumped on a sofa, rubbing its distended stomach after a feast. Rahi, in the vehicle, was animatedly gesturing, pointing at the wind god pterosaur behind them. Ha! It belched. It can't fly anymore. Xiaowan, your belch crystal core biscuits worked. She exclaimed. I told you, once it belches, it can't unleash sound wave attacks. Lu Xiaowan peeked out, blinking in confusion. Belch crystal core biscuits? Actually, that was a failed product. The three in the cockpit exchanged glances, astonished at how Rahi had indeed made a fortunate bet. Vela seized this rare opportunity, maneuvering the van out of the wind god pterosaur's sound wave attack range. With a flick of its tail, the modified front of the van aligned towards the wind god pterosaur. Boss, we're safe. Vela glanced ahead, feeling a wave of relief. Sumo's gaze was fixed on the wind god pterosaur, now slumped on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed a button on the central control panel, the fearsome dragon head button labeled Songlong's Bite. Instantly, the fuel reserve indicator plummeted by 30 liters. The abyssal maw, crafted from the skull of the Songlong, suddenly ignited with blinding energy, just as the unstoppable Songlong energy entity was about to engulf the wind god pterosaur. It merely raised a bony claw, casually waving it towards the approaching energy. In an astonishing display, the massive Songlong energy entity was effortlessly swatted away, crashing into the nearby wall, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. This fellow is truly formidable, isn't he? Sumo could hardly conceive of a means to vanquish his opponent. The wind god pterosaur pressed its bony claws once more against its swollen abdomen. Then, a deep voice reverberated throughout the exhibition hall. Save your strength, human. Your little toy cannot slay me. Eons ago, they were merely my appetizers. At that moment, the wind god pterosaur, slumped on the ground, raised its colossal head. Its crimson eyes, once filled with ferocity and greed, now emanated an almost human-like scorn. That gaze seemed to convey, I am well-fed and disinclined to move. Yet you are powerless against me. Chapter 112. Lu Xiaonuan steps forward. The wind god pterosaur's gaze swept across the minivan, searching for the two young girls, Luo Shi and Lu Xiaonuan, who had just fed it, who had crafted those white morsels. The interior of the vehicle fell silent. As all the women turned to look at Sumo, a voice, trembling yet remarkably clear, rang out. It was I. I made them. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Xiaonuan pushed open the rear door of the van and leaped out, wielding a black iron rolling pin as a shield in front of the minivan. On her back, she carried a Tyrannosaurus bun, reserved for Sumo's enjoyment. With her determined apricot eyes, she glared defiantly at the mountainous wind god pterosaur. Summoning her courage, she shouted, her voice resonating sharply in the vast exhibition space. You big, foolish bird. I made the buns. If you want to fight or kill, come at me. Do not bully my family. Xiaonuan, come back. Luo, she cried out, attempting to rush forward, but was restrained by Lin Yao. Vela, be on standby. Sumo observed the wind god pterosaur's every move. At present, Lu Xiaonuan stood beyond the range of its sonic attack. Should the creature make any sudden moves, Vela could swiftly react and escort Lu Xiaonuan to safety. Moreover, he wished to ascertain whether this seemingly naive little chef was truly worthy of Sumo's trust, and that of the entire team. The wind god pterosaur, equally as formidable as the corrupted heart ancient banyan, lowered its head slightly, focusing intently on Lu Xiaonuan. The terrifying pressure it exuded had not completely dissipated, causing Lu Xiaonuan's petite form to tremble slightly. Yet, she remained resolute. Family. The wind god pterosaur's deep voice quivered slightly, as if the notion of family was an alien concept to it. You have family? Of course. My master who teaches me culinary skills. Lu Xiaonuan nodded vigorously. She pointed towards the minivan, raising her fingers, and Su Master. Sister Yao. Sister Vela. She. They are all my family. The wind god pterosaur fell silent. Its massive head slowly lifted, gazing toward the museum's dome and the sky shrouded in crimson mist. Its eyes seemed to transcend time and space. Eons ago, it gazed upon the vast and boundless sky that belonged to it. It whispered once more to its kin, a hint of solitude and melancholy woven into its voice. After countless years of slumber, my kin, my offspring awakened to naught but this frigid stone and an insatiable hunger. Its colossal form swayed slightly, as its bony claws pressed against its abdomen, unconsciously caressing. Was that feeling of fullness the first sensation of satiation it experienced upon awakening? Sumo had already discerned the fluctuations in the emotions of the pterosaur. The once overwhelming intent to kill and ferocity appeared to have been tempered by this sudden sense of fullness and Lu Xiaonuan's endearing reference to family. Was it in a state of confusion? At the very least, the murderous intent had dissipated. Little ant, your creation is quite palatable, far superior to those hard bones. Lu Xiaonuan blinked, somewhat bewildered. Was this great bird paying her a compliment? In that moment, the young chef seemed to have found a kindred spirit. Indeed, although its appearance is rather peculiar, I added dinosaur bone powder. I simulated the flavor of dinosaurs. Master Su once said that dragon meat is found in the heavens while donkey meat is found on the earth. I believe I have come remarkably close. The pterosaur fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly digesting the phrase dragon meat in the heavens, donkey meat on the earth. Then, it gestured with its bony claw towards Lu Xiaonuan. Wish to save your family? Then make me more food. A great deal. I once perished from gluttony, and now I wish to be a glutton once more. Otherwise, it deliberately emitted a sound, unfurling its bony wings. A gust of wind blew through, tousling Lu Xiaowan's bun. I have devoured your family. Yet, this threat seemed somewhat hollow. At that moment, Luo Shi, with reddened eyes, was the first to leap from the vehicle. Though diminutive in stature, she positioned herself protectively behind Lu Xiaowan. Big silly bird, you shall not bully my sister Xiaowan. Sister Xiaowan, do not approach. This great bird is unpredictable. Su Mo followed suit, intervening in Luo Shi's actions. His sharp gaze swept over the pterosaur and then settled on Lu Xiaowan. This creature harbored no malice. Or rather, the pterosaur's sole intent at that moment was to eat. Lu Xiaowan's dinosaur buns had awakened its most primal desire, hunger. It seemed to be seeking a dignified farewell in this manner. Master Su, Lu Xiaowan turned to look at Su Mo, her large eyes filled with inquiry. Yet predominantly, there was an excitement akin to a chef receiving an order. Su Mo regarded the pure light of culinary passion flickering in her eyes. Go ahead, Xiaowan. Prepare it. Vera, keep the vehicle idling. Luo Shi, monitor the surroundings. Lin Yao, be ready for any emergencies. Su Mo swiftly issued the commands, his gaze never straying from the distant pterosaur, which appeared quite pleased with Su Mo's perceptiveness. The massive figure shifted backward slightly, seeking a more comfortable position to recline. You big silly bird, you say that? Once you're full, will you let us go? Lu Xiaowan blinked her eyes, tentatively inquiring. Oomph. The pterosaur turned its head away with an air of pride, as if to concede. Deal. It's all on me. Lu Xiaowan's face instantly brightened, as if she had received an extraordinary order. However, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the pterosaur's wings, contemplating the possibilities of braised chicken wings, Coca-Cola wings, and Orleans grilled wings. The pterosaur seemed to sense her avaricious stare, its body stiffening slightly as it shot her a warning glare. Lu Xiaowan grinned foolishly and surveyed her surroundings. Her eyes quickly fixated on the shards of dinosaur fossils, velociraptor leg bones, triceratops horns, and even a few ribs of the Tyrannosaurus rex. These will do. Her eyes sparkled as she dashed over, beginning to select them with alacrity, reminiscent of a market-goer choosing the freshest ingredients. This timid and clumsy girl transformed into a different person upon entering her battlefield. What followed was a spectacle worthy of a post-apocalyptic wonder. Beside the van, Lu Xiaowan's alloy kitchen was swiftly set up. Su Mo took on the role of a porter and bodyguard, vigilantly watching the pterosaur. Lin Yao prepared first aid supplies, ready in case the little chef caused an explosion in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Rosie held a tablet, keeping a lookout while documenting this historic moment of cooking for the prehistoric overlord. Soon, Lu Xiaowan returned to the van, dragging a large bag filled with selected fossil fragments. She opened her backpack and extracted a dark iron rolling pin. With a flick of her mind, the rolling pin expanded to 3 meters, transforming into a hefty hammer. She swung the giant hammer down upon the fossil fragments, smashing them with vigor. The hardened fossils shattered rapidly under her strikes. Lu Xiaowan gathered the powdered remains and bone fragments, then pulled out several jars and a handful of colorful, softly glowing crystal cores. She set up a portable alloy stove and ignited the flames. Was she preparing ingredients? A trace of surprise flickered across Vela's face. Can fossils truly serve as ingredients? Rosie gulped, her mouth agape. Don't forget her talent, Su Mo whispered. With the advanced ability of the culinary heart, she could infuse these energy-rich materials into her dishes. At this moment, Lu Xiaowan was wholly immersed in the persona of a battle chef. She gathered her disheveled hair into a bun, casually using a pair of chopsticks as a hairpin. Tying on an apron adorned with cartoon pandas, her expression bore an almost sacred intensity. Dragon bone broth, she proclaimed, announcing her first dish. Subsequently, she retrieved a large bone from the Tyrannosaurus and tossed it into the pot. Lu Xiaowan remained focused, simmering the broth while periodically adding various crystal powder and seasonings. Her hands flew deftly, executing her actions with precision and efficiency. At times, a colossal hammer pounded, at others, a kitchen knife sliced, and occasionally, a mental force guided the energy flow within the pot. Gradually, an aroma-blending technology and culinary prowess wafted through the air. The distant figure of the pterosaur, with its enormous nostrils, quivered slightly. Its bony claws, resting upon its belly, ceased their rhythmic tapping. Its gaze remained fixated on the bubbling cauldron, a sound akin to yearning emanating from its throat. As seconds ticked by, fine beads of sweat formed on Lu Xiaowan's forehead. Her petite face flushed from concentration and the heat radiating from the flames. Finally, she extinguished the fire. Done. It's ready, she exclaimed, lifting the pot's lid. 8 distinct, steaming dishes revealed themselves before everyone. Each creation, primarily crafted from the fossil of a Tyrannosaurus rex. I have dubbed one dragon, 8 delicacies. These included dragon bone soup, crispy fried bone slices, charcoal grilled ribs, and cold shredded bones. The grand finale was a special version of the gaze at the starry sky pterosaur dish. For dessert, Lu Xiaonuan exhibited her creativity by placing several pterosaur-shaped buns atop the Tyrannosaurus head. Though the presentation was abstract, its symbolism was profound. Please enjoy. Lu Xiaonuan wiped the sweat from her brow. The pterosaur's massive head lowered, its crimson eyes scanning the 8 magnificent platters. Without a moment's hesitation, it grasped a gaze at the starry sky bun and devoured it. Next came the crispy fried bone slices, crunching delightfully. The charcoal grilled ribs burst with flavor, while the dragon bone soup vanished in a slurp. Its movements grew increasingly swift and adept. When the final bite of the crystalline dragon marrow jelly disappeared into its maw, an earth-shattering belch erupted from the pterosaur, reverberating through the museum's dome. This time, it was not the wind crystal core at play, but a sense of liberation. Its inflated chest cavity visibly expanded. The pterosaur lowered its head, its gaze softening. The taste of this little ant is exquisite, far surpassing any prey I have ever consumed. Its voice faltered, growing weaker, yet filled with profound satisfaction. I am finally full. I can now seek my family. No, don't. Lu Xiaonuan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she instinctively lunged forward, yet could only watch helplessly as the pterosaur's massive head gradually descended. The crimson glow within its eyes extinguished completely. The swelling skeletal chest emitted a series of cracking sounds. Soon after, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the immense fossilized body began to crumble from within, inch by inch. The colossal wing bones, sturdy leg bones, and menacing skull collapsed like a toppled stack of blocks, crashing down with a resounding thud. Eons of time, the erosion of crimson mist, the distortion of grievances, and the final meal of severed heads have utterly drained the last vestige of obsession from the pterosaur of the wind god. Smoke and dust enveloped the scene, as shattered bones rained down. On the ground, only a pile of fossil fragments remains, remnants of a once mighty ruler that gazed down upon the skies. Ultimately, it bids farewell to this world in a manner both absurd and tinged with a hint of tenderness. Lu Xiaonuan stood dazed, her large eyes brimming with tears. Suddenly, she shrank into Lin Yao's embrace, choking back her sobs as she murmured, "It has gone home." Su Mo inhaled deeply, refraining from uttering a word, suppressing the turmoil within his heart. At that moment, amidst the collapsed pile of bones, 2 items captured everyone's attention. The first was a delicate bone whistle, entirely ivory in color and shaped like a leaf. The second item floated above the heap of shattered bones, a pair of miniature wing bones composed of energy. With a wingspan of approximately 3 meters, their lines fluid, as if donning them would allow one to soar freely. Su Mo stepped forward and picked up the bone whistle, which appeared to be a summoning-type artifact. He directly handed it to Lu Xiaonuan, who was weeping in Lin Yao's arms. "Xiaonuan, this should be a gift left for you." Lu Xiaonuan accepted the whistle, feeling its cool touch. A warm current surged through her arm and into her heart. She grasped it tightly, nodding earnestly, "Yes, Master Su. The remaining will of the foolish bird tells me that this whistle contains its energy essence. In times of crisis, we can summon it for protection. Moreover, the sound of the whistle exerts a bloodline suppression over flying creatures." Su Mo nodded, and then turned his gaze toward the remaining pair of energy wing bones. Material name: Wings of the Wind God's Gift to the Sky. Characteristics: a gift from the ruler of the skies, embodying a yearning for home and freedom. It can undergo special modifications to integrate into the power weapon system of a vessel. The moment Su Mo touched the energy wing bones, the special modification panel once again presented 2 options. Option 1. Wings of the Wind God, Power System. Integrating the material into the power system significantly reduces energy consumption, enhances performance, and bestows the vessel with low-altitude flight capabilities. Option 2. Supersonic Wave, Weapon System. Integrating the material into the weapon structure can condense the supersonic wave of the pterosaur of the wind god, granting long-range attack capabilities. Chapter 114. Wings of the Wind God. Su Mo's gaze flickered between the 2 modification options. He hesitated not at all. The heart of the fortress decisively chose option 1, the Wings of the Wind God, to integrate into the power system. The reason was simple. The bite of the Zonglong was already a formidable long-range strike method, sufficient to counter the vast majority of threats. The greatest shortcoming of the van, at present, remains its lack of mobility. In the face of a horde of zombies or an impassable broken bridge, the ability to soar over obstacles becomes paramount. Alternatively, one could descend upon adversaries from above, delivering a swift and just retribution. Furthermore, the potential future threats from the skies necessitate a low-altitude flight capability. representing a significant leap forward. This Wings of the Sky is indeed the key to resolving urgent predicaments. However, the heart of the fortress cautions that the current fortress points are insufficient. Without hesitation, Suemo turned and strode towards the towering mound of dinosaur fossil fragments outside the cave. Vela, stay alert. Rosie, monitor the surroundings. Lin Yao, Xiaonuan, gather supplies. With a single command, the team sprang into action. Suemo pressed his hands against the cold fossil pile. Metal control, decompose. Countless fossil fragments and the steel framework of the exhibition hall were transformed into Suemo's fortress points. Acquired fortress points, 15. Acquired fortress points, 22. Acquired fortress points, 18. The fortress points surged at a visibly rapid pace. 10 minutes later, the requisite amount for the upgrade was amassed. Confirm consumption of 1,500 fortress points to utilize the special material Wings of the Sky for a unique modification of the vehicle's weapon system. Modification direction, Wings of the Wind God, power system. Current remaining fortress points, 15, 15151500. Modification initiated. Countdown, 8,959, 90 minutes slipped away, intense vigilance. At the moment the countdown reached 0, a peculiar hum emanated from within the van. Beneath the engine hood, where the 8 engines once resided, an energy core pulsated with a flickering light. Near the roof on the side of the vehicle, 2 grooves revealed themselves, extending from the front to the rear of the van. At this moment, ethereal pale blue energy wings lay concealed within the grooves, radiating a gentle wave of wind energy. Special modification completed. New module added to the power system. Wings of the Wind God, core. Power enhancement. Torque and horsepower of the vehicle's engine increased by 100. Significantly improving maneuverability. Wind affinity. The wind resistance experienced by the vehicle while in motion is drastically reduced, resulting in a permanent 50 decrease in overall energy consumption. Wings of the Wind God, active skill upon activation, the energy wings unfold from the grooves, forming a pair of luminous wings, granting the vehicle temporary flight capability. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. A newly engraved button adorned with the image of the Wind God winged dragon on the central console glowed faintly. It was the skill button for the Wings of the Wind God. Wow, wings. The van has sprouted wings. Rosie exclaimed, peering out of the vehicle to gaze in awe at the energy grooves atop the roof, her amber cat-like eyes wide with wonder. Does this mean we can fly to confront our foes? Let us take off. Even Vela's typically icy visage revealed a rare flicker of emotion. Endowed with the extraordinary talent of God of Cars, she possesses the ability to masterfully command all types of vehicles. While she has navigated an array of automobiles, her aspirations extend to airplanes, tanks, and even naval vessels. Igniting the engine, she revels in the surge of power emanating from it. Vela nods affirmatively, exclaiming, the acceleration is remarkable. The handling is even smoother. Lu Xiaonuan, clutching her obsidian rolling pin, gazes with sparkling eyes at the roof of the vehicle, asking, Master Su, could this big, silly bird's wings lead us to discover more exquisite ingredients in the future? Lin Yao adjusts her glasses, scrutinizing the data panel on the console. Indeed, the adventure with the bite of the Azure Dragon and the Wings of the Wind has proven worthwhile. As Lin Yao mentioned, this museum expedition has resulted in 2 remarkable modifications. Suemo feels the enhancement of the van, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then reaches out to the console, commanding, Heart of the Fortress, report the vehicle status. Vehicle, standard multi-purpose car, Heart of the Fortress bound. Status, severely damaged. Fuel tank, 80 liters of 100 liters. Total fuel consumption, 38,100. Initial consumption, 19100. Wind affinity permanently reduced by 50. 95,100. Vela's talent reduced by 50. Core components, engine, cylinder misfire. Transmission, jerky shifting. Chassis, loose chassis. Upgrade modification status. Current fortress points, 15. The power torque has doubled, and fuel consumption has significantly decreased. It seems as if the laws of physics have been defied. However, the van has sustained considerable damage from the battle at the museum. It is high time to locate a place for a comprehensive overhaul. Just then, Rosie's tablet emitted an alarm. Her expression shifted, and she swiftly accessed images from the forum, exclaiming, oh no, the red mist on the south side of the museum is spreading faster than before. We have at most 2 hours before it completely engulfs the entire museum area. A chill ran through the hearts of the group. To this day, the secrets of the red mist remain shrouded in mystery. Vela tightened her grip on the steering wheel, turning her gaze to the passenger seat. Sumo's eyes scanned the chaotic dinosaur exhibition area, ultimately landing on the shattered remains of the pterosaur. Rosie, set our course for the Central South Auto City. We need a thorough repair and resupply. No sooner had he spoken than Vela pressed the accelerator, crushing the scattered bones beneath the wheels as they sped towards the central South Auto City. Shortly after their departure, the inconspicuous bird-like fossil, bearing remnants of Professor Qian's consciousness, clung to its form. How could the pterosaur possibly have been suffocated by mere bonds? Just how many extraordinary talents do Su Mo, Rosie, and that little chef possess? Why do they wield such power while I remain trapped within this wretched fossil? Its thoughts surged violently as it gazed outside the venue, at the encroaching crimson mist. Within its deep azure eye sockets, resentment and fury swirled. No, I cannot perish here. I must survive. I must exact my revenge. The museum houses even more formidable fossils, Tyrannosaurus rex, pterosaur, and others. As long as I can harness the resonance of these fossils, I can evolve and grow stronger. The bird-like dinosaur fossil stiffly turned its head, confirming that Su Mo and the others had indeed departed. It stretched its long legs and commenced its search for fossils. However, just as it took a few steps, a side door of the dinosaur exhibition hall was forcefully flung open. The roar of engines was deafening, accompanied by raucous laughter and whistles. Leading the chaos was a heavy motorcycle, heavily modified, with blood splattered on its ram horns, the origin of which remained a mystery. Perched upon the bike was a striking woman clad in a black leather bodysuit, her face obscured by a skull mask. Chapter 115, The Stubborn Veteran Boss. Over here. There's something moving. Who cares what it is? Let us catch it and see. It might be a valuable mutated beast. Professor Qian's spirit, residing in the bird-like dinosaur, was jolted into awareness. As it sought to hide, a blinding spotlight locked onto it. The woman at the forefront nimbly dismounted, inadvertently revealing her toned waist and abdomen. Her fiery red hair resembled flames, with streaks of war paint on her face and a wild, untamed grin playing at the corners of her mouth. Behind her trailed 7 or 8 similarly clad individuals, armed with an array of weapons. Well, what is this? A moving skeleton? Boss, be careful. This thing looks eerie. One of her subordinates warned. Eerie? I adore eerie things. The red-haired woman replied nonchalantly as she strode toward the bird-like dinosaur fossil, surveying the trembling creature from above. She keenly detected a faint energy fluctuation emanating from within the fossil's skeletal structure. Huh, not bad. Though a bit unsightly, it's rather unique. She grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. With a swift motion, she unfastened a coil of electrified rope from her waist. Whether you're alive or dead, you're coming with me to show the doctor. Perhaps it can be transformed into a new toy for me. With a flick of her wrist, the electrified rope precisely ensnared the dinosaur's neck. The remnants of Professor Qian's consciousness emitted a cry of despair. Yet, the diminutive fossil offered no resistance against the woman's overwhelming strength. Be still, little one. With a forceful tug, the red-haired woman bound the bird-like dinosaur fossil to the rear of her motorcycle. She then mounted the bike and signaled to her subordinates. Let us roll. At the behest of the esteemed doctor, meticulously search for me. Remove all of these exceptional mineral specimens. The members of the convoy cheered, rushing towards the exhibition hall like a swarm of locusts. Vela, determined to arrive before nightfall, drove the van into the heart of Zhongnan Automotive City. Once a bustling exhibition space filled with an array of shops and modification centers, it now lay in ruins, marked only by crumbling walls and the debris of abandoned vehicles. Rosie, clutching her tablet, received a signal from the drone. The villain has cleared out most of the stores. However, the Eagle modification shop in the northeast corner remains. The rolling shutter is closed, and 3 modified pickup trucks are parked at the entrance, their tire tracks still fresh. Surrounding them were several dispatched zombies, their elimination executed with precision. She called up the footage captured by the drone and magnified the entrance of the modification shop. The rugged pickups bore crude steel plating and ramming bars, while the truck beds were cluttered with tools and oil barrels, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Without uttering a word, Vela steered the van towards the Eagle modification shop. Unexpectedly, as she turned into the open space before the shop, the sounds of a fierce struggle reached her ears. A middle-aged man, cigarette in mouth, leaned against the iron gate, wielding a large adjustable wrench as he fought off a dozen zombies. Though not exceptionally tall, his movements were swift and precise, devoid of any hesitation. At his feet lay 2 incapacitated zombies, struggling futilely to crawl. Yet, outnumbered as he was, could he truly meet his demise here? Get lost. The man growled in a hoarse voice, unmistakably a seasoned smoker. To him, the bloodthirsty creatures before him seemed no more than bothersome flies. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the remaining zombies, his expression devoid of fear, embodying a calm acceptance of death. The horde of zombies, distracted by the honking of the van, collectively redirected their attention towards the newly arrived vehicle. Clear them out. Suemo glanced at Vela and opened the vehicle door. In a swift motion, his metal-clad fist obliterated a zombie's skull. Meanwhile, faced with these inferior zombies, Vela did not even draw the brass knuckles from her waist. Like a darting dragon, she slipped between two zombies, delivering 2 punches that snapped their necks. In under 10 seconds, all the zombies lay defeated on the ground. The crisis averted. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Weigua, the owner of the Eagle modification shop, remained an indifferent observer. Not once did he lift his eyelids. As if the threat that had just been neutralized had nothing to do with him. Turning away, he fished a set of keys from his pocket. Preparing to return to the shop, Rosie jumped out of the vehicle, hands on her hips, indignantly exclaiming, "Hey, uncle, we just helped you. And not even a word of thanks? How rude." Old Chin's lock-picking motion paused for a moment. Without turning his head, he rasped, "Mind your own business. I never asked for your help." With that, he yanked up the roll-up door and slipped inside. You, Rosie exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Pointing at the partially opened door, "What an ungrateful person. You've infuriated me." Lin Yao and Lu Xiaonuan also exited the vehicle, observing Old Chin's retreating figure, shaking their heads in resignation. Vela leaned against the car, her gaze fixed on the direction in which Old Chun had vanished, her brow slightly furrowed. As if lost in recollection, Suemo disregarded Rosie's complaints and approached the roll-up door, stating, "We need our vehicle repaired." After a silence within, Old Chin's voice emerged. Tinged with bitterness, "I don't fix junk." He paused and added, his tone laced with resentment, "Especially not that van." Lin Yao stepped forward, attempting to ease the tension. "Master, our car does have some issues. Could you please?" Old Chin swung the roll-up door open, his tone resolute. "No. I said, I want to repair junk. Hurry up and leave. Don't impede my business." Although in this apocalyptic world, the concept of business had long ceased to exist, Suemo refrained from further words, leaped into the vehicle, and drove straight inside. Swiftly elevating the car, he knelt to inspect it. After all, he was a professional automotive repair apprentice. Armed with the heart of the fortress, what could be difficult about fixing a car? Old Chun was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Sumo's actions, realizing there was indeed some expertise at play. Thus, he ceased his objections, closed the roll-up door, and retreated to the adjacent lounge. Through the glass door of the lounge, Suemo glimpsed a plaque on the wall proclaiming "Glorious Home." Unexpectedly, this stubborn middle-aged man was a veteran. At that moment, Suemo extended his right hand, gently pressing his palm against the cold metal of the engine cover. According to the Heart of the Fortress's assessment, the vehicle sustained damage in its 3 core components. Current vehicle condition, severely damaged. Core components: engine, cylinder misfire; transmission, gear shifting jolt; chassis, loose chassis. Would you like to expend 1,000 fortress points for a one-click repair? The repair time is 60 minutes. Fortunately, while Rosie was piloting the drone earlier, he had taken the opportunity to dismantle a stranded car. Confirmed. With a subtle mental shift, an invisible wave of energy coursed through his arm and into the vehicle. The surface of the car shimmered with a dark golden glow. The structural integrity visibly restored, the bodywork auto-repaired itself, swiftly regaining its smoothness. The long, nearly penetrating cracks in the armor were quickly welded shut, and even the surface's adaptive leather coating regained its luster, as if it had never been damaged. Though Lin Yao and the others had previously witnessed the wonders of the heart of the fortress, they remained astonished. However, as the radiance faded and the vehicle's armor appeared rejuvenated, a faint odd noise emanated from beneath the engine cover, its clarity heightened in the stillness. Suemo frowned slightly. He pressed his hand against the vehicle once more, concentrating deeply, attempting to perceive its condition through the heart of the fortress. Most of the vehicle's components had been flawlessly restored. However, the issues with the chassis proved to be more troublesome than anticipated. He sensed that although the overall structure of the chassis appeared intact, certain critical connection points, bearings, and the internal suspension system seemed to harbor intricate stress fractures and structural fatigue. It resembled a steel bar that had been bent repeatedly. Its surface remained unblemished, yet it was riddled with fine cracks within. A mere one-click repair from the heart of the fortress would not suffice. He required the assistance of a seasoned craftsman to discern the exact problems plaguing the vehicle, enabling him to undertake targeted reinforcement or replacement. Suemo's gaze once again drifted towards the smoke-filled lounge. The stubborn old veteran inside was now his only hope. Chapter 116. A true man only repairs 8 at this moment. Suemo approached the lounge door and knocked softly. "I've resolved the issues with the engine and transmission, but I'm uncertain about the chassis. You are the expert. Could you take a look for me?" Silence enveloped the room for a few seconds, interrupted only by the faint click of a lighter. Old Chun emerged, cigarette in mouth, with an intrigued demeanor. The idea that he could repair a cylinder-missing engine and a noisy transmission in an hour was beyond his belief. Old Chun's gaze casually swept over the van, noting its brand-new armored shell, complete with bodywork and paint. Yet, this momentary surprise was soon overshadowed by disdain. It was clear that such work must have been accomplished through sheer talent. He scoffed, shifting the cigarette in his mouth. All flash, no substance. The chassis? With this dilapidated van, you've ruined it yourself with your reckless modifications. Repair? Nonsense. What a waste of my time. He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. Get lost. Don't disturb my peace. Hey, you old curmudgeon. Rosie stormed up to Old Chun, hands on her hips. Her face flushed with anger. We just saved you. What kind of attitude is this? Do you not understand gratitude? Our vehicle is a mobile fortress of war, far superior to your scrap metal. Old Chin barely lifted his eyelids, muttering dismissively, little girl, go play elsewhere. At that moment, Vela, who had been leaning against the car door, stepped forward. Her blue eyes locked onto Old Chun's scruffy face. Ghost Hanshin Weigua? Old Chin's motion to turn away abruptly halted. Only then did he truly regard Vela, his gaze lingering on the distinctive scar above her brow. After a few seconds, he smirked, a half-smile that seemed both amused and mocking. Huh, Golden Rose? The undefeated queen of the underground boxing ring? I didn't expect you to still be alive. What's this? Retired from the ring to drive this pathetic van for these women? Truly, you've regressed. Rosie reacted with remarkable speed, her fingers gliding rapidly across the tablet to access the database. Moments later, she whispered to Su Mo, I found it. Chen Weigua, a retired automotive soldier, a true technical master. Before the apocalypse, he was quite renowned in the modification circuit of Star City. Nicknamed One-Handed Chun, it is said that the vehicles he modified could enhance performance by a staggering 30%. Tyrannosaurus was the former underground boxing promoter who had sought his expertise for modifications as well. However, he has a peculiar preference. He only works on muscle cars and rugged off-roaders, refusing to touch any other vehicles regardless of the monetary incentive. Legend has it that a nouveau riche once approached him with a Rolls-Royce, only to be chased away with a wrench. Old Chin seemed to have overheard Rosie's remarks as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, inhaling profoundly. His finger pointed precisely at the underside of the car, his tone bordering on obsessive. Since you are aware, that is for the best. Listen to this racket. An 8-cylinder engine? What of it? It's utterly mismatched. The chassis lacks rigidity, the suspension is in disarray, and the center of gravity is absurdly high. When it runs, it resembles a moving coffin. His finger deftly indicated several locations beneath the vehicle, as if he could penetrate the armor and perceive the internal structure. Here, metal fatigue in the steel plates. Here, slight deformation in the torsion bar. And here, with so much armor added, how much has the center of gravity shifted? A sudden break would have it performing a forward roll. I only repair pure muscle cars and off-road behemoths. This hodgepodge, masquerading as a brutal machine, does not appeal to me. Chun Weigua's words were rapid fire, reflecting the precision unique to retired automotive soldiers, as he mercilessly critiqued Su Mo's van, astutely highlighting details that Su Mo had previously overlooked. This was the culmination of his years of experience in car repair, combined with the perceptive gift bestowed by his innate talent, mechanical resonance. That's not a wreck. A timid voice piped up. Lu Xiaowan hid behind Lin Yao, revealing only half of her head and her round, sparkling eyes. She gazed at Old Chun, her little face flushed with excitement. Master Su's car can fly. For her, this vehicle held the memories left by the wind god pterodactyl. Ha ha. Old Chun erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke of the apocalypse. He laughed so hard he nearly choked on the smoke in his mouth. He pointed at Lu Xiaowan and then at the van. Little girl, you're talking nonsense. A van can fly. Do you take it for a helicopter? If it could take flight, I would make an exception today and begrudgingly help you tune this rickety chassis to a running state. Ha ha. His laughter was unrestrained, filled with disbelief. Rosie's eyes sparkled with excitement. You big bad guy. Let him witness what high technology truly is. Meanwhile, Weila turned her gaze towards Su Mo, silently inquiring with her eyes. Su Mo looked at Old Chun's face, which was replete with a provocative expression, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Let us take Old Chun along to truly experience what it feels like to soar. A glimmer flickered in Vera's eyes. She stepped forward, swiftly grasping Lao Chen's arm before he could react. What are you doing? He exclaimed, caught off guard, his cigarette falling from his mouth. He attempted to struggle, but her seemingly delicate hand was as unyielding as a vice. Vera paid no heed to his protests. With her other hand, she yanked open the passenger door and unceremoniously shoved the cursing Lao Chen inside, as if he were a mere sack of potatoes. Su Mo followed suit after opening the roll-up door. Vera then circled around to the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and reversing out of the garage. Hey, let me out. What do you intend to do? Lao Chun pounded on the window, but Su Mo ignored him. Her gaze fell upon the newly added button on the central console, adorned with the image of a pterosaur. Without hesitation, she pressed it. The armored grooves near the roof, once seamlessly integrated, slid apart to the sides. A pair of colossal energy wings instantly unfurled, their span exceeding 10 meters. The wings of the wind god radiated a gentle, yet potent wave of wind energy, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with a slight distortion. Vera slammed her foot on the accelerator. After the van leapt over a speed bump, all four wheels gradually lifted off the ground. The vehicle ascended smoothly, without a hint of turbulence, soaring into the sky. 1 meter, 10 meters, 30 meters. The van stabilized at approximately 50 meters above the ground. All traces of mockery and disdain vanished from Lao Chen's face. Frozen in the moment, the energy wings unfurled and the vehicle lifted off. His eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched the overhead handle tightly. His mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Stiffly, he turned his neck to gaze out the window, where the familiar car city transformed into mere toys beneath him. Rosie, ever considerate, played the new in-car music on repeat, a song from the music industry's elite. The feeling of flying. Vera skillfully maneuvered the van, gliding smoothly in a half-circle above the car city. It was then that Chun Weiguo regained his voice. This defies science. Energy wings? Anti-gravity? What sort of black technology is this? As a mechanic who had spent his life amidst steel and machinery, it felt as though the laws of physics had ceased to exist in that moment. The brief experience of flight stretched on, feeling like an eternity. When the van safely returned to the entrance of the Eagle modification shop, Chun Weiguo bolted out the door. Ugh. He had unexpectedly succumbed to motion sickness. Chapter 117. Renaming to Wine God. The scene was left with only the sounds of Lao Chun violently retching against the car door. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead as his stomach churned tumultuously. Rosie peeked out from behind the roll-up door, unable to contain her laughter. Uncle, isn't your shop named Eagle Modification? How is it that you've turned into a dizzy chicken first? After a brief flight, the state of disarray was quite unbecoming. Old Chin gasped for breath, casting a sharp glare at Luo Shi. He yearned to unleash a tirade, yet found himself devoid of strength. Lifting his gaze, he surveyed the van, which appeared unremarkable yet concealed within its frame a formidable power. The discomfort of his body was swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming curiosity. He staggered closer to the vehicle, peering into the recesses that harbored the energy wing bones. Bending down, he scrutinized the chassis, murmuring to himself, "Incredible. This apocalyptic world truly offers wonders. The materials, the structure, I have never encountered anything like it. The bone wings fit perfectly, and the chassis, what in the world?" His previously murky eyes sparkled with an alarming brightness, as if he had stumbled upon a new realm. The arrogance that once defined him had dissipated, leaving only an exhilarating anticipation in the face of challenge. Old Chen's voice, though hoarse, resonated with a soldier's conviction. "I, Chun Weiguo, stand by my word. This dilapidated vehicle? No, this is a fortress. I shall repair it. I will have it ready by dawn." No sooner had he spoken than he forcefully yanked open the roll-up door. "Get it started," he commanded Vela, gesturing towards the large lift. In that moment, he transformed into a different man. Damn, this engine is certainly based on an 8. But the combustion efficiency must have surpassed physical limits. How is this even possible? I have lived a considerable life, yet I have never encountered such an alloy. The hardness, the toughness, and this bizarre self-repairing and camouflaging ability, where did it originate? And the internal space, which appears to be a mere van from the outside. Could this be space-folding technology? A dimensional pocket? There are weapon platforms inside. An ecological recycling system? His fingers danced across the armor plating, his eyes brimming with disbelief. However, upon turning to see Su Mo's tranquil face, all words were swallowed back down, and he could only mutter, "Damn it, this is surreal." Astonishment aside, Old Chen's hands never faltered. Su Mo, standing nearby, articulated specific requirements. "We need medical and electronic equipment to have independent, stable power supply and dedicated wiring. Optimize the water and electricity layout, especially in the kitchen and machine room areas. Enhance the comfort of the front cockpit for resting." Is there no end to these demands? Old Chun grumbled, yet his hands remained in motion. Swiftly, he sketched renovation plans on an oil-stained notebook. Who designed this kitchen? It's riddled with safety hazards. Where's the pressure relief valve? The fire barriers? As he critiqued Lu Xiaowan's handiwork, he had already seized the cutting machine and welding gun. Throughout the night, he navigated the chaotic workshop, even dismissing Su Mo's offers of assistance, deeming him a hindrance. Every action was rapid, precise, and relentless, devoid of excess. Each weld was robust and even, and every cable was laid with meticulous alignment. The meticulousness and efficiency characteristic of military logistics are vividly embodied in him. At this moment, Rosie has also come to understand Old Chen's irritable temperament. Like a curious little kitten, she circles around Old Chen, pointing at a freshly welded metal box and asking, "Uncle Bearded, what is this? What is it for?" Without lifting his head, Old Chen impatiently waves her away. "Go on. Little girl, don't be a hindrance. Go play with your computer." He is fully engrossed in adjusting a complex multi-way valve, ensuring that Lin Yao's medical equipment and Rosie's server can dissipate heat and ventilate without interference. Lu Xiaowan, on the other hand, cautiously carries a cup of water and 2 steaming dinosaur-shaped buns, timidly saying, "Master Chen, why don't you have some water and food?" Old Chen glances at the oddly shaped buns, snorts through his nose. Initially intending to refuse, he finds himself both thirsty and hungry after a night of hard work. He roughly grabs one of the buns and takes a large bite. The taste is unexpectedly delightful, something he has never experienced before. He finishes it in a few bites and reaches for a second, exclaiming, "SOSO? Why does this bun taste like chicken?" Lu Xiaowan's eyes light up, and she beams with joy, bouncing away to continue her culinary research. Lin Yao leans against Su Mo, both silently observing Old Chun's transformation process. Just as the information Rosie retrieved indicated, Old Chun is quite an exceptional mechanic. However, why would such a skilled technician stubbornly remain here? She adjusts her glasses, harboring deeper suspicions about this irritable car repairman. Meanwhile, Vela mostly stands guard at the door, occasionally stepping in to check on the progress. She glances at the rear wheel that Old Chun is fine-tuning and suddenly speaks. "Left rear wheel, negative camber." Old Chun is taken aback by her words, examines it closely, and curses, "Damn, the light is too dim, it's blinding me." He immediately begins to adjust it, muttering, "Your eyes are sharp enough." Vela remains silent, and after confirming the adjustment, retreats into the shadows. Time flies by. When the last reinforcing beam is welded securely, Old Chun wipes the sweat and grease from his face. Stepping back a few paces, he scrutinizes his work. The interior space has been reconfigured, with neatly concealed wiring and clearly defined functional areas. Both comfort and safety have been elevated to a higher standard. Although the vehicle's armor has been revitalized through the repairs of the Fortress Heart, its exterior remains marred with scratches from its previous life. Damn it, such a fine machine, yet it wears this shabby skin, looking like what? He curses, turning towards the spray painting room. Moments later, he emerges pushing a spray gun, holding 2 buckets of quick-drying paint, one matte black and one dark gold. "Everyone, step aside," he shouts, donning a mask and goggles, and activates the spray gun. Matte black serves as the undercoat, uniformly enveloping the vehicle's body, concealing all traces of its past. He then adjusted the dark gold paint, wielding the spray gun with steady precision. The front of the car seamlessly melded with the visage of a dragon, exuding an air of disdainful grandeur. The minimalist yet sharp scale patterns traced along the lines of the hood, extending backward. Absent were intricate designs. Only the potent lines conveyed strength. As the spray gun ceased, the final strand of gold paint solidified in the morning light. Old Chun gazed at the newly revitalized fortress before him. His calloused palm struck the hood with a resounding thud. A grin spread across his face, revealing teeth stained by smoke. His gaze swept over the car's roof, where a pair of grooves concealed celestial wings. He glanced at the dark gold dragon patterns along the body. "All right, now it truly resembles something," he exclaimed. "From now on, it shall be named the Fengshen." Chapter 118. The tale of Old Chun. As the dawn light gently filtered through the gaps of the shutter doors, it fell upon the rejuvenated Fengshen. Rosie skipped around the vehicle, exclaiming, "Wow, this is so cool. It truly befits my hacker identity." Lu Xiaowan, clutching her iron rolling pin, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It looks far better than before." The kitchen has also been reinforced. Vera cast a discerning glance over the car, offering a slight nod in approval. Lin Yao adjusted her glasses, her gaze resting on the weary Old Chun. She leaned closer to Su Mo, whispering, "Should we invite him to join us? His skills are commendable." To be frank, it was a splendid idea. With Old Chun's talent and his almost obsessive craftsmanship, he was indeed a rare find. As Su Mo stepped forward, poised to inquire, Old Chun seemed to sense something amiss. Without allowing Su Mo to speak, he waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not going anywhere. I refuse to leave." He set down the wrench and slowly turned around. His bloodshot eyes reflected nothing but exhaustion and anguish. He raised his hand, pointing toward a yellowing wedding photograph hanging on the repair shop's wall. In the picture, a young Chinwagwa donned an old military uniform, embracing a woman whose smile radiated like a blooming flower, set against the backdrop of a military camp's entrance. His finger then directed towards a corner of the wall, where a shattered frame lay in ruins. Faintly visible within was the same woman, nestled in the arms of another man clad in a suit, her smile sweet and tender. In one corner of the photograph, a boy of about 5 or 6 years old could be discerned. A bitter hatred laced Old Chin's voice as he spoke. That wretched woman followed another man while I was on a mission at the border. Her paramour was a local tyrant, powerful and influential. It was only when I stumbled upon them that I discovered even the boy was not my flesh and blood. He took a sudden swig from a bottle of inferior white liquor, the acrid liquid searing his throat and igniting painful memories. I could not bear this indignity. I gave that scoundrel couple a beating and then left the army. However, I later learned that the boy's name is Chen Feng. He didn't change his surname. Huh, is it not ironic? The young man is now in the military, thriving and reputedly holding a significant position. The workshop fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of Old Chun. The tale is indeed explosive. Each person harbors a question. Is his nominal son, Chen Feng, the current head of the military in Star City and the captain of the special forces? Logically, after Old Chen departed, Chen Feng would have changed his surname. Could it be that Chen Feng, deep down, harbors respect for Chen Weiguo? Betrayal, in any era, is the sharpest of blades. Su Mo can empathize with Old Chen's bitterness. It is this very resentment that propels him forward. Yet, Old Chen seems to be provoked by the silence. He waves his hand, his tone reverting to impatience. Enough. The story is over. Hurry and get lost. You are just an eyesore here. With that, he resumes tidying up his treasured tools. Su Mo approaches Old Chen. Master Chen. Thank you. Old Chen grunted, turning with an unusually serious expression. He lowered his voice to a level only they could hear. Kid, considering you listened to my recounting of these ancient grievances, I'll share something with you. The chassis, is there still an issue? Su Mo's words struck true, prompting a flicker of surprise in Old Chen's eyes, which quickly morphed back to impatience. Your eyes are quite perceptive. The main beam of your vehicle's chassis has hidden damage, stress fractures, not just one or two. Though I reinforced it with the best alloy, it merely prolongs its life. It addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. He locked his gaze on his Su Mo's eyes, enunciating each word. You've modified this vehicle too aggressively. The armor, the weaponry, and those devilish wings, weight, power, and the impact during flight have long exceeded the limits of this battered van's original chassis. Unless you can find materials with several orders of magnitude greater strength to completely replace the chassis, this vehicle will inevitably be rendered useless. And likely when you need it the most, it will suddenly fall apart. Su Mo's expression sharpened. He had indeed sensed something amiss before, but not with the clarity and precision that Old Chen possessed. Taking a deep breath, Su Mo solemnly nodded. I understand. Thank you, Master Chen. This information is crucial. The chassis is the foundation of any vehicle. The upgrade and modification of the stronghold's heart, whether armor, engine, or weaponry, must be built upon a stable chassis. If the chassis harbors fatal risks, even the most formidable modifications are mere castles in the air. The quest for stronger chassis materials or the outright replacement with a more advanced vehicle has become an urgent task. Perhaps an armored vehicle? A tank chassis? Old Chen observed Su Mo's calm reaction with some surprise, having expected the young man to display at least a hint of anxiety. He smacked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the curious crowd in the distance. All right, just knowing is enough. Your journey is still long. This is all there is for me in this lifetime. However, I have indeed found a successor for my craft. His eyes suddenly drifted toward the horizon, conjuring a vivid image in his mind, a wild figure with fiery red hair, racing on a motorcycle. That was the orphan he had taken in years ago, his sole disciple to whom he had imparted all his skills. A mixture of pride, helplessness, and a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, it transformed into a resigned sigh. Let us not speak of it, just go. Rest assured, the matters concerning you and the vehicle shall remain buried deep within me. I shall not utter a word. Su Mo cast a deep glance at Old Chen, refrained from further words, and turned towards the Fengshen. Board the vehicle, let us set off. The Fengshen slowly departed, its matte black body melding with the crimson sun of the morning. The dark golden dragon patterns shimmered subtly, exuding an indomitable aura as it left the automobile city. The hidden dangers beneath the chassis loomed like a colossal sword hanging overhead. Finding a stronger chassis material had become an urgent priority. As the vehicle exited the main thoroughfare of the automobile city and turned a corner, several well-equipped off-road vehicles adorned with military camouflage approached from ahead. The entire convoy exuded an air of stern authority as it brushed past the Fengshen. The lead off-road vehicle lowered the passenger window. A young officer instantly locked his gaze onto the impressive Fengshen. He had neither seen nor heard of this vehicle before. It bore a slight resemblance to Su Mo's van. However, it had been several days without any news from Su Mo and his companions. The young officer did not issue a command to intercept. He merely noted the characteristics of Su Mo's vehicle before raising the window again. The convoy continued on, heading straight toward the direction of the Eagle modification. Chapter 119. Emergency draft order. At the entrance of Eagle modification, the young officer, accompanied by several soldiers, stepped out of the vehicle and strode towards the rolling shutter door, where Old Chun was still diligently occupied. The officer approached Old Chun from behind and spoke in a low voice. "Chun Weigua?" Old Chun turned, seemingly anticipating this moment, his expression betraying neither surprise nor resistance. The young officer stepped before Old Chun and presented his credentials. "Comrade Chun Weigua, former first sergeant of a certain army automotive regiment. According to Article 7 of the Emergency Draft Regulations during wartime, you are hereby summoned. Your specialized skills are vital to the base. Please accompany us immediately." Old Chun accepted a draft order stamped with a red seal. He noted that the signature of the overall commander, Chen Feng, was clearly inscribed in the designated section. He cast a lingering glance at the repair shop he had nurtured for half his life, then gazed into the distance where the Fengshen had vanished. He offered no resistance, nor did he inquire further. Silently, he turned and entered the workshop, retrieving a small bag containing the tools he was most adept with. He approached the officer, nodded, and said, "Let us go." The officer casually inquired, "Whose vehicle was that which just departed?" "It has been modified quite uniquely." Lao Chen paused for a moment, his face betraying no emotion. Images of several mischievous youths flickered through his mind. "I don't know. Perhaps a few passers-by. The car looks rather ostentatious, distinctly non-mainstream." After speaking, he averted his gaze from the officer and walked directly to one of the off-road vehicles, taking a seat inside. The officer cast a deep glance at Lao Chun but refrained from further questioning, instead gesturing commandingly. "That convoy was military, wasn't it?" Lin Yao inquired, her brow furrowed. "Indeed," Suemo replied. Observing their direction, it seemed they were in search of the uncle. "Should we? No need to head to the gas station ahead." Suemo interjected with a hand gesture. Vela nodded and maneuvered into an abandoned gas station. After confirming the absence of any living beings, Suemo and Vela exited the vehicle. Suemo instinctively checked the fuel pumps, but unfortunately, they had long since ceased to function. He then turned his attention to the vehicles parked behind. A faint glow emanated from his palm as he activated his metallic control. In less than 10 seconds, the entire fuel tank was flawlessly detached. Employing the same method, he soon removed several fuel tanks, accumulating approximately 100 liters of fuel. Roxy sat in the control room, peering through a newly added small window. The real-time footage transmitted by the drone was segmented into multiple screens. The major antagonist, within a kilometer radius, was surrounded by only a few wandering, ordinary zombies, posing a negligible threat. For some unknown reason, the number of zombies and mutated beasts outdoors had dwindled considerably during this period. Nodding, Suemo poured the fuel into the critically low main tank of the Wind God and filled 2 spare fuel barrels to the brim. Inside the vehicle, Lu Xiaowan was busily engaged in the small kitchen, her excitement palpable. The newly collected dragon bones and high-gluten flour were mixed with crystal core powder, and she added some chocolate in an attempt to create portable high-energy bars. "Xiaowan, be cautious with the heat," Lin Yao warned just in time. Boom. A muffled sound erupted, accompanied by black smoke billowing from the kitchen exhaust. Lu Xiaowan emerged with a sooty face, holding a half-burnt energy bar. "Sister Yao, I think I miscalibrated the mixture again." It exploded. Lin Yao sighed in exasperation, extinguishing the flames while scolding her, though her tone was laced with affection. "How many times have I said to double-check when fusing the crystal cores?" With the refueling completed, Suemo and Vela returned to the cockpit. "Roxy, what is the current situation in Star City?" Suemo inquired. Roxy immediately perked up, connecting her tablet to the vehicle's central control screen. She retrieved her organized content and cleared her throat, reporting in a serious manner. Commencing report. First, the military's rise. Chen Feng is moving swiftly. After consolidating the military's armed forces and certain survivor squads, the combat personnel have expanded to nearly 1,000, well-equipped and well-trained. Chen Feng's innate talent, iron will, indeed possesses remarkable qualities. Within his command, the squad's execution capability and resilience under pressure have markedly improved, with morale soaring. Under his leadership, the military has effectively purged the low-threat zombies from the core urban areas, establishing a relatively secure zone. The scene transitions to the vicinity of Xingqing 15 Middle School and the Children's Hospital. This area has been transformed into the largest refuge in Xingqing, known as the Dawn Base. A multitude of survivors can be seen queuing for food and water under the organization of soldiers. Makeshift medical stations are operational, and engineers are repairing damaged pipelines. This serves as the military's headquarters, sheltering at least several tens of thousands of people. A strict rationing system is in place, with limited supplies of water and electricity, and the military exerts total control over medical services and public safety. Chun Feng has garnered immense respect, with ordinary citizens viewing him as a savior, referring to him as the guardian of Xingqing on forums. Roshi smirks as she pulls up several images of corpses publicly executed, displayed on the railings surrounding the base. However, he has been ruthless in dealing with those engaged in robbery, murder, rape, and even spreading panic. The announcement states this is a wartime special law. The map then shifts to a broader view of Xingqing. On the map, aside from the blue zones representing the military, there are several areas marked in different colors. The gray zone indicates the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce, with approximately 500 combatants, having absorbed the remnants of the Iron Shield Alliance, operating discreetly yet possessing formidable strength. The purple zone represents the Pioneer Alliance, led by Thunderbird, a gifted individual with lightning attributes, known for his wild and aggressive expansion, plundering resources and frequently clashing with nearby small camps. The other vividly colored regions signify small to medium-sized factions, either retracting for self-preservation, aligning with larger powers, or being incorporated by the military. As the red mist recedes, the available space for survival diminishes significantly. At the map's edge, the dark red area, symbolizing the red mist, is visibly encroaching inward. The safe zone's perimeter is shrinking daily, stabilizing at a rate of approximately 1 kilometer per day. At this pace, in half a month, the entire core area of Xingqing will be lost. After the report, Roshi clicks on a prominently pinned announcement, issued in the name of the Temporary Military Administration of Xingqing. Now, the main event is upon us. Chun Feng has issued a notice under the auspices of the Xingqing Temporary Military Administration, the wording strikingly firm. Emergency Mobilization Order. Target audience. Leaders of organizations with a scale of over 100 individuals or possessing abilities of level 6 and above. Time and place. Today at noon. Precisely 12 o'clock p.m. in the large conference hall of Dawn Base, formerly Xingqing No. 15 Middle School. Agenda 1. Establish a unified defense line to address the crisis of the Red Mist's retraction. 2. Coordinate the distribution of critical survival resources, fuel, food, medicines, weapons, and ammunition. 3. Formulate a collective code of conduct for Xingqing survivors and a framework for joint action. 4. Additionally, exclusive military intelligence will be shared. All faction leaders must attend in person and on time. It is reiterated, in this dire moment for humanity's survival, unity and cooperation are the only paths to salvation. Any actions that undermine unity, obstruct cooperation, or jeopardize the overall security of Star City will be deemed a betrayal of all survivors. The military administration will employ all necessary means to eradicate such threats, showing no leniency. Issued by Chun Feng, Commander of the Temporary Military Administration of Star City. Chapter 120. Farewell, Chun Feng. The vehicle was enveloped in silence. The words of this summons carried a palpable sense of iron resolve, with phrases like no leniency will be shown brimming with lethal intent. Luoshi murmured softly, "Humph. Does Chun Feng really consider himself the Emperor of Star City? To refuse is to betray, yet to comply means following his orders? Such arrogance." Lin Yao adjusted her glasses and calmly analyzed. He aims to consolidate all forces and pool resources to combat the Red Mist. While his methods are indeed severe, one cannot entirely fault the logic within the context of this apocalyptic backdrop. The crucial questions remain. How will benefits be distributed? How will power be balanced? Lu Xiaonuan, anxiously tugging at her apron, asked, "Master Su, should we go? It sounds quite dangerous." Weila remained silent, adhering to Su Mo's decisions. For Su Mo, sourcing materials to reinforce the chassis was of utmost urgency. Tonight's Dawn Conference gathered all the prominent leaders of Star City, undoubtedly the ideal platform for intelligence gathering. Perhaps they might even discover some talents beneficial to their team. Risks, Chun Feng's dominance, potential conflicts. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, where is there no risk? Hesitation will only lead to inaction. In Sumo's lexicon, there is no room for retreat. As for Chun Feng's threats, from the moment he rejected Chun Feng, he had never regarded them with any seriousness. Su Mo required information, materials, and talents. Thus, this destination was worth pursuing. Let us head to the Dawn Base. Weila, check the weapon systems, particularly the ammunition, to ensure they are ready for immediate use. Luoshi, chart the optimal route, avoiding other major factions and known large hordes of zombies. Lin Yao, prepare emergency medical kits, especially detoxification and anti-radiation agents. Xiaonuan, you are responsible for preparing some non-explosive rations. Understood, the group of women responded in unison. The Black Wind God vehicle promptly changed course, heading towards the core area of Star City, the Dawn Base. At the perimeter checkpoint of the Dawn Base, several small convoys were lined up, undergoing inspections. When it was the Wind Goddess' turn, the inspecting soldier's captain was momentarily taken aback. The vehicle's design was strikingly unique, with a matte black armor. The menacing dragon-like front exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, far surpassing that of a mere modified vehicle. The captain rapped on the window, his tone laced with caution. Which faction do you belong to? Please provide your registration information. The passenger window lowered, revealing Su Mo's tranquil visage. Mobile Fortress. He cast a suspicious glance at the interior of the vehicle. Aside from the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman in the driver's seat, there appeared to be several figures in the back row. It seemed to be a minor faction, likely seeking to ally themselves. Upon entering the base, the vehicle was parked in the designated area. You belong to a small faction, permitted only the leader and one bodyguard to enter the main assembly. The others must remain in the designated area and refrain from wandering. The captain announced the regulations as a matter of routine. Understood, Su Mo nodded, guided by the soldiers. The function vehicle came to rest in a relatively open area. Su Mo, accompanied by Weila, alighted and headed towards the main entrance. Lin Yao Luoshi and Lu Xianwan remained in the vehicle on standby. At this moment, Luoshi's tablet had connected to the surveillance system, attempting to access the base's internal public cameras. Chen Feng, clad in a crisp military uniform with a suitably composed smile, personally welcomed the various leaders at the entrance. As soon as he stepped into the main assembly, Chen Feng approached immediately, a hint of surprise evident upon seeing Su Mo's team. Brother Su Mo, Chen Feng greeted warmly, lowering his voice. Thank you for your assistance with the Kowloon Tower matter. Without you, Star City would still be in the dark. His gaze swept over Weila, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement. Miss Weila, you remain as captivating as ever. Su Mo shook his hand in silence. Chen Feng leaned in closer, his tone earnest and subdued. Brother Su, I understand your lofty ambitions and your desire for freedom. However, with the encroaching red mist, Star City requires unity. I hope you will support the proposal for a united disaster response at tonight's meeting. Regardless of the outcome, the military will provide you with some special intelligence. Chen Feng's words were impeccable. Su Mo remained noncommittal. I will consider it. Chen Feng smiled and gestured for him to take a seat. The main assembly had been transformed from a classroom, featuring a massive oval conference table now filled with leaders and key members from various factions in Star City. Chen Feng proceeded directly to the head of the table. Su Mo chose an inconspicuous spot to sit down, while Weila stood behind him like a bodyguard. At that moment, their earpieces crackled to life with Luoshi's voice. Big bad guy, idol sister. To Chen Feng's left sat Zhao Tianxiong, the leader of the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce, a class fire elemental. To his right was Lei Lai, the leader of the Pioneers Alliance, a class lightning elemental. The others present were mostly from minor factions, many of whom had come merely to observe or seek allegiance. Chen Feng cleared his throat, straining to quell the noise in the room. Esteemed leaders, the apocalyptic crisis looms. The red mist encroaches, and the lives of Star City's survivors hang by a thread. I, Chen Feng, have gathered you all today for one purpose: unity. I propose the establishment of the Star City United Defense Command to elect a chief commander. We shall consolidate our strengths, coordinate resources, and collectively withstand the forthcoming challenges. Subsequently, Chen Feng elaborated on his proposal, which encompassed the centralized management and distribution of essential supplies, as well as the establishment of a unified defense system. Yet, a coarse voice erupted from the assembly. Lei Lai of the Pioneer Alliance stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Feng, spitting words of derision. Nonsense. Chen Feng, your so-called talent, steel will, is merely a means to galvanize the masses. What gives you the right to sit here and issue commands? Is it merely because you have more people and weapons? I am Lei Lai, a level lightning. Every brother under me has fought their way out from the brink of death. Who do you think you are? Why should we heed your orders? A united front? Fine. I am perfectly suited for the position of commander. Electric arcs crackled around him, exuding an overwhelming presence. His thunderous outburst incited several minor leaders aligned with the Pioneer Alliance to join in the uproar. Indeed, Commander Chen, when it comes to strength, Lei is unquestionably superior. A level talent commanding at this level? What a joke. Commander Chen, your bureaucratic ways will not prevail. Source integration? I suspect you aim to annex us. Our Pioneer Alliance can maintain our territory on our own. The atmosphere in the venue grew tense in an instant. Chen Feng's expression darkened, poised to respond. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced through, emanating from the Blackstone Merchant Association's faction. The speaker, a man clad in a floral shirt known as Zhao San, declared, Commander Chen, there is an old saying in Huaxia. The capable reside, while the incompetent yield. Those who refuse to yield shall be slain. Your proposal is excessively weak and outdated. Look to the east, to the land of cherry blossoms. Now, that is what one calls advanced. In the face of the apocalypse, they swiftly embraced elitism, constructing underground sanctuaries, concentrating resources for the truly strong. The old, weak, sick, and useless ought to be eliminated. This is the law of nature, optimizing the human race. We in Star City should learn from the spirit of the land of cherry blossoms. The position of commander should only be held by the likes of Lei and our President Zhao, those with true talent. This unabashedly pro-Japanese rhetoric and inhumane ideology silenced the assembly instantly. To be candid, both Zhao Tianxiong and Lei Lai harbored similar sentiments, albeit to varying degrees. Yet, to express such blatant thoughts openly, especially lauding the land of cherry blossoms in the presence of the military, carried an unmistakable flavor of mockery. In that moment, Chen Feng's gaze turned icy to the utmost degree. Zhao San, whose real name was Zhao Go, had been a comprador for the Elephant Corporation before the apocalypse, a pro-Japanese element. After the fall, he led the Black Dog Gang, raiding vulnerable survivor camps 17 times, mercilessly slaughtering 43 innocent survivors, and abducting 26 women and children for his own and his gang's depraved pleasures. This so-called elite class consisted of scum such as you. With each word Chen Feng uttered, Zhao San's complexion paled further. The first ironclad rule of the Star City Military Control Committee: traitors and anti-human elements shall be executed without mercy. Seize him. At this moment, even Zhao Tianxiong beside him furrowed his brow, discreetly shifting his chair to establish a boundary. The two elite warriors behind Chen Feng suddenly lunged forward, aiming directly for Zhao San. Cornered like a dog, Zhao San's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he activated his extraordinary talent, water-cutting blade. His hands transformed into two venomous long knives, initially forcing back the soldier on his left. Then, with a swift motion, he charged towards the nearest Su Mo. Having witnessed Chen Feng conversing with him earlier, mistakenly believing Su Mo to be a figure of considerable significance. Damn it, if I am to perish, I shall take someone down with me. You, pretty boy, shall accompany me to the grave. The hypocritical Chen Feng whispered to you. Your position must be high. With my extraordinary talent, killing is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Zhao San grinned wickedly, his dagger glinting with a green sheen as it plunged towards Su Mo's throat. The speed was so incredible that to the ordinary eye, it appeared as but a fleeting shadow. A chorus of gasps erupted in the venue, many even closing their eyes, believing the young man sipping tea in the corner was doomed. Only Chen Feng shook his head slightly, recognizing that Zhao San was courting his own demise. Just as the dagger was about to strike, a lewd smirk crept across Zhao San's face. And that mare. If I could enjoy myself before I die. The thought was abruptly cut short. Su Mo did not even rise. He merely lifted his right hand, which instantaneously glimmered with a layer of dark golden metallic sheen. Metal manipulation. Zhao San's venomous daggers collided with what felt like steel alloy, snapping in two on the spot. The manic laughter on Zhao San's face froze in an instant. Without any flourish, Su Mo extended his wrist, seizing Zhao San's neck. Zhao San barely had time to react, feeling his neck twist to the right. In that moment, all sound, images, and thoughts crystallized. The next second, his entire head fell away. The headless corpse maintained its forward-leaning posture, standing stiffly for half a second before crashing to the ground. Warm blood spurted forth, staining the nearby floor. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. A swift kill, an absolute annihilation. A being of extraordinary talent had been mercilessly decapitated, deprived even of the chance to struggle. Everyone was struck dumb by Su Mo's actions. The two soldiers who had lunged forward stood frozen in shock, staring at the unfolding scene. Su Mo's gesture of dismissal was as casual as if he were merely having a meal. Meanwhile, the blonde, blue-eyed woman, resembling a figure sculpted from ice, never once raised her eyelids throughout the ordeal. Chen Feng took a deep breath and commanded sternly, "Remove the body. Clean up thoroughly." Only then did the soldiers snap back to reality, hastily advancing to drag away the corpse and erase the bloodstains. Within the venue, the glances directed towards Su Mo transformed entirely. Filled with apprehension, reverence, and profound uncertainty, even the typically audacious Lei Lai had tempered his arrogance. Zhao Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. The leader of this mobile fortress possessed unfathomable strength. Chen Feng cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on course. Ahem. Now that the scum has been dealt with, let us return to the main topic. The contraction of the Red Mist is imminent, and establishing a joint command is of utmost urgency. Before he could finish his sentence, Lei Lai interjected once more, although his tone was no longer as confrontational. He asserted, "Commander Chen is correct. We can consider unification. However, I reiterate, the position of Supreme Commander must be held by the strongest among us. Otherwise, how can one command respect? How can we lead the charge against the Red Mist?" His gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately landing on Su Mo. Carrying a hint of scrutiny, "May I inquire, brother? What is your talent? How many warriors do you command? Please share, so that we may have some clarity. All eyes once again converged on Su Mo, awaiting his response. What could this young man, who had just unveiled his terrifying prowess, possibly have up his sleeve? At that moment, the heavy metal doors of the main hall were forcefully kicked open from outside. Dust and debris instantly enveloped the entire entrance. A white figure emerged, crashing through the haze, striding into the center of the assembly with a heavy gait. Su Mo nearly laughed upon seeing what appeared to be a fossilized skeleton resembling a bird dragon. The originally slender bones were now encased in thick armor plating. Its skull was adorned with metallic horns, and its tail bore a spiked mace. Each step it took sparked against the ground. This was no longer the fossil creature they had previously encountered. It was undoubtedly a steel beast endowed with the essence of ancient life. Perched firmly upon its back was a figure with fiery red hair, wearing a skull mask, clad in a form-fitting black leather suit that accentuated her lean and powerful physique. She bore a massive wrench over her shoulder. Her gaze radiated a wild ferocity. The red-haired woman disregarded the firearms aimed at her, her defiant eyes sweeping across the room before briefly resting on Su Mo's face. With a swift dismount from her steed, she strode confidently to the center of the hall. Her look held a trace of mockery, ultimately settling on Chun Feng in the main seat. A grin spread across her face, embodying the audacious curve of a dragon king. She slammed the massive wrench down onto the ground, her resonant voice echoing throughout the hall. Well, quite a lively gathering. I hear you're in search of a leader? I am Qin Shui. My talent is reshaping all things. Am I worthy to be the leader of this motley crew? Chapter 122, The Crimson Lotus Mechanic. Qin Shui, the phrase level of extraordinary talent, the ability to reshape all things, uttered by Qin Shui, froze the atmosphere of the venue in an instant. Level. A rank that exists solely in legends and speculative forums. According to calculations, the probability of its awakening is a mere 1 in 10 million. Yet, at this moment, it vividly materialized before their eyes, even more uproarious than when Su Mo effortlessly dispatched Zhao Xin moments ago. Such a villain, she possesses a level talent. And you seem utterly unfazed? Could it be that your talent surpasses hers? Came the teasing voice of Luo, she through the earpiece. Su Mo remained noncommittal, but the reactions of the others in the venue were markedly different. Level? What a jest. Is there truly such a level of talent? The ability to reshape all things sounds like it could alter matter itself. Qin Shui from the Crimson Lotus Workshop? That mad mechanic? Hasn't she been operating in the southern outskirts? Is that contraption beneath her a living fossil skeleton, transformed into a mechanical beast? The arrogance on Lei Lai's face was completely reined in, replaced by a barely perceptible glimmer of greed. If he could recruit or exploit her. Zhao Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, his fingers drumming faster on the tabletop. What the Blackstone Chamber needed most was precisely this kind of top-tier talent capable of generating value. He was already calculating what price to offer. Meanwhile, Chun Feng, seated at the head of the table, furrowed his brow even tighter. The precarious situation he had just stabilized with Su Mo was utterly disrupted by the emergence of a level talent. He spoke in a deep voice, instantly overpowering the cacophony of the assembly. Qin Shui, this is the Star City Joint Defense Conference, not your playground. Qin Shui scoffed, striding boldly to the center of the venue. As her fingers brushed against the gun barrel aimed at her, it fell to the ground with a resounding thud, instantly disassembling into a myriad of multicolored metal fragments. Even the impurities within the iron were extracted. Su Mo's eyes widened. This was indeed the level talent, the ability to reshape all things. If she were willing to act, wouldn't the high-strength materials for the territory be effortlessly resolved? Xiao Xiong, investigate this woman's background. Su Mo whispered, issuing a command to Luo Shi. Luo Shi rolled her eyes, seemingly having anticipated Su Mo's directive. Qin Shui, 28 years old, 175 centimeters tall, 56 kilograms, measurements 34. These details can wait, Su Mo interjected, feeling a tad awkward. What did this girl take herself for? At that moment, Qin Shui yanked the empty chair beside Su Mo aside, stepping directly onto it. One hand pressing down on Su Mo's shoulder while the other brought a massive wrench crashing onto the conference table. The surface reverberated with a dull thud, leaving a shallow dent. Qin Feng, did you say I'm acting unruly? I am here to inform you, not to negotiate. She surveyed the room, exuding an air of defiance that looked down upon all. In the realm of Star City, this territory shall henceforth be under the aegis of my Red Lotus Workshop. The allocation of resources and the establishment of defenses must adhere to my regulations. She paused, her gaze revealing a tinge of complexity. Director Chun, has that old stalwart Chen Weigua been persuaded to leave by you? Chun Feng's expression sharpened, and he replied in a low voice. Comrade Chen Weigua is a retired veteran and, moreover, a valuable technical talent. According to the emergency conscription regulations during wartime, he has been summoned to join the military logistics department. He hesitated, his tone laced with a barely perceptible reprimand. Old Chun expelled you from the family to prevent you from succumbing to those unrealistic fantasies. Qin Shui, my dear sister, you should comprehend his intentions. Qin Shui, as if stepping on a landmine, tightened her grip on Su Mo's shoulder, unconsciously applying more pressure. Intentions? Huh. He is obstinate. He clings to antiquated ideas. He fears change. Am I wasting my talent? Just take a look at this. She kicked at the imposing steel raptor standing nearby. Without my talent, could this marvel even stand? Could it run and leap? Could it serve as my steed in the apocalypse? His outdated notions of patching and repairing should have been discarded long ago. At that moment, as Chun Feng and Qin Shui faced off, the atmosphere in the venue grew tense. In Su Mo's earpiece, Luo Qian's voice broke through. Big bad guy. Idol sister. I found out. Qin Shui possesses the extraordinary talent, reshaping all, with specific abilities yet to be determined, but presumed to relate to material transformation and mechanical remolding. Before the apocalypse, she was a legendary figure in the underground modification scene of Star City and the founder of the Red Lotus Workshop. According to the information gathered, this Annie's story is rather tragic. Born into a family that favored sons over daughters, she faced abuse from her family due to her gender and was later abandoned at the gates of an orphanage. The head of that orphanage was a pervert. When Qin Shui was 10, she ingeniously crafted a high-voltage trap using discarded parts and wires, incapacitating the head with a shock that nearly cost him his life. Amidst the chaos, she escaped, nearly starving to death or freezing in a garbage dump, when she was rescued by the recently divorced Chen Weigua. Old Chun raised her like his own daughter, and while repairing vehicles, he serendipitously discovered her extraordinary aptitude for mechanics, generously imparting his lifetime of knowledge to her. Qin Shui surpassed her mentor, yet as she grew older, her ideas became increasingly radical. Old Chen emphasized practicality, reliability, and adherence to standards, while also valuing exquisite aesthetics. As for Qin Shui, she sought perfection. Her vision was to create an ultimate vehicle, one capable of traversing through nuclear explosions, zombie hordes, and even alien invasions. Old Chun regarded her aspirations as fanciful, a sheer waste of materials and talent, leading to fierce arguments between them. Consequently, Qin Shui left home, accompanied by a few younger disciples, and established the Red Lotus Workshop, specializing in audacious modification orders. Her modification style, as described in the records, embodies the principle of brutal aesthetics, prioritizing functionality over appearance. Her personal mark is a red lotus imprint embossed upon the modified items. Indeed, I have made the necessary amendments. Vela nodded, recalling the racing vehicle from years past. At the rear door, there indeed existed a mark resembling a red lotus. Su Mo's gaze shifted towards the defiant woman beside him. With a tumultuous background, extraordinary talent, and a fiery, obstinate disposition, she harbored deep feelings for Old Chun. Yet their ideals clashed, truly a troublesome individual. Nevertheless, her innate abilities could indeed resolve the underlying issues with the Fengshen vehicle's chassis. Chen Feng. Qin Shui's voice abruptly interrupted Su Mo's thoughts. She pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Feng without reservation. Stop wasting my time with irrelevant discussions. Where's Old Chun? I demand to see him now. Do not speak to me of recruitment regulations. They hold no sway here. Chun Feng's expression darkened, as if he could draw water from it. He suppressed his ire, knowing that confronting Qin Shui head-on at this moment would not be prudent. Qin Shui, we shall discuss Old Chun's matters later. He paused, then dropped a bombshell more shocking than the emergence of an extraordinary talent. Chapter 123, Momentous News, City Merging Leaders. I have gathered you today not solely for the immediate concerns surrounding the red mist and resource distribution. More importantly, we have acquired a comrade with predictive abilities, who has informed us that the cities sealed off by the red mist are not entirely lost to isolation. As the red mist retracts to a certain extent, spatial merging between different cities is set to occur. The venue erupted in chaos. This revelation, which Rashi had scoured the internet for without success, was unprecedented. Spatial merging? This was indeed a monumental announcement, perhaps even more peculiar than the red mist itself. It implied that previously independent cities would undergo a grand reshuffling post-merger. The adversaries of the future would not be limited to zombies, mutated beasts, and the red mist. They could also include survivors and factions from other, unknown cities. Rumors spoke of monsters capable of flattening entire cities. Predictive abilities? Do such talents truly exist in this world? Merging? What does that entail? Cities combining? Is this scientific? Physics has seemingly vanished. Murmurs of disbelief filled the air. In this apocalypse, what relevance does physics hold? Anything is possible. Chen Feng's cough swiftly quelled the clamor. Cough. This is not mere alarmism. Predictions indicate that this spatial merging phenomenon could materialize within 10 days at the earliest. Undoubtedly, such random amalgamations will unleash unimaginable chaos. It may lead to resource conflicts, invasions by anomalous entities, or even a reorganization of established rules. We must unite all available forces and establish a cohesive defense line and command system before that time. Otherwise, Star City shall inevitably face destruction. This news from the military weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, yet none dared to question Chen Feng's words. Even Qin Shui relinquished her grip on Su Mo's shoulder. Beneath the skeletal mask, her brow furrowed tightly as she muttered under her breath, "Can this absurd world become any more ludicrous?" It seemed she had only just realized that her hand rested upon Su Mo's shoulder. The force she had exerted moments ago was sufficient to shatter the scapula of an ordinary person. A subtle tingling sensation coursed through Su Mo's shoulder, as the passive defense of metal manipulation quietly absorbed most of the impact. Yet for her, strength was meant for display and application. As for restraint, that was a concern only for the weak. Turning to Su Mo, her tone carried a hint of camaraderie. "Hey, little brother, I hope I didn't hurt you just now?" Su Mo merely cast her a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Vira, positioned behind Su Mo, finally relaxed her anxious heart. Had Qin Shui truly posed any threat to Su Mo, she would have acted long ago. Behind Qin Shui stood a middle-aged man exuding an air of sophistication who approached closely. He was the second-in-command of the Crimson Lotus Guild, known by the codename Doctor. Adjusting his glasses with a hand, he scanned Chen Feng and quietly remarked to Qin Shui, "President, the military's intelligence network is far more extensive than we anticipated. If the news of the spatial merger is true, our plans will require reevaluation." Qin Shui huffed in response. "First, we need to locate the old stubborn one. Regardless of the merger, with enough strength and territory, we can survive anywhere." At that moment, Chen Feng raised his hand to quell the commotion within the assembly. He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the faces present. "This matter is of utmost importance. We shall temporarily adjourn. I request that all leaders confer with their core members. The meeting will resume at 8 o'clock tonight. I will present a more detailed plan and nominate a capable commander to lead Star City through this crisis." With the announcement of the recess, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall eased somewhat. The leaders began to hastily depart. Chen Feng deliberately approached Su Mo, extending his hand earnestly. "Brother Su Mo, thank you for your assistance earlier. Scoundrels like Zhao San are not worth lamenting. Furthermore, I can inform you in advance that, according to predictions, the area where the Dawn base is located will become the final core safety zone for Star City after the red mist recedes. It's wise to prepare ahead." Su Mo shook his hand and turned to leave. A core safety zone? This intelligence was indeed valuable. Chen Feng's gaze shifted back to Qin Shui, carrying a tinge of complexity. "Qin Shui, shall we discuss old Chen's matters privately?" "Privately? Sure, Chief Chen," Qin Shui responded, shouldering her weapon as she followed him. Just as Su Mo and Vira exited the main conference building, an urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. "Big bad guy. Idle sister. Hurry back to the parking lot. Sister Yao Yao has gotten into a fight with someone. It's a bunch of non-mainstream types." Vira's ice blue eyes narrowed instantaneously, her pace quickening. Su Mo's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze turned noticeably colder. In a corner of the parking lot, the function was currently surrounded by 7 or 8 young men and women, clad in studded leather jackets and sporting vividly colored hair. Su Mo and Weila exchanged glances, their wild demeanor rivaling that of the earlier Red Lotus pilot, Qin Shui. Leading the group was a young man with a mohawk, chewing betel nut, casually tapping on the door of the Wind God vehicle. He turned to Lin Yao in the driver's seat, grinning mischievously. "Come on, beautiful sister, don't be so stingy. Our boss has a penchant for rugged modified vehicles. Just look at those lines and that armor. It's practically tailor-made for our queen of the Red Lotus. What's the price? Crystal cores? Gasoline? Or perhaps other supplies? Heh, our boss is aiming to become the commander of Star City. Sell it to us, and we'll have your backs in the future." His entourage chimed in. "Exactly. Be smart about it. Anything our sister Hongjia has her eyes on is already as good as ours. This old clunker is just wasting space. It deserves to be our boss's ride. Step aside. This vehicle is not for sale," Lin Yao replied, her voice unwavering. She understood that this was a military jurisdiction, and no one dared to cause trouble here. The Mohawk youth grinned, spitting out a mouthful of betel nut residue. "Oh, quite stubborn, aren't we? Refusing a toast only to face punishment." Before he could finish, Su Mo's hand clamped down on him like a vice. Pain surged through him, nearly causing him to faint. At that moment, Weila appeared beside Su Mo, her ice blue eyes sweeping over the group of nonconformists as though they were mere corpses. The raucous youths fell silent, instinctively taking a step back. Boss, Wayla tilted her head slightly, signaling to Suemo. Just as the Mohawk youth was about to curse, Qin Shui strode over, flanked by her strategist and doctor. Lu, shut your mouth, she barked, glaring at her inept subordinates. Particularly the Mohawk youth whose wrist was gripped by Suemo incensed, she delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. Pointing at her underlings, Qin Shui chastised, feeling accomplished. Are we learning the art of extortion, have we? How have I taught you? If you desire something valuable, earn it through your own merit. Harassing a girl? What a disgrace to the Red Lotus Guild. Chapter 124. The Gift of Transformation. After reprimanding them, Qin Shui turned to Suemo and Wayla, lightly tapping a button on the side of her face. The originally black metallic skull mask opened, revealing her striking visage as she offered her apologies to Suemo and the other ladies. I sincerely apologize, young brother, and to you ladies as well. My subordinates lack understanding and require discipline. I shall deal with them later. Her gaze then swept over the Wind God vehicle, its matte black armor and fierce dragon motifs, along with the sliding grooves on the roof, capturing her attention with a spark of intrigue. Qin Shui stepped forward, her fingers gliding over the frigid armor with the singular focus characteristic of a craftsman. This painting technique seemed somewhat familiar. Was it modified by that stubborn old Chinwagwa? Suemo had yet to respond when a muffled thud emanated from within the function vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a plume of black smoke billowed from the exhaust. The kitchen hatch swung open, revealing Lu Xiaowan, her face darkened by soot. Steadily, she presented a tray, upon which lay several wildly shaped, vibrantly colored pastries. Exuding a suspicious steam, Master Su, my newly researched rainbow macaron seemed to have failed just a tad. Lu Xiaowan pouted, her expression a blend of disappointment and innocence as she gazed at her charred creations. Lin Yao cautiously picked up a small piece of the macarons, carefully examining its relatively intact edge before bringing it closer to her nose and decisively setting it down. The energy fluctuations are erratic. I do not recommend consumption. The others looked on as Qin Shui regarded the wildly shaped sweets, then glanced at Lu Xiaowan's face, which, though marked by frustration, still radiated vitality. Her throat involuntarily constricted. Behind her, the group of young followers' stomachs audibly protested. In the apocalypse, finding anything resembling food was already a rare feat. Qin Shui pointed at the tray and boldly inquired, "Hey, little black cat, are these macarons for sale?" Lu Xiaowan looked around, pointing to herself in disbelief. "Are you asking me?" Upon seeing Qin Shui nod, Lu Xiaowan appeared somewhat flustered. Just then, Luo Shi poked her head out from the driver's seat, curiously fixating on the metallic mask on Qin Shui's face. "Wow, that mask is so cool. Can it transform?" At this, Qin Shui grinned widely and casually removed the mask. The metal framework shifted effortlessly between her fingers. "You've got a good eye, little girl. How about I trade this for some food?" "Go for it, Sister Xiaowan. Trade with her," Luo Shi encouraged from the side. Though Lu Xiaowan was somewhat unfamiliar with such impressive equipment, Qin Shui's forthright demeanor inexplicably drew her in. I'm a bit hesitant," Lu Xiaowan murmured. Casting a pleading glance towards Suemo nodded. "You decide for yourself." With permission granted, Lu Xiaowan nodded vigorously. "Yes. Let us trade." Qin Shui laughed heartily. Stepping closer to Lu Xiaowan and gesturing playfully at her small face, "You seem quite agreeable. Let me craft a personalized one just for you." Before her words had fully settled, a glimmer sparked in her eyes as her innate ability, the skill of meticulous reshaping, quietly activated. Active skill, precision shaping, allows for the precise sculpting of integrated or singular materials, capable of repairing complex damage, optimizing structures, or conjuring intricate components from a design blueprint. This requires intense concentration. A faint, furnace-like red glow emanated from her palm. Before her, the once metallic mask transformed into a pool of liquid metal. It swiftly morphed, shrinking in contour to snugly fit the delicate visage of Lu Xiaowan. Qin Shui glanced at Lu Xiaowan's panda apron and casually inquired, "Do you fancy pandas?" Lu Xiaowan eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. I love them." A smile, reminiscent of a dragon's arc, graced Qin Shui's lips as she continued her work, sketching a charming panda design onto the mask. "Doctor, we possess the elemental cores of wind, ice, and metal," Qin Shui declared, extending her hand backward. "Boss, our supply of cores is limited," the doctor, observing with a twitch of his eyelids, whispered a warning. Without turning her head, Qin Shui retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my tasks? I'm giving away items, and you dare to meddle?" The doctor, silenced, retrieved the necessary cores from his pocket. 3 cores, sufficient to procure a week's worth of food for the guild. With a flick of her fingers, Qin Shui shattered the cores into powder, which dispersed within the mask. Finally, She gently pressed her thumb against a specific spot inside the mask, leaving behind a diminutive red lotus mark. All done. Qin Shui presented the revitalized mask to Lu Xiaonuan. The mask was exquisite and the panda design remarkably lifelike. The switch is here, with 3 modes: fully enclosed, semi-ventilated, and fully open. Fireproof, explosion-proof, and with automatic ventilation. You can even cook while wearing it without feeling stifled. Lu Xiaonuan received the mask, utterly enchanted, and promptly stuffed an entire plate of rainbow macarons into Qin Shui's hands. Without hesitation, Qin Shui took a piece and popped it into her mouth. Her younger companions, already drooling with anticipation, gazed eagerly. The outer crispness with tender layers within is simply delightful. It astonishingly incorporates powders from 7 elemental cores: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. Truly, these are rainbow macarons. How intriguing. Qin Shui devoured a piece with gusto and generously shared the remainder with her restless companions. Noticing this, the doctor, unable to resist, adjusted his glasses and, feigning restraint, took the smallest piece. I shall indulge as well. He took a small bite, and just as he was about to voice a complaint, he found himself reaching for another piece. This is surprisingly delicious. Seeing this, the other younger companions eagerly extended their hands for a taste. Lu Xiaonuan, observing their feasting, suddenly recalled something and quietly added, by the way, due to the chaotic energy of the cores, those with weaker constitutions or sensitive stomachs might experience diarrhea after consuming them. No sooner had she spoken than a series of thunderous, rumbling sounds erupted from the bellies of the doctor and the group of younger companions, resembling a cacophony of thunder. The doctor's complexion shifted from pale to green in an instant, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Clutching his stomach and squeezing his legs together, his voice pitched higher, he exclaimed, "Toilet!" Quickly, he was the first to dash towards the communal restroom of the base. The swiftness was unprecedented, reaching an apex in her life. However, Qin Shui had just employed her innate abilities, and her body was currently subjected to the aftereffects of the furnace's core, rendering her temperature alarmingly high. By a twist of fate, she managed to suppress the discomfort in her abdomen. "Little black cat, your macarons pack quite a punch." Qin Shui chuckled, giving Lu Xiaonuan a thumbs up. Su Mo observed this farce and signaled to the others, "You all head back to the vehicle. I have matters to discuss with Leader Qin." Chapter 125. A small horse pulling a big cart within the Fengshen. Luo Shi snatched Lu Xiaonuan's new mask. "Sister Xiaonuan, let me check if it has any hidden cameras." She examined it enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, the craftsmanship, the structure. This is simply cutting-edge technology. A framework of memory metal, powered by a crystalline core. This level of talent is truly remarkable. Sister Xiaonuan, how about I add a flexible screen to it? It could display emoticons. It would capture moods and have expressions during battles and cooking. How delightful." Lu Xiaonuan, clutching her black iron rolling pin, tilted her head in confusion. "Huh? What's a flexible screen?" Lin Yao, exasperated, retrieved the mask from Luo Shi's hands, inspected it thoroughly, and handed it back to Lu Xiaonuan. "This mask is indeed impressive. Qin Shui is truly formidable. Xiaonuan, be sure to keep it safe." Outside, Su Mo gestured to Weila to return to the vehicle, then approached Qin Shui, who was patting her stomach with a satisfied expression. "Leader Qin, may I have a word?" Su Mo stated directly. Qin Shui raised an eyebrow, casually resting the enormous wrench she had forged herself, aptly named Starbreaker, upon her shoulder. Following Su Mo, she stepped into a secluded corner away from the crowd. "Speak plainly. Little brother, I dislike beating around the bush." Su Mo, already informed about the entanglements among the 3 of them from Luo Shi, queried. "You just met Chen Feng regarding Master Chen Weiguo's situation. Did you clarify everything?" The lightness in Qin Shui's expression vanished in an instant, replaced by frustration and irritation. "I have seen him. That stubborn old fool is determined to stay. What can I do? Kidnap him? He insists that a soldier's duty is to obey orders and that technology should be utilized where it is most needed." She huffed heavily, narrow-minded. "Stubborn. I can't be bothered with him anymore. He is currently in military logistics. His safety is not an immediate concern. But do you know old Chen? Did he inform you of all this?" Su Mo remained non-committal. "Master Chen has helped us modify our vehicle. He is a person worthy of respect." Qin Shui retorted sharply, then waved her hand dismissively. Enough of that. His matters are settled. Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you." She leaned in closer, lowering her voice with a hint of disdain. "You tell Chen Feng, that scoundrel, to stop flaunting himself in front of me. Just looking at his face, which is a spitting image of his mother, is infuriating. The Honglian workshop shall refrain from meddling in your trivial disputes regarding leadership from now on. Our paths shall remain distinct and untroubled. However, Should he dare to act unjustly towards the old stubborn one, I shall be the first to dismantle his command center. Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement, assuring, I will convey your words. Qin Shui grinned, patting Su Mo on the shoulder. Splendid. You, my young friend, are far more agreeable than that scoundrel Qin Feng. Her gaze then shifted to the Fengshan vessel in the distance. You did not summon me solely for matters concerning old Chun, did you? Su Mo did not deny this, and proceeded to articulate the purpose of his visit. Old Chin mentioned that the chassis harbors severe hidden damage. He has reinforced it. But that only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. A replacement with higher strength materials is necessary. Can your talent resolve this? Upon hearing this, Qin Shui's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression tinged with resignation. Her voice turned somber. Young brother, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. The issues with your vehicle are even more troublesome than Old Chin described. My innate abilities allow me to deconstruct metals, fuse materials, and even conjure high-strength alloy components from thin air. However, this is contingent upon the other components possessing equivalent strength. Merely replacing the chassis parts will not resolve the fundamental issues. Replacing all parts of the vehicle would be akin to acquiring a new one altogether. She observed Su Mo in silence before continuing. Let me ask you, do you intend to continue modifying and upgrading this vehicle? Adding heavier armor? Fitting it with more formidable weaponry? Perhaps even aspiring for it to soar through the skies or traverse the depths? Su Mo did not refute her. Qin Shui sighed, giving the vehicle a gentle pat. Then it would be wise to abandon such aspirations sooner rather than later. Right now, it's akin to a small horse pulling a heavy cart. Each instance of reckless driving depletes its lifespan. Heed my advice and plan accordingly. This dilapidated van is fundamentally flawed. Even with my intervention, little can be changed. Her conclusion mirrored that of Old Chun, albeit with a more pessimistic and piercing clarity. The potential for upgrading the Fortress of Heart is immense, yet the physical limits of the vehicle itself present an unavoidable ceiling. In her view, even if a super metal could be created as the main structural material of the chassis, the strength of the other components would still fail to support the vehicle in reaching greater distances. However, it has become evident that the solution lies not in repair, but in complete replacement. Though it stirs a sense of reluctance, it must be considered. I shall consult Qin Feng to procure a tank or an armored vehicle for further examination. Su Mo's voice betrayed no emotion. Understood. Thank you. Qin Shui, observing Su Mo's reaction, was taken aback. Very well, as long as you understand. Qin Shui retrieved an old phone emblazoned with the red lotus emblem from her pocket. Here, add me on WeChat. Should you encounter any insurmountable mechanical issues in the future, feel free to consult your sister. Given the stubbornness of our elder, I shall grant you a 20% discount. Su Mo produced his phone and scanned Qin Shui's QR code. A user identified as the Red Lotus Mechanic, currently accepting orders, appeared in his contacts. I'm off. Qin Shui hoisted her weapon and turned to summon the group of younger comrades who had just emerged from the restroom. Brothers and sisters, back to the workshop. Today, we feast. At that moment, a piercing air raid siren blared throughout the Dawn base. The urgent voice of a soldier echoed through the broadcast. Alarm! Alarm! Level 1 combat alert. All combat personnel, report to your stations immediately. Non-combat personnel, seek nearby shelter. A gigantic arthropod mutant has breached the outer defenses of the repair facility. Requesting assistance. Help. The communication channel was abruptly filled with harrowing screams and the sounds of gnawing, followed by silence. The repair facility? The playful smirk on Qin Shui's face vanished in an instant. That was where Old Chin worked. Chapter 126. The first signs of the insect tied to the Red Lotus Guild. Follow me. Qin Shui shouted furiously as she leapt onto the steel raptor. The enormous wrench, Starbreaker, pointed toward the western gate. An overwhelming aura emanated from her, and she thought, Old Stubborn, hold on. In the next moment, the steel raptor surged forward like a red bolt of lightning toward the repair facility. The doctor and the group of young comrades, still recovering from their earlier ordeal, clambered aboard in haste. Su Mo's expression sharpened as he opened the car door and jumped into the passenger seat. Boss, where to? Vera's voice was as cold as ice. 1 kilometer outside the western gate lies the Star City Sports Arena. Strangely, since the dawn of the apocalypse, no one has ever set foot there. Or rather, those who have ventured forth have not returned alive. Su Mo gazed toward the Star City Sports Arena, a sense of foreboding washing over him. In his usual pragmatic manner, he would not linger here for long. Yet this time, he sensed an unusual presence emanating from the direction of the arena, as if it were resonating with a number of special metals. Perhaps it could offer some assistance in repairing the function. The repair facility, Western Gate. Su Mo's voice remained unwavering. Understood, boss. Vera pressed the accelerator to the floor. The function's engine roared violently. Amidst the chaotic throngs of fleeing civilians and vehicles, He deftly maneuvered towards the fiercely contested Western Front, where the atmosphere in the command center was palpably tense. Chen Feng's visage was ashen as he listened to the reconnaissance soldiers report. It is a swarm, approaching from the direction of the Star City Sports Center. The initial estimate is nearly 10,000. There are fleas the size of dogs. Also, giant centipedes over 3 meters long that can shoot bone spurs. And in the sky, there are flying insects the size of a person. Most terrifying of all are the enormous armored bugs, as large as armored vehicles. Standing before the screen, Chen Feng gestured for the reconnaissance soldier to withdraw. Beside him stood his loyal deputy, Wang Chong, his trusted brother, whose expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Captain, it is the nest of the queen bug. They have taken action ahead of time. The disparity between our forces is too great. We cannot hold the line. We must abandon the periphery, consolidate our defenses to the core area, or we should immediately organize an elite breakout. Take the technical experts and vital supplies, and leave the ordinary people behind. This is the only way we can survive. Chen Feng turned sharply, his piercing gaze like a dagger. Abandon ordinary people? Wang Chong, how many years have you been with me? Can you truly utter such words? If we forsake them, how are we any different from the likes of Li Jinxiong and Wang Bowen, who so callously disregarded lives in the Jiulong building? Wang Chong flinched under Chen Feng's stare, but his facial muscles twitched unnaturally, a grotesque smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The difference? Surviving is the difference. Bang! The muzzle of Chen Feng's pistol smoked as he fired. A hole appeared in Wang Chong's forehead, his body swayed before collapsing. A profound silence enveloped the command room, all present stunned by the sudden turn of events. Captain, this is another officer, someone exclaimed. Chen Feng's expression darkened, the gun still aimed at the fallen Wang Chong. To his astonishment, little blood flowed from the wound on Wang Chong's forehead. Instead, it began to writhe ominously. A creature, as thick as a chopstick and jet black, resembling iron wire, emerged from the wound, thrashing violently until Chen Feng shot it again. A bespectacled advisor, gifted with the talent of biological perception, gasped in horror. Is this an iron wireworm? A mutated parasite that can control the host's thoughts and some behaviors. Infection status is currently uncertain. All contacts must be immediately isolated. Chen Feng's heart sank. The queen bug's methods were far more insidious than he had anticipated. Seal off the command room immediately. Anyone who has had close contact with Wang Chong, remain on-site for isolation. Notify the medical team to handle the body with the highest level of protection. Also, confirm the whereabouts and safety of Comrade Chen Weigua, who was responsible for his return. Chen Feng issued his orders with unprecedented gravity. A soldier trembled as he responded, report. Indeed, it was Vice Officer Wang Chong who personally went to the automotive city to retrieve Engineer Chun. Chen Feng's pupils constricted suddenly. Old Chun was in danger. At this moment, within the armored vehicle Pancher at the Honglian workshop, the doctor, who had been silently observing the battlefield, adjusted his glasses with a casual push of his palm. The corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards, revealing a curve identical to that of Wang Chong just before his demise. Zhao Tianxiong stood beside a modified off-road vehicle, his expression grave as he gazed at the rising column of smoke from the repair shop. A flickering flame ignited within his palm as he solemnly instructed his subordinates. The Blackstone personnel, prepare for battle. He understood the harsh reality that, once the military faltered, they too would face inevitable demise. Not far away, Lei Lai crossed his arms, a hint of disdainful laughter gracing his lips. Merely insects. Let the military and that group of rabble face them first. The members of the Pioneer Alliance behind him displayed similar contempt, refraining from immediate action. On the horizon to the northwest of the base, a writhing tide of insects emerged, led by countless jumping insects. They resembled skinned mad dogs, scrambling on all fours, their shells of vivid crimson, and their bulging eyes a deep scarlet, with sharp forelimbs akin to sickles. Their syringe-like, blood-sucking appendages moved with alarming speed. Open fire. Free fire. Block them. The officer at the defense line bellowed, his voice hoarse. Soldiers, taking cover behind sandbag fortifications, frantically squeezed their triggers. The jumping insects at the forefront fell in droves. However, the sheer number of the insect tide was overwhelming. The corpses of the fallen insects barely had time to collapse before being trampled into a bloody pulp by their relentless kin. They charged forth, fearless and undeterred. Even more terrifying was the fact that some of the jumping insects, while charging, plunged into the soft earth, vanishing in an instant. Shortly thereafter, they emerged from the flanks of the defense line, even beneath the soldiers' feet. Their sharp claws easily tore through military boots and pant legs, spraying blood in all directions. Steady. Remain calm. Firepower covering the front. Watch your feet. Chen Feng's voice resonated through the vehicle's broadcast, emanating an invisible wave from the command vehicle he occupied. His extraordinary talent, iron will, quietly activated, enveloping the frontline soldiers in an unseen force that significantly alleviated their fear. Yet, the frontline, on the verge of collapse, showed no signs of respite. Just then, a colossal iron beast roared from within the base, crashing violently into the flank of the insect swarm. It was Sumo's function. Vera, clear the ground. Sumo commanded. Understood, boss. Vera's gaze sharpened. She maneuvered the function through the mass of jumping insects. As green insect blood and severed limbs splattered like torrential rain, a vacuum zone has been cleared along the path traversed by the function. Little bear, conserve your ammunition, the princess exclaimed as Rosie adjusted the weapon systems on her tablet. Instantly, 2 light machine guns mounted on the roof pivoted, unleashing a torrent of fire. The bullets, as if endowed with sentience, accurately eliminated the jumping worms that emerged from the ground, seeking to ambush the soldiers. Well done. The soldiers nearby, feeling the sudden drop in pressure, were invigorated. Chapter 127. The stinging serpent and the explosive worms simultaneously, a ferocious roar erupted from behind the crowd. Qin Shui, piloting her steel raptor, charged boldly into the swarm of insects. The massive wrench in her hand transformed into a powerful hammer. Get out of my way, she bellowed, swinging the hammer. The impact obliterated the jumping worms within a radius of several meters, reducing them to pulp. The shockwave even toppled a few of the outermost creatures. The armored vehicles, Rock and Bone Piercer, behind her also opened fire, with gunners atop armed with machine guns providing long-range support against the encircling swarm. Qin Shui's singular objective was to break through the insect horde and reach the maintenance area at the outskirts of the base. In the distance, the leader of the Pioneer Alliance, Lei Lai, stood with arms crossed, observing the brutal battlefield with an indifferent gaze, showing no intention of ordering his men to engage. Humph. Just insects, merely numerous, he mused. That black vehicle and the madwoman are certainly putting in the effort. In contrast, Zhao Tianxiong of the Blackstone Chamber displayed a more pragmatic demeanor. Stationed beside a truck reinforced with steel plating, he assessed the stalemate ahead and issued a solemn command. Fire team. Cover fire at 30 meters ahead. Relieve some pressure on the military and that black vehicle. Behind him, several members equipped with flamethrowers stepped forward, unleashing massive fireballs that ignited a sea of flames within the insect swarm. Under the onslaught of multiple firepower, particularly the violent advance of the Fengshen and Qin Shui, combined with Zhao Tianxiong's support, the initial wave of insect tide, primarily composed of jumping worms, was finally repelled, leaving behind a mountain of carcasses. The onslaught receded momentarily, plunging the battlefield into a brief silence. What on earth is that? A soldier quivered, staring in horror at the ground beneath him. The others followed suit, gazing down to see a viscous, dark green slime seeping from beneath the piled corpses of the jumping worms. This slime spread rapidly, intertwining as though alive, enveloping the ground and forming a noxious, acrid carpet. In the areas covered by this fungal blanket, the soil appeared to writhe subtly. Sumo's gaze turned icy. This fungal carpet was no benign entity. Just then, the earth began to tremble with heavy, rhythmic vibrations. Big Bad, Idol Sister, behind the swarm, numerous active responses. It is a creature resembling a colossal centipede. They are preparing to launch a ranged attack. Indeed, from beneath the fungal carpet, a row of enormous, giant centipede-spiked serpents suddenly emerged. At that moment, the serpent's carapace unfurled like the pages of a tome, revealing a dense array of launch ports resembling a beehive. In the next instant, countless bone spikes, shimmering with a ghostly green luminescence, erupted forth from the launch ports like a torrential downpour, instantly enveloping the entire human defensive line, particularly the exposed Qin Shui. In her panic, Qin Shui transformed the fragmentary stars into an iron umbrella, uncertain if it could withstand the piercing damage of the spikes. Take cover, roared the commander at the front. Yet he himself could not evade in time and was pierced through the head. Countless bone spikes, akin to the scythes of death, effortlessly penetrated the defensive fortifications and even pierced the hoods of abandoned vehicles. The air was filled with agonized cries, as many soldiers, unable to find shelter, were swiftly impaled to the ground. Just as Qin Shui was about to be turned into a pincushion by the bone spikes, Vela, with her grand and graceful form, interposed herself before Qin Shui. Although the bone spikes could penetrate ordinary steel plates, they were insufficient against the armored wind god. Mortar. Suppress. Snipers. Eliminate those creatures launching bone spikes. At this moment, Chen Feng, having reassured the civilians in the rear, arrived on the scene. Observing his fallen comrades in a pool of blood, he took command with a voice tinged with resolution. Several mortars fired immediately, sending a plume of insect carcasses and dirt into the air. Snipers perched high above, risking being struck by bone spikes, aimed at the relatively vulnerable heads or joints of the serpents. However, the enemy was too numerous and dispersed, rendering their efforts minimal. Human firepower was thoroughly suppressed, forcing soldiers to huddle behind cover, unable to raise their heads. Yet, more terrifying was the incessant buzzing sound emanating from the sky. The crowd looked up in horror to see dozens of black and yellow, bloated-bodied giant bombers diving swiftly from the direction of the gymnasium. One such vehicle, used as a defensive fortification, was directly struck. The explosion from the bomb-filled head detonated instantly, shattering the reinforced windshield into fragments. Simultaneously, the bloated abdomen burst open, inundating the interior with a potent biological acid. In the next moment, piercing screams echoed from within the vehicle as the occupants were corroded beyond recognition. Suicidal flying insects. Watch above. Terror-stricken shouts erupted throughout the defensive line. The massive form of the wind god immediately became the primary target for several explosive insects. They adjusted their trajectory, aiming to perish alongside the wind god. Bang! A round of incendiary ammunition was precisely fired from the heavy machine gun. In the sky, an explosive insect met its demise as its head was shattered. The violent explosion successfully triggered a chain reaction, igniting 5 nearby explosive insects. Praise me. My marksmanship is quite impressive, isn't it? Rosie exclaimed, her small fists raised in excitement from the control room at the rear of the vehicle. However, as the explosive insect detonated, its swollen abdomen ruptured, showering the direction of the wind god with a torrent of dark green corrosive liquid. Brace yourself. Vela's gaze sharpened, her hands moving like shadows over the steering wheel. The wind god erupted with astonishing maneuverability. With an extreme drift, the vehicle nearly spiraled out of control, flinging the still cheering Rosie from the control room into the corridor. Although she narrowly evaded the majority of the corrosive assault, several acidic droplets clung to the armor, producing hissing sounds as white smoke billowed forth. Suemo, sensing through the heart of the fortress, noted the armor's durability plummet from 100 to 90. Boss, the chassis. Vela's voice carried an almost imperceptible weight. Though she lacked mechanical expertise, as a semi-professional racer, she had recently observed a decline in the vehicle's handling. Despite her earlier maneuvers avoiding catastrophe, something felt amiss. Understood. Sumo's expression remained icy, preparing to unleash a metallic storm to forcibly suppress the threat. Meanwhile, Qin Shue's Iron Raptor also attracted the attention of the explosive insects. Several of them splattered acidic liquid upon the armor of the Iron Raptor, constructed from a special alloy. Designed to withstand explosions, acids, and corrosion, the armor held strong, yet the acid trickled down to the joints, causing several unreinforced screws to emit hissing sounds and smoke. Damn it! Annoying flies. Qin Shui cursed, wielding her star shatterer like a fly swatter, obliterating a diving explosive insect. Although acid splattered across her, she paid it no mind. A crimson glow enveloped her skin, the high temperature instantly vaporizing most of the corrosive liquid. Doctor, shoot down those pesky creatures from the sky. The 2 armored vehicles promptly redirected their cannons, providing air defense for Qin Shui. However, not every location possessed the formidable defenses and firepower of the Wind God and the Red Lotus Guild. Within the confines of the base, some explosive insects completely disregarded the sparse anti-aircraft fire on the ground, plummeting like meteorites into buildings or densely populated areas. Chapter 128. The Wind God Watchtower. A few explosive insects crashed violently into a 3-story supply warehouse on the west side of the base. The thunderous explosion mingled with the scattering of strong, acid-laden insect fragments. The stored fuel within the warehouse ignited, instantly transforming into a sea of flames. Help! My eyes! Ah! Acid! It's strong acid. Get away! Several non-combat personnel left behind in the chaos fled in terror. Yet, it was besieged by the sudden onslaught of acid rain. The exposed skin dissolved into pus in an instant. Chaos reigned behind the front lines, with makeshift medical stations overwhelmed with casualties. Dr. Lin Yao, witnessing the plight of the innocents, turned pale with despair. Atop the command vehicle, Chen Feng remained steadfast. Not only was he the chief commander of the military, but as the captain of the special forces, he also served as the foremost sniper. He orchestrated the battlefield while his large-caliber sniper rifle discharged relentlessly. With each thunderous shot, he accurately eliminated a bomb bug. Cold shell casings clinked as they rolled off the rooftop, his face a mask of stoicism as he continued to fire numbly. 7 o'clock. 2 of them. Altitude 25. Called the observer beside him. 2 clusters of green fireworks erupted in the air. However, the swarm of bugs seemed to have received a command. The originally scattered bomb bugs suddenly veered sharply in the air, all locking onto the command vehicle and its upright figure. Over 100 bomb bugs, akin to piranhas sensing blood, forsook other targets and dove madly from all directions and varying heights toward the command vehicle. "Protect Captain Chun." The soldiers on the defensive line cried out in anguish. They swung their weapons frantically, but such a suicidal charge was impossible to halt. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. He could take down 2, 5, or even 10, but against this saturated assault from hundreds of bomb bugs, his sniper rifle felt utterly impotent. He could even discern the foremost bomb bug with its crimson compound eyes. Was this truly the end? Chen Feng closed his eyes, knowing that in the face of such an onslaught, survival was beyond his grasp. At that critical moment, a metallic storm erupted, centered around the wind god. It was Su Mo, who, upon seeing the cluster of bomb bugs, unleashed the metal manipulation storm. Countless high-speed rotating metal fragments formed a tornado. The foremost dozen bomb bugs were caught as if they had stumbled into a high-speed meat grinder, instantly shredded, torn apart, and pulverized. Green insect blood and acid mixed with metal shards cascaded down like a torrential downpour. But the deadly acid rain poured down upon them. "Watch out!" The observer lunged toward Chen Feng, attempting to push him away. Yet, Chen Feng acted faster. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he shielded his aide behind him. Simultaneously, he raised his left arm, placing it across his head. A thin layer of metallic armor enveloped him. The steel wool armor. The strong acid splashed onto the metal armor, causing its silvery sheen to flicker violently as it valiantly resisted the corrosive assault. However, the quantity and concentration of the acid were overwhelming. In a mere 2 seconds, the metal armor was nearly corroded away. With a muffled grunt, Chen Feng felt a searing pain radiate from his left arm. The sleeve of his garment, along with the flesh beneath, rapidly charred and became pitted, releasing a noxious white smoke that revealed the stark whiteness of exposed bone beneath. Captain Chun, the observer and nearby soldiers were instantly stricken with grief at the sight. "Do not concern yourself with me. Before the next wave of explosive insects arrives, suppress the stingers." Chen Feng's complexion turned ashen, the veins on his forehead bulging with effort. He fought against the nearly overwhelming agony, gripping his sniper rifle tightly, aiming at the approaching swarm of stingers in the distance. Witnessing the agonizing transformation of their commander's arm into something resembling skeletal remains, the soldiers along the defensive line descended into madness. "Damn it! Let us fight these beasts. Cover the command vehicle. We must take a few down with us, even in death. For Captain Chun. For Star City. Attack." There were no grandiose proclamations. Only the rawest of roars. A few nearby soldiers, seeing the descending swarm of explosive insects, leapt from their cover, disregarding the stingers' bone-like spikes. With every ounce of strength, they hurled their incendiary bottles, grenades, and even their own bodies into the oncoming tide of insects. A series of violent explosions erupted in succession. The soldiers, in their most desperate act, exchanged their lives for a fleeting gap around the command vehicle. Limbs and insect remains were sent flying in all directions. Chen Feng watched as the youthful faces vanished amidst the flames, his eyes involuntarily twitching. These were the soldiers he had trained himself. "Captain Chun, the second wave of explosive insects is approaching." The observer, barely escaping, reported the more despairing news while clutching a pair of binoculars. It seemed the swarm had no intention of granting them any respite. Chen Feng recognized that Su Mo's earlier attack must have taken a tremendous toll, making another offensive impossible in the short term. At that moment, a haunting whistle, capable of penetrating one's very soul, cut through the cacophony of battle. This sound did not emanate from the swarm, but rather from the heart of the battlefield, the matte black vessel known as the Wind God. The door to the kitchen compartment swung open, revealing Lu Xiaowan, her face darkened with determination, tightly clutching a peculiar bone whistle. Wind God bone whistle. Crafted from the most resilient bones of the legendary aerial predator, the Wind God pterosaur, just before its demise. This was a final gift bestowed upon Lu Xiaowan. By infusing a small amount of spiritual energy into the whistle, one could instill fear in flying creatures. A larger infusion could summon the Wind God pterosaur to assist in battle. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaowan brought the whistle to her lips, a glimmer of tension flashing in her clear eyes. She closed her eyes to concentrate, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into the whistle. An invisible sound wave emanated from the Wind God, rapidly expanding outward. That was a warning from the airborne dominators of eons past. In the sky, the once fearless and purpose-driven explosive insects, upon hearing the sonic waves, were immediately subjected to a bloodline suppression. Their compound eyes became disoriented and unfocused, akin to the state of inebriation. Filled with dread, the explosive insects sought refuge in the nearest crevice. Having lost their sense of direction, many of them collided mid-air, while the majority plummeted headlong towards the ground, inadvertently crashing into the advancing horde of thorn snakes. The green acidic liquid erupted like fireworks, drenching the unsuspecting thorn snakes. The once orderly advance of the thorn snake swarm was shattered by their own allies' chaotic explosions. "Quick! Attack!" Chen Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding scene. There was no time to analyze the underlying principles. He simply understood that this was a rare opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Chapter 129. Mechanical arm. Zhao Tianxiong stood beside his modified truck, observing the chaotic, self-destructing swarm in the sky and the thorn snakes below that were caught in the crossfire. Disbelief evident in his eyes. What on earth is happening? Reacting swiftly, he seized the moment and bellowed, "Fuel team, now! Self-destruct the truck." A modified truck barreled into the tumultuous thorn snake horde. With a thrust of his hands, a 10-meter-wide fireball materialized, instantly igniting the speeding truck. Along with the hundreds of liters of fuel within, it detonated amidst the swarm of thorn snakes. On the other side, Lei Lai, who had been watching with detached interest, finally decided to act upon witnessing the chaos among the insects and the obstruction of the thorn snakes. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he recognized this as an opportunity to showcase his strength and intimidate others. With a disdainful snort, arcs of electricity crackled around him. He raised his hands high, pointing towards a densely packed cluster of insects. Oomph! A mere swarm of insects. Thunderfall. Several thick bolts of purple lightning struck precisely into the insect mass, instantly annihilating dozens of explosive insects, vaporizing them along with their acidic innards. The chaotic insect tide was abruptly quelled. Within the wind god vessel, Lu Xianwan set down her bone whistle, gazing at the tumultuous swarm above and the inferno below with a hint of bewilderment. Ah? Does it really work? I was just giving it a try. Roshi stared at Lu Xianwan in astonishment. My heavens! Sister Xianwan, your whistle is incredible. At this moment, the insect tide temporarily receded. The battlefield was saturated with the acrid stench of gunpowder, blood, and charred remains. The wind god vessel rolled over the shattered insect carcasses, coming to a steady halt beside the smoking command vehicle. Qin Shui also maneuvered her steel raptor to join them. Zhao Tianxiong and Lei Lai approached briskly, accompanied by several trusted aides. Chen Feng, supported by his adjutant, staggered down from the command vehicle, his left sleeve having long since vanished. From the elbow to the wrist, the entire arm was reduced to little more than charred bone. A military doctor hurriedly administered a painkiller, yet it did little to staunch the relentless flow of blood. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his lips trembled violently from agony. Lin Yao immediately stepped forward, activating her innate talent, life insight. Her gaze swept over Chun Feng's wounded arm, and her brow furrowed tightly. The left humerus, ulna, and radius were severely eroded. Bone density had diminished by 30%, with 85% of the nerve bundles destroyed and the tendons ruptured alongside extensive muscle necrosis. Lin Yao employed the healing light, temporarily alleviating Chun Feng's suffering. Commander Chun, the medication administered by the doctor and my skill can only momentarily suppress part of the pain, she explained. However, there is no guarantee against further infection or necrosis. This is draining your vitality. You must undergo extensive debridement and possibly amputation immediately, or else. The observer, Xiao Lu, whom Chen Feng had saved, was brought to tears upon hearing Lin Yao's description. To him, Captain Chen's well-being was far more crucial than his own. If it weren't for saving me, how could he have sustained such grievous injuries? You little girl, what do you understand? Our captain will be fine, Xiao Lu protested. Xiao Lu, this is not your concern. Chen Feng interrupted, forcing out a strained smile. Otherwise, this arm will be utterly useless, and it may even threaten my life, right? Lin Yao remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Chen Feng glanced at his skeletal arm, and then turned his gaze toward the increasingly dark shadows of the gymnasium. Dr. Lin, thank you. But the battle is not yet over. He took a deep breath, retrieving a dagger from his waist. His eyes swept over the approaching figures of Su Mo, Qin Shui, Zhao Tianxiong, and others. Since infection or necrosis is a possibility, then I shall forego it. Before he could finish, the dagger in his hand glimmered coldly. The sharp blade precisely pierced the charred, necrotic flesh. With a fierce incision along the seams of the bone, he severed his already skeletal left arm, letting it fall to the ground. Ugh! Chen Feng gritted his teeth as beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Yet, he stifled any cries of anguish, only managing a suppressed groan from deep within his throat. Commander! A group of soldiers stood bewildered, halted by Chen Feng's piercing gaze. Blood gushed from the severed stump like a fountain, quickly staining the ground crimson. Chen Feng swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. Although tragic, this choice was undoubtedly the wisest at that moment. Meanwhile, the military doctor remained engulfed in a haze of pain and astonishment, bewildered as he picked up the severed bone. Stop the bleeding. Quickly. Lin Yao reacted swiftly, stepping forward. She retrieved a syringe from the emergency kit at her waist. This is the syringe she crafted using intermediate nutrient solution mixed with adrenaline, capable of rapidly replenishing stamina while alleviating pain. As the injection gradually entered Chen Feng's body, it forcefully stabilized his nearly collapsing form. Vela moved swiftly, handing over powerful hemostatic gel and bandages to Lin Yao in the next moment. With remarkable efficiency, she staunched the bleeding. In the presence of Lin Yao's professional prowess, the group of military doctors appeared as novices. Qin Shui observed this scene, her brow furrowed, irritation evident on her face. Damn it. Chen Feng, you're a lunatic. Is it worth it? Are you willing to sacrifice your life for that ridiculous military duty? Leaning against the wreckage of the command vehicle, Chen Feng allowed Lin Yao to bandage him. The excessive blood loss rendered his voice weak, yet strikingly clear. Worth is not measured by life. As a soldier, this is my battlefield. He gasped, his gaze sweeping over the weary yet steadfast soldiers around him. Qin Shui, you should leave. Take your people and depart from here. This is a soldier's battlefield. You need not remain. Qin Shui immediately flared up. What nonsense. I can go wherever I please. Who are you to dictate? Stop pretending to be a saint for the sake of the world. It's infuriating. You are just as stubborn as an old mule. Though her words were fierce, her actions were swift. The massive wrench in her hand transformed and disassembled. The forcibly removed part morphed into a flowing liquid metal. She advanced a few steps, dodging Chen Feng's severed arm from the medical personnel, and roughly pushed aside the obstructing soldiers to crouch beside Chen Feng. Her extraordinary talent, Reshape All, was fully activated. The liquid metal flawlessly replicated Chen Feng's skeletal structure, meticulously simulating the pathways of nerves and tendons, forging a rudimentary mechanical arm. Qin Shui irritably tapped the newly formed mechanical arm. The exertion from her talent had taken a toll on her. It was a makeshift solution. Don't expect it to compare with my steel raptor. As long as it moves, that's something. Chen Feng attempted to move the newly created arm. The cold metal fingers stiffly opened and closed a few times. Though his brow furrowed slightly, there was a complexity of emotions in his gaze, having survived a near calamity. He looked at Qin Shui's irritable, yet caring eyes and murmured, "Thank you." Qin Shui's eyes glistened slightly. What else there to thank? I'm just worried that if you die, no one will tell me where that old mule is. Qin Shui, I've sent someone to look for him. Comrade Chen Wei was not at the repair shop, Chen Feng explained. Just then, Lu Xiaonuan emerged carefully from the kitchen of the wind god, carrying a large tray filled with steaming golden biscuits. Everyone, you've worked hard. Try my new energy biscuits. I added a touch of invigorating crystal core powder. Her small face flushed with anticipation. Special provisions for the gifted, capable of swiftly replenishing energy and stamina. Chapter 130. Captain Chun turned green. The crowd was already exhausted, their eyes glimmering greedily at the sight of food. On the battlefield, seizing the rare opportunity to replenish oneself was equally vital. Little black cat, you won't have an upset stomach after eating this, will you? Qin Shui inquired. Although her gaze held a hint of skepticism, she did not wait for Lu Xiaonuan's response and unhesitatingly consumed it. I promise it won't upset your stomach. Lu Xiaonuan quickly waved her hands. Though her eyes dared not meet Qin Shui's, the biscuit melted in her mouth, a gentle surge of energy flooding her limbs. The mental energy expended in creating Chen Feng's metallic arm was rapidly restored, the effect immediate and palpable. What a marvelous treat. Qin Shui could not help but exclaim. Delicious. Right? This time, I specifically chose what attribute crystal powder. The energy is particularly mild. It won't be like last time, she said, chewing, while waving at the eager little brothers and sisters behind her. What are you waiting for? Lu the chef's skills are worth indulging. With their leader taking the initiative, the members of the Red Lotus workshop immediately surrounded her. Zhao Tianxiong sampled a piece, feeling the swift replenishment of his stamina and spirit, nodding at Lu Xiaonuan. Indeed, the effect of this biscuit surpasses even the blue pills concocted by our guild's professional apothecary. Lei Lai, wearing a stern expression, also took a piece and tossed it into his mouth. A pure energy gradually alleviated the subtle fatigue brought on by his lightning affinity. Yet, he remained dismissive. The taste is decent, but the effect is just average. Despite his words, he discreetly took another piece. Undoubtedly, the one in greatest need of replenishment was Chen Feng. He was exerting all his strength to activate the iron will, now pushing himself to command. At this moment, he was practically devouring several pieces of biscuits. His pale complexion visibly regained a hint of color, and his spirit lifted considerably. Thank you, Miss Lu. Chen Feng's tone now carried a noticeable strength. He looked at Lu Xiaonuan with sincere gratitude. Embarrassed by the many compliments, Lu Xiaonuan lowered her head shyly and murmured, "It's nothing. I'm just glad you all enjoy it." The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably due to the small biscuits and the brief respite. At that moment, Zhao Tianxiong took a deep breath and stepped before Chen Feng, speaking solemnly. Captain Chen, the Blackstone Guild is willing to join the military front to collectively resist the insect tide. The main force of the guild is already en route to the Dawn base. With these words, the surroundings fell instantly silent. Zhao Tianxiong's previous ambiguous stance was now undeniably a shot of adrenaline. My great-grandfather was a veteran who participated in the defense of Changsha 3 times. His final battle was to hold the outer positions of Star City at all costs. He detonated the final grenade, perishing alongside the advancing enemy, leaving no trace of their remains. He raised his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on Commander Chen. Previously, I harbored reservations regarding the military due to the scoundrels like Wang Bowen, who tarnished the reputation of soldiers. I initially presumed you were cut from the same cloth. But Commander Chen, you and your men are different. Though I, Zhao Tianxiong, am of merchant lineage, the blood of Huaxia flows in my veins. Even as the apocalypse descends upon us, I fear for my great-grandfather's spirit. Should he witness the land he valiantly defended now overrun by these pests, I dread he might rise from the grave to exact retribution upon me, his unworthy descendant. His words resonated powerfully, igniting the emotions of those around him. Several veterans had reddened eyes, their gazes toward Zhao Tianxiong filled with affirmation. Commander Chen, struggling to maintain his composure, rendered a solemn salute. Mr. Zhao, your integrity is commendable. Lei Lai, arms crossed, observed the scene with a slight smirk, remaining silent. His eyes scanned Su Mo's team, revealing a hint of gravity beneath his exterior. This mobile fortress squad exhibited a prowess that far exceeded his expectations. One of his subordinates whispered, "Boss, we." Lei Lai waved his hand dismissively. Stepping forward to address Commander Chen, Commander Chen, I, Lei Lai, have no objections to a united front against our enemies. However, this is a significant matter. The Pioneer Alliance must return to deliberate with our brethren. With that, he did not await a response from Chen, turning with his allies, maintaining his haughty demeanor. Commander Chen nodded, not pressing the issue further. Securing the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce was already a fortuitous gain. A talented officer with the biological perception ability among Chen's ranks observed the temporarily retreating swarm with growing concern, muttering, "These wretched insects, when faced with defeat, burrow underground like rodents. If only we could track their whereabouts, it would be much easier to deal with them." Before he could finish, an unexpected transformation occurred. Chen, who had consumed the most rations, suddenly stiffened. Almost immediately, the exposed skin on his neck, cheeks, and arms began to emit an eerie green glow. This light was not blinding, pulsating like a breathing lamp, flickering in and out, with a remarkable intensity that stood out against the dim battlefield backdrop. "Captain Chen, why are you glowing green?" His aide exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at his arm. "Captain Chen, you're emitting green light." The surrounding soldiers stared in disbelief. Chen looked down at his luminous palm, his lips twitching in confusion. Lin Yao adjusted her glasses, her life insight scanning Chen's body before glancing at Lu Xiaonuan. "It's nothing. Commander, Chen must be suffering from food poisoning." Lu Xiaonuan gasped, her expression falling. "I am so sorry. Captain Chen, I once incorporated a minuscule amount of Thunder Attribute Crystal Core powder into a cookie, intending to sample it myself to gauge its invigorating effects, perhaps even to amplify them. However, after receiving praise from others, I became somewhat complacent and forgot all about it. Based on previous experiences, the luminous side effects would persist for at least an hour." "At least an hour?" My entire body radiating a green glow. Chen Feng felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. How could he lead his troops now? Where was his authority? The atmosphere was thick with silence. Qin Shui gazed at Chen Feng's face, which appeared particularly vibrant under the eerie green light. Initially taken aback, she then erupted into uproarious laughter. She laughed so hard that she nearly doubled over, tears welling in her eyes as she pointed at Chen Feng. "Ha! Chen Feng, look at you now. Ha ha! This is poetic justice. Your mother once turned the tables on the old stubborn man, and now it seems you've met your match. Ha ha! You are glowing green, so transparently green. It's enough to provoke the wrath of gods and men alike. Ha ha!" Chen Feng's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, yet it still gleamed with an unsettling green hue. His expression was beyond description. He fought the urge to bury Qin Shui's laughing face into the ground, gritting his teeth and saying, "Qin Shui." Just then, Su Mo, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Xiaonuan." Su Mo's voice, though soft, silenced Qin Shui's laughter and the commotion around them. Lu Xiaonuan trembled in fright, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked towards Su Mo. "Master Su, you won't blame me, will you?" Su Mo's gaze drifted towards the swarming insects in the distance. Could this luminous effect be isolated? If the extract were mixed into food particularly favored by the insects, they too would glow. Burrowing underground, they would become living targets. Leave it to me, Master Su. However, it seems we may be short on crystal cores. Lu Xiaonan was filled with enthusiasm as she turned to dash towards the kitchen, nearly tripping over her own feet. Lin Yao helplessly rubbed her forehead, quietly checking the fire extinguisher in the vehicle. Chun Feng lifted his head, his eyes seemingly brightening with the green glow. Whatever crystal cores are needed, the military will provide them. He promptly turned and ordered. Immediately mobilize all drones and drone operators within the base. Speed is of the essence. A military officer appeared hesitant. Captain, the required crystal cores will arrive shortly. We have an ample supply of drones, but all the professional pilots were lost in the previous airstrike. Not a problem. A lively voice chimed in from the function vehicle. Luo, she poked her head out of the window, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Drone operation? Leave that to me. Bring them all over. And modify them according to this blueprint. Soon, you shall witness a miraculous moment. She rapidly typed on her tablet, a confident smile gracing her lips. In the next moment, Chen Feng's phone rang. He received an email signed by Princess Bear, containing schematics for drone modifications, designed for more efficient airdrops. Chen Feng gazed at the email on his encrypted phone, clearly recognizing that the young girl before him was displaying her hacking prowess through this medium. He glanced at the petite girl in the car window, and then at Su Mo, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. This team was nothing short of a monster concentration camp. Lei Lai had not yet distanced himself, but upon witnessing this scene, his expression transformed entirely. From initial disdain to astonishment, and now to a grave, almost wary demeanor. Lin Yao's exceptional medical skills, Weila's driving expertise, Luoshi's elite hacking abilities, Lu Xiaowan's seemingly innocuous yet oddly effective culinary creations, and the unfathomable Su Mo, this mobile fortress squad exhibited a comprehensive array of capabilities, instilling in him a genuine sense of threat for the first time. He silently took a step back and whispered to his confidant, "Inform our people to refrain from rash actions for the time being. Let us observe." As everyone's attention was captivated by Su Mo's green light project, beside Qin Shui, the doctor adjusted his glasses with a hand, his eyes flickering uncertainly behind the lenses. In a lowered voice, he remarked, "President, this consumption is unsustainable. Our ammunition reserves are nearly depleted. If we continue to clash head-on, the foundation of the Red Lotus Guild may be entirely jeopardized. Is it worth risking the entire guild for one Shenhuigua? It would be wiser to conserve our strength and withdraw from the core area." Qin Shui's laughter abruptly ceased. "Silence. Doctor, attend to your duties," she declared fiercely. "That stubborn old man will be brought back alive, even if it costs me my life. Your life was saved by me. If you wish to leave, do so on your own. Dare not waver the morale." She weighed the now smaller shards of stardust in her hand, her threatening intent unmistakable. The doctor trembled slightly, quickly lowering his head, his voice tinged with fear. "Yes, President, I was overly concerned." After a brief respite, the horizon bore witness to another wave of insects advancing. This swarm was even larger and more ferocious than the previous one. "Second wave. Prepare for battle." Qin Feng's voice resonated through the loudspeaker, echoing along the defense line. Although his mechanical left arm felt somewhat stiff, it was functional enough to serve its purpose. He cast a glance back at the assembled soldiers of the Blackstone Guild, clad in matching black combat attire, and nodded at Zhao Tianxiong. "Chairman Zhao, your men will serve as the reserve team, ready for deployment at a moment's notice." Zhao Tianxiong clasped his fists. "Rest assured, Captain Chun, the Blackstone Guild stands ready." This time, the formation of the insect tide was markedly different. Leading the charge were the ever-advancing jumping insects, followed closely by an even larger number of stinging serpents. Yet among them were some colossal, relatively sluggish figures. "What is that?" a soldier exclaimed in astonishment. Before them advanced several enormous beetles, resembling armored vehicles. Their bodies were enveloped in a thick, dark brown exoskeleton, adorned with fearsome spikes. Most striking were their gigantic, scythe-like mandibles. "Tank beetles," exclaimed Qin Feng, as his aide turned pale. The database had mentioned them, boasting terrifying defensive capabilities. Their massive mandibles could effortlessly tear through armor. Behind the tide of insects, hundreds of meters from the front lines, peculiar scorpions emerged, guarded closely by a swarm of jump bugs and stinging snakes. Slightly smaller than the stinging snakes, their bodies gleamed a golden hue, devoid of obvious offensive appendages. Yet their surfaces were dotted with numerous small holes, continuously exhaling spores of various colors. They were golden scorpions, the commanders of the insect horde, capable of releasing spores that could either enhance or weaken their kin. They must be prioritized for elimination. "Mortar. Target the scorpion cluster at the enemy's rear. Covering fire." Chun Feng commanded immediately, believing that despite the adversary's overwhelming numerical superiority, they were merely insects acting on instinct. However, as the aide had noted, those golden scorpions, as commanders, possessed a level of intelligence far surpassing that of their lesser kin. Anticipating the attack, the surrounding insects surged forward, forming a flesh shield before the shells could impact. The violent explosions sent dozens of insects flying, yet the core scorpion cluster remained unscathed, persistently emitting spores. At that moment, the stinging snakes launched their counterattack. A torrential downpour of bone spikes descended upon them, while the tank beetles quickened their pace, trampling forward under heavy fire. The jump bugs utilized the massive bodies of the tank beetles as cover, darting out from the sides in an attempt to breach the defensive line. Fire! Block them! The officer on the front line roared. Gunfire and explosions erupted once more, but more troublesome was the effect of the spores released by the golden scorpions. Some insects became enveloped in a red glow, accelerating their movements and intensifying their assaults, while others among the soldiers felt their bodies grow heavy, their vision blurring. Damn it! Snipers! Prioritize the scorpions! Chen Feng slammed his fist onto the command platform. Yet, the scorpion cluster was heavily shielded and too distant for the snipers to find an opportunity. Just as the defensive line teetered on the brink of collapse, a cacophony of buzzing filled the air. Dozens of makeshift drones ascended from the rear of the Dawn base. Under Rosie's remote control, they accurately positioned themselves above the tide of insects. Green light project, activate. Rosie's voice resonated across the battlefield. Under her guidance, the spraying apparatus on the drones opened, releasing heaps of dark green liquid mixed with fodder, precisely covering the densest parts of the insect swarm, particularly those tank beetles and stinging snakes. It was precisely Lu Xiaonuan who utilized the military-provided wood attribute crystal nuclei as the primary ingredient, meticulously blending it with plant extracts to create a luminescent bait. The effect of this bait was immediate and striking, instinctively drawn by the allure of sustenance. The insects opened their mouths wide and devoured the delicacies in an instant. From within their bodies emanated a penetrating green light, transforming the dim battlefield into a scene of moving emerald orbs. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Fire! Aim for the glowing targets. Chen Feng practically bellowed. The soldiers' morale surged, and the pressure on the defensive line diminished significantly. Those burrowing insects, no matter how deeply they tunneled, could not escape detection as long as their bodies radiated light. Bang! The sniper on the rooftop accurately dispatched a jumping insect with a shot to its head. The heavy machine gunners unleashed a barrage upon the greenlit areas on the ground, turning a sneaky into a sieve. A rocket-propelled grenade struck a tank insect directly on its luminous wound, resulting in a violent explosion that ruptured its shell from within, causing its massive form to crash to the ground. Well done, Chen Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration at the scene. However, he quickly withdrew his head back into the vehicle, for he too was green. Zhao Tianxiong's warriors from the Blackstone Chamber were also eager, ready to engage in battle. Effective. So remarkably effective. The strategist shouted with excitement. Chen Feng gazed toward the distance, where the matte black wind god vehicle awaited. This team had once again achieved a miracle. Yet, in a corner unnoticed by all, the doctor, with his back turned to the clamor of the battlefield and his body slightly hunched, feigned an inspection of the tracks of the rock-steady vehicle. His fingers tapped rhythmically and unnaturally on the indented armor panel, transmitting a biological signal directed toward the sports arena. The content of this signal was simple: the structure of the human defensive line, the distribution of firepower, and the human green light initiative. Just as people celebrated yet another victory over the insect horde, a piercing shriek suddenly erupted from the direction of the sports arena, overwhelming the cacophony of the battlefield. Upon receiving the intelligence regarding the green light initiative from the doctor, the will of the nest's nest issued a new directive. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. The once fearless swarm of jumping insects abruptly altered their strategy. They ceased to assault the human defenses and, as if driven mad, began voraciously consuming the remnants of the dark green fodder on the ground. They swallowed greedily, impervious to the human bullets that transformed them into a sieve. In a matter of mere minutes, all the luminous bait on the battlefield had been devoured. A soldier cried out, "What are they doing?" The strategist's face turned ashen as he comprehended the dreadful realization. The jumping insects were feasting upon those glowing substances. They are systematically eliminating the markers with their very lives. Having lost the guidance of the luminous indicators, humanity's firepower has instantaneously lost its precision. The pressure from the swarm looms once again, as formidable as a mountain. Damn it, they have seen through our plans. Chen Feng slammed his fist onto the command platform, the green glow on his face flickering, appearing particularly ironic at this moment. Even more terrifying, from the depths of the swarm, a colossal creature slowly emerged. Report. A new giant unit has appeared behind the swarm. The observer's voice trembled with fear. The tide of insects parted like hair down the middle, revealing a gargantuan figure at the far end of their vision. It was a spider magnified hundreds of times. With legs as long as crane booms, it supported a massive body standing 5 meters tall. Its dark, purple exoskeleton covered its entire form. Most horrifying were its enormous compound eyes and a pair of terrifying mandibles resembling giant hydraulic pincers. It was the insect king, the white-spotted spider king. A blinding light flickered from the compound eyes of the white-spotted spider king. Soldiers struck by the light cried out in agony, clutching their heads. Blood streaming from their orifices, instantly rendered incapable of fighting. Even the command vehicle where Chen Feng was situated shook violently, and the onboard electronic equipment failed instantaneously. It was a high-energy light wave attack. The staff officer covered his eyes in pain, blood seeping between his fingers. The white-spotted spider king advanced with its long legs, each step causing the earth to tremble. It disregarded ordinary firepower and moved directly towards the core of the Dawn base. The surrounding swarm, seemingly invigorated, surged forward with explosive speed and power, their assault becoming frenzied, influenced by some spores released by the golden scorpion. Stop it. Concentrate fire. Focus fire on the white-spotted spider. Chen Feng bellowed as he seized the intercom. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a massive bone spike, akin to a siege crossbow bolt, shot from the launch chamber on the back of the white-spotted spider king, striking the command vehicle with deadly accuracy. It instantly shredded the front half of the command vehicle. Captain, the staff officer lunged towards Chen Feng with all his might. In the moment of the explosion, Chen Feng summoned his iron will to its utmost. A thin layer of metallic shield barely enveloped him. Yet, the shockwave from the blast still hurled him several meters away. Coughing up blood, Chen Feng felt a charred sensation on his chest. He struggled to rise, but darkness enveloped him, his consciousness fading rapidly. Just before losing complete awareness, he exerted the last of his strength to thrust the intercom into the hands of the similarly injured staff officer. His gaze swept over to Qin Shui, who was nearby, smashing a tank bug's head with a shattered star. Transfer command to Qin. The staff officer instantly understood his meaning. Captain Shun was gravely injured and unconscious. He commanded that authority be temporarily transferred to Qin Shui, leader of the Crimson Lotus Guild. Mid-battle, a startled Qin Shui paused, then erupted in a furious tirade. Nonsense. I won't. Whoever wants to command can do so. She did not even glance at the advisor, wielding her wrench with determination as she charged toward another venomous serpent. The highest military commander fell, and the temporary successor promptly abandoned the task. Damn it! Zhao Tianxiong, witnessing this, leapt onto an abandoned tank and snapped his fingers towards the sky. A red flare erupted, slicing through the smoke-laden atmosphere. Brothers of the Blackstone Chamber. And all the men still breathing. Captain Chun has fallen, and Leader Qin is preoccupied. Now, you will heed my command, Zhao Tianxiong. There is no retreat left. Behind us lies our home, our loved ones. Let these creatures witness that the men of Star City are not yet extinguished. For those who are men, stand and face them. If we must die, let it be before them. Charge. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the bewildered soldiers, finally resting upon the distant, demon-like figure of the white-fanged Spider King. Charge. The warriors of the Blackstone Chamber were the first to respond, roaring as they surged towards the horde of insects. Many soldiers and survivors, with tears of rage in their eyes, picked up their weapons and launched a counterattack against the tide of pests. In that moment, regardless of their previous allegiances, they shared a singular purpose, to defend their last bastion. However, not all possessed such courage. Madmen. A bunch of lunatics. Lei Lai observed the throng surging toward the insect swarm, his expression twisted in distress. Retreat. Immediately withdraw from the core area. Let them perish here. We must leave. The members of the Pioneer Alliance, unhesitating, followed Lei Lai as they veered towards the relatively intact Eastern District in a frantic retreat. Chapter 133. Save Qin Shui. With the ascent of the red flare, the last vestiges of human courage ignited. Those ordinary individuals, previously huddled in their shelters, trembling in fear, watched as soldiers and comrades fell in droves before them. Hearing the desperate cries of their loved ones from behind, they too were swept up in the tragic atmosphere. Damn it, let us fight back. We're all going to die anyway. If we must die, let us take a piece of them with us. They may not have possessed extraordinary gifts or superior weaponry, but in this moment, they formed the final line of defense with their flesh and blood. Yet, faced with the overwhelming numbers and the terrifying power of the Insect King, their efforts appeared both tragic and futile. The torrent of insects easily tore through their human barricade. The cacophony of screams, shattering bones, and the insect horde's shrieks intertwined to compose a symphony of hell. Blood stained the fungal carpet. Yet more bodies trampled over their fallen comrades, pressing forward relentlessly. However, the true target of the insect swarm was not these mere ants. This poignant scene moved Qin Shui deeply. She gazed at those fearless, ordinary people, and then glanced at the unconscious Chen Feng beside the wreckage of the command vehicle. Spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva in frustration, she exclaimed, "Damn it! The soldiers raised by that old stubborn fool still possess some grit." She brandished her weapon, Star Shatter, and plunged once more into the horde of insects. Yet, the intelligence of the swarm exceeded all expectations. They seemed to have discerned that the Wind God and the Crimson Lotus Guild posed the greatest threat. Over 10 tank-like beetles, resembling small mountains, have abandoned their assault on the precariously balanced human defenses and are charging from various directions, particularly towards the Wind God. Their singular objective is to obliterate these bothersome tin cans with overwhelming force and numbers. Charge of the villainous tank beetle swarm. Their target is us. The voice of Rosie echoed within the vehicle, tinged with anxiety. She commanded the drones laden with volatile explosives, detonating them amidst the surrounding insect horde. Though it proved to be a mere drop in the bucket, Vera, evade. Sumo's gaze remained composed. Vera yanked the steering wheel, deftly shaking off the encirclement. Yet, at that moment, the battlefield underwent an unexpected transformation. A roar erupted, as suddenly, the steel raptor crafted by Qin Shui emitted a piercing shriek. This mount, forged by Qin Shui herself, merging fossilized bones with machinery, suddenly flashed with a green luminescence in its hollow eyes. With a fierce toss of its head, it violently flung Qin Shui off its back. What? Qin Shui was caught off guard, suspended in midair, incredulous as she beheld her beloved steed. The steel raptor pivoted, raising its front limbs equipped with a machine gun. Are you out of your mind? Qin Shui was both astonished and furious as she crashed heavily to the ground. No sooner had she spoken than bullets rained down upon her like a deluge. Damn it! Qin Shui rolled on the ground, desperately evading the onslaught. Who would have thought it would betray her? Even more astonishing was that, at the very moment Qin Shui was dodging, several jumping insects leaped towards her. As if the steel raptor and these creatures of the swarm were allies. Qin Shui, Sumo's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the Wind God was locked onto by the tank beetles, struggling to maintain its own safety. But Qin Shui must not perish here. Vera, save her. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Vera maneuvered the Wind God, forcing it to turn amidst the swarm. The tires screeched against the ground, sending mud flying as it deflected bullets while the front of the vehicle collided with the jumping insects. Narrowly escaping, it halted beside her. After the failed assault, the green light in the steel raptor's eyes flickered once more, and it bolted away from the battlefield. Get in the car. Sumo flung open the door and yanked the still-dazed Qin Shui inside. Damn it, my dragon. Qin Shui seethed as she watched her out-of-control mount, trembling with rage. Just as the door slammed shut, a colossal crash resounded. Bang! Boom! The massive mandibles of the first tank beetle sank deep into the armored body of the Wind God. Following closely were the second and third, as over 10 tank beetles violently collided from all directions, their heavy bodies pressing relentlessly against the vehicle. A tremendous force caused the Wind God to emit a groan of overwhelming strain. The vehicle shook violently, yet it remained utterly immobile. The owner lamented the obstructed power and the abysmal condition of the chassis. Vela exerted all her strength in an attempt to maneuver, but the vehicle did not budge an inch. Qin Shui gasped for breath, but her instincts as a top-tier mechanic swiftly restored her composure. She pressed her palm against the internal armor of the car door. The passive ability of her exceptional talent, material analysis, activated instantaneously, scanning the vehicle structure at an astonishing speed. Moments later, her expression shifted dramatically as she stated with unwavering certainty, "Little brother, the main beam of your chassis is cracked. The drive shaft is deformed. The suspension system is on the verge of collapse. Those recent instances of overloading and impact have pushed it to its absolute limit. Listen carefully. I know your vehicle is equipped with numerous powerful modifications, but you absolutely must not attempt to start it forcefully. A forced ignition will likely result in total destruction." The atmosphere inside the car plummeted to a frigid silence. Rosie and Lu Xiaonuan turned pale, their eyes wide with fear, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Vela maintained a stoic demeanor, seemingly awaiting a command from Sumo. Behind them, Lin Yao tightened her grip on Sumo's hand, a warm current emanating from her touch. The women signaled to Sumo in their own ways. They would heed his every word. More jump bugs and spiked serpents surged forth like a tide, clinging to the vehicle and viciously tearing at it, unleashing a barrage of bone spikes. To the distant human defense line, the once formidable black fortress now appeared engulfed by layers of writhing insects. Despair swept through the air. It was over. The black vehicle was doomed. trapped beneath an insurmountable mass of tank bugs, now infested by a swarm of insects. There would be no salvation even if Jesus himself appeared. Yet, within the cockpit of the Wind God, Sumo's gaze swept over the assembled crew. Their expressions varied, but their eyes shone with unwavering trust and obedience. Boss. Vela awaited instructions. Sumo's gaze pierced through the windshield, seemingly transcending the layers of insect carcasses and shells, locking onto the distant figure of the white-fanged Spider King. Advancing like a demon. Vela, prepare to activate Overload Pulse. Sumo's voice was chillingly calm. Overload Pulse was unmistakably a skill designed to enhance power output. But could the vehicle withstand such strain at this moment? Qin Shui exclaimed in shock, "Little brother, are you mad? I warned you. This vehicle is going to explode." Understood. Vela's voice carried a hint of exhilaration. No sooner had she spoken than Sumo's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. Within a 10-meter radius of the Wind God, all metallic fragments transformed into countless rapidly spinning blades, coalescing into a tempestuous metal whirlwind. The jump bugs and spiked serpents that clung to the vehicle were instantly torn to shreds, creating a torrential downpour of blood. The few tank bugs that had been forcefully restraining the vehicle suffered as the weak points in their joints were sliced through by the high-velocity metal shards. The oppressive constraints crumbled in an instant. Yet, the swarming insects at the periphery continued their relentless assault, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Launching suicidal attacks against the Wind God, Suemo understood that once the storm subsided, they would once again be engulfed by the swarm. Vera now? Suemo commanded with urgency. Chapter 134. The Fury of the Wind God. Understood, boss. Vera's ice-blue eyes reflected no hesitation, only unwavering resolve. She gripped the steering wheel firmly, activating her innate talent and flooring the accelerator. The engine bay erupted with an unprecedented roar, not merely the mechanical growl of the 8 engines, but amplified by the double power boost of the overload pulse. A torrent of ferocious energy surged into the engine core of the Wind God, causing the entire vehicle to tremble violently, as if on the brink of disintegration. Qin Shui's complexion turned pale, her grip tightening on the handle of the passenger seat. She felt the terrifying vibrations beneath her and the metallic lament nearing its limits. Little bro, this isn't the noise an 8 should make. It's going to blow the cylinder. The main chassis can't withstand it. It will explode. As a top-tier mechanic, she possessed an instinctive understanding of engine sounds, even more so than Suemo. Fully aware of the vehicle's limits, the tumultuous energy output from the overload pulse was tearing apart the already damaged chassis structure. The swarm, initially targeting humanity, now redirected its assault, crashing against the Wind God in a frenzied attempt to submerge it once more. However, as they neared the edge of the metallic storm, they were shredded and flung away. The human defensive line, now under diminished pressure, watched with bated breath as countless eyes fixated on the front lines. The Black Fortress, once again engulfed by the swarm, left a chilling sensation in their hearts. Was this truly the final roar of the Wind God? Had the black vehicle met its end? Surely, it was the last cry. Despair spread among the ranks of humanity. Hold on. Vera's voice carried a barely perceptible thrill. The immense gravitational force from the overload pulse impacted her insides violently, yet her hands remained steady upon the wheel. In the next moment, Suemo pressed the button for Wings of the Wind God on the control panel. The grooves on the car's roof instantaneously unfolded, revealing 2 pairs of colossal wings composed purely of energy, extending over 10 meters in span. The blue-white wings illuminated the dim battlefield, effortlessly slicing through several insects clinging to the rooftop, vaporizing them instantly. Lift off. Vera once more pressed the accelerator to the floor. The several-ton Wind God, bolstered by the terrifying lift provided by the energy wings, wrenched itself from the ground. The intense sensation of weightlessness and violent turbulence churned Qin Shui's stomach. "You're all completely insane," she exclaimed. She feared not for her life, but the visceral reaction of motion sickness was ingrained in her very being. Qin Shui gazed out the window at the swiftly receding swarm of insects below. Her eyes then drifted to the driver's seat, where Vela, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, maintained a gaze as frigid as ice. Beside her, Suemo sat expressionless in the passenger seat. For the first time, she had gained a fresh understanding of the madness that characterized this team. The vehicle hovered several dozen meters above the ground, suspended over the battlefield. Amidst the astonished stares of those around her, the fearsome armored head of the Azure Dragon at the front of the vehicle slowly opened its massive jaws, a deep, azure energy swirling within, gathering with wild intensity. The surrounding air warped violently in response. Qin Shui felt the terrifying energy fluctuations up close, her complexion paling further as she retched a few times, her expression one of utter distress. "What monstrous entity have you crammed into the front of this vehicle?" The charging of the malevolent Azure Dragon's bite is complete. Target, the White-Fanged Spider King, has been successfully locked. The voice of Luashi echoed through the control room, brimming with excitement. On the central display, a prominent red crosshair firmly ensnared the White-Fanged Spider King, which loomed like a small mountain not far away. No sooner had she spoken than Sumo's finger decisively pressed the button for the Azure Dragon's bite on the control panel. The jaws of the Azure Dragon opened to their fullest extent, unleashing a lifelike energy dragon nearly 20 meters in length. It roared forth, exuding an aura that seemed capable of crushing all in its path, as it lunged toward the White-Fanged Spider King. Sensing the imminent threat, the White-Fanged Spider King found itself unable to move, locked in place. Yet its instincts urged it to burrow into the earth, its last resort for survival. With a massive form, it erupted forth with an unexpected speed, its 8 long legs frantically clawing at the ground. Meanwhile, the surrounding swarm received the highest command, fearlessly charging towards the ethereal blue energy dragon. Jumping insects, piercing snakes, and even dozens of tank beetles surged forward like moths drawn to a flame, attempting to intercept the Azure Dragon's bite. However, wherever the energy dragon passed, every obstructing insect was vaporized in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. Yet, the sheer number of the insects was overwhelming. They sacrificed their lives to diminish the might of the energy dragon, though they could not halt its advance. Their efforts visibly slowed its momentum. It was in this brief moment that the White-Fanged Spider King's body had already burrowed more than halfway into the ground, its heavily armored back exposed to the descending energy dragon. There was no deafening explosion, only a profoundly muted thud. A crater over 20 meters in diameter formed instantaneously, sending soil, shattered stones, and insect carcasses soaring dozens of meters into the air. A blinding blue light mingled with dust, erupting into a small mushroom cloud. The immense shockwave of energy spread outward like a tsunami. The swarm of insects, positioned a short distance away, was instantly swept away. Vehicles and barricades further afield were tossed about chaotically. A haze of dust enveloped the battlefield, casting a shadow over everything. The entire scene descended into a profound silence. A chilling metallic screech echoed through the air as the wind god, suspended 30 meters above ground, suddenly lurched downwards. The wings atop the vehicle extinguished abruptly. The chassis of the vehicle had collapsed. No sooner had the words left the lips than the several-ton wind god plummeted towards the earth in free fall. Hold on. Vela gripped the steering wheel tightly, her feet darting between the brake and accelerator, attempting to stabilize the vehicle during its descent. Inside, everyone was forcefully pressed into their seats by the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Fortunately, at the last moment, Vela managed to regain control, preventing the vehicle from completely overturning. Instead, a thick layer of insect carcasses absorbed most of the impact. The four wheels sank deeply into the viscous remains and mud. The interior was in disarray, with belongings strewn across the floor. Blood trickled from Vela's lips. The violent jolt had re-injured her internal organs. She wiped away the crimson stain and forced a faint smile. This time, she had saved the wind god and the lives of everyone aboard. Vela fainted, collapsing into Su Mo's embrace. Lin Yao, unable to hesitate, rushed forward to provide aid. Outside the window, the once fearless swarm abruptly halted their assault, instinctively retreating. They trampled over one another, heedless of their comrades beside them. Some wounded insects were trampled into a gruesome paste. The soldiers on the front line gazed at the astonishing scene before them, all holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the direction of the arena. Had the insects retreated? Were they fleeing? Had they won? Was the white-faced Spider King dead? Chapter 135. After the catastrophe in the distance, the crimson sun began its slow ascent. All eyes were riveted on the epicenter of the explosion, hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. Had the white-faced Spider King perished? Coughing, the wind god leaned precariously within the heap of insect remains. The door swung open, and Qin Shui was the first to leap out of the vehicle. Overwhelmed, she doubled over and retched violently, nearly expelling her bile. Sumo, catching his breath, observed Qin Shui's disheveled state. Your motion sickness is just like old Chen's. He referred to Chun Weigua's notorious travel sickness. Qin Shui raised her pale face and shot Sumo a glare, wishing to retort, but another wave of nausea surged through her, leaving her only able to weakly wave her hand. Cut the nonsense. I'm just sick, all right. As the smoke dissipated, the scene at the bottom of the pit gradually came into view. The immense form of the white-faced Spider King lay nearly obliterated. Its heavy carapace was shattered into fragments, and its 8 elongated legs twisted and broken. The once mighty compound eyes now appeared utterly dim, devoid of any semblance of life. The white-faced Spider King is dead. We have triumphed. The Insect King has been vanquished. It was unclear who first exclaimed this, but the euphoric relief surged across the battlefield. Soldiers helped one another to their feet, and weary faces finally broke into smiles. Zhao Tianxiong raised his fist in triumph, and the warriors of the Blackstone Chamber erupted with a collective sigh of relief. Even Lei Li of the Pioneer Alliance, observing from afar, wore an expression of astonishment mixed with a hint of trepidation. Suemo paid no heed to the cheers. He strode purposefully toward the edge of the pit. Aside from the remnants of the white-faced Spider King, 2 items glimmered faintly amidst the lingering dust. He leapt down and soon returned to the surface, opening his palm to reveal a fist-sized, dark purple crystal core. The other item, a subtly pulsating dark golden core, resembled a heart, warm to the touch, containing explosive power. He weighed these 2 treasures, the Lord-level crystal core and the Spider King core. Their energy intensity was comparable to that of the ancient dragon skull. The Fortress of Talent promptly provided feedback. Material name, Spider King core. Traits, a condensation of the white-faced Spider King's life essence, containing its most potent life source. Capable of special modifications, it can be integrated into the ecological weapon system of a vehicle's spatial framework. A valuable find. Suemo contemplated the fragments, deciding to store them for now. The specific application would depend on the repair status of the Wind God. After regaining her breath, Qin Shui glanced at the Wind God, which was nearly collapsed. The condition of the Wind God was truly dismal. Its armor was riddled with dents and scars, and the 4 wheels were deeply embedded in the muck of insect remains. The chassis displayed evident signs of deformation and fracture, with coolant and oil dripping incessantly. The energy wings atop the vehicle had long since extinguished, and the massive jaws of the ancient dragon were dull and lifeless. Approaching, Qin Shui pressed her palm against the scalding door. After a few seconds, her brow furrowed deeply, her expression turning grim. The main beams of the chassis were fractured in multiple places, the drive shaft was twisted, and the suspension system was essentially wrecked. The engine compartment's framework had suffered internal injuries from Weila's overloaded pulse, leaving it utterly drained. Qin Shui immediately turned around and shouted at the members of the Red Lotus Guild behind her. Bring the Pancher and the Tukong over. Hoist this wreck and transport it back to the base repair shop. Inside the repair facility of Dawn Base, the lights blazed brightly. The Wind God was mounted on the repair rack, and the condition beneath the chassis was alarmingly evident. Qin Shui donned a set of work attire, an alloy wrench tucked into her belt. Directing the technicians of the Scarlet Lotus Guild, she dismantled the severely damaged components. She lifted her gaze towards Suemo, her tone grave. Brother Su, let me be candid. The situation is dire. Your vehicle has sustained catastrophic damage, particularly to the chassis, which has nearly suffered structural impairment. I can only attempt to reinforce the critical areas of the chassis, but the likelihood of success is rather low. You must be mentally prepared for the possibility that it may not be reparable. Sumo's expression remained calm as he nodded. Understood. Please compile a list of required materials. No need, Qin Shui replied, waving her hand. I have disassembled a considerable amount of materials from that white-crowned Spider King. She gestured to a heap of dark, purple metal fragments on the table behind her. The materials from Blue Star, in terms of strength, resilience, and various attributes, pale in comparison to these post-apocalyptic resources. At that moment, Lin Yao, after attending to Weila in the adjacent medical room, reported to Su Mo, there are multiple ruptures in the vehicle's ecological circulation system, with 1/3 of the mid-grade nutrient solution leaked. As per your request, the remaining nutrient solution has been fully administered to Weila. However, her injuries are severe, and it is uncertain when she will regain consciousness. Upon hearing about Weila's condition, Luo, she could not hold back her tears. 2 light machine guns are rendered inoperable. The heavy machine gun's overheating protection has been activated, and we have lost 3 drones. Lu Xianwan interjected. The kitchen is intact, but several of my spice jars have shattered. Suemo nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, Weila will be fine. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Chen Feng, supported by his aide, made his way over, followed by Zhao Tianxiong and several key members of the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Su, President Qin, President Zhao, he greeted. The main force of the swarm has retreated, and the remaining scattered units are being eradicated. The core area of the Dawn Base is now largely secure. We are currently assessing the damage and providing aid to the injured. The military has taken over the subsequent defense and reconstruction efforts. Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the Wind God, his expression complex. Were it not for your timely intervention in slaying the White-Crowned Spider King, the Dawn Base would likely no longer exist. I, Chen Feng, will forever remember this debt of gratitude. Zhao Tianxiong returned the gesture with a bow. Captain Chen, you are too courteous. It is a matter of mutual benefit. Suemo merely acknowledged with a slight nod. Qin Shui, however, waved her hand dismissively. Enough of this pleasantry. Where is that old stubborn fool? Have you found him? Chen Feng replied. As soon as the swarm retreated, I dispatched personnel to search for him. News will arrive shortly. A member of the Mohican faction, hurrying over with a distressed expression, exclaimed, President, the doctor is missing. During the fiercest fighting, he said he was going to inspect the rear defenses, and he has not returned since. Qin Shue's expression darkened instantly. Luo Shi suddenly recalled something and hurriedly approached. Wait, Big Bad, I just remembered. During the previous Green Light project, I intercepted a faint directional biological signal. The source of the signal was nearby, directed towards the depths of the gymnasium. The battle was too intense at the time, and I could not investigate further. Suddenly, a staff officer stumbled over, his face etched with anxiety. Captain Chun, Comrade Chen Weigua, is missing. We searched the entire maintenance area, and all that remained was this. The officer opened his palm to reveal a rusted metal fragment. Qin Shue leaned in closer and immediately recognized it as armor from her steel velociraptor. Strange footprints and drag marks were also discovered at the scene, resembling those left by a reptilian creature with a metallic skeleton. The tracks led towards the gymnasium. At that moment, everyone's hearts sank. Chen Weigua had not only been captured, but was being taken directly to the insect nest. Qin Shue's pupils constricted as a realization dawned upon her. The steel velociraptor was the work of the doctor. He had taken the old stubborn man, but why take him to the insect nest? Chapter 136. Drunken Vera inside the maintenance factory. The air felt as if it had solidified. Qin Shue fixated on the rusted metal fragment in the officer's hand. The core control system was debugged by the doctor. That wretched creature had set a backdoor during the modifications. She raised her head. Her eyes filled with rage. Why could the bugs penetrate our markings so swiftly? Why did my dragon suddenly betray us? Why was the old stubborn man captured with such precision? It was that bastard. He betrayed us. He transmitted information to the insect nest. Her body trembled slightly. Her voice laced with guilt. It's all my fault. I was blind. I pulled him out of that wretched research facility. I took pity on him, believing his talent in biological sensing had some merit, and promoted him to second in command. I trusted him, and I have caused the deaths of so many. Mabu Yuan, if I do not tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes, I will write my name, Qin Shue, backwards. The onlookers regarded the furious Qin Shue with heavy hearts. Chen Feng took a deep breath, breaking the silence. President Qin, this is not the time for self-recrimination. He turned to Qin Shue and then glanced at Su Mo and Zhao Tianxiu. This is not a place for discussion. Please follow me to the conference room. We need to share all intelligence regarding the mother insect's nest. Adjacent to the temporary command center, in a cramped conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Chen Feng, Su Mo, Qin Shue, and Zhao Tianxiu were seated in a circle. Lin Yao and Luo Qian, providing technical support, were also present. Chen Feng surveyed the group and stood up, slightly bowing to Su Mo and the others. Firstly, I apologize on behalf of the military for having utilized you. I was already aware that the gymnasium was the mother insect's nest and knew it would eventually threaten the Dawn base. The reason for convening everyone and electing a leader was not only to stabilize the base. Another significant objective is to consolidate our forces and collectively deliberate on how to confront this dire threat. He resumed his seat, his voice somber. Little did we anticipate that it would strike prematurely and with such insidious methods. The expressions of those present remained composed, as they had long been on high alert. After all, the incident at the Star City Gymnasium was hardly a secret. With the encroachment of the red mist, this confrontation was inevitable. Moreover, the military would bear the brunt of the losses. The number of combatants had been halved, and 30% of the surviving civilians had perished. At this moment, a strategist beside Chen Feng rose. He activated the projector, bringing forth a report. Captain Chun, the autopsy report regarding Vice Officer Wang Chong has been released. The screen displayed an anatomical diagram of Wang Chong's head. In the brainstem region, the corpse of a slender worm was distinctly visible. This was a mutated nematode, capable of parasitizing and seizing control of its host's central nervous system, influencing their thoughts and actions, and even transmitting information. Vice Officer Wang had long been parasitized, becoming an insider for the nest. His previous erratic statements and final peculiar smile were manifestations of this control. The nest's premature actions were likely the result of the intelligence he conveyed. He pulled up several images, including a list of individuals Wang Chong had interacted with and records of anomalous behaviors. According to our retrospective analysis, the parasitized individuals are non-contagious. Initially, they exhibit an unusual fixation on information related to the insect race. In the intermediate stage, emotional instability and radical thinking may emerge, leading to complete control in the later phase. You may need to screen all senior and key personnel to guard against internal collaborators. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. The infiltration capabilities of the nest far exceeded expectations. Chen Feng seized the opportunity to continue. Now, let us discuss the motherworm's nest. He displayed a satellite image of the Star City Gymnasium alongside several indistinct reconnaissance photographs. Upon selecting the number 16 middle school as the dawn base, I dispatched 3 reconnaissance teams to thoroughly cleanse and survey the surrounding 3 kilometers. Aside from the gymnasium, other areas have been largely cleared. However, from the 3 teams sent to the gymnasium, only one individual returned, and he had gone mad. The screen revealed a photograph of a soldier with a vacant gaze. He could only incessantly mutter about the motherworm's nest being rife with insects building nests and laying eggs. Based on his fragmented descriptions and our analysis, the exterior of the gymnasium appeared to be an ordinary structure. Yet, within, it had been entirely transformed by the insect race, becoming their core lair. He pointed to the structural diagram of the gymnasium. We speculate that the insect race abducted Comrade Chenhuegua, likely due to his expertise in machinery. The nest may require his skills or seek to utilize him for the creation of something. After the meeting concluded, Su Mo returned to the infirmary with Lin Yao and Luo Shi. Weila was still there, recuperating. As the door to the infirmary swung open, a faint aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Lu Xiaonuan stood anxiously by the side, her delicate face etched with worry. Upon seeing them, she quickly rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Master Su, Sister Yao, Luo Shi, Sister Weila has yet to awaken, but I fed her a bit of the newly prepared life essence number 1. I added a touch of wine, as I heard it can enhance blood circulation and expedite recovery." Lin Yao hastened to the bedside, activating her life insight. After a brief moment, she sighed in relief. The internal injuries are healing faster than anticipated, and her vital signs are stable. She should awaken soon. However, her brows furrowed slightly as she leaned closer to Weila's lips and then glanced at the empty bowl on the bedside, which contained remnants of a reddish-brown liquid. "Xiaonuan, how much wine did you add? This concentration is nearly equivalent to medical alcohol." Lu Xiaonuan shrank back, her voice timid. "I only added a small cup of the purified version, thinking it would yield better results." Su Mo frowned. "In the future, do not administer any alcohol to her, not even a drop." "Why not?" Lu Xiaonuan asked in confusion. "Her tolerance for alcohol is quite poor," Su Mo replied succinctly, recalling the scene from that night when Weila was intoxicated. Just then, on the hospital bed, Weila's tightly shut eyelids fluttered slightly. Soon after, her ice blue eyes gradually opened. Initially, her gaze appeared somewhat bewildered, but upon focusing on Su Mo's face, it sharpened with an intense clarity, devoid of her usual coldness and instead glowing with a determined light. "Boss," she struggled to sit up, and Lin Yao quickly supported her. "Weila, how do you feel? Please, do not move around." Yet, Weila seemed oblivious to her words. Pushing Lin Yao's hand away, clumsily, she threw off the covers and placed her bare feet on the cold floor, swaying unsteadily as she approached Su Mo boss. She called out again, her voice softer, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Su Mo watched her unsteady approach. "Lie back down." Weila ignored him, standing before him with her head tilted back. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Su Mo's neck, her movements swift and precise, embodying her characteristic decisiveness. Burying her face in Su Mo's embrace, she inhaled deeply and then nuzzled contentedly. Hug. Lu Xiaonuan, Luo Shi, and Lin Yao were momentarily petrified. The warmth of her breath against his neck caused Su Mo to freeze. "Weila, let go," he urged, attempting to push her away. But Weila clung on tighter, her head continuing to nuzzle closer, expressing her desire for comfort. Luo Shi's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide as saucers, her trembling fingers pointing at the two. "Big bad idol sister, she." Lin Yao was the first to regain her composure, realizing why Su Mo had insisted that Weila abstain from alcohol. "Let us step outside for a moment," she said, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. Pulling the petrified Lu Xiaonuan and Luo Shi in place, Lin Yao exchanged glances with them. However, Luo Shi seemed eager to express something further. "What is there to discuss? Do you wish for a trio?" she murmured. "It's not entirely out of the question," she pondered. "This girl is truly audacious. I have never dared to try such a thing." Lin Yao interjected, taking each of them by the hand and leading them towards the door. Just before they exited, she glanced back and softly cautioned, "Su Mo, take it easy. She isn't quite coherent right now. Don't hurt her." The door was gently closed behind them. Inside the infirmary, only Su Mo and Weila, who clung to him like a koala, remained. Weila seemed to find their position insufficiently comfortable. As she slightly rose on her toes, nearly pressing her entire being against Su Mo boss, she mumbled incoherently, gazing affectionately at the golden-haired rose in her arms, whose hair was tousled, cheeks flushed, and eyes dreamy yet obstinate. Suemo fell silent for a moment. Having been ensnared by Vela, he thought it best to sway together. Chapter 137. Just how comfortable is it? The great river flows eastward, while the stars in the sky align with the northern dipper. Qin Shui lay beneath the tragically battered chassis of the wind god, a metallic wrench in her hand, fragments of stars scattered around. Occasionally, it transformed into a probe. At other times a screwdriver, as she hummed a tuneless melody, each note stubbornly drifting outside the key. Behind her, several little brothers and sisters from the Red Lotus Guild handed her tools while swaying to the rhythm, echoing her off-key tune with pure, carefree joy. This was the unique atmosphere of the Red Lotus workshop. The air was thick with the scents of oil, metal, and the charred aroma of barbecued meat. Not far away, Lu Xiaonuan had set up a grill, crafted from special alloy scraps that Qin Shui had ingeniously assembled for her. Several pieces of processed insect meat sizzled on the charcoal. And thanks to her preparation, these terrifying apocalyptic creatures could be deemed as culinary ingredients. Moreover, the renowned survival expert Bear Grylls once stated that the protein content of insects is 6 times that of beef. With utmost care, she brushed on her homemade sauce, her gaze intensely focused, as if conducting a sacred ritual. Luo she sat cross-legged nearby, her cherished tablet resting on her knees, fingers flying over the virtual keyboard as she attempted to extract clues about the stadium from the vast sea of data. Outside the infirmary door, Lin Yao sat quietly on a folding chair, a hefty medical notebook sprawled across her lap, yet her eyes frequently darted towards the closed door, discouraging anyone who dared to approach. Qin Shui removed a severely deformed drive shaft, casually tossing it aside, which clattered loudly as she wiped the sweat from her brow and straightened up. The gaze swept over the bustling crowd, ultimately resting on Lu Xiaonuan, little black cat. Lu Xiaonuan was flipping a piece of roasted meat when she heard her name and looked up. Sister Qin Shui, try this, roasted grasshopper legs. I added my special honey sauce. Without further inquiry, Qin Shui seized it and stuffed it into her mouth, sparks flying from the iron skewer. Delicious. By the way, where is that little brother Suemo? We need to finalize the replacement plan for the main chassis beam. Lu Xiaonuan nodded and pointed towards the infirmary. Master Su is in the infirmary. Sister Weila is injured rather badly. He is inside helping with the treatment. After devouring several pieces, Qin Shui casually headed towards the infirmary. The infirmary? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of searching everywhere. However, just as she approached, her steps suddenly halted. The door of the makeshift infirmary was not soundproof, and the faint sounds emanating from within rendered Qin Shui, the unrestrained mechanical queen, utterly frozen. It was a sound akin to an almost forgotten moan. The boss is still enjoying himself. The voice was intermittent and indistinct, yet it seemed to burrow into her ears like a hook. Qin Shui's mind buzzed. Her face, smeared with engine oil, flushed with a visible intensity, her ears burning as well. Damn, she muttered under her breath, the words catching in her throat. Weila? That ice-cold beauty. The golden rose who fought fiercer than any man? Emitting such sounds? And Suemo? That little brother? Is this what Lu Xiaonuan referred to as treatment? Could it be that such dual cultivation talents truly existed? Images began to uncontrollably flood Qin Shui's mind. Though she dealt with steel and oil daily, as a 28-year-old woman, she was well aware of what she should and shouldn't understand. Yet, over the years, those romantic entanglements and youthful affections had long been discarded into the trash heap. She swallowed hard, her cheeks burning fiercely. Little brother's treatment is quite something, indeed. She shook her head vigorously. Yet, the words, laden with a weeping tone of comfort, played on repeat in her mind like a haunting melody. Just how pleasurable could it be to elicit such embarrassing sounds from the icy Weila? Qin Shui turned and fled, her steps quickening as if in escape. Lin Yao watched from afar, sighing helplessly as she saw Qin Shui depart. President? A little brother approached with the blueprints. Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy? Qin Shui snapped irritably, snatching the wrench and squatting back beneath the chassis of the Fengshen, launching into a furious assault on the twisted metal frame. The little brothers exchanged glances, shrinking their necks in silence, too intimidated to inquire further. Qin Shui compelled herself to focus on the Fengshen vehicle before her. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the door of the infirmary swung open. Suemo emerged first, maintaining his characteristic calm demeanor. Trailing closely behind was Wei Er, her gaze restored to its customary icy demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Just as Qin Shui completed the final assembly step and emerged from beneath the vehicle, she straightened up, wiping the sweat and grime from her face. Her eyes flitted between Suemo and Wei Er, a peculiar smile curving her lips. 3 parts mockery, 7 parts of jealousy she herself was unaware of. Raising her voice slightly, she dropped the wrench she held with a clatter onto the ground. Oh, all done? After all my hard work repairing this clunky machine, Some people seem quite comfortable behind closed doors, huh? The moment the words escaped her lips, Qin Shui was momentarily taken aback by the tone she had adopted. Something felt amiss. Su Imo halted his steps, casting her a fleeting glance without replying. Comfortable. Wei Er nodded in agreement with Qin Shui's words, then pointed at Su Imo, suggesting, why not give it a try? Not only Qin Shui, but even Su Imo was momentarily stunned by Wei Er's reaction. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Wei Er extended her hand, pointing at Lin Yao and Luo Shi. She, both should give it a shot. Before she could finish, Lin Yao swiftly covered her mouth. Frustrated, Qin Shui kicked a nearby tire. Little brother, regarding the chassis issue, I've fused the leg bones of the white-eyed Spider King into a biological material as a temporary fix. The strength is barely adequate. But don't expect it to perform as it once did. If you overload it carelessly again or subject it to some severe blows, I can't predict the consequences. She gestured towards the undercarriage of the Fengshen, where newly fused sections glimmered with a dark purple metallic sheen, contrasting sharply with the original black armor, a patchwork appearance. Taking a breath, Qin Shui's tone shifted to one of seriousness. However, based on my innate sensing ability, deep within the gymnasium lies an abundance of high strength, high toughness special metal materials. There are numerous varieties, and the energy reactions are quite potent. If we could acquire them, before she could finish her thought, Su Imo nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. His gaze turned toward the gymnasium. The abduction of Chun Weiguo must have been motivated by his modification abilities, indirectly indicating that there were surely substantial quantities of rare metals within. These materials could not only restore the Fengshen, but potentially surpass its current limits, a temptation Su Imo could not dismiss. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached. Chen Feng, assisted by his aide, entered the repair shop. Mr. Su, President Qin. Although the swarm has temporarily retreated, the threat of the mother-bug's nest remains unresolved. The military has resolved to organize a 100-strong death squad to obliterate the lair of the mother worm 2 days hence at dawn. This mission pertains to the survival of the entire Dawn base and all the survivors of Star City. Chen Feng paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, finally resting upon Su Imo and Qin Shui. This endeavor is fraught with peril, a veritable dance with death. What say you, esteemed colleagues? Chapter 138. A boundless vitality. Qin Shui, wielding a wrench, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Feng. Nonsense. Of course I shall go. That old fossil is still stuck in that wretched place. And there's also Dr. Ma Buiyuan. I shall dismantle his bones to use as components. Su Imo surveyed his companions, maintaining a calm demeanor, and nodded slightly. He was resolved to participate, with a clear objective in mind. The rare metals there are crucial for the repair and enhancement of the Fengshen. A flicker of gratitude passed through Chun Feng's eyes. Excellent. Time is of the essence. Please prepare swiftly. We shall convene at the western gate of the base at dawn in 2 days. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us. The military will provide full support. As the meeting concluded, the repair shop surged into a flurry of activity. Qin Shui squatted beneath the chassis of the Fengshen, making final adjustments to the newly welded components, humming a discordant tune, albeit at a noticeably quicker tempo. A crew member with a mohawk rushed over, tablet in hand. President, the modification blueprint for the drone has been sent by Xiao Xiong. Irritated, Qin Shui waved her hand dismissively. Understood. Have the Pancher bring over the 3D printer. Fabricate according to the blueprint. Ensure precision is impeccable. Understood. The crew member dashed away. Wait. Come back. Qin Shui glanced at the intricate structural diagram on the screen, marveling at the drone's exquisite design. She wondered where the usually boisterous girl had procured such blueprints. Thus, she called the crew member back. I shall personally oversee the fabrication of these critical components. Produce 2 additional sets of the other parts. Equip both the Pancher and the 2 bone with drones. Received. I hear new weaponry is on the horizon, the crew member exclaimed, departing with a spring in his step as he commenced his tasks. Not far away, the atmosphere in Lu Xianwan's makeshift kitchen was starkly different. On the small table before her lay a Lord-level crystal core, extracted from the white forehead Spider King. Master Su, is this truly for me to use? Lu Xianwan's voice quivered slightly, yet her large eyes sparkled with excitement and trepidation. The Lord-level crystal core was the most advanced she had ever encountered. Indeed, Su Imo replied succinctly. Ensure the task is completed. Lu Xianwan inhaled deeply, her expression unusually grave. She clasped her hands together, bowing before the crystal core, murmuring incantations. Oh, noble crystal core, grant me your favor. Please do not explode. And spare me from any culinary disasters. With utmost care, she lifted the crystal core and placed it into a specially designed container. The heart of the god of food talent activated in full force. Analyzing the internal structure of the crystal core, a tumultuous yet pure wave of energy fluctuates, alongside potential fusion pathways. Subsequently, she retrieves several cherished gentle additives, along with a few small vials containing various extracts. Lu Xiaonuan presses her hands upon the container, her mental energy gradually infusing into it. The first step involves energy stripping and purification. The second, the harmonization of stabilizers. And the third, the infusion of flavor and fortuity. Beads of sweat form at Lu Xiaonuan's temples, as the exertion of mental energy is immense. Yet, the success or failure hinges on this one endeavor. At last, the harmonizer emits a melodious chime. Alas, an energy conflict arises. Lu Xiaonuan's face pales. This cannot end in failure. In the next moment, she steadies herself, guiding the chaotic energy back to tranquility. Time ticks by agonizingly slowly. The liquid within the vessel begins to stabilize, its kaleidoscopic radiance becoming subdued. Ultimately, it transforms into 6 candies the size of pigeon eggs, emanating a soft purplish golden glow. Has she succeeded? Lu Xiaonuan exclaims in delight. Yet a twinge of apprehension follows as she picks one up, cautiously taking a small bite. The candy melts in her mouth, releasing a warm current. A gentle yet formidable energy instantly courses through her limbs. She feels her body lighten significantly, her thoughts sharpening with clarity. Divine culinary purple crystal candy. Upon consumption, it will permanently enhance agility, first-time effect. Additionally, it grants Spider King resistance, significant resistance to poison damage from Lord-level and lower adversaries. Lu Xiaonuan leaps up in excitement, holding the golden candy aloft. Wow, it worked. It's divine cuisine, permanent agility boost, and poison resistance. Master Su, Sister Yao, Sister Weila, Rosie, come quickly. She exuberantly shares the purple crystal candy among the 4, keeping one for herself. Carefully, she places it in a specially designed box and tucks it into her backpack, whispering, "This one is for Sister Qin Shui." Meanwhile, Lin Yao is engaged in a handover with the military medical officer. Before her lies several specialized medical kits, containing a new medicine she concocted using mid-tier nutritional solutions from the vehicle, combined with special agents and crystal core extracts provided by the military. The blue syringe is for energy bursts, forcibly enhancing physical and mental strength for a short period, followed by a phase of weakness. The green gel is for rapid healing, effective against external injuries and minor internal bleeding. The white vial contains a calming agent, alleviating mental shocks and mitigating the effects of certain control skills. Lin Yao adjusts her glasses. We shall keep half of these, while the other half will serve as a token of gratitude for Captain Chun, the military doctor. Witnessing the efficacy of these remedies far exceeding their stock, trembles with excitement. Dr. Lin, thank you so much. This is nothing short of a lifesaver. Lin Yao nods slightly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the direction of the Wind God, where the armored vehicle Panshur is operating and the 3D printer is running at high speed. The brand new drone blueprints provided by Rosie have transformed into reality under the meticulous modifications of Qin Shui. 10 pristine drones, characterized by their graceful lines and equipped with sound-dampening devices, have emerged. Beneath their fuselage, some are armed with weaponry, others bear cameras, while a few are fitted with multifunctional robotic arms. Look, 4 reconnaissance models are outfitted with high-magnification cameras and life detectors. 4 strike models are equipped with armor-piercing warheads and small incendiary devices. 2 transport models can hoist supplies weighing up to 100 kilograms. Rosie exclaimed, enthusiastically pointing at the control interface on her tablet as she introduced them to Weila. Weila scanned the fierce-looking machines, nodding slightly in approval. Meanwhile, Qin Shui, wielding a wrench, directed her subordinates in dismantling the original weapons platform atop the function vehicle. Dismantle it all. Is that outdated single-barrel heavy machine gun meant for the new year? Replace it with this, she commanded, gesturing toward the freshly manufactured semi-automatic heavy machine gun platform. The new weapons platform is larger and more complex, boasting a firing rate doubled, a capacity of 500 rounds, and automatic reloading, truly a formidable instrument of warfare. The 2 original light machine guns were also removed and replaced with enhanced models featuring a larger caliber and longer barrels. Rosie gazed at the revamped firepower atop the vehicle, nearly leaping with joy to kiss Qin Shui in gratitude. As night fell, most of the maintenance yard fell into a tranquil silence, save for a solitary light illuminating the area beside the function vehicle. Su Mo stood alone amidst a pile of discarded metal parts, deemed useless debris by Qin Shui after the day's battle. He extended his hand, pressing his palm against a twisted, deformed steel plate. In an instant, the rigid steel transformed into a blue light, melding into his palm. Fortress points, 50. Upgrade proficiency, 50. His expression remained impassive as his hand moved to the next piece of metal. When Su Mo's last vestige of mental energy was expended, the fortress points solidified at 70-30. The current level of the fortress heart stood at 4,1933,010,0000. 7,000 fortress points were sufficient to support a critical upgrade or modification. However, Su Mo was cautious about making any hasty decisions. Inside the function vehicle, the lights were adjusted to a soft, warm yellow hue. After a day filled with commotion and preparations, an atmosphere of tranquility befitting the prelude to battle enveloped the interior. Lin Yao had just organized the medical kit and was preparing to retreat to her small compartment for rest when the hatch was gently pushed open, revealing Su Mo. "Are you all set?" Lin Yao inquired softly. Su Mo nodded, his gaze fixed upon her. Lin Yao seemed to grasp something unspoken, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She said nothing, merely turning to walk towards her compartment. Su Mo followed her inside, the hatch closing gently behind them. The compartment, though small, was kept impeccably tidy by Lin Yao. Without uttering a word, Su Mo reached out, tenderly caressing her cheek. Lin Yao's body trembled slightly, yet she did not flinch. She lifted her head, rose onto her toes, and initiated a kiss. Su Mo's response was fervent and direct. Articles of clothing cascaded to the floor, and the temperature within the confines of the space rapidly escalated. The formidable and sturdy body of the wind god vehicle quivered in sync with the rhythm. In a corner of the repair shop, Qin Shui, agitated, raked her fiery short hair. She had finally tidied up her war machine and was poised to find a place to rest for a while when her gaze inadvertently swept over the wind god. To her astonishment, Qin Shui's face flushed crimson, even more so than during her earlier encounter at the infirmary door. She felt her ears burning. The young man certainly had an abundance of energy. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was thick with springtime fervor, while outside, the night was deep and profound. Tomorrow, they would delve into the heart of the insect nest. Would it be life or death? Chapter 139. The motherworm's nest. The following morning at the western gate of Dawn Base, Chen Feng stood in immaculate military attire. His mechanical prosthetic arm had been successfully repaired. He positioned himself before a makeshift command platform, scanning the ranks of soldiers standing rigidly below. 40 elite soldiers from the military, well-equipped, stood ready. Leading them were Zhao Tianxiong and his 40 members of the Black Stone Chamber of Commerce, all clad in uniform black combat gear. They were equipped with only 4 armored vehicles, indicating a focus on personnel participation in the battle. On the other side stood Su Mo's wind god. Although hastily repaired by Qin Shui, its fierce demeanor remained intact. Behind the wind god were 15 members of Qin Shui's Red Lotus Guild, flanking 2 armored vehicles, the Rock Solid and the Bone Piercer. Various bizarre weapons adorned the rooftops of these vehicles. The younger members wore expressions of carefree joy, as if they were not heading into battle, but rather embarking on a holiday. However, the most striking figure was Qin Shui herself. She stood beside a formidable heavy motorcycle, its engine robust, with exhaust pipes angled toward the sky. On either side of the front, a rapid-fire machine gun was mounted, and beneath the rear, 2 jet nozzles were faintly visible. Clearly, this group intended to engage in combat relying on their vehicles. "What are you staring at? Never seen a motorcycle beauty before," Qin Shui declared, swinging a leg over the motorcycle. She casually tossed the wrench weapon, Shattered Star, into a specially designed slot. Revving the throttle, her tone brimmed with pride. "This bike is called the Shadow Striker, crafted by yours truly, with a displacement of over 500 cubic centimeters. It accelerates from 0 to 100 in 3.8 seconds, reaching a top speed of 260 kilometers per hour, and is fully equipped with soundproof armor." She gestured toward the machine gun at the front. "I've enhanced this weapon platform for reconnaissance, assassination, and swift escapes, far superior to your tin cans." Roshi, clutching a tablet, leaned closer with curiosity, her large eyes filled with envy. "Wow, Sister Qin Shui, that bike is so cool. It's way cooler than my drone. Why don't you ride in an armored vehicle?" "It would be far safer," suggested Chen Feng, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he interjected. "Because Qin Shui suffers from motion sickness. If she remains in a confined space for more than 5 minutes, she is bound to vomit uncontrollably, staggering as though she cannot find her footing." Qin Shui's face flushed with indignation, nearly causing her to tumble from the vehicle. Pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Feng, she retorted, "Chen Feng, just because you don't speak, it doesn't mean no one considers you mute. I have claustrophobia. Do you comprehend? This has nothing to do with motion sickness." Her ire mounted as her gaze shifted to the impassive Su Mo beside her, and she redirected her anger towards him. "And you, young lad, what are you staring at? Do you think my vehicle is inadequate? Let me tell you, it was because of you lot's incessant fidgeting in the car last night that I barely slept a wink. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her fiery short hair. Suemo merely cast a fleeting glance her way, remaining silent. His primary concern lay with Qin Shui and the immense potential her exceptional talents held. Should he succeed in recruiting her, the maintenance of the function would be assured. For this tempestuous mechanical queen was worth even more than the vehicle itself. Observing Qin Shui's exasperation and then glancing at Su Mo's calm demeanor, Chen Feng pondered thoughtfully. He moved closer to Su Mo, lowering his voice. Mr. Su, Qin Shui may have a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. She was raised by old Chen, and though her disposition is wild, her intentions are pure. Over the years, aside from machinery, I have never seen her care for anyone as deeply as she does for you. He paused, his tone imbued with a hint of earnestness. If she indeed chooses to follow you, do not let her down. She has endured much hardship. Sumo's gaze shifted to Qin Shui, who was performing her final checks on the motorcycle not far away. He nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. Affection? Such a luxury was rare in this apocalyptic world. Yet, Qin Shui's abilities were indispensable. Let us depart, Chen Feng declared, cutting off further discussion with a wave of his hand. The convoy gradually began its advance toward the nest of the motherworm at the Star City Sports Stadium. Leading the way, Chen Feng's command vehicle forged ahead, navigating through the dilapidated streets. As they drew closer to the stadium, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. The surfaces of the buildings were enshrouded in a thick carpet of fungi, undulating as if alive. Enormous insect eggs littered the roadside, most of which had already cracked open, oozing dark green slime. Silence reigned as the prevailing atmosphere. The convoy halted before the massive western entrance of the stadium, where the entryway appeared to be obstructed by a thick web interwoven with metallic debris, peering through irregular openings. One could discern nothing but darkness within. Prepare for demolition, Chen Feng commanded. Several engineers swiftly moved forward, placing explosive charges at the crucial junctions of the web. With a resounding explosion, the door was blasted open, creating a gaping breach several meters wide. A potent stench of decay and corruption surged forth, overwhelming the senses. According to plan, Team 1 and Team 2 will alternate in providing cover. Move in. Chen Feng's voice resonated with calm authority. The military personnel swiftly disembarked, forming a battle formation. Under the protective cover of the armored vehicles, they advanced toward the breach. Following closely were Sumo's squad and the Honglian Guild. To their surprise, the interior passage was exceptionally spacious, yet the ground and walls were obscured by a thick blanket of fungi, evoking a strong sense of discomfort. The dim light offered little illumination, relying solely on the vehicle's headlights and the tactical lights mounted on the soldiers' helmets. Meanwhile, Rashi deftly manipulated 10 modified drones, dispersing them like a swarm of bees, creating a three-dimensional reconnaissance network in both high and low altitudes. They transmitted real-time information about the forthcoming path and suspicious areas to the team. Careful, something's moving. Rashi's warning pierced the air suddenly. A piercing hum resonated from the depths of the passage, followed by a myriad of crimson lights flickering in the darkness. Resembling the familiar insectoid horde, the jump bugs shrieked as they charged forward, while the spiked serpents raised their bone spines to launch their projectiles. Golden scorpions in the rear exhaled spores, and several tank bugs advanced steadily. Above, dozens of explosive bugs circled ominously. Engage the enemy. Chen Feng's roar echoed through the ranks via the loudspeaker. Wira, clear the area, commanded Su Mo. Understood, boss. The weapon platform atop the Fengshen vehicle erupted into action. 2 light machine guns, modified by Qin Shui, unleashed a torrent of fire, taking down a jump bug with just a few shots. The semi-automatic heavy machine gun bellowed with fury, its hefty ammunition belt thrashing wildly as it relentlessly suppressed the tank bugs. Xiaoxiong, focus on the golden scorpions and explosive bugs, Suemo added. All right, watch this. Rashi's fingers danced across the tablet. The 10 drones instantly formed a combat formation. For reconnaissance units hovered above the swarm, relaying real-time footage for aerial warnings. While 4 strike units locked onto the golden scorpions and explosive bugs, auto-targeting with micro-armor-piercing rounds and incendiary shells. 2 transport units circled above the human team, ready to dispense supplies at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Qin Shui's Shadow Striker maneuvered directly into the flank of the swarm. Rapid-fire machine guns mounted on both sides of the vehicle unleashed a barrage, clearing out any remaining threats. With one hand deftly steering the vehicle, she wielded a reinforced wrench, the tool morphing in her grasp to reveal a sharp spike. Get away from me, she shouted fiercely, plunging the wrench deep into the abdomen of a tank bug. With a twist of her wrist, she shredded its internal organs. The firepower from the military and the Blackstone Consortium erupted in full force. As bullets and energy rounds rained down upon the insect horde, the battle appeared fierce yet remarkably orderly. Maintain formation. Advance. Chen Feng commanded with unwavering confidence. As the onslaught of the swarm was gradually quelled, the team advanced steadily. A notably large golden scorpion, in its dying moments, released a plume of pale yellow spore mist. Carried by the wind, this haze swiftly enveloped a significant portion of the battlefield. Beware of the spores. Lin Yao's warning resonated through the intercom.